Tomorrow is the college entrance examination. It's time to test the true strength of Yunhai No. 1 High School. That's right, this is also a big test for our class. With our abilities, we're sure to get good results. That's not necessarily true, there's still someone else there. Several students were talking amongst themselves in the classroom. Suddenly, their voices quieted down, and they kept glancing back with disdain on their faces. At this moment, Chen Xian, sitting in the back row of the classroom, looked out the window with a blank expression and a heart full of doubt. Where am I? How did I get here? Wasn't I playing a game? He carefully looked around. It was clearly a classroom. Outside the window, a figure streaked across the sky, accompanied by a streak of light flying towards a tiger-shaped beast in the air. With a single punch, the entire sky trembled, and the sound was deafening. Is this a movie shoot? Chen Xian's mouth gaped open, his face filled with shock and disbelief. Is this still the planet he remembers? As he pondered, a vast amount of memories flooded his mind. It turns out that the world is no longer the same as before, but a planet called Blue Star. 300 years ago, an anomaly occurred here, with countless rifts connecting to other worlds appearing. Hordes of alien creatures began to invade Earth, and humanity was initially almost powerless to fight back, suffering heavy casualties. Later, spiritual energy revived, and the entire population practiced martial arts, which strengthened the human body and greatly reduced casualties. It wasn't until several ancient ruins were discovered that humanity finally established its own martial arts system and began to fight back against the monsters. In this global context, the college entrance examination naturally prioritizes martial arts practitioners. Only warriors can protect the safety of this planet. The Chinese Empire attached great importance to this and continued to promote education support programs. I've traveled through time. After processing these memories, Chen Xian suddenly opened his eyes and muttered to himself, "This is much more fun than playing video games." Thinking of this, he shook his head, looked up at the sky, and saw that the strange beast had been blasted to pieces. He's a grandmaster. Someone in the classroom gasped in surprise, their voice filled with awe. In their eyes, a grandmaster's punch has an explosive force exceeding 100,000 jin, making him an absolutely terrifying existence. But my body is so useless. Chen Xian gave a bitter smile, his heart filled with helplessness. From his memories, he knew that most of his classmates had reached the 7th or 8th level of the body tempering realm, and some had even entered the 9th level, while he himself had only reached the 3rd level of the body tempering realm. He was simply a poor student and a drag on the class. No wonder his classmates mocked him, his talent was truly lacking. In this world where talent determines strength, being weak in talent means being eliminated and only able to work in clerical or logistical positions with a bleak future. With that kind of skill, he can't possibly get into any martial arts academy. He can only end up as a corporate slave in a cultural field. With my current state, I have absolutely no hope for tomorrow's college entrance exam. At this moment, class monitor Su Yan walked over and glared at the students. Nothing. The group chuckled a few times, then turned away without saying another word. Su Yan glanced at Chen Xian, knowing that with his current abilities, he would hardly succeed in tomorrow's college entrance examination. However, as the class monitor, she could not tolerate any disharmony in the class. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Just work hard, and you can definitely do it. Su Yan encouraged her. Chen Xian was somewhat surprised, but still nodded with a smile. I hope you get good grades on your exam tomorrow. Su Yan shook her head inside, knowing that Chen Xian had always worked very hard and put in more effort than many of his classmates, but his talent was really limited. After school, Chen Xian left the school directly and took a train back to his home on the outskirts of the city. Although this place is full of high-rise buildings and looks nice, by Earth's standards, it is just a residential area for the lower class. The wealthy live in the city center, where there are luxurious villas spanning tens of thousands of square meters. Chen Xian arrived at a tall building and took the elevator directly to his home on the dozens of floors above. As soon as he opened the door, a 14 or 15-year-old girl on the sofa looked at him with surprise. That's Chen Xian's younger sister, Chen Yuqing. In this life, Chen Xian is still an orphan, just like in his previous life. However, this time, he has a younger sister who is also an orphan, named Chen Yuqing, who is 2 years younger than him. Chen Xian gazed at her, a sense of gone 3 a feeling of mixed emotions, including admiration and reflection, in his heart. Although he was fairly handsome, he wasn't particularly outstanding, while his sister was exceptionally beautiful and would surely grow up to be a stunningly beautiful woman. Yuqing, are you waiting for me to eat again? Didn't I tell you, you can eat by yourself if I'm not coming back? Chen Xian said helplessly. Hee, brother, I don't want to eat if you're not back. Chen Yuqing replied happily with a smile. Alright, then I'll have dinner with you. Seeing his sister's expression, Chen Xian smiled and sat down. In fact, in this era, there are many nutrient solutions and even pills that, if taken once, can provide a whole month's worth of food and water without the need for food or water, and are of great help to cultivation. These things are extremely precious and ordinary people simply cannot afford them. Only wealthy families have the funds to use them for a long time. Ordinary families like theirs can only survive on 3 regular meals a day. Brother, I've already reached the 3rd level of the body tempering realm. The teacher said I'll have no problem getting into number 3 middle school, Chen Yuqing whispered to Chen Xian during dinner. What? You've already reached the 3rd level of the body tempering realm? Chen Xian was overjoyed upon hearing this. Although martial arts education has become widespread in China, ordinary families like theirs still can't compare to those from wealthy families in terms of cultivation. They just have an extra opportunity to receive education. Just like him and Chen Yuqing, they both started cultivating at the age of 10. Chen Yuqing is currently at the 3rd level of the body tempering realm. She is likely to reach the 6th or 7th level of the body tempering realm during her 3 years of high school, or even break through to become a martial artist. Getting into a top university will be no problem for her. But I messed up. Brother, are you confident about your exam tomorrow? Chen Yuqing asked softly again. You still don't trust your brother? No problem. Chen Xian glared at her, though he said that he felt a little helpless inside. The start was really not going well. If I really can't pass the exam, I'll have to find an office job. That's great. I knew you could do it, brother. Chen Yuqing said happily. Let's eat. Chen Xian said with a smile, but he was extremely depressed inside. He knew that he had only done his college entrance exam to make up for it, and he couldn't help but sigh, afraid that he would disappoint his younger sister. What are you talking about? Just then, a magnificent voice suddenly rang in my mind. System check complete. The billionfold talent system is activating. The sudden sound startled Chen Xian, causing his pupils to contract sharply. What's that sound? Could it be the system? He was so excited he almost jumped up. The perks for time travelers have finally arrived. Immediately afterwards, the voice in his mind continued. The first stage of the system is starting. The 100-fold talent is being activated, and it is expected to be completed in 10 minutes. In an instant, a cool yet strange sensation flooded my brain. My previously sluggish brain began to work at lightning speed. My senses became exceptionally sharp and clear. All sorts of forgotten memories resurfaced, and questions that I couldn't understand before suddenly had wonderful answers. Brain cells are operating at a speed 100 times faster than usual. The feeling was so intense that Chen Xian was overjoyed. His poor talent was the reason for his slow cultivation, and the appearance of the system undoubtedly made up for this shortcoming. Brother, what's wrong? Chen Yuqing asked hurriedly when she saw Chen Xian suddenly freeze. It's nothing. You eat first. I'm going back to my room. Chen Xian was in no mood to eat, naturally eager to experience the changes brought about by the system. Back in his room, Chen Xian sat down cross-legged. Although he hadn't yet developed internal energy at the 3rd level of the body tempering realm, he could sense where there were obstacles in his body and where his cultivation was hindered. He was immersed in his spiritual cultivation. His thoughts were exceptionally clear and rapid, and his cells and flesh were writhing wildly, constantly correcting the flaws left over from his usual cultivation. I don't know how much time passed, but suddenly my mind jolted, and I instantly became fully awake. 9th level of body tempering? Chen Xian was stunned. In just a short while, he had actually jumped directly from the 3rd level of body tempering to the 9th level. Chen Xian was extremely shocked. In the past, when he cultivated the body tempering technique, his talent was too poor, and he found it extremely difficult to understand the martial arts theory within. It was practically impossible. Even if one occasionally understands a little bit, it is difficult to apply it flexibly, let alone fully comprehend it. Now, it's as natural and effortless for him as a college student flipping through a primary school textbook. All the secrets have become transparent. You should know that this body tempering technique is known as the most difficult basic cultivation method to master. The changes brought about by the evolution of talent are truly obvious. Although the body tempering technique is basic, it is extremely difficult to master, and many people cannot break through to the 9th level in their entire lives. Many wealthy families often only use the body tempering technique as a foundation and then abandon it to cultivate other techniques, because those techniques allow for much faster progress. If it weren't for the country promoting martial arts education, he wouldn't even have been able to learn the body tempering technique. As for other martial arts techniques, they were too expensive for him to afford. When he was at the 3rd level of the body tempering realm, his fist explosive force was 300 Jin, and when he reached the 9th level of the body tempering realm, this value increased to 900 Jin, which was 3 times that of before. With only 1 day left until the college entrance examination, he still has a chance to get into a top university. Brother, you're back. A sharp glint flashed in Chen Xian's eyes. Having transmigrated here, he was determined not to fall behind. He was powerless in the past, but now, with the system's support, he was full of confidence. By the way, now that your talent has improved, could you gain a deeper understanding of martial arts techniques? This idea suddenly sparked a light in his eyes. Currently, he only has the most basic body tempering technique, which is a fundamental skill that all students can learn and is used for the basic refinement of the body tempering realm. There's nothing particularly special about it. Some people, after acquiring other martial arts techniques, will abandon the body tempering technique and turn to cultivating other techniques instead. However, it is said that the body tempering technique is a kind of amplifying fist technique that can increase combat power. Below the 9th level, each level increases combat power by a factor of 2, and and at the 9th level, it can amplify combat power ninefold. Unfortunately, no one has been able to successfully enhance it to this day, which is why the body tempering technique was quickly abandoned after a solid foundation was laid. Moreover, while amplification-type cultivation techniques are powerful, they are extremely demanding to cultivate, time-consuming, and success is not guaranteed. Once you reach a certain level, you are very likely to be stumped by the next level. It's not worth the effort. Focusing on cultivating other martial arts techniques will actually lead to a faster increase in strength. Let's start here. Chen Xian reviewed the first level of the body tempering technique in his mind, and then began to comprehend the second level. A moment later, a slight smile appeared on his lips. As expected, to uncover the secret of the body tempering technique's amplification effect, one must cultivate it to the 9th level. In the past, he was just a poor student. In his senior year of high school, he had only reached the 3rd level of the body tempering technique and had no idea how to enhance his abilities. Now, he has mastered the 2nd level of enhancement, and a full force strike can unleash a combat power of 1800 Jin. He closed his eyes and continued to comprehend the 3rd level, his mind racing as the theories and techniques of the body tempering technique were constantly being reorganized and evolved. Soon, he became completely absorbed in his cultivation, forgetting everything around him. Time passed quietly. Chen Yuqing peeked in once and, seeing him focused on his practice, left with peace of mind. Several hours passed in the blink of an eye. Chen Xian sometimes frowned, sometimes smiled, and sometimes seemed to have realized something. When he finally woke up, his face showed a hint of lingering enjoyment. I actually finished comprehending it? I've reached the 9th level? Chen Xian was extremely shocked. His talent was too poor. He had never even fully comprehended the 1st level before. Now he had actually reached the 9th level. It was simply unbelievable. It's important to understand that cultivation techniques are different from ordinary knowledge. Even a single word or phrase misunderstood can lead to completely opposite directions, a world apart. But now, when he comprehends the body tempering technique, he finds it exceptionally simple, without any difficulty. He even felt that the 9th level was not the limit, and that he could continue to delve deeper into its comprehension. Thinking of this, Chen Xian couldn't help but gasp. Being able to comprehend the 9th level of the body tempering technique was already extraordinary. It meant that when he threw a punch, the power increased ninefold. That's 9 times the current combat power he has, which is truly astonishing. I need to test just how much my strength and punching power have improved. With a sense of anticipation, Chen Xian tidied himself up and went out. There was a relatively secluded park near the residential area, and since it was still a long time before dawn, he chose to exercise there, which would allow him to cultivate in peace without worrying about disturbing others. He walked to the southeast corner of the park where martial artists usually train, and there was even a slightly outdated strength testing device. Without hesitation, Chen Xian threw a punch into the void. He began practicing the body forging technique, punch after punch. The body forging technique was not only a body forging method but also a set of fist techniques, a combination of martial arts and internal energy cultivation. Practicing this technique is equivalent to simultaneously cultivating both martial arts skills and internal energy cultivation, which is why the body tempering technique is being vigorously promoted by the Ministry of Education. During the foundational stage of a student's education, the body tempering technique is undoubtedly very suitable. It can be described as a divine skill. With the blessing of 100-fold talent, his understanding of the body tempering technique became increasingly profound and closer to perfection. He clearly felt that the power of the body tempering technique was more than 3 times stronger than before, and this was without even taking into account the power increase. If you add a power boost, the power that bursts out in an instant is simply terrifying. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have mastered the body tempering technique. An hour later, a notification sounded in his mind. Is this the level of mastering the body tempering technique? Only 1 hour? Upon hearing the notification, Chen Xian was shocked. In Yunhai No. 1 High School, there were only a handful of people who could cultivate the body tempering technique to a high level. The body tempering technique may seem simple, but its difficulty in cultivation far exceeds that of many advanced martial arts techniques, making it a typical example of something easy to learn but difficult to master. Every martial art has a proficiency level: minor proficiency, intermediate proficiency, major proficiency, perfection, and even the legendary divine realm. The higher the cultivation level, the stronger the martial arts technique. Even if their cultivation levels are the same, differences in martial arts proficiency can lead to easy defeat. When the gap is large, they may even be instantly killed. The body tempering technique is no exception. Even low-level martial arts are extremely difficult to master, and achieving mastery is already very difficult. Chen Xian mastered this martial art in just 1 hour. If word gets out, it will definitely cause quite a stir. Let's try again. Keep it up. He did not stop and continued to devote himself to cultivation. With a whooshing sound, Chen Xian followed one punch after another, repeatedly using the body tempering technique. This boxing technique is not complicated, consisting of only 9 short punches, but under Chen Xian's control, its power is extremely terrifying. causing the surrounding air to vibrate continuously. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have mastered the body tempering fist to perfection. Another hour and a half passed, and the system notification sounded again. Upon hearing that the body tempering fist had reached a perfect level, Chen Xian stopped. If others want to perfect the body tempering fist, it would take at least several years of arduous training, and those with slightly less talent might never achieve it in their entire lives. And I achieved perfection in just a few hours. It's simply unbelievable. A look of joy appeared on Chen Xian's face. He could feel tremendous power in his fist, a power that was incomparable to what he had experienced before. However, he also knew that perfecting the body tempering fist was already the limit, and breaking through to the divine realm was currently impossible. Because that realm touches upon the essence of martial arts, it is difficult to reach without profound martial arts cultivation. Even so, Chen Xian dares to assert that no one at Tianhai No. 1 Middle School can match his mastery of the body tempering fist. This step was incredibly difficult. It would have been impossible to accomplish this without having one's talent 100-fold enhanced. Alright, now it's time to test my strength. Chen Xian clenched his fist so tightly that his knuckles made a cracking sound. The training of body tempering fist can only improve combat power, but this is not within the scope of the college entrance examination score. The test measures instantaneous explosive power. He knew he had made a huge improvement, but the exact extent of the change would only be known through testing. In this era of martial arts for all, such strength testing instruments are ubiquitous, and the park is naturally equipped with one as well. Although it is not advanced, it is more than enough to measure a force of 100,000 jin. Not far from Chen Xian stood a device about 2 meters tall, made of some unknown material, shaped like a tombstone. A crystal display screen was embedded in the device, with a central section specifically designed for striking. The strength test results will be displayed on the screen simultaneously. Chen Xian looked around. It was still dark, and no one was approaching. Although I have mastered the body tempering technique to the 9th level, which allows me to amplify power 9-fold, I still need to test its exact strength to know for sure. He let out a long sigh, suppressing his excitement, and his expression turned solemn, as if he were facing not a machine, but a ferocious alien beast from the stars. With this punch, he was determined to shatter his opponent. He clenched his fist and swung it out fiercely. A sharp sound rang out as a fist slammed into the instrument, causing the entire device to shake slightly. The top display screen lit up, and the numbers kept jumping. Chen Xian breathed a sigh of relief. He wasn't surprised by the result and slowly nodded, saying, "It seems that my cultivation has indeed reached the 9th level of the body tempering realm. If I didn't use the body tempering technique to amplify it, this would be my true strength. Next, it's time to test the power of the body tempering technique." He took a breath, his eyes sharpened, he clenched his fist, and threw another punch. The fist slammed heavily onto the instrument, causing it to shake violently and the numbers on the display screen to jump wildly. The number was fixed at 1,800 jin. Chen Xian gasped, a look of surprise on his face. Sure enough, the body tempering technique's double amplification significantly increased his strength. The power unleashed at this moment is equivalent to twice the combat strength of someone at the 9th level of body tempering. The basic strength of a 9th level body tempering cultivator is only 900 jin, and a 1-fold increase is already close to the strength of a martial artist. If the body tempering technique can increase strength by 1800 jin with a 1-fold increase, how terrifying would the power of a 9-fold increase be? The explosive force is approximately 8,100 jin, 4,100 caddies, of combat strength. This already falls into the level of a high-level martial artist. For an ordinary person to become a martial artist, the minimum combat power is 3,000. This is true for beginner martial artists, about 5,000 for intermediate martial artists, and more than 7,000 for advanced martial artists. If one can break through the 10,000 gene strength barrier, one can be promoted to a martial arts master. The minimum requirement for university instructors is to have the cultivation level of a martial arts master. Phew, I can increase my strength by 1 time with a 1x amplification. Will I really be able to achieve a 9x amplification? If I can successfully unleash it, my punching power will reach 8,100 gene, almost reaching the level of a martial arts master. With such a result, I can not only get into a top martial arts university, but also become one of the top-ranked students in the school. Although it is theoretically feasible, whether it can actually be achieved still needs to be tested in practice. Chen Xian adjusted his mindset, took a deep breath, and once again swung his fist fiercely at the testing instrument. The powerful force caused the machine to vibrate even more violently, and the numbers on the screen began to jump wildly. 2,400 combat power, a 3-fold increase in power. 4,500 combat power, a 5-fold increase. 6,300 combat power, a 7-fold increase. Combat power of 8,100. The final number is here. He actually unleashed the power amplified 9-fold by the body tempering technique. Staring at the screen, Chen Xian's face lit up with ecstasy, his fists clenched so tightly that his bones cracked. The body tempering technique is indeed created by a legendary martial arts master. I never imagined that its profound understanding would yield such miraculous miraculous power. It's a pity that most people only regard it as a foundational technique and have never truly valued it. He exhaled a breath of stale air and muttered to himself. Little did he know that the body tempering technique was a martial arts technique that combined physical skill with cultivation. It was easy to learn, but to comprehend it at a higher level was extremely difficult, even far exceeding some advanced techniques. If you spend too much energy on this, the benefits will be minimal. It would be better to learn other techniques, which may yield greater rewards. Only someone with such extraordinary talent could comprehend the body tempering technique to the 9th level. It's unimaginable for anyone else to achieve that. Perhaps one will spend one's entire life in vain. With a body tempering fist technique that amplifies ninefold, I will never be inferior to any genius cultivator, and may even surpass them. Chen Xian clenched his fist and spoke slowly. I'm sure I'll get good grades on tomorrow's exam. It's almost dawn. Immersed in his cultivation, Chen Xian noticed that the sky was gradually turning white and pedestrians were beginning to appear. We should go back now. If we don't, there will be more people around, and we might get discovered. He didn't want to reveal his current strength. Despite the prevalence of martial arts in China, there were very few beginner-level martial artists in his neighborhood, and not a single advanced-level one. Chen Xian didn't want to attract attention easily. Thinking of this, he headed back in the direction he wanted to go. After a night of cultivation, his body was covered in black grime, so he needed to hurry back and clean himself before heading to school for his exams. Not long after he left, a young couple walked over. The young woman saw Chen Xian and said with a smile, "Little Xian, you're out cultivating so early." "Yes, sister, yeah." Chen Xian smiled and nodded in response. The man and woman lived in the same building and knew each other. However, he had urgent business to attend to, so he left in a hurry after finishing his sentence. This kid is quite arrogant, but success in martial arts isn't just about hard work. Talent is also crucial. No matter how much a slow learner practices, they'll rarely achieve great things. Yu Jie's boyfriend curled his lip and said disdainfully, "Don't say that. Xiao Xian is still very hard at cultivating." Yu Jie pinched her boyfriend in dissatisfaction. "I know you're a student at a martial arts university. Why are you arguing with a high school student?" "Hee, that's true. Not everyone can get into a martial arts university." The man smiled faintly, appearing quite arrogant. He was a freshman at Tianhai University, which was ranked among the top universities in China. Those who could get in were all the cream of the crop, so he naturally had reason to be proud. All right, you're great, let's go." Since he was her boyfriend, Yu Jie didn't say anything more. "Let's go. I'll go over there and cultivate for a while, and try to break through to the beginner level of martial artist." The man walked toward the place where Chen Xian had just been cultivating. "You're about to break through to the martial artist level? I'm so surprised." Ya asked. "It should be soon, not too long. My current explosive power is 2,800 Jin. I'm only 200 Jin away from breaking through and getting the martial artist certification." The man spoke calmly, yet his pride was undeniable. Although martial arts mastery is not the highest level, it is already quite rare for college students to break through to the martial arts master realm. "Come over there, and I'll show you my current punching power." The man pulled his girlfriend to the testing equipment, took a breath, and was about to throw a punch when he suddenly saw the numbers on the screen. "Wow, 8,100 Jin. My god, that's over 8,000 combat power." The man's eyes widened, he gasped, and exclaimed in disbelief. This punching power is only possessed by advanced martial artists. Could it be that some advanced martial artists were training here just now? He looked around, but saw no one. At this moment, Sister Ya also came over and said in horror, more than 8,000 caddies. This is the weight of a high-level martial artist. There are none like this in our community." "That's right, high-level martial artists wouldn't come here. You see, the numbers on the display screen disappear after 3 minutes, but they were still there when we arrived, which means someone just used this device." The man analyzed in a deep voice. "We only saw Xiao Xian here just now. Could it be?" Yu Jie suddenly stopped speaking, looked at her boyfriend, and her eyes were full of shock. A terrible thought flashed through their minds. Could it have been Xiao Xian who did it? That student from earlier? Impossible. He's at most a high school student. It's not even certain if he can get into a martial arts university. How could he possibly have such strong combat power? Even I couldn't reach that level." The man hissed in disbelief. Cold sweat streamed down his forehead, and his previous pride vanished. He already possesses the combat strength of an advanced martial artist before even entering university. Wouldn't he be able to reach the level of a grandmaster or great grandmaster in the future? Leaving aside the future, even now he is no match for a high-level martial artist. He can't even withstand a single move. Offending someone with such a promising future is definitely not a wise move. Although he spoke softly, he knew that someone as perceptive as Chen Xian had likely already heard him. Once it's remembered, the consequences can be severe. Upon realizing this, the man panicked. He looked at Sister Ya with pleading eyes. Being targeted by a high-level martial artist was no small matter. Judging from the opponent's punching power, breaking through to the grandmaster level was probably just around the corner. Even in a metropolis with tens of millions of people, a master-level figure is considered a big shot. They are not people people he can afford to mess with. If the other party comes looking for trouble later, he's finished. Although I don't know much, Xiao Xian shouldn't be such a petty person. Sister Ya's face was pale, still enveloped in shock. Unexpectedly, the little boy downstairs was actually an intermediate-level martial artist. Okay, let's hurry up and go somewhere else. The man didn't dare linger and hurriedly left with his girlfriend. At this point, testing punching power is no longer important. Leaving this place is the top priority. Meanwhile, Chen Xian returned home and went straight into the bathroom. He activated the intelligent cleaning system, and water mist at a suitable temperature sprayed down from all around, quickly washing away the dirt on his body and even in his pores. The clothes that were just washed are now dry and ready to wear. Stop talking, Earth's technology is truly amazing. Chen Xian sighed and walked out of the bathroom. My younger sister, Chen Yuqing, has already left, but there's breakfast and a note left on the table. The teacher reminded him to eat on time and not to forget the college entrance examination. Sigh, I'm the older brother, and I'm making my younger sister worry. Chen Xian smiled and shook his head, feeling a warmth in his heart. In his previous life, he was an orphan, but in this life, he had a younger sister no matter what. This feeling of family love is wonderful. After tidying himself up, Chen Xian headed towards the school. On the square of Yunhai No. 1 Middle School, all 11 senior high school classes have been assembled. Today is the day of the National College Entrance Examination, Gaokao. 3 advanced strength testing devices are placed nearby and will be used simultaneously, greatly shortening the testing time. During the exam, everyone must give it your all. Remember the methods I taught you, and don't let your guard down. Strive for good results. Class teacher Chao Fei solemnly emphasized this to the students. 1,000 troops are crossing a single plank bridge. The future depends entirely on today's battle. This must be taken very seriously. However, I heard that the difficulty of this year's college entrance examination has increased, but no one knows the specific requirements. No one was sure what to do. Just then, a mechanical voice announced, "Exam rules. Each candidate may throw 3 punches, and the average force of the 3 punches will be taken. Candidates will proceed in order of their exam numbers. The exam is now officially starting. The exam has begun." At 8 a.m. sharp, the National College Entrance Examination, Gaokao, officially began. Every student was both nervous and eager to try. On a high platform not far away, invigilators and school leaders were on high alert. Following the electronic voice prompts, the candidates stepped forward to test their punching power. Number 16, punching power is 756 Jin, 812 Jin, 783 Jin respectively, with an average punching power of 784 Jin. Number 35, punching power is 856 Jin, 872 Jin, 866 Jin respectively, average punching power is 865 Jin. Number 63, punching power is 882 Jin, 913 Jin, 946 Jin respectively, with an average punching power of 913 Jin. One student after another stepped forward, and the data was read out with a cold, electronic voice. Hearing these numbers, everyone felt a pang of anxiety. This is a good result, but this year China has placed greater emphasis on martial arts, making admission more difficult. This result would have been acceptable in previous years, but this year, without the strength to fight over 1,500 pounds, one basically has no chance of getting into a top university. Some universities even have admission standards of over 3,000 Jin, 1,500 caddies. Top-ranked universities require students to have a combat power of 5,000 or more, meaning such students are already martial artists. Although the punching power at the 9th level of body tempering is only 900 Jin, when combined with martial arts techniques, the explosive power far exceeds this number. All I can say is that those students were rather mediocre. We've tested over 20 people, and the results are so poor only one person has a combat power exceeding 1,000. The principal on the platform frowned, his face quite grave. With the proctors nearby, he couldn't say much. Chen Xian's homeroom teacher was extremely nervous at this moment, as this year's performance evaluation depended entirely on today's test. All I can do is silently pray that my students will perform well. Although Class 3 is not the most outstanding, its average score is only lower than Class 1 and Class 2 among Class 31 of the senior year. Based on past experience, the results shouldn't be too bad. He can definitely get into a few regular key universities, and with some effort, getting into a top 20 university shouldn't be a problem. As for the top 5 universities, even he doesn't dare to dream of it, and the president has never even considered it. Since the school was founded, only a handful of students have been admitted to the top 5 universities. The machines made crisp sounds as the students took their tests in an orderly fashion. Just then, the machine suddenly made a loud noise and vibrated violently. Everyone's attention was drawn to the testing equipment. Immediately a voice rang out, "Number 168, punching power is 3,521 Jin, 3654 Jin, 3567 Jin respectively, average punching power is 3,580 Jin." Everyone was shocked when they heard this data. This is already the strength of a beginner martial artist. It is extremely rare for a senior high school student to have such combat power. This student is definitely capable of entering the top 20 universities, and it is not impossible for them to even squeeze into the top 10. Isn't that Su Haifeng from class 1? Not bad, not bad. The school leaders all smiled, and the principal's eyes shone with excitement. Even the proctors looked at him in surprise and nodded approvingly. This was just my average performance, nothing special. Su Haifeng shook his head and walked off the stage calmly. Humph, you pretentious show-off. Behind Chen Xian, a chubby boy scoffed. Hey, fatty, you're just jealous. Chen Xian responded with a smile. That fat guy is Wang Kai, Chen Xian's best friend. Strictly speaking, he's Chen Xian's body's staunch brother. What am I jealous of? I can get into university too. What are you planning to do? Go into an office job? Wang Kai pouted, pretending to be angry. In fact, although Wang Kai looks chubby, his strength is quite good. He is at the 6th level of body tempering, and with his privileged family background, he has practiced a lot of martial arts. He should have no problem getting into an ordinary key university. On the contrary, Chen Xian consistently ranked last in the class. It's truly unbelievable that the two could become friends. Going into an administrative field? I'm aiming for a top 5 university, Chen Xian said with a joking smile. Go ahead and keep bragging. Wang Kai rolled his eyes, not believing it at all. When Chen Xian heard this, his classmates all sneered, thinking he was joking. Chen Xian getting into a top 5 university? That's a pipe dream. Getting into a junior college would be a miracle. Our class is almost there, the homeroom teacher said anxiously. He had heard what Chen Xian and the other person were saying, but he didn't say anything. Seeing that the previous classes had finished their tests, he quickly reminded everyone. Number 436, it's your turn. An electronic voice sounded, and Wang Kai went outside. Then, class monitor Su Yen, number 527, and another classmate also walked out together. The sound of their striking rang out, and the test results were quickly displayed. Number 436 has a punching strength of 2,936 gene, 3036 gene, and 3,113 gene respectively, with an average fighting strength of 3,028 gene. Number 527, punching power is 2,986 gene, 3021 gene, 3084 gene respectively, with an average punching power of 3,030 gene. Two more students who are likely to get into a top 10 university. The principal's smile almost blossomed. He looked at his homeroom teacher, Chao Fei, his eyes full of admiration. Chao Fei was equally pleased. It was normal for Su Yen to have such results, but he didn't expect Wang Kai to perform so well as well. It seemed to be an exceptional performance. That was really good. Not only was his performance record stable, but the students he taught were able to get into the top 10 universities. It would naturally make him very proud. A good start. There will be more top students coming up. The class monitor's grades are really good. Thinking of Su Yen who spoke up for him that day, Chen Xian nodded in agreement. Xuanzi, how are my grades? After Wang Kai returned, he asked Chen Xian triumphantly. Chen Xian smiled and gave him a thumbs up. To be honest, this is indeed a good result. Getting into a top university will be no problem at all. The testing is still ongoing. It's almost over, Xuanzi. It looks like it'll be your turn soon. As Wang Kai spoke, there were only about 10 people participating in the test at that time. The students were all average in terms of grades. Next, student number 569. Upon hearing the notification tone, Chen Xian took a deep breath. His student ID number was indeed 569. Go for it, Xuanzi. Behind him, Wang Kai clenched his fists and growled in a low voice. At this moment, Ruyan walked up to Chen Xian and said earnestly. Chen Xian smiled slightly and nodded in response. Don't worry. After saying that, he prepared to leave. With your abilities, do you even need an exam? At that moment, a student who had just finished the test said with a mocking laugh. Chen Xian looked in the direction of the sound and saw a good-looking guy with cold eyes looking at him with a disdainful expression. Chen Xian frowned, recalling that he had beaten this guy up before. Back then, I was in my first year of high school. This guy was even weaker than me, but he was malicious and liked to play pranks on people. He and Wang Kai teamed up to teach me a lesson. What, are you looking for trouble now? I never expected this person to be so petty and still hold a grudge. Later, his strength surpassed Chen Xian's, and he also wanted to cause trouble for Chen Xian. However, the school strictly prohibited students from fighting. In private and outside the school gate, Wang Kai helped Chen Xian block him, so he had no chance at all. He was so angry that he almost went crazy. Pa! Wang Fei, you bastard, watch your mouth or I'll give you a good beating. Wang Kai clenched his fists, cracking them loudly, and warned in a cold voice. Want to see me make a fool of myself? You're probably going to be disappointed, Chen Xian said dismissively. quickly. My score on this exam will definitely far surpass yours. Huang Fei almost burst out laughing. Do you know my stats? My average punching power is 2514. Huang Fei actually has a punching power of 2514? This score is good enough to get into a top university. Chen Xian is far inferior to him. At best, he's only at the junior college level. Upon hearing Huang Fei's words, the students began to discuss among themselves, thinking that Chen Xian was joking and that it was impossible for him to surpass Huang Fei. After all, he was always at the bottom of the class and had no future. Their future status will be worlds apart. Chen Xian shook his head without saying a word, then got up and walked forward. Then the second call rang out, and if there was no response by the third time, then the student had to give up on the college entrance examination. Pretending, Huang Fei muttered dismissively. Huang Fei smiled coldly, said nothing more, and remained calm, preparing to see Chen Xian's test results. Chen Xian stood in front of the machine, his expression calm. He took a deep breath to compose himself, appearing composed and self-assured. This student seems promising, there might be a pleasant surprise. The proctor glanced at Chen Xian in surprise, vaguely sensing an unusual aura emanating from him. It seems to bring unexpected surprises. This student was at most a beginner martial artist, yet he gave the examiner this impression, and the examiner couldn't help but smile. Yes, this kid is pretty good. The principal, however, did not notice anything special about Chen Xian. He smiled and looked at Chao Fei. I hope he can explain. But Chao Fei was also bewildered, his face stiff, not understanding why the proctor said that. Chen Xian's grades have never been good. There are no surprises, but there might be some shocks. He could only turn his face away, pretending not to see the principal's gaze, his heart filled with unspeakable bitterness. At this moment, Chen Xian roared and swung his fist, slamming it heavily onto the machine. With a muffled thud, the machine shook and the display screen immediately lit up. The numbers jumped wildly from 0, climbing steadily, and in the blink of an eye, they had broken 1,000. This punch has reached the level of a typical weightlifter. This surprised many people, but the numbers didn't stop there, quickly soaring to 2,000. Those who knew Chen Xian were shocked. I could hardly believe my eyes, staring intently at the screen. That's 2,000 pounds of combat power. In an instant, the number rapidly climbed, exceeding 2,500 gene and approaching the 3,000 gene mark. Impossible. His score is supposed to exceed 3,000 gene? Absolutely impossible. Huang Fei's eyes widened, his face filled with shock, almost losing his composure. With a punch of 3,000 gene, he was left far behind. Wang Kai, Chao Fei, and the others also looked incredulous, but unlike Huang Fei, their eyes shone with surprise. Could it be that he's been hiding his strength all along? Chao Fei suddenly stood up, took a few steps, and stared intently at the screen, his eyes fixed on the number soaring to 3,000. Great, another result that shows promise of breaking into the top 10 universities. What? The numbers are still going up. The numbers kept soaring, climbing steadily, and soon broke through the 4,000 gene mark, reaching 4,886. Upon seeing this, the principal beamed with joy, thinking that these results would secure a place in the top 10 martial arts universities. In previous years, a top 5 finish wouldn't have been impossible, but this year it seemed unlikely. However, this result is already outstanding. You should know that many teachers in the school are only intermediate-level martial artists, and he himself was just a high-level martial artist. Good, good, really good, really good. Just as the principal was about to say something more, he suddenly noticed that Chen Xian's test results had not stopped, but continued to climb, quickly breaking through 5,000 combat power and rapidly increasing. The principal stood up in astonishment, his face immediately breaking into a look of ecstatic joy. This is truly a dark horse. I wonder how much his combat power can rise further. All the candidates were stunned as they watched the combat power values climb. Had the machine broken down? How could Chen Xian possibly have such strong combat power? Amidst the shocked gazes of the crowd, the numbers finally came to a slow stop, ultimately settling at a combat power of 8,106. Everyone rubbed their eyes, almost thinking they were seeing things. That's over 8,000 combat power. Chen Xian ignored the reactions around him, his eyes still fixed on the screen. This result was within his expectations. Again. He stared coldly at the screen and threw another punch. This time, he fully activated the body tempering technique's 9-fold amplification. The entire testing machine began to tremble slightly. The number soared again, breaking through 5,000 in front of everyone and reaching 8,187 in the blink of an eye. It has gained several dozen kilograms since then. Advanced martial artist. This student is already an advanced martial artist. With a punching power exceeding 7,000 gene, once certified, the status of a high-level martial artist is undeniable. A 17-year-old advanced martial artist? Hiss. Everyone in the square gasped. However, Chen Xian did not stop after throwing those 2 punches. The test required the average of 3 punches, so he threw another punch. The punch struck like a meteor, accompanied by a deafening roar. The numbers on the screen fluctuated wildly, eventually settling at 8,396. Combat power has increased again. After delivering his final punch, Chen Xian calmed his surging blood and slowly walked off the testing platform. At this moment, the test result notification sounded. There are 569 candidates, with combat strengths of 8,106 gene, 8187 gene, and 8,396 gene respectively, and an average combat strength of 8,229 gene. Hearing the notification tone, everyone was speechless and could only take a deep breath, trying to calm their inner shock. With a punch force exceeding 8,000 gene, far surpassing the 7,000 gene limit of advanced martial artists, Chen Xian is qualified to enter the top 5 universities and become a true prodigy. Even universities would be vying for him. Most importantly, Chen Xian's score broke the record of Yunhai No. 1 High School's college entrance examination. No candidate in previous years had been able to demonstrate a combat power of more than 5,000. This was just the students' idea. The teachers, especially the principal and homeroom teacher Chao Fei, wore expressions of ecstatic joy, because they knew that Chen Xian not only broke the college entrance examination record of Yunhai No. 1 High School, but also refreshed the record of the highest combat power since the popularization of martial arts education in Yunhai City. Although Yunhai No. 1 High School has a prestigious reputation, it is not considered outstanding among high schools in Yunhai City, and even less so in Jiangnan Province. Their best result over the years has only been outside the top 30. With this result, Chen Xian will undoubtedly become the number 1 in Yunhai. They might even break into the top 10 among test takers in Jiangnan Province. The principal clapped his hands vigorously and said excitedly, "Congratulations, Principal Zhang." The proctor gave Chen Xian a deep look, then smiled and said to the principal, "If given the opportunity, I really hope that such a student can enter Jiangnan University." The proctor's surname was Li, and he was said to be an alumnus of Jiangnan University. "That's wonderful." Upon hearing examiner Li's words, Principal Zhang was overjoyed. Jiangnan University was a top 3 university in the country, with unparalleled strength. The principal felt extremely proud that his students could get into such a prestigious university. Having taught for decades and nearing retirement, Principal Zhang would feel satisfied if he could achieve some results in education. However, in the end, it depends on the university's admission score. Despite his excitement, he humbly added, "Are you still the Xuanzi I know?" Wang Kai stared at Chen Xian in disbelief and lightly punched him on the shoulder. "How could it not be? Have you forgotten what happened a few months ago when you peeked at your senior taking a shower?" Okay, just shut up." Wang Kai was sweating profusely and quickly interrupted Chen Xian. This guy almost made himself lose face. "You actually managed to generate 8,000 combat power? How is that possible? Shouldn't you be ranked last?" Huang Fei stared at the numbers on the screen, completely dumbfounded and incredulous. How could such ability exist in a high school student, especially one whom I consider a poor student? To reach this level of combat power, it would probably take several years of training, but the opponent has already achieved it. Huang Fei's expression froze instantly, and his worldview completely collapsed. The other students watched this scene with secret sighs. It was common knowledge that Huang Fei had always wanted to embarrass Chen Xian, but with Wang Kai protecting him before, he never had the chance. Now that he's graduated, the opportunity has come, but would he still dare to make a move against Chen Xian? What if I get killed? Some people always think others are incompetent, only to find out later that they are the ones who are incompetent. Wang Kai looked at Huang Fei with a cold smile. Huang Fei was so angry that his face turned red. He turned to look at Chen Xian, expecting Chen Xian to laugh at him, but Chen Xian just smiled faintly and didn't even look at him. Huang Fei's face turned from red to green, filled with anger and resentment, and he slunk back to the back of the class line. "Chen Xian, you did well on the exam this time. It seems you were hiding your true abilities all along. I never noticed." Class teacher Chao Fei was shocked and had many thoughts. "I actually felt a little ashamed that I hadn't noticed such a student for 3 years. Who would have thought that the student who was least favored in the class would bring the biggest surprise? It seems I need to change my teaching methods. Every student who seems bad might actually be a hidden gem. Teacher, you're too kind." Chen Xian smiled, knowing full well whether he had been hiding his true abilities or not. "Chen Xian, you should go home first. Your college entrance exam results will be out soon. Go home and wait for the good news. Come on, Huang Fei, get out of the way and don't block Chen Xian's way back." Chao Fei patted Chen Xian on the shoulder, his face full of joy, and at the same time pushed Huang Fei, who was blocking the back of the class, aside. Huang Fei. The principal was already beckoning him over. He had to hurry over, probably because the principal had something important to say. Chen Xian nodded. Now that the college entrance exam was over, it was time to go home. When he got home, his younger sister Chen Yuqing was not back yet. She was in her final year of junior high school and was about to take the high school entrance exam. Although she was younger than Chen Xian, she was very sensible, and the two siblings depended on each other for survival. In order not to interfere with Chen Xian's studies, she took on almost all the housework. Although living conditions were tough, they were fortunate to have a house left by their parents, which prevented them from becoming homeless. Chen Xian remembered all of this, and only through hard work could he repay his sister's sacrifices. The college entrance examination results have not yet been released, but Chen Xian knows that he did well, and everything seems to be developing in a good direction. Lying on the sofa in the room, he was lost in thought. Thanks to China's vigorous promotion of education, I also awakened the system. Chen Xian smiled, drew back the curtains, and let the sunlight flood the room. I currently possess very few martial arts skills, almost none. Apart from the basic body strengthening techniques and fist methods, I know nothing else. Body forging fist techniques can only assist in the cultivation of the body forging manual. Their offensive power is almost negligible. It would be great if there were a real martial arts technique. Chen Xian fell into deep thought. Martial arts techniques are indeed available for sale on the market, but the prices are shockingly high. Even ordinary martial arts techniques are far beyond his current means. Although he has mastered the body tempering technique to the 9th level, which allows him to stack up 9 times his combat power, he still cannot fully unleash his full potential without the assistance of advanced martial arts techniques. Moreover, truly superior martial arts skills can enable a martial artist to transcend combat strength and easily defeat their opponent. Yunhai No. 1 Middle School has limited resources. Although it has collected some martial arts techniques, Chen Xian never had the opportunity to come into contact with them. What should we do? Universities, especially the top 5 universities, possess a vast array of martial arts techniques and skills, wield immense power, and have extremely abundant educational resources. Although some schools have attempted to challenge the status of these universities, they have all ultimately failed, and some media outlets have even criticized them for their prevalent academic cliques. In contrast, these universities simply displayed monuments to heroes, neatly arranged tombstones of martyrs who sacrificed their lives fighting the beast tide, leaving everyone speechless. Chen Xian was full of confidence in his abilities and firmly believed that he could get into these top universities. Perhaps I can continue to deduce the body tempering technique. The 9th level may not be the limit. Back in his bedroom, Chen Xian recalled the feeling he had when he first comprehended the 9th level of the body tempering technique and how he could still continue to comprehend it. I was busy with cultivation at the time and didn't have time to do a detailed deduction. Now that I have some free time, I can finally start trying it out. He now possesses 100 times the talent. There are very few people in the world more talented than him. With such talent, it seems not impossible to go a step further based on the work of predecessors. Chen Xian kept recalling the contents and cultivation techniques of the 9th level of the body tempering technique in his mind. He quickly became immersed in it, his brain working at high speed, constantly dissecting and analyzing, hypothesizing various operating methods, and perfecting the logic within. When Chen Yuqing returned home, she saw him cultivating, so she didn't dare to disturb him and quietly left the room. In the middle of the night, the 10th level of the body tempering technique gradually became clear and was eventually perfected by him. In the instant he perfected it, Chen Xian grasped the key, feeling that if needed, he could unleash 10 times the combined combat power in the next second. He let out a long breath, his face full of joy. Although the body tempering technique is not a top-tier cultivation method, it is already extremely remarkable that it has made further progress based on the work of predecessors. It's incredible. Moreover, he only has 100 times the talent now. What if he had 1,000 times, 10,000 times, or even more? Thinking about this, Chen Xian himself was somewhat shocked. However, I feel that this tenfold increase is not the limit, and perhaps we can continue to extrapolate. A glint flashed in his eyes, and he said in a deep voice. Without hesitation, he continued to deduce the levels beyond the 10th level of the body tempering technique. Time flew by, an hour, 2 hours passed, and he finally slowly opened his eyes. Although he was somewhat tired, his eyes were filled with surprise. He had successfully deduced the 11th level of the body tempering technique, and the amplification had reached 11 times. I actually figured it out. He was incredibly excited. With a talent 100-fold and such astonishing power, if this were to become known, it would surely cause a huge uproar. It hasn't reached its limit yet. It seems we can continue to extrapolate, Chen Xian said in a deep voice. Those who can comprehend the 4th or 5th level of the body tempering technique are already geniuses, while those who can reach the 7th or 8th level are exceptionally gifted. However, no one has been able to continue to develop this model beyond the 9 levels. If this news gets out, who knows what kind of storm it will cause. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Xian resumed his deduction of the body tempering technique. Time flies, and another day has passed. Brother, you didn't rest all night, you're still cultivating. Chen Yuqing's voice, coming home from school, interrupted his thoughts. I'm not sleepy, Yuqing. What would you like to eat? I'll make it for you. Chen Xian opened his eyes and said with a smile. He has just deduced the 12th level of the body tempering technique. My younger sister usually does the housework, but now that I have time, how can I let her continue to work so hard? Besides, she's about to take the high school entrance exam, so it's better for her to have more time to study. Then let's have eel rice and braised prawns. Chen Yuqing thought for a moment and said with some heartache. These foods are nothing to the wealthy, but they are extremely precious to them, and they would never dare to eat them on ordinary days. Seeing that Chen Xian hadn't eaten anything for a whole day and night, Chen Yuqing felt sorry for him, but she still held back her emotions and said something. Chen Xian Xian nodded, took out his smartwatch, and opened the Alliance Mall. This watch is equivalent to a combination of various electronic devices on Earth such as mobile phones, computers, and watches, but its functions are far more powerful than these. Here, you can buy anything you want, from the most common daily necessities to top-tier luxury goods, not only within the territory of the human race, but also rare specialties from the Abyss Rift and other exotic lands can be found. However, the price is extremely high, and one must have a certain status and position to purchase it. Chen Xian naturally couldn't afford those top-tier items. He could only afford the daily necessities he ate, wore, and used. As for precious resources such as cultivation techniques, martial arts skills, and cultivation resources, they were simply luxuries for Chen Xian, who, as a person from the bottom of society, could not afford them at all. After buying food in the mall, Chen Xian hesitated for a moment before finally buying 1/5 of the low-grade energy liquid. A whole serving of low-grade energy liquid costs 100,000 star coins. It can slightly improve a cultivator's physique and replenish the energy consumed during cultivation. It is especially suitable for martial artists to cultivate in seclusion. It is said that high-grade energy liquids have special effects, which are beyond Chen Xian's knowledge. Of course, the higher the martial artist's level and the stronger they are, the shorter the time the energy liquid can last. This small amount of energy liquid can allow a martial artist to go without eating for 10 consecutive days, saving a lot of time. Moreover, it can speed up the cultivation process. The higher the grade of the energy liquid, the more significant its effects. Many martial arts masters consume heaven-level or even higher-level energy liquids in order to cultivate in seclusion for longer periods. The powerful energy support they provide is awe-inspiring. Heavenly-grade energy liquid can greatly improve physical constitution, but only powerful beings can absorb it. Low-level martial artists may explode and die if they are not careful. Of course, for Chen Xian now, these things are still too far away. He has exhausted all his wealth and still can't afford even a tiny bit of Earth-rank energy liquid. Even 1/5 of the low-grade energy liquid costs 20,000 star coins, which is equivalent to his and Chen Yuqing's expenses for a whole year. If it's a top-tier energy liquid, a high-quality one can easily cost hundreds of millions, or even billions, which is astonishingly expensive. He wouldn't have spent the money if his younger sister hadn't been at the crucial stage of her high school entrance exam. But now is not the time to save money. Buy it now. Without hesitation, Chen Xian immediately pressed the buy button. Everything will be delivered to your doorstep within 5 minutes. The technology is highly advanced and the efficiency is extremely high. Not long after, the doorbell rang. Chen Xian opened the door, and the package receiving device at the door had already received the package. He picked up the package and went back into the house. When he opened it, he found food and a bottle of blue potion inside, which was a low-level energy liquid. The energy liquid is made from the flesh and blood of alien beasts from the starry sky. After I get my college entrance exam results, I'll go to the Martial Arts Alliance to get certified as a martial artist and then hunt magical beasts. I'm sure I can make a lot of money. After certification, I can also get a national subsidy, which will greatly alleviate my financial pressure. Chen Xian gazed at the bottle of blue liquid and sighed inwardly. By the way, let Yuqing drink this energy liquid first and see how effective it is. He poured the energy liquid into a medicine bowl, carried it to his sister's door, and rang the doorbell. The door opened, and Chen Yuqing came out, smiling as she asked, "Brother, the package arrived? It's here, have some of this first." Chen Xian smiled and handed over the bowl. Chen Yuqing stared curiously at the bluish liquid in the bowl. Her family was poor and had never bought energy drinks before, so she didn't recognize it, but she still took the bowl and drank it. "It's nothing, just 1/5 of a low-grade energy liquid." Chen Xian watched his sister drink it and explained with a smile, "Oh no, that'll cost 20,000 yuan. That's our living expenses for a year." Chen Yuqing's face immediately fell, filled with heartache. "It's okay. You're about to take the high school entrance exam, and the energy liquid will save you a lot of training time. Besides, I'm already a high-level martial artist, and I can get a subsidy after the certification is completed in the next couple of days." Looking at his younger sister's adorable appearance, Chen Xian smiled and pinched her cheek, full of affection. "Brother, you're already a high-level martial artist. That's wonderful." Chen Yuqing jumped up with joy. "Then I have to hurry up and cultivate too. I can't let my brother leave me too far behind." Chen Yuqing quickly finished her meal and went back to her room to cultivate. Seeing his younger sister's focused expression, Chen Xian smiled slightly. Yuqing's talent far surpassed his own. He had wasted a lot of time in the past. Now that his strength had grown, it was time for him to shoulder the responsibility of this family. For the next 2 days, Chen Xian devoted himself to cultivation while waiting for the results of the college entrance examination. As for the deduction of the body tempering technique, it seems to have stalled at the 13th level, which is very likely his limit. Li Xian thought to himself that perhaps the bottleneck of this technique had appeared. After all, the body tempering technique was not a high-level technique. Being able to deduce it to the 13th level might mean reaching its peak. Moreover, once one enters the Grandmaster realm, the body tempering technique can no longer drive the evolution of qi in blood, at which point one one can only abandon it and turn to cultivate a more advanced technique. While amplification-type cultivation techniques are incredibly powerful, they are extremely difficult to master. Even with 100 people practicing them, it's hard to guarantee that only one will successfully break through, let alone advance to the later stages, which are exceptionally challenging. Investing a lot of time and energy may ultimately result in nothing. It's far too difficult. Instead of wasting time on this, it's better to cultivate other techniques in martial arts, which can at least raise your cultivation level by several levels. Although Chen Xian had deduced the body tempering technique to an extremely high level, it was of no reference value to others. For Chen Xian himself, this technique might limit his future strength improvement, since its enhancement is only effective before reaching the Grandmaster level. Once you reach the Grandmaster level, the body tempering technique becomes useless. However, right now, this technique is significantly improving Li Xian's strength. With the boost, he has reached the combat strength of a martial master. The fact that the body tempering technique could improve basic combat strength surprised him quite a bit. If I can advance the body tempering technique to the 13th level before the college entrance examination, my test scores should be even better, Chen Xian said casually. But on second thought, this was neither realistic nor necessary. On the one hand, he didn't have that much time. On the other hand, if he displayed the strength of a high-level martial artist in the college entrance examination, it would probably attract the attention of others. A 17-year-old martial arts master, once this identity becomes known, it would be absolutely terrifying. Don't forget, some people spend their entire lives and can only become novice martial artists. The path to becoming a martial artist is by no means easy. In the city of Yunhai, the existence of martial arts masters is like a colossal beast that shakes the earth. Unless one is a grandmaster, no one can easily suppress them. However, a 17-year-old martial arts master is far too high profile. Until we have absolutely overwhelming strength, it's best to keep a low profile. Despite this, Chen Xian still valued his college entrance examination ranking very much. Martial arts education is widespread in China, and those who excel in the college entrance examination receive rewards from the city and even the entire Jiangnan province. The rewards include martial arts techniques, cultivation resources, and even generous sums of money. These are all extremely important to Chen Xian right now. We'll have to wait a few more days until the results are announced, Chen Xian said slowly, drawing back the curtains and gazing at the neon-lit streets outside. A week has passed quietly. In the past few days, besides cultivating, Chen Xian has also taken the initiative to take on all the housework so that Chen Yuqing can focus on preparing for the exam. As far as he knew, the high school entrance exam would be held in the next few days. Since the college entrance examination results had not yet been released, Chen Xian stopped paying too much attention to them. After all, college entrance exam results usually take about 10 days to be released, so there's no point in paying close attention now. Brother, I've already reached the 4th level of my body tempering technique, and my combat power is almost at 1000. The principal of number 3 middle school said I can report to number 3 middle school tomorrow, and I don't need to take the high school entrance exam, Chen Yuqing said excitedly during dinner. What? You've already reached the 4th level of the body tempering technique? The principal of number 3 middle school is letting you register directly without having to take the high school entrance exam? Chen Xian was stunned upon hearing this, his surprise evident in his words. Then, he became excited again. The teaching standards of number 3 middle school were among the best in Yunhai City, even better than number 1 middle school, where he was studying. It is said that even the lowest level instructors there are intermediate level martial artists, and the principal, Zhou Liang, is an advanced level martial artist. If Yuqing enters number 3 middle school and studies for 3 years, she will very likely reach the level of a beginner martial artist before the college entrance examination. At that time, getting into a top university will not be a problem. He has now cultivated the body tempering technique to the 4th level, which is enough to prove his extraordinary talent. After all, some high school seniors may not even be able to reach the 4th level. Of course, some people simply gave up on the difficult-to-master body tempering technique and turned to other cultivation methods. People with average talent will progress slowly in practicing body strengthening techniques, which may affect their college entrance examination scores. In comparison, it is more cost-effective to spend money to purchase other cultivation methods. This has led to the embarrassing situation that, despite the Ministry of Education's vigorous promotion of the body tempering technique, very few people are willing to learn it by the time they reach high school. Of course, Chen Xian and Yuqing chose the body tempering technique because their family was poor and they had no other choice. However, this also led Chen Xian to unexpectedly discover the secret that the body tempering technique could greatly enhance combat power. That's great. It's wonderful that you can study at number 3 middle school, Yuqing. I'll go with you tomorrow, Chen Xian said with a smile. His own results haven't come out yet, and he doesn't have anything else to do, so he's going to check out the learning atmosphere at Yunhai number 1 high school and number 3 high school. As a student at number 1 middle school, he had never been to number 3 middle school. Okay, thank you, brother. Chen Yuqing smiled happily. When they were young, they often played and did things things together. As they grew up, Chen Xian was busy with his studies and life and rarely had time to spend with her. These words warmed her heart. After finishing his meal, Chen Xian tidied up the housework and returned to his bedroom to begin his cultivation. The deeper one's cultivation of a technique, the higher one's proficiency, and the greater the improvement in basic combat strength. The Li Xian body tempering technique he cultivates can now increase his combat power by 13 times. For every doubling of his base combat power, the amplified value also increases by 13 times. For example, if Chen Xian's basic combat power increases by 1 point, it will be 13 points after the amplification. For an ordinary martial artist to increase their combat power by 13 points, it would probably take a week or even longer of arduous training. Chen Xian only needs one amplification to achieve this effect. Because amplification-type cultivation techniques are so powerful, they are also difficult to cultivate successfully, and some people simply cannot cultivate them at all. The price of enhancement-type cultivation techniques on the market is far lower than that of other cultivation techniques and martial arts skills of the same level. Chen Xian focused his mind and concentrated on circulating the body tempering technique. The night passed quietly, and as dawn broke, he slowly opened his eyes. My combat power has increased by 10 points, making it 130 after the boost, which is about what I expected. He sat up from the bed, stretched his fists and feet, and began to throw punches in the air. Bang bang bang! The sonic booms generated by the punches rose and fell one after another. This is only a 6-fold increase. There's no need for any more. Chen Xian stopped cultivating. The vibrations had already made the windows rattle. If he increased the force, the noise would be even louder, potentially disturbing the neighbors. All right, I still have to take Yuqing to the 3rd middle school to register today. He tidied up and came to the living room, where he found that Chen Yuqing was already ready and waiting for him. Brother, you're out. I gained another 15 points of combat power last night. Chen Yuqing said excitedly, her eyes filled with doubt. She hadn't cultivated at all, so how could her combat power have increased on its own? This might be the effect of the low-grade energy liquid, Chen Xian explained. For low-level martial artists, energy liquid can improve their physique and enhance their combat power to a certain extent. The lower the cultivation level, the more obvious the effect of the nutrient liquid. If a martial artist takes a low-level energy liquid, the effect will be almost negligible. Energy liquid has such amazing effects, Chen Yuqing exclaimed in surprise. She had only heard of this stuff before, but had never actually taken it herself. This was her first time, and she was filled with curiosity about its effects. When your brother has money, I'll buy you even more advanced energy liquid, Chen Xian said with a smile, rubbing her nose. Thank you, brother, but that stuff is too expensive, Chen Yuqing said with a smile, but after counting on her fingers, her face immediately darkened, and she sighed. A bottle of low-grade energy liquid costs 100,000, mid-grade costs several million, and high-grade costs hundreds of millions or even billions. It's simply not something we can afford. Don't worry, let's go register first. Chen Xian didn't want to dwell on the topic, so he smiled slightly and pulled her towards the 3rd middle school. He wouldn't have been so confident in making boastful claims before, but with the system's help, Chen Xian is now full of confidence in himself. 100-fold talent is already so powerful. What surprises will there be if we unlock even higher talents? Thinking of this, Chen Xian felt a surge of warmth in his heart, and a hint of longing flashed in his eyes. After leaving the house, the two hailed a car and quickly arrived at the gate of Yunhai No. 3 Middle School. This school is currently the top high school in Yunhai City, even slightly better than No. 1 and No. 2 high schools. It is this advantage that has allowed it to firmly hold the top position among high schools in Yunhai City. Every year during the high school entrance examination, No. 3 Middle School selects the best of the best and even admits some outstanding students in advance. Therefore, No. 3 Middle School's strength far exceeds that of other schools, and every year a lot of students are admitted to key martial arts schools. At No. 3 Middle School, even the worst teacher is at least an intermediate-level martial artist, and there are countless advanced-level martial artists. Principal Wu Yu is even close to the level of a grandmaster. The teaching staff is among the best in Yunhai City's high schools, and the admission standards are extremely strict. It is truly remarkable that Chen Yuqing was admitted to No. 3 Middle School. At this moment, Chen Xian and she were standing at the entrance of this school. Excuse me, are you Chen Yuqing? A deep voice rang out, and the two turned to look. They saw a middle-aged man in combat uniform with a rugged face walking towards them. Chen Xian thought to himself, I've heard that Wu Yu, the principal of No. 3 Middle School, has a fiery temper and is a battle maniac. This guy really does look like him. It's me, Principal Wu. Upon seeing Principal Wu approaching, Chen Yuqing quickly stepped forward to greet him. Not bad at all. You're a promising student. Welcome to No. 3 Middle School, Chen Yuqing. By the way, this must be your older brother, Chen Xian. Wu Yu nodded and smiled, but his eyes held a hint of something else, a half-smile. Hello, Principal Wu. Chen Xian frowned, sensing something was off about this person, but still responded politely. Chen Yuqing, I've made arrangements for you. You and this student will go to complete the formalities. Your brother and I have some things to discuss, Principal Wu suddenly said, beckoning a student over and indicating that she should take Chen Yuqing to complete the enrollment procedures. Upon hearing Principal Wu's words, Chen Yuqing paused, then looked at Chen Xian. Go ahead and register. I need to talk to Principal Wu about something. I'll wait for you here, Chen Xian said with a smile, narrowing his eyes. He wanted to see what Principal Wu was trying to say. If it was something bad, he had to nip it in the bud as soon as possible and not let anything detrimental to Yuqing happen. Okay, then you have to wait for me here, brother. We'll go back together in a bit. Chen Yuqing didn't think much of it, assuming that Principal Wu just wanted to find out about her situation from her brother, which she thought was normal. After saying that, he walked into the gate of number 3 middle school. Chen Xian, would you like to come to my office to discuss some matters? As Chen Yuqing walked away, Principal Wu's smile vanished, and his tone turned cold, as if he didn't take Chen Xian seriously at all. No problem, Chen Xian replied calmly, seemingly oblivious to Principal Wu's attitude. Seeing his attitude, Principal Wu sneered inwardly. What's so great about a mere underachiever, the worst student in the class? If it weren't for your sister, I wouldn't even bother with you. Fine, I'll let you be arrogant for a while, then get lost. With that, he strode towards a small private aircraft not far away. Principal Wu, there's no need to take a flying vehicle to the office, Chen Xian said calmly. Although the campus of number 3 middle school is large, it is not so much that you need to fly from the main gate to the principal's office. My office is quite far from here. The aircraft will be faster, Principal Wu replied with a smile. Chen Xian nodded, said nothing more, and boarded the aircraft. Soon, the aircraft carried the two people to the principal's office, which was dozens of miles away from the 3rd middle school. Principal Wu then led Chen Xian into his private office and closed the door. I heard that you and your sister are orphans, and life must be very hard. Principal Wu sat at his desk, a faint smile on his lips, looking at Chen Xian with a complicated expression. Principal Wu, since you brought me here, please speak frankly. Chen Xian frowned slightly, his tone calm. He didn't believe that a principal of number 3 middle school would bring him here specifically just to spout useless nonsense. Good. I like your straightforward attitude. Then I won't waste any more words. Here's 500,000 yuan. Leave your sister Chen Yuqing. Principal Wu paused for a moment, then smiled and said, Principal Wu, what do you mean by this? Chen Xian's eyes sharpened as he stared at Principal Wu, his tone slow yet firm. He and Chen Yuqing had relied on each other for more than 10 years, and he had long regarded her as his closest person. He would never allow anything that might hurt her to happen. My meaning is very clear. Take the money and get out of here. You have nothing to do with Chen Yuqing anymore, and I am her guardian. This 500,000 is hush money to keep you quiet. Seeing Chen Xian's appearance, Principal Wu stopped pretending and spoke slowly and deliberately. Chen Xian is such a poor student that he'll never amount to anything in his life, so talking to him is a complete waste of time. I never imagined that the principal of number 3 middle school would engage in such a despicable act as kidnapping. Aren't you afraid that if word gets out, it will have a bad impact? Chen Xian questioned in a deep voice. I'm not afraid to tell you. You'd better know what's good for you, otherwise, who knows how many people mysteriously disappear from Yunhai City every year. A cold glint flashed in Principal Wu's eyes, and his voice was low. It seems you won't let me leave unless I agree. Yes, Chen Xian said calmly. That's right. A wise person knows when to yield. There's nothing wrong with bowing your head sometimes, at least you can save your life. Isn't it better to be alive? Why go through the trouble of courting death? This place is deserted. Without my fingerprints, no ordinary person could get in. If you die here, no one would know. Principal Wu spoke calmly. In this era where might makes right, the death of an ordinary person goes unnoticed. After all, every year numerous strange beasts attack human cities, or even infiltrate them. Death is commonplace. Why live if you have to seek death? You're absolutely right, but some people just don't understand that. Chen Xian stared at Principal Wu, a smile suddenly appearing on his lips. Principal Wu felt something was off about Chen Xian's gaze, and inexplicably found it absurd. It's as if the other party can completely control me. This is utter nonsense. I am a high-level martial artist who is close to the level of a martial master. That kind of trash could be killed with one punch. You're completely wrong. You shouldn't have focused your attention on Yuqing. The only thing you did right was that it's hard for anyone to get in here. Chen Xian's bones cracked and popped as he slowly stood up. Principal Wu was stunned. The other party actually dared to attack him. He had inquired about Chen Xian's situation. He was at the 3rd level of the body tempering realm, came from a poor family, and could not afford cultivation techniques and martial arts skills. He could only work hard on the body tempering technique. After so many years, he had only reached the 3rd level of the body tempering technique, and his combat strength was less than 500. He's utterly useless. How dare such a piece of trash fight me? Is he not only incompetent, but also brain-dead? Unfortunately, his understanding of Chen Xian was still based on the past. If he had known Chen Xian's performance in the college entrance examination, he would never have underestimated him so much less been so arrogant. Since you're courting death, then I'll. Before he could finish speaking, a loud bang echoed in the room. Chen Xian lunged forward and threw a punch that shattered the air, smashing all the tables and chairs in his path. The terrifying speed caused Principal Wu's expression to change drastically. Before he could react, he also threw a punch to meet the attack. With a thud of his fists, Principal Wu let out a scream as his arm snapped and twisted into a bizarre arc. Chen Xian swiftly turned his right hand and grabbed at his neck. Cough, die. Principal Wu's face twisted in pain as he suddenly kicked Chen Xian hard. This terrifying force caused the air to vibrate and explode. It must be admitted that Principal Wu's abilities are indeed formidable. Unfortunately, he encountered Chen Xian, whose base combat power was 1500. The 13-fold increase in combat power allowed him to instantly unleash over 10,000 combat power, reaching the level of a martial master. Faced with this fierce attack, Chen Xian remained expressionless and lightly swept his left hand across the surface. Principal Wu's legs immediately went limp and broke in two. Oh, my leg! Principal Wu screamed, nearly fainting, staring at Chen Xian in terror. Martial arts master, who exactly are you? He stared intently at Chen Xian, never expecting that the person in front of him was so powerful, easily crushing him. This person was at least a martial arts master. A martial arts master aged 10, 17. Principal Wu suddenly felt completely overwhelmed. A deep sense of regret began to well up inside me. Is there a medicine for regret in this world? Tell me, why are you targeting Yuqing? Chen Xian slightly loosened his grip on Principal Wu's neck and asked in a cold tone. Principal Wu hesitated for a moment, his eyes darting around as he considered what excuse to come up with. But Chen Xian didn't give him a chance to hesitate at all, grabbing his intact arm and snapping it in an instant. Principal Wu screamed, his face turning bright red, his eyes almost bulging out of their sockets. I'll tell you right now. Feeling Chen Xian's hand move towards his other intact leg, and fearing it might break if he wasn't careful, Principal Wu was terrified and hurriedly shouted, "Explain yourself or I'll break every single bone in your body." Chen Xian threatened him expressionlessly. "I'll tell you, I definitely will." Principal Wu glared at Chen Xian with horror, never expecting that the young man would be so ruthless. He had no doubt that as long as he kept it a secret, Chen Xian would show no mercy, and of course, he himself would not either. "I am from the Wu family of Dongling in Jiangnan province. We are targeting Chen Yuqing mainly for marriage alliances with other families. She has good talent and is a good match." Principal Wu dared not hide it any longer and hurriedly confessed. After saying that, he looked at Chen Xian nervously. "The Wu family, ha, you really know how to scheme. You're unwilling to use your own family's children for marriage alliances, but you set your sights on others. How despicable." Chen Xian gave him a cold glance. "Don't misunderstand, we're doing this for a good reason. If your sister can marry into a prominent family, that would be a tremendous leap forward for her," Principal Wu explained loudly. He now only hoped to fool Chen Xian, escape first, and then lead his men to kill him. He thought viciously to himself, a 17-year-old martial arts master has unlimited potential. Since we've already formed a grudge, we should eliminate it as soon as possible. As for his mention of intermarriages between large families, that's common practice. But for outsiders like Chen Yuqing, even if they marry into such families, they're unlikely to be valued. This is a good thing for the Wu family, but not necessarily for outsiders. That makes a lot of sense. Chen Xian's eyes turned cold. These powerful families didn't treat ordinary people as human beings at all. They treated them more like commodities. Using others as bargaining chips in marriage alliances, they mistakenly believe it to be a blessing or an opportunity for success. Hearing him say that, Principal Wu's tension eased slightly. But the next second, Chen Xian said calmly, "Since that's the case, then you can go die." Chen Xian tightened his grip, and Principal Wu's face turned red, and he made a gurgling sound in his throat. "No, you can't kill me. I'm from the Wu family of Jiangnan. If you kill me, you're finished, and your sister is finished too. Let me go, and I promise to pretend nothing happened. Plus, I'm willing to give you $1 million. $1 million is enough for you and your sister to live a good life with plenty of food and drink. If you kill me, the Wu family will hunt you down. Although you are a martial arts master, our Wu family has a grandmaster guarding it. You should think this over carefully." Principal Wu resorted to threats and bribes in a panic. Most people would be intimidated by these words and let him off the hook. But to his disappointment, these threats had no effect on Chen Xian. After all, he had only had the system for a few days, and his combat power had jumped from less than 500 to martial master. Given time, what were grandmasters, and what was the Wu family? However, if Principal Wu knew that grandmasters were the top combat force against alien beasts, and that a city guarded by a grandmaster would be difficult for alien beasts to breach, it's unbelievable that Chen Xian, a mere martial arts master, would disregard a grandmaster. "You can die now. Thank you for your confession. I'm sure no one will disturb your peace." Chen Xian smiled faintly. "Shut your stinking mouth." With a sudden burst of strength, he crushed Principal Wu's neck. He had no intention of letting Principal Wu go. Letting him go would only bring trouble to himself and his sister. Killing him, even if the Wu family found out, would be impossible to predict when. At that time, I might not have been a match for the Wu family. Chen Xian went into the bathroom, quickly cleaned the blood off his body, and then left the office building. Before leaving, he activated all the building's security systems and and set them to do not disturb mode. In this way, Principal Wu's disappearance will not attract the attention of others for the time being. Principal Wu could never have imagined that his building, located on the edge of the city and used to handle shady matters, would eventually become his final resting place. The Wu family had better not come looking for you, or don't blame me for taking action, Chen Xian muttered to himself. Although grandmasters are very strong, given time, Chen Xian is confident that he can raise his combat power to the grandmaster level. However, the body tempering technique is of a relatively low level. It can still be used now, but once you reach the grandmaster level, the body tempering technique will be useless because of its low level. At that time, you will have to find a new amplification technique. As Chen Xian pondered, he hurried from Principal Wu's office to Yunhai No. 3 Middle School. He covered dozens of miles at a speed as fast as a galloping horse and quickly arrived at the school gate. It seems Yuqing hasn't come out yet. He glanced around and found that Chen Yuqing was not at the school gate, nor had he received any messages from her. He guessed that she had not yet completed the enrollment procedures. Bored, Chen Xian found a cultivation room near the school and began to cultivate. Although the body tempering technique cannot be further deduced, repeated tempering can still improve basic combat strength, which is equally important. Brother, where are you now? I'm already out. An hour later, Chen Yuqing sent a message. Not bad, it adds another 20 points to basic combat strength, better than nothing. At this time, Chen Xian's combat strength had reached 1520, which was an improvement over before. He stopped cultivating, replied to his sister's message, and left the cultivation room. Brother, you're here. I can start taking classes here tomorrow. Upon seeing Chen Xian, Chen Yuqing said happily, "Where's Principal Wu? Isn't he with you?" Chen Yuqing looked puzzled when she saw that the principal was not there. He is the principal and is very busy. He just left. Chen Yuqing nodded without doubt. The principal had a lot of work to do and couldn't spend a lot of time with her brother. Let's go. I'll take you to eat first, and then we'll go home. In the following days, Chen Yuqing went directly to No. 3 Middle School, while Chen Xian's life was very regular, consisting of doing housework and cultivating. His combat strength has continued to grow over the past few days. Although the increase was small, it was still enough to make people happy. That day, Chen Xian had just come out of the cultivation room when he saw his younger sister, who had already finished school, anxiously waiting for him at the entrance of the residential area. Seeing him approach, her eyes couldn't help but sparkle with excitement. Brother, the rankings are out. You're the top scorer in the college entrance exam in Jiangnan province this year. Chen Yuqing ran over and, like a swallow returning to its nest, leaped into Chen Xian's arms, shouting excitedly, "The top scorer in Jiangnan province? Number 1. Hearing his sister's words, Chen Xian was also a little surprised, not expecting that he could get the first place in Jiangnan province. My combat power was only 8,200 when I took the college entrance exam, but my score was so good. In his view, his performance in the college entrance examination was actually average. If he had had a 13-fold increase in combat power at the time, his score would have been more reasonable. Chen Xian couldn't help but feel a little proud. After all, it was truly amazing that a 16-year-old could display the combat power of a martial master. It should be noted that among the more than 10 million people in Yunhai City, besides the 3 generals and more than 10 grandmasters, there are only a few dozen grandmasters, each of whom can shake Yunhai. It's astonishing that someone his age possesses the combat strength of a high-level martial artist. After all, the entrance requirement for most top martial arts universities is only 3,000 combat power, and it has been raised this year, even lower in previous years. Soon, the news of this ranking spread throughout the city, causing a huge sensation. This is the best result achieved by Yunhai City in the college entrance examination in more than 10 years. The Yunhai Municipal Education Bureau and major news media outlets went crazy, rushing to Yunhai No. 1 Middle School, making the school the focus of the entire city instantly. In the school principal's office, Principal Zhang, dressed in a formal suit, tried his best to remain calm, but the smile in the corner of his eye was still hard to hide. He's really doing great. Chen Xian deserves a good reward. His high school, which wasn't even ranked first in Yunhai City, produced the top scorer in the college entrance examination in Jiangnan province, which undoubtedly made him feel extremely proud. I knew Chen Xian was extraordinary, a genius, from the moment he entered school. His teachers and I valued him highly, and he hasn't let us down. Chen Xian, you're truly amazing. Facing a large group of reporters, Principal Zhang said these words with a smile. He paid no attention to the fact that Teacher Chow and the others' faces were flushed red. When had they ever truly valued Chen Xian? It was just that Chen Xian had given them an unexpected surprise. Even now, many students are extremely shocked and incredulous that Chen Xian was able to achieve the top score in the Jiangnan province college entrance examination. But considering the astonishing strength Chen Xian displayed in the exam, they seemed to be able to understand. As soon as he finished speaking, Principal Zhang solemnly stated that he would give Chen Xian a generous reward on behalf of Yunhai City. At the same time, the Yunhai Martial Arts Alliance headquarters also formally invited Chen Xian to the headquarters for martial artist certification. Faced with these rewards, Chen Xian kept only one defensive cultivation cultivation technique and exchanged the rest for energy liquid, which would greatly help his and his sister's cultivation. Chen Xian politely declined all the gifts that many companies in Yunhai City wanted to give him. There's no such thing as a free lunch. These people clearly saw Chen Xian's potential and wanted to build a relationship with him in advance so they could ask for his help later. It's easy to take something from someone and then feel awkward refusing it later. Everyone understands this kind of situation. Moreover, those companies simply couldn't provide what Chen Xian needed, and money became insignificant to him. Once you're certified as a high-level martial artist, you can receive a subsidy of 30,000 star coins every month. This subsidy is equivalent to his and Chen Yuqing's living expenses for a year. In a few days, I must go to the Martial Arts Alliance headquarters to complete the certification. Chen Xian had already made up his mind to get this matter settled before starting university. Brother, are these all energy liquids? When Chen Yuqing returned home from school at noon, she was surprised to see a red bottle and 10 blue bottles of energy liquid on the table. As a child from a poor family, she had never seen so much energy liquid. The last time she took it, it was less than a fifth of a bottle of low-grade energy liquid. What's in front of you now are 11 complete bottles of energy liquid. That's right, these are all energy liquids. 1 bottle of intermediate-grade energy liquid and 10 bottles of low-grade energy liquid. Chen Xian answered with a smile. Yuqing, these 10 bottles of low-grade energy liquid are all for you to use. Brother, I don't need this much, you should use it. Chen Yuqing asked in surprise. I don't need it. This bottle of intermediate-grade energy liquid is enough for me to cultivate that star-attracting technique. Chen Xian's gaze fell on a book on the table, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. In fact, to reward Chen Xian, Yunhai City prepared 2 martial arts manuals. One was the martial art for Gate's scattered hands, and the other was the star guiding technique in front of them, a defensive martial art. Chen Xian only needs to choose one of the books. Principal Zhang and others advised him to choose the 4 gates of freehand techniques. Although the star guiding technique is of a higher grade, it is extremely difficult to cultivate. Since Yunhai City obtained this technique, no one has successfully cultivated it. Instead of wasting time on extremely difficult techniques, it's better to choose the 4 gates scattered hands, which are quick to produce results and can rapidly improve one's strength. But Chen Xian chose the star guiding technique without hesitation. The star drawing technique can draw upon the power of stars to enhance defense. Once mastered, it can even form a layer of star power on the body's surface to resist damage. Principal Zhang and the others don't understand my talent. I can perform extreme simulations. What they can't do, I might be able to do as well. A surge of passion welled up in Chen Xian's heart, and he murmured to himself, although defensive techniques are difficult to master, once mastered, their power should not be underestimated. When the combat strength of both sides is roughly equal, the side with stronger defense will undoubtedly have the advantage. If you can't break through the opponent's defenses, you'll eventually be worn down and killed. Is this intermediate-grade energy liquid? Chen Yuqing stared at the red liquid in the bottle, her eyes filled with surprise. She could clearly feel the surging energy contained within it. That's a really big deal. A single bottle of intermediate-grade energy liquid is worth at least hundreds of millions of star coins, a price that is simply unimaginable for ordinary people. She then looked at the table, where a dark blue ancient book lay, that star guiding technique. Brother, with this cultivation technique and intermediate-level energy liquid, your strength will definitely reach a new level, Chen Yuqing said with great joy. In her opinion, her brother could only cultivate the body tempering technique before, yet he still managed to win first place in Jiangnan province. With this technique, her brother would definitely become even stronger. Chen Xian smiled and nodded. However, he did not start cultivating immediately, even though the college entrance examination results had been released and the matter was far from over. He just received a notification from Principal Zhang that he needed to go to the school this afternoon, as representatives from one of the top 5 universities in China had come. The admissions office staff arrived quite quickly. Chen Xian was somewhat surprised, but he could understand. Every year, the top scorers in the college entrance examination in each province are sought after by martial arts universities. By taking the lead, you can bring talent under your wing. After finishing their meal, Chen Yuqing went to school, and Chen Xian rested for a while before taking a car to number 1 middle school. In the principal's office, all the admissions officers from the top-ranked universities were present. To be honest, this is the first time so many top universities have sent people to Yunhai at the same time. Principal Zhang's face was beaming with smiles. He was practically a flower in bloom. To his surprise, 2 of the top 5 universities did not send anyone to the event. Kawasaki University and Seijo University were both absent. When did top scorers in the college entrance examination become so unpopular? It's worth noting that in previous years, these universities made grand promises and went to great lengths to recruit top talent. Principal Zhang and the teachers from number 1 middle school all looked grim. Yunhai City only produces 1 top scorer in the college entrance examination every few years, and just when they were about to celebrate, they were met with indifference. What shocked Principal Zhang and others even more was that Lingda University's admissions office office actually expressed doubt about Chen Xian's abilities. In the monthly assessment a month before the college entrance examination, he was only at the third level of body tempering technique, with a combat power of over 500, but his college entrance examination score showed a combat power of 8,200. Is that possible? The teacher from the University of Lingnan's admissions office took a sip of tea and spoke calmly. Teacher's son, what do you mean by that? Principal Zhang asked, frowning. My point is simple. The results might be fake. We'll take in promising talents, but we also need to see if they really have the ability. Teacher's son responded calmly. Isn't he a high-level martial artist? We have a student here who is also a high-level martial artist. Why don't we have a match and see? Teacher's son pointed to a student behind her. Teacher's son, let Huang Zhong expose his disguise later. I don't know what methods he used to get such a high score on the college entrance exam, but a fake is a fake. I heard from my cousin Huang Fei that his real ability is nothing but trash. It would be a joke to let someone like that into a top university. The student behind him said coldly, Huang Fei, that bastard. Upon hearing Huang Zhong's words, teacher Chao cursed Huang Fei inwardly. The admissions officers at Beihai University did not comment, clearly indicating that they were open to testing Chen Xian's abilities. Meanwhile, Mr. Li from Jiangnan University, who was also the proctor that day, smiled and said nothing. On the day of the college entrance examination, if Chen Xian had truly cheated, he wouldn't have escaped his notice. He didn't stop him. Lingda University's skepticism towards Chen Xian clearly disqualifies them from recruiting him. For Chen Xian to go to Lingda University is simply a pipe dream. How great it is to easily eliminate a competitor and watch them get humiliated. Why hasn't he arrived yet? Is he really afraid of being exposed? He might just be a good-for-nothing. Huang Zhong feigned surprise. After all, Huang Fei was his cousin, and these words were meant to support him. He himself did not believe that anyone could raise their combat power to the level of a high-level martial artist in just a few days. Besides, regardless of whether Chen Xian was faking it or not, even if he really was a high-level martial artist, he wouldn't take him seriously. He was already at that level, and with his martial arts skills, suppressing his opponent would be a piece of cake. Young man, don't go too far with your words. Chen Xian just hasn't arrived yet. Finally, the homeroom teacher, Chao Fei, couldn't hold back any longer and said in a deep voice. The university teacher suspected Chen Xian, but he didn't say much, since students weren't qualified to interrupt. Huang Zhong sneered, saying nothing more, but his contempt was evident. After all, Chao Fei was merely a mid-level martial artist. Chao Fei was so angry that his face turned red, but he was helpless. The difference in strength was obvious, and he was no match for Huang Zhong. Alright, student, that's enough. Professor Sun, shouldn't you be disciplining your students? Professor Li Tian from Jiangnan University said unhappily. Yunhai is, after all, part of Jiangnan province. As the province's top martial arts academy, how could it sit idly by? Moreover, as an examiner, questioning Chen Xian was tantamount to questioning his own judgment. Seeing teacher Li Tian's gaze sweep over him, Huang Zhong swallowed hard, shrank back, and hid behind the teacher. The opponent is a grandmaster. Although he won't actually attack him, he simply can't withstand that aura. Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Then you should just shut up, student, a teacher from Beihai University said, standing up and smiling as he tried to smooth things over. We're here to recruit students, not to argue. It has to be said that the Ling University student had a really sharp tongue. Luckily, Chen Xian wasn't there, otherwise a real conflict might have broken out. Just then, the office door was pushed open, and a tall, strong figure appeared in the doorway. It was clearly Chen Xian who had just arrived. Chen Xian, you're here. Come in quickly. Class teacher Chao Fei greeted him with a smile. However, the smile seemed somewhat forced. He forced himself to stay alert so that Chen Xian wouldn't notice, since this was something Chen Xian should be happy about, and he didn't want to spoil Chen Xian's mood. But he didn't expect that even if he didn't care, the people from Lingda wouldn't let go of testing Chen Xian. Let me introduce you. These are admissions officers from various universities. Teacher, what happened? Chen Xian was interrupted as soon as he opened his mouth. He frowned slightly, clearly sensing that something was off. Chao Fei hesitated for a moment, then chose to remain silent, smiling as he said, it's nothing. Principal Zhang frowned but didn't say anything. The important thing is to let Chen Xian choose a school with peace of mind. Everything else is irrelevant. They don't want to say it, but others think differently. I was the one who said it just now. Your college entrance exam results might have been obtained through cheating, Huang Zhong said, stepping forward directly. Who are you? Chen Xian turned his head, his expression calm, and stared at Huang Zhong as he asked. Huang Zhong, a third-year student at Lingda University and the student council president. Huang Zhong stepped forward and said nonchalantly, I, Huang Zhong, have practiced martial arts since childhood. I have excellent resources and talent, and I am only a high-level martial artist now, which is already considered genius. You, a third-year high school student, are also a high-level martial artist? Can you believe it? Principal Zhang and the other teachers frowned slightly upon hearing this. Although Huang Zhong was stubborn, his strength was indeed remarkable. Many of them were only beginner-level martial artists. Becoming a certified martial artist is no easy feat. Yunhai City has a population of 10 million, but there are only a little over 100,000 novice martial artists. Huang Zhong's ability to become a high-level martial artist at such a young age is truly remarkable. Fine, you say I cheated? Now I challenge you to a contest. Do you dare to accept? Chen Xian spoke slowly. You say you want to challenge me? You think you can defeat me in one move? Huang Zhong had barely finished speaking when he burst into laughter, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. This is simply unbelievable, like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, utterly overestimating your own abilities. Who gave you the courage? However, I'm in a good mood today, so I'll give you the chance. Okay, I accept your challenge. Huang Zhong shook his head, almost laughing through his tears, and then accepted Chen Xian's challenge. He looked around and said, Teachers, as you have all seen, it was he who challenged me. As a martial artist, how can I avoid a fight? If word gets out, where will I put my face? It will also severely damage the reputation of our university. Won't we become a laughingstock? Huang Zhong's words were reasonable and well-founded, and the teachers who were about to stop him all stopped, their brows furrowing slightly. Chen Xian was simply outrageous, daring to challenge a third-year university student, especially since the student had no reason to refuse. Alright, even geniuses need to be taught a lesson. Being too arrogant won't do. This is a good opportunity to verify whether this top scorer in the college entrance examination is a fraud. If he can really defeat Huang Zhong, he will definitely be a genius. It won't be too late to win him over then. Thinking about these things, the college admissions officers sat down again. That's not a good idea. Chen Xian is several years younger than Huang Zhong. Principal Zhang said with a frown. If Huang Zhong were an ordinary college student, Principal Zhang wouldn't be worried, but he's a student from Lingda University, with formidable abilities. Although he also had confidence in Chen Xian, it was better to avoid trouble. Why is it bad? How can Huang Zhong back down from such a challenge? Teacher Sun from Lingda glanced at Principal Zhang and said indifferently, Teacher Li, what do you think? He smiled and looked at Li Tian. Li Tian from Jiangnan University seemed to be very supportive of Chen Xian, which puzzled him somewhat. Li Tian nodded, his expression natural. Okay, you can start in a bit, but keep it brief and don't hurt anyone. Teacher Sun gave the order directly. Chen Xian, you. Teacher Chao's eyes were filled with tears. Chen Xian was clearly standing up for him. Thinking about how he hadn't cared for him enough in the past, he felt a little ashamed. But this was far too impulsive. Then let's go to the arena. Huang Zhong laughed loudly. There is a dedicated arena on campus for students to practice and compete. He stared coldly at Chen Xian, wanting to see him afraid, but Chen Xian's expression remained unchanged. It was as if the person in front of him wasn't a high-level martial artist at all, but a piece of trash, which made him so angry that he almost gritted his teeth. You'll see what I mean in a minute. Huang Zhong glared at Chen Xian, then got up and walked towards the arena. No need for all that trouble, just leave it here. Chen Xian responded calmly. Are you scared? As long as you admit you're a fake and apologize to me, I won't hold it against you. Huang Zhong retorted sarcastically. One move is enough to defeat you, why bother with so much effort? Are you going to fight or not? If not, get lost. Chen Xian frowned and said, his combat power could be boosted to the level of a martial arts master, while his opponent was only a high-level martial artist and was no match for him at all. It's a waste of time to waste words here. Fine, I'll make sure you remember this lesson. Huang Zhong's face was gloomy. Teacher Sun's expression wasn't very good either, but they never considered that if they make things difficult for others, how can they expect others to have a good temper? The fact that they're not fighting right now is already considered lenient. Teacher Li Tian appreciated Chen Xian's tone and smiled. No sooner had he finished speaking than Huang Zhong lunged at Chen Xian. The office wasn't far from the arena, and Huang Zhong was incredibly fast. In a flash, he was in front of Chen Xian. One finger pointed directly at Chen Xian's chest. A loud bang was then heard in the air. The speed and ruthlessness of their actions were astonishing. The expressions of the people around him changed slightly. Huang Zhong was indeed a high-level martial artist, and he had fully unleashed combat power commensurate with his level. He was ruthless. If this strike had landed, Chen Xian would have been out of danger, but would certainly have been seriously injured. The admissions officers' expressions turned serious. They were prepared for Chen Xian to be overwhelmed. They were there to recruit students, not to stand by and watch their top-scoring student get injured. Just then, Chen Xian made his move, his claw suddenly grabbing at Huang Zhong. Huang Zhong's expression changed drastically. Chen Xian's movements seemed slow, but he couldn't stop him at all. He could only watch helplessly as Chen Xian grabbed his head with a claw. It was so fast that it was impossible to react. The next second, everything went black before his eyes, and he felt dizzy. With a smack, he was slammed to the ground. The great bell slammed heavily onto the ground, the sound of which was deafening. He screamed in agony, blood gushing from his mouth and nose, and lay on the ground like a dead fish. From start to finish, it only lasted 3 seconds, a mere 3 seconds. Everyone stared at Huang Zhong, who was lying motionless on the ground. In an instant, the entire principal's office fell into a deathly silence, and everyone stared at Chen Xian with shocked eyes. He actually defeated Huang Zhong with just one move. His combat strength strength is no longer just that of a martial master. No, it's practically on the verge of becoming a martial master. For a moment, I almost thought he was already a martial master. His understanding of the body tempering technique is so profound that he didn't use any other martial arts techniques at all. His mastery of the body tempering technique has reached an extremely high level. It can even be said to have reached its peak or even perfection. He defeated an opponent of similar strength in just 3 seconds. He's a genius. He's a true genius. Although their combat strength is not much different, his mastery of power and speed is amazing. Unlike Principal Zhang and others who were overjoyed, the recruited teachers were equally surprised, and their gazes toward Chen Xian became even more intense. Their strength far surpassed Chen Xian's, and they saw through the mystery at a glance. At this moment, no one doubted Chen Xian's ability as the top scorer in the college entrance examination. After all, Chen Xian was still standing, looking calm and collected, while Huang Zhong was lying on the ground like a dead dog. It was a one-hit wonder. To be honest, I hadn't even used my full strength in that move. Chen Xian shook his head and sighed. Upon hearing this, Huang Zhong, who was lying on the ground panting heavily, was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. That bastard is so insidious. He's utterly despicable. Chen Xian, well done. Chao Fei was so excited that his eyes welled up with tears. Teacher Sun from Lingda University had a gloomy face. With his master-level combat power, he naturally looked down on this little trick. But Chen Xian's instant kill of Huang Zhong made him so angry that his face turned ashen. That's not even the worst part. They thought Chen Xian was a dud, but he turned out to be a genius. Now their school wants to recruit him? They're dreaming. It's all that bastard Huang Zhong's fault. He kept slandering Chen Xian, saying he was a fraud and cheated on the college entrance exam. I was so confused that I actually believed his nonsense. This time, we didn't recruit anyone, and instead, we lost all face. Teacher Sun was furious. She glared at Huang Zhong, who was lying on the ground, and planned to punish him when she got back. However, he still asked with a smile, Chen Xian, would you like to come to our Lingda University? Everyone was stunned when they heard what Teacher Sun said. Just now he was questioning Chen Xian and supporting his school and fighting with others, but now he's trying to win over others. He's shameless to an extreme. Teacher Sun, you were just questioning Chen Xian. Why are you trying to win people over now? Professor Zhao from Beihai University said with a smile. I am different from you. I believed from the beginning that Chen Xian was innocent. If he comes to our school, we will do everything we can to nurture him. To say nothing of anything else, Beihai University is willing to offer 2 martial arts manuals and 2 intermediate-level energy liquids as a reward. Teacher Zhao's words shocked everyone. The reward was already quite generous. Seeing everyone's reaction, Teacher Zhao smiled with satisfaction, glad that the other 2 top 5 universities did not come, and that Lingda University had eliminated itself by crippling itself. Currently, Jiangnan University is the only competitor. The reward he offered was not low, so he naturally didn't believe Chen Xian would be unmoved. Teacher Sun, Huang Zhong from your school is still lying on the ground. Aren't you going to take him for treatment first? Professor Li Tian from Jiangnan University said with a smile. You don't still have illusions about Chen Xian, do you? Right, Teacher Sun? Hurry up and take your student to get treatment. Teacher Zhao from Beihai continued. They wanted him to leave quickly, so as to have one less competitor. You all remained silent when Huang Zhong challenged Chen Xian, but now you're kicking him when he's down. Teacher Sun gritted her teeth, her expression shifting between anger and uncertainty, but in the end she still helped Huang Zhong up and let him out. There's no way around it. Although they're all top 5 universities, they're actually competitors behind the scenes. The people from Lingda University left, while Beihai University and Jiangnan University began to compete openly and covertly. Just when Teacher Zhao from Beihai thought victory was assured, Li Tian from Jiangnan University smiled and said, Student Chen Xian, our Jiangnan University has consistently ranked among the top 3 universities in China, and it continues to rise. I can promise you 3 bottles of intermediate-level nutrient solution and 2 martial arts manuals, and you can choose any of them. How about it? Let's begin. Upon hearing Professor Li's words, Professor Zhao and the others from Peking University immediately changed their expressions. Energy liquid was nothing to them. With their wealth, it was practically worthless. Moreover, their university hunted numerous exotic beasts every year, and refining and extracting energy liquid was commonplace for them. Something that ordinary people could only dream of their entire lives was simply beneath their notice. They didn't care about ordinary cultivation techniques and martial arts skills, but if they were allowed to choose freely, it would be a completely different story. You see, every university's cultivation techniques and martial arts skills contain many unique and rare manuals, and these techniques aren't something you can just casually take out. At least, Teacher Zhao couldn't easily guarantee that. Teacher Zhao's heart sank, and he vaguely felt that things were not going well. Competing for the top scorer in the provincial college entrance examination on the turf of Jiangnan University is not an advantage to begin with. The other side is also more determined than us. It seems that this time we will probably return empty-handed. I choose Jiangnan University. Chen Xian was silent for a moment before finally making his decision. For him, choosing any university university didn't really matter. The things the school offered weren't essential. After all, for him, the biggest help wasn't the school, but the system itself. He believed he could gradually acquire both cultivation techniques and energy liquids in the future. However, Jiangnan University's system of allowing students to choose their own cultivation techniques piqued his interest. As one of the top 5 universities, Jiangnan University possessed a remarkably rich collection of cultivation techniques. There might be many strange techniques hidden inside, and he didn't care about their difficulty at all. More importantly, the differences between cultivation techniques and martial arts skills are enormous. Some only cost tens of thousands of star coins, while others cost hundreds of billions of star coins, and some cannot be bought even with money. Jiangnan University could not possibly offer all of Chen Xian's cultivation techniques for him to choose from, but even offering only a portion would be quite good. Most importantly, Jiangnan University is the closest to home, making it convenient to take care of my younger sister. Upon seeing Chen Xian's choice, Professor Li Tian from Jiangnan University nodded slightly. Chen Xian, I hope you can continue to shine brightly at Jiang University. Principal Zhang and the others all wore satisfied smiles. Chen Xian's admission to Jiangda University is enough for them to brag about in the future. After choosing a school, Chen Xian quickly returned home. The reward promised by Jiangda University will be fulfilled when he goes to the school to register in a few days. While martial arts techniques and energy liquids are precious, they are nothing to Jiangnan University, and they will not break their promise and renege on these things. Of course, Chen Xian doesn't urgently need these right now. The existing energy liquid and the star guiding technique are enough for his cultivation. Yuqing hasn't returned yet. I'll study the Yin star technique first. When Chen Xian got home, Chen Yuqing hadn't finished school yet. He went back to his bedroom and took out the cultivation manual to study it carefully. No wonder Yunhai City has never been able to successfully cultivate the star guiding technique since it was obtained. It's just too obscure and difficult to understand. Looking at the cultivation technique, Chen Xian immediately understood that the difficulty of cultivating that star guiding technique far exceeded his expectations. Most people probably wouldn't even understand its meaning, let alone cultivate it. Instead of wasting time studying it, he should switch to cultivating other techniques. At least those would bring decent progress. Moreover, as the name suggests, the star guiding technique requires drawing upon the power of stars to cultivate. The power of stars roams freely between heaven and earth, making it extremely difficult to absorb. Ultimately, one must cover their entire body with the power of the stars to form a powerful defensive layer. Cultivators must absorb a sufficient amount of stellar power, a feat that is almost insurmountable for ordinary people. But for Chen Xian, it was no challenge at all. His talent, 100-fold, astonished even himself. Within a few minutes, Chen Xian had finished reading the entire contents of the star guiding technique. He had a vague feeling that this technique was far more complex than it appeared. It seems we can continue to extrapolate. It must be said that, currently, the star guiding technique is flawless and truly an excellent defensive technique. If successfully mastered, it will greatly enhance his strength. While it doesn't directly increase combat power, it will significantly strengthen him in battle, to achieve absolute victory when the combat strength is roughly equal. Without hesitation, Chen Xian immediately began cultivating that star guiding technique. He quickly entered a meditative state, and the whole process was not too difficult. Gradually, specks of starlight appeared in his bedroom. Then, the starlight began to penetrate his skin. Before long, his skin began to radiate a faint, crystalline glow, and his entire being seemed to be enveloped in starlight, shining with a mysterious light. If other martial artists were to witness this, they would be utterly horrified. Cultivating techniques and martial arts skills is never so easy, yet Chen Xian only took half an hour to reach a high level and cultivate the star guiding technique to the minor completion stage. The difficulty of cultivating defensive techniques is no less than that of martial arts, but for Chen Xian, it seemed to have no bottleneck. He quickly cultivated the star guiding technique to the intermediate stage. Chen Xian slowly opened his eyes faintly shimmering with starlight. The star guiding technique is truly wondrous. Looking at the faint glow on his body, Chen Xian felt a surge of joy. He felt his energy and strength were much greater than before. In addition to the increase in strength, his physical defense has also been greatly enhanced, although he does not know the exact numbers. But Chen Xian believed that ordinary knives would hardly be able to cut his skin anymore. This is only the intermediate stage. If it can reach the advanced or even divine stage, what an astonishing defensive power it will be. Not to mention, once mastered, the star guiding technique can form a defensive shield on the body's surface, greatly enhancing its defensive capabilities to a level far exceeding its current strength. Chen Xian stood up, and with a gentle exertion, his internal energy surged and his bones crackled. In about a day, I can master the star guiding technique to a high level, or even a perfect level. Then, I'll go for the martial artist level certification. Chen Xian left the bedroom, tidied up briefly, and began preparing dinner. The timing was perfect. His younger sister would be home soon. In addition to the martial arts techniques and energy liquid, the school also awarded Chen Xian, the top scorer in the college entrance examination, 500 500,000 star coins. Although inconspicuous, this greatly improved his and his sister's quality of life. At least, the food is much better than before. Although there is energy liquid, it is too expensive to eat as food, so when not cultivating, food is still the main source of sustenance. Brother, I'm back. Not long after, Yuqing came home from school. Let's eat. How have you been settling in at school these past few days? Yeah, I haven't seen Principal Wu for the past few days. He said he needed to see me, but he hasn't shown up since I saw him at the school gate that day. I don't know what he needs to do, brother. Do you know? Chen Yuqing asked while eating. I don't know. It shouldn't be anything important. If it were, the principal would have already contacted you. The principal is so busy, he probably forgot about it and was just saying it casually. That's true. Chen Yuqing tilted her head and thought for a moment, then smiled. Brother, I've finished eating. I'm going back to my room to cultivate. Chen Xian, as the top scorer in the college entrance examination, has had a great influence on Chen Yuqing, who is now studying even harder than before. She went back to her room to cultivate as soon as she finished eating. As Chen Xian watched Yuqing return to her bedroom, his eyes sparkled. The truth about Principal Wu's death will be discovered sooner or later. Although it may not necessarily implicate Yuqing, we still need to take precautions and be prepared. After pondering for a moment, Chen Xian returned to his bedroom to continue his cultivation. He had a premonition that this time he would be able to cultivate that star guiding technique to its peak. He closed his eyes, sat cross-legged, and began practicing that star guiding technique. Soon, specks of starlight reappeared in the bedroom. The starlight slowly drifted toward him. His internal energy and blood circulated wildly, working in conjunction with the power of the stars to strengthen his skin's defenses. His cells were constantly reorganizing, shimmering with a faint fluorescent glow. At the same time, the cultivation level of the star guiding technique continued to improve. The night passed quickly. Chen Xian slowly opened his eyes, and a streak of starlight flashed past. Sure enough, although I have 100 times the talent and can cultivate the technique without any obstacles, the star guiding technique is higher in both level and difficulty than the body tempering technique, and my internal energy is not yet able to support such a huge flow of blood and qi. Now, it's time to consume the energy potion and push the nearly perfected star guiding technique to its ultimate form, or even perfection. Let's begin. As he spoke, he took out the bottle of intermediate grade energy liquid from his pocket. The blood red liquid shimmered with a bright light in the bottle, and when he gently shook it, it contained surging blood and qi power. This energy liquid is made from the essence blood of a tier 1 3-star beast, and a tier 1 3-star beast can only produce a maximum of 3 such energy liquids. The beasts are extremely ferocious. A first tier 3-star beast can already contend with a beginner martial artist, while a first tier 3-star beast at its peak is so powerful that even intermediate martial artists dare not provoke it easily. Hunting alien beasts is extremely dangerous, which has led to the exorbitant price of energy liquid, making it unaffordable for ordinary people. Of course, this high price also proves the powerful energy contained in the energy liquid. Just one drop of intermediate grade energy liquid is enough to cause the body of an ordinary person who does not cultivate martial arts to collapse and die. Chen Xian's base combat strength had reached an astonishing 1588, and after a 13-fold increase, his combat strength was approximately 20,000. He was still 10,000 combat power away from the threshold of 30,000 for intermediate martial artists. However, with his mastered star guiding technique, Chen Xian was confident that he could compete with intermediate martial artists. The prerequisite is that he must successfully cultivate the star guiding technique to its highest level. Chen Xian swallowed the entire bottle of energy liquid in one gulp. Next, these energy fluids will continuously provide support during his cultivation process. Moreover, the remaining energy fluid will be stored in the body, and not a single drop will be wasted. He entered a meditative state again. The starlight in the bedroom suddenly increased, and the starlight frantically entered his body, with every cell emitting a faint starlight. With his body constantly strengthening and reorganizing, Chen Xian believed that his defense had increased more than 3 times compared to before. The blood and qi surged, carrying a large amount of stellar power as it circulated within the body, causing the physical defenses to continuously transform and evolve. From the outside, Chen Xian's body was covered in shimmering starlight, making him appear mysterious and unpredictable. It'll be here soon, it'll be here soon, he cried out anxiously in his heart. He could sense that the star guiding technique had reached a critical moment. Once he took that step, he would achieve great success. Unfortunately, he felt that his body could not withstand such a huge energy expenditure. Just then, the intermediate level energy liquid he had previously ingested surged violently, and a massive amount of blood energy rushed to his limbs and bones, significantly accelerating his cultivation speed. The practice had reached its peak. A large amount of stellar power gathered on the surface of the body, breaking through and transforming. Break! A crisp sound came from within his body, as if some kind of restraint had been broken, and a hazy blue light emanated from his body. It then transformed into a light shield, with starlight flowing around it, firmly enveloping Chen Xian within. The protective shield has appeared. This is a powerful protection that only appears when the star guiding guiding technique is cultivated to its fullest potential. Chen Xian's star guiding technique has finally been mastered. However, what is shocking is that even though he had mastered the star guiding technique, Chen Xian did not stop and continue to cultivate it. There's still energy liquid left, it's still supporting my cultivation, and the star guiding technique can continue to advance, he muttered to himself. He clearly felt that the star guiding technique was moving towards perfection, and the energy liquid in his body had long been transformed into a huge amount of blood and qi. At this moment, his blood and qi were exceptionally vigorous, and he absolutely could not interrupt his cultivation. If one can complete the entire process in one go and perfect the technique, that will be a tremendous gain. Sure enough, it's still a little short, but it's very close. After a while, Chen Xian opened his eyes. Although he had not yet perfected the star guiding technique, he was already very close, only lacking an opportunity. He looked outside, it was nearly noon. After preparing the meal, he sent a message to Chen Yuqing, then went out and took a car straight to the city center. Soon, a vast, towering building came into view, the headquarters of the Yunhai City Martial Arts Alliance. Chen Xian's purpose in this trip was to obtain martial arts level certification. Only by obtaining the identity of a martial artist can one accept alliance missions and hunt down exotic beasts. The flesh and blood of the mythical beasts are extremely valuable and are an important raw material for making energy liquid. The higher the level of the beast, the stronger the energy contained in its flesh and blood, and the higher its value, but it is also more dangerous. It can be said that every time a strange beast was hunted, a martial artist paid the price with their life. However, even so, it could not stop people's determination to become martial artists. The alliance provides generous subsidies to martial artists, enough to ensure that an ordinary family can live comfortably. Chen Xian came here precisely to verify his identity as a martial artist, as only in this way could he hunt exotic beasts and quickly accumulate wealth. What's this? He might be going to study in another city soon, and he wanted to leave Chen Yuqing some extra money before he left. Ding! Welcome to the Martial Arts Alliance headquarters. Please note that you are currently stuck on the first floor as you have not yet completed your martial arts certification. Please complete the certification as soon as possible. As soon as Chen Xian stepped into the gates of the Martial Arts Alliance, he heard this notification sound. So many people? Does Yunhai City really have this many martial artists? Upon entering the certification hall, he was shocked by the sight before him, a dense crowd of people, numbering no less than 1,000. He knew very well that the total number of martial artists in Yunhai City was only about a few 100,000. Although it seemed like a lot, it was not a high proportion compared to the population of tens of millions. Moreover, this is just one of the 10 martial arts certification halls. When Chen Xian appeared, the people waiting for verification were all surprised. This young man looks like he's not even an adult yet, and he's here to participate in the martial arts certification? Yes, even a beginner martial artist needs 3,000 combat power. If he had the strength of a beginner martial artist now, he could definitely get into a top 10 martial arts university. He would be a genius with a bright future. Don't joke around. There aren't many people from Yunhai City who get into the top 10 universities every year. Maybe he's here to broaden his horizons. I only reached the level of a beginner martial artist at the age of 40. The surrounding chatter was deafening. No one believed that Chen Xuanjin possessed the strength of a martial artist. Perhaps he was just accompanying an elder in his family to broaden their horizons. I'm here to participate in the martial arts test. Chen Xian walked to the window in front and said in a firm voice, "Okay, here is your test number. Please keep it safe." The staff at the window looked at him in surprise. The martial arts certification test was extremely risky, and this young man was too young. Had no one at home told him about the dangers involved? However, she quickly adjusted her mindset, and her professionalism kept her calm. Participating in the martial artist level certification requires a fee of 3,000 star coins and submission of your information. However, the martial artist certification carries a high risk of death, so please think carefully before deciding whether to participate. I understand. Chen Xian nodded and handed over the star coins and resident information card. It must be said that being a martial artist is indeed a high-risk, high-paying profession. A single certification costs 3,000 star coins, which in the past was equivalent to a month's food expenses for Chen Xian and his sister. Chen Xian had also heard rumors about the deaths of martial artists during the certification process. The Alliance's martial artist certification not only tested combat strength but also required participation in a beast hunting assessment. The combat strength test is only the first step. Next, you will have to undergo a practical assessment of hunting alien beasts. Only after passing all of them can you obtain the martial artist level certification. This is a strict measure taken by the Martial Arts Alliance to ensure the combat effectiveness of martial artists. After all, a martial artist with high combat power but unable to hunt exotic beasts is useless. After successful verification, you will receive a monthly star coin subsidy. Even novice martial artists can receive a subsidy of 10,000 star coins, and the higher the level, the more generous the subsidy. Of course, powerful martial artists can hunt exotic beasts in teams or even solo, gaining wealth and treasures far exceeding the alliance's subsidies. The assessment for hunting exotic beasts is mainly for novice martial artists. After all, many certified martial artists never leave the city or hunt exotic beasts, and they can live quite well on subsidies alone. However, if this continues, the martial arts alliance will be difficult to maintain, the strength of martial artists will decline significantly, and the threat of alien beasts will only increase. Hello, esteemed prospective martial artist, your information has been recorded. This is your number 188. You may now proceed to Hall 8 to participate in the combat strength test. If you pass, you will participate in the practical assessment of hunting alien beasts in 2 hours. We wish you the best of luck. The staff member completed the formalities and smiled at Chen Xian. Chen Xian nodded, picked up the number, and walked towards hall number 8. Look, that young man is really here to get certified as a martial artist. It really is. Look at his number. He's so young, yet he's participating in the martial arts certification. It's hard to say whether they'll pass. If they do, a martial artist of this age is definitely a genius. Young people probably don't know how dangerous it is inside. Everyone was surprised to see Chen Xian walk into the hall, but the number on the sign proved that he was indeed there to participate in the martial arts certification. Some people couldn't help but feel sorry for Chen Xian. The mortality rate for martial artist certification is close to 40%, and even those experienced martial artists who have participated in certification multiple times cannot guarantee a safe return each time. A young man like Chen Xian, who has no experience, is very likely to become prey for the alien beast. Looks like we'll have to wait a while longer. Chen Xian looked towards hall number 8, where about 300 martial artists were gathered, preparing to participate in the certification. Even if several windows were open for the exam at the same time, it would still take him a while to get his turn. There are more than 300 people in one hall, so there are more than 3,000 people in 10 halls. If we calculate based on a success rate of 10 to 1, 300 people can pass the certification and become martial artists every day, which would amount to more than 1 million people a year. But does Yunhai City really have that many martial artists? Actually, everyone knows that the total number of martial artists in Yunhai City is only around 150,000. This is the figure released by the Martial Artists Alliance, and the data is not too far off. But this number is far from the ideal quantity. Why is that? Therefore, it is clear that martial arts certification is actually very dangerous. In addition to the risk of injury or death in battles against alien beasts, the certification process itself carries a significant risk of death. Young man, is this your first time participating in the martial arts certification? At that moment, a voice rang in Chen Xian's ear. He looked up and saw a middle-aged man in his 40s walk up to him. The man was burly and warned. Martial arts certification is indeed quite dangerous. Combat strength assessment is relatively easy, but the casualty rate in actual combat assessment is quite high. If you're not absolutely certain, it's best to come back in a few years. By then, your strength will have improved, and your chances of success will be greater. In his view, Chen Xian might be a member of a powerful family, or someone who had just graduated from school and hadn't seen the situation clearly, so he impulsively came to participate in the certification. So he kindly offered his advice. Senior, are you also here for certification? Chen Xian nodded and answered with a smile. Yes, I've come several times already, but unfortunately I haven't been approved yet. The burly man sighed. He had participated in the martial arts certification exam multiple times, but had failed every single time. As he grew older, his hopes became increasingly slim. After all, ordinary martial artists like them do not cultivate profound techniques. As they age, their qi and blood decline, and their strength naturally decreases. Even so, he was still willing to give it a try. After all, becoming a junior martial artist would mean receiving a monthly stipend of 10,000 star coins, which would be a huge improvement for his whole family. How many times have you participated in the certification process, senior? Chen Xian was quite surprised. Surprised, aren't you? Many people here have come for certification multiple times. The pass rate for martial arts certification is just too low. On the surface, the success rate seems to be 60%, but in reality, it is far more than that. Only about 1 in 10 people can actually pass. The big man sighed. After all, very few people pass the certification on their first try. Most people need to take the test 2, 3, or even more times. During these repeated trials, many martial artists perished at the hands of the strange beasts. Even if they survived the first and second trials, who could guarantee they would escape death the third? For example, he himself has participated in the martial arts assessment 3 times, and this is the 4th time. In the last assessment, he was attacked by 2 Tier 1 star-level alien beasts, suffering severe injuries and nearly losing his life. If the assessment hadn't ended and the transport ship hadn't arrived in time to rescue him, he would have been dead long ago. Reaching the standard of a martial artist doesn't guarantee peace of mind. The real danger lies in the battles against exotic beasts. Beasts of the same level can easily kill martial artists of the same level. Without a suitable cultivation technique and martial skill, one cannot pass the test and may even die. So, unless you're absolutely certain, young man, you'd better wait a few years before taking the test again. The big man tried to persuade him, but he himself will not give up easily. No matter how difficult the assessment or how high the mortality rate, he will persevere. Because he lacked the qualifications for martial arts certification, he was unable to hunt exotic beasts, and the Martial Arts Alliance did not allow uncertified individuals to go to their deaths. This means I can only do clerical or very ordinary jobs. Considering my low education level, even clerical work is a pipe dream, so I can only choose low-end positions. Once you become a martial artist, even a beginner one, you can not only receive alliance subsidies, but also hunt exotic beasts for substantial profits. Thank you for your explanation, senior. Chen Xian nodded solemnly. The dangers of the martial arts assessment far exceeded his imagination, with an extremely high mortality rate, but he did not back down because of this. Not to mention that his enhanced combat power has reached the level of a beginner martial artist, far exceeding the level of a beginner martial artist, and considering the defensive capabilities brought by his star guiding technique, he can even put up a fight against slightly higher level alien beasts. If he really can't win, escaping shouldn't be a problem. In short, martial arts certification was not difficult for him at all. Seeing that Qin Xian hadn't left the hall, the burly man knew he had made up his mind. He smiled and said, "My name is Guan Hua. I usually think I'm a bit presumptuous, so just call me Brother Guan. If you don't understand anything, feel free to ask me. Don't let my talkativeness fool you. I do know a little bit about all sorts of miscellaneous things." Brother Guan, you're too kind. My name is Chen Xian." Guan Hua burst into laughter. It was naturally a happy thing for him to get to know a young man as talented as Chen Xian. Ding, please proceed to Combat Power Assessment Room number 9 for assessment. Please proceed to Combat Power Assessment Room number 9 for assessment. At that moment, a mechanical electronic voice rang out in the hall. "It's my turn." Chen Xian paused for a moment, then stood up and walked towards testing room number 9. "Keep it up, young man," Guan Hua shouted loudly. This young man actually participated in the assessment. I wonder if his combat ability will be up to par. Passing the combat capability test shouldn't be a problem, but the next assessment is hard to say. Sigh, the martial arts assessment is really too difficult. I don't know if I can pass it smoothly this time. Yeah, this is my 5th try, and I still haven't passed. 5 times? You're lucky to have survived. Look, he's gone in. Brother Guan, do you think he can pass? It's hard to say. Last time, there was a genius from number 2 middle school whose combat strength assessment reached 5,500, which already met the standard of intermediate martial artist, but he was still killed by a first-level, 1-star peak alien beast during the actual combat assessment. Upon seeing Chen Xian enter the evaluation room, several people stepped forward and surrounded Wu Yu, discussing amongst themselves. Some of them have already participated in combat capability assessments and are awaiting subsequent practical combat evaluations. Among them, the younger ones were in their 30s, about the same age as Guan Hua, and still had a glimmer of hope. The older ones were already in their 70s or 80s, their blood and energy severely deteriorated, and even if they barely reached the combat strength standard, they would almost certainly die when facing alien beasts. It is virtually impossible to pass. Even so, they still risked their lives to participate in the martial arts assessment, which shows the great attraction of the martial arts title to the people of Earth. It is precisely because of this that Blue Star has been able to withstand the repeated attacks of alien beasts. Stop talking, we've already done the tests. Let's see the young man's results. Because of Chen Xian's age, many people are focusing their attention on him, hoping that he can pass the combat strength assessment. Inside testing room number 9, Chen Xian stood in front of the combat capability testing equipment. The combat power testing equipment of the Martial Artists Alliance is far more advanced than the old equipment outside. Even in the low-level martial artist certification hall, it can detect combat power of up to 1 million, and combat power of more than 1 million is already at the Grandmaster level. In other words, this machine can withstand strikes from a high-level Grandmaster. For these quasi-martial artists with a combat strength of 3 to 5,000, it is more than enough. Let me explain the rules first. The inspector next to Chen Xian looked at him in surprise and spoke up. It's extremely rare to see someone so young participate in the martial arts test. Not that they don't exist, but they are very few. Such geniuses are usually the focus of recruitment for major martial arts academies. Given time, they can all cultivate to the level of advanced martial artist or even martial master. They are the main force fighting against the alien beasts. However, to the inspector's surprise, the boy's combat strength was already no less than that of a junior martial artist. After confirming Chen Xian's information, he said, "You have 3 minutes. During these 3 minutes, you can throw any number of punches you want, from a minimum of 10 to a maximum of 100. Ultimately, we will take your average punching power as the final assessment of your combat strength." Chen Xian nodded slightly, indicating that he understood. Compared to the punching power assessment during the college entrance examination, the martial arts certification assessment is undoubtedly more detailed, requiring at least 10 punches to reflect the true combat strength of a prospective martial artist to the greatest extent. We can begin once we're ready. That's what the evaluation staff said. Chen Xian walked towards the machine, adjusted his state, and prepared to undergo the evaluation. After a moment of silence, he stepped forward and threw a punch. The machine made a soft sound. The screen quickly lit up, displaying the values from this test. The number jumped rapidly from 0, quickly breaking through 1000, and continued to climb, approaching 2000. The tester glanced at it, not taking it seriously. If you couldn't even reach this level of combat strength, you weren't qualified to participate in the martial artist certification. Those who could come here for testing all had at least 3000 combat strength, but the next second, he froze. The fluctuating numbers gradually stopped, finally settling at 1800. This is the combat strength you're going to evaluate? Are you kidding me? The evaluators were dumbfounded. 1800 combat power might be enough to get into a regular university, but using it to test a martial artist was simply absurd. Perhaps it would be more appropriate to participate in the martial arts certification after graduating from university and improving one's combat strength. He frowned, preparing to let Chen Xian leave. With such combat strength, there was no need to continue testing. Continuing to drag this out will only delay the evaluation time for other martial artists. Chen Xian ignored the testers and stared at the numbers on the screen, feeling somewhat surprised. He didn't use the body tempering technique to boost his combat power just now. 1800 was his base combat power. I remember my basic combat strength was only 1620 a few days ago. How did it suddenly increase to 1800? It seems to be the effect of mastering the star guiding technique plus the effect of the intermediate energy liquid. He realized this was the first time he had taken an energy liquid, and it was even a mid-level energy liquid. The energy liquid enhanced some of his physical constitution, naturally improving his basic combat strength. This was the first time he had taken it, and Chen Xian felt that if he took it again, it might not have the same effect. Only high-grade or even extremely rare earth-grade energy liquid can significantly enhance physical constitution and improve combat power. Of course, his current cultivation level is simply unable to withstand the immense energy contained in that level of energy liquid. Perfect. Let me see the combat power amplified by the body tempering technique. Chen Xian took a deep breath and threw another punch, this time using the body tempering technique to amplify his power by a factor of 2. The machine trembled slightly, and the numbers jumped wildly, this time displaying a value of 3600. Their combat strength is twice that of before. He has already reached the level of a beginner martial artist. The evaluators, who had intended to kick Chen Xian out, were stunned. His combat power exceeded 3000, indicating that he indeed possessed the strength of a martial artist. They didn't come to cause trouble on purpose. Then why did he only unleash less than 2000 combat power just now? The evaluators shook their heads and didn't pursue the matter further. Since their combat strength met the standards, there was no reason to kick them out. Chen Xian ignored the evaluators and continued throwing punches. He directly increased the growth rate to 7 times. The machine vibrated incessantly, and the numbers on the screen kept climbing. 5400, 7200, 9000, 10800, 12600. With the final punch landed, Chen Xian let out a long sigh and stopped. He did not exert any more force. His combat power, amplified sevenfold, had already exceeded 10,000, reaching the level of a beginner martial artist. In other words, judging solely from combat strength, he is already a novice martial artist. As long as he hunts beasts of the corresponding level, he can become a martial artist through the Martial Arts Alliance certification. The reviewer next to him stared blankly at the screen, completely dumbfounded. After calming down, he looked at Chen Xian in disbelief. With a combat power of over 10,000, this young man is actually qualified to be certified as a martial master. My God! Strictly speaking, as long as a martial artist's combat strength meets the standard, they can be recognized as a martial artist, martial arts master, or even a grandmaster or great grandmaster. Ordinary people also judge a martial artist's cultivation level by their combat strength. The Martial Arts Alliance's certification is actually an official evaluation mechanism used to provide subsidies to attract martial artists. Many powerful martial artists disdain this kind of certification, but no one can deny their strength. Simply put, Chen Xian is currently a novice martial artist. The reviewer couldn't help but swallow hard. Although he had seen many martial artists, including dozens in the Martial Arts Alliance, the youngest of them were almost 30 years old, and some were even in their 60s or 70s. The boy in front of them looked to be only 17 or 18 years old, yet he already possessed the combat power of a martial arts master. Even for a beginner martial arts master, this level was ridiculously exaggerated and unbelievable. A martial arts master is a mentor among martial artists, possessing great strength and capable of teaching other martial artists. In fact, in a typical martial arts university, a martial arts master is equivalent to a university professor. While martial arts skills are important, what shocked the evaluators even more was Chen Xian's age. The information clearly stated that he was only 17 years old, 1 year away from adulthood. He already possesses the combat strength of a beginner beginner martial artist. If given another 10 or 8 years, will he become a grandmaster? Or even more? He might become a 4 symbols warrior or a 6 harmonies warrior king. The evaluator can't even imagine it, but he is certain that this young man will reach an unbelievable height. A genius, a true genius. The reviewer forced himself to suppress his racing heart and quietly pressed a button in the corner. He didn't know that Chen Xian was only using the body tempering technique 7-fold amplification at this moment. If it were a 13-fold amplification, he would probably be even more shocked. It should be noted that this level of combat power is already very close to the 30,000 combat power required for an intermediate martial arts master. Chen Xian stopped what he was doing and stood quietly. Suddenly, he seemed to enter a state of enlightenment. No, the 13-fold increase of the body tempering technique doesn't seem to have reached its limit yet. Impossible. The body tempering technique is just an ordinary basic technique after all. With 100 times the talent, it's impossible that it can't be deduced to its limit. Then what is it? Star guiding technique? No, I understand, it's the body tempering technique. The body tempering technique seems to have already touched the shadow of the divine transformation realm. Thinking of this, Chen Xian gasped. As far as he knew, no one had ever reached the level of the body tempering technique at the divine transformation realm. I wonder what changes will occur when the body tempering technique reaches the divine realm. He pondered for a moment and decided to stop dwelling on the issue. Now that you've already grasped the basics, you'll eventually understand and realize its true meaning. Right now, he needs to stabilize his initial martial arts master combat power assessment. The combat power data just now fluctuated, and the average level did not reach the standard of a formal junior martial artist. What we need to do now is keep throwing punches and fix the values. Can I keep throwing punches? The time hasn't expired yet, right? No problem. Continue. The evaluator quickly replied. Just kidding, geniuses have privileges everywhere. Moreover, there are still 20 seconds left. Chen Xian nodded and quickly threw a punch. Fists rained down like rain. Dozens of punches were thrown in quick succession in an instant, and the continuous explosions echoed throughout the combat power assessment room. Chen Xian's arm was no longer visible. All that could be seen were countless fist shadows relentlessly attacking the detection equipment. Meanwhile, the numbers kept fluctuating. 12800, 12660, 12770. Inside Hall 8. Meanwhile, Manhwa and the others chatted while keeping an eye on the testing room where Chen Xian was. Once the test results are available, they will be displayed on the monitor above the testing room, and everyone can see them. Why have you been inside for so long? I wonder if Brother Chen will be able to pass. 3 minutes should be up by now. How many punches can he throw? As a martial artist throws more punches, the machine needs to perform precise calculations, so the results will naturally be slower. As they realized the time was running out, the group started discussing it. It should be soon. Look, the monitor above is about to light up. Manhwa smiled and pointed ahead. It's out. Oh my god, look, combat power 13,000. A person nearby stared in astonishment, exclaiming incredulously. What? 13,000 combat power? How is that possible? That's the combat power that only a beginner martial artist can possess. How old does he look? I thought he was already a genius for reaching the level of a beginner martial artist, but I never expected him to be a beginner martial master. It's unbelievable. Brother Guan, is he really just a student? What's his name? Those around Guanhua gasped in surprise, their eyes filled with shock and admiration. Guanhua was stunned for a moment, unable to react for a moment. He knew that this young man must have some background to personally come and certify a martial artist, but he did not expect him to be this powerful. There is a whole realm between a beginner martial artist and a beginner martial artist. A combat power of 1,000 and a combat power of 10,000 are not even on the same level. There is an insurmountable gap between them. No matter how talented a genius is, they cannot easily cross this boundary. To give an example, even if all these martial artists went into battle together, they might not be able to defeat Chen Xian, and there might even be casualties. For these aspiring martial artists who came to take the initial martial arts test, martial arts masters were high and mighty beings who could decide life and death with a single command. Guanhua was usually carefree and unconcerned with details, but at this moment he couldn't help but gasp in surprise, thinking to himself, how could I have just become sworn brothers with a genius martial arts master? His eyes widened, and he felt somewhat flustered and at a loss. Just then, the door to the testing room slowly opened, and Chen Xian walked out. The evaluator stood to the side, a hint of respect on his face. As Chen Xian approached, the surrounding people quickly moved away, not daring to look him in the eye. To these ordinary martial artists, a martial master was perhaps the strongest person they had ever seen in their lives. While the martial artists in the hall were still in shock, on the 9th floor of the testing hall, a dozen or so martial artists were watching the prospective martial artists undergoing certification in the hall through observation equipment. There are also dozens of monitoring devices around, which can transmit images and data from each testing room in real time. Did you find anything? At this moment, the door was pushed open, and a tall tall martial artist walked in. He exuded an imposing aura, and upon closer inspection, he turned out to be a martial arts master. There are only a few dozen grandmasters in Yunhai. Boss, there's nothing special going on. So far, the tests have all been at an average level, and no particularly outstanding talents have emerged. One of the martial artists said somewhat dejectedly, there haven't been any good prospects in the past 2 years. The overall performance has been mediocre. You don't need to come here in person at all. We can keep an eye on things from here and let you know if anything happens. The Grandmaster nodded, understanding that those who came here for certification were mostly after the Martial Arts Alliance's subsidies. Although there were quite a few, the quality was generally low. Those geniuses or descendants of powerful families may not care about the Martial Arts Alliance's certification titles at all. Therefore, the Martial Arts Alliance may face a talent shortage, but there is nothing that can be done about it. Everyone knows that it's impossible to force all martial artists to get certified. Although the Martial Arts Alliance is powerful, it's not at the point where it can act with impunity. I heard that Won Yu from number 3 middle school is here to get certified as a martial artist. He should have a good performance. I heard his punching power is already around 7,000, almost reaching the advanced level of a martial artist. Won Yu? I've heard of him. He's a genius from number 3 middle school. Let me see which assessment room he's in. A martial artist checked the monitoring equipment and quickly connected to assessment room 4. The assessment is still ongoing in assessment room 4. The results will be available soon. Everyone stared intently at the monitor screen, where a boy named Won Yu was exerting force in circles, causing the machine to make thumping noises and the numbers to refresh rapidly. Not bad. Although you've just broken through 7,000 combat power, it's definitely at the level of a high-level martial artist. The Grandmaster martial artist nodded in satisfaction. The others nodded in agreement. The boy's performance was already quite outstanding among this group of aspiring martial artists. Just then, the alarm suddenly went off. At the same time, a test video and data were transmitted to a computer. Boss, it was sent by tester number 9. Open it and see what's going on. The Grandmaster martial artist gave the order in a deep voice. The martial arts test is extremely rigorous. If any doubts arise, the relevant videos and data will be uploaded here for evaluation by martial arts masters. Immediately, a martial artist clicked to play the video. In an instant, they were all shocked. The next moment, they were completely stunned. The video shows Chen Xian striking the testing instrument, with one combat power number after another exceeding 10,000 appearing on the screen. Combat power exceeding 10,000, that's the martial master level. My god, the records show he's only 17. A 17-year-old martial arts master? That's unbelievable. Who is he? He's even more talented than Won Yu from number 3 middle school. Could it be that a top-tier expert will emerge in Yunhai City in the future? Everyone was immediately thrilled. By the way, look at his name. Martial arts certifications are all done using real names. A Grandmaster-level martial artist exclaimed excitedly, his voice filled with surprise. It was the first time he had ever seen such a young martial artist. Yes, I've seen it. His name is Chen Xian, and he's the top scorer in the college entrance examination in Jiangnan province this year. Hiss, the top scorer in the college entrance exam? I know, it's him. Isn't his college entrance exam score the test of combat strength for advanced martial artists? In such a short time, he has already become a junior martial artist. What do you mean? An increase of 5,000 combat power. The crowd murmured amongst themselves, their surprise still evident in their eyes. 5,000 combat power. This is a height that many martial artists can hardly reach in their entire lives, but Chen Xian only took a few days. A genius, a true genius. Did you see that? He didn't use any techniques or martial arts skills. His combat power is purely his own strength. Perhaps he cultivated the body tempering technique to an extremely high level, reaching mastery or even perfection? The thought flashed through everyone's minds. They looked at each other. The shock brought by the young man was too strong. You guys continue with your work. I need to report this. The Grandmaster martial artist said in a deep voice, glanced around, and then hurriedly left. The remaining people were still shocked, but after calming down, they went back to work. Brother Guan, what's wrong? Chen Xian walked up to Guan Hua and saw him with his mouth wide open, so he couldn't help but laugh and ask, Brother Chen, I never expected you to be a beginner martial artist. It's unbelievable. You want to fight me? Guan Hua said, both shocked and excited. Chen Xian was the youngest yet most powerful martial artist he had ever met. At this rate, no one could predict how glorious his future would be. Knowing him was an immense honor, something to be proud of in the future. The people next to Guan Hua cast envious glances. Old Guan is really lucky to be able to meet such a talented young man. Heh, didn't you hear that? Chen Xian is this year's top scorer in the college entrance examination. Ah, it was him. A bright future awaits. Forget everything else. I'll be grateful if I can become a martial arts master in the future. I don't have many extravagant desires. I'll be satisfied as long as I can get a few pointers from a martial arts master and break through to the intermediate level. My requirements are even lower. I just need to pass the martial artist certification this time. Brother Guan, have you tested it? I I tested it a long time ago, and now I'm just waiting for the real-world assessment. Manhwa shook his head and smiled. He's a seasoned pro at certification, having come several times, but each time he failed the practical assessment, which is extremely difficult. Once, he almost didn't make it back alive. Attention, attention. Those participating in the martial arts assessment are now proceeding to the transport ship to the second assessment point. Attention, attention. All participants in the martial arts assessment, please proceed to the transport spaceship to the second assessment point. At that moment, a clear electronic broadcast sounded in Hall 8. All warriors' combat strength assessments have been completed. The next step is to proceed to the practical combat assessment venue. Are we going to fight the alien beasts? A glint of curiosity flashed in Chen Xian's eyes. Unlike the fear and worry in others, he showed no signs of eagerness. He had seen strange beasts, but only in computer videos. He had never actually fought one. With their previous combat strength, they couldn't even defeat wild beasts, let alone alien beasts. Things are different now. Our strength has increased significantly. All those who participated in the martial arts certification successively headed to the transport spaceship. They exited from the back of the hall, took the elevator, and soon arrived at a spacious platform. There, a huge transport ship was moored. Hundreds of aspiring martial artists were already waiting there. When they saw Chen Xian and his group come out, they all looked up and were surprised to see Chen Xian's youthful appearance. He looks no more than 16 or 17 years old, yet he is able to participate in the martial arts certification. Keep in mind that the youngest of these people is in their 20s, and most are in their 30s or 40s. Among the crowd, a young martial artist glanced at Chen Xian in surprise, then frowned, his eyes showing disdain. It seems he's just a show-off, unaware of the dangers of fighting strange beasts. He'll surely regret it later. He is Wang Yu, a genius martial artist from No. 3 Middle School. 2 years after being admitted to Lingda University, he came to Yunhai specifically to participate in the martial artist certification. Chen Xian's curious look clearly showed that he hadn't seen much of the world. I really don't know how the Martial Arts Alliance could allow someone like that to participate in the martial arts certification, but he had no idea that Chen Xian's combat strength far surpassed his own. Beside the transport spacecraft, several martial artists holding weapons stood, with one exceptionally tall martial artist in the middle. It's actually Lord Jinshi. He's a Grandmaster level expert. I didn't expect him to lead the team this time. Then I'm relieved. What are you worried about? Although Grandmaster Jin is powerful, he won't interfere during your assessment. It would be great if he could give me some pointers. I still want to follow Master Jin. Let's see if he wants me. Grandmaster Jin, all the prospective martial artists have arrived. A staff member from the Martial Arts Alliance walked over and whispered to Jin Dan. Jinshi nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping across the crowd. He paused briefly when he saw Chen Xian before looking away. However, this glance filled Wang Yu with disgust for Chen Xian. As expected of a rich kid, he thinks he can do whatever he wants just because someone is protecting him. He'll die sooner or later. Hello everyone, I am your chief examiner, Jin Dan. Many of you have participated in the martial arts certification before, more than once, and you are familiar with the rules. However, I see quite a few newcomers. Welcome to all of you. Now I need to go over the rules again. 3 hours are allotted. Killing 1 Tier 1, 1-star beast will certify you as a beginner martial artist. Killing 3 Tier 1, 1-star beasts or 2 Tier 1, 2-star beasts will certify you as an intermediate martial artist. Killing 10 Tier 1, 1-star beasts or 2 Tier 1, 2-star beasts will certify you as an advanced martial artist. He glanced at Chen Xian slightly. If someone can hunt down a first tier, 3-star peak alien beast, they can be directly certified as a beginner martial artist. The testing location this time is Planet 101, the alien beast planet. Don't worry, the strongest beast there is only a peak 2nd tier, 1st-star alien beast. What? The strongest is only a 2nd tier, 1-star alien beast? Are you kidding me? Even if we all join forces, we probably wouldn't be a match for it. Yes, I protest. A 2nd tier, 1-star alien beast can contend with an intermediate martial artist? Isn't that just suicide? We can't even beat a tier 1-star level alien beast in a one-on-one fight. This is too dangerous. We can't do this. Upon hearing Jinshi's words, all the prospective martial artists instantly erupted in chaos. This assessment was far too dangerous. They might not be able to return. It was agreed that there would only be 2nd tier, 1-star beasts, but who knows if there are any higher tier ones. Even if they are 1-star higher, Jinshi himself might not be able to easily deal with them. This isn't an assessment, it's practically suicide. Quiet. The powerful aura of metal and stone was released instantly, and the crowd fell silent. He scanned the crowd. I know this test is more dangerous than before, but you are martial artists, not ordinary people. Those who dare not participate in the test can go back now. You don't need to participate in the actual combat. Choosing to become a martial artist means facing death. You are also aware of the casualty rate in the assessment. You have 3 minutes to think it over. If you've made up your mind, board the spaceship, otherwise, return the way you came. After saying that, he walked to the side, stared at the crowd, and said no more. Everything that needed to be said has been said. There's no point in saying anything anything more. If you are a martial artist and all you do is live a life of ignominy, fear death, and dare not face strange beasts, then go back to being an ordinary person. After hearing Jin Shi's words, the prospective martial artists remained silent for a moment before entering the spaceship one by one. They were naturally aware of the dangers of certification, and upon hearing that there were second-tier, one-star, or even higher-tier alien beasts, they couldn't help but feel afraid. But since it can't be changed, there's no need to dwell on it. Besides, high-level beasts are extremely rare, and the chances of encountering one are slim to none. As everyone boarded the spaceship, it quickly started up and flew towards the distance of Blue Star. In less than a minute, it arrived at a place hundreds of miles away from Blue Star. Due to the cataclysmic event a century ago, the territory of Earth not only expanded dozens of times, but also saw the emergence of numerous abyssal rifts. Many alien planets also appeared around Earth, some of which were almost the same size as Earth and inhabited by extremely terrifying beasts. Once upon a time, an 8th-tier alien beast invaded Blue Star. It took several 10 Directions war gods working together to kill it, but at the cost of 2 10 Directions war gods dying in the process. The 10 Directions war god is an absolutely fearsome existence on Blue Star, guarding various abyssal secret realms. Of course, this martial arts assessment was not far from Earth, but was held on a planet that was close to Earth and weak in strength. This planet isn't big, but it's perfect for testing purposes. Soon, the spaceship arrived at the assessment location and slowly landed, creating a loud bang. Then, the spacecraft's hatch slowly opened. Let me remind you again, those who want to withdraw still have time, but those who are participating in the assessment should disembark immediately. The commotion here will soon attract a large number of alien beasts. Everyone, keep an eye on your smartwatches. They can maintain contact with the spaceship. Alright, disembark now. As soon as Jin Shi finished speaking, everyone's expression changed drastically. They rushed toward the ladder at the hatch. Due to the spacecraft's altitude, even after landing, the exit was still more than 10 meters above the ground. Just as the aspiring martial artists were scrambling to climb down the ladder, Chen Xian jumped directly from a height of more than 10 meters. Many other skilled martial artists followed him as he jumped down. It made quite a loud noise when it landed. Chen Xian landed almost silently, as light as a feather. Although he had not deliberately practiced movement techniques and martial arts, Chen Xian had cultivated the body tempering technique to an incredible level, only one step away from becoming a god. They have extremely strong control over their bodies. The surrounding martial artists were slightly surprised. Although they couldn't understand the intricacies of the situation, they could only marvel at Chen Xian's formidable combat strength and superb martial arts skills. But Jin Shi, standing on the spaceship, could tell at a glance that Chen Xian hadn't used any martial arts techniques or skills at all. This young man is indeed extraordinary. I hope he can perform well. Jin Shi smiled slightly, turned around and left. The spaceship then took off, but did not leave. Instead, it hid in the depths of the void. Seeing that many martial artists around him were looking at him, Chen Xian was slightly taken aback, then laughed loudly. Everyone, please be careful. I'll take my leave first. As soon as he finished speaking, he sped off into the distance. Seeing Chen Xian leave, many martial artists also dispersed. However, some remained where they were. One of them said, "It's too dangerous here. Why don't we stick together? Maybe we can kill more monsters and pass the test." Great idea. The other martial artists' eyes lit up, and they all expressed their agreement. Compared to going it alone, going it together definitely has more advantages. Otherwise, even a first-tier, one-star beast would be impossible to kill without outstanding martial arts techniques. It would be lucky if it didn't turn the tables and kill you. Several quasi-martial artists working together could easily kill a first-tier, one-star alien beast. Maybe the last few people will be able to pass the test smoothly. Soon, the martial artists formed small groups and traveled together. Manhwa also gathered with several martial artists with whom he had a good relationship, looking out for each other. Foolish. Beasts are extremely sensitive to human scent. Doing this will only attract even stronger beasts. If a tier 1, 2-star beast comes, you're doomed, Wang Yu said with a sneer. Upon hearing his words, many martial artists' expressions changed drastically, and they dispersed individually, while others ignored him and continued to travel in groups. Wang Yu snorted coldly, said no more, and with a light step turned and jumped towards a large tree not far away. Suddenly, a thick branch on the tree moved swiftly and wrapped around Wang Yu like lightning. A powerful clamping force instantly struck, and the sound of bones breaking echoed through Wang Yu's body. Blood spurted from his mouth and nose, his facial features contorted in agony, and he couldn't help but scream in agony. "Oh no, it's a tier 1, star 1 peak alien beast, Titan Python. Run!" The sudden turn of events stunned everyone, but they quickly recovered. The giant snake in front of us, over 10 meters long and as thick as a bucket, is the Titanoboa, a mythical beast, the most ferocious of the 1-star alien beasts. At this moment, the Titanoboa had already grabbed Wang Yu's head with its mouth. Despite Wang Yu's desperate struggle, he was eventually swallowed. This horrific scene stunned everyone. My god, that's terrifying. Run! The other aspiring martial artists were terrified and scattered in all directions. Wang Yu was a mid-level martial martial artist, yet he was swallowed up by the Titan Python in an instant. Even if they unite to fight back, they will inevitably suffer heavy casualties. Preserving their lives is the most important thing now. The earlier act of huddling together for warmth is no longer relevant at this moment. A voice came from the Titanoboa's mouth, its cold gaze sweeping over the fleeing crowd. Its dark eyes suddenly lit up, and its massive body fell heavily from the tree. Without giving it another glance, it quickly chased after the tree. That's right, that's the direction Qin Xian just left in, and you can still vaguely see his back. Star beasts are extremely sensitive to the aura of humans, and the Titan Python clearly sensed the surging power of flesh and blood within Qin Xian's body. This power is extremely attractive to the Titanoboa. By swallowing this human, it might be able to evolve. With an overwhelming pressure, the Titan Python stirred up gusts of foul wind and pounced on Qin Xian. Qin Xian also noticed the Titan Python's movements and said calmly, a star beast is actually charging towards me. Does it really think I'm easy to bully? Just as the Titan Python caught up with Qin Xian and opened its blood-red maw to bite down, Qin Xian suddenly accelerated, reaching extreme speed, and unleashed a punch with earth-shattering force. The fist collided violently with the Titanoboa's massive head, producing a crisp sound. The Titanoboa's head was violently knocked off, its massive body twitched twice on the ground, and then remained completely still. Its incredibly hard skull was shattered into pieces by Qin Xian's punch. At this moment, the martial artists who were fleeing for their lives heard the noise, looked up and turned around, and were immediately stunned. Completely in disbelief, the Titan Python, a peak first-tier, first-star beast, was actually killed by that boy with a single punch. My god, that was a peak-level star beast, and it's dead just like that. Even if he's only a beginner martial artist, this is still incredibly shocking, a one-hit kill. Everyone was shocked, but Qin Xian ignored them and reached out to take a pale blue crystal from the Titanoboa's head. This is the core of a star beast. 80% of a star beast's value lies in this core. Once you remove the core, there's no need to take the rest of its flesh and blood. In fact, besides the crystal core, the flesh and blood of the beasts are also very valuable. Low-level energy liquids are usually made from the flesh and blood of beasts, but now it's the assessment period, and carrying them is inconvenient, making them a burden instead. Qin Xian was satisfied with the crystal core. It was the first trophy he had obtained from killing a strange beast. No wonder everything about the alien beast is so valuable. Wang Yu is a mid-level martial artist, yet he couldn't even put up a fight against this alien beast, which is only a first-tier, first-star beast. However, the danger also brought rewards. Although it's only a level 1 crystal core, it's definitely worth several million. Qin Xian estimated that the energy contained in this crystal core was enough to refine about 1 bottle of low-grade energy liquid. Direct absorption is extremely helpful for novice martial artists, and may even allow them to break through to intermediate level. Selling this crystal core would be enough to support an average family for decades. No wonder everyone is aware of the dangers, yet still yearns to become a martial artist. The danger is directly proportional to the high reward. Qin Xian sighed, ignoring the gazes of those around him, put away the crystal core, turned and left, quickly disappearing from everyone's sight. Let's go. Let's try to kill a star beast within 3 hours and complete the martial artist certification. If all else fails, we must fight to come back alive. Yes, we don't have Qin Xian's strength, so we can only be cautious. If we really can't win, survival is the most important thing. Seeing the gruesome death of Wang Yu, many people lost faith in the martial arts certification process. Such a perilous test, or even the slightest mistake could lead to utter destruction. Do you think he might be hiding his true strength? Even for a beginner martial artist, killing a Titan Python so easily wouldn't be an easy task. It's possible that his willingness to come to such a dangerous place for the assessment is related to him. Enough talk, let's leave quickly. The beast is dead, and the smell of blood will soon attract other beasts. Go quickly. The warriors discussed the matter for a moment, then hurriedly left. After that, Qin Xian didn't encounter any more strange beasts, but instead ran into quite a few wild animals. He had no interest in these wild animals, but a few foolish beasts did rush at him, all of which he killed with a single punch. An hour has passed, and we still haven't seen any beasts. This won't do. Although I'm qualified to be a certified martial artist, this is far from what we expected. Qin Xian was a little anxious. His goal was to become a certified beginner martial artist. Others might think that being certified as a beginner martial artist is enough, but for Qin Xian, it was a complete waste of time and meaningless. These star beasts are hiding so deep, there's no way around it. I have to find a way to lure them out. Qin Xian pondered for a moment, then suddenly remembered that it was already afternoon and he hadn't eaten yet. Grilling the readily available wild animal meat would surely be delicious, and might even attract strange beasts. Without hesitation, Qin Xian took out the flint and steel he always carried with him. He had never used it before, but he never expected it to come in handy now. After lighting the fire, he cut a piece of meat from a lion-like beast and roasted it on a rack. Soon, the oil dripped down, the aroma filled the air, and the meat turned a tempting golden color. This looks delicious and looks great. It seems my cooking skills are pretty good. A smile appeared on Qin Xian's lips as he took a piece of meat and began to eat it heartily. easily, while adding a few more pieces to continue grilling. Star beasts, show yourselves quickly. Outside Planet 101, the alien beast. A manned transport spacecraft is quietly parked in the upper atmosphere. Master Gene, we have successfully received the ground information. Several hundred prospective martial artists are among them. As soon as the spaceship came to a stop, the technicians, under Gene Shi's instructions, connected to the ground, or more precisely, to the smartwatches of each participating martial artist. On the large screen inside the spacecraft, several numbered white dots jumped around, representing the contestants. Okay, keep a close watch on the people in the examination room. Gene Shi nodded in acknowledgement. He stared intently at the screen, his brows suddenly furrowing. In just a few minutes, more than a dozen quasi-martial artists had fallen. However, he quickly regained his composure. He had seen this situation many times before. Master Gene, something terrible has happened. Wang Yu's life energy has vanished. A technician nearby exclaimed in surprise, as the small white dot representing Wang Yu on the screen instantly disappeared. Could it be that a Tier 1, 2-star alien beast has appeared? How is Qin Xian doing? Gene Shi's heart sank, and he hurriedly ordered, play the footage from that time. Soon, footage from a few minutes earlier was brought up. Not long after the martial artists went down, Wang Yu was about to leave when he was suddenly coiled up by the Titan python hidden in the big tree, strangled, and devoured. Fortunately, Chen Xian has already left. Gene Shi breathed a sigh of relief. Chen Xian was a key figure being watched by the Yunhai Martial Arts Alliance, the top scholar in Jiangnan province this year. Wouldn't it be shameful for him to die during the martial arts certification test? Ultimately, is it Chen Xian who's too useless, or the alliance that's too useless? If something happens, Jiangnan University will also have a hard time explaining itself. Chen Xian has the potential to become a martial arts master. If he were to perish, it would undoubtedly be a loss to humanity's fighting strength. Wang Yu is better off dead. Chen Xian absolutely cannot afford to make any more mistakes. It was actually a Titan python at the peak of the first tier, 1-star level. No wonder it killed Wang Yu so easily. Although the Titan python is a 1-star alien beast, it is in some aspects no less powerful than a 2-star alien beast. How did you land? How come you didn't notice the strange beasts nearby? Gene Shi was furious. In theory, the spaceship's detection system should be able to detect the presence of alien beasts. The fact that it wasn't discovered can only mean that the staff made a mistake. Master Gene, Titan python is good at hiding and doesn't pose much of a threat to the spaceship itself, so it wasn't detected. The staff explained. Gene Shi remained silent, offering no rebuttal. He knew the staff were right. Even the most powerful Titan python was only a first-class alien beast, incapable of threatening the spaceship, so it was normal that the spaceship hadn't sounded the alarm. If it were a second-tier, 2- or 3-star alien beast, the spaceship would have already sounded the alarm. Keep a close eye on what's below. Realizing that Chen Xian had already left and his current situation was unclear, he immediately ordered the playback of surveillance video footage related to Chen Xian. The smartwatch not only keeps the warrior in constant contact with the spaceship, but also monitors and captures his every move. When the scene of Chen Xian killing the Titan python in one move was played before everyone's eyes, everyone was shocked. To kill a peak-level 1-star beast in one move was something even a mid-level martial artist might not be able to do so easily. It's not that you can't beat them, but being able to beat them and killing them in one move are two completely different levels. Martial arts genius. At that moment, this thought crossed everyone's mind. Such a genius is not only powerful in combat, but more importantly, he has a profound understanding and comprehension of martial arts, and can apply what he has learned to other situations. Even ordinary martial arts techniques can unleash amazing power in his hands. A once-in-a-century event. What is he doing now? Immediately afterwards, the scene switched to one that left everyone completely baffled. Instead of searching for the strange beast, Chen Xian started a fire and began grilling. Gene Shi was somewhat amused and exasperated. Although Chen Xian had killed the Titan python and his martial artist certification was valid, it didn't satisfy him. The higher-ups also wanted to see just how much potential Chen Xian truly possessed. How about I go and lure the strange beast over? The thought flashed through Gene Shi's mind, but he quickly dismissed the idea. The Martial Arts Alliance has clear regulations that during the certification process, proctors are not allowed to interfere without authorization, unless the examinee encounters an insurmountable danger. Although there have been casualties, they are still within the normal range. As an invigilator, he was not allowed to make a move according to the rules. Moreover, as far as he knew, the campfire would attract the attention of the star beasts, who were not ordinary wild animals and were not afraid of fire. This is bad. What he's doing will likely attract a large number of wild beasts, or even star beasts. If a large number of strange beasts gather, his life will be in great danger. My God, does he think he's on vacation? What kind of bizarre operation is this? Many of Chen Xian's entourage were stunned and couldn't understand his behavior. This is the top scorer in the college entrance exam? He hasn't even mastered the basic knowledge of ordinary star beasts? They may only focus on force and neglect the theoretical lessons. This teacher is really neglecting their duty. They were all talking about about it. No one expected that Chen Xian set the fire to barbecue in order to attract the strange beasts, saving him the trouble of searching for them one by one, which would be too time-consuming. Fortunately, they didn't know the truth, otherwise they would have been completely devastated. When did miners become this fierce? Jin Shi frowned deeply. He felt that Chen Xian was being a bit arrogant and ignorant. This is ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous. Doing this is no different from courting death. Just as Chen Xian was about to finish the roasted meat in his hand, he heard the sound of running in the distance, and the ground shook. Wow, that's quite a commotion. Chen Xian jumped down from the tree and saw a giant beast about 5 meters tall and 10 meters long. Its mouth was a meter wide and its sharp fangs gleamed coldly. Not bad, not bad. It's actually a Tier 1, 2-star Tyrannosaurus Rex. Chen Xian recognized the origin of the giant beast at a glance. Tyrannosaurus Rex approached, ignoring the roasted meat, and instead stared fiercely at Chen Xian with cold eyes. Clearly, in its eyes, Chen Xian was more appealing than the barbecue. It didn't pounce immediately, but instead sized up Chen Xian, slowly moving forward, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. At the same time, 5 other 1-star beasts were also attracted by the fire, but when they saw the Tyrannosaurus Rex in front of them, they hissed softly and dared not approach. Faced with this situation, Chen Xian showed no panic, but rather delight. In his eyes, these star beasts were all treasures, 1 first tier, 2nd star core and 5 first tier, 1st star cores. No wonder everyone wants to be a martial artist. It's a highly profitable industry. In fact, he didn't expect that if it were other martial artists, let alone kill these star beasts, they would probably be scared out of their wits. Now that this 2-star beast is here, the 1-star beasts naturally won't dare to approach. The only solution right now is to deal with this 2-star beast first. The flesh and blood of high-level star beasts are a deadly temptation for low-level star beasts. If we kill it, the other star beasts around will definitely come. Thinking of this, Chen Xian's pupils suddenly contracted, and his combat power erupted instantly. The next second, he charged towards the Tyrannosaurus Rex. With a stomp of his foot, a deep pit was immediately created in the ground, and he charged towards the Tyrannosaurus Rex like a sharp sword. Too careless. Even a martial artist would find it difficult to kill a typical Tier 1, 2-star alien beast easily. He's still too young. On the spaceship, some people were watching the scene before them and whispering among themselves. However, the next second, they were all stunned. When the Tyrannosaurus Rex saw Chen Xian charging towards it, it was startled for a moment, but quickly reacted and opened its mouth to bite him. If that bite landed, the immense force of the bite would be enough to split Chen Xian in two. Chen Xian ducked down and quickly crawled under the Tyrannosaurus Rex's head, delivering a powerful punch to its jaw, the sound of bones cracking echoing throughout. The Tyrannosaurus Rex let out a deafening, agonizing roar. In that instant, the Tyrannosaurus Rex's jaw was shattered by Chen Xian's punch. His mouth, which had been open, immediately drooped down. Sharp! On the spaceship, someone who witnessed this scene exclaimed in surprise. The bones of the strange beasts are extremely hard. To break them, one must possess immense strength. Jin Shi clenched his fists and nodded slowly. Chen Xian's performance just now was truly commendable. Immediately afterwards, the Tyrannosaurus Rex, in pain, swung its massive tail and slammed it down on Chen Xian. Before its tail could even fall, it made a tearing sound as if it were ripping through the air. Why didn't he dodge? Those accompanying him could see clearly that Chen Xian did not move an inch in the face of the tail attack, but instead met it head-on. Strangely, he only took a few steps back, then turned around and unleashed another violent punch, striking the tyrant's head directly and piercing through his jaw. The Tyrannosaurus Rex let out a scream, its massive body swayed a few times, and then it crashed heavily to the ground. The loud noise echoed throughout the forest, and even several first-tier, 1-star alien beasts in the distance took a few steps back in fright. This scene shocked everyone on the spaceship. Impressive, this young man is truly remarkable. To be honest, it is indeed remarkable that he was able to kill a Tier 1, Tier 2 alien beast, but considering his combat skills and age, it is still somewhat surprising. After all, Chen Xian has not used any martial arts techniques yet, and can only see a few shadows of the body tempering technique. But that is only a means to assist in cultivation, so how can it be used in actual combat? If Chen Xuanjin truly mastered practical martial arts techniques, no one present doubted that his combat power would reach a new level. However, the Tyrannosaurus Rex beast at the peak of the 2nd star level in front of him was already enough for him to obtain the certification of a primary martial artist. Just as everyone on the spaceship was deep in thought, several 1-star alien beasts in the scene could no longer contain themselves and charged towards Chen Xian with a few roars. The flesh and blood of the Tyrannosaurus Rex held a strong attraction for them. They weren't directly targeting Chen Xian, but they would never miss the chance to bite him along the way. They don't take me seriously at all. Fine, I'll accept all these crystal cores. Chen Xian remained calm, showing no panic or confusion in the face of the charging beasts. Charging forward was a 1-star alien beast, the Shadow Leopard, which was naturally adept at ambushes. Now, driven by the lure of the Tyrannosaurus Rex's flesh and blood, it pounced straight at them. Even so, the Shadow Leopard's lightning speed still brings extremely strong killing power. Ordinary quasi-martial martial artists wouldn't even have a chance to react to this speed and would be instantly killed by the shadow leopard. At the same time, the shadow leopard's sudden attack stirred up the surrounding beasts, with low growls rising and falling. With a flicker of shadows, several strange beasts pounced at the same time. The allure of the Tyrannosaurus Rex's flesh and blood made them unable to suppress their impulses any longer. The shadow leopard's attack only made them more impatient. Aurora fox, soul-devouring wolf, mountain-moving bear, that's a top-tier 1-star exotic beast, and the giant rhinoceros. My god, 5 1-star alien beasts are rushing towards Qin Xian at the same time. Can he stop him? I don't think so. He just killed the Tyrannosaurus Rex and has used up a lot of his energy. Running away is the best option for him now. The people on the spaceship paled upon seeing this. 5 tier 1-star exotic beasts, 2 of which are at the peak of 1 star. With such a lineup, let alone a beginner martial artist, even a senior martial artist would have to think twice before acting and would not dare to face them head-on. Historically, there have been instances of several low-level, 1-star alien beasts teaming up to kill high-level martial artists. Although martial artists can suppress 1-star alien beasts in terms of combat power, the alien beasts each have their own advantages in defense, strength, and speed. If you are careless, you could very well be killed by the beast. At this moment, a swift retreat is the wise move. Clearly, these 1-star alien beasts are focused on the Tyrannosaurus Rex's flesh and blood. Leaving now will prevent them from pursuing. However, they were dumbfounded when they found out that Qin Xian had no intention of leaving at all. He remained calm in the face of the beast's onslaught. With a stomp of his foot, Qin Xian transformed into a streak of light. The moment he appeared, the shadow leopard that was charging towards him was sent flying by his punch. At the same time, the giant paw of the mountain-moving bear landed on Qin Xian, but it only made him sway slightly. He couldn't even retreat. Instead, he turned around and knocked Qin Xian away with an elbow strike. The mountain-moving bear possessed extraordinary strength, but Qin Xian unleashed the defensive power of the star guiding technique. Although the defensive shield wasn't fully activated, it was enough to withstand the attack of a 1-star alien beast. On the contrary, the 2 strange beasts were beaten until they spat blood from their mouths and noses. They struggled to get up, growling incessantly, but their faces showed fear, and they dared not charge forward easily. Although they did not retreat, they were still looking for an opportunity to exploit a weakness. Qin Xian skillfully dodged the attacks from the other 3 strange beasts. The moment the beast pounced again, Qin Xian used both fists and feet, employing only the most basic fist technique from the body tempering manual. Although this fist technique was generally considered to be of little use except for assisting cultivation, it was incredibly powerful in Qin Xian's hands at this moment. With the help of the star guiding technique for defense, those strange beasts were no match for him. On the contrary, several strange beasts were covered in blood and flesh and were seriously injured. If this continues, they will soon be killed by Qin Xian. Jin Shi and the others were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. It's a complete one-sided crushing defeat. Qin Xian is really too strong. To unleash the combat power of an advanced martial artist with the strength of a novice martial artist, wow, truly a genius. Have you noticed that Qin Xian's fighting skills are getting more and more proficient? You mean, he's using these strange beasts to practice? I can't believe it, but it certainly looks like that. Hiss, I've seen countless martial arts practitioners undergoing practical assessments, but I've never seen someone with such extraordinary talent. It's terrifying. The crowd began to murmur amongst themselves, gasping in shock. Many of them had fought against strange beasts and knew their ferocity. Qin Xian's ability to deal with several beasts simultaneously and with ease was truly remarkable. My body tempering technique has shown signs of advancing towards the divine realm, but these few strange beasts can no longer help it improve. After all, they are just a few 1-star strange beasts. Qin Xian thought to himself. That's right, he was using these strange beasts to hone his body tempering technique, hoping to break through to the divine transformation stage. But this is by no means easy. Although the body tempering technique is a basic cultivation method, it is extremely difficult to cultivate it to the divine realm. To Qin Xian's recollection, he had never heard of anyone who could cultivate the body tempering technique to such a level. The current training is clearly far from enough. In that case, you're no longer of any use. A cold glint flashed in Qin Xian's eyes as he killed the shadow leopard with a single punch. The body tempering technique's 13-fold increase in combat power caused his combat strength to skyrocket. Then, with a single punch, he smashed the heads of several tier 1-star level alien beasts. The scattered wild animals nearby were terrified at the sight and fled in all directions. Inside the spaceship above the clouds, the staff who witnessed this scene were all taken aback. Qin Xian's decisive and ruthless actions shocked even these seasoned veterans. Jin Shi nodded in satisfaction. Qin Xian's performance far exceeded expectations. At 17, he already possessed the combat strength of a martial arts master and was able to perform exceptionally well. Surrounded by several strange beasts, especially when facing a peak first-tier, second-star strange beast, he remained calm and killed them all. In recent decades, there has probably been no genius like this in Yunhai City. What's most surprising is Qin Xian's astonishing talent. He hasn't hasn't practiced any other martial arts techniques, yet his combat strength far surpasses that of ordinary people. In his opinion, Chen Xian's understanding of the body tempering technique has probably reached an extremely profound level, perhaps even approaching perfection. As for the divine realm, he dared not speculate, nor did he wish to think about it lightly. It was said that, apart from the founder of the body tempering technique, no one had ever been able to cultivate this technique to the divine level. Of course, it's not just the body tempering technique. Reaching the divine realm with any cultivation method is extremely difficult. It requires not only extraordinary talent but also astonishing perseverance. If one had enough time and energy to practice other martial arts techniques, their combat power would have increased significantly long ago, so few people would spend a lot of time honing a single technique. Therefore, it can only be attributed to Chen Xian's exceptional talent. Little did he know that Chen Xian, due to his family's poverty, could not afford other cultivation techniques and could only focus on cultivating the body tempering technique. If this child enters the martial arts university and trains diligently for a few years, he might be able to participate in the genius battle of the 9 regions of Blue Star. Thinking of this, Jin Shi's heart beat faster and faster involuntarily. The 9 Realms Genius Battle is a world-renowned event on Blue Star, and those who can participate are all the top geniuses from various regions. Even in a small place like Yunhai, the thought of a genius participating in the genius battle is incredibly exciting. The conditions for participating in the martial arts genius battle are simple. One must reach the Grandmaster level before the age of 24. What's going on? It seems easy, but it is actually extremely difficult. Many people never become a beginner martial artist in their entire lives. The difficulty of participating in the competition is self-evident. Master Jin, 2 hours have passed, a staff member reminded him. I understand. Where did Chen Xian go again? Never mind him. As long as we're careful and don't alert any beasts of the 2nd tier or higher, he won't be in any danger. Jin Shi nodded. Then, he shifted his gaze and began to survey the entire assessment site. On the ground, Chen Xian took out several crystal cores from the alien beasts. The crystal cores of a 2-star peak Tyrannosaurus Rex were clearly much better than those of a 1-star alien beast. These few crystal cores alone would be enough to ensure that an ordinary family would live a life free from worries about food and clothing. After tidying up the scene, Chen Xian quickly left. Although the battle just now failed to allow him to break through the body tempering technique further, it did bring him a lot of insights. Now, all he wants is to find a place to wait for the spaceship to arrive. By contacting the spaceship's monitoring system through his wristwatch, Chen Xian roughly determined several relatively safe areas, then went to a place marked as safe and stopped on a large tree. Then, he closed his eyes and silently felt the flow of qi and blood in his body. The 13-fold increase from the body tempering technique is not the limit. The reason I can't deduce it has little to do with my 100-fold talent. It's more likely because I haven't cultivated the body tempering technique to its highest divine realm yet. Chen Xian slowly exhaled and muttered to himself. The body tempering technique is, after all, a basic cultivation method. With his talent 100-fold enhanced, no hidden secrets are visible anymore. However, the battle just now made him clearly realize that the body tempering technique can be further developed, only limited by the inherent limitations of the technique itself. At this moment, he only wanted to focus on comprehending and pushing the body tempering technique to its limit, that is, the divine realm. This is not out of reach. He had already made some progress in his battle with the strange beast. To reach the highest level of martial arts techniques, hard work alone is far from enough. Exceptional talent and comprehension are also required. Chen Xian's mind raced with his 100-fold talent, meticulously examining every detail of the body tempering technique. Not enough, still not enough. He opened his eyes, a bitter feeling rising in his heart. He could grasp that feeling, but he could never truly achieve it. It's still not quite there yet. Chen Xian sighed. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as a powerful pressure of blood energy, even stronger than that of a 1st-tier beast, emanated from afar. This is a 2nd-tier beast. It's probably the 2nd-tier, 1-star beast that Grandmaster Jin mentioned. Alright, I'll use you to practice my skills. Chen Xian suddenly stood up. Oh right, turn off the smartwatch signal. He pondered for a moment, then disconnected the smartwatch from the spaceship. At this moment, Chen Xian did not want to reveal too much of his strength. With his current achievements, he was fully qualified to be certified as a beginner martial artist, so there was no need to show everything. Ding! Do you want to disconnect the signal connection with the spaceship? If disconnected, some scores will not be recorded in real time, which may affect the final test results. Do you want to confirm the disconnection? As soon as Chen Xian gave the order, the smartwatch's notification sound rang in his ears. He chose to close it without hesitation. After disconnecting the signal, Chen Xian landed steadily and headed straight for the 2nd-tier, 1-star alien beast. At the same time, he made no attempt to conceal his imposing presence. As the momentum exploded, a deafening roar came from afar. The roar shook the surrounding trees and the earth, clearly indicating that a giant beast was rushing towards them at an astonishing speed. The higher the level of the beast, the more intelligent it is, and the more difficult it is to deal with. Chen Xian was cautious cautious and dared not be careless. He leaped onto a large tree and looked ahead. A golden tiger-shaped beast, over 10 meters long, charged in like lightning, rampaging through everything in its path, snapping thick trees in half. It pounced straight at Chen Xian. "You've come at the perfect time," Chen Xian murmured. Instead of retreating, he advanced and delivered a powerful punch to the tiger-shaped beast. The beast roared angrily and opened its blood-red maw to bite him. Chen Xian's fist struck the sharp fangs, producing a crisp sound like metal clashing against stone. The enormous rebound force instantly sent him flying. So powerful. Chen Xian was shocked. He had already witnessed the power of a second-tier beast, and it was unbelievable that his full-force punch hadn't even damaged its teeth. Just as he was in shock, the tiger-shaped beast swung its huge tail and swept it fiercely, sending Chen Xian flying once again. With a dull thud, Chen Xian flew out like a cannonball, crashing through several large trees before finally falling heavily to the ground. As expected, it is not to be underestimated. A second-tier, one-star alien beast is not something I can easily deal with at present. It is indeed powerful. While trapped in the deep pit, Chen Xian felt as if all the bones in his body were about to fall apart. However, a smile appeared on his face. Just now, he vaguely sensed that the star guiding technique seemed to have undergone subtle changes. Although the changes are minor, they represent real progress. If progress is rapid enough, a qualitative leap will inevitably occur sooner or later. Perhaps today, the star guiding technique can be cultivated to a perfect state. Thinking of this, Chen Xian immediately climbed out of the pit. Although the strength of a second-tier beast was extremely powerful, he was not fatally injured thanks to the defense of the star guiding technique. The key point is that he hadn't activated his defensive shield yet. If he had made a move just now, he probably wouldn't have been so easily knocked away by that attack. However, killing a second-tier beast is by no means an easy task. Beasts are naturally superior in terms of strength, speed, and defense. Although they cannot cultivate, they are often twice as strong as humans of the same level, or even more. In other words, this second-tier beast in front of us is comparable to a grandmaster in some aspects. Both its strength and defense are exceptionally outstanding. Fortunately, the star guiding technique greatly enhanced Chen Xian's defense, preventing him from being instantly killed. He immediately pulled out the crystal core of the Tyrannosaurus Rex he had just killed and swallowed it. Although he didn't have time to refine it at the moment, the powerful energy immediately filled his flesh and blood as soon as the crystal core entered his body. In an instant, Chen Xian returned to his peak condition. However, doing so would waste crystal cores, and he would not use them lightly unless under special circumstances. Just then, the tiger-shaped beast pounced on Chen Xian again. Chen Xian landed steadily and charged towards the strange beast. This time, he not only used the star guiding technique but also the basic fist techniques of the body forging technique. With a single punch, a series of resounding booms echoed as it struck the strange beast with tremendous force. The beast roared and its long tail lashed out at Chen Xian like an iron whip. The next moment, the two collided violently, and Chen Xian was knocked away again. The terrifying power of the second-tier beast sent him flying again, crashing through several large trees along the way. He fell heavily into the deep pit he had been in before. Although Chen Xian's full-force punch failed to inflict fatal damage on the beast, it forced it to retreat a few steps. The tiger-shaped beast, which had been repelled, seemed somewhat bewildered. It hadn't expected that the human it had almost killed could actually retaliate and even force it to retreat several steps. Then, a look of anger flashed in its eyes as it stared intently at Chen Xian, preparing to launch another attack. Cough cough cough. Chen Xian climbed out of the pit. Although he was covered in dust and looked disheveled, his eyes were full of joy. His earlier guess was indeed correct. Using this higher-level beast to practice martial arts techniques would indeed allow him to quickly comprehend them and improve his cultivation level. This also explains why the star guiding technique and body forging technique are not considered high-level. If they were more advanced martial arts, the strange beast in front of them would not be able to play a significant role. In that case, one would have to face higher-level beasts, which would greatly increase the risk, and one might be killed on the spot by a beast if one was not careful. This is practically a tightrope walk. Blood seeped from Chen Xian's body, and his skin was partially torn, but the wounds healed rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. The star guiding technique not only greatly enhances defense, but also has a certain self-healing ability, which is truly beyond my expectations. But with this, I can finally relax completely. At least I don't have to worry about being easily killed by a second-tier beast. Seeing Chen Xian get up from the ground again, the second-tier beast's rage was completely ignited. In its eyes, such a being should have been easily defeated, but it did not expect him to survive so tenaciously. It had killed many martial artists of this level, but this was the first time it had encountered one as troublesome as Chen Xian. This is practically a provocation against its dignity. It roared and charged forward again. Chen Xian remained calm as he stepped forward. This time, he used his full strength in the body tempering technique, but did not employ the defensive shield of the star guiding technique. If the defense is improved again, although the resistance can be greatly enhanced, the training of the star guiding technique will not be thorough enough. Moreover, given his current level of defense, he would at most suffer minor injuries, but his life would be safe. As a result, Chen Xian was knocked away again. The second-tier beast took a few steps back, but this time it let out a painful howl. The body tempering technique has increased his basic combat strength by several dozen points. With the increase, their combat power has undoubtedly risen even higher. That's great. Maybe I can really cultivate the body tempering technique to the divine level. Chen Xian smiled and, without hesitation, charged towards the tiger-shaped beast once more. The beast was not to be outdone, and opened its mouth to take a bite. Soon, another violent impact occurred, and Chen Xian was sent flying again, but his injuries were getting lighter and lighter, and the damage from the body tempering technique to the alien beast was getting greater and greater. The tiger-shaped beast began to feel fear. The creature in front of it was truly monstrous. But before it could react, Chen Xian pounced again. Having exhausted all other options, it could only confront Chen Xian head-on, unleashing its full power in a determination to kill him. The end result was that Chen Xian was knocked away, and the strange beast's injuries worsened. In the following days, the beast became even more terrified. This human in front of it was like an unkillable cockroach, and each collision made its injuries worse. In stark contrast to its own weakness, it clearly sensed that the other party was growing stronger. If this continues, we will definitely be killed by the enemy. The newly awakened second-tier beast tried to escape, but Chen Xian quickly closed in. It panicked immediately, with no way to retreat, and could only launch another attack, its giant tail lashing wildly at Chen Xian. With a full swing, a cracking sound echoed through the air. However, when the blow landed on Chen Xian, he burst into laughter, and a defensive shield suddenly appeared, its color becoming increasingly mysterious and profound. The tail struck the defensive shield, creating only a ripple-like effect. At this moment, the star-guiding technique finally broke through to the perfect realm. Then, Chen Xian quickly threw a punch, hitting the beast's chin. The star-guiding technique and the newly acquired beast core boosted his base combat strength to over 2,000. At this moment, the body tempering technique also reached the divine realm. Continue to deduce the body tempering technique. With 100 times the talent, the brain operates at high speed, evolving to a higher level of amplification in the blink of an eye. 18 times the combat power enhancement, the ultimate boost from the body tempering technique. In an instant, a punch with the force of 36,000 Jin was unleashed. The terrifying force struck the tiger-shaped beast's head, instantly shattering its skull and sending its massive body flying far away. It's finally over. This strange beast died a worthy death. Its existence was of great merit. Chen Xian let out a breath and said with great joy, "This martial arts certification was very rewarding." The breakthroughs in his cultivation techniques and martial arts skills alone were enough to satisfy him. It's almost time. Just as Chen Xian was about to head to the meeting point, a deafening roar suddenly rang out, and an extremely terrifying aura emanated from the depths of the forest. The landing site for the transport spaceship was now packed with prospective martial artists participating in the assessment. The assessment period has ended, and they are now waiting for the spaceship to land. Soon, accompanied by a roar, the enormous spaceship slowly appeared above everyone's heads and gently descended. Thank goodness, I'm still alive. Although we failed to kill the alien beast, it's good that we came back safely. The prospective warriors below jumped up in excitement upon seeing the spaceship. No one knows how they survived those 3 hours. On this small alien planet, although there were no particularly powerful alien beasts, there were a large number of Tier 1 alien beasts that made their lives miserable. Some people killed the alien beasts and obtained the crystal cores, but many more quasi-martial artists came for nothing, and dozens of people disappeared within 3 hours. Besides the exotic beasts, the gathering of top-tier wild animals also posed a great threat to them. A single beast might not be much, but a dozen or even dozens appearing together were enough to tear them to shreds. Fortunately, the assessment time was up, and everyone will be able to return safely soon. The spaceship landed, kicking up a cloud of dust. At the same time, multiple hatches opened simultaneously. The returning quasi-martial artists swarmed in and quickly crawled into the spaceship. It's safe. It's finally safe. Yes, we don't need to be afraid even if strange beasts come. The most powerful creatures here are only second-tier, one-star alien beasts. They can't break through the transport spaceship at all. He survived again. The prospective martial artists discussed among themselves, each expressing their relief at surviving such a calamity. Everyone, rest where you are. Injured martial artists, go to the infirmary for treatment. We will return immediately after the head count is confirmed. Please remain calm and quiet. At this moment, Jinshi stepped out of the cabin and said in a deep voice. Through his personal communication device, he already knew that dozens of quasi-martial artists had perished. Seeing that there were far fewer people in front of him than a few hours ago, he felt no emotion whatsoever. As a grandmaster martial artist, he knew that only through the baptism of blood and death could a martial artist grow rapidly. The stability of Blue Star was won by countless martial artists who fought and died one after another. Martial artists are well paid, but they also bear heavy responsibilities. If all martial artists fear death and hide in safe corners, afraid to make a move, then facing the ever-increasing attacks of alien beasts, Blue Star will eventually become history. Therefore, the only condition for obtaining martial artist certification and subsidies from the Martial Arts Alliance is to hunt exotic beasts. Only by successfully hunting exotic beasts can one complete the martial artist certification process. Thereafter, there were annual quotas for hunting alien beasts, and when necessary, one had to obey the Alliance's orders to control any potential beast tides. This is why warriors who break through the barriers kill a large number of alien beasts, thus maintaining the current delicate balance with them. Of course, this only applies to low to mid-level alien beasts. Against high-level alien beasts, humanity's top combat forces are still putting up a fierce resistance. Hunting exotic beasts has another benefit. Their cores and flesh can be used to make high-quality materials, and their skin and feathers are also extremely useful. This enhanced the combat power of human martial artists, stimulated the development of martial arts among the general population, and attracted more people to become martial artists. As a result, the entire planet entered a period of rapid development, far surpassing the era of the Great Cataclysm in both technology and martial arts. As time passed, a few more martial artists returned one after another. Master Jean, apart from Chen Xian and the other 3 martial artists, all the surviving martial artists have boarded the spaceship. An accompanying staff member walked past the report. Chen Xian hasn't returned yet. What happened? Did he encounter that second-tier, 1-star beast? Master Jean frowned and muttered to himself. If that's the case, things will be troublesome. Although Chen Xian's combat strength is not bad, he is only a beginner martial artist after all. A second-tier, 1-star alien beast can fight against a high-level martial artist or even a beginner grandmaster. If Chen Xian encounters one, things will probably not go well. Thinking about this, he couldn't help but feel a little anxious. Chen Xian is a rare genius in Yunhai, one of the most promising talents in decades. He is highly likely to represent the 9 regions of Blue Star in the genius martial arts battle in the future. If something happens to him, it will be a huge problem. Not only could he not explain it to Jiangnan University, but he also couldn't get past the president of the Yunhai Martial Arts Alliance. No, that's not how it is. The staff member's expression was a bit strange. According to the information from the ground, the life energy of that second-tier, 1-star alien beast that we just monitored has disappeared, and there was a fierce battle there. Although Chen Xian turned off the real-time video function of the smartwatch, the spaceship still detected the energy anomaly in that area. I have no objection. Since the martial artists are being tested on an alien planet, in addition to the wristwatch video, the spaceship's monitoring system will also scan the ground from time to time. This is to ensure that things don't get out of control. If a high-level alien beast suddenly appears and wipes out all the martial artists taking the exam, that would be a real disaster. What? The life energy of a second-tier, 1-star alien beast has disappeared? Who killed it? Could a high-level martial artist have infiltrated the group? No, that's impossible. Jean sure was shocked. The martial arts assessments are all conducted through iris recognition, making it absolutely impossible for someone to impersonate another person. He could certainly handle a second-tier, 1-star alien beast, but it would be far from easy. Could it be Chen Xian? Jean sure was startled. After all, among this group of martial artists being assessed, Chen Xian had the highest combat strength, and only he had the potential to kill that second-tier beast. Master Jean, didn't Chen Xian just turn off the real-time monitoring of the smartwatch? The staff member also seemed shocked. That was a second-tier beast after all. How could it be killed so easily? It seems so. Jean sure nodded, thinking to himself that Chen Xian really did have his own hidden methods. However, he didn't intend to delve into it. Everyone has their own secrets, and as long as no one is hurt, that's all that matters. Wait a little longer. We'll leave when Chen Xian and the others return. After Jean sure said that, the other staff members remained silent, and the remaining martial artists did not say anything more. After all, the highest-ranking alien beast here is only at the second tier, which poses no threat to the spaceship. There's no danger to his life, so waiting a little longer won't hurt. They also overheard Jean Shure's conversation with the staff, and their faces showed shock. Could it be that Chen Xian really killed that second-tier beast just now? If that's the case, then it's very likely. My god, it's unbelievable. He's so young and he can kill a second-tier beast. Yes, I was just chased all over the place by a tier 1, star 1 alien beast, and I almost lost my life. Some aspiring martial artists whispered among themselves. However, suddenly, an unexpected change occurred. With a deafening roar, the ground trembled slightly, and the spaceship's danger alarm sounded. Warning, warning, a tier 3, 3-star peak alien beast is approaching. Please evacuate immediately. Warning, warning, a tier 3, 3-star peak alien beast is approaching. Please evacuate immediately. Warning, warning, a tier 3, 3-star peak alien beast is approaching. Please evacuate immediately. Electronic alarms blared incessantly, and everyone froze, especially the surviving aspiring martial artists, whose faces turned deathly pale. A tier 3 3-star beast is a terrifying existence that can rival a grandmaster. Damn it, how can there be a tier 3 beast? The highest level here is only tier 2, star 1. Who collected the data on this alien beast planet? Damn it. Quickly, activate the spaceship's strongest defenses. Jean Shure's expression changed drastically, and he immediately ordered the spaceship's protective shield to be activated. Immediately, a milky white light shield rose from the spaceship, enveloping the entire vessel. But everyone knew that this protective shield wouldn't last long against a third-tier beast. Once the protective shield is breached, the spaceship will be destroyed instantly. In that case, no one would have a chance of survival. Master Jean, the protective shield's energy can't hold up for long. Shouldn't we leave immediately? The staff rushed out of the cabin and said anxiously, the wisest choice now is to evacuate from here as soon as possible. Continuing to stay here and face the third-tier beast would have unpredictable consequences. As the third-tier beast drew closer, a chillingly powerful aura swept over, and the entire protective shield flickered with white light, desperately resisting the immense pressure. No, Chen Xian hasn't returned yet, Jean Sure said through gritted teeth in a deep voice. Chen Xian is undoubtedly the most outstanding martial arts genius in Yunhai in recent decades. If the spaceship leaves now, it will be difficult for Chen Xian to survive. Now, immediately contact the Martial Arts Alliance and request support from a Grandmaster. If we can hold out for 3 minutes, the Grandmaster will arrive within 3 minutes at the speed of a private spaceship. Hurry! The staff rushed into the cabin. In an emergency, the sooner a distress call is sent, the faster the Grandmaster can arrive. Beep beep beep. Alarm, alarm. A Tier 3 alien beast is less than 500 meters away. Please prepare for protection. The spaceship's piercing alarm sounded. At the same time, a huge tiger-shaped beast suddenly charged towards the spaceship. That momentum was overwhelming, sweeping away everything. It's the Dark Tiger King, a third-tier beast, someone exclaimed. How could it appear on this alien beast planet? All the quasi-martial artists were shocked. Look, someone's approaching from below. Damn, it really is Chen Xian in Guanhua. Seeing this, all the prospective martial artists were dumbfounded. Was the Dark Tiger King chasing them? How could it move so calmly in front of a third-tier beast? The next moment, the Dark Tiger King pounced on Chen Xian and his companions. You guys go first. Chen Xian raised his hand and pushed Guanhua and the others aside. Starlight shone brightly from his body, and a deep-colored defensive shield instantly enveloped him. The Dark Tiger King roared and slammed the claw into Chen Xian's body. Jean Shure's expression changed drastically. Seeing this, he knew that not only Chen Xian, but even he himself would not be able to withstand the Dark Tiger King's attack and would be torn to pieces in an instant. The defensive shield rippled upon being struck, quickly shattering into a shower of starlight, after which Chen Xian was sent flying. Jean Shure cursed angrily and immediately opened the hatch, preparing to rush out. Although he was no match for a third-tier beast, he could still withstand a few more attacks. As long as he could buy some time for Chen Xian, he could escape. As long as Chen Xian is alive, I would be willing to die. For Blue Star, a martial arts genius is far more important than himself. At the critical moment, he was willing to risk his life to give Chen Xian a chance to escape. Master Jean, Chen Xian is not dead, the staff member exclaimed. Jean Shure looked up and saw Chen Xian roll over, get up from the ground, and run forward. His eyes widened in disbelief. He had expected Chen Xian to be either dead or seriously injured, but to his surprise, Chen Xian was completely unharmed. Great! Activate the guiding beam! Jean Shure shouted with delight. As soon as he finished speaking, several beams of light shot out from the spaceship, enveloping Chen Xian and his companions. In the blink of an eye, Chen Xian and his group appeared on the spaceship. Although the guiding beam consumes a lot of energy, it's all worth it as long as Chen Xian is saved. Start the spaceship and get out of here immediately, Jean Shure ordered. Now that everyone is here, getting out of danger is the most important thing. As soon as Chen Xian and his companions boarded the spaceship, the Dark Tiger King, enraged, leaped into the air with its massive body, over 30 meters tall, and slammed its claws down on the spaceship with a deafening roar. Before the transport ship could even sound its alarm, its protective shield was instantly shattered by the Dark Tiger King's claws. Then, the tiger's claws slammed heavily onto the spaceship, causing the hull to shake violently. The strong recoil caused countless quasi-martial artists to bleed from their mouths and noses, and some even fainted. Warning! Warning! The spaceship is 30% damaged and cannot initiate repair procedures. It cannot withstand further attacks. Please evacuate immediately. The spaceship's emergency alarm sounded. Upon hearing the alarm, a wave of despair washed over everyone. Transport ships are not combat ships. Their offensive and defensive capabilities are both relatively low. If the Dark Tiger King continues its attack, the entire transport ship will be completely destroyed in no time. And among everyone on the spaceship, no one could stand against the Dark Tiger King. Seeing that it had failed to destroy the transport ship, the Dark Tiger King roared once again and swung out a claw in midair. Under the watchful eyes of countless despairing people, the enormous tiger claw descended from the sky, about to strike the spaceship. However, just as the Dark Tiger King's attack was about to land, a small spaceship swiftly flew in. Immediately afterwards, an old man dressed in black appeared in midair, threw a punch, and the wind from the punch created a series of afterimages as he clashed head-on with the Dark Tiger King. Soaring through the air, it's Grandmaster Nangong. We're saved! Upon seeing the old man's appearance, everyone was overjoyed. Yunhai City has a population of over 10 million, but there are very few martial arts grandmasters, only a dozen or so, and Grandmaster Nangong is one of them. His arrival undoubtedly restrained the Dark Tiger King. Although the opponent roared continuously, it could no longer cause damage to the spaceship under the Grandmaster's attack. Grandmaster Nangong is here. That's great. Quick, let's get out of here, Jinshi said excitedly. With the threat of the Dark Tiger King gone, the transport ship quickly took off and headed towards Blue Star. About 10 minutes later, we will be able to enter the safe zone of Blue Star. At this moment, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief, their pale faces revealing the joy of surviving a disaster. Chen Xian, are you alright? Jinshi walked over and asked with concern. He just saw Chen Xian being slapped by the Dark Tiger King. Although he seemed unharmed, he might have been seriously injured. I'm fine, thank you for your concern. Chen Xian shook his head and smiled in response. The Dark Tiger King's claw attack did not fully strike him, only a portion of its power touched him. He skillfully neutralized the attack using his perfect star-attracting ability. Although it appears dangerous, the injuries are not actually serious. That's good. Jinshi nodded in approval. He looked Chen Xian up and down, and when he saw the eagle-toothed tiger's fur, he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. This is the pelt of a second-tier beast, the eagle-toothed tiger. You actually killed that second-tier beast. Even if he wanted to kill a second-tier beast, it would take him a lot of effort. Thinking back to the Dark Tiger King's attack just now, he couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. If it were me facing it head-on, I would probably have died on the spot. How exactly did Chen Xian manage to endure this? Thinking about Chen Xian turning off the video monitoring function of his smartwatch and the defensive shield he had just worn, Jinshi suddenly realized that Chen Xian was hiding a secret he didn't want anyone to know. He wasn't interested in what the secret was, but he was genuinely shocked by Chen Xian's talent. Coming from a poor family, he only started practicing martial arts at the age of 13 and became a junior martial artist at the age of 17. It is extremely rare for him to have reached his current strength without any help. Moreover, he also has outstanding combat talent. He is definitely not the kind of dullard who can only practice but not fight. A dragon is about to emerge from the sea of clouds. Jinshi sighed. Chen Xian's information was discovered during the combat strength test, so he was naturally aware of it. The only regret is that Chen Xian started cultivating too late. If he had started earlier, with his talent, his strength would definitely be even greater. Of course, he didn't know that Chen Xian's combat power had now increased to 36,000, exceeding the 30,000 standard for a beginner martial artist and entering the ranks of an intermediate martial artist. Alright, we'll arrive at the Martial Arts Alliance in a few minutes. Martial artists who have already passed the certification can proceed to the martial arts hall to complete the formalities. Those who haven't passed can leave and wait for the next assessment. As the spaceship drew closer to Earth, Jinshi stood up and announced loudly. Upon hearing this, the martial artists who successfully passed the test showed excitement on their faces, while those who failed remained calm and showed no disappointment. After all, there were successes and failures in the test, and everyone was already used to it. Soon, the spaceship stopped at the Cloud Sea Martial Arts Alliance, and the prospective martial artists who had passed the assessment went to the Martial Artist Hall to complete the formalities. After passing the identity verification, Chen Xian officially became a junior martial artist. Receiving a monthly subsidy of 100,000 star coins was a huge fortune back then, but now, that amount of money seems insignificant. The pelt and crystal core of the eagle-toothed tiger alone can fetch a price of tens of millions of star coins. Alright, now that you've passed the test, let's go home. Maybe we can still make it to pick Yuching up from school. Chen Xian put away his martial artist token, walked into the trading hall, and sold all the furs and crystal cores. These things were useless to him, it was better to exchange them for star coins. In a few days, he will be heading to Jiangnan University, intending to leave more star coins for Yuching. If she needs energy liquid for cultivation, she can buy it directly. Although martial artists can absorb the beast crystal cores, they are not as pure as energy liquid. Martial artists with lower cultivation levels are easily affected by the beast aura emanating from the crystal cores. Chen Xian, wait a moment. Just as Chen Xian was about to leave the Martial Arts Alliance, Jinshi came out from inside. Senior, is there anything I can help you with? Chen Xian was somewhat surprised, not expecting Jinshi to call him back. The president would like to meet you. Is Senior Dugu, the president of the Yunhai Martial Arts Alliance branch, going to see me? Chen Xian was taken aback. Dugu Outyan was renowned throughout Yunhai, known to all, and was considered a godlike figure by the martial artists of Yunhai. Dugu Outyan is one of the Four Symbols warriors, a top expert in Yunhai City, and one of the three great warriors. He guarded the Sea of Clouds for more than 20 years and successfully resisted the invasion of alien beasts many times. I don't know what he wanted to talk to me about. Chen Xian pondered for a moment. Don't worry, nothing bad should happen. He had just reported the assessment results to the president, emphasizing Chen Xian's performance in particular, which piqued Dugu Outyan's interest, and he wanted to meet him in person. A few minutes later, Chen Xian followed Jinshi to the top floor of the Martial Arts Alliance building. After a series of complicated procedures, he entered a simply decorated room. Inside the room, an old man sat cross-legged in mid-air, seemingly floating in mid-air, surrounded by a flowing aura, exuding a profound charm. Each breath carried a terrifying, oppressive power. Is this the legendary powerhouse who surpasses even a grandmaster? Chen Xian's pupils contracted slightly, his heart filled with shock. In the face of such a powerful opponent, his star-guiding technique defense was as fragile as a sheet of paper. It seems that the person in front of me is Dugu Outyan, the president of the Yunhai Martial Arts Alliance. Before he could speak, Dugu Outyan sensed Chen Xian's presence and slowly opened his eyes. Instantly, two sharp beams of light shot out from his eyes, revealing their sharpness. At the same time, a terrifying aura descended from the sky, pressing down on Chen Xian. President Dugu, what is this? Jin Shi was greatly surprised. Dugu Outyan's aura was incredibly powerful. Even a grandmaster would be overwhelmed by his presence, let alone Chen Xian, who was only a martial master. It seems that President Dugu is going to test my strength. Sensing the murderous intent lurking beneath Dugu Outyan's skin, Chen Xian understood that Dugu Outyan had no reason not to kill him, it was only to test him. His expression was calm as he circulated the body tempering technique, causing his internal energy and blood to surge. A few breaths later, that imposing aura suddenly dissipated, and Dugu Outyan laughed. You must be Chen Xian. Not bad, not bad. You were actually able to withstand my pressure. Although he only used the aura of a grandmaster, it was truly remarkable that Chen Xuanwu, with his martial arts skills, could withstand it. This child's future is immeasurable. President, you flatter me. My abilities are far from sufficient. I can't even compare to you, let alone be compared to you. Chen Xian responded with a faint smile. Good lad. You, Dugu Outyan chuckled and said, if you're comparing me to you, I've cultivated for decades longer. If I'm not even as good as you, then all these years of cultivation have been for nothing. Although he talked a lot, he secretly admired Chen Xian. A 17-year-old martial arts master is truly rare. For scions of powerful families, such strength at this age might not seem like much, but Chen Xian is different. He knew about Chen Xian's situation. His family was ordinary or even poor, and he and his sister depended on each other for survival. He only started learning martial arts at the age of 13, starting much later than others. Without resources or guidance from renowned teachers, relying solely on the body-strengthening techniques learned in school, Chen Xian has reached this point, which can only be described as having astonishing talent. Moreover, according to Jin Shi, he had already cultivated the body-tempering technique to an extremely profound level. To cultivate a technique to such a high level, hard work alone is far from enough. Talent is an even more crucial factor. Judging from the current situation, his future achievements will definitely surpass his own. If you cultivate diligently, you should be able to reach my level in a few years. However, I have something to tell you this time. Dugu Outyan spoke with a smile. President Dugu, is there something you want to say to me? Chen Xian was taken aback, filled with curiosity, not understanding why Dugu Outyan wanted to see him. After all, the gap between the two in terms of both status and strength is now enormous, and they are simply incomparable. Dugu Outyan pondered for a moment. Have you heard of the Martial Arts Alliance Grand Tournament? I've heard of it. It's a competition held within the Martial Arts Alliance, aimed at cultivating martial arts geniuses. Chen Xian replied thoughtfully. This competition is no secret. The Martial Arts Alliance holds it every 3 years. First, the competition is held within the city and district branches of the Alliance in each province, and then it is a contest between the provinces of Blue Star. However, the players who can participate are all top talents in the league, with extraordinary strength. Thinking of this, Chen Xian's heart stirred. Could it be that President Dugu wants me to participate in the Martial Arts Alliance Grand Competition? Dugu Outyan nodded and said, since you know, then I'll be frank. I hope you can represent Yunhai in this year's martial arts competition. After speaking, he stared intently at Chen Xian. Whether in terms of age or cultivation level, Chen Xian was the perfect candidate. There are so many people in the Cloud Sea Martial Arts Alliance, why did it have to be me? Chen Xian asked in confusion. There are many people in the Cloud Sea Martial Arts Alliance with higher cultivation levels than me, and besides, I just joined the alliance, so I shouldn't be qualified to represent them. There are many people in the league, but among players under the age of 18, you are the most suitable, Dugu Outyan said with a smile. What do you think? Chen Xian thought for a moment and said, I'm going to the academy in a few days. I don't know if I'll have enough time. There is about a week left before Jiangnan University starts its semester. Don't worry, the competition is in Dongling City, and Jiangnan University is also in Dongling City. You can participate if you have time. If not, I can help you communicate with the teacher. Dugu Outyan laughed. Since the president trusts me so much, then I agree. Chen Xian replied with a light laugh. President Dugu nodded in satisfaction. By the way, you have a younger sister at number 3 middle school, right? I'll make sure she's safe while you're away. Dugu Outyan's words brought Chen Xian comfort. After all, he had killed Wu Yu, and trouble was bound to follow sooner or later. It wasn't convenient to take Yu Qing with him to Dongling right now, but with Dugu Outyan's protection, Chen Xian felt much more at ease. The strongest member of the Wu family was only a grandmaster, and he couldn't make a dent in Dugu Outyan's power. Thank you very very much, President Dogu. Don't mention it, just do well in the competition. Dogu Outyen sighed. He felt bitter. Of the 23 cities in Jiangnan province, the contestants of the Yunhai Martial Arts Alliance had never made it into the top 10. Last time, they even came in last place, which made him, as the president, lose face. Don't worry, Chen Xian nodded. There's still some time before the Martial Arts Alliance Grand Competition. Once the school receives the cultivation technique reward, their strength will naturally improve. It's just in time for Yuqing to get out of school. I'll go pick her up and we'll go home together. After bidding farewell to Dogu Outyen, Chen Xian walked out of the Martial Arts Alliance Hall, glanced at the time, and headed straight for number 3 middle school. Number 3 middle school was not far from the Martial Arts Alliance, and he arrived there soon. Ring ring. Just a few minutes after arriving at the school gate, the school bell rang, and Chen Yuqing and several classmates walked out together. Upon seeing Chen Xian, Chen Yuqing excitedly ran over and hugged his arm. Brother, didn't you go to get certified as a martial artist? You're back so soon? Did you succeed? Are you hurt? When she got home at noon, she saw the message Chen Xian had left for her, but after learning that he had gone to participate in the martial arts certification, she was very worried. After all, the mortality rate of the martial arts certification was very high, and she couldn't contact him. This made it impossible for her to concentrate on her studies all afternoon. Seeing Chen Xian now, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Of course it was a success. Look. Chen Xian smiled and playfully pinched his sister's nose, then took out his martial arts medal and said, Bro, did you really get verified? Why is your badge blue? Chen Yuqing asked with a puzzled look on her face. She had seen the warrior's medal before. It seemed to be white. Blue 1-star medal, beginner martial artist. My god, Yuqing, how old is your brother? And he's already a beginner martial artist. At this moment, a little girl next to Chen Yuqing saw the medal in Chen Xian's hand and exclaimed in surprise, My brother is a beginner martial artist? No way, isn't he certified as a martial artist? Chen Yuqing was also somewhat shocked. She knew that Chen Xian already possessed the combat power of a martial artist, but she never expected that he could be certified as a martial master. Oh, Yuqing, the martial artist medal is white, and the martial master medal is blue. Look at that star, that's the symbol for a beginner martial master. I'm surprised, the little girl next to her said. She knew Chen Yuqing cultivated very quickly, but she never expected her brother to be so amazing, becoming a martial arts master at the age of 17. It was unheard of. Brother, are you really a martial arts master? Chen Yuqing looked at Chen Xian with anticipation. Of course it's true, how could I lie to you? Let's go back first and talk about it then. After saying goodbye to her classmates, Chen Yuqing went home with Chen Xian, leaving behind her classmates who were still speechless with shock. By the way, I remember this year's top scorer in the college entrance examination was surnamed Chen, and his name was Chen Xian, the same surname as Yuqing. Could it be that person from earlier? It's him. My sister and he are classmates. Wow, Yuqing's brother is actually the top scorer in the Jiangnan college entrance examination. No wonder she's so amazing. The students were buzzing with discussion, while Chen Xian and Yuqing had already returned home. Just as he entered, a message popped up in his mind from his smart device. Ding, you have a new message. Open it? Huh, who sent this message? Chen Xian frowned slightly. He didn't have many friends, and apart from Wang Kai, he didn't have anyone he was particularly close to. I opened my inbox, and 2 messages popped up instantly. Yes, it's Su Yan's birthday tonight at 8 o'clock. These 2 messages came from Su Yan and Wang Kai respectively, and were sent 2 hours ago. Fortunately, there's still time. Chen Xian checked the time. It was only a little past 7, so he still had some time. Su Yan, as the class monitor, usually took good care of him, so he certainly couldn't refuse her invitation. After replying to their messages, Chen Xian tidied himself up and went out. In a room in the Su family home, Su Yan, dressed in her finest attire, sat there, surrounded by a number of her classmates. Su Yan, you look beautiful today. Yes, she truly deserves to be called a school beauty. The students chatted and laughed. Who else hasn't arrived yet? Only that kid Chen Xian is left, but he has already replied to my message. He is on his way and should arrive soon. Wang Kai looked at his phone and said with a smile. Aside from Su Yan and Wang Kai, the other students' expressions turned complicated upon hearing this name. The fact that this previously ignored, underachieving student had become the province's top scorer in the college entrance examination was truly astonishing. Su Yan nodded. She had also received a message from Chen Xian and guessed that he would arrive soon. Yenner, are you ready? The birthday party is about to begin. At this moment, a middle-aged man walked to the door and said with a smile. It was Su Yan's father, Su Qiming. Okay, Dad, we'll go out now. This is simply unbelievable. Su Yan hesitated for a moment, wanting to wait for Chen Xian to come over first. Su Yan, why don't we go outside first? There are a lot of people waiting. Yes, it's not good to keep the guests waiting. Seeing Su Qiming's expression, a classmate said. That's true, Chen Xian wouldn't be unable to find the place. Having figured this out, Su Yan nodded and followed everyone outside. I didn't expect so many people. The Su family is indeed a prominent family in Yunhai. Moreover, with Su Yan's grades, she was admitted to a top 10 martial arts high school. It seems that her influence in Yunhai's wealthy business circle has increased quite a bit. Chen Xian arrived at the Su family's gate, looked at the crowd of people coming and going, and smiled. Although Su Qiming, the head of the Su family, is only a mid-level martial artist, he has an extremely strong business mind and his status in the Yunhai business world can be ranked among the top 10. I wonder where Su Yan and the others are. Should I send them a message? Just as Chen Xian hesitated, a commotion suddenly broke out in the crowd. Look, the eldest daughter of the Su family is out. She's so beautiful. Chen Xian followed the others and saw Su Yan walking over from not far away, followed by other classmates, including Wang Kai. As Su Yan drew closer, a commotion broke out at the scene. Chen Xian couldn't help but sigh. Su Yan is usually quite beautiful, but today's outfit is even more dazzling. Seeing the drooling looks on the faces of many wealthy young men around him, Chen Xian shook his head. He wanted to go forward to offer his congratulations, but then stopped, thinking that now was not the right time and he would go later. Just then, a commotion suddenly broke out at the doorway. Immediately afterwards, a furious roar rang out. Lu the dwarf, how dare you come here? Believe me, I'll make sure you can't get out. His words were filled with gritted teeth and furious anger. Everyone turned around in surprise, only to see Su Qiming with an angry expression, staring intently at the short, fat middle-aged man in front of him, his facial muscles twitching incessantly, clearly trying to suppress his anger. Who is this? Why is Su Qiming so angry? Don't you know? Su Qiming and the head of the Lu family have gotten into a fight. I heard that Lu the dwarf used to compete with Su Qiming in business. In order to win, he even sent someone to kidnap Su Yan. Although he failed, Su Yan's mother was so frightened that she died not long after. That shorty Lu is really despicable. No wonder Su Qiming is so angry. With the explanation from the insider, the others suddenly understood and were filled with contempt for Lu the dwarf, but no one dared to utter a sound. After all, the Lu family was one of the top 10 business clans in Yunhai, and Lu the dwarf himself was only a novice martial artist. They couldn't be easily provoked. After all, Yunhai has a population of tens of millions, but only a few thousand martial arts masters. Incredibly, Lu the shorty actually had the nerve to show up. He's utterly shameless. Lu the shorty remained expressionless, closely followed by an old man. The old man smiled and said, Patriarch Su, it's better to resolve conflicts than to let them fester. Why go through all this? Wouldn't it be better to be friends? Senior Zhao, I respect you, but what do you mean by that? Su Qiming's face was grim, but he suppressed his anger. This old man was no ordinary person. He was the second master of the Zhao family. The Zhao family was one of the top clans in Yunhai, and the second master himself was a high-level martial arts master. It was said that the head of the Zhao family was even a grandmaster of martial arts. In the face of such a person, Su Qiming, the head of the Su family, was simply not intimidating enough. He wished he could tear Lu the dwarf to pieces, but he simply didn't have the ability. He couldn't afford to offend the Zhao family. If the Zhao family supports Lu the dwarf, the thought sent a chill down Su Qiming's spine, as if all his strength had been drained away. However, he still held onto a sliver of hope, wanting to see how the Zhao family would react. Su Qiming, my uncle is here, don't be ungrateful. Let me tell you, today you not only have to put aside all grudges, but you also have to marry your daughter to my son. Lu the dwarf coldly stepped forward and uttered these absurd words. Everyone present was shocked upon hearing this. How could someone say something like that? Kidnapping someone's daughter, causing someone's wife's death, and then trying to force the daughter to marry him, this is nothing short of banditry. It would be strange if Su Qiming agreed. Chen Xian was also stunned. He had seen shameless people before, but this level of shamelessness was a first for him. Bullshit. Su Qiming was furious. Guards, prepare to take them down. At this moment, dozens of guards appeared around the hall, holding state-of-the-art laser weapons and aiming them at the crowd. This weapon is incredibly expensive, and even martial arts masters would be injured if hit by it. Su Qiming, do you dare to make a move? Master Zhao roared, his eyes flashing with cold light. If you make any rash moves, I will raise your Su family to the ground. Su Qiming stared intently at Lu the dwarf and Zhao the second master. Although he wasn't afraid of death, he still had his daughter. Thinking of this, he sighed softly. Fine, go to hell. As soon as he finished speaking, a fierce glint appeared in Zhao Eri's eyes, and he pounced on Su Qiming. As an intermediate-level martial artist, Su Qiming was completely unable to defend himself and could only watch helplessly as the fist came crashing down. Without his orders, the guards were completely unable to react. Yener, Dad can't avenge you and your mother. Su Qiming's face turned ashen. He sighed and closed his eyes in utter helplessness. Just then, a figure flashed out from the crowd and threw a punch, sending Zhao Eri, who was lunging forward, flying. With a loud bang, he slammed heavily against the wall and became embedded in it. What happened? Everyone was stunned. Dead. The second master of the Zhao family was actually beaten to death. My god, Master Zhao is a high-level martial artist, yet he was killed in one move. Killing a high-level martial arts master with one punch? This young man is too strong. Who is he and how dare he do such a thing? The surrounding guests stared wide-eyed, hardly believing what they were seeing. The Zhao family is no small family. The patriarch is a grandmaster. With just a stomp of his foot, foot, the mountains of Yunhai would tremble. This young man dared to kill second Master Zhao without any fear. He is truly audacious. What's even more shocking is that this young man's cultivation level is unbelievably high. He looks only 17 or 18 years old, yet he can defeat a high-level martial artist with a single punch. Chen Xian, is it really Chen Xian? How come he's so strong now? When Chen Xian's classmates saw this, their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Just kidding. Back when he took the college entrance exam, Chen Xian barely reached the level of a high-level martial artist, which was already astonishing. But now he can kill a high-level martial artist with a single punch. Just how strong is he? Advanced martial artist or grandmaster? Thinking of this, everyone gasped, their hearts pounding with anxiety. Chen Xian, are you really Chen Xian? Su Qiming frowned and asked in surprise. He had met Chen Xian twice, but in his memory, Chen Xian was of average talent and could not be considered an outstanding young man. However, what was happening before his eyes was unbelievable to him. Someone who can kill a high-level martial artist with a single punch is no ordinary person. Su Yan looked at Chen Xian in disbelief, never expecting that it was he who had come to her aid. Thank you, Chen Xian, she said with lingering fear that if Chen Xian hadn't been there, her fate would not have been any better. Not only would her father have lost his life, but she herself would have been taken away by the Lu family, and the Su family's assets would naturally have been lost as well. Although Yunhai has an enforcement team, this is, after all, a martial arts world, and no one would offend a grandmaster for her sake. However, Chen Xian killing Master Zhao has probably gotten himself into trouble. Thinking of this, she frowned. Chen Xian looked at her expression and smiled slightly, seemingly understanding her worries, but he himself didn't care. With President Dugu protecting him, he wasn't afraid of a grandmaster at all. Even without Dugu Out Yin backing him up, he didn't believe that the Zhao family head would dare to easily attack him. Jiangnan University's strength was enough to suppress several of them. These academic tycoons are not to be trifled with. If you want to take action against me, you should first consider your own strength. If you dare to disregard Jiangnan University, the consequences could be unimaginable. Chen Xian, I heard from Xiao Yan that you got into Jiangnan University. Uncle is here to congratulate you, Su Qiming said with a smile. He then remembered Chen Xian and regretted not getting closer to him sooner, but it wasn't too late now. Actually, he had saved Chen Xian's life. Several years ago, during a beast-tide attack, Chen Xian was almost killed by a top-tier wild beast, but Su Qiming and his daughter happened to be passing by and saved him. I only helped him casually at the time and didn't think much of it. I never expected that this kid's strength would grow so quickly. He was filled with mixed emotions. Uncle Su, you're too kind. Chen Xian nodded and smiled. The life-saving grace he received back then is also the reason why he didn't hesitate to help. Otherwise, even if they had acted last, they wouldn't have done it so decisively. No wonder he's so amazing. He's this year's top scorer in the college entrance examination. Even the top scorer in the college entrance exam isn't this strong, is he? Wasn't he supposed to be just a high-level martial artist? Could it be that his strength has increased dramatically in the last few days? If so, he's practically a super genius. The Su family knows someone like this. They have great potential. People around him were talking amongst themselves, their eyes filled with envy as they looked at Su Qiming. I never expected him to have this kind of relationship with Chen Xian. Although the other party is only a martial master now, if he continues with this talent, will he become a grandmaster or a battle general in the future? In short, the Su family has had a stroke of great luck this time. What? You actually killed my uncle? You've got some nerve. You don't want to live anymore. Lu Aizi was extremely shocked. This young man dared to kill someone from the Zhao family. Didn't he know that the Zhao family head was a martial arts grandmaster? This boy is practically doomed, and the Su family's parents probably have no hope left either. Thinking of this, a strange smile appeared on his ugly face. His uncle's death no longer seemed important. He seemed to have already foreseen the demise of the Su family. Chen Xian sneered, clearly seeing through Lu the dwarf's thoughts. He turned to look at Su Qiming and smiled. Uncle Su, what do you plan to do with this person? Su Qiming stared intently at Lu the dwarf, his eyes filled with resentment. If it weren't for him, how could his wife have died so tragically? Now that he has such a good opportunity for revenge, how could he let it slip by? Thinking of this, his face immediately filled with murderous intent. No, you can't kill me. If you kill me, you can't afford to offend the Zhao family. If you keep me alive, I can plead for you. Lu the shorty's expression changed drastically, and he turned and ran outside. He was a novice martial artist, and Su Qiming and his daughter couldn't stop him at all. They could escape in an instant. We can't let him get away. Su Qiming shouted anxiously, but dared not easily order his guards to act. The hall was full of guests, and the slightest mistake could result in accidental injury. The order he had given in anger was now calmer, and he would not issue it lightly again. But he absolutely could not let Lu the dwarf escape, otherwise it would be difficult to take revenge later. Just when he was at his wit's end, a faint voice rang out. Stop. Upon hearing this sound, Lu Aizi's heart tightened, and he dared not linger, running even faster toward the exit. He recognized the voice very well. It was the same person who had just killed Master Zhao. Asking him to stop now would be tantamount to suicide. Seeing Lu the dwarf still trying to escape, Chen Xian sneered and quickly gave chase. If Lu the dwarf escaped from here, he would surely go to find the Zhao family head. Now that he had already taken action, he might as well avenge Su Yan, which would also be a way of repaying her for saving his life. When Lu Aizi saw Chen Xian chasing after him, his expression changed drastically. He turned around and pounced on him, but he was no match for Chen Xian. His arms and legs were easily broken, and he was then taken back and handed over to Su Qiming. Su Qiming was overjoyed and quickly thanked Chen Xian. After saying that, he stared at Lu the dwarf with a sinister look, causing the man's face to change drastically. Su Qiming, you can't kill me. This is a joyous day, there's no question of killing. At this moment, a tall, middle-aged man strode into the hall and laughed loudly. He's a master of epigraphy. Could it be that Grandmaster Jin knows Su Qiming? I've never heard of him. The person who walked in was Jin Shi. When he saw Lu Aizi lying on the ground with his arms and legs broken, he was full of surprise. Brother Su, what happened? He recognized Lu the dwarf as a member of the Lu family, but he didn't know why he had ended up in this state. Turning his head to look at Chen Xian, he was even more surprised. Chen Xian, what are you doing here? Yes, today is Su Yan's birthday, so I came to check on her. Chen Xian answered with a smile. Oh, that's great. I was just looking for you. It's so nice to have you here. Jin Shi nodded and smiled. Senior Jin, is there something you need? Chen Xian was puzzled. He had just left the Martial Arts Alliance, so why was Jin Shi looking for him? President Dugu asked me to give this to you. We'll see how you perform in the Alliance Grand Competition in a month. As he spoke, Jin Shi handed Chen Xian a key. This is a villa for martial artists. You can move in when you have time. What? President Dugu actually gave Chen Xian a villa for martial artists? Wasn't it said that only members of the Grandmaster Alliance were eligible to be allocated villas? Yes, it's really strange. You heard me right. President Dugu sent him to participate in the Martial Arts Alliance Grand Competition this year. I never expected that President Dugu would value him so much. Hiss, that Grandmaster Zhao will probably have to think twice before he makes a move. Not to mention Chen Xian, even the Su family wouldn't dare to make any rash moves. Is the Zhao family really going to suffer this loss? What can we do? The other side has the Four Symbols warriors backing them up. Seeing this scene, everyone was uneasy. They hadn't expected Chen Xian to have such a deep relationship with the Martial Arts Alliance. They immediately calmed down and no one dared to make any rash moves. As for the other students, they were already stunned and disoriented, their minds in complete disarray. To be honest, Chen Xian's performance today was so impactful that it was hard for them to process it all at once. Alright, then thank you for your kindness, President Dugu. Chen Xian smiled without any formalities. The villas of the Martial Arts Alliance are completely different from ordinary villas. Not only are the materials exquisite, but the environment is also tailored to the needs of martial arts cultivation. All kinds of cultivation tools are readily available, and most of the residents around are Grandmaster level experts. Not only would his sister be safe and secure living there, but it would also greatly benefit his cultivation. Chen Xian would naturally not refuse such a wonderful offer. Of course, he also knew that the reason why President Dugu was so generous was because he valued his talent and future. Otherwise, he would never have been so generous. Chen Xian was aware of all this, but he didn't care. After all, his 100-fold talent could rapidly increase his combat power. If he were to unlock a 1,000-fold talent one day, wouldn't his strength increase at an astonishing rate? At that time, I will repay this kindness. Young Chen, I'm really looking forward to your performance a month from now. Jin Shi laughed loudly. Although he was much stronger than Chen Xian, he dared not underestimate the talent Chen Xian had displayed. Judging by Chen Xian's performance, reaching the Grandmaster level was probably not far off. However, this was just his guess. If he were to say it aloud, it would probably shock many people. After all, many martial artists spend their entire lives hovering at the beginner level. Grandmaster is a realm they wouldn't even dare to dream of. After leaving the Su family, Chen Xian went straight back to his residence on the outskirts of the city. Brother, you're back. As soon as she entered the house, Chen Yuqing, who hadn't rested yet, saw Chen Xian and said happily, Yuqing, look at this. As Chen Xian spoke, he pulled a key from his pocket, a crystal-like token. When he activated the token with his combat power, a phantom image of a villa immediately appeared before them. Is this a villa? Chen Yuqing was stunned. She knew the villa's value. It was worth at least 100 million star coins. Seeing its luxuriousness, she estimated it was worth tens of billions. Those who can own such villas are either extremely wealthy or exceptionally powerful martial artists. Ordinary people simply cannot imagine it. Brother, where did you get this key? Chen Yuqing asked anxiously. Don't worry, this was given to me by President Dugu of the Martial Arts Alliance. Chen Xian patted his younger sister's head and said with a smile, Did President Dugu give this to you? Chen Yuqing was shocked. She knew what Dugu Outyan meant. In their hearts, he was an unattainable figure. The Supreme Emperor of Yunhai City. His stomp of his foot could shake the entire sea of clouds. He was a truly important figure. Such an important person actually gifted my brother a villa? Although Chen Yuqing didn't understand what had happened to her brother, she obediently didn't ask any more questions. After all, her brother wouldn't harm her. Yes, we'll move there tomorrow, and you'll have your own training room then. Chen Xian smiled indulgently. Okay, I'll listen to you, brother. Chen Yuqing nodded. Brother, I'm going to cultivate. After saying that, she skipped and hopped back to her bedroom. Watching his sister leave, Chen Xian returned to his room. I only have one cultivation technique now, the body tempering technique, which belongs to the divine realm. The 18x amplification has reached its limit. My base combat strength is 2000, and when I unleash my full power, my combat strength can reach 36,000. Although my combat strength is equivalent to that of a mid-level martial artist, it is already the limit. Moreover, after reaching the Grandmaster realm, the amplification of the body tempering technique is limited, and the effect of the technique is no longer obvious. It seems that I can only cultivate other techniques. Chen Xian made up his mind that once he arrived at Jiangnan University, he would choose a new cultivation technique. If all else failed, he would have to buy one from the martial arts mall. Although cultivation techniques and martial arts skills are expensive, enhancement techniques are much cheaper than ordinary techniques because they are extremely difficult to cultivate. Almost everyone on Earth knows that amplification techniques, while seemingly powerful, are incredibly difficult to master. Reaching even the first level is no easy feat, let alone the second. Even if one manages to reach the second level, it may take countless hours. If he were practicing ordinary cultivation techniques, he would probably have already reached the fourth or fifth level. The enhancement-type cultivation techniques that others dared not try easily became the most suitable choice for Chen Xian, enabling him to quickly improve his strength. He vaguely felt that if he switched to other amplification techniques, he might make greater progress and even have a chance to reach the level of a martial arts grandmaster. However, there's no need to rush now, since there are only a few days left before school starts, and it will be here soon. So Chen Xian closed his eyes and began to cultivate with focused concentration. The next morning, after her younger sister ate breakfast, she went to school. Chen Xian packed a few things, contacted a smart moving company, and moved all the useful items, leaving the rest of the miscellaneous belongings behind. After all, the martial arts villa was move-in ready, and everything was arranged perfectly. In the following days, Chen Xian spent his time cultivating and taking Yuqing to and from school. After all, he would soon be going to study in Dongling, and he wanted to spend more time with his younger sister. Yuqing, remember to call me directly if anything happens. The brother and sister sat on the sofa. Chen Xian said, tomorrow, he will be registering at Jiangnan University. Brother, I understand. You must take good care of yourself while you're out there. Chen Yuqing sat on the sofa, hugging her knees, her eyes filled with disappointment. The siblings had relied on each other for many years, and it was natural for them to feel reluctant to part ways suddenly. Don't worry, Dongling isn't far from here. I'll make time to come back. Chen Xian patted his sister's head and said with a smile, once I've established myself in Dongling, I'll take you over. He had made up his mind to attend Jiangnan University from the very beginning. As the capital of Jiangnan province, Dongling far surpasses Yunhai in both education and environment. Brother, really? Chen Yuqing suddenly looked up, her face full of surprise. It will take at most 6 months to bring her over, Chen Xian thought to himself. At this moment, Yuqing is here alone. Both the Su family and President Dugu of the Martial Arts Alliance will secretly protect her and prevent her from encountering danger, which makes Chen Xian feel much more at ease. The next morning, a small spaceship landed in front of Chen Xian's villa. Unlike top scorers in the National College entrance examination, here there is a dedicated pickup and drop-off service with excellent benefits. The Eastern Mausoleum is more than 500 miles from the Sea of Clouds, but it only takes a dozen minutes to reach it by small airship. It doesn't take several hours like taking a car. Even a regular transport spacecraft takes only an hour. Of course, due to the frequent appearance of strange beasts, the land, sky and sea are full of dangers, so the spaceship is equipped with a lot of martial artists, and the cost of riding is naturally not cheap. Ordinary people generally wouldn't go out easily, as that would be tantamount to courting death. Jiangnan University is so powerful that it doesn't care about this at all. After waving goodbye to Yuqing, Chen Xian boarded the spaceship. Professor Li Tian from Jiangnan University, who was busy with other matters, had not left and accompanied Chen Xian back to the school. With a soft click, the spaceship quickly started up and disappeared into the sky. Dongling City, the capital of Jiangnan Province. Jiangnan University is bordered by the Qinglong River to the east, the Dongling Mountains to the north, and bustling cities to the southwest. After the Great Cataclysm, countless strange beasts emerged. Not only were there beast planets in the sky, but the Azure Dragon River and the Great Wind Mountains also harbored a large number of these beasts, many of which were extremely powerful. Fortunately, Jiangnan University was there to protect them, which helped maintain stability. Nestled against mountains and beside water, Jiangnan University boasts stunning scenery and an astonishingly vast area. A small spaceship slowly landed in the spaceship docking area not far from the school gate. Chen Xian, we've arrived at Jiangnan University. Go and register yourself. There's a new student registration desk at the entrance. Teacher Li Tian stepped off the spaceship and said said with a smile. He then added meaningfully, "You are the top scorer in the college entrance examination in Jiangnan province, but this year our school also has top scorers from other provinces. There are many geniuses hidden in the 23 cities of Jiangnan province, and the competition among freshmen is fierce. You should pay more attention." "Does Teacher Li mean that they might come to challenge me?" Chen Xian asked in surprise. "That's possible. I was just reminding you." "Okay, go register." Li Tian patted Chen Xian on the shoulder and left with a smile. Watching Li Tian leave, Chen Xian shook his head. He wasn't particularly concerned about the challenge and walked towards the registration area with his luggage. Someone else is here, and he's a handsome guy. He looks pretty handsome. Junior, come over here. On the platform, two freshmen saw Chen Xian and quickly went over to help him with his luggage. At the same time, student council members began registering information on their personal computers. "Name is, Chen Xian?" The man paused for a moment, then looked up at him. "Is this Chen Xian, this year's top scorer in the college entrance examination? The strength of a high-level martial artist? I wonder if he can hold on to his position as the top freshman." The student council members stared at him with curiosity, and the surrounding freshmen were also shocked. Some people even sneered, but no one dared to step forward and provoke them, since they had to register for school first. "Alright, you can go in now." The student council member paused for a moment, then quickly filled out the form and said to him, "Let's go, I'll take you there." The senior student just now offered to take Chen Xian to the freshman dormitory area. This treatment made many freshmen envious. This guy not only had good grades, but was also handsome, and had senior female students to guide him, while no one paid any attention to him. Led by his senior, Chen Xian soon arrived at a villa, which was comparable in size and comfort to the villas of the Martial Arts Alliance. The house number is 001. Chen Xian was puzzled. Was it sent to the wrong place? This level of luxury, how could it be for students? Even if Jiangnan University is prestigious, it wouldn't be this extravagant. This looks like a vacation. You'll stay here. The senior student was also shocked. She had seen the top scorer in the college entrance examination living in Villa number 1 before, but she was still shocked every time she saw it. This treatment is absolutely amazing. But what can you do? Her grades are so good. I live here? After listening to the senior's explanation, Chen Xian finally understood that there were only 10 detached villas, which were specially allocated to the top 10 students in the college entrance examination each year. Others can only stay in single rooms, or even dormitories with 4 or 6 people. You are the top scorer in the college entrance examination in Jiangnan province this year, so you have been assigned to Villa number 1, which is also the most luxurious. Top scorers from other provinces, even if their scores are better than yours, may not be able to live here. However, this is only temporary. There is still the freshman competition coming up. If you get replaced by someone else, you won't get those benefits, the senior student said with a smile. The freshman competition is held every year for freshmen. She has also seen top scorers in the college entrance examination being dethroned by freshmen, and the freshman rankings are reshuffled. So Chen Xian is currently living in Villa number 1, but the future situation is still uncertain. It has been common for top scorers in the college entrance examination to be defeated by freshmen. Everyone is a chosen one, and no one wants to stand behind others. After chatting for a while, the senior student left. She had other new students to greet and couldn't stay there for long. When evening came, Chen Xian stood outside the villa and was surprised to find that Villa number 1 was built on a hilltop in a very conspicuous location. Even Villa number 2 is located far below Villa number 1. It does seem too conspicuous. The lights were twinkling down the mountain, and many students had already gathered in the area, while Villa number 1 stood atop the mountain, overlooking the surroundings. Chen Xian could almost foresee that he would encounter many challenges in the upcoming freshman competition. He was unconcerned, his mind resolute. I will not easily relinquish this villa. Anyone who dares to challenge me will be shown my strength. The way of the martial artist is to forge ahead relentlessly, slaying gods and Buddhas alike. How can one reach the pinnacle of martial arts if one is timid and hesitant? Those who question him and dare to challenge him will only be silenced by his strength. Only then will they shut up and yield. Respect cannot be won with mere words. Having grown up at the bottom of society, Chen Xian understood this principle better than anyone else. The reason why President Dugu of the Yunhai Martial Arts Alliance branch treated him differently was because of his strength and talent, not because he liked him so much that he casually gave him the villa. Anyone who wants to challenge him, come on. We're all freshmen at Jiangda University, so why is that guy standing above me? What's so great about the top scorer in the Jiangnan college entrance exam? If it weren't for other reasons, he wouldn't have had a chance at all. Chen Xian muttered to himself, he's just a local from a small place. I've already inquired about him. He's only practiced the body tempering technique. So what if he's mastered the body tempering technique? He's never seen anything of the world. A genius from a small place becoming the top scorer in the college entrance examination is just lucky. He thinks he can compete with us? What a joke. Since he's a genius, let him be smug for a couple of days. Soon he'll experience what it's like to to fall from grace. The top scorer in the college entrance examination in Jiangnan province? Fine, I'm also the top scorer. Let's see what you're capable of to live in Villa number 1. I hope you won't disappoint me. Under the brightly lit night sky, many students gazed at Villa number 1 on the mountaintop, their sneers rising and falling, their voices filled with silent mockery. Those who can get into Jiangnan University are all the pride of heaven, each one proud and arrogant, and all local celebrities. How could they tolerate others standing above them? Moreover, although many people tested slightly lower in combat power than him for other reasons, they were able to unleash combat power of a junior martial artist or even stronger in actual combat. Coming from privileged backgrounds and possessing various martial arts techniques, they naturally looked down on Chen Xian, who only had the body tempering technique. They were all determined to defeat him in the freshman competition. The school's decision to default to the ranking has angered many people and made Chen Xian the target of public criticism. The students in the villas below Villa number 1 were both angry and excited about the rule, and their belief in the strong made their blood boil. Unlike previous high schools, Jiangnan University gathers many geniuses from all over China, and competing with these people is even more exciting. Let's start by defeating him, who is known as the top scorer in the college entrance examination in Jiangnan province. At this moment, countless eyes were fixed on Chen Xian. However, Chen Xian was completely unaware of this, and even if he had known, he wouldn't have cared at all. The school just called and said they can send over the cultivation techniques and martial arts skills tomorrow. This time, you can choose one cultivation technique and one martial arts skill to enhance your combat power. Chen Xian pondered for a moment, then slowly spoke. He had good reasons for making this choice. The body tempering technique was limited by its level, and he desperately needed a high-level technique to boost his combat power, while also acquiring a martial arts skill to enhance his attack methods and abilities. As for whether Jiangnan University had such a technique, he didn't even think about it. With Jiangnan University's strength, it would be easy for them to produce hundreds of martial arts manuals, many of which were rare copies that couldn't be bought in the Martial Alliance Mall. Chen Xian doesn't need any particularly valuable secret manuals right now. Any cultivation technique and martial skill will suffice. Jiangnan University has a large number of such martial arts techniques for him to choose from. During the phone call just now, he told the teacher in charge of the exercises about his needs, and the teacher said that he would bring relevant exercises for him to choose from. Back in his bedroom, Chen Xian quickly washed up and began his meditation. The night passed quickly. The next morning, school staff responsible for distributing supplies to new students arrived at the entrance of Chen Xian's villa. Through this computer, you can view the descriptions of various martial arts techniques and choose two of them. The staff handed over a chip which, after being connected to the optical computer, displayed a large amount of information on martial arts techniques and skills on the screen. To Chen Xian's surprise, besides martial arts techniques, there were also all sorts of weapons and elixirs. Not only were there cold weapons, but also firearms. There were even earth-grade energy liquids for sale, priced at tens or even hundreds of billions, leaving Chen Xian dumbfounded. Rare pets and private spaceships were all available, a dazzling array that resembled a large online shopping platform, leaving Chen Xian in awe. Of course, apart from the two available cultivation techniques and 3 bottles of intermediate-level energy liquid, he could only look at the others and admire them from afar. They were not for him. Besides martial arts techniques, what else does the school have? Chen Xian said in disbelief. Aside from common items such as martial arts techniques, exotic animal hides, crystal cores, and energy liquids, there are many rare and precious materials that are simply unavailable on the market. It's not that they are unaffordable, but rather that they are completely unavailable. The price was clearly marked on the computer, but strictly speaking, it wasn't a price, but rather academic credits. How do I earn academic credits? Chen Xian asked curiously. These rare items weren't purchased with star coins, but rather exchanged for some inexplicable academic credits. If academic credits were easy to obtain, it wouldn't hurt to collect some myself. Credit is Jiangnan University's system. If students want to access the university's resources, they must exchange them for corresponding credits. The staff members seemed to sense Chen Xian's doubt and said with a meaningful smile, as for obtaining credits, it's quite simple. Students can exchange their acquired martial arts techniques, crystal core energy liquid, or various rare and precious materials for equivalent credits. Of course, actively participating in school-organized activities and achieving certain rankings will also earn corresponding points. After listening to the staff's words, Chen Xian immediately understood that this was actually a barter system, but with academic credits as the medium. Students must first exchange something of almost equal value for academic credits if they want something. As for participating in school activities, Chen Xian could roughly understand that it meant participating in activities organized by the school both on and off campus, and if one made contributions or brought honor to the school, one could earn a certain number of points as a reward. As expected, it wasn't as simple as I imagined. Chen Xian couldn't help but make a comment. However, he secretly admired the system, which was ingenious, creating a win-win situation for both the school and the students, problems and virtually eliminating other messy problems. Of course, for this reason, many Jiang University graduates, and even some who have become top experts, still return to Jiang University to exchange for the items they need. After all, the alma mater will do its best to be fair and just and will not take advantage of any student. Of course, these things were irrelevant to Qin Xian for the time being. After looking at the cultivation techniques for a while, he began to choose and quickly selected 2 cultivation techniques and martial arts skills. His gaze lingered on the 2 cultivation manuals. After pondering for a moment, he finally decided to choose them. The first technique is the 8-step meteor fist. The inch punch is an enhancement-type martial art discovered by Jiangnan University in an ancient civilization site. Unlike the body tempering technique, which enhances combat power, it focuses on improving instantaneous explosive power. The 1-inch punch is highly concealed when thrown, and can unleash astonishing destructive power within a mere inch. This martial art is divided into 9 levels, each with greater explosive power than the last. Due to its unique properties, it initially attracted many students from Jiang University to exchange for and practice it. Are you really sure you want to choose this cultivation method? Don't be fooled by the description of the method. Seeing Qin Xian's choice, the staff member offered a reminder. This technique looks good, but it is extremely difficult to practice. It is said that only one person in Jiangda University has reached the 2nd level, and it took him 3 years. As a result, the person was nearly driven to the brink of collapse, and afterwards, the technique was shelved and rarely practiced anymore. However, as a technique, it still remained in Jiang University's technique archive. That's right, this is the one I'm choosing, Chen Xian answered without hesitation. The staff nodded with some regret, but said nothing more, since it was Qin Xian's own decision. Young people have the right to try, so consider this a lesson for you. There's another cultivation technique. Which one do you want to choose? This is the 8-step meteor fist manual. Chen Xian pointed to the martial arts manual on the quantum computer and said, the 8-step meteor fist is a martial art that excels in speed. Its characteristic is that it is incredibly fast, with a punch falling like a meteor. When mastered, each punch is almost as fast as sound. You might only hear the sound before the fist strikes you heavily. The staff nodded in agreement, and then, using the optical computer, 2 cultivation manuals quickly appeared on the table in front of Qin Xian. Although the inch punch can't directly boost combat power like the body forging technique, it can enhance burst power. When you reach the 9th level, the burst power is in no way inferior to the body forging technique. More importantly, it doesn't have the Grandmaster level limitation of the body forging technique. After the staff left, Qin Xian began to study the technique carefully. Soon, he grasped its theoretical key points. Its explosive power is not only comparable to the body tempering technique, but more importantly, it has a strong ability to conceal itself, making it easy for opponents to lower their guard. He soon became engrossed in studying the 1-inch punch. With his talent working at an incredible pace, Qin Xian finished watching the entire inch fist in no time. Afterwards, he repeatedly went through the cultivation method in his mind. However, after a few minutes, he stopped and frowned slightly. The 1-inch punch is theoretically fine, but upon closer examination, it is not without flaws, and some parts are even slightly inappropriate. While these mistakes won't hinder the practice of the 1-inch punch, they will undoubtedly weaken its power. Based on his previous experience in practicing the body tempering technique, Qin Xian quickly made several adjustments to the inch punch, which increased its power by more than 10%. A 100-fold talent is indeed impressive. Many people have practiced the 1-inch punch, including many exceptionally gifted geniuses. It's clear that no one has noticed the problem. Chen Xian sighed. He dared to say this because anyone who discovered flaws in the technique and reported them to the school would receive academic credits. However, the 1-inch punch appears to be continuous from beginning to end, without any trace of alteration. However, the power of my improved inch punch has increased greatly. With the foundation of the body tempering technique I have built, I will soon be able to cultivate the inch punch to the 9th level, Chen Xian said in a deep voice. Then, he devoted himself to practicing the 1-inch punch. In the blink of an eye, a night passed and the sun rose slowly from the east. At this time, other Jiangnan University students at the foot of the mountain also left their dormitories one after another, looking for suitable places to cultivate. Jiangnan University has abundant financial resources and has built a large number of cultivation rooms for students to use. These are all top-notch martial artists who have no habit of slacking off. Many of them even start training before dawn. The sun's already high in the sky. Why hasn't that guy who claims to be the top scorer in the college entrance exam in Jiangnan province shown up yet? Is he still in bed? Sleeping in is not good. It probably means you're cowardly and don't dare to face us real strongmen. Ah, that's right. It's just that guys from small towns, who get lucky, dare to call themselves geniuses. In this freshman competition, I'm determined to expose his disguise. Villa number 1, you'd better get out of the way. I have mastered the 7-star fist and I would like to practice with it. At the foot of the mountain, many freshmen, the pride of the nation, glanced at the tightly closed villa number 1 on the mountaintop and sneered. They were all holding their breath, determined to make a name rank for themselves in this competition. If they knew that Villa Number 1 not only had a private cultivation room but also a private swimming pool and garden, they would probably be so angry they'd vomit blood. Such facilities are even inferior to those of Villa Number 2. Zhang Da made this arrangement for a simple purpose: to stimulate the competitive spirit of these top students. Only when students are positive and motivated can Jiangnan University continue to grow stronger. Of course, all of this was just their imagination. At this moment, Chen Xian was still focused on cultivation. After a while, he slowly opened his eyes, a smile appearing on his lips. The 9th level of the inch fist has been fully mastered. Now it's time to test its power. Inside the cultivation room of the villa, Chen Xian slammed his fist heavily into the combat power detector. The power of the 1-inch punch exploded instantly. The machine's readings jumped wildly before quickly stopping. A combat power of 4,800, a one-time instant increase, means that my base combat power has reached 2,400 Jin, which is 400 Jin more than before. It seems to be the benefit of mastering the inch punch to the maximum level. Chen Xian nodded and said, based on this calculation, the instantaneous increase of the inch punch's 9-fold power can reach 21,600. This is bad. Could it be that my strength has actually decreased after giving up the body tempering technique? Chen Xian frowned slightly, deep in thought. If he can use both amplification techniques at the same time, his combat power will reach an extremely terrifying level, easily surpassing advanced martial artists and even reaching the threshold of 100,000 combat power for grandmasters. However, as everyone on Earth knows, the two amplification techniques cannot be used together, so abandoning the body tempering technique actually reduces combat power. By the way, since the body tempering technique can be further developed based on the 9 levels, can the inch punch technique also be developed? Chen Xian's eyes lit up, and without hesitation, he returned to his bedroom to continue his cultivation. Soon, he was shocked to discover that golden threads had appeared inside his body, with strange energy flowing within them. This is a meridian? How is this possible? Chen Xian exclaimed in disbelief. Having been on Blue Star for so long, he already knew that martial arts cultivation here had nothing to do with meridians. There was no such thing as meridians at all. All martial arts were about tempering the body's qi and blood in physical strength. Chen Xian's heart raced. This was a major discovery. He pondered, combining the human body's meridians with the martial arts of this world might create a completely new enhancement technique. Moreover, this technique is absolutely unlearnable by anyone else. It will be unique to my family. I wonder if the inch punch technique has any connection with Earth. I remember that there used to be an inch punch technique on Earth. Chen Xian pondered for a moment, but since he had never practiced martial arts before, he couldn't be sure. However, creating new techniques is not impossible. A determined glint flashed in his eyes. With his superior talent, creating a new technique based on previous methods would be no difficult task. The combination of the human body's meridian system and two amplifying techniques would inevitably lead to a qualitative leap. Thinking of this, Chen Xian became even more excited and returned to his bedroom without hesitation to begin the integration and deduction. In the blink of an eye, another day had passed. For the next 2 days, day and night alternated, and Chen Xian did not step out of the villa's gate. The freshmen at the foot of the mountain were already used to this, and were just waiting for the freshman competition in 7 days to see if they could bring Chen Xian down. Chen Xian's brain was like a high-speed optical brain, constantly analyzing and refining the meridian structure of the fusion technique. Almost there, almost there. The first level of the new technique will be completed soon, he muttered to himself, his expression full of excitement. At this moment, powerful forces circulated along Chen Xian's meridians, ready to unleash a berserk battle force with a single thought. Finally, after 2 days of dedicated practice, Chen Xian deduced the first level of his self-created technique. Based on his intuition, this technique could be developed up to 10 levels, each of which could increase combat power 10-fold. Upon reaching the second level of cultivation, combat power increases 20-fold. Reaching the 10th level of cultivation will grant a 100-fold increase in combat power. This is an extremely terrifying technique. All the enhancement techniques currently available on Blue Star can only achieve enhancement upon reaching the 9th level, with each level doubling combat power. However, the technique created by Chen Xian can amplify combat power 10-fold at the first level. If it were to become widely known, it would surely shock the entire Blue Star. It might even attract the attention of top-tier experts and high-level beasts. After all, high-level beasts can not only transform into human form, but their intelligence is also no less than that of ordinary humans. Otherwise, they would have been wiped out by humans long ago. Therefore, this technique could only be kept deep in Chen Xian's mind and must never be revealed. Otherwise, it could bring unforeseen troubles. Suddenly, Chen Xian's mind went blank for a moment, and he felt dizzy. A perfect cultivation technique vaguely appeared in his mind. However, it is only vaguely visible and not yet clear. Despite having reached the limit of his genius, Chen Xian was able to deduce the general framework of the new technique, but it was not yet fully formed. On the contrary, the intense mental exertion made him feel dizzy. He slumped heavily onto the table. 100 100-fold talent advancement. Activating 1,000-fold talent. At that moment, a magnificent and grand voice resounded in my mind. Immediately afterwards, countless incredible inspirations and insights flooded into my mind like a tidal wave, swirling endlessly. I activated the 1,000-fold talent? Chen Xian suddenly opened his eyes, his surprise and delight barely concealed. Looking around, I felt completely different from before, as if I could gain a deeper understanding of the essence of things. The previously deduced conclusions now appear to be riddled with flaws. His face flushed, but then a smile spread across his face as he realized that his technique was not yet perfect. Looking at it now, all the problems are easily solved, and the deduction becomes smooth and unimpeded. Even the minor flaws have all been corrected. Chen Xian closed his eyes again to deduce the next step. With 1,000 times the talent, there are no obstacles. Soon, the first level of the new exercise was officially completed. Now that the deduction is successful, let's begin the cultivation, he said excitedly in a low voice. Only by practicing it personally can one verify the quality of a cultivation method. Chen Xian was surprised to find that his basic combat strength had soared to an astonishing 11,000. My god, the base combat power has actually reached 11,000. He could hardly believe his eyes. In just a short moment, his combat strength had increased by nearly 10,000. It seems this is all thanks to the effectiveness of the new technique. Chen Xian immediately understood and at the same time realized just how monstrous his technique was. The first level alone had already significantly boosted his basic combat strength. If he could deduce the second level, how much would his combat strength increase? Chen Xian simply couldn't imagine. At the same time, the abnormal nature of this technique is also obvious. This is understandable, though. If Chen Xian didn't possess 1,000 times the talent, even the most outstanding genius would never have been able to create such a technique. Theoretically speaking, this is not a skill that ordinary people can master. Now that the first level has been deduced and mastered, let's try boosting our combat power. Chen Xian walked into the training room and punched the machine, causing the numbers to jump. An unbelievable number appeared, 110,000. Sure enough, the combat power increased tenfold from 11,000. Even with Chen Xian's composure, his heart couldn't help but pound. With a combat power exceeding 100,000, one has already reached the level of a beginner grandmaster. And this is only the first level of the new technique. If the second level can be deduced, how much will the basic combat strength be improved? Chen Xian couldn't imagine it at all for a moment. What surprised him even more was that he could not only advance the new technique to the 10th level, but that seemed to be far from the limit. Since this technique originates from the meridians, let's call it the divine forging scripture. After pondering for a moment, Chen Xian said he had a vague feeling that the divine forging scripture would eventually shake the entire blue star. The discovery and utilization of meridians was an absolutely groundbreaking innovation. It would have been impossible for Chen Xian to achieve this without his astonishing talent. As for others, there's no point in even discussing them. After briefly studying the divine forging scripture, Chen Xian turned to look at the 8-step meteor fist. Compared to this, the martial art seemed remarkably simple. With his talent 1,000-fold, there were no secrets. A fist technique that others had painstakingly cultivated for decades was almost instantly mastered by him. Just as Chen Xian was engrossed in studying martial arts techniques, a huge uproar had already broken out outside. Since Chen Xian hadn't shown up for 3 consecutive days, the freshmen couldn't contain their excitement any longer, and many were eager to challenge him. However, Chen Xian remained hidden in Villa Number 1, leaving them helpless. If it were just ordinary freshmen, it wouldn't be a problem. However, the top contestants from Jiangnan province, for various reasons, were slightly weaker than Chen Xian and thus underperformed somewhat. The top scorers from other provinces were also dissatisfied with the current rankings and had originally planned to face Chen Xian before the freshman competition in 7 days. But the reality is that Chen Xian hasn't left the house for several days, and in these people's eyes, he's become a useless person who avoids challenges. They felt he didn't deserve to live in Villa Number 1. The thought of Chen Xian looking down at them from the mountaintop filled them with resentment, making them so angry their livers ached. Principal, it seems the new students are quite angry. I can't help but say, said Director Sun of the Academic Affairs Office. Because of the freshman rankings, almost all the freshmen pointed their fingers at Chen Xian, believing that he was unworthy of being ranked first among the freshmen. These freshmen are all the pride of heaven. How could they be easily suppressed? I know, isn't this a good thing? Principal Lin Zhengying said with a smile. Give them some motivation to strive for good results in the freshman competition, and let us see the potential of these freshmen. He knew that young people were proud and arrogant, but that was both a good thing and a bad thing. It was good for them to be tempered and trained. I don't think it's that simple. The freshman forum is almost overwhelmed with messages, making it impossible to concentrate on cultivation. Director Sun sighed. The most important thing right now is to give these new students a fair chance to compete, to re-rank them so they are convinced and can truly demonstrate their abilities. Then, when facing truly strong competitors, they will have no more complaints. Moreover, this ranking itself is somewhat unreasonable. Jiangnan province prioritized its own own students, how can the top scorers from other provinces accept this? You have a point. Principal Lin nodded after thinking about it. Then let's set the freshman competition for today, starting at 2 p.m. Upon hearing Principal Lin's decision, Director Sun readily agreed and hurriedly went out to make the arrangements. Right now, some of the freshmen felt increasingly uneasy looking at Villa number 1 on the mountaintop. Although Chen Xian was indeed the top student among the freshmen, many still harbored resentment. After all, college entrance exam scores don't fully represent a person's true strength. There are too many variables in actual combat, and high combat power doesn't necessarily equate to strong practical ability. Of course, they were unaware of Chen Xian's performance in the martial arts certification, otherwise they wouldn't have had such thoughts. Let's go up and see what the top scorer's villa looks like. It must be very comfortable inside. No wonder he could stay inside for several days in a row. No classes were scheduled for the first few days of the semester. The main purpose was to allow the new students to familiarize themselves with the new learning environment and prepare for the upcoming freshman competition. Those of them who weren't cultivating decided to go and check out Chen Xian's villa number 1. However, after walking only a few steps, the school's loudspeaker suddenly announced, "Attention all freshmen, the freshman competition will be held at 2 p.m. this afternoon in the school square." The broadcast was repeated 3 times, attracting everyone's attention. Great, the freshman competition is finally about to begin. I am ready. I need to go back to my dorm to rest for a bit, and then I'll try to unleash my full potential. All the new students were invigorated and eagerly awaited the competition. Is the freshman competition about to begin? Inside the villa, Chen Xian looked out the window and could clearly see the hurried figures of the new students. It seems everyone is ready to show off their skills in the competition. Although he never left the villa, he learned a lot about the situation through the internet. You can't take the first place position away from me. Chen Xian sighed softly. At 2 p.m., the school's testing square was already full of new students waiting for their exams. Everyone wore excited smiles, and unlike those who participated in the martial arts certification, these people showed no fear whatsoever. Of course, as the chosen ones, their strength is generally a cut above that of ordinary martial artists. Where will this assessment be held? Will it be on a planet inhabited by alien beasts, or in a nearby alien beast-infested zone? It could also be in the mythical beast realm of Zheng University. The freshmen were whispering amongst themselves when someone nearby spoke up. It's Yun Jing. He's the second-ranked student in Jiangnan province this year. He's said to be extremely strong, and his college entrance exam score doesn't fully reflect his true abilities. It seems this competition is definitely going to be interesting. Yun Jing was not tall, and he waited calmly for the assessment to begin. Just by standing there, he commanded respect. Brother Yun is right. Some people nodded in approval. It's not unusual for a renowned martial arts academy to have its own secret realm of exotic beasts. Keeping various exotic beasts in independent little worlds for students to cultivate in has become a common practice for many martial arts academies. Yun Jing didn't say much, but just looked into the distance. A figure slowly walked towards them, tall and slender, with a calm expression. Despite the many eyes on him, he didn't care at all. Is he Chen Xian, the top student in Jiangnan province this year? It looks alright, nothing special. I wonder how he'll perform next. Seeing Chen Xian approach, some freshmen whispered among themselves. That's quite interesting. I really want to see how good he is in actual combat. In the corner, Zhou Tai, the top scholar of Dongling province, opened his eyes and glanced at Chen Xian, then closed them again to continue resting. He didn't take Chen Xian, the top scorer in the college entrance examination, too seriously. Real combat wasn't simply a test of fighting ability. Environment, martial arts techniques, and even other factors can all affect a martial artist's performance. More importantly, his cultivation technique has just broken through, and he is no longer limited by his previous level. At the same time, Lin Feng, the top scorer in the college entrance examination in Dave province, glanced at Chen Xian indifferently. The first place can only belong to me, Lin Feng. I hope you can perform well and not make my victory too uninteresting. Otherwise, it would be too lonely. Just as the freshmen were having different thoughts, Director Sun from the Academic Affairs Office and a group of teachers from Jiangnan University walked over, and the previously noisy noise immediately quieted down. Hello students, let me introduce myself first. I am from the Academic Affairs Office of Jiangda University. My surname is Sun, and you can call me Director Sunday. I will be hosting this freshman competition. Director Sun walked up to the platform at the front, looked around, and spoke in a calm voice. I know everyone has been looking forward to the freshman competition for a long time, so after discussion, the school has decided to hold the competition ahead of schedule. Please remember that this competition is very important. It not only affects your dormitory assignment, but those who perform well will also receive academic credits, and the first place winner will receive a very generous reward. As he spoke, he gave Chen Xian a meaningful look, and then began to announce the rules of the competition. The assessment will be held on a small planet inhabited by alien beasts, which will also be the venue for your competition. Each person needs to kill one Tier 1, 1-star alien alien beast, or they can team up. For each additional alien beast killed, 10 credits will be awarded. The higher the level of the alien beast, the more credits will be awarded. However, you should pay special attention, as there are 4th-tier alien beasts on this planet, although the majority are still 1st-tier alien beasts. Director Sun's tone was calm, but as soon as he finished speaking, the expressions of many freshmen immediately changed. Although their strength may be greater than that of certified martial artists, they have very little experience in fighting alien beasts, and some have never even fought one. Heavens, there's a 4th-tier beast. Aren't we just courting death? This is practically suicide. I think the school's arrangement this time is very unreasonable. You don't understand. 4th-tier beasts are usually very secretive and don't run around. As long as you're careful, there shouldn't be any problems. That's true. There are 4th-order or even higher-order alien beasts on Blue Star, and they're doing just fine. The freshmen were buzzing with discussion, but some of them noticed the opportunity within it. Joe Tai and the others also looked slightly serious, but they were not as flustered as the other freshmen. His gaze swept over Chen Xian, his fists clenched tightly. Chen Xian's face was calm as still water, making it difficult for anyone to see through his thoughts. That's right, the danger of this assessment isn't as great as we imagined. Of course, we won't allow anyone to take risks. There will be instructors guarding the area above the planet to prevent any accidents from happening. We will mark the locations of Tier 3 and Tier 4 alien beasts, as well as Tier 2 alien beasts, on your smartwatches. As long as you don't deliberately get close, there will be no danger. Of course, you should also be wary of Tier 1 alien beasts around you. In addition, this assessment on Alien Beast Star does not prohibit internal fighting among freshmen. Destroying the opponent's smartwatch will earn you half of their credits. During the assessment, if you encounter an insurmountable danger or wish to withdraw early, you can send a signal via the communicator, and the exam will end early for whatever reason. The assessment will last 1 day. Finally, I wish you all the best in your performance. 3 minutes later, proceed to the Alien Beast Star through the space portal. Director Sun's words immediately caused a huge uproar. No one had expected that this year's freshman competition would allow internal competition, undoubtedly increasing the difficulty. The school also has its reasons. In the process of a martial artist's growth, they not only have to face strange beasts, but also competition from their own kind. Such competitions can maximize the potential of new students and also let them experience the cruelty of survival. I've never heard of internal competition being allowed in previous freshman competitions. Is this really a good idea? The freshmen were buzzing with discussion, and those who were weaker looked tense and uneasy. If they weren't strong enough, even if they killed the monster, their credits might be taken by someone else. Meanwhile, the high-achieving and strong freshmen were extremely excited. In particular, the top scorers in the college entrance examination in each province set their sights on Chen Xian, the first freshman. Defeating him not only earns you academic credits, but what could be more exciting? I started hunting exotic beasts when I was a beginner martial artist, so there's no suspense in this competition. Lin Feng, the top scorer in the college entrance examination in Day Province, said with a light laugh. Fighting among new students? It's a pity I haven't met a worthy opponent in all these years, Joe Tai from Dongling Province said calmly. Yun Jing and the others were equally confident, waiting for the upcoming assessment. 3 minutes passed quickly. A portal of light suddenly appeared on the open space in front of the square. This was the spatial portal leading to the assessment location. The freshmen looked serious and prepared themselves. The next instant, a dazzling light screen suddenly lit up the sky above the square, enveloping the entire area. Immediately afterwards, hundreds of new students were all teleported to the alien beast planet via a space portal. On the plaza, the holographic screen projected onto the alien beast planet was divided into hundreds of windows, monitoring all directions in real time, making it easy to check the status of each new student at any time. Meanwhile, above the alien planet, a combat spaceship carrying Professor Jian was quietly stationed, ready to respond to any emergencies. If a powerful alien beast appears, or if a new student wants to withdraw from the exam, the professors from Jiang University must appear in person, because the closed space gate cannot be used for teleportation again. Moreover, within a radius of 1,000 miles around the alien planet, apart from the people on the spaceship, no one else had time to react. The teleportation method of the space portal is unpredictable. New students are randomly placed into areas marked as safe within a radius of several thousand miles. Of course, this so-called safety does not mean the absence of alien beasts, but rather the absence of overly powerful alien beasts. Many new students immediately engaged in fierce battles with the strange beasts around them as soon as they landed. A flash of white light appeared, and Chen Xian's figure appeared at the edge of a forest on the alien beast planet. He looked around but didn't see any other new students. Although several hundred people sounded like a lot, they were scattered across a vast alien planet thousands of miles away, making it almost impossible for them to meet. It's not uncommon for a whole day of assessment to pass without encountering a single person. Anyway, the assessment has officially begun. Chen Xian glanced at the smartwatch on his wrist. It showed no signs of turning off. Without the assessment video, the final score score was difficult to determine. Since there are no clear performance standards, there is no need to close the assessment in advance. Now, begin the search for the strange beasts. He opened the holographic map on his smartwatch, which displayed hundreds of red dots. These red dots represent all beasts of Tier 2 or higher. Professor Jiang specifically marked them to help students avoid these powerful beasts and prevent unnecessary accidents. In fact, this approach is absolutely necessary. Compared to beasts of rank 2 and above, the sheer number of beasts below rank 2 is more than enough for the assessment. Of course, if freshmen want to challenge themselves and increase the difficulty, they can choose to actively attack the second and third tier alien beasts marked with red dots, but very few people dare to do so. You're the target. Chen Xian quickly locked onto a red dot that was not far from him. He didn't go looking for those first tier beasts, he went straight to the second tier, as first tier beasts no longer aroused his interest. Activating his movement technique, Chen Xian sprinted forward. The 8-step meteor fist was not only a unique fist technique, but it also aided in improving movement. At this moment, he unleashed his full power, reaching a speed that was almost unimaginable. Soon, he arrived at the foot of a small hill and found a giant male lion, more than 10 meters long, tearing apart a first-tier alien beast. Hearing the noise, the lion suddenly raised its head, its blood-red eyes fixed on Chen Xian, and let out a low roar. It's a Tier 2, Star 2 alien beast, not bad. Chen Xian immediately recognized the beast's level and didn't take it seriously at all. He had killed second-tier, 3-star beasts before, so this one was nothing special. However, some people have already obtained 50 credits. It seems they killed 5 Tier 1, star-level alien beasts or 1 Tier 1, star-level alien beast. There are indeed some very strong freshmen. He glanced at the credit rankings on his smartwatch, and sure enough, someone had earned 50 credits in just a few minutes. The person who discovered and successfully killed the beast in such a short time must be extremely strong, and may have already reached the level of an intermediate martial artist. Jiangnan University is indeed full of talented people. Fortunately, I have already made a breakthrough. Chen Xian muttered to himself, full of confidence in the deductions of the divine meridian scripture, certain that his combat power would rapidly increase. At that moment, the lion-like beast pounced, its blood-red maw wide open, its sharp fangs gleaming with a cold light. If it were an ordinary martial artist, they would probably have already perished here. But to Chen Xian, this mere second-tier beast was utterly insignificant. He stood firmly on the ground, his body shooting out like lightning, and threw a punch. Instantly, Chen Xian's blood energy surged, and the air exploded. A fist shadow shot through the sky. Like a falling meteor, in an instant, Chen Xian's fist slammed heavily onto the beast's head. A crisp cracking sound rang out, and the lion beast didn't even have time to let out a scream before its head exploded open, and its massive body was thrown a great distance. Second tier, 2-star alien beast, dead. Chen Xian's smartwatch suddenly jumped, his credits soared, and he instantly rose to the top of the leaderboard. The examinees on the alien planet accidentally caught a glimpse of his wristwatch and immediately went wild. In a short while, someone had earned 600 credits, far surpassing the second-place finisher's mere 50 credits. Which formidable opponent is so powerful? Could it be that we've encountered a high-level beast on the verge of death? A Tier 1, 2-star alien beast only earns 50 credits. A beast that can earn 600 credits must be Tier 2 or higher. Alien beasts of this level are simply beyond their ability to handle. To kill a second-tier beast, one needs at least the strength of a high-level martial artist. But even a high-level martial artist can only barely handle a second-tier, 1-star beast. To reach a higher level, one needs the combat power of a grandmaster. Grandmasters among the freshmen? Are you kidding me? If they had that kind of skill, why would they even be in university? Don't forget, some people don't even reach that level after graduation. It's unbelievable. Who could it be? Freshmen can only see their credit rankings, they can't see their names at all. I thought it was impressive when someone killed a Tier 1, 2-star alien beast, but now I realize there are even more powerful ones. It's not a matter of being good or bad, it's absolutely amazing. If I didn't know that only freshmen were participating in the competition, I would have suspected that some teacher had sneaked in. How long has it been? If it were a whole day, how many credits would you get? Thousands or tens of thousands? Ha! Do you think alien beasts are like kittens and puppies? How could they possibly get thousands or tens of thousands of points? Beside a small river, Zhou Tai, the top scholar of Dongling province, stared at his watch, his brows furrowed, his eyes filled with disbelief. The only way to get so many credits is to kill a second-tier beast. But even if a second-tier beast is only 1 star, he doesn't dare to challenge it lightly. Could it be Chen Xian? Is this possible? Even he had only just killed a Tier 1, Tier 2 alien beast. At the foot of a small hill, Lin Feng had just killed a Tier 1, 3-star alien beast. Seeing the 150 credits on his wristwatch, a smile appeared on his lips. He had just used a special martial skill, unleashing the combat power of a high-level martial artist to forcefully kill the alien beast. Looks like I'm in first place for now, Lin Feng said calmly. However, his GPA ranking jumped to second place and then stopped. He looked down and his eyes widened in disbelief. 600 points? How is this possible? He was completely completely stunned. Just as everyone was in shock, Director Sun and others were watching the assessment site from the square of Jiang University. More than 100 split screens simultaneously displayed the performances of many new students. Director Sun, in just this short time, a freshman has actually earned 600 credits. The teacher controlling the holographic screen exclaimed in surprise. All credits were clearly displayed on the large screen, with the highest score of 600 prominently displayed at the top. Do you know who it is? The teachers all looked surprised. Have no idea. Yes, connect to their smartwatches and switch the window to Chen Xian, Zhou Tai, Lin Feng, Yun Jing, and others. After a moment's thought, Director Sun switched to showing the screens of several top-ranked students. Those who performed exceptionally well should be among these individuals. Soon, the scene where Chen Xian was located appeared before everyone's eyes. He stood before a lion-like beast and picked up the crystal core from the ground. The beast's head was shattered, leaving only its massive body. So it was Chen Xian who killed the second-tier beast. It must have been at least a second-tier, 2 or 3-star beast. That's right, it's a tier 2, 2-star alien beast. Without the combat power of a high-level martial artist, it's practically impossible to survive against such a beast. How did he manage to do it? Could it be that he's hiding his true strength? Are his college entrance exam scores not his actual combat power? The scene before them shocked the teachers. Easily killing a second-tier, 2-star alien beast is something only a grandmaster could accomplish. They simply couldn't believe Chen Xian could do it. Don't panic, what happened? Just then, a voice came from behind the group. Principal Lin. Director Sun and the others turned around and were immediately surprised. Principal Lin was usually busy with official duties and rarely paid attention to the freshman competition in previous years. This was the first time he had come to see it in person like this. Principal Lin, Chen Xian did quite well. He just killed a tier 2, star-level alien beast, Director Sun said with a smile. Principal Lin nodded in satisfaction. It seemed that the top freshman at Jiang University was indeed not as simple as he appeared. Oh no, where did Chen Xian go? The teacher in charge of operating the screen suddenly exclaimed. If I remember correctly, that place should be the gathering area of star beasts. The strongest is a tier 2 3-star beast, while the weakest of the other dozen or so beasts is still a tier 1 3-star peak. As soon as the words were spoken, everyone's face, including Director Sun's, immediately turned ugly. Even some teachers dared not venture into such a dangerous place. Even a grandmaster might never return. Should we have the teacher in charge of security intercept him? Director Sun asked anxiously. Don't rush, let's wait and see. Principal Lin waved his hand, a faint smile on his lips. On the ground, Chen Xian had already climbed to the top of a mountain, following the map on his smartwatch. 3 red dots appearing in this area at the same time. Could it really be that several second-tier or higher beasts have gathered together? He looked down. Sure enough, a crocodile-like beast, at least 30 meters long, was fast asleep at the entrance of the cave. There were also more than a dozen smaller crocodile beasts around, and even the weakest of them were at the peak of the first tier 3-star level. Faced with such strength, Chen Xian knew it wouldn't be easy to deal with, but it was also a good opportunity to hone his combat skills. With these thoughts in mind, under the shocked gazes of Director Sun and the others, he aimed at the strange beast and jumped down. What is he doing? Has he gone mad? He's practically courting death. One of the teachers, pale-faced and shocked, said even they wouldn't dare venture so deep into the horde of beasts. A slight misstep could cost them their lives. Star guiding technique. Chen Xian shouted, and a layer of starlight shimmering defensive shield appeared on his body. He was like a bright blue meteor falling rapidly from the sky, his 8-step meteor fist already creating countless fist shadows. The speed was astonishing, almost like a shooting star chasing the moon. In an instant, Chen Xian's fist landed on a second-tier, 1-star alien beast. With a deafening roar, the beast didn't even have time to let out a scream before it was blasted into a mangled mess by the force of the punch. Immediately afterwards, Chen Xian landed steadily. Centered on him, the ground instantly shattered, dust flew everywhere, and a powerful shockwave impacted the surrounding monsters. Several second-tier alien beasts were blasted away, and some first-tier alien beasts immediately suffered broken bones. One after another, the strange beasts screamed and struggled to stand up, but Chen Xian would never give them a chance to catch their breath. His fist flashed amidst the dust and smoke. With the powerful defense of the star guiding technique, he not only jumped from the sky unharmed but also dealt a heavy blow to the beasts. At this moment, he rampaged through the horde of alien beasts, and those first-tier alien beasts were no match for him at all. The fist technique was swift, and the injured beast couldn't react at all. Blood splattered everywhere, and as he swayed, Chen Xian smashed the heads of all the first-tier beasts. More than 10 strange beasts fell like small mountains, creating deep craters. The 2 tier 2, 1-star alien beasts couldn't hold out for long either. Chen Xian unleashed his full power and quickly turned them into 2 corpses. In the blink of an eye, Chen Xian had killed all the beasts except for one second-tier 3-star beast. My divine meridian scripture seems to have changed. As Chen Xian was collecting the alien beast crystal core, his mind suddenly became clear, and a cool sensation quickly rushed in, plunging him into a state of chaos. Suddenly, Suddenly, a force pulled at his consciousness, taking him into a mysterious realm. There, the sky meets the earth, as if one were in the middle of a boundless ocean. Immediately afterwards, the outside world appeared clearly before my eyes. To his surprise, he could see clearly even though he hadn't opened his eyes at all. What on earth is going on? Chen Xian asked, his face full of doubt. He had just been hunting strange beasts, and now he had arrived at this mysterious place. Host's thousandfold talent is fully activated, awakening mental power. At that moment, a magnificent and grand voice resounded in Chen Xian's mind. Psychic power. I have actually awakened psychic power. Chen Xian found it hard to believe, then realized that he was actually inside a mind. To his dismay, his sea of consciousness was like a vast ocean, while the ordinary people he knew, even if they awakened their mental power, were nothing more than a trickle. With a thought, streams of spiritual energy were released, causing many large trees around to break. However, he quickly adjusted his mindset and began to familiarize himself with the use of this power. Psychic power is extremely rare on Earth, usually awakened only by those with exceptional talent. Although it cannot be used as a regular combat force, its activation at crucial moments often yields unexpected results. Although Chen Xian was surprised, he quickly realized that with his talent being 1,000 times greater, it was only natural for him to awaken his spiritual power. It would have been strange if he hadn't. To his even greater surprise, the second level of the Divine Meridian scripture appeared in his mind. With just a little deduction, combat power can be increased 20-fold. Chen Xian pondered for a moment before withdrawing from his sea of consciousness. Just now, when his mental energy enveloped the surroundings, he noticed that the second-tier, 3-star beast had rushed out of the cave. In the exam hall, all the freshmen were in an uproar. In less than an hour, the second-ranked student only had 65 points, while the first-ranked student had a whopping 2,880 points. It was as if they had cheated. What does this mean? It means that you need to kill dozens of first-tier beasts, and even for second-tier beasts, it would take 2 or 3. How could this be? There's absolutely no such situation among the freshmen. Even Chen Xian, who's ranked first, couldn't have done it. Although many people question Chen Xian's first place, it has now become the most powerful reference standard. Soon, students reported this anomaly via their smartwatches. Soon after, the school responded that this was a normal examination phenomenon and there was nothing unusual. The freshmen naturally knew perfectly well. No cheating, no errors, everything is normal. But that's the most shocking part. It's unbelievable that he actually killed so many strange beasts. I hope no one is stealing the freshman's credits. Don't be ridiculous. All the credits of all the new students combined don't even equal his alone. Where are you going to steal them? Who exactly is this powerful figure? The new students were discussing amongst themselves, and for a moment they forgot all about hunting the strange beasts. In the square, all the teachers witnessed this scene, looking at each other in shock. Just now, a freshman at Jiangda University unleashed master-level combat power, killing more than a dozen alien beasts, including 2 second-tier 1-star alien beasts. Their combat prowess and control over the battle situation were truly astonishing. I never expected that a real dragon would come to our Jiangnan University. Principal Lin said in surprise that Chen Xian's strength far exceeded his expectations. This is far superior to other freshmen. They're not even in the same league. However, that peak 3rd-tier, 1st-star alien beast will be difficult to deal with. Director Sun and the others stared intently at the screen, their expressions tense. This level of beast was already capable of fighting a beginner grandmaster. Although Chen Xian killed a 2nd-tier alien beast, he was no match for a 3rd-tier alien beast. The wisest choice right now is to get out quickly. However, Chen Xian did not appear to be flustered at all. Does he really think he can fight against a 3rd-tier alien beast? Director Sun and the others secretly found it absurd. Inside the cave, a gigantic crocodile-like beast stirred up a whirlwind and roared as its massive body, over 50 meters long, burst forth. Upon seeing the corpses of Chen Xian and the other crocodile beasts nearby, it grew even more enraged. A burst of red light erupted from its massive body, and a sharp claw lashed out at Chen Xian. Before the crocodile beast's claws could even land, the air exploded with a deafening roar, and a terrifying gust of wind pressed down on Chen Xian. Faced with this fatal blow, Chen Xian quickly dodged. At this moment, he was no match for a 3rd-tier beast, and a head-on confrontation would be unwise. The crocodile's massive claws slammed down, causing the ground to tremble violently. A huge crater was instantly created where Chen Xian had been standing. Trees and rocks within a 100-meter radius shattered and collapsed, creating a truly astonishing scene. The teachers in the square gasped in astonishment at the sight. This strange beast had clearly not even used its full power, yet its strength was already shockingly unbelievable. In this situation, a swift retreat is the wisest choice. With Chen Xian's current strength, he is simply no match for it in a direct confrontation. Director Sun looked at Principal Lin anxiously and said, "Should we send a teacher over? It looks like Chen Xian might be in danger." "No rush." Principal Lin pondered for a moment before saying, "First, notify the teachers on the combat spaceship to prepare for the rescue, but do not take action for the time being." Although Director Sun was anxious, he was helpless and could only pray that Chen Xian would be safe. After all, Jiang University would suffer a heavy loss if it lost him. In all these years, this was the first time he had seen such a talented student, and it would be a great pity if he died tragically at the hands of a strange beast before he could grow up. He also understood Principal Lin's intention. No matter how talented a student is, they cannot grow up quickly without experiencing life and death trials. At this moment, the crocodile beast descended again, and Chen Xian pounced on it, his 8-step meteor fist unleashing a series of fist shadows. He was now giving it his all, his combat power reaching the Grandmaster level. The next moment, Chen Xian's attacks all struck the crocodile beast. The giant beast roared incessantly, its body radiating red light, and its formidable defense rendered Chen Xian completely unable to inflict any damage. As expected, with my current combat strength, I am no match for a third-tier beast. After his outburst, Chen Xian quickly retreated, giving the beast no chance to retaliate. However, he did not choose to flee. Third-tier beasts are rare. Alright, then I'll use you as practice to refine my martial arts techniques, he thought to himself. He remembered that during the last martial arts assessment, he had cultivated the body tempering technique to the divine realm. Now, he wanted to try whether he could also cultivate the already perfected star guiding technique to the divine realm. Chen Xian's heart raced. According to the records in the star guiding technique, the star guiding technique at the divine transformation realm would undergo a qualitative leap. However, despite his long cultivation, he was never able to reach that level. The opportunity before us is the best test. Almost everyone on Earth knows that practical experience is the best way to break through to higher realms. Of course, this applies to those with high talent. Those lacking talent will find it difficult to succeed. Chen Xian possesses 1,000 times the talent, so naturally he has no such concerns. With a loud bang, the crocodile beast pounced again, angrily slapping Chen Xian with its paw. Chen Xian did not back down. Suddenly, a dazzling starlight burst forth from his body, and then a light shield appeared like a bead of sweat, tightly protecting him. With its feet firmly planted on the ground, it suddenly unleashed its power and charged straight at the crocodile beast. The next instant, Chen Xian collided violently with the strange beast, producing a series of deafening collision sounds. The light shield shattered instantly, and Chen Xian was knocked back by the beast, flying backward and crashing through several large trees before finally slamming heavily into a giant tree with a diameter of 10 meters. He coughed up several mouthfuls of blood, and it seemed as if all the bones in his body were about to shatter. The crocodile beast was exceptionally powerful. Although the defensive shield blocked most of the attack, the remaining impact still left Chen Xian covered in wounds. However, the protective effect of the star guiding technique was remarkable. Otherwise, he would have been defeated long ago. In contrast, the beast remained unharmed and continued to roar at Chen Xian. Although they cannot cultivate martial arts techniques, their innate physical qualities far surpass those of humans. Chen Xian struggled to crawl out of the pit and suddenly felt the power of the stars hidden under his skin accelerating, repairing the injuries in his body. Soon, he felt his condition improve significantly. Hiss, could this be the magic of the star guiding technique? Not only can it defend, but it can also heal itself, he murmured in surprise. No wonder no one in the Cloud Sea has ever mastered this technique. It's definitely far more complex than it appears on the surface. Chen Xian immediately understood that the star guiding technique must be an extremely profound skill, requiring exceptionally high talent. Even he, without 100 times the talent, would find it difficult to cultivate. After all, a technique that can quickly heal injuries is extremely precious, which is why Yunhai City gave it as a reward for the college entrance examination. Without hesitation, Chen Xian immediately swallowed a bottle of intermediate-grade energy liquid. The energy fluid was instantly injected, bringing a tremendous amount of energy that greatly accelerated the repair speed of the star guiding technique. Soon, the shattered bones began to show signs of healing. Fortunately, the internal organs did not suffer too much damage, so repairing them is not too difficult. Chen Xian smiled. Since his injuries could heal quickly, the threat of third-tier beasts was no longer so terrible. With his gaze fixed on the crocodile beast that was pouncing again, Chen Xian sprang forward to meet it. The defensive shield rose again, this time much stronger than before, clearly indicating a significant improvement in the star guiding technique. If one continues to cultivate, it is by no means impossible to push the star guiding technique to the divine realm. The next moment, the two sides collided violently again. As expected, Chen Xian was sent flying backward by the impact, crashing heavily into the tree hollow he had just been in. His newly healed bones shattered again, and the large tree swayed precariously before finally collapsing with a deafening roar. Of course, Chen Xian's punch was intentional, hitting the beast's nose precisely, causing it to burst into tears and suffer terribly. Feeling the sharp pain in its nose, the crocodile beast flew into a rage, unable to understand why this insignificant little reptile could not be killed no matter how hard it was hit. Just as it was enraged, Chen Xian charged forward again, only to be knocked away and then charged again, time and time again. Although it did not cause any real damage, it left the creature exhausted and helpless. The crocodile-like beast roared a few times, gradually developing the idea of retreating. This little bug is so annoying. What is Chen Xian doing? Does he really intend pretend to kill a third-tier alien beast? What a joke, none of us can do that. It's already a miracle that he's still alive. However, his technique is indeed unique, with extremely strong defense and amazing recovery from injuries. The teachers watching through the screen were all shocked. Although the third-tier alien beast posed no threat to Chen Xian, he was also unable to kill it. Chen Xian's master-level combat power was indeed shocking to them, but it was still insufficient in the face of the alien beasts, and continuing the stalemate was pointless. Just as the teachers at Jiangda University were discussing the matter, Chen Xian clashed violently with the crocodile beast once again. A deafening roar resounded, and this time Chen Xian wasn't knocked away, but only took a few steps back. The defensive shield shimmered with starlight, as solid as a tangible substance, and remained unbroken despite the beast's fierce attack. Divine transformation. I have finally cultivated the star guiding technique to the divine transformation realm. I wonder what changes this realm will bring, Chen Xian said in a deep voice. According to the cultivation manual, those who cultivate the star guiding technique to its highest level will achieve extraordinary results. The star guiding technique has been detected to have reached the divine realm. Do you wish to activate your talent to perform a deduction? A voice echoed in my mind. Begin the simulation immediately. Chen Xian responded without hesitation. With a brain 1,000 times more gifted than others, the star guiding technique began to reorganize and analyze itself, simulating various operational modes and continuously refining its logic. Thanks to the newly discovered meridians, the star guiding technique has broken free of its original trajectory and is developing in a completely new direction. Soon after, Xianbei talent deduced the general outline and first stage of the new technique. This technique actually uses the power of stars to temper the body, which not only greatly enhances defense but also significantly increases attack power. When refined to its peak, its defensive capabilities can even rival those of top-tier exotic beasts, and its physical strength is enough to tear apart heaven and earth. Chen Xian couldn't help but gasp. The power of this technique was not to be underestimated. It can be said that it is no less than the famous martial arts techniques on Earth. Those techniques repeatedly demonstrated their power in battles against alien beasts, and those who mastered them were all top experts on Blue Star, Chen Xian said in a deep voice. Soon, a strange stellar power flowed through his meridians, and the defensive shield brought by the star guiding technique quietly dissipated, turning into specks of starlight that merged into his body. Her original skin also began to glow with a flowing light, as if she were wearing a layer of star armor. Chen Xian was full of confidence, believing that with this star armor, the third-tier alien beast could not harm him at all. Of course, with his current strength, he still cannot kill a third-tier alien beast. Let's call this technique, which uses the power of stars to temper the body, Starry Battle Body. Moreover, it seems that I can also use my mental powers. Physical strength cannot penetrate the defenses of a third-tier beast, but mental power is different. Chen Xian suddenly realized. Mental power and physical strength are fundamentally two completely different forms of attack. Physical strength is, after all, visible to the naked eye, while mental power is intangible and can ignore all physical defenses. In combat, this invisible attack can often deliver a fatal blow to the opponent. The only regret is that Chen Xian does not have a specific mental power martial art, and cannot accurately control his mental power through techniques. However, it seems that it is enough. Just as he was deep in thought, the crocodile beast pounced again. It wanted to leave, but seeing that Chen Xian had only taken a few steps back, was unharmed and even flew backward, its anger was reignited. Facing its attack, Chen Xian smiled slightly. Unlike before, this third-tier beast no longer posed much of a threat to him. Without hesitation, he activated the first stage of his star battle body, his body radiating starlight. The fist transformed into countless fist shadows, overwhelming the third-tier alien beast. The next moment, the fist shadow collided violently with the giant claw of the alien beast. The deafening roar and the powerful airflow crushed the surrounding earth and rocks. Although Chen Xian was still unable to defeat the third-tier alien beast with his strength, this time he did not back down, but instead confronted the alien beast head-on. Although the starry sky battle body is only in the first stage, the starlight has already weakened the attack power of many alien beasts. In addition, Chen Xian's movements are unpredictable, so the crocodile alien beasts cannot put too much pressure on him. Instead, Chen Xian's fist slammed heavily into the beast, causing it to roar repeatedly. Chen Xian was actually able to fight a third-tier alien beast to a draw? They fought back and forth so well. It's unbelievable, but it's true. I thought he would choose to run away, but I didn't expect him to be able to resist. This scene caught the eyes of many Jiangda teachers, leaving them in awe. A third-tier beast could rival a beginner grandmaster. Many teachers could only flee for their lives in the face of such a creature, as a direct confrontation would undoubtedly result in death. But this freshman from Jiangda University can fight against a third-tier, one-star alien beast. Director Sun and the others were shocked, while Principal Lin remained calm, but the surprise hidden in his eyes was hard to conceal. Chen Xian is too strong. The other freshmen are not even in the same league. The teachers were deeply moved. It's laughable to think that the other freshmen were dissatisfied with Chen Xian's first place and even prompted the freshman competition to start early in an attempt to dethrone him. How could they have imagined that Chen Xian had become so powerful that he was impossible to catch up with? Even outstanding freshmen, such as Zhou Tai, the top scholar of Dongling province, Lin Feng of Dai province, and Yun Jing of Jiangnan, were only fighting against first-tier, second-star alien beasts. Chen Xian has already challenged the level of a third-tier alien beast. A third-tier beast is nothing special. Well then, I'll give you a surprise. Chen Xian's eyes flashed, and he leaped onto a large tree not far away. Does Chen Xian intend to retreat? Director Sun was taken aback for a moment, but quickly realized that continuing the argument was pointless. Leaving now to hunt other exotic beasts was the wise thing to do, otherwise it would only be a waste of time. The crocodile beast hesitated slightly, thinking that Chen Xian was going to escape, so it did not pursue him and unconsciously relaxed. Just then, Chen Xian, who was in the tree, suddenly burst forth with energy, and a silent yet extremely deadly spiritual force erupted from his body. The surrounding trees collapsed instantly, as if they had been cut open by an invisible blade. The crocodile-like beast seemed to sense a threat, roared, and quickly retreated. But it was too late. The sharp mental force pierced directly through its head and penetrated deep into its consciousness. The beast let out a terrifying scream, its massive body trembled violently, and blood gushed from its mouth and nose. Although the beasts have extremely strong physical defenses, they are powerless against mental attacks. Chen Xian launched several mental attacks in succession. Although he had never learned any related martial arts techniques, it was more than enough to deal with the strange beast in front of him. The crocodile-like beast was clearly powerless against mental energy. Despite its desperate struggles, it was all in vain, and its strength was rapidly depleted. Just then, Chen Xian rushed forward again. A streak of light suddenly descended, striking the crocodile beast squarely in the eye. Before the beast could react, a powerful force surged into its mind, wreaking havoc and driving it mad. It was as if a spatial storm had been unleashed in his mind. Before the beast could react, its head exploded, and its brain matter gushed out from its face. The carcass of the crocodile beast collapsed with a crash. A Tier 3 beast has fallen. When they saw Chen Xuanjin kill a third-tier alien beast, all the teachers were stunned. Chen Xian's talent far exceeded their expectations. Advanced cultivation technique, awakened spiritual power. This guy is simply freakish. Director Sun muttered to himself, his eyes filled with excitement. After all, such a genius is the pride of Jiang University. Make the credits hidden in the exam room publicly known, Principal Lin said after a moment's thought. Upon hearing Principal Lin's words, the teachers were initially taken aback, then suddenly understood. The freshman competition was brought forward precisely because the freshmen were dissatisfied with Chen Xian's abilities. Once the credit rankings were released, the freshmen would naturally understand the implications. More importantly, the rankings should be shown to everyone so they can recognize their own abilities and avoid rashly challenging Chen Xian in the exam. Even if they find him, they'll only be wasting their credits. They have absolutely no chance of winning. The release of the rankings serves as a warning to them. Of course, if someone doesn't believe in superstition and insists on challenging Chen Xian, then that's outside their jurisdiction. After all, the reminder was clear enough. However, if this motivates them to hunt down alien beasts, then it could be considered a good thing. The teacher in charge of operating the large screen nodded and adjusted the system on the new students' smartwatches. Soon, the corresponding names appeared next to the credit rankings. Yeah, in less than 2 hours, this kid's credits have skyrocketed to 5,600 points. It's outrageous, a teacher from Jiang University said with a wry smile, his eyes filled with undisguised envy. With his abilities, it would be virtually impossible for him to earn that many credits in such a short time. He can earn nearly 3,000 credits just by killing a third-tier beast, another teacher exclaimed. Keep in mind that this was only 2 hours. If it were calculated over a whole day, no one could say for sure how many credits would be earned. Moreover, it is clear that after Chen Xian comprehended mental power, apart from the fourth-tier beasts deep inside, the third-tier beasts could hardly pose a threat to him. However, he has only just grasped the power of mental energy, and the mental energy in his sea of consciousness is still like a small stream, which limits his ability to exert his full strength, another teacher from Jiang University analyzed. Of course, if he knew that Chen Xian's thousandfold talent had already expanded his sea of consciousness to be as vast as the ocean, he would never have said that. Instead, he would have been extremely shocked. With his strength, he should already be able to participate in the genius battle of the 9 regions of Blue Star. A teacher said unconsciously in a low voice, which immediately made everyone present change their expression. Their eyes widened, and their expressions became extremely excited. As everyone knows, the Blue Star 9 Domains Genius Battle is the most prestigious martial arts event on Blue Star. Every participant is a genius among geniuses, with unbelievable talent. Although Jiangnan University has a prestigious reputation and ranks among the top 3 martial arts universities in China, no student has ever participated in the 9 Domains Genius Battle in the decades since its establishment. Over the years, most of the outstanding talents have come from prominent families. After all, Jiangda University is just a school and cannot gather resources to cultivate geniuses like a family can. Principal Lin shook his head slightly without saying anything more. He naturally understood the hidden reasons behind it. The Nine Realms Genius Battle is merely the starting point for the victors. On the ground, Chen Xian turned off his smartwatch and quickly left. He planned to find a secluded place to continue refining his cultivation technique. He didn't want anyone to see it. Beside a small river on the beast planet, Zhou Tai had just finished a desperate kill of a tier 1, 2-star peak beast and smiled faintly. This beast could bring him nearly 200 credits, and combined with his previous accumulation, his grades should be quite good. He confidently opened the credit ranking, only to have his eyes widen instantly, and he couldn't help but swear, how is this possible? Chen Xian's name was prominently listed at the top of the list, with an unbelievably high score, which caught Zhou Tai's eye. How could this be true? Zhou Tai was extremely shocked. He understood that to accumulate so many credits, hunting first-tier beasts alone was not enough. He would have to hunt at least second-tier or even third-tier beasts. Those kinds of beasts are not to be trifled with, unless they are courting death. In a secluded spot, Lin Feng was counting his spoils when he happened to open the rankings. The names are showing up, let me see. First place is Qin Xian, with a score of 5,600. Faced with this unbelievable number, he, who was usually calm, almost exploded on the spot. His expression was blank, as if he had been petrified in an instant. 5,600 credits? Really? Is Chen Xian really that strong? I can't believe it. What exactly did he kill? Did he kill several second-tier beasts at the same time? You really dare to dream of taking on several second-tier beasts at the same time. Even a grandmaster wouldn't be that crazy. Do you think he's a grandmaster? So what? I think he most likely cheated. Otherwise, do you believe a 17-year-old martial arts master? You know, his college entrance exam score only shows the combat strength of a high-level martial artist. At the same time, all the candidates in the examination hall on Alien Beast Star noticed the list. The names that were just hidden are now prominently displayed on the list, with Chen Xian firmly at the top with 5,600 credits. This shocked and puzzled them. Chen Xian was indeed powerful, but not to such an exaggerated degree. How could he have earned so many credits in just 2 hours? Did he hunt down a second-tier or higher beast, and not just one? Could it be that he's hiding his true strength? Most people tend to agree with this explanation, since cheating is virtually impossible in the Beast Star assessment. After all, only by hunting enough exotic beasts will the credits be truly displayed. In other words, no matter what methods Chen Xian used, it is absolutely impossible for these credits to be faked. Some candidates who had hoped to defeat Chen Xian in this assessment, seize his credits, and make a name for themselves among the new students began to hesitate and gave up the idea of taking the risk. At this moment, Chen Xian was sitting upright in a secluded cave, having already determined the direction of the second stage of the divine forging scripture technique in his mind, and was constantly refining it. As for academic credits, he didn't really care, since the system was his biggest support. As long as he became stronger, he could get academic credits at any time. He didn't care about the exposure of his academic rankings and didn't plan to cause trouble for the freshmen. However, if they didn't know what was good for them, he wouldn't mind taking back some of his credits. These thoughts were quickly put aside by him. Chen Xian was immersed in the deduction of the divine forging scripture, and the vague second stage gradually became clear. Several hours later, he slowly opened his eyes and looked at himself. The success of the second stage of the divine forging scripture caused his basic combat strength to surge to 30,000, which, multiplied by 20, reached 600,000. This is just the beginning of the journey to becoming a high-level master. If word got out that a 17-year-old advanced master had been created, it would have caused a sensation. However, this was not enough. After pondering for a moment, Chen Xian took out the remaining energy liquid and drank it, preparing to continue deducing the third stage of the divine forging scripture. If successful, their strength will skyrocket to an astonishing level. With everything prepared, Chen Xian concentrated all his energy on deducing the third stage of the divine forging scripture. Compared to the second stage, the third stage is undoubtedly more difficult to deduce. The thousandfold talent disassembles and reassembles existing techniques, continuously evolving subsequent technique programs. Soon, night fell, and all around was quiet except for the constant roars of the strange beasts. After nearly a day of cultivation, Chen Xian finally deduced the third stage of the divine forging scripture. This is qi and blood like a dragon? He was surprised to find that the qi and blood in his body began to change. The originally calm blood was now like a surging river, surging and even faintly heard the sound of rushing. A pale red aura flowed through his body, and wherever he passed, stone walls cracked and soil and rocks flew everywhere. Chen Xian gently clenched his fists, and boundless power surged within him, making him feel stronger than ever before. Sensing all this, Chen Xian's expression immediately turned solemn. It must be understood that having blood and qi as powerful as a dragon is a symbol of a martial arts grandmaster. Martial artists cultivate their blood and qi and strengthen their bodies, gradually progressing towards becoming powerful. Its vital energy is like a dragon, surging like magma, extremely hot and unstoppable. A single drop of its blood can be fatal, making it incredibly powerful. For an ordinary martial artist to become a grandmaster, Grandmaster is extremely difficult, but Chen Xian never expected that his divine forging would have such amazing effects. More importantly, this is only the initial stage of the third stage of the divine forging realm. Once it is fully perfected, its strength will be greatly enhanced. Although it's uncertain whether we can increase our combat power 30-fold now, our combat strength has definitely increased significantly. Chen Xian felt the energy and blood flowing through his body and spoke slowly. The wonders of the divine forging scripture far exceeded his expectations. My current basic combat strength has definitely exceeded 30,000 and may even be approaching 40,000. The power after the amplification is unimaginable, but I can't test it right now. I can only verify it when I get back. However, let's use the alien beast to test our strength now. Through his smartwatch, Chen Xian learned that dawn would break in a little over an hour, at which time a transport spaceship would arrive to pick up the new students and bring them back. Although they can get here through a space gate, they can only return by spaceship. Chen Xian got up, walked out of the cave, located a red dot through his smartwatch, and rushed straight there. A few minutes later, Chen Xian arrived at a grassland. All around was silent, and endless killing intent seemed to lurk in the lush green grass. This beast seems quite powerful. Chen Xian walked towards a small hill ahead, where a strong aura of strange beasts emanated. Apart from this aura, there was no other movement. It's actually a 4th-tier, 1-star alien beast. No wonder there are no other living beings around. Standing atop the tree and looking down, Chen Xian immediately understood that on this alien beast planet, 4th-tier alien beasts were already at their peak, and other alien beasts naturally dared not approach. However, he dared not be careless. Compared to 3rd-tier beasts, 4th-tier beasts were already of medium strength, far superior to low-tier beasts. It's a moon-gazing rhinoceros. Upon seeing its massive body, which was 20 or 30 meters long, Chen Xian immediately recognized it. The crescent-shaped mark on its head was highly distinctive. Although he knew the moon-gazing rhinoceros would be difficult to deal with, Chen Xian did not back down. His strength had just increased significantly, so he could use it to practice. Even if he couldn't win, with the special properties of his star battle body, escaping wouldn't be a problem. With no worries about the future, Chen Xian did not hesitate. He leaped down from the tree and threw a punch directly at the moon-gazing rhinoceros. The shadow of his fist ripped through the sky, emitting a sharp and piercing whistle. The ground was almost cracked open by the tremor. With his improved base combat strength, Chen Xian's current amplified combat power is terrifyingly high, reaching a staggering 800,000. In addition, the star battle body's abnormal physical enhancement means that even a 4th-tier alien beast would not escape unscathed from a punch. The moon-gazing rhinoceros seemed to sense danger. It suddenly raised its head, which had been lying down sleeping, and looked up at the sky with its bewitching moon-like eyes. Just then, they saw Chen Xian descend with boundless power, his strength as a high-level grandmaster causing the space to shatter violently. Faced with Chen Xian's offensive, anger flashed in the eyes of the moon-gazing rhinoceros. This reptile dared to disturb its rest. It was simply unforgivable. The next moment, silver light condensed on the moon-gazing rhinoceros, which let out a sharp roar, and finally gathered into a huge ball of light, which shot towards Chen Xian. The ball of light contained terrifying power. If an ordinary grandmaster were hit by it, he would be severely injured, if not killed. But Chen Xian did not dodge. He met the ball of light head-on with his fist. With a deafening roar, the two forces collided violently, sending debris flying in all directions, and countless large trees around them snapped and collapsed. A hint of contempt flashed in the eyes of the moon-gazing rhinoceros. A martial artist of this level was no match for its attack and would likely be dead. However, the next second, the ball of light was pierced and exploded by the fist shadow, and the fist strike slammed towards the moon-gazing rhinoceros with extremely terrifying power. The moon-gazing rhinoceros stared at Chen Xian in astonishment as his fist slammed into it, its powerful physical strength repeatedly knocking it back. Although it didn't cause fatal damage, it made it roar in pain and was unable to defend itself. Enraged, the moon-gazing rhinoceros charged at Chen Xian the moment he landed. Without hesitation, Chen Xian waved his hands continuously, unleashing dozens of punches that rained down like a storm, each punch carrying immense power as it slammed into the moon-gazing rhinoceros. The moon-gazing rhinoceros was forced to retreat repeatedly, letting out a deafening roar. However, Chen Xian's fist shadows were like dense raindrops, all striking the same spot, shattering parts of its bones on the spot. The rhinoceros gazing at the moon was furious, kicking up clouds of dust and snapping the surrounding trees. With its sharp, lightning-streaked horns and devastating power, it charged swiftly toward Chen Xian. Chen Xian knew in his heart that if he were hit by that sharp horn, he would be seriously injured even if he didn't die. After all, it was a 4th-order beast. Star battle body. With a roar, Chen Xian rapidly circulated the stellar energy within his body, causing his entire body to emit starlight from the inside out. His defenses were greatly enhanced, and his combat power instantly soared to an astonishing 1 million. 1 million combat power, at the level of a beginner grandmaster. With his talent, this was more than enough to kill a 4th-tier, 1-star alien beast. The next moment, Chen Xian threw a punch. The wind from the punch exploded, and the air was quickly rubbed together to create a piercing sonic boom. The movement was simple and brutal, without any fancy fancy techniques. The moon-gazing rhinoceros seemed to sense the power of the punch. The sphere of light above its head suddenly flashed, transforming into a protective barrier. The heavy fist slammed down, causing the light screen to shake violently and instantly shatter into fragments. The moon-gazing rhinoceros roared furiously, trying to dodge, but Chen Xian's fist showed no mercy. Its momentum undiminished, and struck its head directly. With a crisp crack, its skull instantly caved in. The star battle body's powerful attacks rendered its physical defenses as fragile as paper. Its massive body shook violently before crashing to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. With the moon-gazing rhinoceros killed, Chen Xian's credits soared, quickly climbing to 15,600. The moon-gazing rhinoceros alone earned him a reward of 10,000 credits, putting him far ahead of other freshmen. Zhou Tai, who is in second place, has only earned a little over 300 credits so far. This is understandable. After all, the moon-gazing rhinoceros is a fourth-tier exotic beast. It may not be much to a grandmaster or higher-level expert, but for the freshmen of Jiang University, it is an insurmountable and terrifying existence. In theory, a single moon-gazing rhinoceros could easily wipe out the entire freshman class. As the beast star for the Jiangda freshman competition, the fourth-tier beasts were designed to create psychological pressure for the freshmen. No one would believe that any freshman could kill a beast of such a level. Therefore, it is not surprising that Chen Xian received such a generous academic reward after killing the moon-gazing rhinoceros. However, Chen Xian was unaware that the other freshmen in the examination room were completely stunned when they saw his credits surge. Holy crap, what's going on? Chen Xian has already scored over 10,000 points. To be precise, it's 15,600 points. I don't even have a fraction of his score. Heh, look at Zhou Tai, who's in second place. He only got a little over 500 points. Lin Feng, who came in third, only got a little over 400. These are all top scorers in the college entrance examination from other provinces. They must be feeling incredibly frustrated. Don't you think these credits are outrageous? Did he somehow manage to break into a horde of monsters? The candidates discussed the matter, but most still had doubts about Chen Xian's results. For them, more than 10,000 credits was simply unbelievable, especially the 10,000 credits that had just been added, which obviously meant that they had killed a high-level alien beast. Otherwise, they would have charged into the horde of alien beasts and slaughtered countless second and third-tier alien beasts like mowing grass. But is that even possible? Even a master-level expert couldn't do that. At least a grandmaster would be required. Could Chen Xian be a grandmaster? This is even more unbelievable than 10,000 credits. However, Chen Xian paid no attention to these discussions at this time. He continued to hunt down strange beasts frantically in the remaining time. As the assessment drew to a close, his credits had reached a despairing 20,000. When the freshmen saw these credits, their lips twitched slightly. They felt numb. Alright, it's almost time. The carrier spacecraft should arrive soon. Chen Xian checked the time. There wasn't much time left before the spaceship arrived, and the assessment was officially over. He glanced at his score, 21,800 credits, while Zhou Tai, in second place, only had a little over 700. Even if he did nothing and gave Zhou Tai a week, he still wouldn't be able to catch up. This wasn't just a matter of effort, it was that Zhou Tai simply couldn't defeat a high-level alien beast. No matter how much time you have, it's useless. How did this kid suddenly gain 10,000 credits? What did he do? In the square, the teachers observing the examination room through the screen were speechless with surprise. Although Chen Xian turned off the video function of his smartwatch, they could clearly see from the credit rankings that Chen Xian's credits had suddenly surged by 10,000 points. What shocked them even more was what this 10,000-fold increase meant. Chen Xian had killed a fourth-tier, one-star alien beast. This is a fourth-tier beast. Only a grandmaster could handle it. How old is Chen Xian? Could he be a grandmaster? You know, his college entrance exam score only gave him the strength of a high-level martial artist. Many teachers swallowed hard. Only those who had reached the grandmaster level could face fourth-tier beasts as easy prey. This kid actually killed a fourth-tier beast. How is that possible? Director Sun was dumbfounded, his worldview almost collapsing. If he didn't know Chen Xian's background, he would have seriously suspected that Chen Xian was a high-level alien beast in disguise. Principal Lin nodded in satisfaction, a thoughtful look flashing in his eyes. Immediately afterwards, Chen Xian's credits continued to soar. Is he really here for the assessment? Or is he just trying to earn credits? Director Sun couldn't help but complain, but his words were full of surprise. However, the time for the assessment competition is fast approaching. Since Jiangda University has set up a freshman competition, it is not afraid that students will use it to earn credits. These expenses are insignificant to Jiangda University. On the contrary, poor student performance is the bad thing. As the competition ended, a large spaceship capable of carrying hundreds of people remained stationary. The new students returned one after another. When Chen Xian arrived, most of them had already returned. Only a few students who had encountered danger and asked for help, causing the competition to be terminated, had not returned. The rest of them persisted until the end. Of course, some freshmen didn't earn a single credit and barely survived the day. Others others earned a small number of credits. With their novice martial arts skills, they struggled to even face a first-tier, one-star alien beast, so it's normal that they couldn't get the credits. At this moment, they gathered together and talked. Some of them were dejected and listless, having long lost the high spirits they had before the competition. Some people didn't earn a single point and were instead chased all over the field by the monsters. Even Zhou Tai, Yun Jing, and others only had a few hundred credits, which was already considered quite impressive. Chen Xian, the top freshman who had been questioned earlier, actually earned an astonishing 20,000 credits, which almost overturned their understanding of the subject. They had no idea how he did it. Seeing Chen Xian approaching from a distance, everyone's expressions were complicated. Even the teachers proctoring the exam and the alien beast's starry sky cast incredulous glances. They were naturally aware of what had happened during the competition, and Chen Xian's results had astonished them. Unlike the freshmen, they knew that Chen Xian's grades were perfectly reasonable. Alright, now that everyone's here, let's board the spaceship and wait to return, a teacher announced loudly. At the same time, all 10 hatches on the spacecraft opened simultaneously, and the passengers boarded one after another. Those who are injured should go to the infirmary for treatment, and those who are not injured should rest where they are. After waiting for a while, the last few freshmen finally arrived. With the roar of its engines, the spacecraft departed and sped toward Blue Star Jiangda. Soon, the freshmen arrived at Jiangda Square and lined up according to their credit ranking. Chen Xian stood at the front at Director Sun's signal. This is the first place winner in the freshman competition. Just as Director Sun was about to speak, Lin Feng, the top scholar from Dai Province, suddenly stood up and said loudly, Director Sun, I am not convinced. I suspect that someone cheated in this competition. Someone cheated? Who cheated? Director Sun was taken aback. They had watched the entire freshman competition and hadn't seen any signs of cheating. Besides, this was a practical assessment. How could anyone cheat? And why would the alien beasts cooperate in faking it? Lin Feng no longer hesitated and walked straight forward, pointing at Chen Xian and saying, I suspect that Chen Xian cheated in the competition or used unreasonable methods. In any case, his results are fake. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, the surroundings fell silent, then erupted into noise as the freshmen began to whisper among themselves. To be honest, they did have doubts about Chen Xian's grades. Such performance was simply not what a freshman should be able to do. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Director Sun smiled and said, Student Lin, you can rest assured that there was no cheating during the competition. Although you find Chen Xian's results hard to believe, that's the truth. Let alone you guys, we found it hard to believe at first too. Director Sun explained with a smile, showing that he was not angry about it. Director Sun, Chen Xian is the top scorer in the college entrance examination in Jiangnan Province. Lin Feng snorted coldly. Those words went too far. They were practically implying that Jiang University was helping the province's top scorer in the college entrance examination to cheat. Zhou Tai frowned. Although he was also skeptical about Chen Xian's abnormal grades, Lin Feng's words were going too far. It wasn't questioning Chen Xian at all, but questioning Jiang University. Yun Jing also shook his head inwardly, feeling that Lin Feng was too reckless. It was one thing to question Chen Xian, but to involve the school as well. Sure enough, before Lin Feng had even finished speaking, several of the new student mentors frowned. Those who had initially recognized Lin Feng's talent and intended to nurture him further sighed. However, Director Sun did not take it to heart and said calmly, Lin Feng, please go back to where you were standing. Jiangda's reputation, built over decades, was earned through battles against strange beasts, not something bestowed upon it out of thin air. The words of a freshman are not worth taking seriously. Lin Feng, however, did not back down and said with a smile, Director Sun, I would like to have a one-on-one match with Chen Xian on stage. If he wins, I have nothing to say. If he loses, it will prove that his achievements are fake. Why don't we let him demonstrate his strength on the spot so that everyone can be convinced? Look, how many freshmen believe his grades? It's really hard to convince everyone. Lin Feng hit the nail on the head. Not only Zhou Tai and he, but the other freshmen were also half believing and half doubting. After all, as a freshman, even if he is the top scorer in the college entrance examination, he only has the combat power of a high-level martial artist. It is understandable that he can improve in a short period of time, but to reach the level of killing a fourth-tier alien beast is really unbelievable. It's really hard to accept unless there are other reasons involved. Although the other students didn't speak up, their expressions showed that they agreed with Lin Feng's point of view. Director Sun frowned slightly. He could ignore a single freshman, but as the doubts grew louder, he had to take action. If rumors of Jiangnan University's fraud were to spread, the outside world might not believe it, but if it were sensationalized by the media, it would inevitably cause misunderstandings. He looked at Principal Lin, who smiled and nodded, and he immediately understood. Since some people doubted Chen Xian's strength, then let Chen Xian take action and shut everyone up. This would prove that Chen Xian won the championship based on his strength and not by cheating, and it would also calm down the arrogant freshmen and allow them to truly focus on their cultivation. Director Sun nodded and smiled. Chen Xian, since Lin Feng is questioning your performance, would you be willing to have a match with him? Chen Xian said nonchalantly, hey, if we can defeat the opponent and shut everyone up, that would be a good thing. Moreover, this was a piece of cake for him. Come on, let me see your true strength. Lin Feng laughed heartily, a hint of excitement flashing in his eyes. He simply didn't believe Chen Xian's competition results. In his opinion, Jiang De was likely behind it all. Chen Xian is a misnomer. If he can defeat Chen Xian, he will become the top freshman, move into Villa number 1, and enjoy the respectful gaze of everyone. You want to challenge me? Fine, I accept. Chen Xian was bored and casually replied when he heard this. Unlike the teacher's helplessness, the freshman immediately became excited. Some challenged Chen Xian, and soon it would be clear whether the so-called top freshman truly possessed extraordinary strength or was merely undeserving of the title. After all, they are all top performers in their respective fields, but when they came to Jiang University, they were overshadowed by Chen Xian and couldn't even lift their heads. The results of this competition have left them far behind. That's precisely why it seems so fake. Is their status as the top freshman about to be revealed? This anticipation fills them with excitement. Zhou Tai watched all this calmly. Unlike Lin Feng, he didn't doubt that Jiang Hui would help Chen Xian cheat. As for why Chen Xian was able to achieve such abnormal results, although he didn't understand, he didn't believe that Chen Xian could be easily manipulated. If something goes wrong, we'll probably run into a brick wall very soon. In his view, Lin Feng's actions were somewhat reckless. Be careful. Lin Feng strode up to Chen Xian, a half smile on his face, greeted him, and was about to make his move. Suddenly, a loud explosion came from the horizon, making everyone's eardrums buzz. What is that sound? The freshman looked up in surprise in the direction from which the sound came, and saw a figure floating in midair. Its aura was incredibly powerful, its body was shrouded in blood, its form was erratic, and the faint sound of a dragon's roar could be heard. He's a martial arts grandmaster. The freshman stared wide-eyed and exclaimed in surprise. Soaring through the air, wielding chi like a dragon, these are the hallmarks of a grandmaster. The figure in midair before them is none other than a grandmaster. Grandmasters are exceptional individuals, extremely rare. Take Yunhai City as an example. It has tens of millions of residents, yet only a dozen or so grandmasters. However, why did this grandmaster come to Jiang University? And why did he appear in this manner? Jiang University, as one of the top 3 martial arts universities in the country, boasts over 20 grandmasters, and even 2 or 3 four-symbols warriors. To act arrogantly and disrespectfully here is tantamount to courting death. Wu Kaishan, this is Jiangda University. Please leave immediately. At this moment, a teacher from Jiangnan University also appeared in midair and shouted in a deep voice. Lu Zhe, I didn't come to Jiangda. Wu Kaishan smiled calmly. Lu Zhe was taken aback. He looked down and saw that the other party had not crossed the boundary of Jiangda University. They were only less than a meter away. Suddenly, Wu Kaishan's eyes flashed with a sharp light as he stared intently at Chen Xian from afar, roaring, Chen Xian, you killed members of my Wu family. Come out and face your death. What? Chen Xian killed someone? And someone from the Wu family? Now their elders have come to our door in person? Upon hearing Wu Kaishan's words, the freshmen looked astonished and began to whisper among themselves. The gaze directed at Chen Xian changed. It turned out that this top freshman was not only ruthless in killing alien beasts, but also merciless in killing people. After all, although martial arts are popular now and these new students are all the pride of their respective regions, they have not fought against alien beasts much, let alone fought life and death battles between people. Wu Kaishan, what do you mean by this? Director Sun stepped forward, frowning as he asked. Chen Xian killed Wu Yu, a member of our Wu family, in Yunhai. Wu Yu was the principal of number 3 middle school, a man of noble character who dedicated his life to teaching and nurturing students. I never expected him to be murdered. Later we found out it was Chen Xian who did it. He had just finished the college entrance exam and was still young, but he was extremely ruthless. He thought he had gotten away with it, but we still found him. Wu Kaishan sneered, a strange light flashing in his eyes. In reality, Wu Yu was just an insignificant figure in the Wu family, otherwise, he wouldn't have been sent to work in another region. On the surface, he was the principal, but secretly he was searching for exceptionally talented young women for the family. Arranged marriages are just a common tactic used by these powerful martial arts families. A few days ago, Wu Yu reported to his family that he had found a girl named Chen Yuqing, who was exceptionally talented. Unexpectedly, he lost contact with her a few days later. The Wu family sent people to Yunhai to investigate, only to discover that Wu Yu had died in his office. Because the surveillance equipment had been damaged, the Wu family had to go to great lengths to uncover the truth. Although shocked that Chen Xian possessed the strength of a martial arts master at such a young age, it also proved Chen Yuqing's extraordinary talent. They had intended to take Chen Yuqing directly back to Dongling, but unexpectedly, she was staying at the Martial Arts Alliance villa, personally cared for by the Alliance's president. There was also a Four Symbols warrior guarding the place, so the Wu family dared not make any rash moves. Later, they figured that as long as they captured Chen Xian, the problem would be solved. As for Chen Xian being the top scorer in the college entrance examination in Jiangnan province, they couldn't care less. After all, the pressure of the marriage alliance was too great, and the other party's strength far surpassed that of the Wu family, so the Wu family dared not offend them. Left with no other choice, Wu Kaishan had to bite the bullet and come to Jiangda University to demand the person. So, Qin Xian, you have to come with me and explain things clearly. Impossible, Wu Kaishan, you'd better go back right now. Director's son flatly refused. What a joke. Not to mention that Chen Xian is exceptionally talented and has boundless potential. He will definitely become a martial arts master in the future. Even if a grandmaster came in person, he wouldn't be able to take away the students of Jiang University. This is the confidence of the top 3 martial arts high schools. If anyone can manipulate Jiangda at will, what will become of Jiangda's reputation? Qin Xian, tell me, what exactly happened? Director's son turned around and chuckled, his attitude completely different from how he treated Wu Kaishan. A cold glint flashed in Wu Kaishan's eyes, but he remained silent, only showing an anxious expression. The idea of abducting a gifted girl for a marriage alliance can be done secretly, but it's inappropriate to make it public. Chen Xian said calmly, Lord Sun, the Wu family just wants to take my sister away for a marriage alliance. As Chen Xian recounted his story, Director Sun's expression changed drastically, and the others also became unsettled. The Wu family is utterly shameless. They snatched someone else's daughter for a marriage alliance, even beat her to death, and then came to the gate of Jiang University to demand her return. They're simply taking advantage of the fact that no one at Jiang University cares about them. Director Sun was confident, because if there hadn't been a special reason, and Chen Xian had killed the Wu family, Jiangda could have saved face, but it wouldn't have sounded like this at all. Now look what's happened. The Wu family's actions are simply outrageous, so it's only natural that Jiangda intervened to stop them. Wu Kaishan sneered, Qin Xian, you're talking nonsense and using flattery. Do you think I'd believe you? You're framing our Wu family. I won't let you get away with this. Lu Zhe, who was in midair, frowned and said angrily, Wu Kaishan, don't be so arrogant. This is Jiangda University. Leave now, or don't blame me for taking action. A grandmaster dares to make a scene at Jiangda University. If it weren't for the freshman being there, Lu Zhe would have already taken action. The other grandmasters were also eager to try. Before coming to Jiangda, who didn't grow up through killing? Might is the only truth. Why waste so much nonsense? Wu Kaishan sneered, fine, I'm leaving. He turned and stared coldly at Qin Xian, remember, I will not let you go. After saying that, he turned to leave. You won't let me go? You think I'll let you go? At that moment, a voice rang out. Everyone turned their heads and saw Qin Xian walk out, staring coldly at Wu Kaishan, and slowly say, What? You won't let me go? Wu Kaishan looked at Qin Xian in surprise, then burst into laughter. A mosquito dares to challenge a dragon? How childish and laughable. It thinks it's powerful just because it's a novice martial artist, and that it can easily crush him with a single finger. Director Sun frowned. Qin Xian was exceptionally talented, but he was still far from being a grandmaster. Why make such boastful claims? The freshmen also shook their heads, feeling that Qin Xian was too arrogant and didn't know his own limitations. Fine, I'll see how you won't let me go. Wu Kaishan stopped in midair and said jokingly, as long as Qin Xian makes a move, he will naturally have a reason to do the same. Then you'd better look carefully. Qin Xian responded coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, a tremendous aura suddenly erupted from his body, and everyone around him was forced back. A violent gust of air roared out. His internal energy roared violently like magma, his skin shimmered and glowed, and streams of blood-red mist surged from his body, accompanied by rolling heat waves and the sound of a dragon's roar. Immediately, Qin Xian took a step forward, his body suspended in midair. Everyone was immediately shocked and could not believe what they were seeing. Qin Xian, he's actually a grandmaster? You're actually a grandmaster? How is that possible? Wu Kaishan was utterly shocked and stammered, as if he had witnessed the most unbelievable thing in the world. To become a grandmaster at the age of 17? Is there anything more bizarre than this? This is something I've never heard of or seen before. Director Sun and several teachers from Jiang University were stunned. During the freshman competition, they had already noticed Qin Xian's extraordinary strength and suspected that he possessed some kind of grandmaster-level combat power. Although Qin Xian's credits later increased by 10,000, they still assumed that he had used other methods. But no one expected that Qin Xian actually possessed the combat strength of a grandmaster. The group exchanged bewildered glances, their faces filled with astonishment. My God, Qin Xian is actually a grandmaster? I was just a beginner martial artist, and I actually looked down on Qin Xian, thinking that he was just all show and no substance. I admit, I was terribly wrong before. I wasn't much better off. I was even thinking of challenging him, but luckily Lin Feng beat me to it. He's such a good person. Grandmaster. Grandmaster, Qin Xian really is a grandmaster. Lin Feng was completely stunned and collapsed to the ground. What had he just been doing? He had recklessly challenged a grandmaster. With just a flick of his finger, the grandmaster could easily crush him into mincemeat. Wu Kaishan was also stunned for a moment, a fierce killing intent flashing in his eyes. Reaching the grandmaster level at the age of 17 was simply astonishing. If he continued to grow stronger, he would surely become a disaster for the Wu family. Thinking of this, Wu Kaishan instantly hastily rushed in front of Chen Xian and threw a punch at him. Die! The air suddenly exploded, emitting a piercing shriek, and a massive, violent force rushed towards Chen Xian. Lu Zhe was shocked, never expecting Wu Kaishan to dare to make a move openly at Zhengda University. He was about to stop him when he saw Chen Xian standing in mid-air, the mark of a grandmaster. Wu Kaishan was only a beginner grandmaster, so even if Chen Xian couldn't win, his life wouldn't be in danger. Faced with Wu Kaishan's attack, Chen Xian remained calm, took a deep breath, and his body exploded with a thunderous roar, his blood and qi surging wildly. The cells on the skin surface are operating at high speed, and a layer of crystal-clear glass appears on the outer layer of the skin. The next moment, the 3 stages of the divine forging scripture were activated in succession. Phase 1, 10-fold increase, combat power of 400,000. The second phase will see a 20-fold increase in strength, bringing the combat power to 800,000. The third stage involves a 30-fold increase, resulting in a combat power of 1.2 million. Starting with a base combat strength of 40,000, it was amplified 30-fold, instantly climbing to a terrifying 1.2 million combat strength. This is the combat power of 1 million at the Grandmaster level. With the enhancement of his star battle body, Chen Xian's physical strength was astonishingly powerful. Moreover, its body surface is as hard as glass crystal, making its defensive capabilities astonishing. The next second, Chen Xian threw a punch, like a falling meteor, carrying terrifying power as it hurtled towards Wu Kaishan. The 2 fists collided, producing a sickeningly loud cracking sound as Wu Kaishan's arm was broken inch by Chen Xian, bones piercing flesh and blood splattering everywhere. Wu Kaishan cried out in pain, his 10 fingers like hooks, and his left hand suddenly grabbed at Chen Xian, trying to tear off his arm. This is his signature move, tearing metal apart, which is extremely difficult for even 4th-tier beasts to withstand. However, Chen Xian remained unmoved, his gaze icy, his body shimmering with azure light, and the starlight faintly gleaming, allowing the opponent's sharp claws to scratch him. Wu Kaishan's claws slashed across, making a screeching sound, but only left a few white marks, without even scratching Chen Xian's skin. How is this possible? His physical defense is so astonishing. Wu Kaishan stared in disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost, his eyes filled with shock. With a single swipe of his claw, even a 4th-tier beast would lose a layer of skin, but it had no effect on Chen Xian. Faced with Chen Xian's cold gaze, Wu Kaishan's heart tightened, and he quickly retreated. But it was too late. Chen Xian unleashed a punch that shattered the air with incredible speed. Wu Kaishan had no time to dodge. Chen Xian's fist struck him heavily in the chest. The terrifying force of the punch shattered his bones, sending him flying like a cannonball. He crashed into a building not far away, piercing through the wall before falling heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. This scene shocked both the teachers and freshmen at Zhengda University, especially the freshman, whose minds almost went blank. His opponent was a grandmaster, a figure revered by the human race, yet he was knocked down by Chen Xian with a single punch, his fate unknown. Chen Xian is just a freshman, yet he is so powerful. He landed, looked down at Wu Kaishan, his blood surging, and his killing intent was undisguised. No, you can't kill me. Our Wu family has a warrior-level expert. If you kill me, you won't escape death either, and your sister will suffer too. You should think twice. Wu Kaishan retreated in terror, shouting in fear. His heart was filled with resentment and malice. As a grandmaster, he was used to controlling the life and death of others. When did he fall to such a wretched state? Once I escape from here, I will definitely capture those brother and sister and torture them severely. Chen Xian shook his head, then swung his fist, instantly piercing Wu Kaishan's skull. After the force dissipated, Wu Kaishan's body exploded into pieces. Wu Kaishan snatched Yuqing first and then tried to kill him to cover his retreat. He deserved it. How could Chen Xian spare his life? Dead. A grandmaster was actually killed by Chen Xian. How is this possible? 1 punch breaks an arm, 2 punches severely injure, 3 punches kill, and it's torn to pieces. Seeing this, the grandmasters narrowed their eyes and secretly admired. A martial artist should be so ruthless and decisive in his actions. They had the opportunity to stop it, but no one intervened. The grandmaster's authority resonated like a mountain in the outside world. Insulted, he would surely retaliate. Wu Kaishan is dead. It's only because he was less skilled than others. But the group of freshmen were so frightened that they trembled. Lin Feng was so frightened by Chen Xian's glance that he even wet his pants. Director Sun shook his head, about to speak, when Principal Lin stood up and walked to the front. Principal Lin first calmed the freshman down, then solemnly used Wu Kaishan as an example to explain the harshness of martial arts training, encouraging everyone to work hard at Zhengda University and not waste their time. Although the freshmen were frightened, they looked at each other and laughed, thinking that Principal Lin was truly a talent. Who would have thought that Wu Kaishan would become the negative example he used to teach the freshmen of Zhengda University with his life? After saying a few words, Principal Lin stepped down, and Director Sun stepped forward to announce the rankings of this year's freshman competition. Now, I will announce the top 3 in this freshman competition. Director Sun looked around and said with a smile, 3rd place, Yun Jing. Upon hearing that Yun Jing ranked 3rd, the freshmen were somewhat surprised, but their reaction remained calm. Apart from a few top scorers from other provinces, Yun Jing's strength was remarkable. He earned over 600 credits in this freshman competition, indicating that his true strength was already close to that of an intermediate martial artist, and he was expected to break through soon. Second place, Zhou Tai. After announcing the third place winner, Director Sun then announced the second place winner, Zhou Tai, the top scholar of Dongling province. Seeing him being envied by everyone, Zhou Tai wasn't particularly happy. Instead, he sighed. He had earned over 700 credits in this competition, but, compared to Qin Xian, it was just a drop in the ocean. At first, he thought he was on par with Qin Xian, but now, looking back, it was utterly laughable. As for Lin Feng, who challenged Qin Xian, he was still in a daze. The scene just now had terrified him, and his head felt like it had been caught in a door. He dared to challenge a grandmaster of martial arts, and fortunately, Qin Xian didn't hold it against him, which put him at ease a little. However, he only ranked 5th in this competition, which was a drop from before. First place, Qin Xian. Director Sun announced with a smile, but his brows furrowed slightly. Although Qin Xian is nominally a freshman at Jiang University, his strength is already that of a grandmaster of martial arts, far surpassing that of the other teachers, and even slightly superior. Apart from 2 or 3 generals, no one can truly guide him, not to mention that he himself is only a grandmaster. Regardless, this is an honor for Jiangda University. Qin Xian becoming a grandmaster is astonishing, but what's even more surprising is his age, and the length of his cultivation, reaching grandmaster in just 3 or 4 years. If given a few more years, could he become a war general? A warrior general is the pinnacle of human power, capable of suppressing an ordinary city and holding the lives of millions in their hands. A common man's anger can spill blood 5 steps away. A general's anger can cause rivers of blood to flow. The realm of a warrior is terrifying. Among the 100 grandmasters, it is rare for anyone to reach the realm of warrior general. From grandmaster to warrior, it was a complete transformation. Historically, several generals fought each other, causing a city with a population of 10 million to be torn apart and resulting in casualties of up to 1 million. I wonder if I could ask the General Zhan to teach him. Director Sun thought to himself. Of course, he didn't know that Qin Xian had been cultivating for several years. His rapid increase in strength had only occurred within the past month. In the past, he was practically a complete weakling. Brother Xian is awesome. Qin Xian was once again announced as the top freshman by Director Sunday. This time, no one objected or questioned him. Instead, their eyes were filled with admiration. Many freshmen even began calling him Brother Xian. They felt a sense of pride. After all, he was a grandmaster of martial arts, a figure usually held in high esteem. Although they were all chosen ones, in the grandmaster's eyes, they were no different from ordinary people. Geniuses are as numerous as hairs on a cow, but how many can grow into grandmasters? To have a grandmaster as a classmate is truly an honor. Especially considering that Qin Xian just killed a grandmaster right in front of them, it's enough to prove that he's a strong figure even among grandmasters. Who can predict how high he will go in the future? Many people are secretly amazed. By the way, the credits from this competition are all real and valid. You can go to Jiang University's warehouse to redeem them. Every freshman will receive a bottle of low-grade energy liquid. Of course, the top 10 will receive additional rewards, which will be distributed later. Director Sun continued. The freshmen were stunned. Even the cheapest energy liquid cost hundreds of thousands of star coins. With hundreds of freshmen involved, this was an investment of hundreds of millions of star coins. It had to be said, the top 3 universities were truly extravagant. As for credit redemption, forget it. Many of them don't even have a few credits, and 0 credits are very common. Getting a few dozen credits is already considered impressive. Jiangnan University's prizes for redeeming academic credits are extremely generous, ranging from tens of points to millions of credits. It seems that only Qin Xian is qualified to participate. Now, dismissed. Everyone, get ready. Classes will officially begin tomorrow. Director Sun said a few words and announced the end of the freshman competition. Qin Xian, don't go yet. Come with me to the principal. Just as Qin Xian was about to leave, Director Sun called him back and said with a smile. Unlike the other freshmen, when he spoke to Qin Xian, he tried to put himself on the same level as Qin Xian, since both of them were grandmaster level experts. When we're alone, you can call me Brother Sun. Director Sun said with a smile. Okay, that I'll have to trouble you to take care of me from now on, Brother Sun. Qin Xian readily agreed. Although the other party was the director of Jiang University, with his strength, he was a respected figure wherever he went, and his status was no lower than the other parties. A few minutes later, the two arrived at the principal's office. Principal Lin smiled and said as he saw them come in, "Principal, what can I do for you?" Sensing Principal Lin's aura, Qin Xian was slightly shocked. Just now, a dazzling golden light flashed in the other party's pupils. He was actually a 4 symbols warrior. This level of strength is on par with the president of the Yunhai Martial Arts Alliance. Qin Xian, do you know how big our world is? Principal Lin pointed a finger at the void, and a map of the universe and galaxies appeared instantly. I want you to participate in the 9 Domains Genius Battle in 1 month. 9 Domains Genius Battle? battle? Chen Xian was slightly taken aback. Although he had heard of the 9 Domains Genius Battle, he didn't know much about the specifics, since President Dugu and the others hadn't explained it in detail. However, this aroused his curiosity. A competition that could be taken so seriously by someone like Principal Lin must be extraordinary. As the scene before him gradually became clearer, a vast star map unfolded before Chen Xian, densely packed with countless planets of all sizes, which seemed to be moving in a regular pattern. This is the Sirius system. Chen Xian immediately recognized it. He had learned about it in high school geography class. It was said that Blue Star was located within the Sirius system. Principal Lin nodded and said, "Our Blue Star belongs to the Sirius galaxy, but did you know that the Sirius galaxy is just a medium-sized galaxy governed by the Yin-Yang galaxy?" The Yin-Yang galaxy governs thousands of medium-sized galaxies comparable to the Sirius galaxy, which in turn manages millions of inhabited planets. Our Blue Star, along with 8 other inhabited planets, forms a sub-galaxy within the Azure Sky galaxy. The 9 Realms Genius Battle is a competition among the geniuses of these 9 inhabited planets. But what does that have to do with me? Chen Xian nodded slightly, immediately understanding what Director Sun meant, but he wasn't particularly interested in the so-called Genius Battle. After all, relying on the system, as long as he works steadily, he will eventually become a martial arts master, and he doesn't need those fancy things at all. As long as I take good care of myself and my sister, that's enough. As for the rest, he didn't care at all. Hearing Chen Xian's words, Director Sun became somewhat anxious. That was a true battle of geniuses. Ordinary people would find it difficult to even get a chance, let alone qualify to participate. Those who could step onto the competition stage were all the cream of the crop among geniuses. Principal Lin's expression remained unchanged, as if he had expected this. He smiled calmly and said, "Don't be so quick to refuse, Chen Xian. Although you are now a grandmaster, there are many such prodigies in the entire Sirius star system. Moreover, the 9 Domains Genius Battle is the only way for students from smaller star systems to enter the Sirius Martial Academy. The Sirius Martial Academy is the core of martial arts in the entire Sirius star system. It has a more complete martial arts system and top experts, which can make your martial arts improvement speed far exceed that here. Also, as far as I know, you and your sister do not appear to be orphans." As soon as Principal Lin finished speaking, he dropped a bombshell that shocked Chen Xian. Chen Xian was shocked. He had been pretending to be an orphan for so many years, and now he was saying he wasn't? This was simply too absurd. However, he also knew that given Principal Lin's status and position, these words would not be unfounded. "You were the top scorer in the college entrance examination in Jiangnan province, so we naturally conducted a basic investigation. You and your sister became orphans when you were about 8 years old, when your parents suddenly left home and disappeared. Is that right?" Principal Lin said with a smile. "However, according to our investigation, the situation is not that simple. You will have to investigate the specific details yourself, but what is certain is that it has some connection with Sirius. The fastest way to get there is undoubtedly to participate in the Genius Battle." Principal Lin's words gave Chen Xian a reason that was hard to refuse. Chen Xian hesitated for a moment. After all, he had transmigrated here and didn't value family ties in this world very much, but he knew that Yu Qing would be very happy to hear this news. After thinking about it, he nodded in agreement. Moreover, going there doesn't mean you're never coming back. The Sirius Martial Academy doesn't restrict students' freedom. Principal Lin's words completely dispelled Chen Xian's concerns. "Okay, I'll participate." Upon hearing Chen Xian's reply, Principal Lin smiled. If Chen Xian could participate in the 9 Domains Genius Battle, Jiang University would also benefit greatly, and might even be able to help Jiang University rise to the top spot. Of course, it's too early to say anything now. Whether Chen Xian can participate depends on whether he registers and passes the review. However, Chen Xian doesn't need to worry about any of this. Jiang Hui will handle it for him. You have 1 month to improve your strength. You can exchange for some cultivation techniques and martial arts skills to maximize your strength. The 9 Domains Grand Competition is not some trivial matter like what we do here. Life-threatening dangers can arise at any moment, so strength is the key. Principal Lin reminded him, "I see that you have already awakened your mental power, so you should prioritize practicing martial arts techniques in this area. As a participant in this freshman competition, you can choose any martial arts technique and weapon, and there are no restrictions on their grade." Director Sun nearly spat out his tea upon hearing this. While a single martial arts technique or weapon might not be many, the fact that it doesn't restrict rank is impressive. Jiang University's warehouse holds many treasures. It was as if Chen Xian could just pick 2 treasures from Jiang University's treasure trove. However, considering that it would be a huge benefit for Jiang University if Chen Xian could become a student of Tianlang Martial Academy, Director Sun understood Principal Lin's intention. After saying goodbye to Principal Lin and Director Sun, Chen Xian returned to Villa Number 1 and soon called the staff in charge of the warehouse. He then used a computer to print out the selected techniques in real time. Without hesitation, Chen Xian went straight to the area containing martial arts manuals and searched carefully. Just as Principal Lin had said he urgently needed a martial art that used telekinesis for attack. The use of telekinesis requires skill. It can not only conserve telekinesis but also maximize damage. It seems there aren't many martial artists who cultivate mental power. Chen Xian sighed. Compared to the thousands of power-based martial arts techniques, there were only a dozen or so psychic martial arts techniques. Even with Jiang Da's resources, he could only collect a few psychic martial arts techniques, which shows how rare it is to cultivate psychic powers. However, he also knew that the difficulty of cultivating telekinesis far exceeded that of martial arts techniques and skills, so it was normal that telekinetic martial arts techniques were rare. A god-slaying blade. Compared to other psychic techniques, this one is far more bizarre. It can condense into a psychic throwing knife that strikes directly at the opponent's forehead, making it impossible to defend against and extremely unpredictable. In crucial moments, it can even turn the tide of battle. That's it. Chen Xian quickly selected this martial art. However, as his gaze turned to the weapon, the staff member received a phone call. Forcibly suppressing his excitement, he pointed to a weapon on the personal terminal and said, "Grandmaster Chen, this weapon might suit you." Upon seeing it, Chen Xian was immediately shocked. This is an immortal-level divine weapon. Even with Chen Xian's calm demeanor, he couldn't help but be surprised when he saw this weapon, because it was no ordinary item, but an immortal divine weapon. Simply put, immortal weapons are forged by immortals. Although the weapon before us is neither a top-grade weapon nor an immortal's natal weapon, a divine weapon is still a divine weapon, incomparably precious. This weapon is priceless. If it were to circulate, it would undoubtedly spark a fierce battle among those below the level of a war god. After all, only those who have reached the war god realm can forge their own natal divine weapon. Is this Principal Lin's intention? Chen Xian looked at the warehouse staff and slowly began to speak. He wasn't stupid. Not to mention that the warehouse manager had clearly received a phone call before recommending the weapon to him. Otherwise, given his status, he wouldn't have made such a decision on his own. Even at Jiang University, immortal weapons are considered treasures kept at the bottom of the coffers, among the most precious items. Moreover, this weapon is perfectly suited to Chen Xian's current situation. Apart from Principal Lin, probably no one can truly understand his strength and needs, let alone possess such power. Yes, Grandmaster Chen. The warehouse staff didn't hide anything and responded directly, since there was nothing to hide anyway. Then thank you very much, Principal Lin. Chen Xian nodded solemnly. In any case, Principal Lin's gift was incredibly generous, practically a free treasure. Otherwise, the freshman competition would never have offered such a lavish reward. Moreover, this is a set of combined throwing knives, which is extremely rare. It is important to know that mental power cultivation can not only destroy the opponent's sea of consciousness invisibly, but also control external weapons. For example, if someone suddenly uses telekinesis to control other weapons to launch an attack during a battle, it is impossible to defend against and difficult to resist. Throwing knives are the most commonly used and handy weapons for psychic cultivators. Unfortunately, psychic cultivators are rare, and their martial arts techniques and weapons are extremely rare. Even the martial arts shop only sells the most common throwing knives. Ordinary throwing knives can be destroyed at any time in battle, and they may even be difficult to break through the defenses of a martial arts master. In comparison, this set of throwing knives is even more precious. Even though Chen Xian is not yet able to fully unleash the power of the divine weapon, its sharpness is enough to easily break through the opponent's defensive techniques. Very good. With the psychic martial arts and the immortal divine weapon, I can indeed quickly improve my control over psychic power and my own strength. After pondering for a moment, Chen Xian, at the suggestion of the staff, used his points to exchange for some intermediate energy liquid in preparation for consolidating the third stage of his divine forging scripture, and at the same time began to deduce the direction of his subsequent cultivation techniques. By the way, what's this? Chen Xian slid his finger across the computer screen and suddenly saw a medicine bottle flashing with a blood-red light. He couldn't help but ask. He was browsing the section on elixirs and medicinal herbs, and even through the screen, he could feel the terrifying aura emanating from the bottles, making his heart pound. Grandmaster Chen, this is the essence of a 6th tier, 3-star alien beast. Chen Xian's heart stirred slightly. He hadn't expected Jiang Du to possess such a treasure. A 6th tier, 3-star beast was difficult even for a war general to deal with. It would require at least a war king level expert to kill it. A 6th tier beast can yield a maximum of 3 drops of essence blood. In the martial arts mall, a bottle of 6th tier beast essence blood can cost as much as 1 billion. However, this substance doesn't significantly improve a martial artist's combat power, but it can enhance their chi and blood and defense to some extent. However, the energy within is extremely violent. Martial artists below the Grandmaster level simply cannot withstand it, and powerful martial artists above the Grandmaster level rarely need to consume it. Moreover, the effect of taking the essence blood of exotic beasts is the best the first time, and it gradually decreases afterward. This has led to the strange phenomenon that even if the essence blood of exotic beasts is of a high grade, it is difficult to sell. Therefore, even Grandmasters rarely take it. But Chen Xian had a vague feeling that this thing was of extraordinary significance to him. His star battle body was an extremely special technique that could not only enhance physical defense but also strengthen physical power. However, this technique requires an enormous amount of energy, and relying solely on the power of stars to improve progress is too slow. The essence of exotic beasts might be able to help the evolution of the battle body. That's it. He had previously spent 5,000 credits to exchange for 10 bottles of intermediate energy liquid and had about 10,000 credits left, which he could use to buy this bottle of beast essence blood. Shortly after the staff left, intermediate level energy liquid, beast essence blood, and immortal divine weapons were delivered. As soon as he got the items, Chen Xian hurriedly led them to the cultivation area of the villa. The 2 boxes in the bag were obvious. The bag contained the throwing knife weapon. He slowly opened the bag, and 10 silver-black throwing knives came into view. They were about 3 inches long and had an unremarkable appearance, but they subtly revealed the vicissitudes of time. Guided by Chen Xian's mental power, a flying knife slowly rose up. As he manipulated it in the air with his will, the knife gradually increased in speed, eventually transforming into a streak of light that danced in the training area. With his extraordinary talent, he quickly mastered the throwing knives, wielding them with unparalleled skill. However, if other psychic cultivators saw this scene, they would probably be furious. After all, psychic cultivation is far more difficult than martial arts cultivation. Many psychic cultivators practice for months before they can even make a throwing knife move. To master the operation of multiple throwing knives in a short period of time is simply a pipe dream. A few minutes later, Chen Xian steadily hovered the throwing knife in midair and said calmly, "Now, let me try to see if I can pick up the second throwing knife at the same time." With this in mind, he diverted a sliver of his attention to control the other throwing knife. His mental power was as vast as the sea, and coupled with the mental tempering brought by his thousandfold talent, it was incredibly powerful. At first, I was unfamiliar with the throwing knife, and it flew awkwardly and almost fell to the ground. But after a few attempts, I gradually became more proficient at controlling it. After all, this was his first attempt to control multiple weapons with telekinesis. His telekinesis skills were still in the beginner stage. Although his telekinesis was powerful, he still needed to hone his skills in application. Fortunately, there are telekinetic martial arts techniques that can quickly improve telekinetic skills. Without hesitation, Chen Xian took out the god-slaying blade martial skill and began to learn it. He had just finished browsing the martial arts techniques, and with the help of his thousandfold talent, his brain was rapidly comprehending and analyzing them. The telekinetic martial arts techniques, which were almost impossible for others to master in a short time, were quickly and completely presented in his mind, requiring no effort at all to cultivate. Chen Xian also quickly grasped the attack method of telekinetic martial arts. A telekinetic attack directly targets the opponent's consciousness. People are easily injured or even killed by telekinetic attacks. Even if the damage is not severe, it can distract the opponent and turn the tide of battle. In any case, telekinetic attacks are a trump card. Although they are not considered conventional combat forces, they often achieve victory through unconventional means. The god-slaying blade is more direct, pursuing the ultimate destructive power of psychic energy. It catalyzes psychic energy into invisible blade energy, directly attacking the opponent's brain and soul, striving to inflict the most severe trauma. This can be described as an extremely insidious attack method. What surprised Chen Xian the most was that the telekinetic attack of the god-slaying blade could also be used to control weapons. With this, he was able to quickly master the control techniques of multiple throwing knives. With his eyes closed, he comprehended the martial arts technique's operation. Thanks to his extraordinary talent, he quickly grasped its essence. Moreover, his mental energy reserves were ample, so he was completely safe. Swish swish swish. Chen Xian suddenly opened his eyes, and with a thought, 2 throwing knives flew up at the same time, shuttling at high speed in different directions. It was so fast that it was impossible for the eye to catch it, and the air was filled with a whistling sound as if it were being torn apart. Immediately afterwards, under Chen Xian's control, a throwing knife struck the combat power detection instrument directly, producing a loud impact sound. At the same time, the instrument displayed a combat power value of 40,000, which was Chen Xian's basic combat power. In other words, this flying knife represented Chen Xian's full force attack without any combat power enhancement. What if we activate the combat power boost? Chen Xian's heart immediately became excited. He immediately activated the 3rd stage of the divine forging scripture, which boosted combat power by 30 times. He once again controlled the flying knife and slammed it into the combat power detector. With an even louder impact than before, the numbers on the instrument jumped wildly, climbing rapidly before finally settling at 1 million. A combat power of 1 million means that when Chen Xian fully activates his combat power amplification, his throwing knives can unleash astonishing power. Although this power is not as explosive as that of fist techniques, the numerical advantage of the throwing knives is obvious. If 10 throwing knives were thrown at the same time, the power would far exceed that of fist techniques. Even a strong person far superior to Chen Xian would likely be caught off guard and unable to defend defend themselves. 10 hours later, with a loud shout from Chen Xian, 10 throwing knives spun rapidly around him like a full moon, then suddenly slashed out in all directions, accompanied by a sharp and piercing sound, as if tearing apart the entire space. Even the walls of the training room, as sturdy as they were slashed with deep marks by the sharp throwing knives. Chen Xian was immediately taken aback. He had not expected such a powerful attack, as the training room was capable of withstanding the full force of a grandmaster. This also made him deeply aware of the immense power of the telekinetic weapon. Although Chen Xian could control 10 throwing knives simultaneously, he wasn't yet able to completely control a large number of telekinetic weapons with perfect ease. However, with continued training, mastering them was only a matter of time. Since that was the case, Chen Xian stopped studying it. After all, he had already mastered the throwing knife technique, and all that was left was to hone his skills. He turned around and took out the energy liquid and the 6th tier beast essence blood from the box, placing them on the table. According to the staff, the essence blood of exotic beasts can enhance a martial artist's physical defense. I wonder how effective it is. After all, this is the essence blood of a 6th tier exotic beast. Chen Xian muttered to himself. He had never seen or even heard of such a high-level item before. If it weren't for the assistance of the talent system, he would probably still be struggling at the bottom of society. As he gazed at the essence blood of the strange beast, he suddenly froze. The talent system can actually deduce item information. At the same time, the thousandfold talent was quickly activated, breaking down and analyzing the items in front of it. Wrong. It turns out that the most important function of the essence blood of a 6th tier beast is not to enhance blood and chi defense, but to increase strength, Chen Xian said with delight. To put it more bluntly, the essence of the alien beasts is remarkably effective in enhancing physical strength, especially for his star battle body, where the benefits are even greater. In fact, Chen Xian had always had a feeling that the starry sky battle body, as a system evolution technique, could not only enhance defense, but could even unleash stronger basic combat power in a short period of time. However, all of this still required continuous exploration or reliance on the deduction of the talent system. However, he did not immediately consume the beast's essence blood, but instead put it away. After all, after nearly 10 hours of cultivation, the sky was gradually brightening. It would be somewhat inappropriate for freshmen not to attend on the first day of school. Chen Xian did not stop there, continuing to refine the third stage of the divine forging scripture. Although he had successfully achieved a 30-fold increase in combat power when killing Wu Kaishan, he clearly felt that the third stage of the divine forging scripture was not yet perfect, which affected the derivation of subsequent cultivation techniques. Nearly an hour later, Chen Xian finally completed the third stage of the body tempering technique, and the sky became completely bright. The freshmen of Jiangnan University are concentrated on the ground floor of teaching building number 1, with 4 equally tall buildings surrounding a central courtyard. When Chen Xian entered the classroom, most of the freshmen in his class were gathered together, excitedly discussing something. Zhou Tai, Yun Jing, and a few others were also in the class, but they didn't participate in the discussion. They just sat quietly to the side. Of course, the other students were also quite capable, mostly ranking in the top 100 of the freshman competition. Clearly, this is Jiangda's elite class. More importantly, in addition to theoretical classes, practical combat courses are all taught personally by grandmaster-level experts. As soon as Chen Xian entered the classroom, many people cast awe-inspiring glances his way. After all, most of them were beginner or intermediate martial artists, with only Zhou Tai and a few others having reached the cultivation level of a beginner martial master. Even though they were just classmates, they still felt extremely uneasy in the face of a grandmaster-level expert like Chen Xian. Outside, they weren't even qualified to be given a second glance by Chen Xianzheng. At this moment, they only glanced at Chen Xian and did not pay much attention to him. Instead, they gathered together and whispered to each other, discussing something. There was no teacher in the classroom, but many students were hurrying towards the courtyard. What happened? Chen Xian muttered to himself, a look of confusion on his face. It should have been class time, but there was no sign of class starting in the classroom. Instead, some students were running outside. Brother Xian, here's what happened. Freshmen from Shida and Lingda came to Jiangda to challenge them, and I heard that many students were defeated by them. Even Lin Feng couldn't escape. A freshman came over and said excitedly, "Oh, even Lin Feng lost?" Chen Xian was slightly surprised. Although Lin Feng's strength was insignificant in his eyes, Lin Feng was already considered one of the top few strong students among the freshmen of Jiang University. His strength as a novice martial artist made him stand out among the freshmen. The fact that the freshmen from Shida and Lingda were able to defeat Lin Feng demonstrated demonstrates their exceptional abilities. How could Jiang Da allow students from other schools to cause trouble here? Chen Xian asked in confusion. Brother Xian, you're focused on your cultivation, so you might not be aware of this. It's a tradition of the top 5 martial arts high schools. Every year, freshmen from other schools come to challenge freshmen from Jiang University. On the surface, it's called an exchange, but it's actually a competition. Freshmen from Jiang University also go to other schools to do the same thing, the freshman explained with a smile. I heard that only the top freshman in each school is the main target of the challenge. Being defeated by the top freshman means that the opponent is stronger, and it also gives you more face and a sense of accomplishment. Although the freshman challenge is a private matter, the school still takes it very seriously. After all, the top 5 universities are all competing, and it wouldn't look good if our own freshman was defeated by someone else. He was full of excitement, clearly indicating that the other party would not hold back against Chen Xian when they came to Jiang University to challenge him. But he didn't expect Chen Xian's strength to be so formidable that he would have to utterly defeat him. So, Brother Xian, they'll definitely come to challenge you in a bit. Chen Xian nodded. Zhou Taiyun and Jing didn't make a move. Besides themselves, the two of them are already among the best of this batch of freshmen at Jiangnan University. They weren't confident of a sure win, but with you here, they naturally won't dare to make any rash moves. I've heard that the new students from Lingda this time are extremely powerful, the most outstanding geniuses Lingda has ever had. None of the freshmen are a match for him. Even Lin Feng was beaten to the point of vomiting blood in one move. The freshmen became more and more excited as they spoke. Chen Xian understood and was about to speak when a boastful shout suddenly came from outside. Where's the top freshman from Jiangda University? Why hasn't he come out yet? Is he hiding? Ha ha, when our brother Xian makes a move, he'll smash your head in. With your abilities, brother Xian could crush you with a single finger. Ignorance is bliss. You have no idea how powerful brother Xian is. You're courting death. How dare you challenge brother Xian? No sooner had he finished speaking than angry rebuttals erupted from the freshmen at Jiangda University. Almost everyone in the classroom looked at Chen Xian at the same time. I'll go out and take a look, Chen Xian said, shaking his head. Since the other party has specifically requested his name, he naturally has to go and take a look. If given the chance, he wouldn't mind teaching them a lesson. Upon hearing his words, everyone in the classroom lit up and followed him toward the courtyard. On the martial arts arena in the corner of the courtyard, 2 people stood on the platform, and 1 person stood in the corner. At the same time, a tall young man stood in the center of the platform, arrogantly surveying the crowd below, completely ignoring the angry gazes of the Jiangda freshman. Clearly, the voice that had just provoked Chen Xian was his. On the other side of the arena, a man was being carried off the stage. It was none other than Lin Feng, the top scholar from Dei province who had challenged Chen Xian earlier. He was coughing up blood, barely alive, and looked utterly wretched. I am Yang Peng from Lingda University. These are some of the top freshmen from Jiangda University. You can't even withstand one of my moves. You're really useless. The person in the center of the platform loudly mocked them. Hearing his words, not only were the freshmen furious, but even the teachers' faces turned grim. However, due to their positions, they could only swallow their anger, as they could not bully the weak or overstep their bounds. But the freshmen present were no match for this person, except for Chen Xian. Thinking of this, a glint flashed in the teacher's eyes. Logically speaking, the freshmen's competition should not have provoked their anger, but this person was too ruthless, and almost everyone who went on stage was seriously injured by him. At Jiangda University, someone actually resorted to such extreme measures, which is an insult to the university. How dare a freshman so disregard its reputation? If this person were outside, they would have been long gone, but at Jiangda University, they were powerless to help. Where's Chen Xian? Why hasn't he shown up yet? Is he a coward? Yang Peng shouted with a loud laugh. As soon as the words were spoken, everyone's expression changed drastically, their eyes filled with disbelief, as if they were staring at the Grim Reaper. Whose skill is this, daring to insult a grandmaster? Chen Xian is not only a freshman at Jiangda University, but also a true martial arts grandmaster. Yang Peng's words are tantamount to courting death. Grandmasters hold high positions and great power, suppressing a region and revered by thousands. Clearly, Yang Peng was unaware of this and continued to laugh arrogantly. Just then, a figure appeared on the platform. With a clear dragon's roar, terrifying pressure of qi and blood enveloped the entire platform, and bursts of explosions echoed in the air. Yang Peng, who was on the high platform, suddenly trembled violently and fell to his knees, his kneecaps shattering. The freshmen from Shida University, who were not far from him, were stunned and screamed in terror. Grandmaster! The freshmen from Shida University were lying on the ground, struggling to lift their heads, staring at Chen Xian in disbelief, and shouted, Grandmaster! It was actually a grandmaster personally who took action. Jiangda University is really daring. He found it utterly absurd. This was merely an exchange between freshmen at a martial arts academy, yet it had drawn the personal attention of Grandmaster Jiang. It was simply too ridiculous. Let alone grandmasters, even grandmasters could easily crush them into mincemeat. Sending a grandmaster to to deal with them would be giving them far too much credit. It's important to understand that even in a large city like Dongling, there are only a handful of grandmasters. In ordinary cities, a grandmaster is a towering figure, and their mere step can cause the entire city to tremble. The fact that Grandmaster Zhang De forcefully suppressed the students in the freshman competition has undoubtedly ruined Zhang Da's reputation and had a very bad impact. Other martial arts colleges, especially the top-ranked ones, would never miss this opportunity to kick Zhang Da University while it's down. Could it be any more absurd that a grandmaster would intervene just because of a freshman competition? But he didn't see the expressions on the faces of the freshmen from Zhang Da University below the stage. Instead of being surprised, they had a hint of mockery in their eyes. They seemed completely unconcerned about the negative impact that a grandmaster's intervention would have on Zhang Da University. At this moment, Yang Peng knelt on the ground, his kneecap shattered, the bone fragments piercing his flesh, and blood already soaking the ground. The excruciating pain made him tremble all over, but his face, though contorted with agony, also held a hint of a smile. He had his own purpose in coming to Zhang Da to challenge them, and his main goal was to damage Zhang Da's reputation, especially against Chen Xian, the top freshman at Zhang Da. Unexpectedly, Chen Xian did not appear. Instead, a grandmaster from Zhang University personally took action, suppressing a freshman from another university with his status as a grandmaster, which made Zhang University lose face. This brought shame to Zhang De, while Yang Peng not only completed his mission but also gained widespread fame as a result. With the strength of an intermediate martial artist, he actually provoked a grandmaster to take action. If this news spread, he could become famous. As for whether they will be brutally killed because of this, absolutely not, unless Zhang De is willing to face the condemnation from society and many other martial arts colleges. Zhang De knew best the importance and the consequences. Of course, this was by no means the intention of Zhang Da's higher-ups. Perhaps it was just that this grandmaster was dissatisfied with him and resorted to this tactic. Grandmaster, I am merely a freshman here at Zhang University for an exchange competition. I have no idea how I have offended you, senior. At that moment, he said with a look of terror on his face. However, when he saw Chen Xian's youthful face, he was taken aback for a moment, but did not think much of it. What, didn't you come looking for me? Why don't you recognize me? Chen Xian said with a light laugh. Yang Peng was stunned for a moment, then his expression changed drastically, and he exclaimed incredulously, You are Chen Xian, the top freshman at Zhang University, a grandmaster? You are a grandmaster? How is this possible? Ignoring the pain in his legs, he retreated repeatedly, his eyes filled with disbelief. This Chen Xian is actually a grandmaster of martial arts? He turned to look down from the platform and saw the mocking and self-righteous gazes of the crowd. His heart sank, and he began to tremble with fear. Chen Xian is indeed a grandmaster, but he also has another identity, a freshman at Zhang University, not a teacher. He challenged Chen Xian and even insulted him. Now, even if Chen Xian kills him, no one can say anything. In fact, you might be seen as a fool who is courting death. Thinking of this, he was so scared he almost wet himself. I was wrong, Grandmaster Chen, I shouldn't have challenged you. I was blind and deserve to die. I'll leave right now. After saying that, he struggled to climb off the stage. The freshmen at Shida University were so stiff that they didn't dare to move and forgot to help Yang Peng. At that moment, he suddenly remembered something and secretly rejoiced. Besides the spontaneous challenges between freshmen from different universities, there's also a more formal martial arts academy freshman exchange competition in 2 weeks. If it weren't for this unexpected challenge, Chen Xian would have swept aside all the martial arts academies with a single move, making that competition meaningless. Thinking about this, he couldn't help but feel a chill of fear. At the same time, I also felt that Zhang Da was extremely insidious. As for why Chen Xian became a grandmaster at such a young age, he didn't think much about it because the thought made him feel like a pig. Did I let you leave? Chen Xian said calmly. Grandmasters are like true dragons, towering above all others. How could they tolerate being looked down upon? Yang Peng is ignorant of his own limitations. Even if Chen Xian were to kill him on the spot, no one would say a word. Upon hearing this, Yang Peng was stunned, his face turned pale, and a hint of despair flashed in his eyes. Of course, Chen Xian did not intend to take his life in front of so many freshmen, but he was determined to teach him a lesson he would never forget. Just as Chen Xian was about to make his move, Yang Peng seemed to remember something and hurriedly shouted, Grandmaster Chen, please wait. I am willing to atone for my mistake. Look what this is. As he spoke, he hurriedly pulled out a jade box from his robes, which faintly shimmered with blue light. His face showed an expression of extreme pain, and he gritted his teeth as he threw the jade box to Chen Xian. Grandmaster Chen, these things are for you. Can you spare me? Chen Xian raised an eyebrow, opened the jade box, and was immediately astonished. The box was filled with starlight, containing a box of stardust, weighing a full pound. As is well known, stardust is a rare and precious substance. Legend has it that under special conditions, the brilliance of stars can condense into star crystals and scatter throughout the starry sky. It is even rarer for it to fall onto a planet and be harvested by humans. It is one of the top materials on Earth. 1 gram of stardust stardust is worth 300,000 star coins and has no market circulation, so the value of this box of stardust is incalculable. Chen Xian nodded. With his deductive abilities, which were 1,000 times greater than his natural talent, this stardust would be of great benefit to his star battle body. However, the specific effects still needed to be studied in detail. But one thing is certain, this stardust will significantly enhance his strength. After saying that, he left the platform. Yang Peng breathed a sigh of relief and, with the help of the new students from Shida University, quickly left Jiangda University. Back in the classroom, today's lesson mainly covered the development history of Jiang University and the strange beasts in the surrounding area. After the cultural class, Chen Xian went straight back to the villa. He vaguely sensed that the combination of stardust and the essence of alien beasts might greatly benefit his star battle body. Now is the time to start putting it into practice. If successful, it will surely push the star battle body to a whole new level. Chen Xian was filled with anticipation. After returning to the villa, Chen Xian went to the cultivation room and took out the essence blood of the exotic beast and stardust. Each one is an extremely rare treasure, and they are of great benefit to martial arts cultivation. The essence blood of exotic beasts can enhance a martial artist's power, while stardust itself is the crystallization of stellar power. Compared to pure stellar power, stardust far surpasses the former in both energy and purity. The Starry Sky battle body is a physical defense technique that also enhances strength. So, what unique effects would occur if the essence blood of exotic beasts were consumed together with stardust? Thinking of this, Chen Xian's eyes immediately lit up. Other martial artists would never have such thoughts. Even if they did, they wouldn't try it lightly, since taking cultivation aids indiscriminately could lead to extremely serious side effects if something goes wrong. At best, it can cause one's skills to be lost. At worst, it can cost one's life. There are countless similar examples. Moreover, the more precious the drug, the stronger its effects, but also the greater the risks. People with average willpower simply cannot withstand it. This has led to the fixed usage methods of many cultivation aids, and no one dares to easily try to see if there are any other effects. But Chen Xian is different. With his talent being 1,000 times greater, he is able to deduce even more possibilities for these things. With his current talent, even if he judges based on intuition, he won't be too far off. Then let's begin. Chen Xian stared intently at the two objects before him, information rapidly flooding his mind. His thousandfold talent was operating at high speed, his brain constantly analyzing, summarizing, dissecting, reasoning, and verifying. As expected, the greatest effect of the essence blood of exotic beasts is still to stimulate the potential power of martial artists, enhancing defense is only the most superficial effect. However, the aura of exotic beasts within it hinders the absorption of this energy by martial artists. However, stardust seems to be able to neutralize this energy and make the aura of the alien beast dissipate, but this requires a certain ratio. Chen Xian slowly opened his eyes, a hint of surprise flashing in them. He had a vague feeling that if the ratio of this mixed drug was right, the effect would be amazing. At the same time, he understood why the energy liquid was so expensive. Compared to raw materials, the energy liquid was undoubtedly purer, easier to absorb, and had no side effects. Now that we have a plan, there's no need to wait. Let's get started immediately. Without hesitation, Chen Xian further calculated the ratio of the beast's essence blood to stardust and mixed the two together. The crimson essence of the strange beast shimmered with pale blue starlight, exuding a unique beauty. With everything prepared, Chen Xian calmed his mind and drank the medicine in one gulp. The medicinal liquid exploded instantly within his body, and the oppressive and terrifying aura spread wildly in all directions, creating whirlwinds in the cultivation room and causing the sturdy walls to creak. The third stage of the divine forging scripture has been activated, and the starry battle body has been initiated. Chen Xian gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain in his body, and quickly pushed both techniques to their limits. His blood and chi roared, and the sound of a dragon's cry mingled with the howling wind. The moment the medicinal liquid entered his body, it transformed into a violent and unpredictable energy. Like molten lava, it flowed through the meridians, crackling and popping wherever it went. Centered on the meridians, this violent energy began to attack the internal organs, bones, and muscles throughout the body, with sounds of shattering and repairing coming from time to time. He activated the divine forging scripture and the starry battle body at full power, frantically absorbing this energy to prevent himself from being overwhelmed by the vast power. At the same time, Chen Xian clearly felt that his basic combat strength and star body were changing. Both his chi and blood, as well as the energy in his meridians, were comprehensively enhanced. In a short period of time, his basic combat strength soared from 40,000 to 60,000, an increase of 20,000. The meridians throughout his body emitted a golden glow, his internal organs circulated a faint fluorescence, and his muscles and skin shimmered with a blue luster like that of glass and jade. Putting everything else aside, just considering his physical strength alone, Chen Xian felt a surge of confidence. In a battle of equal strength, even without using combat power, his sheer physical power was enough to make his opponent back down. If he went all out, his opponent probably wouldn't even be able to withstand a single move. To his surprise, this potion not only enhanced his physical defenses but also made his internal organs stronger. For him, this was even more important than mere physical defense. For martial artists on Blue Star, cultivating the physical body is relatively easy, but cultivating the internal organs is extremely difficult. After all, Blue Star martial arts are based on the physical body and blood, and every cultivation method for the internal organs is extremely precious and cannot be bought in the martial arts shop. Chen Xian unexpectedly cultivated his meridians, and with the help of the medicinal liquid and the star battle body, he forged his internal organs to be exceptionally powerful. At this moment, only about 20% of the medicine had been consumed. However, the star battle body had reached its limit, and even the 3 times advanced stage of the divine forging scripture could not absorb or digest this enormous energy. Chen Xian's face contorted, blood began to seep from his features, and the sound of bones breaking could be heard as his terrifying body gradually crumbled. Drops of boiling blood, still steaming, fell to the ground, creating small craters. Even more terrifying, Chen Xian clearly felt that his body could no longer contain such a huge amount of energy. If he was not careful, he would explode instantly and die. 1,000 times the talent, activated. He forced himself to cheer up, his mind racing as he analyzed his current cultivation situation, trying to find a breakthrough. Just then, his sea of consciousness suddenly boiled violently, and a surge of violent mental energy instantly poured out from his sea of consciousness, entered Chen Xian's body, and continuously repaired his damaged body. Psychic power. This is wonderful. Chen Xian was stunned, then overjoyed. He never expected that his sea of consciousness would play such a powerful role. Moreover, his sea of consciousness was vast and boundless, so he didn't have to worry about his psychic power running out. With the aid of telekinesis, digesting the energy from the remaining medicinal liquid was no longer a problem. He clearly sensed that the basic combat strength was constantly increasing, and there was no sign of it stopping. To his even greater surprise, his star battle body had undergone a significant change, with a power different from that of his physical body's blood and chi beginning to emerge. This force, though not domineering, is far more terrifying and fierce. Unstoppable, slaying all. However, this was not the end. After the transformation of his star battle body, an extremely terrifying power uncontrollably erupted from his forehead. This gave Chen Xian the illusion of traveling the universe and being invincible. He was stunned for a moment, then regained his composure. But the next second, he was utterly shocked. At the location of his heart, a small sphere resembling a cell radiates a sacred and noble golden light. This is immortal cells. Chen Xian gasped, unable to help but exclaim in shock. How could he not know that these golden cells were immortal cells, the symbol of the 4 symbols warriors? Almost all martial artists understand that once they reach the warrior general realm, they enter a non-human realm. If a grandmaster can suppress a region, then a warrior general can suppress an entire world. Upon reaching the level of a warrior general, the martial artist gains extraordinary power, enabling them to traverse the void, shatter mountains and rivers with their fists, and halt the flow of rivers with a single stump. What brings about such a transformation in martial artists are the immortal cells, also known as divine factors. In layman's terms, when a martial artist reaches the level of a warrior general, he begins to glimpse the realm of the gods. Unless severely wounded, even a general can slowly recover as long as he has a breath left. The terrifying power is unimaginable. Even in a huge city like Dongling with a population of over 100 million, there are only a dozen or so 4 symbols warriors. They are the strongest in Dongling, and their every move can stir up a storm and influence the direction of the entire city. It is because of their existence that the strange beasts of the Dothing Mountains and the Qinglong River cannot threaten the Eastern Mausoleum. What determines whether a martial artist can take this step is the immortal cell. Although I have condensed immortal cells, my actual combat strength has not yet reached the level of the 4 symbols warriors. Chen Xian looked at himself and immediately understood. He condensed immortal cells, which is equivalent to obtaining a ticket to enter the realm of warrior generals. As long as his combat power increases, becoming a 4 symbols warrior general is only a matter of time. The medicinal liquid, a fusion of the essence of the alien beast and stardust, possessed immense energy, but it was largely consumed during the process of condensing immortal cells. It's impossible to push his combat power to an extremely terrifying level. You have to understand that even the lowest ranking 4 symbols warrior requires at least 10 million combat power. Nevertheless, Chen Xian's strength still increased significantly. According to his estimation, after the star battle body was fully activated, his basic combat power could reach an astonishing 200,000, and this was without any enhancement from the divine forging scripture. If the divine forging scripture enters the 3rd stage, bringing a 30-fold increase in combat power, his combat power will soar to 6 million, reaching the level of a high-level grandmaster. However, he knew that reaching the level of a war general was by no means easy. Fortunately, he had already condensed immortal cells, and entering the war general realm was only a matter of time. There was no need to rush it. The most important thing right now is to solidify one's own level of understanding. After all, the appearance of immortal cells signifies the sublimation of a martial artist's life form, which is is no small matter, otherwise, it could very well affect the leap in the warrior general realm. Chen Xian calmed his mind and carefully observed the immortal cells emitting a golden glow at his heart, which were driving the flow of qi and blood within his body. A mysterious power seemed to be faintly surging between his meridians. The enhancement of his starry sky battle body has tinged his internal organs with a faint blue crystal color, with a flowing fluorescence, making them as clear and translucent as jade. This not only strengthened Chen Xian's physical defenses but also greatly enhanced the resilience of his internal organs to impacts. It's certain that the toughness of his internal organs far surpasses that of martial artists of the same level. If he were to engage in hand-to-hand combat with a martial artist of the same level, he could give his opponent a huge surprise with his physical strength alone. Over the next few days, Chen Xian continued attending classes as usual. In addition to academic subjects, he also studied combat courses. Although the instructors were all grandmasters, their rich practical experience and insights into martial arts broadened his horizons. In his spare time, he would also hunt exotic beasts in the outer reaches of the Dongling Mountains and even deeper into them, and give the collected materials to Jiangdi in exchange for energy liquid and star coins, which he would then send to his sister. Meanwhile, he has already planned to bring his younger sister to Dongling to study after some time. There's no need to worry about enrollment. With the Grandmaster's influence, almost no school would dare to refuse him. Chen Xian himself would begin cultivating every day after returning to the villa. Although his combat strength didn't increase significantly, he knew he was making continuous progress. As soon as I entered the classroom, I heard the students talking amongst themselves. I heard that strange beasts broke through the city's defenses in Haicheng, causing the deaths of millions of people. Yes, I've heard about it too. Even the city's only 2 grandmasters died under the claws of the strange beasts. Hiss, even grandmasters have fallen. Just how terrifying must that beast be? I don't know, but I heard that the top 5 universities are planning to send senior students to Haizhou to exterminate the alien beasts as a graduation assessment. Even the strongest senior students are probably only grandmasters, right? Isn't that just suicide? That's hard to say, at least compared to some students who have to go straight to the front lines to kill alien beasts to graduate. This is considered lucky. The alien beasts over there are much stronger. Chen Xian listened, his heart tightening. He hadn't expected such a tragedy, a city being massacred by alien beasts, though this wasn't uncommon in remote cities. After all, there were many alien beasts on planets surrounding Blue Star and on Blue Star itself. Given this situation, the top 5 martial arts universities will definitely take action. Unexpectedly, right after class, he was summoned to the principal's office by Director Sunday. Principal Lin smiled and said, Chen Xian, I plan to have you lead a team to Haicheng to exterminate the alien beasts. You want me to lead the team? Isn't this the graduation exam for senior students? Why am I the one leading the team? Chen Xian asked in confusion. After all, this is the graduation assessment for senior students, and it seems inappropriate for him to lead the team. Moreover, those students might not listen to his instructions. Director Sun seemed to sense his concerns and smiled. Are you worried that the students won't obey your commands? Don't worry, many of them witnessed you killing Wu Kaishan that day. In front of a grandmaster like you, who would dare to have any objections? Alright, I agree. Chen Xian nodded without objection. He preferred directly confronting alien beasts to attending classes at school. Moreover, slaying alien beasts yields a large amount of materials that are impossible to obtain at school. Although students can earn academic credits from school, the amount is too small and serves only as an incentive. Principal Lin nodded in satisfaction and said, There's another reason why I sent you to lead the team to Haicheng. Did you know that the Wu family also has a 4 symbols warrior? Wu Kaishan, whom you killed, was his younger brother. I heard that he will be returning from the front lines in a few days. Principal Lin stopped there and didn't say anything more, but Chen Xian already understood that the reason he was sent to Haicheng was probably to avoid the general. Although Chen Xian was fully aware of the situation, he was not afraid. He had already condensed immortal cells, and it was only a matter of time before he became a warrior. However, Principal Lin meant well, so Chen Xian did not object. Seeing Chen Xian's calm expression, Principal Lin smiled with satisfaction. He had genuinely worried that Chen Xian would stubbornly refuse to leave. Although the 4 symbols warriors wouldn't dare to easily attack Zhang University, they might not be so kind to Chen Xian. After all, being targeted by a warrior was never a good thing. It's important to understand that warriors represent the pinnacle of human military power. A single warrior can safeguard the peace of a city, spanning thousands of miles. Of course, if a warrior were to act wickedly, they could easily slaughter a city with millions of inhabitants. After all, a general is no ordinary person. Their long-term training in killing had made them regard life as worthless. Long ago, one of the 4 symbols warriors secretly defected to the alien beasts, unleashing a bloodbath in a city of 10 million inhabitants. Although he was eventually killed by the combined forces of other warriors, the city was shattered, and the human race suffered heavy casualties. Even the usually aloof grandmasters and great grandmasters were as vulnerable as lambs, their bodies strewn strewn across the battlefield. This four symbols warrior of the Wu family is ruthless and cruel, no benevolent being what he seems. 10 years ago, a small city of 1 million people was occupied by monstrous beasts. He personally intervened to suppress them, razing the entire city to the ground. Neither humans nor beasts escaped. He was a true devil. If he learns that Chen Xian killed Wu Kaishan, he will definitely come to Jiangda to seek revenge. Principal Lin's actions were both to train Chen Xian's abilities and to prevent him from directly encountering that general. In his mind, Chen Xian was indeed a rare genius, but even geniuses need time to grow. To confront a general head-on now would be tantamount to courting death. Of course, he didn't know that Chen Xian had already condensed immortal cells, otherwise he wouldn't have had such concerns. Condensing immortal cells is equivalent to having one foot in the door of becoming a four symbols warrior. Even if a true four symbols warrior were to take action, it wouldn't be possible to easily kill Chen Xian. The four symbols warriors? Chen Xian smiled faintly to himself, not taking it seriously at all. Becoming a four symbols warrior requires a combat power of tens of millions, but after his combat power was boosted, he has now reached 6 million, which is the strength of a grandmaster. To be promoted to a general, one must raise their combat strength to the tens of millions level. Chen Xian wasn't worried about this, he already had a plan in mind. Once achieved, it will undoubtedly elevate his combat capabilities to a new level. After returning from Haichang, even a true four symbols warrior might not be able to easily harm him. Go back and prepare. We'll gather the personnel this afternoon and depart tomorrow, Principal Lin concluded. After returning to the villa, Chen Xian began to practice the 8-step meteor fist. This martial art already possessed speed near its limit, but it still wasn't enough. Moreover, Chen Xian's physical body was now exceptionally strong. Relying solely on speed wouldn't allow him to fully unleash his power. What kind of boxing style can the 8-step meteor fist be derived from? He was filled with curiosity. Talent-based deduction has undoubtedly elevated the cultivation technique to a new level. No one can predict what kind of martial arts skills will be born from it. Soon, under the extreme operation of his brain, which was 1,000 times more gifted, a new technique emerged, which bore the shadow of the 8-step meteor fist, yet was completely different. Compared to the former's complicated routine, this fist technique had only one move. It is extremely powerful and fierce, concentrating all the body's strength into one point. Most importantly, as long as the qi and blood are sufficient, one can throw punches continuously without weakening the power of the fist technique. Compared to the 8-step meteor fist, this martial art is undoubtedly more suitable for me. Chen Xian opened his eyes, a hint of surprise flashing in them. This martial art exceeded his expectations and made him extremely satisfied. Let's see how powerful it is. He walked towards the combat power testing device, threw a punch, and it displayed a combat power value of 200,000. After a 30-fold increase in combat power, Chen Xian's combat power rapidly soared to 6 million. In the following punches, his combat power continued to climb, with the final punch even approaching 7 million. Clearly, this martial art was not only powerful, but also had a slight amplification effect on the cultivation technique, which surprised Chen Xian. He knew in his heart that if he put this martial art on the martial arts mall, it would definitely fetch an astonishingly high price. After all, compared to the difficult-to-learn enhancement techniques, this kind of martial art that can directly improve combat power is a rare and unique skill. Let's call it the Meteor Annihilation Fist. After carefully studying this martial art, Chen Xian decided to officially begin practicing it. The next morning, a grand graduation rally for senior students was held in Jiangda Square. Next, everyone prepared to head to Haichang. Although this is your first time facing a large-scale horde of alien beasts, it is a graduation test that you must undergo. Compared to the graduation assessment on the front lines, this is already considered easy. Of course, there may be grandmaster level or even higher level martial artists following you, but their situation is completely different from yours, so you must take good care of your own safety. Finally, I hope you all return safely and attend your own graduation ceremonies. Chen Xian, you will be the leader of this operation. Principal Lin Zhengying stood on the high platform, his gaze sweeping over the senior students below, and slowly said. He knew full well that the students' journey to Haicheng to exterminate the alien beasts would inevitably be fraught with danger. Martial arts experts wouldn't intervene constantly, but that was normal. Without life or death trials, how could they grow rapidly? Therefore, his decision to appoint Chen Xian as team leader also had this consideration. As a representative of Jiang University, if Chen Xian could intervene at a crucial moment, it might reduce casualties. After all, he was the only grandmaster in the team, while the strongest among the others was only a junior grandmaster. The students were well aware that this was a real-world combat exercise, not a school competition or assessment, and some might not make it back. But they did not back down. After all, graduates of martial arts academies have always graduated only after passing real-world combat tests. If everyone were afraid of death, Earth wouldn't be as stable as it is now. No one objected to Chen Xian being chosen as the team leader. On the contrary, they were secretly delighted. After all, everyone had witnessed Chen Xian's grandmaster level strength. Although he was just a freshman, the strong rule and no one would disobey. As soon as Principal Lin finished speaking, a manned spacecraft slowly landed on the square. Led by Director Sun, everyone quickly boarded the spaceship, which then took off and headed towards Haicheng. Haicheng is located near the North Sea, and the creature that attacked the city was a strange sea monster. Now, half of this small coastal city has sunk into the sea. On a small hill not far from Haicheng, there is a flat, high platform where dozens of martial artists stand. They are members of the Ice City Martial Arts Alliance, and Ice City is not far from Sea City. If the alien beasts are not eliminated, they will soon march on Ice City, at which point Ice City will also face the danger of being destroyed. Faced with the strange beasts of Haicheng, these martial artists all had serious expressions. They knew perfectly well that rushing forward would be like lambs to the slaughter. Grandmaster Wang, I heard that the top 5 martial arts academies have sent people here. Is that true? A young man couldn't help but ask. Yes, we should arrive soon, Wang Hai nodded in reply. These college seniors will arrive soon. Wang Hai is tall and about 40 years old. He is one of only 3 grandmasters in Ice City and has extensive experience in dealing with alien beasts. Hearing his words, the crowd's expressions gradually calmed down. Without outside support, they were simply no match for these monstrous beasts. Once someone comes to help, even if they are just senior college students, they are a force that cannot be ignored. As they were talking, a buzzing sound suddenly came from the horizon, and several manned spaceships landed one after another. The hatch opened, and a large number of students walked out. They were graduates from several martial arts high schools. Soon, the platform was densely packed with people, nearly 1,000 in total. However, these were not all the senior students from martial arts colleges, as some had already gone to the front lines to undergo assessment. This time, you will all follow the command of Grandmaster Wang. As soon as he stepped off the spaceship, Director Sun addressed all the students of Jiangda University. Director Sun was very clear about his position. Although he also possessed the strength of a grandmaster, he had taught at Jiang University for many years and had very little actual combat experience with alien beasts, so his understanding of the situation here was also limited. Therefore, handing the students over to Wang Hai for unified arrangements was a decision that had been discussed in advance. After all, the other party has been fighting on the front lines against alien beasts for many years. Meanwhile, the teachers leading the teams from several other universities also adopted the same arrangements. Alright, everyone, pay attention. The main enemy in this campaign to wipe out Haicheng is the sea monsters. However, Haicheng has a complex terrain, surrounded by mountains on all sides and built along the mountains, with the sea constantly encroaching. Even standing here, it is difficult to see the specific situation inside the city. Therefore, everyone must be careful when fighting against the monsters, and it's best to stay united. Without wasting any time, Wang Hai quickly gathered the students together and loudly explained the key points. He gave special instructions to the team leaders of the top 5 universities, but when talking to Chen Xian, he showed no airs of superiority. Instead, he communicated with him on an equal footing and even took the initiative to ask for his opinion. This caused the others to show expressions of surprise. Students from other universities whispered among themselves, and their gazes toward Chen Xian became strange. What? Jiangda University actually sent a freshman to lead the team this time, and there are no seniors left? A senior student from Sichuan University couldn't help but laugh. He felt that Jiangda's arrangement was simply inexplicable, and the key question was whether the senior students could tolerate it. Don't talk nonsense. A student from Lingda University immediately stopped him, his expression changing, and whispered a few words into his ear. The Sichuan University student almost screamed out loud, his eyes wide with disbelief, but then a hint of fear crept in as he stammered and hid behind. However, Chen Xian didn't even glance at him. Start! At Wang Hai's command, he was the first to charge towards the strange beasts in Haicheng, and all the students followed suit. Chen Xian took a step forward and landed steadily on the hillside in the center of Haicheng, immediately sensing a powerful aura of a strange beast. The moment he landed, the entire hill exploded, and a powerful, centipede-like beast burst from the ground. The intense aura emanating from it caused the surrounding houses to collapse. My god, it's a peak 4th tier, 3-star alien beast. It would take at least a high-level grandmaster to barely withstand this. Upon seeing this, everyone's expression changed drastically. Faced with the 4th tier beast before them, the senior students of these martial arts academies were immediately panicked. Most of them were only martial arts masters, and only a very few had reached the level of grandmaster. Faced with such a powerful enemy, they were inevitably afraid. Dealing with this level of beast requires at least a grandmaster, and even then, they can only act as a restraint. Only the 4 symbols warriors can easily kill it. For a moment, everyone couldn't help but feel despair. Not to mention the numerous low-level alien beasts, the single 4th-level alien beast alone is enough to inflict fatal damage on them, and might even lead to their complete annihilation. After all, 4th-tier beasts are absolutely overwhelming to them. You all get out of the way first, I'll handle this beast. Wang Hai also seemed a little anxious. He leaped up and stood in mid-air, shouting, "Get away from here. I'll keep this beast at bay." But his gaze remained solemn. Facing this peak 4th tier, 3-star alien beast. Even if he could only restrain it, he wasn't very confident. After all, he only had the strength of a mid-level grandmaster, and he still seemed somewhat powerless in front of this strange beast. However, he had no other choice. If this beast were allowed to charge into the crowd, the result would be a one-sided massacre, and these students would be utterly powerless to resist. The best course of action at present is to send the students to eliminate the low-level alien beasts while he stays here to restrain the 4th-level alien beast. Nevertheless, he still felt uncertain. Following his command, the students scattered and launched attacks on the surrounding monsters. Unlike the chaotic battles between the monsters, the students cooperated seamlessly, demonstrating remarkable effectiveness in clearing out the beasts. Of course, he also gave Chen Xian a special look. If what Professor Jiang said was true, and the team leader in front of him was indeed a grandmaster, then the situation should be much better when restraining this 4th-tier beast. That's right, it's just a distraction. Even if there were 2 grandmasters, he didn't think they could easily kill this 4th-tier beast. After all, it was still a peak 4th-tier existence. However, Chen Xian's age made it difficult for him to fully trust him. In his view, even if Chen Xian was a grandmaster, he was very likely only just entering that level. In terms of both strength and combat experience, he is far inferior to those veteran grandmasters. Just as he hesitated whether to notify Chen Xian, the 4th-tier beast suddenly charged over. Its massive body, over 20 meters long, abruptly stood upright, opening its blood-red maw to bite him. It was incredibly fast. He only felt a blur before his eyes, and the beast's fangs appeared in front of him instantly. A stench filled the air, a cold light flashed, and the strange beast bit down hard. Wang Hai's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly drew his broadsword to block in front of him. The centipede-like beast's fangs slammed into the broadsword with a deafening roar. Wang Hai was jolted and sent flying by the beast's immense force. However, the centipede-like beast suddenly opened its mouth and spat out a stream of black liquid, shooting straight at Wang Hai. Wang Hai's heart tightened. The venom of this 4th-tier beast was far beyond his ability to withstand. Just then, a large hand reached out from the side and pulled him aside. "Leave this to me. You go down and kill the alien beasts." "It's you, Zhang Da's team leader Chen Xian? Are you really a grandmaster?" Wang Hai stared at Chen Xian in shock, his heart filled with doubt. Knowing something is one thing, but seeing it with your own eyes is another. At this moment, the centipede beast was furious to see Wang Hai being rescued. It let out a sharp and piercing hiss, and with a leap, its massive body rushed straight at Chen Xian. Unlike ordinary centipedes, each of this strange beast's legs is half a meter long and extremely sharp. Its body is as hard as iron, enough to easily penetrate a human body, and even a grandmaster would find it difficult to escape. Wang Hai couldn't help but scream. He tried to defend himself, but Chen Xian shoved him away. Then, to his astonishment, Chen Xian unleashed a punch, causing the air to explode. The fist struck the centipede beast, sending its massive, over 20-meter-long body flying as it crashed heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Wang Hai's eyes widened in disbelief, while the university students battling the alien beasts on the ground were utterly stunned. To send a 4th-tier alien beast flying with a single punch, such a scene was simply unbelievable. Boom! The centipede-like beast, slammed to the ground by the heavy blow, roared angrily, and then wisps of black smoke rose from its body, as if it were burning in flames. Its body, which was more than 20 meters long, grew even larger. Then, it pounced on Chen Xian at an extremely fast speed. Star Battle Body! Chen Xian let out a low shout, his body flashing with blue light, as hard as jade, and a terrifying aura rose from him. The next moment, Chen Xian tapped the ground with his foot, and the earth exploded. He rushed towards the 4th-tier beast like a streak of light. In the blink of an eye, Chen Xian was standing in front of the centipede beast. TSK, TSK, TSK. The centipede-like beast opened its mouth and lunged at Chen Xian, its densely packed, sharp teeth sending chills down one's spine. Go to hell! Facing the attack from the alien beast, Chen Xian remained calm. He threw a punch, and a sky-blue fist shadow tore through the void, landing heavily on the alien beast's head with a deafening sonic boom. With a series of loud explosions, the centipede beast was blasted away by Chen Xian like a cannonball, flying more than 100 meters away, its body exploding and its remains falling from the sky. He killed a peak 4th-tier, 3-star alien beast in a single move. Everyone was stunned by Chen Xian's strength. At this moment, everyone was shocked by Chen Xian's performance, and even the strange beasts on the ground seemed to feel shaken. After all, in theory, it is extremely difficult for a grandmaster to kill a 4th-tier beast, let alone a clean and swift kill like Chen Xian's, which is simply unbelievable. Wang Hai was stunned for a moment, then reacted, glanced at Chen Xian in shock, let out a long roar, and charged down. The fall of the 4th-tier beast undoubtedly instilled fear in the lower-tier beasts as well. Many strange beasts had begun to retreat towards the sea, and now is the best time to kill them. The streets and houses of the entire city were almost entirely occupied by strange beasts, but most of these beasts were of the 1st tier, with few of the 2nd or 3rd tier. However, during this time, dozens of students had already died at their hands. Fortunately, most of the martial artists from the Ice City Martial Arts Alliance were grandmasters, and with the help of the students, they were able to hold their own. The death of the 4th-tier beast clearly terrified the other beasts, who retreated into the sea. Nevertheless, the number of strange beasts in Haicheng still reaches several thousand. They were densely distributed in every corner of Haicheng, opening their mouths to devour the corpses of humans and fighting fiercely with the students. Without the command of higher-ranking beasts, lower-ranking beasts have no concept of occupying territory. Everyone, be careful. Try to kill the beasts when they retreat into the sea. Wang Hai shouted as he blocked a third-tier beast in front of two grandmasters in dire straits. The absence of any high-level beasts at this moment presents a golden opportunity to repel them. After all, no one knows whether even higher-level beasts might emerge from the sea later. Chen Xian also fell from the sky. The 30-fold increase in combat power caused his blood and chi to explode. Every punch was like a meteor streaking across the sky. The shadows of his fists intertwined and became phantoms. There were continuous booming sounds, and the air cracked wherever he passed. He fell heavily into the horde of strange beasts. A terrifying force exploded among the beasts, the powerful impact causing the ground to crack and dust to fly, and countless strange beasts were instantly pulverized. Immediately afterwards, the surviving beasts around them were blasted away by the force, but as soon as they landed, the fist shadows fell again, either smashing their heads or tearing their bodies to pieces. In a short time, hundreds of strange beasts had died at Chen Xian's hands, including a third-tier strange beast. These strange beasts were all extremely ferocious, but they were powerless against Chen Xian and fell dead one after another. Chen Xian was like a rampaging bulldozer, his powerful body tearing through the horde of alien beasts with ferocity, unstoppable in his path. In a short period of time, he had already obtained a large number of alien beast cores. My god, what is he doing? Are monsters really that easy to kill? If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I simply wouldn't have believed it. If these strange beasts hadn't already killed quite a few people, I would have thought they were just pretending to be wild animals. And he's a freshman. Wow, unbelievable. He's stronger than all of us combined. Does he intend to sweep through these strange beasts all by himself? He doesn't seem like he's here to kill monsters. He looks more like he's here to make a fortune. The scene before them left all the senior students speechless. Not only them, but even the Alliance warriors who had been fighting against alien beasts for years were so shocked that they were speechless. They had fought against the strange beasts for many years and had never seen such a terrifying scene. Of course, if what they were facing were the Four Symbols warriors, who were exerting devastating suppression on a large number of low-level alien beasts, they could understand. After all, although a warrior is only one level higher than a grandmaster, the difference in strength is significant. These strange beasts have already inflicted devastating damage. However, generals are usually stationed in large cities with populations of over 10 million or on the front lines, and rarely appear in such small places. Here, Grandmaster is already the pinnacle, but Chen Xian's performance far exceeded people's understanding of Grandmaster. At least Wang Hai is still locked in combat with a third-tier sea creature, and the outcome is yet to be determined. Chen Xian, on the other hand, was engaged in extreme slaughter. Not far from Haicheng, on a small hill platform where the spacecraft is docked, Director Sun, who had been watching the battle closely, and several university staff members were stunned. Chen Xian's performance was simply dazzling. Director Sun, is this Chen Xian really a freshman in your university? Director Ma from Sichuan University rubbed his eyes and asked incredulously. Right, it's not a fake, is it? Old Sun, what exactly is going on? The two directors from the University of the West and the University of Ling quickly asked questions. Only the teachers at Peking University sighed silently. They never expected that Chen Xian, the top scorer in the college entrance examination in Jiangnan province, would be so talented. In such a short time, he had actually jumped from a martial artist to the grandmaster level. You should know that many people work hard their whole lives and only barely become beginner martial artists. As for Chen Xian, his breakthrough in strength seemed to have encountered no obstacles whatsoever. This talent is truly astonishing. He couldn't help but regret not competing with Zhang Di for Chen Xian back then. Both Shida University and Sichuan University rejected Chen Xian back then, and didn't even send anyone to recruit him. As for Lingda University, they even questioned whether Chen Xian cheated on his college entrance exam. Director Sun laughed heartily, his words filled with smugness. It was thanks to Mr. Li Tian, a teacher at our school, who had the foresight to recognize such a talented individual that the school was able to recruit such a genius. As Director Sun recounted the story, the team leaders from Sichuan University and several other universities turned pale, inwardly cursing the admissions departments as utter idiots. It's ridiculously stupid to let such a talented person go. But now, they don't even have a chance to regret it. Chen Xian is only 17 years old, right? Such strength is extremely rare even among grandmasters. Director Ma sighed. If I didn't know the strength of a war general, I would have thought Chen Xian was a war general. Don't even mention it. Among 100 grandmasters, there might not be even one warrior. Immortal cells are an insurmountable barrier. That's absolutely right. Several university teachers were discussing the matter animatedly, each offering their own opinion. I heard that there will be rewards for students who perform perform well in the graduation assessment in Haicheng this time. That's right. Just as the group was talking, a scream suddenly came from Haicheng. The tide that had just receded instantly surged up into a 100-meter-high wave, and an unusually large sea monster emerged from the water. It was 100 meters long, with a cold gaze fixed on the crowd. Just now, dozens of senior college students had been swept into the depths of the sea by it. What kind of strange beast is this? This is bad. Run! It's a 5th-tier exotic beast, the deep-sea Xian turtle. Everyone's expression changed drastically, filled with terror. Even Director Sun and other teachers from various schools turned pale. The mortality rate of senior students taking graduation exams is very high every year, but a high mortality rate does not mean total annihilation. The deep-sea turtle before them was enough to wipe out their entire army. Report the situation to your superiors immediately. The group hurriedly spoke. I'm afraid it's too late. Just then, a figure burst forth with a sonic boom, starlight swirling around him, and slammed into the strange beast, who rushed towards the deep-sea turtle. As Chen Xian collided with the deep-sea turtle, a deafening vibration erupted. Centered on them, a terrifying force spread outwards, shattering houses and rocks within a radius of tens of meters, and sending waves soaring more than 10 meters high. It's Chen Xian. He actually blocked the deep-sea Xian turtle. How is this possible? That's a 5th-tier beast. Its strength is comparable to a warrior general. Am I blind? This is unbelievable. Everyone was shocked to see this, especially the senior students of various universities, who all consider themselves geniuses and have been admitted to top martial arts universities with ease, but compared with Chen Xian at this moment, they are simply idiots. Even if it was only to block the deep-sea turtle for a moment, it would still be a remarkable achievement. Of course, they didn't think Chen Xian could defeat the deep-sea Xian turtle. After all, there was an insurmountable gap between a grandmaster and a 5th-tier beast. Whether they can break through the defenses of the deep-sea turtle, which is known for its defensive capabilities, remains to be seen. Right now, the wisest choice is to run for your life, and leave the rest to fate. The transport spaceship was utterly useless against these strange beasts, as if it were made of paper. Run! Everyone, get out of here! Wan Hai clearly understood this as well, and shouted urgently. These students are the main force in the future fight against the alien beasts. We must not let them all perish here. Although Chen Xian's ability to block the deep-sea turtle for a moment shocked him, he did not believe that Chen Xian was its match. Therefore, he shouted loudly to escape. At the same time, Director Sun and several martial arts grandmasters flew down from the hill and directed the students to evacuate towards the spaceship on the platform, thus buying the students precious time. Chen Xian, you should leave here right away. Director Sun shouted anxiously when he saw Chen Xian not far away, and then prepared to fly over and pull him away. Old son, wait. At this moment, Director Ma from Sichuan University suddenly called out to him, his eyes filled with fear. Just as Director Sun was about to respond, a loud bang suddenly rang out, and the seawater on the ground abruptly exploded. Chen Xian stood on the water's surface, and a dazzling starlight burst forth from the top of the door, shooting straight into the sky more than 10 meters high, like a cascading Milky Way. His body shimmered with a fluorescent light, as clear and translucent as crystal glass. At this moment, his figure moved rapidly, and countless fist shadows were thrown out one after another, hitting the deep-sea turtle's body hard and making a deafening roar. However, the deep-sea Xian turtle is known for its defense, and as a 5th-tier beast, its resilience is not easily shaken. Although Chen Xian's physical body is strong, it has not reached the level of the Four Symbols warriors, so it is not easy for him to inflict fatal damage on the Xian turtle. However, despite this, the deep-sea turtle continued to retreat, roaring repeatedly, but it was unable to pursue the others for the time being. Many people have successfully escaped to the small hill platform. Director Sun and the others stared at the scene before them, their eyes practically popping out of their sockets. Chen Xian was actually suppressing the deep-sea Xian turtle. What exactly happened? 5th-tier beasts are not something that warriors can easily deal with. Even if multiple grandmasters join forces, they would find it difficult to injure them in the slightest, let alone kill them. In other words, even if they work together, they won't last more than a few minutes and will likely die at the hands of the deep-sea turtle. But right now, Chen Xian is actually holding off this 5th-tier beast all by himself. Let the students board the spaceship first and be ready to take off at any time. The group quickly made the decision. Just then, a loud explosion suddenly rang out, and a plume of black energy shot into the sky from the deep-sea turtle. In an instant, the deep-sea turtle's entire body turned iron gray, and its already enormous body, which was 100 meters long, doubled in size again. Its indifferent eyes shone with a cold and bloodthirsty light. Having been repeatedly beaten by Chen Xian, an ant-like being, it had long since aroused its endless rage. Now, it only wants to tear Chen Xian to pieces. It suddenly looked up at the sky and saw Chen Xian's fist falling rapidly, creating a series of sonic booms. The deep-sea turtle let out a high-pitched and loud roar. Instantly, the black energy within its body began to boil, almost solidifying into a tangible substance, and rapidly gathered in its mouth, condensing into a black sphere of light about 1 meter in size. The deep-sea turtle roared again, and the black ball in its mouth instantly instantly transformed into a shockwave, crashing towards Chen Xian. This terrifying aura caused the surrounding ground to collapse and cave in, and seawater to rush in frantically. In midair, wherever the black sphere passed, space was torn apart, almost to nothingness. Upon seeing this, Director Sun and the others were filled with horror and despair. This black sphere contained world-destroying power. One can't help but worry whether Chen Xian can withstand this attack. Starry Sky Battle Body. Chen Xian roared inwardly, immediately activating his physical body's defensive capabilities to the limit. At the same time, with a thought, an immortal throwing knife appeared in his hand. Immediately afterwards, the two sides collided violently, the loud noise reverberating for dozens of miles around, and almost half of the city wall of Haicheng was shattered by the impact. Amidst the thick smoke and dust, Chen Xian was blasted away. A faint hint of joy appeared in the eyes of the deep-sea turtle. However, just as it was feeling triumphant, a terrifying streak of light descended rapidly from the sky, easily piercing its defenses and carving a 10-meter-long wound on its body, from which blood gushed out. The deep-sea turtle let out a roar of extreme pain. On its hard shell, a huge blood hole was clearly visible, and fresh blood kept gushing out. Meanwhile, Chen Xian flew over from a distance. He had been injured in the collision with the deep-sea Xian turtle, but thanks to the astonishing self-healing power of his star battle body, his injuries had been greatly alleviated. In a short period of time, his wounds almost completely healed. Unfortunately, that attack just now failed to kill it. It seems that killing it won't be so simple. Chen Xian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said slowly, but he knew in his heart that the battle ahead would be even more dangerous. Just moments before, at the moment of collision with the deep-sea turtle, he used his telekinesis to control a throwing knife that aimed directly at the turtle, but the effect was minimal. He reached out and summoned a throwing knife from a distance, which gently circled around Chen Xian. My god, the deep-sea turtle is injured. That's a fifth-tier beast known for its defense. Even a warrior couldn't easily break through its tortoise shell. The enormous wound on the Xian turtle's body stunned everyone. Clearly, the damage from that flying knife strike had shocked everyone. And Chen Xian is even more unbelievable. After all, he was nominally just a freshman at Jiangda University, but this freshman challenged people's perceptions time and time again. However, the Xian turtle is, after all, a mythical beast known for its defense, and such injuries were not enough to pose a fatal threat to it. On the contrary, it is very likely to provoke a fierce counterattack from it. As the seawater parted, the wounds on the deep-sea turtle slowly healed, and the black energy on its body gradually condensed into a black armor, tightly enveloping its body. After all, starting from the fourth-tier beasts, they possess their own innate divine abilities. The Xian turtle's ability to transform black energy into armor significantly enhances its defensive capabilities. The body that was originally injured now looks completely normal. The cheering crowd fell silent. Although the beasts couldn't cultivate, their innate abilities were enough to bring immense pressure to the human race. The deep-sea turtle is undoubtedly a leader in the field of defense. With a furious roar from the deep-sea turtle, the surrounding seawater exploded. Its gaze was fixed on Chen Xian, filled with extreme resentment. In this sea area, it has always been the undisputed king, and has never suffered such a severe blow. However, Chen Xian remained calm in the face of the enraged deep-sea tortoise. He knew in his heart that since the immortal divine weapon could break through its defenses, it wasn't so invincible. The next second, the deep-sea turtle suddenly moved, its massive body springing up rapidly and beginning to ascend into the air. In just a few seconds, it had climbed to an altitude of 1,000 meters. Then, it swooped down at an extremely high speed and smashed fiercely towards Chen Xian. The immense pressure caused the air to burst repeatedly, producing a piercing cracking sound. Upon seeing this, everyone's expression changed drastically. The impact of this attack was enough to instantly destroy the entire sea city, causing the land to collapse and turn into a vast sea. If Chen Xian were to take the blow from the deep-sea turtle head-on, he would be crushed into powder in no time. Director Sun's expression changed drastically, and he wanted to rush forward to help, but faced with the terrifying falling speed of the deep-sea turtle, he had no time to react. Moreover, even if they rushed forward, it would only be a death sentence. Without the strength of the Four Symbols warriors, no matter how many people go up, it will be of no use. A god-slaying blade. The next moment, Chen Xian made his move, swiftly activating his telekinetic martial skill, God-slaying strike. His mental energy surged instantly, and an invisible blade of mental energy crashed into the falling deep-sea turtle. The next instant, the psychic blade pierced through the massive head of the deep-sea turtle and struck its consciousness. The deep-sea turtle's descent was abruptly halted, and it let out a blood-curdling roar of agony. It fell uncontrollably, and a large amount of blood gushed from its face. It felt as if its mind had been torn in two, and its massive body trembled involuntarily. The behemoth veered off course, crashed to the ground, creating waves hundreds of meters high. The next moment, it struggled and scrambled rapidly into the sea. The fifth-tier exotic beast, the deep-sea Xian turtle, actually chose to flee. The crowd could hardly believe their eyes. At the same time, Chen Xian's blood surged, and he followed the fleeing deep-sea turtle, launching a pursuit and attack on it from high above. The violent impact resounded all around, and waves tens of meters high rose rose and fell. Everyone was completely stunned by what they saw. He was actually chasing and killing a deep-sea turtle. Chen Xian leaped high into the air, simultaneously wielding 4 immortal flying knives that sliced through the void and descended like meteors, launching a fierce attack on the deep-sea turtle. The terrifying speed caused the air to emit a sharp whistling sound. Sensing the threat of death, the deep-sea turtle cried out and swam rapidly into the deep sea, concentrating its defenses on its shell. However, these throwing knives were, after all, immortal divine weapons, and easily pierced its defenses. Then, the terrifying power contained within the throwing knives exploded within its body. While the deep-sea turtle's outer shell was formidable, its internal organs lacked equally robust protection. The force of the explosion not only destroyed its internal organs but also tore a rift in its abdomen. The cracks widened rapidly, and to everyone's horror, the massive body of the deep-sea turtle exploded. A 5th-tier mythical beast, the deep-sea black tortoise, has fallen. The moment the deep-sea turtle exploded, the scene fell silent. Some people even rubbed their eyes, unable to believe what they were seeing. A powerful 5th-tier beast, renowned for its defense, was killed just like that. Moreover, it was not one of the 4 generals who killed it, but merely a grandmaster. Strictly speaking, he's just a freshman. It was this stark contrast that made it difficult for them to accept at first. After all, such a result is truly unbelievable. After a long while, everyone gradually came to their senses. Heavens, he actually killed the deep-sea Shin turtle, even though it was only a 1-star, 5th-tier beast. To kill a 5th-tier beast with the power of a grandmaster is simply unbelievable. Yes, it's unheard of and unseen before. The students were discussing it animatedly. Wan Hai and the others from the Ice City Martial Arts Alliance were also filled with astonishment. Although they had fought against strange beasts for many years, Chen Xian's methods still filled them with awe. In comparison, their methods of killing the alien beasts seemed childish and laughable. At the same time, Director Sun couldn't hide his joy. Chen Xian's performance today had completely overturned his preconceived notions about grandmasters. He even suspected that even if the grandmasters joined forces, they would still be no match for Chen Xian. After all, even if they joined forces, it would be difficult to harm the deep-sea turtle, while Chen Xian had just personally killed it. This shows just how extraordinary Chen Xian's martial arts talent truly is. However, compared to Director Sun's joy, the directors of the other universities, after breathing a sigh of relief, began to envy Jiangda University and secretly complained about their own school's admissions officers. In any case, this graduation exam is now over. Several university directors nodded in agreement. Although there were hundreds of casualties, the mortality rate in practical assessments for graduating seniors has always been high. Of the more than 1,000 people tested this time, only a little over 100 perished, which is quite low. The mortality rate for graduation assessments on the front lines was as high as 30% to 40%, which was extremely terrifying. Of course, if Chen Xian hadn't killed the 5th-tier alien beast, the deep-sea Shin turtle, they would probably all have perished here. Chen Xian's performance today was outstanding. He'll definitely receive a generous reward. I heard this year's reward is provided by Jiangnan Province, right? This is what Director Ma from Sichuan University said. Director Sun nodded. Although the top 5 universities compete with each other, they also form a small group together. For example, each year, the provinces where the universities are located will give corresponding rewards to students who perform well in their senior year graduation assessments. This year, it's the turn of Jiangnan Province. The award was presented by Duan Changtian, Minister of the Martial Arts Education Department of Jiangnan Province. This Minister Duan is a war king, also known as the 8 Desolations King among martial artists. Those with this level of power, besides the top leaders of various martial arts departments, are basically the presidents of the martial arts alliances of each province. Just as the group was discussing, Chen Xian had already collected all the crystal cores of the strange beasts, totaling nearly 1,000. These included a 5th-tier crystal core from the deep-sea Xian turtle, a 4th-tier crystal core from the centipede beast, a dozen 3rd-tier crystal cores, and the rest were crystal cores from 1st and 2nd-tier strange beasts. The crystal core was bulging and was wrapped in a piece of animal hide by Chen Xian. These crystal cores alone could fetch at least tens of billions of star coins. Those who witnessed this twitched at the corners of their mouths, thinking that this was a golden opportunity to make a fortune. Chen Xian, are you alright? When Director Sun saw Chen Xian approaching, he quickly went up to him and asked with concern. He showed no airs of a school leader in front of Chen Xian. It's nothing, thank you for your concern, Director Chen. Chen Xian responded with a smile. That's good. Director Sun nodded and said with a smile, Chen Xian, your performance today was outstanding, even exceeding our expectations. If you hadn't been here, the consequences would have been unimaginable. He sighed, then laughed and said, however, Minister Duan of this province might give you a good reward. Chen Xian was stunned for a moment, not understanding what Director Sun meant. Chen Xian, if you're willing to come to our Shida University, our province will also give you a generous reward. You can consider it. At this moment, Director Qin of Shida University couldn't help but interject, taking on the role of a school admissions officer. Old Qin, What are you thinking about? Director's son glared at him irritably. Besides, Minister Duan from Jiangnan province will be here soon. What? Minister Duan is coming here personally? Director Qin and the others were immediately surprised. Minister Duan was no ordinary person. Regardless of his position, his strength as an 8 desolate king alone placed him at the pinnacle of human martial power. Apart from a handful of 10 directions war gods, he was practically invincible. How could one not be shocked by the presence of such a powerful figure? However, after glancing at Chen Xian, everyone immediately understood that Chen Xian's talent had even alarmed Minister Duan. Otherwise, at most, only a general would have come to their aid after their earlier plea for help. Just then, a strong fluctuation suddenly came from the sky, and then a combat spaceship slowly descended from the clouds. Minister Duan has arrived. Director Sun and the others exchanged glances, secretly marveling at the situation. Their expressions were solemn, and they even held their breath. In the eyes of ordinary people, the 8 desolate war king was almost a godlike being. Even grandmasters would never dare to overstep their bounds in the slightest. Before the war king, they were as insignificant as ants. The senior students on the platform, who had been chattering amongst themselves, quickly fell silent. The inexplicable, immense pressure from above filled them with dread. Even in their eyes, the surrounding space seemed to be distorted and deformed. Inside the combat spaceship beneath the clouds, a magnificent sun seemed to be hidden, with golden light constantly bursting forth from the spaceship, illuminating the surrounding clouds and land in a crimson hue. The sea city below was instantly reduced to dust. All the strange beasts that hadn't managed to escape vanished without a trace, not even having time to scream. The sea level plummeted the next second. Upon seeing this, everyone's expression changed drastically. This method was comparable to that of a god. Although they didn't know who the newcomer was, he was definitely an extremely terrifying being. However, the combat ship did not land. A hatch on the spaceship slowly opened, and a figure appeared, shouting down, "Which one of you is Chen Xian? Come with me to see Minister Duan." Director Sun's face lit up with joy. He hadn't expected Minister Duan to want to meet with Chen Xian alone. He originally thought that even if Minister Duan came, he would leave after seeing that nothing was wrong, but he did not expect that he would summon Chen Xian alone. At this moment, Chen Xian calmly stepped forward and said, "That is me." From the conversation between the group, he already knew that the newcomer was a martial arts master from Jiangnan province. As soon as he finished speaking, a beam of light was projected from the spaceship, enveloping Chen Xian. The next second, with the help of the guiding beam, Chen Xian soared into the sky and entered the spaceship. "Shall we leave now, or wait a while?" someone asked in a low voice. "I don't think it's appropriate to leave now. Let's wait a while, since Minister Duan is still here," someone responded. "That's true. We can let the students board the transport ship and wait. Minister Duan's ship hasn't left yet, and Chen Xian should be coming down soon." Seeing Chen Xian enter Minister Duan's spaceship, Director Sun whispered to each other and decided to wait until Minister Duan left before taking the students back to school. After all, Minister Duan's strength and status far surpassed theirs, and they wouldn't dare leave easily without his permission. Soon, the remaining senior students from various schools boarded their respective spaceships under their command, and the martial artists from Ice City also prepared for their return journey. Although hundreds of people were sacrificed, almost all the monsters in Haichang were eliminated, making this battle a perfect ending. Inside the combat spaceship, Chen Xian was led by a martial artist to an extremely secluded room. As soon as Chen Xian stepped into the room, he saw a middle-aged man sitting cross-legged on the couch, with a refined demeanor and extraordinary bearing. Upon seeing Chen Xian, Minister Duan nodded gently. A hint of surprise flashed in Chen Xian's eyes. He hadn't expected that Minister Duan would look like a gentleman, completely lacking the fierce and tyrannical aura of a martial artist. Of course, he would not underestimate his opponent because of this. As the war king of the 8 desolations, Minister Duan was the pillar of the human race. He could suppress the turmoil within a radius of tens of millions of miles by himself and was the anchor of the human race. Back then, a 7th-tier, 1-star alien beast caused trouble in Dongling, but he single-handedly suppressed it. Even during the great battle between alien beasts that broke out on the border, he once withstood an attack from an 8th-tier alien beast from a distance, causing the land within a radius of hundreds of miles to shatter, but he miraculously survived. These deeds are enough to prove Minister Duan's terrifying power. Junior Chen Xian greets Minister Duan. Chen Xian said in a deep voice, "You must be Chen Xian. I've heard of you before. You were the top scorer in the provincial college entrance examination this year. It's only been a short time, and you've already advanced to the Grandmaster level. Moreover, you just killed a 5th-tier alien beast. That's truly remarkable." Minister Duan carefully examined Chen Xian and couldn't help but praise him repeatedly. At this age, Chen Xian's strength far surpasses that of his younger self. After all, he comes from a prestigious martial arts family with abundant resources and guidance from renowned masters, but at his current age, he is still far inferior to Chen Xian. What surprised him even more was Chen Xian's martial arts talent. For the first 10 years or so, he had made no progress and was almost considered a waste, but in Within just a few months, he made rapid progress. He had investigated but found nothing unusual, and could only conclude that Chen Xian had suddenly awakened his own talent. Although this situation is rare, it has occurred before, so Minister Duan did not suspect anything. That's why he paid more attention to Chen Xian. After receiving Director Sun's plea for help, he didn't send the Four Symbols warriors, but came personally. Thank you for the compliment, senior. My strength is only so-so, Chen Xian replied with a smile. Being humble is good, but being too humble won't do. Minister Duan chuckled and shook his head, saying, those who performed outstandingly in this graduation assessment have always been rewarded. Although you are not a senior, your performance was indeed excellent, so this reward will be given to you first. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand, and 3 items exuding a mysterious aura appeared in front of Chen Xian. Chen Xian examined each item one by one, his mind automatically calculating with his thousandfold talent. Suddenly, his gaze fixed on a stone that not only contained incredible stellar power but also a trace of immortal power. This is absolutely a rare treasure. Seeing Chen Xian staring at the stone, Minister Duan smiled and said, what, do you like this stone? Chen Xian nodded. I wonder if you would be willing to give me this stone, senior? Minister Duan smiled gently. I obtained this stone from an ancient civilization's ruins. It's very peculiar, containing terrifying stellar power and even an ancient aura surpassing immortality. Although I have been studying it diligently, I have yet to find a way to decipher it. Take it if you like. But are you sure you don't want to choose from the other 2? He took out 3 items in total. Apart from the stone that puzzled him, the other 2 were extremely extraordinary treasures, a weapon that was almost an immortal divine weapon and a cultivation technique that was ridiculously expensive in the martial arts shop. These 2 items are not easily obtained by ordinary martial artists. He knew in his heart that although the stone seemed to have unknown power, it was actually worthless if it could not be used, and was far inferior to the other 2. No need, I feel quite destined to have this stone, Chen Xian said with a shake of his head and a smile. Alright, take it if you like it. Maybe you can unleash its true power. Minister Duan said with a smile. Is your trip to Haicheng for the sake of senior? Chen Xian asked curiously. A powerful figure like Minister Duan, with his high position and great influence, is too busy to come in person just to reward himself, let alone make a special trip to a small place like Haicheng. Although the slaughter of a city of 1 million people by a monster is horrifying, in Minister Duan's eyes, it is nothing to mention. After all, the blue star is hundreds of times larger than Earth. In addition to the surrounding alien planets, the alien beasts emerging from the abyssal rifts pose a great threat to humanity. The wars there are far more brutal than here. It is not uncommon for cities with tens of millions of inhabitants to be destroyed by monstrous beasts. The beasts over there are far stronger than those in the heart of Earth, and suppressing them would require powerful warriors and strong weaponry. In comparison, the troubles here are negligible. In fact, a single Four Symbols warrior would have been enough to easily quell the unrest. These small-scale riots by strange beasts have always been a training ground for low-level martial artists and graduates from various universities. Of course, martial arts alliances in various regions also play an important role in this. While receiving subsidies from the alliance, they also bear the responsibility of eradicating the alien beasts. Even without these senior students, martial arts alliances from Ice City and other cities would have continued to send people. Of course not. I'm here to see if you're really as gifted as Lin Zhengying claims. I heard he's planning to have you participate in the 9 Domains Genius Battle. Judging from your performance so far, you're doing quite well. Minister Duan chuckled to himself. However, to participate in the Genius Battle, it is best to reach the level of a battle general, because most participants have that level of strength. Chen Xian nodded in agreement, understanding that Minister Duan was right. After all, Blue Star was just one of the 9 life-bearing planets in the Blue Water System, and not particularly powerful among them. Putting everything else aside, there might be hidden geniuses on Earth itself. After all, those martial arts families and powerful clans seem to disdain recruiting from martial arts academies. Thinking of this, Chen Xian couldn't help but look at the stone again, feeling that it would be of great help to him. If he could absorb the power of the stars within, he couldn't even imagine how high this stone would propel his battle body. Is it a culmination of achievement, or a deification, or perhaps it's the ultimate goal pursued by warriors of Blue Star, the glazed golden body? Regardless of the outcome, becoming stronger is a certainty. Recalling Minister Duan's words, Chen Xian couldn't help but say, this stone is so peculiar that even the senior couldn't figure it out. Minister Duan shook his head and said, I'm not quite sure, but what I'm sure of is that under certain conditions, this stone will release stellar power, but there's no discernible pattern to it. Besides, I don't cultivate stellar power, so I just left it there and didn't bother with it anymore. Chen Xian understood, but didn't take it to heart. With his 1,000 times greater talent and terrifying mental power, what others couldn't do, he might be able to solve. Senior is very busy, so I will take my leave now. Chen Xian stood up. It was already quite remarkable that Minister Duan, as the War King, had spoken to him so much. It was time to leave. Besides, Director Sun and the others were waiting downstairs. stairs. Minister Duan nodded, but after seeing the beast core and the rock that was half a person tall behind Qin Xian, he handed him a ring-shaped storage container. After a great catastrophe a century ago, people discovered a special storage container in the ruins of an ancient civilization, which contained a vast space. Extremely rare. Similar items were only developed after research by the advanced civilization of Earth. Although the space is only a few square meters, they are in short supply in the martial arts mall, and it is difficult to buy them even if you have money. Minister Duan's gift of such a storage container to Chen Xian was a substantial financial assistance, reflecting his recognition of Chen Xian's potential. After disembarking from Minister Duan's spaceship, Chen Xian stepped onto Jiang University's transport spaceship amidst the curious and envious gazes of the crowd. Upon returning to Jiangda University, Director Sun's gaze suddenly turned serious, and he said in a deep voice, "The Wu family's four symbols warriors have returned." "Oh, what happened?" Chen Xian narrowed his eyes, already mentally prepared. The four symbols warriors suppress everything and hold an unassailable position. In the eyes of ordinary people, they are almost gods. Now that he's back, he'll definitely hold the murderer of the Wu family accountable. In his eyes, this grandmaster is probably nothing more than an ant. How can a dragon tolerate the rampant arrogance of ants? Now that they've returned to Dongling, they're probably here to punish me and vindicate the Wu family. Director Sun's face was grim as he continued. He made you bow and kowtow 3 times and kneel at the Wu family's doorstep to commit suicide as an apology. His words were full of anger. Wu Zhan's actions were tantamount to trampling Jiangda underfoot. It should be noted that Jiangda also has 4 generals, and more than one. I'll go ask Principal Lin right now and have him handle this, Director Sun said. If he dared to do this, he probably informed Principal Lin long ago. Chen Xian responded calmly. Director Sun slightly raised the corners of his mouth, unsure how to respond. Chen Xian's words were indeed reasonable. Given the domineering nature of the four symbols warriors, there was no need for beating around the bush. If you deserve to die, they would simply capture you and kill you. Perhaps in his view, not directly barging into Jiangda to arrest Qin Xian was already giving Qin Xian face, and letting him commit suicide was considered lenient. For an ordinary person to offend a war general would likely result in the execution of their entire family. Of course, Jiangdu would never let Qin Xian go down that path, nor would he hand him over, but he still needed to know the truth. You want me to go to the Wu family and kowtow 3 times with every step, kneeling down to apologize? That's incredibly audacious. Chen Xian's eyes darkened instantly, a fierce killing intent flashing across them. In the past, I was lacking in talent and strength, so it was fine. Now that I've activated the talent system, why should I feel inferior? What are the four symbols warriors? Since they dare to cause trouble, I'll just kill them. When he killed Wu Kaishan, he had already anticipated that one day he would face the four symbols warriors head-on, but at that time he killed him without hesitation. The way of the martial artist is to kill at will. If you shrink back in the face of someone who threatens you at any moment, what's the point of cultivation? How can you reach the pinnacle of martial arts? You might as well go back to being a corporate slave. With our opponent pressing us relentlessly, we have no way out but to fight. Since we've started the war, let's fight it out thoroughly. As for the coordination with Jiangda University, it was completely unnecessary. Between myself and the Wu family, it's a fight to the death. There's no third way. He stared intently at Director Sun and said in a deep voice, "Brother Sun, please pass on a message for me. Tomorrow at noon, Chen Xian, will declare war on him." Director Sun almost thought he had misheard and stared at Chen Xian in disbelief. "Are you crazy? The other party is a general. Killing you would be a piece of cake for him. Listen to me, with Principal Lin and the others backing you up, as long as you stay quietly at Jiang University, he can't do anything to you." In his view, a grandmaster facing a warrior is like an ant facing a dragon. The so-called challenge is not only meaningless but will also become a laughingstock. "Brother Sun, I have the confidence to say this." The next moment, Chen Xian activated his immortal cells, and a dazzling golden light shone in his eyes. Golden light, golden lightning, immortal cells, for symbols warriors. Are you the four symbols warriors? Director Sun's eyes widened. He took several steps back, his face full of shock, and he almost cried out. Indeed, judging from his appearance, Chen Xian is a true four symbols warrior. After all, the golden light in his eyes is a sign of the condensation of immortal cells, and it is absolutely genuine. This was the real reason for Director Sun's shock. Chen Xian, at such a young age, had already condensed immortal cells. It should be known that countless martial arts grandmasters had died at this hurdle. Chen Xian's cultivation, however, seemed to go smoothly without encountering any obstacles. Such talent is unprecedented and truly astonishing. Director Sun seemed to realize something. Such a genius could not be suppressed by ordinary four symbols warriors. No, but it's more like we've stepped halfway into it. Chen Xian shook his head and said, "A half-step warrior, huh? Good." Director Sun took a deep breath, looked at Chen Xian, and said in a deep voice, "I'll go and inform the principal right away. If possible, we'll make an announcement first thing tomorrow morning. Of course, it's all up to the principal to decide, and I'll pass on the message." Although Chen Xian was still some distance from being a true general, Director Sun knew that he was unwilling to hide hide behind Jiang De. Since that was the case, he turned around and left without hesitation, heading straight for Principal Lin's office. To challenge a four symbols warrior as a freshman and a half-step warrior is unprecedented in history. If successful, not only will Chen Xian become famous in the martial arts world, but Jiang University will also be forever remembered for this. Such an act is no less than a mortal slaying a dragon. What? Chen Xian is going to challenge the Wu family's general? He has already condensed immortal cells and become a half-step warrior? Inside the office, after listening to Director Sun's report, Principal Lin's expression turned solemn, and a hint of disbelief appeared in his eyes. His expression was no longer calm. He stared at Director Sun and slowly asked, "Are you sure about this news?" "Sure." Director Sun responded in a deep voice, clenching his fists, taking a deep breath, his blood boiling. Principal Lin stood up from his chair, looked into the distance, and said in a deep voice, "Although we can protect him, how can a sapling in a greenhouse grow into a towering tree? I want to see if our Jiangda University can truly cultivate a peerless dragon. Tomorrow, declare war on the Four Symbols warriors on his behalf." At this moment, inside Villa Number 1 at Jiangda University, Chen Xian took out the strange stone. He knew that tomorrow's battle would be extremely fierce, and the Wu family's generals would surely strike swiftly and kill him in order to defend their dignity. To challenge the Four Symbols warriors as a grandmaster seems to outsiders as audacious and defying the heavens. But Chen Xian was fearless. He dared to challenge a general, and he had his own reasons for it. And this stone in front of him is the source of his confidence. He had already sensed something about this stone while he was on the spaceship, and now the time had finally come to test it. 1,000 times the talent. Begin the deduction immediately. With the great battle imminent, Chen Xian did not hesitate. His eyes were fixed on the stone, his mind was racing, and data surged into his mind. With his 1,000 times talent, he continuously dissected, analyzed, and summarized the data. Just as I thought, he soon realized that the stone was indeed a rare treasure. It contains a large amount of stellar power, as well as countless immortal powers. However, releasing and absorbing them is far from easy. First, one must have cultivated techniques related to the power of stars and reached an extremely high level. More importantly, one needs terrifying mental strength to strike the stone in order to unleash its power. What surprised Chen Xian the most was that absorbing this energy required a special method of meridian circulation. For Blue Star martial arts, which focuses on tempering the physical body and blood, this is simply an unsolvable puzzle. He also discovered the human body's meridians by chance, and this way of energy circulation is completely different from the martial arts of Blue Star. More importantly, all three are indispensable. Fortunately, Chen Xian possessed all of these qualities. The starry battle body, derived from the star guiding technique, far surpassed the scope of ordinary cultivation methods. His mental power was also exceptionally terrifying. It could be said that no one but him could draw a single ounce of power from this stone. After all, only Chen Xian, with his talent amplified 1,000-fold, had managed to create a vast sea of mental energy. If it were an ordinary martial artist, reaching that level would be impossible even in a lifetime. Blue Star martial arts emphasize the physical body, while spiritual power is still shallow and weak. Could this stone be from another planet? Since it contains such abundant stellar power, let's call it the Starstone. Remembering that Minister Duan had said the stone came from an ancient civilization relic, Chen Xian's heart stirred. Now that we know, things are much easier. He took a deep breath and spoke slowly. For Chen Xian, the greatest use of the power of the stars is to evolve his star battle body. The starry sky battle body not only greatly enhances his internal and external defenses, but also strengthens his basic combat power. In other words, once the starry sky battle body advances, Chen Xian's overall strength will receive an extremely terrifying boost. There's still one night until the big battle. Come on, let me see how much strength you can improve. There was no fear in his eyes, but rather a surge of excitement. The next moment, Chen Xian's blood and qi erupted, and terrifying energy filled the cultivation room. His body shimmered with starlight, as dazzling as crystal, clearly indicating that he had pushed his star battle body to its limit. Before me stood a starstone, more than half a person's height. The sea of mental power surged in his mind, instantly boiling over. Streams of mental power transformed into invisible fists, striking the stone fiercely with a thunderous roar. With each impact, wisps of starlight energy escaped from the stone and were absorbed by Chen Xian. It even possesses an almost imperceptible power of immortality. The star battle body also became increasingly dazzling due to absorbing the power of the stars. From afar, the training room was bathed in starlight, as if one were in a vast sea of stars. The power within this starstone is extremely pure. It is the most primal stellar power, without any impurities. Compared to stardust, it is worlds apart. Chen Xian suddenly opened his eyes and said in shock. As he continued to strike, a strange feeling welled up in his heart. This starstone reminded him of some kind of magical artifact from Earth's legends. Clearly, it is far more than just an ordinary stone containing energy. However, now is not the time for in-depth research. Chen Xian took a deep breath and threw another punch. As a massive influx of stellar power poured in, Chen Xian's body shone with ever-increasing starlight, becoming increasingly dazzling. Radiant light flowed across his skin, and streams of stellar power seeped from his flesh and blood into his bones. The power within his meridians circulated rapidly, carrying a large amount of stellar energy that continuously cleansed his internal organs. From top to bottom, under the baptism of this terrifying star power, Chen Xian's internal organs gradually became crystal clear and extremely hard, and the black impurities that were originally hidden in his body were gradually forced out of his body as his meridians circulated. The originally rosy blood began to glow with a hint of gold. At that very moment, the star battle body finally broke through and reached the great perfection stage, with a faint golden light bursting out from the original blue starlight. Meanwhile, the stagnant basic combat strength began to soar wildly at this moment. In a short moment, Chen Xian's basic combat strength jumped from 200,000 to 500,000. After a 30-fold increase, the combat power soared to an astonishing 15 million, almost 3 times the previous level. And all of this took only 1 hour. However, this is far from enough. Chen Xian shouted, and continued to strike the starstone without hesitation. At this moment, he was determined to push the star battle body to an even higher level. Chen Xian used his mental power to strike the starstone again. As his combat power increased, his mental power also strengthened, and the impact became more and more violent. A large amount of star power scattered and was then absorbed by the star battle body. Her originally smooth, jade-like skin underwent a rapid transformation. Every cell evolved quickly under the influence of the power of the stars, and her entire being seemed to be perfectly covered by the stars, making her mysterious and unpredictable. The blood and qi flowing within the body have a faint golden hue, clearly indicating that the blood is evolving towards a higher level. Martial arts practitioners place great emphasis on the changes in their qi and blood, as the improvement of qi and blood is the key to increasing strength. Once you reach the level of a 4 symbols warrior, you can no longer truly measure a warrior's strength by just combat power, techniques, and martial arts skills. The key to victory or defeat lies in the evolution of the body's qi and blood, breaking free from the shackles of the physical body and moving towards a higher level. This is why becoming a warrior requires the accumulation of immortal cells, marking the first step in human evolution. Whether it's blood, muscles, or bones, everything begins to undergo extraordinary changes, which is why warriors are called inhuman. And the strength that the general ultimately displayed lived up to this title in the slightest. As Chen Xian continued to strike, the power of the stars penetrated through his skin and blood, reaching his bones. A vast amount of stellar energy enveloped his bones, dyeing his entire body a transparent, glass-like color, and his skin and muscles were incredibly hard. The power of the stars permeated the bone marrow, and under the vibration of the star power, the bone marrow gradually lost its blood color and shimmered with a faint starlight. At this moment, Chen Xian's entire body was already covered by the power of the stars, which circulated continuously, constantly strengthening his physical body. His hands, in particular, had been tempered by the power of the stars to an unimaginable degree, resembling crystal, with dazzling golden light emanating from between his bones. But Chen Xian did not relax because of this. On the contrary, his expression became even more solemn, and his striking speed continued to increase. Although the power of stars was flowing through his body, he had not yet reached the primordial chaos realm. His goal was to completely integrate these stellar powers into one. 2 hours later, with a heavy blow, Chen Xian's body shone brightly with starlight, and his whole body almost turned into a blue star. Golden energy suddenly erupted from within his body, emitting a deafening roar. At the same time, his bones cracked loudly, and an astonishing aura emanated from his body. His combat strength also began to rise rapidly. In the blink of an eye, their basic combat strength has soared to a terrifying 1 million. After the amplification, the combat power will reach a staggering 30 million. However, at this moment, the starstone suddenly trembled violently, and with the overflow of star power, an oppressive immortal force surged out from the starstone. As soon as this immortal power appeared, the entire cultivation room was instantly illuminated as if it were daytime, as if a great sun was hanging high in the sky. The vast amount of starlight energy inside the room also retreated. It's actually the power of immortality. That's wonderful. Chen Xian was overjoyed. Last time, he had expended a huge amount of resources to unintentionally condense the first immortal cell, and this power of immortality was enough to condense a second one. At a normal pace, it would take him a year and a half to acquire the power of immortality. But now, it's readily available. Chen Xian carefully absorbed this wisp of immortal power into his body. With the enhancement of his talent 1,000-fold, the immortal power and his cells continuously reorganized and optimized. In an instant, the two gradually merged, and a second immortal cell quietly formed in his heart. Since there is already one immortal power, there must be a second, a third, or even more. Chen Xian did not relax at all after successfully condensing it. Although condensing immortal cells is a sign of becoming a warrior general, it takes 9 immortal cells to advance from a primary warrior general to an intermediate warrior general. If you lack the necessary skills, you will not only be unable to advance to the intermediate level general rank, but you will also find it difficult to truly unleash your full full potential. After all, compared to combat power, the power of immortality is undoubtedly a more terrifying energy. Immortal cells are undoubtedly the key factor influencing the extent of this power. Continue. Chen Xian's blood boiled, and he roared, his sea of mental power becoming even more turbulent. The Starstone also releases more energy. Compared to before, the speed at which the power of immortality surged out was countless times faster. Finally, 8 more streams of immortal power surged forth from the Starstone. Subsequently, no matter how hard Chen Xian attacked, he could no longer break through with any immortal power. He roared, gathering all this immortal power. With the help of the other 2 immortal cells, he quickly separated 8 cells, merging them with the dazzling golden light to form new immortal cells. With the support of 10 immortal cells, Chen Xian's aura steadily increased, becoming increasingly mysterious and unpredictable. Immediately afterwards, the training room exploded with a deafening roar, the terrifying power causing a buzzing sound, and even the villa located on the hillside shook slightly. What's going on? It seems to be coming from the top of the mountain. The power is amazing. The freshmen of Jiangda University at the foot of the mountain woke up one after another and discussed it in disbelief. As the source of all this, Chen Xian was sitting quietly in his cultivation room, preparing to complete his final breakthrough. This breakthrough will also allow his strength to soar once again. As the tremors gradually subsided and the sky brightened, students from Jiangnan University emerged from their dormitories and headed to their classrooms to begin a new day of classes. I heard there's a practical lesson today, taught by a grandmaster himself. Really? I hope I can learn something new. Did you guys feel the shaking near the hill last night? Yes, I thought it was an earthquake, but it was just a slight tremor. Just as the students were discussing this, the school's public address system suddenly came on, and Director Sun's voice followed. Hello students, I am Director Sun from the Academic Affairs Office. Today I have an important announcement to make. Upon hearing the broadcast, the students immediately slowed their pace, eagerly awaiting Director Sun's next words. Director Sun paused, then his tone suddenly became impassioned. Chen Xian, the top scorer in the college entrance examination and the first freshman at Jiangda University, challenges Wu Anlei, the Four Symbols warrior, today. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned, their eyes blank, wondering if they had misheard or if Director Sun had misspoke. As everyone knows, Chen Xian is the most prominent figure at Jiang University right now, the strongest among the freshmen. He has defeated many challengers and turned the tide in the senior graduation assessment, slaying a 5th-tier alien beast and saving everyone's lives. His strength is comparable to the peak of a grandmaster, a true prodigy. But so what? Can it withstand the effortless flick of a finger from the Four Symbols warriors? To challenge the Four Symbols warriors is tantamount to blatant suicide. Throughout history, grandmasters have been as lofty and powerful as dragons, while warriors are those who can slay dragons with a single hand. This ease is simply effortless. Who would believe this is a joke? However, what Director Sun said next completely shattered everyone's doubts, leaving them dumbfounded. At 9 a.m. today, Chen Xian will formally challenge General Wu Anlei. I hope General Wu will accept the challenge on time. For a moment, everyone was stunned, but then the entire campus erupted in excitement. What is Director Sun doing? Is he sending Chen Xian to his death? Admittedly, at Jiang University, Chen Xian is unmatched by any freshman or even upperclassman, but that doesn't mean he can act with impunity. Generals are like stars in the sky, the backbone of the nation. Their strength is unparalleled. Chen Xian's actions are clearly courting death. Was this the school's decision or Chen Xian's idea? Has everyone gone mad? Discussions rose and fell, and everyone, teachers and students alike, was stunned and speechless. The news was simply too shocking. It was simply like a dream. There's no turning back now. A warrior general, of noble status, commands a city of millions and can also suppress high-level beasts. How could he be easily provoked? Moreover, for a grandmaster to challenge a warrior is tantamount to an insult to the warrior. Regardless of the reason, this battle is inevitable. Chen Xian will pay the price with his life for this, unless Jiang Zemin offers enough benefits to quell the anger of his generals. In the classroom, Zhou Taiyun and the others had complex expressions. At first, they were a little jealous of Chen Xian, but as his strength rapidly improved, they had long since acknowledged his power, and their jealousy dissipated. But he has only been enrolled for half a month, yet he dares to challenge the Four Symbols warriors? Is this blind confidence, or has his skill truly reached that level? The group exchanged glances, their expressions a mixture of doubt, shock, and even a hint of disbelief and fear. He has truly reached the level of a warrior. Of course, they were unaware that Chen Xian and Wu Anlei had no way out. If Chen Xian wanted to live, this battle was his only option. Some people recalled Wu Kaishan's death and realized that this was a life-or-death struggle with no way out. As Director Sun finished speaking, the broadcast was turned off, and the teachers and students held their breath, waiting for 9 o'clock to arrive. They believed that the news would soon reach General Wu's ears. Jiangda University had already delivered the message. Meanwhile, above a luxury villa in the suburbs of Dongling, 2 figures, like brilliant golden suns, hovered silently, gazing in the direction of Jiangda. A mere grandmaster is nothing but an ant, yet he dares to challenge a war general. He truly truly has no sense of mortality, a short, stout man sneered. He was also a general, and the person he was talking to was Wu Anlei. He's just a reptile, I can wipe him out with a flick of my wrist. If it weren't for Lin Zhengying's interference, I would have killed him long ago. Originally, his hiding in Jiangda was troublesome, but now that he's shown himself to die, that suits me just fine. He actually dared to kill someone from my Wu family. His audacity is astonishing. Oh well, we'll just take his heart, liver, and head as a sacrifice later. Wu Anlei had a cold and stern face, a tall and thin build, and sinister eyes. At this moment, he exuded a murderous aura. Excellent, excellent. The short, stout general clapped his hands and cheered. He was well aware of the Wu family's usual behavior, but in his opinion, those were just trivial matters. What is truly infuriating is that Chen Xian dared to resist and challenge the dignity of a general. His crime is simply unforgivable. A general who can suppress all directions, surely he can't even handle a mere martial artist? Brother Lu, come with me later and watch how I crush this ant. Wu Anlei said calmly. Alright, let's see what expressions Lin Zhengying and the others have then, huh? Lu Zhanjiang laughed loudly. In their eyes, Chen Xian was already a dead object. All they have to do is commit the simplest form of slaughter. Inside Villa Number 1 for freshmen at Jiangda University. Catalyzed by the immortal cells, the surging power of the stars continuously tempered Chen Xian's body. His skin, bones, and heart were all undergoing a deeper transformation into a celestial body. At this moment, his entire body shimmered with starlight, as lustrous as jade. His body radiated golden light, filling the entire training room. His already perfected star battle body underwent a transformation under the impetus of this power. The next moment, Chen Xian suddenly opened his eyes, and a dazzling golden light burst forth from them, shooting straight at the wall in the distance. Two deep cracks instantly appeared in the solid wall. Golden light emanated from his body. At this moment, the starry sky battle body finally broke through its limits and reached a perfect state. At this moment, the power of the stars within his body erupted instantly, and the surrounding air began to distort, making a crackling sound. A protective shield enveloped him, then gradually disappeared. Suddenly, a long river of stars appeared above Chen Xian's head, its starlight shimmering and emitting a terrifying sound that shook the very fabric of space. The previously stagnant combat power surged rapidly in an instant. 1,100,000, 1.2 million, 1.9 million. In the blink of an eye, his basic combat strength soared from 1 million to 2 million. With the blessing of the third stage of the divine forging scripture, the combat power increase of 30 times can reach an astonishing 60 million. Moreover, with the full activation of the starry sky battle body, its combat power may be further enhanced. With my current combat strength, I might not necessarily lose to Wu Anlei. Chen Xian circulated his qi and blood throughout his body and said in a deep voice, putting aside everything else, the defensive capabilities of the star body are a huge advantage in battle. However, the struggles between generals are ever changing and never static. After saying that, Chen Xian struck the star stone again, and as the power of the stars flowed, streams of immortal power also emerged in the cultivation room. Time ticked by, and the atmosphere at Jiangda University grew increasingly tense. In the end, both students and teachers lost their focus on studying, and their eyes were drawn to the outside of the classroom. Time flew by and it was already 9 o'clock in the morning. Just then, two awe-inspiring figures appeared in the sky above Jiangda University. Their bodies shimmered with light, and golden beams shot from their eyes. A terrifying aura soared into the sky, causing the surrounding air to vibrate and ripple. Under the impact of this force, some high-rise buildings collapsed with a deafening roar. What happened? Why did those tall buildings suddenly collapse? Look at the sky above Jiangda University. Wow, those are two warriors. It's General Wu and General Lu. What are they doing here at Jiang University? Yes, Jiangda also has generals. What exactly happened? This strong tremor attracted the attention of many people in Dongling City. After all, it would be almost impossible for a general to make such a commotion without attracting attention. Furthermore, in the eyes of ordinary people, warriors are like gods. Dongling City has a population of over 100 million, but there are only 13 warriors. Their appearance naturally became the focus of everyone's attention. Wu and Lu stood in the air above Jiangda University. One person stepped forward, radiating light that tore through a large area of space. Looking down, he said in a deep voice, Chen Xian of Jiangda University is an insignificant ant, ignorant of his own limitations. He dared to kill members of my Wu family, and even challenge me, a general. This is utter insubordination and treason. Today, I will suppress you as a warning to others. As soon as he finished speaking, a deafening roar erupted in the sky, and Wu Zhanjiang's blood and qi exploded, as if a true demon had descended upon the world. Chen Xian, come out and face your death. What? Jiang University's Chen Xian is challenging General Wu? I've never heard of any general named Chen Xian from Jiang University. Yeah, I've never heard of it. Is this year's top scorer in the college entrance examination named Chen Xian? Are you stupid? How old is he? At most, he's just a beginner martial artist. A general could turn him into thin air with a single breath. This shocking news shook the entire entire city of Dongling, and people began to discuss it extensively. Wu Wanlei, you don't need to be so arrogant. Although Chen Xian is a freshman, you may not be able to control him. At that moment, a faint voice rang out, and a figure slowly appeared. They also displayed the strength of warriors, showing no weakness in front of Wu Wanlei. That's President Lin of Jiang University, a general under Lin Zhengying. Did you hear that? It really is Chen Xian, this year's top scorer in the college entrance examination. He's actually challenging General Wu. My god, how dare he do this? The key point is that Principal Lin also said that Wu Zhanjiang might not be able to defeat Chen Xian. This is absolutely insane. Upon hearing Lin Zhengying's words, the people of Dongling City went into an uproar and completely lost their minds. I can't believe my ears. A freshman dares to challenge a terrifying four symbols warrior. On what grounds? This action is simply suicidal, ignorant, stupid, and utterly foolish. Moreover, even if they die, they will be nailed to the pillar of historical shame. What is the identity of a general? High above, suppressing countless beings, just like a god. And what is his identity? He's just a freshman at Jiangnan University. This act of insubordination is utterly ignorant and deserves death. A general has the right to judge the crimes of civilians, so how dare a civilian disrespect a general? Although warriors do not value the lives of ordinary people, their aura has long been deeply ingrained in people's hearts. They are the guardians of the people, making them dare not have the slightest disrespect in their hearts. On this dangerous planet, they need the protection of the strong. Just like now, they dare to talk about Chen Xian without restraint, but they don't even dare to mention Principal Lin's name. Lin Zhengying, further words are useless. He has committed numerous crimes and deserves only death. Today, Brother Lu is here to bear witness. Wu Wanlei said coldly. His murderous aura had turned the surrounding area into a sea of crimson blood. The surging, violent blood in Shi roared, ready to unleash a devastating attack at any moment. He did not act rashly, which was already giving Jiangda enough face. Everyone held their breath, and even the students from Jiangda University looked at the #1 freshman villa with complicated expressions. It remains to be seen what this prominent figure at Jiangnan University will do: confront him, flee, or beg for mercy. At that moment, the air almost froze. Just then, a loud explosion rang out in the sky, accompanied by boundless golden light, and a terrifying aura shot straight into the heavens. The roof of Villa #1 on the mountaintop suddenly exploded, and a ball of golden blue light rose up and landed in front of General Wu. The light slowly contracted, and Chen Xian appeared before everyone. His eyes flashed with golden light, tearing through the void, as if a god had descended. Wu Wanlei's pupils constricted sharply, and he exclaimed incredulously, You are a general. Fine, killing you will be perfect for refining precious medicine. A hint of greed flashed in Wu Wanlei's eyes. The four symbols warriors have condensed immortal cells and have begun to glimpse the great Tao. Their blood and chi are boiling, making them no different from the most precious treasures in the world. If an ordinary martial artist can absorb even a trace of blood energy during a warrior's training, it will promote the evolution of their bloodline and enhance their strength. If one refines and absorbs the flesh and blood of a warrior through special means, progress will be faster than through self-cultivation. This is of great benefit to warriors and even war kings, especially the power of immortality, which is even more precious. Similarly, the blood and chi of high-level exotic beasts also have this effect. Chen Xian only obtained a trace of immortal power and condensed immortal cells after consuming the essence blood of a 6th-level exotic beast. Furthermore, the life force of warriors is easier to absorb than that of mythical beasts. Brother Wu, congratulations. He's just a low-level general. Let's kill him directly. A wicked glint flashed in Lu Zhanjiang's eyes as he sneered, completely disregarding Chen Xian. After all, the other party looked like he had just entered the Zhanjiang realm and could not possibly be a match for Wu Wanlei. Fine, kid. I'll kill you within 3 moves. Remember, keep a low profile in your next life and don't mess with people you can't afford to offend. Wu Zhan laughed loudly, instantly transforming into a streak of light as he rushed towards Chen Xian, causing the air to explode wherever he passed. At this moment, everyone was already shocked by what they saw. Chen Xian is actually a four symbols warrior. Incredulity was evident in everyone's eyes. How could this be? In such a short time, he has risen from a martial artist to a general, faster than even taking a plane. Before us, 2 four symbols warriors are about to clash, a spectacle rarely seen in many years. Thinking of this, everyone suppressed their shock and looked up at the sky. Wu Wanlei's terrifying power caused the air to emit a sharp whistling sound, and the next moment, his fist shadow was already blasting towards Chen Xian. As a mid-level warrior, this punch is enough to severely injure or even kill a martial artist who has just entered the warrior realm. However, at this moment, a hint of mockery flashed in Chen Xian's eyes. His blood and energy suddenly erupted, like the surging waves of the Yangtze River rushing straight into the sky, transforming into a long river of stars. Chen Xian's fists flashed with starlight as he suddenly swung them at Wu Wanlei. This attack was faster, fiercer, and incredibly sharp. Just as the fist was about to strike, a hand suddenly grabbed it. At this moment, Chen Xinwan's 3rd stage power erupted, and the surge in combat power caused the surrounding air to distort. Wu Wu Anlei's expression changed drastically. The strength Chen Xian displayed far exceeded his expectations. It was not at all the level of a newly promoted general. That powerful force almost overwhelmed him. Without hesitation, he kicked out again, tearing through space and aiming straight for Chen Xian's heart. The heart contains immortal cells, which are of vital importance. Just then, Chen Xian roared and suddenly grabbed his arm from behind. With a heart-wrenching scream, golden blood splattered as Chen Xian ripped Wu Anlei's arm off. Immediately after, a heavy punch struck him, blood gushing from his mouth, and he was sent flying. Wu Anlei crashed through a tall building, and the momentum continued. Chen Xian pressed on relentlessly, and under Wu Anlei's horrified gaze, he delivered another powerful punch, causing Wu Anlei excruciating pain all over his body. Wu Anlei plummeted like a kite with a broken string. "Go to hell!" he roared, forcefully controlling his body to turn and fly up, his blood-red longsword slicing through the void, the blade shadows like a tide, slashing towards Chen Xian. A severed arm would be fatal to an ordinary person, but for a warrior, it was not an unbearable blow. This sword is Wu Anlei's trump card. He once used it to kill 2 6th-tier alien beasts, and even a 4 symbols warrior was defeated by it. Although Chen Xian's strength far exceeded expectations, once this blade was drawn, he was certain that Chen Xian would die. Even if they managed to escape unscathed, they will inevitably be seriously injured. There was absolutely no way to escape while suspended in midair. The countless sword shadows converged into a blood-red moon of death, tightly binding Chen Xian. Chen Xian remained unfazed, unleashing his battle physique to its fullest potential, almost transforming his physical body into a crystal. The meteor annihilation fist transformed into countless fist shadows, striking the blood moon with tremendous force. The fist shadow collided with the sword shadow. The fist shadow was instantly annihilated, and the blood moon shattered instantly. Only a few scattered sword lights landed on Chen Xian. Wu Anlei was overjoyed. Even a few blades of light were enough to tear through Chen Xian's defenses, and the violent blade energy could instantly destroy his internal organs. However, the next second, he was stunned. Facing the fierce blade shadows, Chen Xian did not dodge, letting the blade light fall. But when the blade struck Chen Xian, it did not tear his flesh as he had expected. Instead, it vanished instantly, leaving only a piercing metallic scraping sound. This defensive ability is astonishing. It's a golden body of flesh and blood, at least at the perfect level. My god, how is this possible? Wu Anlei's expression changed drastically, and he trembled all over. He knew perfectly well what this meant. With defense alone, Chen Xian was already in an invincible position. Even the War King, let alone himself, had to rack his brains to deal with such an indestructible body. If this continues, he will most likely die here. Just as he was panicking, a punch pierced through space and slammed into him. Wu Anlei's chest caved in instantly, his once hardened body beginning to crack. Seeing Chen Xian lunging at him again, he cried out in panic, "Brother Lu, help me. I'll give you the Crimson Ridge Jade." "Brother Wu, it's no trouble at all." Before he finished speaking, a glint flashed in Lu Zhangjiang's eyes, and he raised his spear, creating a flurry of spear shadows, and charged towards Chen Xian without hesitation. At the same time, Wu Anlei roared and began to fight back. In an instant, swords and spears flashed and flew everywhere. Under the pressure of the two great generals, this space collapsed. Seeing Wu and Lu join forces to attack Chen Xian, everyone held their breath, their eyes filled with disbelief. It should be noted that Wu and Lu had already been promoted to generals 20 years ago, and were almost godlike in the eyes of ordinary people. They had once bloodily suppressed a human rebellion and were extremely powerful. However, at this moment, they actually launched an attack on a freshman at Jiangda University at the same time. Although these new recruits also seemed to be warriors, they still found it hard to accept. In particular, General Wu, a terrifying figure who once raised a city of 1 million people to the ground, is now asking for help. The battle just now even put him on the verge of death. For a moment, everyone in Dongling City who witnessed this scene was speechless. At the same time, the teachers and students of Jiangnan University also showed shock on their faces, but what was different was that, in addition to surprise, they also felt a surge of excitement and pride. At the age of 17, as a freshman, he managed to force one general to flee in terror and beg for help from another, thus attracting both generals to attack at once. This is probably a once-in-a-lifetime event, both in ancient and modern times, in China and abroad. However, the two warriors disregarded their status and launched an attack on Chen Xian at the same time, a scene that immediately caused an uproar among the proud young men present. Shameless, utterly shameless. Two warriors actually attacked Chen Xian at the same time. Where is the spirit of martial arts? I must be blind to have such a person become a general. Is this the backbone of humanity? Can it truly protect humanity? Damn it, Chen Xian, go for it. Kill them. At this moment, the students of Jiangda University were united in their hatred of the enemy and their blood was boiling. They all came out of the classroom and shouted in unison, giving Chen Xian their strongest support. The freshmen and seniors who had been saved by Chen Xian were especially excited. Even the teachers at Jiang University didn't stop the students. Their faces were filled with excitement. If they weren't limited in strength, they probably would have rushed forward to help as well. Left with no other choice, they could only only silently cheer for Chen Xian in their hearts. Regardless, on Jiangda's own turf, someone dared to attack Jiangda students simultaneously without following the rules, which clearly shows that they don't respect Jiangda. More importantly, such behavior undermines Jiang University's pride. Without a doubt, Chen Xian is the most brilliant and talented individual Jiang University has ever produced. At this moment, the phantom images of Wu and Lu's swords and spears fell upon Chen Xian like a tidal wave. Instantly, the space around Chen Xian was locked shut, the violent power tore through space, and the explosions were deafening, determined to kill Chen Xian in one fell swoop. Damn it! Upon seeing this, Director Sun's expression changed drastically, his fists clenched, and he cursed angrily. No one expected that Wu and Lu would be so audacious as to simultaneously attack and kill Jiang University students on Jiang University's territory, despite being generals. If they succeed, how can Jiangda stand on its martial arts foundation? Principal Lin's expression changed, and the next second he appeared high in the sky, about to lend a helping hand. However, Chen Xian took a step forward and forcefully broke through the overwhelming, net-like shadows of swords and spears. He was completely unharmed. The slight attack only tore his clothes, but did not cause any real damage. The attack continued unabated, heading straight for a tall building in the distance and instantly cutting it into pieces. How is that possible? Upon seeing this, General Wu and General Lu's expressions changed drastically. The two of them, working together, should have been incapable of letting their opponent escape, yet Chen Xian had walked out of their attack unscathed, leaving them empty-handed. Principal Lin was also stunned, his movements immediately halting. Faced with such an attack, he couldn't possibly be as relaxed as Chen Xian. Let's attack together and kill him with all our might. The two exchanged a glance, their eyes flashing with shock and ruthlessness. Now that they have become enemies, they must do everything in their power to kill them. Otherwise, given Chen Xian's talent, their lives will be in danger before long. We must nip this in the bud and eliminate any future troubles. At this moment, the two finally stopped holding back and unleashed their full power. Their blood and chi roared and soared into the sky, radiating golden light like the sun descending upon the world. The immortal cells within his body were fully activated, a terrifying aura permeated the air, the world underwent a dramatic change, winds raged and clouds surged, thunder roared, and rain poured down, as if the end of the world had arrived. Everyone who witnessed this scene paled in shock. At this moment, the four symbols warriors finally revealed their inhuman side. The two generals, Wu and Lu, exerted all their strength, determined to kill the young man before them. Whether on or off campus, students or ordinary citizens, everyone was filled with fervor. As long as Chen Xian survived this battle, his name would resound throughout the entire Jiangnan province, and his martial arts cultivation might even reach its peak. A glorious battle is about to unfold. Faced with the two's frenzied attacks, Chen Xian remained calm and fearless. His mind raced with his thousandfold talent, and under the suffocating pressure, a sudden, resounding boom echoed in his head. Immediately, a majestic voice echoed in his mind: advance with 1,000-fold talent, activate 10,000-fold talent. Chen Xian suddenly felt his mind become clear and his state of mind become incredibly transparent. The martial arts that he had previously found difficult to understand suddenly became exceptionally simple. At this moment, the speed at which the technique was analyzed and executed was unbelievable. A massive amount of stellar power erupted from Chen Xian's body, making him appear almost tangible. At the same time, 20 strands of immortal power appeared in the void, which he then absorbed one by one. In the blink of an eye, he refined these powers into 20 immortal cells. At the same time, thanks to the extremely powerful talent, the previously vague fourth stage of the divine forging scripture was completely deduced. With a total of 30 immortal cells, they have broken through the combat power shackles of advanced warriors and even surpassed the limitations of war kings. In an instant, the fourth stage of the divine forging scripture was fully unleashed. Chen Xian's basic combat strength began to rise rapidly. 2,100,000, 2,600,000. In the blink of an eye, his basic combat strength exceeded 3 million. With a 40-fold increase, their combat power has terrifyingly climbed to 120 million. A violent power surged within him, instantly shattering the surrounding space and turning it into a vacuum. Kill, 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 go to hell. Wu and Lu charged at Chen Xian suddenly, their terrifying killing intent almost solidifying into a physical form, causing the world to darken. A gigantic dragon phantom appeared on Chen Xian's body, letting out a deafening roar. In a daze, he swung his palm out, and starlight shone brightly. A large star fell from the sky, and even though it was far away, the oppressive feeling was almost suffocating. The sky above Jiangda University was instantly torn in two, revealing a dark and deep space. A destructive aura suddenly swept over. As Chen Xian spoke, the colossal hand carrying destructive power crashed down. What is this? The power of a dragon, the manifestation of martial arts. This is the power of the 8 desolate war king. How is this possible? How could he possibly be the 8 desolate war king? Wu and Lu's eyes were bloodshot, filled with absurdity and utter despair. Under the oppression of such terrifying power, their life force was almost completely extinguished. Run! Run now! The two screamed in terror and and turned to run away. However, the colossal hand that blotted out the sky crashed down. That's not some general. He's a genuine 8 Desolations war king. Absolutely unbelievable. Almost everyone who witnessed this went mad. The shock inside me was almost explosive. They clearly remembered that when the top scorer in the Jiangnan Province College entrance examination was announced, everyone was still talking about this gifted young man. At that time, although he was quite capable, he was far from being considered amazing. However, now, only a little over a month or even 2 months has passed, and he has already jumped from a high-level martial artist to the 8 Desolations war king, which is simply outrageous. The colossal hand before them was clearly a technique that only a martial arts master, at least at the battle king level, could wield. The two warriors, who were usually high above and almost like gods, were powerless to resist the giant hand. Although they fled extremely fast, Chen Xian's offensive had already locked down this area, leaving them with no way to escape and making them feel as insignificant as ants. "Spare me, please spare me. I won't do it again. I'll do it now. Spare me, I'm willing to be your slave." Seeing that there was no way to escape, the two turned around suddenly, their eyes filled with regret and fear, and pleaded desperately. Chen Xian shook his head, and the giant hand crashed down, causing the two to scream in despair. Are these two warriors about to perish? The onlookers were all shocked. Stop! Just then, a sigh came from afar. The next moment, a blazing sun rose from the horizon, its golden light instantly enveloping the entire city of Dongling, tearing apart the thick clouds. A figure vaguely appeared in the golden light. Immediately afterwards, a fist shadow traversed space and appeared above Jiangda, blocking the giant palm print. Hiss, a war king, another war king. It's Chairman Liang from the Provincial Martial Arts Alliance. My god, Chairman Liang is here too. Everyone stared in astonishment. For years, even generals had been a rare sight, but now not only had generals appeared, but even the 8 desolate war kings had emerged one after another. Clearly, Chairman Liang came to rescue Wu and Lu, unwilling to see them die at Chen Xian's hands. Wu Liuza seemed to have seen a glimmer of hope for survival, and he exerted all his strength to activate his internal energy, trying to escape the range of Chen Xian's giant hand. Chen Xian let out a cold shout, and the power of blood and qi within Liuli's body erupted instantly, increasing her speed by a fraction, and she took the lead in crushing down the giant hand. The two men were deathly pale. Though they tried desperately to escape, there was nowhere left to run. Under the giant hand, they couldn't even hold on for a breath. Their life force was completely extinguished, and their bodies shattered like porcelain. Everyone stared in disbelief at the scene before them. The two usually high and mighty four symbols warriors died and vanished just like that. How dare you? Chen Xian's actions clearly angered the golden figure in the distance. A roar came, and then a figure flashing with golden light appeared in the sky above Jiangda. Chen Xian looked up and saw a man around 50 years old staring at him angrily. Now that you have one, why did you kill them both? How is your behavior any different from that of a demon from another race? Do you know that a single warrior is enough to protect the peace of a region? You are slaughtering the human race's vital forces. As a human warrior, you should prioritize the greater good. How can you kill so easily because of personal grudges? Chairman Liang flew into a rage and reprimanded him in a stern voice. To protect the peace of this region? Chen Xian slowly raised his head, looked directly at the person in front of him, and smiled coldly. Senior Liang, please allow me to say a few words. Principal Lin hurriedly flew into the sky, wanting to explain for Chen Xian, but was stopped by him. The Wu family coveted my sister and didn't hesitate to kill her to silence her. How are they any different from demons? General Lu aided and abetted the evildoers, and he deserves his fate. The so-called protection of humanity is probably nothing more than a pretext for tyranny. Chen Xian said with a cold laugh. Neither Wu Anlei nor Lu Zhanjiang did anything entirely honorable. Killing the strange beasts was merely a martial artist's duty. Good. You're quite the smooth talker. You've become arrogant and conceited since you gained power. Chairman Liang's face was gloomy. He held a high position, and when had anyone ever dared to speak so arrogantly in front of him? However, Chen Xian's strength was no less than his, and his rapid progress in both age and strength was astonishing. Therefore, he could only rebuke Chen Xian, but dared not make any rash moves. In his eyes, Chen Xian's blood and qi were extremely violent, and his jade-like body was even more terrifying. But Chen Xian's attitude made him feel somewhat embarrassed. For a moment, the scene fell silent. Just as his blood was surging and he was preparing to take action, suddenly another golden light hung high in the sky like the sun, its imposing aura no less than his. A voice rang out, "Brother Liang, stop. A duel between two war kings. Do you intend to destroy this city?" Admittedly, the war king possesses immense destructive power, capable of leveling a city of hundreds of millions of people in mere moments. Even with controlled power, cities would inevitably suffer tremendous destruction. President Liang was startled and quickly calmed his surging blood and qi. He looked around and saw that the people in Dongling City were all showing fear and panic. In the face of a clash of the strong, ordinary people are nothing but ants, and countless will surely die or be injured. Even martial artists could not escape this calamity. Everyone's gaze turned towards the direction from which the sound came. At this moment, the golden light in the sky had faded and a figure slowly appeared, appearing above Jiangda University the next instant. Around 40 years old, with a refined and scholarly demeanor, he was Minister Duan Changtian of Jiangnan Province. It's Minister Duan. What brings him here? Another war king. Now there are 3 war kings appearing. Fortunately, Minister Duan arrived in time, otherwise we would have been doomed if the 2 war kings had started fighting. Seeing that Minister Duan had averted a potential disaster, everyone broke out in a cold sweat and breathed a sigh of relief. The clash between war kings was far beyond what the 4 symbols war generals could match. It was capable of destroying the heavens and the earth, leaving only terror and death in its wake. Let alone watching, just surviving would be considered lucky. After Duan Changtian appeared, Chairman Liang nodded to him, said nothing more, gave Chen Xian a deep look, took a step, and disappeared into the sky above Jiangda in an instant. After Chairman Liang left, Minister Duan looked at Chen Xian in surprise, his eyes full of admiration. I didn't expect you to improve so quickly. It's incredible. His eyes flickered, speculating that Chen Xian might have used some secret technique to leap his combat power to the Battle King stage in a short period of time. Otherwise, even a genius could not possibly achieve such a heaven-defying feat with the normal cultivation speed. Nevertheless, Chen Xian's talent is still astonishing. Greetings, senior. Chen Xian nodded slightly, a smile playing on his lips. If it weren't for the Starstone that Duan Changtian gave him, he wouldn't have been able to raise his combat power to this level in such a short time. Given today's situation, he was probably already under someone else's control. Moreover, Duan Changtian's sudden appearance, though for Dongling City, successfully stopped Chairman Liang. Otherwise, with his current strength, the outcome against that veteran battle king would be truly uncertain. Minister Duan exchanged a few more words with Principal Lin, nodded in acknowledgement, and then turned and left. Chen Xian fell from the sky and stepped into the Jiangda campus. The moment he landed, the entire Jiangda campus erupted in excitement. All the students cheered with joy. They had just witnessed Jiang University students kill 2 4 symbols generals in one fell swoop, and even the 8 desolate war king, President Liang, dared not make any rash moves. They would never believe that Chairman Liang would back down because of Minister Duan's words. If he didn't have absolute power, he would probably have been arrested long ago. Chen Xian, at only 17 years old, accomplished such an extraordinary feat. This is unprecedented and will likely never be repeated. The same thought arose in the students' minds. As Chen Xian's classmates, they naturally felt extremely proud. It is foreseeable that once this matter spreads, it will cause a huge uproar in Jiangnan province and even further afield. Jiangnan University's ranking will definitely soar as a result, and graduates from this school will be viewed with more respect. All of this is a miracle brought about by the freshmen in front of us. Jiangda has produced an unparalleled genius. Director Sun was so excited that his face turned red, and he almost danced with joy. He had high hopes for Chen Xian's future ever since he entered the school. Chen Xian's outstanding performance in the freshman competition and the battle against the alien beast in Haicheng made him feel very gratified. When Wu Wanlei came to seek revenge, he declared war on behalf of Chen Xian. At that time, everyone was full of doubts and even thought he was crazy. He was filled with anxiety. If Chen Xian lost, not only him and Chen Xian, but Jiangda might also become a laughingstock. But who would have thought that Chen Xian would turn the tide and instantly kill 2 generals with his powerful martial arts? Even the 8 desolate war kings dared not make a move. Thinking of this, his eyes welled up with tears, and he almost wanted to roar to the sky. Now, it was all worth it. Today's battle will surely make Chen Xian famous and make him a top martial arts expert in Jiangnan province. Jiangda University will also benefit from this rise. Chen Xian walked over, smiled and nodded at him, and then walked into the principal's office with Principal Lin. As soon as he sat down, Chen Xian said with a smile, "Principal, I plan to go back to Yunhai." After leaving the principal's office, Chen Xian went straight to the cultivation room in Villa Number 1. Principal Lin fully supported Chen Xian's decision to go back and bring his sister to Dongling, and even thoughtfully arranged for a spaceship to pick her up and drop her off, and said that he would arrange for his sister to attend the best school in Dongling. Principal Lin originally wanted to give Chen Xian a combat spaceship, but he politely declined. As his strength increased, his need for external items diminished. He can have whatever he needs delivered to him whenever he wants. The high-ranking officials of Jiangnan province also tried their best to win over Chen Xian. After all, a king of the 8 desolations is already the top combat force of the human race, and there are very few of them in Jiangnan province. He lightly stomped his foot, and the entire Jiangnan province trembled. I wonder what Yuqing's expression will be when she sees me. Chen Xian smiled slightly, recalling the joyful image of his sister seeing him. I'll go back first thing tomorrow morning. He made up his mind. As for courses? You're kidding. There's no one at Jiang University who can teach him anymore. In fact, martial artists of his caliber are extremely rare even on Earth. Even those 10 directions war gods only reached their current level after becoming war kings and through their own exploration and cultivation. At this level, talent undoubtedly determines everything. Unless a legendary martial arts master appears, one can only rely on their own exploration to move forward. On From Blue Star, the 10 war gods have reached the pinnacle of martial arts. Without exception, they guard extremely dangerous places such as the Abyss Secret Realm, facing terrifying high-level alien beasts. If Chen Xian wanted to advance further, his only option besides seeking guidance from those masters was to go to the Tianlang Martial Academy. However, there is another way, which is to read widely about various martial arts techniques and skills. Chen Xian pondered for a moment before speaking. This method may have limited effect on others, but it is extremely suitable for him. He was well aware that although his strength had increased rapidly with the help of the talent system and he had created his own powerful martial arts techniques, his poor family background had prevented him from accessing enough martial arts techniques, resulting in a weak foundation. A towering building starts from the ground up. The foundation is the most crucial element. Now we must absorb a large number of martial arts techniques to consolidate our foundation and broaden our horizons. We must explore all kinds of techniques, including fist and leg techniques, as well as body techniques and external skills. Although we have deduced the fourth stage of the divine forging scripture, it is not stable, and we have no clue about the subsequent deductions. We should take this opportunity to find a new breakthrough. After speaking with Principal Lin, the staff in charge of this matter quickly arrived at Villa Number 1. Lord Chen, all the cultivation techniques you need are in here. When connecting to the computer, the staff member said cautiously, "After all, the Chen Xian before us is no longer the same as before. He is now the martial arts king of the human race. If you displease him, he could kill you with a single blow and you'd have nowhere to complain." Principal Lin also specifically instructed that you can freely view these martial arts techniques and skills without needing any academic credits. The staff member said respectfully. Chen Xian nodded. This was within his expectations. Even if credits were required, he could afford it. The beast cores he obtained in Haichang were still in his room, enough to exchange for a large number of credits. Jiangde University has a vast collection of books, containing no fewer than 1,000 manuals of martial arts techniques, which is far too many to read in a short time. Under Chen Xian's instructions, the staff quickly printed out the manuals he had selected and delivered them over. This batch alone contains hundreds of books. Even with 10,000 times the talent, it would be late at night by the time he finished reading them, and several hours would have passed quietly. But the effect was immediate. Although these basic martial arts theories did not help his current strength much, they opened up new avenues of thought for him. At least, the fourth stage of the divine forging scripture will soon be perfected. During the battle with Wu and Lu, the fourth stage, deduced by the 10,000-fold talent, was not yet perfect. If it continued, it might affect the deduction of subsequent techniques. Now, this hidden danger can be completely eliminated. More importantly, as his talent level increased 10,000-fold, Chen Xian clearly felt that the talent system had changed. It seemed to not only deduce objects and techniques, but also had other hidden functions, which he would have to discover slowly in the future. There's still time. We can cultivate the star battle body for a while. Chen Xian pondered. For him, it didn't matter whether he slept or not. There were still several hours until dawn, enough time to review his martial arts techniques again. He then took out the star stone and placed it in the cultivation room. Perhaps due to the advancement of his talent, when he looked at the blue-green stone body again, it emitted rays of golden light, as if a great sun was hidden within it, and it seemed to be a living creature. Minister Duan said that this is a starstone he obtained from an ancient site, and now it seems that it is indeed worthy of the name. Chen Xian said in shock. At this moment, the starstone seems to be revealing its true form for the first time. In every aspect, it gives people a completely different feeling. This golden light is even more powerful than the power of stars and immortality, and it is filled with the aura of the ancient primordial world. Chen Xian took a deep breath, focused his mental energy, and slashed fiercely at the starstone. As he struck, a faint golden light appeared in the training room, and as soon as it lit up, it emitted a terrifying power. Although there was only one, it was as magnificent as the blazing sun. The power of this golden light is even more terrifying than that of the War King. Its essence is vast and boundless. Chen Xian opened his eyes and spoke slowly, a look of shock flashing in his eyes. It should be noted that the War King is already a top-tier warrior among humans, and even he felt a sense of dread. This power must be even more profound and unfathomable. With a sudden thought, Chen Xian began to try to absorb the golden light. As the golden light was absorbed into his body, he shuddered, and an extremely terrifying power erupted from within him, centered on the golden light. Chen Xian's flawless star battle body trembled under the impact of this powerful force. His skin was torn, his bones were cracked, and some even broke. The 30 immortal cells in the heart were also throbbing violently, bursting out with terrifying golden light, and rapidly repairing the damaged body under the impetus of mental power. Chen Xian's body constantly shifted between damage and repair. With the surge of his vital energy, his body and mind underwent another earth-shattering transformation. Flesh and bones were completely vitrified, and from a distance, the whole person seemed to be cast from crystal-clear gemstones, radiating a dazzling starlight that was breathtaking. Just this one golden light has propelled my starry battle body to the divine realm. Chen Xian gasped, his heart filled with indescribable shock. He was absolutely certain that even in a fierce battle at the level of a war king, his physical defense alone would be enough to put the enemy in a difficult situation and leave them helpless. The starry battle body at the divine realm is undoubtedly an extremely terrifying technique. Now, Qin Xian, unleashing his full power, is enough to shake mountains and rivers. Combined with the Meteor Annihilation Fist, it might even allow one to reach a level of physical invincibility. Chen Xian closed his eyes again, carefully experiencing this power. The next day, just as dawn was breaking, a small spaceship landed in front of Villa Number 1. Chen Xian boarded the spaceship and arrived in Yunhai City in less than a few tens of minutes. As soon as he landed, Chen Xian returned home, only to find his younger sister had already left for school. After a moment's hesitation, he headed towards the Yunhai City Martial Arts Alliance. I wonder how Brother Jean and Chairman Dugu are doing now, he thought to himself. As he entered the martial arts hall, he saw people coming and going, with many aspiring martial artists coming for certification. Chen Xian smiled slightly, recalling the scene when he himself was certified as a martial artist. Just as he was about to step forward, several people walked up to him, and the leader suddenly shoved Chen Xian hard. "Kid, this is not a place for you. Get out of here." Chen Xian frowned and stepped forward to dodge. The man was stunned for a moment, not expecting Chen Xian to be so agile. He sneered, "You're all dressed up, aren't you? Trying to participate in the martial arts assessment like everyone else? Get out of my way, don't get in my way." Chen Xian countered, "Why can't I participate in the assessment?" The man glanced at him contemptuously and sneered, "Look at your poor appearance, you should just finish your compulsory education. Not everyone can become a martial artist." After saying that, he chuckled coldly a few times and turned to leave. "Stop, did I say you could leave?" Chen Xian's gaze was icy. How could a dignified war king be so easily humiliated? "Hey kid, still not convinced?" The man turned around and walked back, sneering. "Look, it looks like there's a commotion over there," someone shouted from a distance. "It's Su Ning. That guy is bullying people again. Brother Guan Hua, do you want to die? Do you know that he just passed the intermediate martial arts master assessment and has a combat strength of 4,000? You are only a beginner martial artist. He can kill you with one palm." A few martial artists nearby were whispering among themselves. One middle-aged martial artist was speaking indignantly when his companion cautiously reminded him. In this world where martial arts reign supreme, it wouldn't be surprising to be ambushed and disappear one day. Guan Hua sighed, then suddenly exclaimed, "Look, isn't that Chen Xian? This year's top scorer in our province's college entrance examination." The others looked up in surprise, all shocked. Didn't he go to Jian University to study? Why is he back? How did he get into a conflict with Su Ning? Won't he suffer a loss? I thought Brother Chen was just a beginner martial artist. That won't work either. Su Ning is an intermediate martial arts master. Brother Chen is no match for him, the group discussed anxiously. During the previous martial arts assessment, it was Qin Xian who had blocked a blow from the Dark Tiger King, saving their lives. Otherwise, they would have been dead long ago. "Teacher Su, I think you started this, and this Brother Chen is this year's top scorer in the college entrance examination." Guan Hua hurriedly ran over and pulled Chen Xian away. Brother Guan." Chen Xian was taken aback, not expecting to run into an acquaintance here. Seeing the white badge on the other man's chest, he knew that he had passed the beginner martial artist test. "Guan Hua, are you looking for death?" Su Ning's face immediately darkened, and his voice was cold and sharp. However, upon hearing that Chen Xian was the top scorer in the college entrance examination, he was slightly taken aback, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes, but he quickly glanced at him disdainfully. "Why aren't you in school? You've run back here. Did you get expelled? Apologize to me now, and I might let you off the hook." Su Ning said with a cold smile. "Make me apologize?" Chen Xian's face instantly darkened. Where did this monkey come from? He really doesn't know what's good for him. He was just about to teach him a lesson. Just then, the building's elevator suddenly stopped in the lobby on the first floor, and a middle-aged martial artist stepped out. Seeing the commotion, he frowned. Everyone around was startled, and Su Ning was sweating profusely. Grandmaster Jinshi usually hated martial artists arguing and fighting in private. If he sees this and it leaves a bad impression, that wouldn't be a good thing. In this sea of clouds, apart from the Martial Arts Alliance President Dugu, Grandmaster Jinshi is almost invincible, enough to intimidate all martial artists. Consider yourself lucky. Su Ning snorted coldly and was about to leave. "I'll say it again, did I let you leave?" Chen Xian responded calmly. Everyone was shocked to hear this. Guan Hua nervously tugged at Chen Xian's sleeve. After all, Jinshi had just been promoted to Grandmaster and was at the height of his prestige. There was no need to offend him. "What happened?" Jinshi approached, his expression displeased, and asked. Su Ning revealed a smug look on his face. Seeing Jinshi approaching, he hurriedly stepped forward and said, "Grandmaster Jin, this person is causing trouble here because he is the top scorer in the college entrance examination. He doesn't take our martial arts alliance seriously at all." He pointed at Chen Xian and made up a bunch of nonsense. In the Cloud Sea, someone actually dared to cause trouble at the martial arts alliance? That's practically suicide. Jinshi frowned, disbelieving his words, and looked in the direction he was pointing pointing, only to see Chen Xian still standing there. Chen. Jin Shi's expression suddenly changed drastically, and he stammered, unable to speak. Unlike these low-level martial artists, he already knew that Chen Xian had become the king of the 8 desolations and killed 2 war generals. Even though he was already a grandmaster, and President Dugu was like a god in his eyes, these 2 warriors who were of the same level as President Dugu were easily killed by Chen Xian yesterday. Even more outrageous is that Chairman Liang of the Jiangnan Provincial Martial Arts Alliance dared not make any rash moves. The entire Jiangnan martial arts community is buzzing with the news that Chen Xian has become the 6th 8 desolate war king. That is the absolute king of martial arts. In a fit of rage, one can destroy a city with a population of 10 million. If warriors are no ordinary men, then the kings of the 8 wastelands are gods. Although he didn't understand why Chen Xian was here, Jin sure knew that things were serious. This bastard in front of me dares to say that the 8 desolate kings are here to cause trouble. He must have something wrong with his head. Have you ever seen any war king of the 8 desolations who was so bored? Jin sure took a deep breath, stared at Su Ning, and asked, "What did you just say? You said he came here to cause trouble?" "That's right, Grandmaster Jin. Let's teach him a lesson and show him that one shouldn't be arrogant. This is for his own good." Su Ning responded in a deep voice. Okay, you're absolutely right. One shouldn't be arrogant, he needs to be taught a lesson. Jin sure nodded, and the next second, his blood and chi erupted, accompanied by a dragon's roar, and a terrifying force pressed down on Su Ning. Su Ning was startled, and before he could react, he was suddenly brought to his knees with a thud, his leg bones shattering, and he let out a shrill scream. Jin Shi's sudden action startled everyone, leaving them bewildered. Jin Shi is powerful, but he is usually mild-mannered. This is the first time I have seen him use such ruthless methods. "Grandmaster Jin, what are you doing? Where did I go wrong?" Su Ning struggled and shouted. "Wrong? Where did you go wrong? You think you're so great that you dare to look down on the 8 desolate war king? What am I to you?" Jin Shi suppressed his anger. After all, he dared not act recklessly in front of the war king. He wanted nothing more than to slap the bastard in front of him to death, but he had offended Chen Xian, so how he should act depended on Chen Xian's attitude. At this moment, he only hoped that Chen Xian would not have any objections to the Cloud Sea Martial Arts Alliance. After all, although Chen Xian was from Yunhai, it was hard to say whether he could establish a connection with him. After all, Chen Xian's current strength and status are already unattainable. 8 desolate war king? What war king? Grandmaster Jin, what are you talking about? Su Ning gritted his teeth and endured the pain, his face full of confusion. He was inexplicably caught up in the rumors about the war king, and was secretly shocked. How dare he underestimate the war king? Who was really disrespecting whom? Logically speaking, it should be the war king who didn't take him seriously at all. What am I even saying? Jin Shi could no longer restrain himself and kicked Su Ning hard. Su Ning screamed in agony as his internal organs and blood gushed from his mouth. Jin Shi shouted, "The person you just mentioned is an 8 desolate war king." "A war king? Do you understand what that means?" Su Ning looked at Chen Xian in horror, and the others were also stunned, staring at Chen Xian in shock. However, they noticed that Jin Shi was trembling slightly, standing beside Chen Xian with a hint of fear. Su Ning's face turned deathly pale, and he almost fainted. To underestimate the kings of the 8 wastelands is a heinous crime that cannot be forgiven. "My lord, what do you think should be done with him?" Jin Shi asked cautiously. "Brother Jin, what are you doing?" Chen Xian patted Jin Shi's shoulder lightly, shook his head, and laughed. Both Jin Shi and President Dugu had taken good care of him in the past, so he naturally wouldn't put on airs in front of them. Feeling the warmth of Chen Xian's hand, Jin Shi shuddered and his face flushed slightly. The fact that the other party, a high-ranking war king, was so nostalgic filled him with excitement. "Let's go up and see President Dugu." Su Ning deserved to die for insulting the war king, but Jin Shi had already destroyed his martial arts foundation, reducing him to an ordinary person, so Chen Xian didn't bother to pursue the matter any further. After greeting Manhwa, Chen Xian and Jin Shi went upstairs together. Jin Shi's eyes lit up, and he secretly resolved to get closer to Manhwa in the future. The surrounding martial artists looked at Manhwa with envy, all knowing that Manhwa was destined for a bright future. In the martial arts world of Yunhai, no one dares to provoke him easily. Even grandmasters of metal and stone would definitely take extra care of him. Manhwa's expression was complicated, and his eyes were moist. He naturally understood that Chen Xian was helping him. A few minutes later, Chen Xian and Jin Shi arrived at a room. President Dugu was also surprised to see Chen Xian, but Chen Xian did not put on airs, which made the two of them feel much more relaxed. "King Chen, I never expected that you would become the king of the 8 desolations in just 2 months." President Dugu looked on in disbelief. In just 2 months, he rose from a high-level martial artist to a battle king, a feat so outrageous it almost overturned his worldview. As for having Chen Xian participate in the Martial Arts Alliance competition again, that's simply a joke. President Dugu shook his head and smiled. "Chen Zhanwang, did you come back for the high school league competition?" "President Dugu, we've known each other for a long time, don't be so polite, it makes me feel a little uncomfortable." Chen Xian chuckled and said, "I didn't know about the high school league competition. mission. I came back this time to pick up Yuqing and take her to Dongling. Hearing Chen Xian's words, President Duge nodded, understanding his intention. The martial arts world of Yunhai was ultimately no match for Dongling. Chen Xian's choice couldn't be more appropriate. Yuqing has made rapid progress recently and will also participate in this league competition. President Duge laughed. It's good to get more exercise. Chen Xian nodded and smiled. After chatting with the two for a few minutes, seeing that his younger sister would be getting out of school soon, Chen Xian said goodbye and left to pick her up. He had just arrived at the school gate when the school bell rang, and Chen Xian saw Yuqing and several classmates come out. Upon seeing Chen Xian, Chen Yuqing was stunned for a moment, rubbing her eyes, wondering if she was seeing things. After confirming it was her brother, she excitedly ran over and hugged Chen Xian's arm. Brother, why are you back? We'll talk about it when we get home. Chen Xian smiled and rubbed his sister's nose. Chen Yuqing nodded obediently, said goodbye to her classmates, and followed Chen Xian home. Soon after, the two siblings returned home. Brother, you just got back, get some rest. I'll go cook. As Yuqing spoke, she put down her school bag and skipped off to cook. However, when Chen Xian looked at his sister's back, he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, huh? He hadn't noticed before, but now he realized that she had already advanced to a high-level martial artist, and her combat strength was almost on par with that of a beginner martial artist. What's going on? How did Yuqing's cultivation progress so quickly? Chen Xian muttered to himself, full of doubt. At that moment, his brain raced, and then a voice echoed in his mind. Unknown soul entity detected. An unknown soul entity? Upon hearing the system notification, Chen Xian was completely bewildered. As one of the many time travelers, and having read hundreds of time travel novels, he naturally understood what this meant. Yuqing has an old man in her life. However, martial arts training on Earth focuses more on the physical body and blood, and does not delve deeply into the realm of the soul. Could this be a powerful being from another planet with life? Chen Xian pondered for a moment, then put aside his concerns. After all, having such an old man to assist her was undoubtedly a good thing for Yuqing. Yuqing's strength was able to rapidly improve to the level of a high-level martial artist in a short period of time, which was obviously inseparable from the soul entity. As long as the other party doesn't do anything excessive, he turns a blind eye and pretends not to see it. He just didn't know what level of power the soul entity had been back then, or whether it would harbor any ill intentions in the future. Thinking of this, Chen Xian turned around and went back to his bedroom. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Master, did my brother just notice something? I felt there was something off about his eyes. As soon as she entered the kitchen, Yuqing gently closed the door and whispered. She wore a light green necklace around her neck, simple yet mysterious. At that moment, she was speaking softly to the necklace. She bought the necklace from a roadside stall while shopping with her friends. She thought it was pretty at the time, but she never expected that it would contain the soul of a strong person. Under the guidance of this powerful figure, her strength improved rapidly in a short period of time. That's right, your brother has already noticed. A soft female voice came from the necklace. Ah, my brother already found out? Then why didn't he ask me? Yuqing was stunned, feeling a little depressed. She didn't want to hide what she had experienced from her brother, but since she had promised her master, she naturally couldn't reveal it easily. Perhaps he has his own plans, the mysterious woman said slowly, pausing for a moment, her tone tinged with surprise. Your brother is so young, yet he has unleashed a battle power of 100 million, which is equivalent to the power of a dragon. He is actually a battle king. While a war king might not be considered anything special at her peak, it's rare for someone so young to possess such strength. Even in the Flame Sun Galaxy and beyond, such talent is exceptionally outstanding. Impossible. 2 months ago, when my brother went to Jiang University, he was only a beginner martial artist. Yuqing was astonished. Upon hearing her master's words, she had already progressed quickly enough, but her brother's speed was simply unbelievable. What? Just 2 months ago he was a beginner martial artist? The next moment, a woman dressed in luxurious clothes slowly appeared, looking quite shocked. Even in the star field she ruled, she had rarely seen such a rapid cultivation speed in millions of years. Moreover, this is just a small, wild planet, making such talent all the more outstanding. Yuqing nodded, feeling happy for her brother. Her brother had become stronger. That meant he could protect her forever, right? Interesting, very interesting. A bright light suddenly flashed in the eyes of the woman in the gorgeous dress, and a faint smile appeared on her face, as if she had something on her mind. This small planet can't stop him. Perhaps he will venture into a wider star field. Xiaoqing, do you want to see the outside world? Back in his bedroom, Chen Xian sat quietly for a moment before Yuqing called him to eat. See cucumber and fishball soup, stir-fried tiger meat. All the ingredients are expensive. In the past, the brother and sister might not have been able to afford to eat like this even once a year, but now they don't have to worry about money at all. Although energy drinks can replenish energy, people still prefer the taste of eating a meal by themselves. Aside from the most elite individuals, no one is willing to completely give up their diet. Yuqing, your cooking skills are still as excellent as ever. I plan to take you to Dongling to study in the next couple of days. During the meal, Chen Xian said with a smile. Okay, but I want to participate participate in this high school league competition. Yuqing hesitated for a moment before speaking. Okay, we'll leave after the match. Chen Xian nodded with a smile. He had already heard from Guildmaster Dugu that his sister was going to participate in the alliance tournament, so of course he had no objections. With his current strength, he had no reason to skip class. After dinner, Yuqing excitedly skipped back to her bedroom. Tomorrow was the big competition, and she needed to prepare well. At the same time, Chen Xian received calls from President Dugu and Principal Zhang of Yunhai No. 1 Middle School, inviting him to attend tomorrow's league competition. Compared to President Dugu, Principal Zhang's tone clearly conveyed surprise and delight at Chen Xian's sudden return to Yunhai. With Chen Xian's status as the top scorer in the college entrance examination, Yunhai No. 1 High School is now undoubtedly the top high school in Yunhai. No problem, Chen Xian readily agreed. Since his sister was participating in the competition, he naturally had to support her. The spacious open-air training ground at Yunhai No. 1 Middle School was bustling with activity, packed with high school students participating in the competition and onlookers. Students from various schools lined up in an orderly fashion. This competition is mainly for senior high school students, but students from other grades who are strong enough can also sign up. Yuqing is the only first-year high school student who signed up alone, which has attracted a lot of attention and curiosity. Amid the noisy crowd, Yuqing stood with several classmates who had come to watch the competition. Yuqing, keep it up. Maybe you can win first place. Yes, they have no idea that you are already a high-level martial artist. This will definitely catch them off guard. Hee, it would be really exciting if Yuqing won the competition. Several girls whispered among themselves and couldn't help but laugh. Yuqing, who are you looking for? Didn't you say your brother would come? A girl noticed Yuqing looking around and asked curiously. As the top scorer in the previous college entrance examination, Chen Xian is still a legendary figure in their hearts, and they all want to see what he looks like. Yes, my brother just came back from Dongling. Yuqing looked away and answered with a smile. She felt at ease, since her brother had promised he would definitely come, though something might be holding him back. That's right, this is an important moment for Yuqing in the competition. Her brother will definitely come. Another girl said softly. However, there are two students this time that Yuqing needs to pay special attention to. They are both advanced martial artists and geniuses from Yunhai No. 1 Middle School and No. 2 Middle School, respectively. After all, Chen Xian, who won the top score in the Jiangnan Province College entrance examination, was only at the advanced martial arts level. Now, there are two high school seniors who have reached this level, so it is clear that the overall strength of this year's seniors far surpasses that of the previous year. As they were talking, the crowd suddenly became even noisier, and the sound was much louder than before. Look, it's Liang Qi from Yunhai No. 1 Middle School. I heard he already has the strength of a high-level martial artist. Principal Zhang even considers him a top candidate for this year's college entrance examination champion. Xiahua from No. 2 Middle School is also quite good. His strength is in no way inferior to Liang Qi's. This competition is going to be interesting, but No. 3 Middle School doesn't have any particularly outstanding students, and the other high schools are on a completely different level. I heard that a first-year high school student from No. 3 Middle School also participated in the competition. Isn't that a joke? More and more people rushed to the front row, and these two were undoubtedly the biggest favorites to win the championship. They already possessed the strength of advanced martial artists, and their future was promising. Becoming a grandmaster or even stronger was not impossible. In the middle of the venue, the two walked slowly, exuding confidence and charisma, followed by many students. One is fat and the other is thin. They are Liang Qi and Xiahua, the favorites to win the championship. He doesn't look that handsome, but he puts on a lot of airs. A girl next to Yuqing muttered something under her breath. Yuqing didn't speak. The two people in front of her were quite strong, but with her master's guidance, she was confident that she would not be inferior to them. The outcome of the competition was unpredictable. Just as everyone was discussing this, a group of people slowly walked out from the high platform to the east. These were the presidents of various universities and the people in charge of this event. Following closely behind were several former high school students who happened to have returned to Yunhai to watch the league competition. Every year, senior students go on stage to encourage their juniors. I wonder who it will be this time. Behind teacher Chao Fei were several students, who upon closer inspection turned out to be Huang Fei, Su Yan, Wang Kai, and others. These university students were there for some unknown reason. The speaker just now was Huang Fei. You still want to go on stage and speak to the younger students? Wang Kai sneered. Look at your own abilities. Even if you were to go on stage, it should be Su Yan's turn. It's a pity Chen Xian didn't come back, otherwise, what would you be? Wang Kai mocked. You fatso, watch your mouth. I'm a high-level martial artist now. How much stronger can Chen Xian be than me? Huang Fei snorted coldly, indignant. Advanced martial artist? You're an advanced martial artist? Wang Kai was astonished. He knew that Huang Fei was only a beginner martial artist when he took the college entrance examination, so how could he have improved so quickly in 2 months? Seeing Wang Kai's shocked expression, Huang Fei smiled smugly and was about to make a few sarcastic remarks when Su Yan frowned and immediately stopped him. The match is about to start, you two stop arguing. Upon hearing Su Yan's words, the two exchanged a glance and said nothing more. After all, Su Yan was not only their class monitor but also possessed the combat power of a high-level martial artist during the college entrance examination, and her strength is now even greater than before. As time went by, almost all the contestants had arrived, and the crowd surged and thronged, each radiating a strong fighting spirit. The 9th Yunhai City High School League competition will officially begin in 10 minutes, the host announced loudly and enthusiastically from the platform. In addition, our Yunhai martial arts #1 expert, the Four Symbols warrior, Lord Dugu, will also be present to watch the competition and witness the talent of all the students. As soon as President Dugu finished speaking, a deafening cheer erupted from the crowd. Immediately afterwards, in the spotlight, a golden figure appeared in the air, sacred and solemn, inspiring awe. My God, it really is President Dugu. He is one of the Four Symbols warriors. I didn't expect President Dugu to come too. It's unbelievable. I heard this is his first time watching a league match. It's definitely my first time. It's so exciting. I'm going crazy. I feel my blood boiling. At this moment, everyone was cheering, and the Four Symbols warriors were like gods in their eyes. He single-handedly guarded a city with a population of tens of millions, his divine might unmatched. Even such a figure values this competition, which has stirred the passion of everyone present. The students participating in the competition, in particular, all had burning eyes, eager to get on the field and compete immediately. At this moment, President Dugu, who seemed to float in the air like a god, waved his hand to stop the noise. The scene gradually quieted down, and everyone looked up at him. President Dugu took a deep breath and shouted, "Students, let us welcome the arrival of the martial arts king." Before the words were finished, a beam of light shot into the sky, the terrifying energy almost blotting out the sun, and an unparalleled sun appeared in the sky, radiating a destructive pressure. President Dugu appeared exceptionally small standing before this great sun. Martial, king of martial arts. Instantly, everyone was horrified, their hearts nearly bursting. Gazing at the dazzling, radiant sun in the sky, no one could remain calm. The figure was none other than a king of the 8 desolations, a martial arts emperor. With the 10 directions war gods guarding the secret realm and rarely venturing out, the 8 desolate war kings are an invincible existence on Blue Star, inspiring fear in all who hear of them. In the war against the border beasts, their actions often sway the course of the battle, making them the ultimate force against the invasion of high-level beasts. They are the guardians of the human race on Earth. My God, this is insane, absolutely insane. The 8 desolate kings have actually come to watch the match in person. This is the first time in history. Yes, but I dare say this will be the last time. I thought President Dugu's appearance was already shocking enough, but I didn't expect that this ordinary high school competition would be elevated to an unprecedented level. Even the King of War is here in person. This is unprecedented and will surely be recorded in the history of Yunhai City. I feel my blood boiling. Let's fight. Let's begin the battle. Even with the War King present, people were still whispering among themselves, their expressions revealing undisguised shock and excitement. Although it is uncertain which War King is in the sky, the arrival of the King of the 8 Desolations is undoubtedly the supreme glory of Yunhai City. Under the watchful gaze of the War King, all the participating students were filled with fervor, eager to immediately take to the stage and engage in battle. It was foreseeable that this competition would be the most intense and fierce yet, with everyone unleashing their strongest power, determined to defeat their opponents. On the high platform, the school leaders were stunned, then trembled with excitement. The appearance of President Dugu was already incredible, but the arrival of the 8 Desolations King had pushed this competition to its climax. They all looked at the host. At that moment, the host, holding the microphone, his lips trembling slightly, understood the leader's hint, took a deep breath, and, as if on a pilgrimage, announced in an extremely devout voice, "Let us warmly welcome the arrival of the guardian deity of humanity, a king of the 8 wastelands." As soon as he finished speaking, a deafening roar of cheers erupted throughout the arena. At this moment, everyone unleashed their inner excitement to the extreme, almost reaching the edge of madness. Chen Shan nodded slightly, his voice soft yet clearly reaching everyone's ears. With a smile on her face, Chen Yuqing playfully winked at the War King in the sky. Just now, her master had already told her that the War King in the sky was her brother. Chen Xian was taken aback, then realized what he meant, and shook his head with a chuckle, knowing that it must have been his sister's mysterious master who told her that. Now that he knew, he didn't intend to hide it from his sister. On the high platform, Huang Fei was filled with excitement, eager to deliver an encouraging speech on behalf of the students. Showing off was secondary. Once he caught the eye of the War King, he would surely soar to great heights, dazzling the world like a star. Principal Zhang, I heard that senior students perform on stage in every year's competition. Thinking of this, Huang Fei couldn't help but lean closer to Principal Zhang and whisper something. Principal Zhang frowned, about to respond, when suddenly a voice entered his ears. He was suddenly startled, looked up at the sky with surprise and delight. He then waved his hand in acknowledgement and walked to the front desk. With Chen Xian present, who would dare to utter a sound. The next moment, with the host's announcement, the high school league competition officially began. The spacious arena had long been divided into countless smaller arenas, and the contestants, holding their number plates, headed towards their respective arenas. Chen Yuqing, holding her number, went to a nearby arena. Her opponent was a senior high school student with considerable skill. The opponent initially laughed contemptuously, thinking he had gained the upper hand, but before he could make a move, he was knocked down by Chen Yuqing in one move and fell straight off the stage. Not bad. Yuqing's master seems extremely powerful. Yuqing's combat strength is now almost comparable to that of a martial arts master, and her martial arts skills are also extremely advanced, with incredibly precise strikes. Chen Xian watched the match from the air, inwardly praising her. Although Master Yuqing's strength was unknown, her insight was certainly extraordinary. Even I am far inferior. Chen Xian withdrew his gaze, hovering in the air, boundless golden light enveloping the arena. He then focused his mind on his sea of consciousness, silently cultivating. The golden light he obtained from the Starstone last time was mysterious and powerful. Although there was only one, it was extremely terrifying. Even he was shocked by it, and easily pushed his star battle body to the divine realm. This shows just how terrifying it is. Only Chen Xian knew that the golden light did not disappear after pushing his star battle body to the divine realm, but instead remained within his body, constantly enhancing his physical combat power. This golden light does not originate from the power of the War King, nor even the 10 directions war gods may possess it. Its origin is extremely mysterious. If one can truly comprehend it, the starry battle body will likely see an even greater improvement. Chen Xian was secretly shocked. The starry battle body, already at the divine realm, has advanced once again, its terrifying power unimaginable. Of course, this is by no means something that can be achieved overnight. Even with 10,000 times the talent, it is by no means easily attained. Just as Chen Xian closed his eyes in deep thought, the competition below had entered its most intense phase. Many students who had been hiding their true strength were now unleashing their full power, and those who usually performed well were easily defeated. The scene was spectacular, leaving all the spectators in awe. The intensity of this competition far exceeded that of previous editions. Yuqing's performance at this time was particularly remarkable. As a first-year high school student, she displayed extraordinary combat power, overwhelming all her opponents. Even in the most difficult battles, she did not exceed 5 moves, making her performance exceptionally eye-catching. At the same time, she was the only first-year high school student in this competition, attracting everyone's attention. Xiao Sun, who is that student? The principal of number 3 middle school stood up abruptly, beaming with joy, and asked loudly, pointing in the direction of Chen Yuqing. It's Chen Yuqing, a first-year student at our school, the teacher next to her quickly replied, her tone full of disbelief. Many teachers at number 3 middle school knew that Chen Yuqing was participating in the competition, but they didn't think much of it. Unexpectedly, she made it into the top 20 of the finals. Excellent, excellent, truly a genius. Just imagine how amazing he'll be in 2 years. He turned to Principal Zhang, beaming with joy. Old Zhang, the top scorer in the Jiangnan Province College entrance examination in 2 years will probably be from our number 3 high school. The top scorer in the college entrance examination? Principal Zhang looked at him with a complicated expression and asked, do you know who her brother is? The principal of number 3 middle school responded nonchalantly. This year's top scorer in the college entrance examination. Principal Zhang pointed to the radiant figure in the sky, a figure resembling a reincarnated god or demon, and said in a deep voice, Martial Arts King, Chen Xian. On the high platform, these words struck like a muffled thunderclap, instantly reverberating in everyone's hearts. Is Chen Xian the king of the 8 desolations in the heavens? That's impossible. I remember he was only a high-level martial artist just 2 months ago. Unbelievable. Lao Zhang, you're not kidding, are you? As soon as Principal Zhang finished speaking, everyone was shocked and began to question him. No wonder, it's simply unbelievable and absurd for ordinary people to leap from a high-level martial artist to an 8 desolate king in just 2 or 3 months. Chen Xian, just 2 months ago, was only a high-level martial artist who won the top score in the Jiangnan Province College entrance examination, at most a junior martial artist. That's absolutely impossible. What? You think I'm joking? Do you think I would dare to joke about a martial arts master? Principal Zhang replied calmly, but his tone betrayed his shock and joy, and his whole body trembled slightly. This war king is a graduate of number 1 high school. Principal Zhang's words struck them like a heavy hammer, leaving them no room for doubt. You must know how magnificent the 8 desolate war king is. He represents the pinnacle of human martial prowess, like a blazing sun, a god of the 9 heavens, whose might dominates all directions. He alone can guard a city with hundreds of millions of people. Once the rage erupts, mountains and rivers crumble, seas of blood flow, and lives are lost. In the eyes of these ordinary people, that is the supreme true spirit. The only thing we can do is to have awe and reverence, without the slightest disrespect. Otherwise, it would be blasphemy against the gods, a crime punishable by death. In an instant, the platform fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was silent, but their faces were full of horror. horror, and their hearts were far from calm. Impossible, impossible, I don't believe it. I absolutely don't believe it. Huang Fei muttered to himself, his face contorted with rage. He has always been cunning and vengeful. Ever since he was defeated by Qin Xian, he has been constantly thinking about revenge, but he has never had the chance. Chen Xian thought that after the college entrance examination, without Wang Kai's help, he could find a chance to turn the tide. Unexpectedly, Chen Xian unleashed the combat power of a high-level martial artist and became the top scorer in the college entrance examination in Jiangnan province. This almost drove him crazy. After entering university, by a stroke of luck, he was promoted to a high-level martial artist, just one step away from becoming a martial master. He thought this would give him an edge over Chen Xian, but little did he know that Chen Xian had already become the 8th Desolate War King. The 8th Desolate War King is a king in the martial arts world. Could there be anything more absurd than this? Huang Fei's face was gloomy, and his fists were clenched tightly. Keep your voice down if you don't want to die. Su Yan, standing beside him, gave a cold reminder. Disrespecting a king in private is a capital offense. Even if the king himself doesn't mind, other warriors might kill you in a fit of rage. Upon hearing Su Yan's words, Huang Fei's face turned pale. He looked around and then carefully retreated to the back, saying no more. The principal of number 3 middle school was shocked and speechless. He could only stare at the bright sun in the sky, his heart filled with unease. He silently watched the intense competition below, which had now reached its climax. The top 20 contestants from earlier are now fiercely competing for rankings. These individuals have emerged from hundreds of people, and their strength is self-evident. Each one is a top student from their respective high school, with even the weakest approaching the level of an intermediate martial artist. Whether it's combat prowess, martial arts skills, or the grasp of the battle situation, everything is outstanding, leaving the audience thoroughly entertained. Chen Yuqing undoubtedly became the focus of everyone's attention. Not only was she highly skilled in combat, but her martial arts skills were also sharp, often defeating her opponents within a few moves. Those who initially didn't think highly of her, or even mocked her, changed their attitudes and began to support her. For a time, her popularity even surpassed that of Liang Qi and Xiahua, the two top contenders. Defeating numerous senior students as a first-year high school student is already extremely difficult, but her combat prowess as a high-level martial artist is even more astonishing. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, she will undoubtedly become the top scorer in Jiangnan province in the college entrance examination 2 years from now. This is a gifted prodigy. This student named Chen Yuqing is really amazing. You don't know, do you? Her brother is Chen Xian, this year's top scorer in the college entrance examination. I see, no wonder it's so powerful. I thought Liang Qi or Xiahua would be the champion of this competition, but now it seems that's not the case. The principal of number 3 middle school must be overjoyed. The hope was slim, but now a dark horse has emerged. While everyone was discussing, the results of the top 20 competition were announced. Chen Yuqing, Liang Qi, and Xiahua won the top 3 spots. The final championship battle would begin in 10 minutes. Chen Yuqing found a corner to sit down, and the staff handed her tea and a towel. I didn't expect a freshman girl to be vying for first place. Brother Xia, are you confident? Scared? Xiahua opened his eyes and sneered, glancing at him. It's not that we're afraid, it's just that we can't be careless. If we capsize, it will be a mess. Liang Qi said in a deep voice. That's not true, Xiahua responded calmly. Hearing this, Liang Qi shook his head and smiled bitterly. Xiahua was always arrogant, and this time he was probably going to run into a wall. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on Liang Qi's lips, and she felt a sense of anticipation. The classmates who came with Chen Yuqing excitedly stepped forward. Yuqing, you're amazing. Keep it up, beat them, and take first place. That is. Chen Yuqing smiled and said, they are both very strong. I will do my best. Even so, she had made up her mind to win the championship. After all, her brother was still watching from above. She had to make sure her brother saw how much she had grown. Time flew by, the bell rang, and everyone's spirits lifted, filled with excitement, for the ultimate battle was about to begin. This competition has generated a lot of discussion. Will the senior high school students uphold the dignity of their senior year, or will Chen Yuqing, a freshman, defeat the 2 senior high school experts to win the championship? Everyone held their breath, and the leaders on the high platform were also fully focused, their eyes fixed on the arena in the center. The draw determined that Liang Qi would receive a bye, while Chen Yuqing and Xiahua would compete for the championship. It's better to just admit defeat, Xiahua said indifferently, not taking Chen Yuqing seriously at all. Although Chen Yuqing was also a high-level martial artist, he didn't believe she could be his opponent. Seeing Chen Yuqing shake her head, his face suddenly darkened, and he rushed towards her, his fists flashing and his air surging, determined to knock her down. At this moment, he was giving it his all, leaving no room for retreat, hoping to defeat his opponent with a single punch. However, Chen Yuqing's strength far exceeded his expectations. Although their combat power was not much different, Chen Yuqing actually overwhelmed him, and every move she made targeted his weak points, leaving him unable to keep up. Your eyesight is truly amazing. His perception of combat is also extremely sharp. Although their combat strength strength is comparable. It feels like a martial arts master suppressing a martial artist. Although the martial arts master is weaker, his methods are no different from those of a martial arts master. That's amazing. Many martial artists were shocked and amazed by the scene before them. Given time, such a prodigy would undoubtedly grow into an extremely terrifying force. After the second exchange, Xiahua was suddenly thrown backward, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His body swayed, and he was too weak to continue fighting. I lost. Xiahua took a deep breath, turned around and walked off the stage, leaving the competition venue. A proud man like him would naturally feel ashamed to stay here after losing the game. I abstain. Xiahua and I are about the same strength. Since he is no match for Chen Yuqing, I am no match for him either. Facing the gazes of the crowd, Liang Qi shook his head and smiled bitterly. Everyone was taken aback at first, but then they all realized that their choice was correct. The host stepped forward and announced loudly, "All right, the results of the competition have been announced. Congratulations to Chen Yuqing for winning first place in this league. Now, Dugu Zhanjiang will present her with the award." The awarding of prizes to the generals was a pre-arranged event. Awarding prizes to generals is an immense honor, drawing envious glances from everyone present. President Dugu descended from the sky, looked around at everyone, and said with a smile, "Congratulations to Chen Yuqing, but I'm not the one presenting the award this time." Guildmaster Dugu paused for a moment, then shouted loudly, "It is the 8th Desolate War King." As soon as he finished speaking, the stadium froze instantly, then erupted in deafening cheers. Everyone shouted excitedly, releasing their inner turmoil. Just then, a dazzling radiance of the sun suddenly descended. Silence. President Dugu looked around, took a deep breath, and said excitedly, "I have some big news to tell you all. This time, the War King is from our Yunhai city. He is a martial arts king who came from Yunhai city." President Dugu's voice trembled. Simply announcing the news had filled him with overwhelming excitement. He knew all too well the enormous sensation it would cause once it spread. One can imagine that the emergence of a martial arts emperor in a small city is truly an earth-shattering event. As President Dugu finished speaking, everyone froze, staring in shock at the radiant golden sun. Then, the entire arena exploded, the deafening shouts several times louder than before. The fact that a martial arts emperor was born in the small Sea of Clouds is undoubtedly an unparalleled honor for the people of the Sea of Clouds. Amidst the endless golden light, a flawless figure vaguely appeared, its vital energy so strong it seemed to fill the heavens and earth. At this moment, after cheering, everyone bowed and paid their respects to the golden figure, some even kneeling down and worshipping devoutly. Upon seeing Chen Xian descend from the high platform, everyone shuddered, trembling with excitement. To be able to come into such close contact with an 8th Desolate War King was something they had never dared to dream of. Principal Zhang and others were preparing to bow to Chen Xian. "Principal Zhang, Teacher Chao, what are you doing?" Chen Xian waved his hand to stop them, and at the same time, a golden light enveloped the high platform, isolating it from the outside world. Then, the golden light dissipated, and Chen Xian appeared before everyone. "Chen Xian, it really is you. You've actually become the 8 Desolations War King. It's unbelievable. I was thinking of inviting you to give a lecture to the students, but it seems there's no need now." Principal Zhang's eyes flashed with surprise, and he said with emotion, "In just 3 months, he leaped from a high-level martial artist to the 8 Desolations War King, which is almost unbelievable and utterly outrageous." Everyone else was stunned, staring at Chen Xian in shock, unable to utter a single word for a moment. Chen Xian was this year's top scorer in the college entrance examination, so they naturally knew his identity. But what they found unbelievable was that he had reappeared, having already advanced to become a martial arts king. Such a speed of cultivation is simply unprecedented and unparalleled in history. Hearing about it was one thing, but seeing it with my own eyes was another kind of shock. Although they were usually high and mighty, they were extremely reserved in front of Chen Xian at this moment. Even their breathing was careful. "Teacher Chao, class monitor, what's going on here?" Fatty Wang Kai hadn't reacted yet. Chen Xian shook his head, stepped forward, patted Wang Kai on the shoulder, and laughed. "Xuanzi, you scared me to death." Feeling the warmth of Chen Xian's hand, Wang Kai was visibly shaken, his face filled with excitement. He realized that Chen Xian did not look down on him because of his high status, and he couldn't help but pat Chen Xian's shoulder in return, deeply moved. Teacher Chao was visibly agitated. She opened her mouth, but for a long time she didn't know what to say. "Chen Xian, I didn't expect your strength to improve so quickly." Su Yan stepped forward and said softly, her eyes filled with amazement, "By the way, how did you end up back in Yunhai?" "I'm back this time to take Yuqing to Dongling." Chen Xian turned to the principal of number 3 middle school and asked, "Principal Wu, is everything alright?" Principal Wu wiped the sweat from his forehead and quickly replied, "No problem, of course no problem, Your Majesty, please feel free to do as you please." Although he was reluctant to let Chen Yuqing leave, he wouldn't dare to object even if he had 10,000 lives when facing a war king. Chen Xian nodded, glancing at Principal Wu. He thought to himself that he should be grateful to Principal Lin. If he hadn't killed Principal Wu, it wouldn't have been so easy for Principal Lin to rise to power. "Sir, the awards ceremony is almost over," President Dugu reminded him in a low voice. Chen Xian, radiating golden light, slowly walked walked off the stage and handed the prizes prepared for this competition to his younger sister. "Thank you, King of the Eight Desolations." Chen Xian smiled and pretended not to see his sisters winking and gesturing. After the awards ceremony, Chen Xian nodded to Wang Kai and the others, then his body suddenly rose up, transforming into a great sun before disappearing instantly. With Chen Xian's departure, the host announced the successful conclusion of the league competition. As the crowd began to leave, the excitement and surprises of the competition still lingered in their hearts. They walked away, discussing animatedly, their expressions filled with excitement. Not long after Chen Xian returned home, Chen Yuqing followed him back and said proudly, "Brother, you saw it, right? I'm number 1. Yuqing, you did a great job." Chen Xian praised with a smile. "I've already spoken with Principal Lin, and you can come with me to Dongling in the next couple of days." "Are you leaving in the next couple of days? Then I need to say goodbye to my friends first." Shen Yuqing said that she was especially happy to be with her brother. "Although there are people like President Duga taking care of me here, nothing compares to the peace of mind I feel when I'm with my brother." 2 days later, Chen Xian brought his sister to Zhang University. "Brother, this is where you live, Villa number 1. Yuqing stared at the luxurious villa perched atop the hill, speechless with astonishment. "That's right, you can stay here for now, and I'll have Principal Lin arrange for you to enroll later. The best high school in Dongling is Jiangda Affiliated High School, which belongs to Jiangda University. It would be most appropriate for Principal Lin to be in charge of its arrangements." This villa looks even more upscale than the Cloud Sea Martial Arts Alliances. Chen Yuqing skipped and hopped into the room, lay down on the large bed prepared for her, and sighed with gratitude. "You rest first, I'll show you around Jiangda University in a bit." Chen Yuqing nodded in agreement. Over the next 2 days, Chen Xian showed his sister around Jiang University and Dongling, eventually leading them to the principal's office. A high-level martial artist, only 15 years old. Principal Lin and Director Sun stared at Chen Yuqing, their eyes wide with shock and disbelief as they looked at Chen Xian. After all, Chen Xian, as this year's top scorer in the college entrance examination, is only a high-level martial artist and is only 17 years old. Could this younger sister be even more amazing than her brother, perhaps a genius? Principal Lin's eyes gleamed. Why bother with high school? That's a joke. Just let her start from the first year of Jiang University. Principal Lin clapped his hands and burst into laughter. What? Start directly from freshman year? Right here at Jiang University? Chen Xian was taken aback. That's right, starting directly from freshman year. Your sister's abilities are already at the level to go to university. There's no point in keeping her in high school. Director Sun, please make the arrangements. Principal Lin said with a smile, his voice full of confidence. As soon as he finished speaking, he couldn't help but burst into laughter, almost unable to control his emotions, which left everyone present somewhat bewildered. It's no wonder Principal Lin was so happy. After all, Chen Xian, as the king of the Eight Desolations, had already reached the pinnacle of martial arts, and Jiang University couldn't teach him anything at all. Moreover, Chen Xian will be participating in the 9 Domains Genius Battle in half a month, and he will likely leave Blue Star. At that time, the connection between Jiang De and Chen Xian will likely fade. More importantly, Chen Xian brought his younger sister with him this time, and she is a rare martial arts genius. If she also studies at Jiang University, it will not only deepen her relationship with Chen Xian, but may also add another formidable martial arts expert to Jiang University. Okay, I'll arrange it right away. Director Sun clearly realized the benefits and excitedly agreed. Chen Xian shook his head helplessly. After confirming that his sister had no objections, he made the decision to let her start her studies at Jiang University. The next few days were mainly spent arranging Yuqing's enrollment, and the rest of the time was spent cultivating at the villa. As for classes, there was no need for him to attend, as no one could teach him. He focused on the meticulous study and refinement of that terrifying golden light, and his star battle body, at the divine realm, began to show changes. To his even greater shock, he obtained a second golden light from the starstone, and the number of immortal cells condensed to 54. I wonder what the evolved star battle technique will be like. Will it be a completely new technique, or another leap forward based on the existing one? A sense of anticipation welled up in Chen Xian's heart. After saying that, he went back to his cultivation. The night passed, and early the next morning, someone came to the villa and invited him to go to the city government. What do you want me to go there for? Chen Xian asked, frowning. I'm not entirely sure, but the other kings also went, the visitor replied respectfully. Did everyone go? Chen Xian was taken aback. The 8 desolate kings were usually busy with their own affairs, so their sudden gathering meant something big must have happened. After a moment's thought, he agreed to go along. Jiangda University is not far from the municipal government, and Chen Xian was soon taken to a luxurious conference room. As soon as he entered, there were already several figures inside, each exuding an aura of world-destroying power. Upon seeing Chen Xian, their faces showed shock and curiosity, and they all smiled and nodded at him. Clearly, they are all other 8 desolate kings from Jiangnan province. Chairman Duan Chantian was also present. He sat at the front of the conference room, with 2 generals standing behind him, their expressions unusually unusually solemn. As everyone gathered, Minister Duan looked around and said in a deep voice, "We just received an urgent notice that the alien beast army has launched a massive attack. The southern border has fallen. Lingfeng City has been breached. The 3 martial arts kings guarding the southern border have been killed in battle, and the human race has suffered heavy casualties, with at least several million dead. The beast army has approached the second line of defense, Rockstone City. If Rockstone City falls, the beast army will charge straight in without hindrance, and Jiangnan province will be the first to bear the brunt. The alien beast continent has launched a massive attack, and 3 kings have fallen in battle." As soon as Minister Duan finished speaking, several kings stood up and said in disbelief. Although wars frequently break out on the border, battles at the level of martial arts kings are extremely rare, and the fall of 3 kings shows how terrifying this counterattack by the alien beasts is. The group exchanged glances, their eyes filled with solemnity. An enemy capable of killing a martial arts master must possess terrifying strength. As for Rock City, it may not be able to hold out for long. At this moment, Minister Duan's tone became even more somber. As everyone knows, there is a deep abyss realm not far from Dongling, where extremely terrifying alien beasts are suppressed. I suspect that this attack by the alien beasts on the border is likely an attempt to join forces with the alien beasts in the secret realm, forming a coordinated attack from within and without. Rumor has it that there is a 9th-tier beast within the secret realm. Once it appears, it will deal a devastating blow to the human race, and under the impact of the beast tide on the border, it can destroy the entire Jiangnan province in an instant. The situation is extremely critical. As soon as Minister Duan finished speaking, everyone's expression changed drastically. Damn it, these damned beasts should all be wiped out. At this moment, a martial arts master stood up, gritting his teeth, his eyes flashing with extreme anger. The loss of millions of humans on the southern border was undoubtedly a heavy blow to humanity, including many exceptionally talented martial arts youths who perished in this war against the invasion of alien beasts. Moreover, once this matter spreads, its impact on the morale of the entire human race on Earth should not be underestimated. While it may not shake the foundation, its impact is far-reaching. It's hateful that in that battle back then, our human race's powerful figures failed to intervene in time, allowing these beasts to catch their breath. These damned bastards. Another martial arts master was also burning with rage, his blood surging, his anger almost reaching the heavens. Everyone's face was contorted with rage, and they exuded a chilling murderous aura. The sky above the city hall instantly shifted dramatically. Thunder roared, as if the end of the world had arrived. Their anger had reached its peak. They couldn't wait to rush to the front lines and fight the beasts to the death. Only the blood of these beasts could wash away their heinous crimes. That's right. The most urgent task right now is to immediately support Rock City. If we don't hold the front line in time, the consequences will be unimaginable. Minister Duan suppressed his anger and said in a deep voice. He pointed at Chen Xian. Moreover, this time is different from the past. We have an additional 8 desolate war king. The addition of a martial arts king undoubtedly enhances the human race's high-end combat power, which is often the key to determining the outcome of a battle. That's exactly right. Brother Chen's addition is undoubtedly a great help. Perhaps it is because of Brother Chen that we were able to defeat the alien beasts so decisively this time. That's right, Brother Chen's promotion to king is truly a joyous occasion. The other kings nodded in agreement, their voices echoing the sentiment. Chen Xian nodded slightly, his eyes flashing with determination. This time, providing support was naturally his duty. Alright, in that case, conscript soldiers from the entire city. We'll set off immediately this afternoon. Our destination, Rock City. Minister Duan gave the order, his tone heavy. The beasts are coming with ferocious force, and any delay could have serious consequences. General Xiao, spread the message. Minister Duan looked at a martial artist behind him and gave the order. In times of crisis, martial artists must step forward. Yes, sir. Xiao Zhanjiang got up and left without hesitation. Not long after, a series of alarms sounded throughout the city. This is a warning signal of an impending attack by strange beasts, and also an order to summon warriors. At the same time, the Martial Arts Alliance and major martial arts academies all received the summons. Unlike previous conferences, this one had an unusually somber atmosphere. All advanced martial artists and above must participate. Now is not the time to back down. Once Panshur City falls, the army of alien beasts will join forces with the alien beasts in the secret realm, causing devastating damage to Jiangnan province and plunging billions of lives into misery. The sirens pierced the sky above the eastern tombs, followed by propaganda broadcasts. This caused many ordinary people to change color drastically, their eyes filled with terror. Most of them were powerless to resist this terrifying beast. My God, they're recruiting martial artists again. I remember the last time they recruited martial artists was decades ago. News just came that all martial artists above the advanced level must be mobilized. Just how terrifying is this attack by the alien beasts that even martial artists have to be deployed? What's going on at the border? What's the panic? Aren't there 100,000 troops at the border? And 3 martial arts kings guarding it? What exactly happened? However, news of the fall of Lingfeng City, the death of its king, king, and the massacre of millions of its people quickly spread, and everyone fell silent. The only thing blocking Jiangnan province's path is the last line of defense of Panjshir city. Once it falls, the beast army will rush straight to Jiangnan province. Now, there is no other choice. Supporting Rock City is the wisest course of action at present. The warriors looked at their wives, parents, or children, their eyes filled with complex emotions, but none of them backed down. After saying goodbye to their families, they resolutely joined the conscription team. At martial arts colleges like Zhengde University, the convening ceremony is in full swing, and all senior students at the advanced martial arts level or above must participate. Compared to other martial artists, they may appear inexperienced, but their hearts burn with a more intense passion. Facing the attacks of ferocious beasts, they show no fear, and some have even prepared to die at any moment. In fact, the dangers of this expedition far exceeded the severity of the graduation assessment. However, they showed no fear. The peace of Blue Star is built upon the selfless sacrifices of generations of warriors. Everyone sprang into action. Outside the city, more than 10 large manned spaceships were quietly docked, and all means of transportation were now at work to serve the martial artists, sending batches of frontline martial artists to this location. They stepped into the spaceship in perfect unison. Above, golden light hung like the sun, representing the aura of the 8 desolate kings and the 4 symbols warriors. Apart from Minister Duan holding the fort, all the kings were mobilized, and more than 20 generals also gathered. This formidable fighting force is enough to easily destroy a small to medium-sized country. But at this moment, they all wore solemn expressions. Even from 1,000 miles away, they could feel the faint, terrifying aura emanating from them. It's obvious at a glance that Rock City is under immense pressure. The beasts have probably used an unimaginable level of high-end combat power, a king said in a deep voice, his eyes showing no sign of relief. Let's go! The others nodded in agreement. With the roar of engines, one after another, spaceships filled with warriors took off and sped toward Rock City. Chen Xian and his group took a combat spaceship and rushed there ahead of everyone else. They can arrive in just half an hour. Inside Rock City, the sounds of battle were deafening, and the flesh and blood of beasts and humans flew everywhere. Just now, the beasts had breached the city gates. Of the 2 martial arts kings guarding this place, one has already died in battle, and the generals have almost all been wiped out. All warriors, kill, 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 never retreat. A martial arts king roared from high in the sky. He was covered in blood and surrounded by 3 high-level alien beasts, one of which had even stepped halfway into the 8th rank. He knew he was no match for his opponent and was merely stalling for time. He would be defeated and killed sooner or later. With a bitter smile, he desperately blocked an attack, but he couldn't withstand the onslaught of the half-step 8th-tier beast. He could only close his eyes and wait for death to come. Below, 2 warriors, their eyes blazing with fury, were about to charge forward. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted, and several golden rays of light appeared in mid-air, blocking the beast's earth-shattering attack. The sound of the 2 colliding tore through the void and reverberated for hundreds of miles. A terrifying phenomenon appeared in the calm sky, and the earth trembled slightly in response. At the same time, the 4 symbols warriors leaped down from the sky, realizing they were powerless to participate in the aerial battle, and directly plunged into the beast tide, unleashing a brutal massacre. Although the number of strange beasts was large, and most of them were high-level, the sudden arrival of the warriors caught them off guard, causing heavy casualties in an instant and buying precious time for the people to retreat. Martial artists from Jiangnan province have come to our aid. Brothers on the front lines, you've worked hard. A Jiangnan province war king took a deep breath and shouted loudly. Reinforcements are here, brothers. Slaughter these damned beasts. The martial arts brothers from Jiangnan province are here. We'll settle the score with these damned beasts. The retreating martial artists, filled with rage and hatred, charged forward while covering the civilians' retreat. Many were severely wounded, some had broken arms, others had broken legs, but none retreated. They had long since disregarded life and death. Even in death, they would bite off a piece of the beast's flesh and take them with them. With the arrival of several large transport ships, martial artists from Jiangnan province surged out like a tide. The hellish scene before them, filled with human corpses, ignited their fury, prompting them to roar in fury and engage in battle with the alien beasts. The sounds of battle were deafening, and shouts of killing rose and fell in waves. We'll hold off the monsters, and let the civilians and children evacuate first, a general from Rock City roared. After the warriors from Jiangnan province joined the battle, the situation on the battlefield improved significantly. However, facing the endless beasts, the warriors of Panjshir city still did not have the confidence to completely defeat them. After all, no one knew better than them how cruel and terrifying these beasts were. The half-step 8th-tier beast in the sky was particularly terrifying. Even the war kings might not be able to withstand its attacks, but as long as they could hold it off, the entire battlefield could be safely retreated, buying time for a subsequent counterattack. Alright, brothers from Jiangnan province, charge. The Jiangnan warriors who came to their aid roared and, together with the warriors on the front lines, blocked wave after wave of attacks from the alien beasts. Thanks to their efforts, large numbers of civilians and children began to evacuate to the rear in an orderly manner. However, at that moment, a series of deafening roars suddenly resounded in the sky, and powerful streams of blood energy shot straight into the clouds. Several figures, flashing with golden light, collided repeatedly. Clearly, the war kings who came to provide support were already engaged in a fierce battle with the high-level alien beasts. The war kings were engaged in a fierce battle with the alien beasts. Although there were only 2 7th-tier alien beasts, they were enough to restrain the 4 war kings. That half-step 8th-tier beast was even more terrifying. The war kings who fought against it all changed their expressions drastically. As golden blood gushed out, they were all blasted dozens of meters away. The impact was deafening, the clouds shattered, as if the end of the world had arrived. Come on, good, damn humans, all of you, die, ho! The half-step 8th-tier beast laughed maniacally. These martial artists were no match for it. Given enough time, it could easily slaughter them all. What's even more terrifying is that the human race had no idea how horrific this attack was, and they didn't even realize that it was their final fighting force. If this strange beast were to appear, it could instantly destroy everything in its path with overwhelming force, rapidly advancing into the heart of the human race and traversing hundreds of miles in the blink of an eye. Go to hell! The half-step 8th-tier beast roared to the sky, and suddenly a terrifyingly huge phantom appeared in the air, a beast with a snake's head and a lion's body. Its body transformed to be 1,000 meters long, and its 2 giant claws were 100 meters long. It suddenly lunged at the war kings. The air exploded instantly. This is bad. This power is already very close to that of an 8th-tier beast. Our space seems to be sealed off. Damn it, this is not something we can withstand. Damn it, I'll risk it. The war king's expressions changed drastically. The terrifying beast had almost completely sealed off their space, making it impossible for them to escape. They could only withstand the attack head-on. But these attacks were far beyond their ability to withstand. If they tried to take them head-on, they would be seriously injured or even killed. However, they had no other choice. The terrifying aura of the strange beast was like a mountain of death, shattering the void and pressing down on them. It's over. It's completely over. The warriors underground turned deathly pale at the sight before them. If the war kings were to perish, their resistance would be futile. Not only them, but millions of humans would be engulfed in flames. Even without the intervention of high-level beasts, the endless beast tide can still reduce this land to ruins. In the air, the 2 sides clashed fiercely once again. The war kings activated their blood and chi, creating various strange phenomena as they rushed towards the phantom of the strange beast. They coughed up blood and retreated step by step. A single attack from a half-step 8th-tier beast left them covered in wounds. However, the beast immediately followed up with another attack, tearing through the void and crashing down. Upon seeing this, the martial artists cried out in alarm. Their expressions changed drastically, and they became extremely tense. The war kings felt a chill in their hearts and gritted their teeth, preparing to charge forward and meet the attack. A meteor will destroy the world. At this moment, Qin Xian took a step, and the void before him instantly transformed into a starry sky secret realm, where a huge star could be faintly seen rising and falling within it. The next moment, an immense and boundless power swept through the void and crashed down. Fierce, domineering, savage, and filled with endless carnage. It was as if the Milky Way was hanging upside down and the mountains were collapsing. This is a secret technique of physical martial arts. In an instant, it actually blocked the terrifying phantom of a half-step 8th-tier alien beast. A chilling creaking sound suddenly filled the air. Seeing Qin Xian single-handedly hold off the half-step 8th-tier beast, all the war kings were stunned and hurriedly reminded him. After all, their combined attack had failed to subdue the beast, and they were all severely injured. For Qin Xian to confront it alone now would be tantamount to throwing an egg against a rock. Just as everyone was filled with fear, a vast and enormous star slowly emerged from the depths of the void, carrying a terrifying pressure that made people suffocate and pressed down directly on the phantom of the strange beast. The sky trembled violently, and although the phantom of the strange beast let out a mournful roar, it could not get close for the time being. Everyone was shocked by this amazing scene. This physical martial arts technique is terrifying. It's practically the ultimate expression of physical prowess, a war king said in a trembling voice. At this moment, they could clearly see that Qin Xian's body was as clear as crystal and sparkled with the brilliance of diamonds. The power of his blood and chi was almost solidified, roaring like a churning sea of blood. This physical body has reached the peak of the war king level, and is even capable of contending with the war god. He's so young, yet his physical body is this powerful. Everyone who witnessed this scene was shocked. With this secret fist technique, he actually managed to block the attack of an 8-step, 8-level alien beast. No, we repelled it. As soon as he finished speaking, the enormous star suddenly burst forth with endless starlight, crashing violently into the phantom of the strange beast. The gigantic phantom of the beast, hundreds of meters tall, trembled violently in mid-air before finally exploding with a deafening roar. The powerful impact forced Qin Xian back several steps, but in any case, the beast's attack was successfully blocked. This bought precious time for the human warriors in the rear, allowing them to retreat into the human heartland with greatly reduced danger. As long as a powerful human martial artist intervenes, the strange beast before us is nothing to fear. Damn it, you disgusting human. The half-step half-step 8th tier beast roared, shaking the heavens. The mere War King was nothing in its eyes. If the War God could fight, how could the War King withstand its attack? It roared, its body suddenly expanding, its already enormous form now blotting out the sky. Attacked together and wiped them all out. Without hesitation, the half-step 8th tier beast pounced on Chen Xian again. Immediately afterwards, 2 more 7th tier beasts charged towards the remaining War Kings. Beasts were inherently stronger than warriors. Of the same tier, and with Chen Xian and the others severely injured, they were instantly entangled by the 2 7th tier beasts. At this moment, the half-step 8th tier beast had approached Chen Xian not far away, opened its giant claws, and swung them at him like thunder. A burst of silver light erupted, releasing an extremely terrifying aura. The air instantly shattered, revealing a strange black space within the crack, which lunged straight at Chen Xian's head. Clearly, this is an extremely terrifying physical cultivation method. The combat skills of high-level alien beasts are in no way inferior to those of human experts. That's exactly what I wanted. Chen Xian remained calm as he stepped forward and threw another punch at the attack of the half-step 8th tier beast. Endless star-like energy surged from his body, soaring into the sky and converging into a long river of stars, causing his crystal-clear, glass-like star battle body to fully bloom. Immediately, the human and the beast collided violently once more, like 2 mountains colliding, shaking the surrounding area and causing the air to explode. A screeching sound rang out as the giant claw of a half-step 8th tier beast gripped Chen Xian's hand, tearing his skin apart. Starlight shone brightly, dazzlingly so. However, the star battle body has extremely strong regenerative abilities, and its skin heals rapidly as soon as it is torn. Chen Xian roared, and a flying knife suddenly shot out from his sea of consciousness, piercing straight into the beast's brain. The half-step 8th tier beast's expression changed drastically. Although it was a high-level beast with intelligence no less than that of a human, it was too close at the moment to defend itself. It had no choice but to release Chen Xian and retreat quickly. Even so, it was still swept through its sea of consciousness by the god-slaying blade, letting out a deafening roar. Damn it! At this moment, the half-step 8th tier beast was utterly enraged. Since launching a major offensive against the border of China, it had slain several war kings and had been advancing smoothly without encountering any rivals. It never expected that this place would suffer such heavy damage. At this moment, all it wanted was to kill the human in front of it completely to quell its rage. The beast let out a low growl and suddenly raised its hand, sending a streak of crimson light flying towards Chen Xian. Wherever it went, space shattered with a deafening roar, and black cracks twisted and deformed. Even the ground beneath their feet began to crack, revealing deep, bottomless abysses and ravines. The immortal divine weapon. Upon seeing this weapon, everyone gasped in shock. They could tell at a glance that although the immortal weapon before them was not in a perfect state, it was definitely not something that they, as war kings, could contend with. The wisest choice is to stay far away. After all, this immortal weapon is just too terrifying. For the human race, only the 10 war gods can begin to temper their own natal divine weapons. The beast must be at least at the 8th rank. Ordinary war kings couldn't stop them at all. However, to everyone's astonishment, Chen Xian grabbed the divine weapon without hesitation. Everyone was dumbfounded, completely baffled as to how Chen Xian dared to do such a thing. The half-step 8th tier beast burst into laughter, mocking, "A mere war king dares to use his physical body to withstand an immortal divine weapon. He's practically courting death." Before divine weapons, the war king's defenses were as fragile as paper. The weapon, a serrated circle, spun rapidly in Chen Xian's hand, slicing through his skin. Chen Xian's skin was cut open, and golden blood gushed out, exuding a faint starlight aura, dripping onto the ground and forming deep pits. But the starry sky battle body reacted quickly, beginning to repair its wounds. Its glass-like muscles twisted and grew, radiating a dazzling golden light. Break! Chen Xian's gaze sharpened, and just as he was about to use the flying knife weapon, his dantian suddenly churned violently. The extremely difficult to refine golden light suddenly transformed into a stream of golden liquid. It overflowed from his chi-si and quickly circulated through his meridians, causing his originally divine star battle body to change as well. The wounds torn by the alien beast divine weapon healed at an astonishing speed. The beast immediately realized that the divine weapon could no longer cause any real damage to Chen Xian. The gear cutting left only a faint white mark on his body. This is impossible. The half-step 8th tier beast could hardly believe its eyes when it witnessed this scene. This divine weapon originated from an 8th tier exotic beast. Although it could not fully unleash the weapon's power, it was by no means something a war king could easily withstand. Go to hell! Its claws lashed out suddenly, causing the surrounding air to vibrate and the clouds in the sky to shatter. The strange beasts and divine weapons shimmered with light, coiling around Chen Xian like mercury, attempting to strangle him. The weapon's surface is covered with sharp barbs, making it easier to penetrate a martial artist's defenses. Just then, a voice rang in Chen Xian's mind. The star battle body has mutated, with a 10,000-fold increase in talent deduction, advancing to the star undying body. The next moment, Chen Xian's aura suddenly surged. His basic combat strength quickly rose to 5 million. After a 40-fold increase, its combat power soared to an astonishing 200 million. His body surged with violent battle power, and the surrounding space shattered instantly, turning into a vacuum zone. Chen Xian's physical body radiated brilliant starlight, its interior and exterior both exhibiting a golden hue, and the power of the stars evolved into a vast, mysterious starry sky. His defense is more than twice as strong as before. This is only the initial stage of the starry mortal body, not yet reaching the minor completion stage. But that was enough to render the mythical beasts and divine soldiers helpless. Two dragon shadows rose into the sky, and the sky suddenly exploded. Chen Xian struck down with his palm, and all life within a radius of several miles vanished, revealing a pitch-black space. The half-step 8th tier beast's expression changed drastically. It was terrified and retreated hastily. However, it was too late. Under the terrifying pressure, its physical body began to disintegrate. It finally exploded with a deafening roar, sending blood and flesh flying everywhere. A half-step 8th tier beast has fallen. Everyone who witnessed the scene was shocked, their eyes filled with disbelief. Who would have thought that an 8th tier beast, whose strength and physical body far surpassed those of humans and who possessed divine weapons, would be killed by a war king? It is truly astonishing that a war king could unleash such terrifying power. This greatly boosted the morale of everyone on the front lines. Among the alien beasts that attacked, this 8th tier beast was the most ferocious, killing several human war kings in succession. As a result, Lingfeng City on the front line fell, and the beast army rampaged through the city, almost destroying the second line of defense, Panchur City. Its fall could very well completely turn the tide of the war. After all, the remaining two 7th tier alien beasts were not enough to cause a devastating blow to the border. Moreover, even under the siege of numerous war kings, the possibility of falling still exists. At the same time, the moment the half-step 8th tier beast died, the two beasts quickly retreated, looked at each other, and their eyes flashed with fear and disbelief. Even with the strength of a war king, he was fighting against a half-step 8th tier alien beast head-on, yet this person before him was so ferocious. If we were to kill them, it would probably be a matter of a moment. Therefore, they began to consider leaving. As high-level alien beasts, their intelligence is no less than that of humans, so they naturally do not want to lose their lives easily. At the same time, the flesh and blood of the half-step 8th tier alien beast exploded and fell like raindrops, the sound of it tearing through the sky and the uncontrolled power of its blood and chi instantly attracting the attention of all humans and alien beasts on the ground. They were engrossed in a frenzied battle and had no time to pay attention to what was happening in the air. Only now, as flesh and blood fall, do we suddenly realize that a high-level expert has perished. That was a half-step 8th tier beast. It's dead. Great. King Chen is so majestic. Brothers, let's go back and annihilate all these damned beasts. Now is the time for us to fight back. The human warriors' faces were filled with joy, and the next moment they turned around and launched an even more frenzied attack on the alien beasts. Especially those warriors and soldiers who had retreated from the border, whose homes had been destroyed and whose loved ones had died at the hands of the alien beasts. Having forged a blood feud with the strange beasts, they saw the dawn of victory and their fighting spirit soared, charging into battle with their lives on the line. Very good. Chen Zhanwang is indeed an unparalleled martial arts genius. If it weren't for him, we would probably be dead by now. Now, the situation has completely reversed. Above the sky, the other war kings were overjoyed, their gazes towards Chen Xian filled with amazement. It should be noted that they all honed their skills over decades to achieve this level of strength, while Chen Xian, at a young age and just coming of age, has already reached the Battle King realm. If he continues to grow, he will surely reach unimaginable heights within a few years. A war god of the 10 directions? Or perhaps a top human powerhouse? At that time, it will likely become the pillar of stability for the human race, a white jade pillar supporting the heavens. But right now, the primary task remains to repel the attacking alien beasts. Brother Chen, well done. Now you can leave the rest to us. One of the war kings burst out laughing. Good, leave it to us. The group exchanged glances and simultaneously pounced on the two 7th tier beasts. The 6 war kings worked together, and although it took a little time, it was undoubtedly enough to kill the two 7th tier beasts. On the ground, the human warriors also launched a counterattack. Unlike their previous passive resistance, they now saw the hope of victory, their blood boiling, their shouts deafening, and they fought bravely against the enemy. Faced with an endless army of strange beasts, no one retreated. Instead, they charged forward bravely, clashing head-on with the enemy. High in the sky, 6 human war kings were fiercely fighting against two 7th tier alien beasts. They stood in 3 groups and surrounded the two 7th tier alien beasts. At this moment, Chen Xian stood silently to the side. His recent battle with the half-step 8th tier beast had given him great inspiration. Unleashing his full potential in adversity and breaking through his own limits, the starry battle body entered a new realm. What delighted him most was that the refining effect of the golden light extracted from the starstone far exceeded his expectations. That golden light was extremely difficult to refine. He had previously spent a great deal of time refining only a tiny fraction of it. That's just a superficial golden sheen. The golden liquid he had just used allowed his physical body to evolve once again, enabling him to kill a half-step 8th tier alien alien beast in one fell swoop. This was merely a ray of golden light. It should be noted that he obtained 3 golden rays from the Starstone, and the power of the stars was astonishingly abundant. If he can fully refine all these powers, his strength will surely reach a new level, and his physical body will become even more terrifying. Without hesitation, Chen Xian activated his undying star body, continuously absorbing the power of the stars within his body. The body, originally as smooth as jade, underwent rapid changes under the influence of the power of the stars. Its blood, bones, and even internal organs were strengthened to an astonishing degree. The azure-colored body was shrouded in mysterious blue starlight, and the terrifying power of the body spread outwards. Even the air could not withstand such pressure and made cracking sounds. Black voids even appeared, from which a mysterious aura of emptiness slowly flowed. Chen Xuanlian refined the power of immortality, and nearly 60 immortal cells have already been conceived in the area of his heart. With the support of the star battle body, the surging blood and chi power, like that of a bee pupa, propelled his physical body to evolve once again, and the newly evolved star undying body had already reached the minor completion stage. Chen Xian clearly felt that his physical defense had improved by more than one level compared to before. If it were just now, the mythical beast weapon wouldn't have been able to cut through his defenses at all. But Chen Xian did not stop. Activate the 10000X talent. Next, he will try to refine the remaining 2 golden lights to elevate his combat power to a whole new level. High in the sky, Chen Xian stood steadily, like an old monk in deep meditation, his mind undisturbed. Under the influence of his 10,000-fold talent, he rapidly deduced the golden light he had obtained from the Starstone. He had a vague premonition that as long as he could completely refine these 2 golden lights, his strength would increase dramatically. This golden light carried an ancient and primordial aura, seemingly not originating from this world, but rather from a more profound power. Chen Xian had tried to refine the golden light before, but with little success. However, during the fierce battle with the half-step 8th order alien beast just now, the golden light spurred the evolution of his star battle body. Although the reason is unknown, this is undoubtedly the best time to refine the golden light. The divine forging scripture has reached the 4th stage of completion, while the 5th stage is still only a preliminary outline, and many formulas and operating methods need to be gradually improved. It cannot be put into actual combat in the short term. The golden light within the Starstone became his best option at that moment. More importantly, the beast that was halfway to the 8th rank was killed just now, and a beast core that was close to the 8th rank was obtained. This is a real treasure. If it were put up for auction, it would cause a huge uproar and lead to a frenzy of competition among various forces. Even a war king could rapidly strengthen his blood and chi and experience a surge in power after consuming it. The energy it contains is astonishingly abundant. This gave Chen Xian confidence to face the rest of his training. Without hesitation, he swallowed the alien beast's crystal core directly. The surging crystal core energy immediately exploded within his body. Chen Xian roared, his aura suddenly surged, and terrifying blood and chi power erupted. The entire sky was enveloped by the power of chi and blood, and then the smoke formed a long river of chi and blood, which swept wildly through the air. Chen Xian himself transformed into a gigantic phantom 10 zhang tall, radiating extremely terrifying star power. As his vital energy surged, thunderous roars were deafening. The violent force caused the surrounding space to crack and break continuously. The wind howled, and lightning flashed and thunder roared. In a daze, it was as if ancient gods had descended upon the world. This physical body is terrifying. The war kings who witnessed this scene were utterly shocked, and their expressions changed drastically. The ability to cause changes in the world with just one's physical body is like something out of a legend. Even the physical body of the 10 Directions war god might not be this terrifying. In their memory, such power was unheard of and unseen. They simply could not imagine that anyone could reach such a level. However, Chen Xian before them completely overturned their understanding. Even before the god of war has appeared, Chen Xian is already invincible in this world with just this physical body. In his mind, the sea of mental power surged, his talent of 10,000 times was running at high speed, and the 2 golden lights were constantly being broken down, analyzed, and deduced, gradually merging into his blood and chi. Golden patterns gradually appeared on the surface of the star immortal body, mysterious and unpredictable, like the imprint of the great Tao, making people dare not look directly at it. An ordinary person, upon a single glance, would be utterly shocked, lost in the world, and utterly bewildered. Their previously stagnant combat strength has begun to surge again. 15 million. It continued to climb until it reached 20 million combat power before coming to an end. With the blessing of the divine forging scripture's 40-fold amplification, its combat power reached as high as 800 million. This is the power of a high-level war king. He is only 200 million battle power away from becoming a beginner-level 10 Directions war god, which is equivalent to the combined power of 2 dragons. As long as one's combat strength is sufficient, and one condenses the immortal golden core, one can step into the realm of the 10 Directions war god. At that time, he will be at the pinnacle of human military power. With the help of the golden light, the star immortal body also reached the intermediate stage. Its it's just one step away from achieving mastery. Above the sky, as Chen Xian's combat power increased, the pressure he brought also increased dramatically. Winds swirled and clouds surged, gales roared, thunder exploded, and his Tenjiang-tall golden body pierced through heaven and earth like a god or demon descending to earth. A terrifying realm of the physical body. Terrifying, extremely terrifying. The two seventh-tier alien beasts that fought against the human kings were terrified. If they could unleash their full power, they might still have a sliver of hope to escape from the 6 human martial arts kings. However, at this moment, Chen Xian stirred the heavens and earth, his aura both divine and demonic, a power that even the human war god might not be able to match. This power was ancient and profound, enough to awe their very souls. They simply couldn't imagine the devastating blow Chen Xian would deliver once he made his move. It was obvious that the being that had once killed them at the half-step 8th rank had become even more powerful. The two 7th-tier beasts exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with a deathly despair. If they didn't flee, they would only face certain death. The aerial battlefield exploded with a deafening roar that echoed for miles around. The two 7th-tier beasts finally unleashed their ultimate combat power, desperately trying to buy themselves a chance to escape. Their bodies suddenly grew larger, and they unleashed their innate supernatural powers at full force, spewing out 2 beams of green light from their mouths, directly striking several human kings. As the human kings retreated in panic, the alien beasts quickly joined the escape, speeding away. In the blink of an eye, the distance between them increased to several hundred meters. As for the army of strange beasts below, they had long since forgotten about them. I'll be incredibly lucky if I can escape. Retreat first, and wait for those 2 great ones to come and kill this damned human. The two 7th-tier beasts sped away like shooting stars. The other war kings were also astonished to see the 7th-tier beast escape. Just as he was about to give chase, Chen Xian suddenly opened his eyes, and 2 golden beams shot out, soaring straight into the sky. Immediately afterwards, a golden rainbow streaked across the sky, and a gigantic hand emerged from the clouds, swiftly reaching out to grab the 7th-tier beast. The two 7th-tier beasts' expressions changed drastically. The aura of death made their hearts almost stop beating. They tried to escape, but the aura of the giant hand had already locked onto their location. Such terrifying physical supernatural abilities are far beyond their ability to withstand. Damn it, he's just a human race war king. How can he be so monstrous? The rest of them combined aren't as terrifying as him alone. This is the pressure from a god of war. Even if he's slightly inferior, the difference is negligible. Damn it. Just as the two 7th-tier beasts were desperately trying to escape, Chen Xian's large hand suddenly fell, piercing through space and firmly grasping them. The next moment, a terrifying force began to compress them, as if to grind them into powder. Spare me, let me go, spare me, I don't want to die, sir. Please save me. The two 7th-tier alien beasts struggled desperately, their roars shaking the heavens. Their immense force slammed into the earth, causing the ground to crack continuously, resulting in countless deaths of humans and alien beasts on the battlefield. But all of this had no effect on Chen Xian. As his large hand gradually contracted, their bones shattered, blood gushed from their mouths and noses, dripping like lava and splashing up dust. All the spectators who witnessed this scene were shocked and incredulous. The two terrifying high-level alien beasts were now like lambs to the slaughter, unable to move. What kind of combat power is this? What utter brutality? This is the real terror. Just then, a voice rang out, and a giant hand crashed down. The two 7th-tier beasts let out a miserable howl and turned into pieces of flesh and blood. Everyone stared blankly at the sky, as if time had frozen. This is a 7th-tier beast. It can rival a human king in a one-on-one fight, and when it gets angry, it can even destroy thousands of miles of human land and slaughter millions of lives. Now, however, Chen Xian easily crushed 2 of them to death. The shock was beyond words. Immediately afterwards, everyone erupted in cheers, and the border could almost be declared safe. Without the protection of high-level beasts, the beast army is utterly vulnerable. Damn it, you damned humans! Just then, a buzzing sound came from the air. Immediately afterwards, 2 figures rushed from afar and landed suddenly. The air exploded, the earth tore apart, and a figure hundreds of meters tall almost pierced through the heavens and earth, filled with bloody energy and exuding terrifying power. Those were 2 powerful 8th-tier beasts with human bodies and different heads. At this moment, the top combat force behind the alien beast army finally revealed itself. 2 extremely terrifying 8th-tier alien beasts. Meanwhile, the crowd below gradually succumbed to despair. 2 8th-tier beasts stood majestically, their terrifying auras distorting the surrounding space, their powerful blood and chi constantly conjuring various strange phenomena. These were 2 high-level beasts, with humanoid heads, each 100 feet tall, possessing almost the pinnacle of beastly combat power. They were also the masterminds behind this beastly attack, their strength being extremely terrifying. Where the 2 beasts were, the sky was almost filled with a tangible killing intent, like a towering mountain, making the hearts of all the humans present feel extremely heavy. This filled them with despair. After all, these are 2 8th-tier exotic beasts, capable of contending with the 10 directions war gods of the human race. Even if a war god were to intervene, killing them would be no easy task. Unfortunately, Unfortunately, the human race currently lacks the strength of the 10 Directions War God. Are we really going to lose? No, I absolutely cannot accept this. This time, my friends and my family have all died at the hands of these monsters. I must wipe them all out. Kill, kill, kill. At this moment, all of humanity, whoever they are, clenched their fists, their hearts aching, filled with hatred and a sense of powerlessness. That's right, they just killed a half-step 8th tier alien beast, but the difference between an 8th tier alien beast and a half-step 8th tier beast is far more than double. It's worlds apart. Even more dangerous is that there are 2 8th tier alien beasts in front of them. It is no exaggeration to say that as long as one of the 8th tier alien beasts makes a move, it can easily wipe them all out. Even the most powerful martial arts masters were not immune. However, their eyes gleamed with a blood-red light, showing no sign of retreat. Even in death, they would drag a strange beast down with them. In stark contrast to the humans, the beasts roared wildly, and with the arrival of the 2 beast kings, they launched another full-scale attack on the human border. 8th tier exotic beast, king of exotic beasts. Kill them all. In midair, a leopard-headed beast king, its body radiating blood, let out a cold snort, its killing intent overflowing. At the same time, the beast king decisively made its move, grabbing at Qin Xian. In an instant, a giant claw appeared out of thin air, carrying violent power that tore through space, and then lunged at Qin Xian. The human war kings before it were utterly insignificant in its eyes. Even Qin Xian, who had just slain a half-step 8th tier alien beast, was someone it could easily crush. This leopard claw was as fierce as a leopard's, covered in terrifying blood energy. Before it even landed, it firmly locked onto the space around Qin Xian, leaving him nowhere to escape. With a casual wave of his hand, the other beast king tore apart the limbs of dozens of human warriors before they could even utter a cry, their blood staining the earth. It also blasted a huge chasm that was thousands of meters long into the ground. Roar, roar, roar. Countless alien beasts grabbed the corpses of human warriors and devoured them to replenish the energy they had consumed in the battle. Several human martial arts masters, enraged, mobilized their entire bodies in blood, unleashing their martial arts supernatural powers. Their fists flashed and illusions appeared one after another as they charged towards the other snake-headed beast king. Although they are no match for the beast king, they can at least play a certain role in restraining him. But they've oversimplified things. The 2 forces clashed violently, unleashing a deafening roar that echoed for miles around, shattering space and sending black shadows flying everywhere. The serpent-headed beast king remained calm and unmoved. Conversely, the human king was blasted away by the powerful impact, spitting blood and teetering on the verge of collapse. This attack severely injured them, almost rendering them incapable of fighting. Humans are so weak. They shouldn't occupy this land. They should give up Blue Star to us, the serpent-headed beast king said coldly. With a wave of his hand, a 100-foot-tall phantom appeared in the sky, intending to suppress and kill several human kings. How dare you be so arrogant, you mere beasts! Just then, a roar rang out, and everyone turned around to see Qin Xian's figure suddenly grow to 100 meters tall, with star energy surging around him, surrounded by crimson blood glass, radiating dazzling golden light, reaching to the heavens and the earth. He reached out and tore apart the leopard-headed beast king's enormous handprint. Then, Qin Xian stepped forward and unleashed the meteor annihilation fist, which transformed into massive stars that hurtled towards the 2 beast kings. His terrifying physical body was accompanied by lightning and thunder, and a deafening roar erupted in the air. Even though the 2 beast kings were exceptionally strong and possessed astonishing combat power, Qin Xian forced them to take a step back. The leopard-headed beast king was even struck in the face by Qin Xian's fist and was sent flying. It flew dozens of meters before it could barely regain its footing. King Chen, go, Chen Zhanwang. King Chen, King Chen. Seeing this, the human warriors below the stage felt their blood surge and were almost moved to tears. Their lost morale seemed to be rekindled, and Qin Xian gave them hope again. They are not afraid of death, but they fear meaningless sacrifice. If the advance of the strange beasts cannot be stopped, Jiangnan province and even more places will be plunged into a devastating disaster. Some of them were just ordinary martial artists, some were even students, and some were facing a large-scale invasion of alien beasts for the first time. But they did not back down. They fought to the death because they knew that behind them stood the hopes of countless people of the human race. At this moment, Qin Xian gave them a glimmer of hope, and they rose up to fight the alien beast. Chen Zhanwan, you're awesome. The human martial arts masters, barely hovering high in the sky, witnessed this scene and were suddenly shaken. They exchanged glances and nodded silently. Even if it meant death, they would not allow the alien beast to advance any further. Despite the huge gap, they could only do their best and fight until the very last moment. Damn humans! The leopard-headed beast king roared as it flew in from afar, its fury almost setting the entire sky ablaze, accompanied by crackling sounds. It was a beast king, a being capable of rivaling the human war gods, yet it had been forced back by a war king it considered insignificant, a humiliation to it. Burning with rage, it wished it could tear Qin Xian to pieces immediately. Don't let your guard down, the serpent-headed beast king warned in a deep voice, its cold gaze fixed on Qin Xian. Although the opponent was only a war king, it sensed that he was far from simple and could not be underestimated. Attack him together. Kill him. Don't waste time. No sooner had the words left his mouth than both beasts launched their attacks simultaneously. Instantly, a 10-jon-long black serpent appeared in the air and pounced on Chen Xian. Its body, as thick as a water bucket, unleashed a sweeping force that nearly strangled and killed him. The snake's mouth continuously spewed out black gas, which smelled foul and dripped down like a light rain. A corrosive sound came from the air. This poisonous rain is extremely deadly. Even a human martial arts master would surely die if exposed to it for too long. Powerful defenses simply cannot withstand it. Just as it was getting carried away with its pride, Chen Xian took a step forward. The star-undying body unleashed its full power, leaving its almost materialized body unscathed. Instead, it unleashed a punch at the serpent-headed Beast King. The punch was incredibly fast, leaving behind a trail of afterimages, and the sound of it tearing through the air was deafening, crashing into its opponent like a falling meteor. The giant snake's phantom was cut in half by a punch, but the momentum was not exhausted, and the fist continued to strike. The serpent-headed Beast King was shocked, not expecting his opponent to be so ferocious, and retaliated without hesitation. The two forces collided, and a terrifying shockwave swept around, causing wind and clouds to surge, the earth to crack, and dust to fly, as if the end of the world had arrived. The serpent-headed Beast King trembled slightly and retreated several steps, while Chen Xian roared and, carrying a phantom of stars, streaked across 1,000 meters of blue starlight as he charged towards it once more. Wherever it passed, space instantly cracked open. This person is incredibly fierce. The two Beast Kings exchanged a glance, their eyes flashing with killing intent, and launched a simultaneous attack on Chen Xian. This man must die. Faced with Chen Xian's fierce attack, the two Beast Kings did not hesitate. They roared in unison, and their bodies suddenly swelled into colossal forms that reached the heavens. Their already enormous bodies grew to a height of 100 meters, and their surging blood and chi almost solidified. Under this terrifying oppression, the earth cracked and crumbled, deep ravines appeared, and nearby hills collapsed instantly. Immediately afterwards, 100-meter-tall leopard-headed Beast King roared to the sky, tearing apart the white clouds, its ferocious flames raging, and its terrifying aura exploding in the air. The serpent-headed Beast King transformed into a gigantic, pitch-black serpent, hundreds of feet long, reaching to the heavens. Its body was covered in barbs, shrouded in black mist, and its blood-red eyes emitted a cold, bloody light. Its aura and blood power surpassed even that of the leopard-headed Beast King. The two Beast Kings attacked Chen Xian from both sides. Two phantom figures swept towards Chen Xian like the end of the world. Before it even touched his body, the space around Chen Xian could not withstand the pressure and cracking sounds rang out. They firmly believed that even a novice 10 Directions war god would not take this attack lightly. That's more interesting. Despite the astonishing attacks from the two Beast Kings, Chen Xian showed no fear. After all, although an 8th-tier Beast King possesses the strength to contend with the human race's 10 Directions war gods, it is far from reaching the top level of a 9th-tier beast. It can only contend with a primary war god and cannot form an overwhelming advantage. On the contrary, it is very likely to be defeated in battle. To put it bluntly, the Beast King has already stepped halfway into the threshold of the 9th rank. Although powerful, it is not invincible. After his combat power was enhanced, Chen Xian now possessed the power of 8 dragons. His physical supernatural abilities are terrifying beyond imagination. The undying star body has increased his physical defense several times over. Most importantly, if he could kill these two Beast Kings and absorb their beast essence, his physical body would become even stronger, reaching an even more terrifying level. These two Beast Kings are practically walking medicine. Kill! Chen Xian's eyes flashed with a sharp light, and he suddenly erupted, his blood and chi surging around him, like a blazing sun rising, with a long river of blood chi running straight to the sky, and the power of stars flowing within it, exuding a sense of oppression. The star-undying body allowed him to break through the shackles of his physical body, and his cells could change at will. At this moment, with the eruption, his body, which was originally 10 feet tall, suddenly expanded to about 30 feet. His body shone with starlight, as majestic as a precious elephant, exhaling wind and clouds, as if a god had descended to earth. With his eyes tightly closed, two golden lights surged and tore through the void. Golden threads flowed around his body, mysterious and unpredictable, like the mark of the great Tao, making it impossible to look directly at him. An ordinary person would be mentally shaken and left in a daze after just one glance. Heavens, he's actually at the god of war realm, with his physical body fully developed. This is terrifying. Only a war god could possess such a terrifying physical body. Chen Xian, how did he do that? The ordinary martial artists were amazed, but the generals and kings were even more dumbfounded. They knew that, like the immortal golden elixir, physical perfection was the mark of a war god. Only by achieving unity of mind and body can one reach the realm of the god of war. It's unbelievable that Chen Xian has already taken this step. Impossible. The two Beast Kings were terrified. Chen Xian's physical body and blood surged like a torrent, unstoppable. Even their naturally strong bodies were alarmed. The two Beast Kings dared not be careless and unleashed their killing moves. The leopard-headed Beast King roared and slammed its claw down on Chen Xian with overwhelming force. The void trembled violently and shattered inch by inch, unable to withstand such power. The serpent-headed Beast King swung its tail like an inverted Milky Way, tearing through the sky and crashing down fiercely. The combined attack of the two Beast Kings was terrifyingly powerful. It was already the full power unleashed by a novice war god. The human king's expressions changed drastically. They were completely unable to intervene in the battlefield before them. They could only retreat to the lower levels of the battlefield. They knew perfectly well that the key to the success or failure of the war lay in high-end combat power, whether Chen Xian could withstand the attacks of the two Beast Kings. If we can hold them off, humanity will surely win. If they cannot hold them off, the front lines will collapse, the human race will suffer heavy casualties, and the Beast army will rush straight into their heartland. Good. Chen Xian remained calm as he approached step by step. With a punch, a star suddenly fell from the sky, which he caught with one hand and slammed into the Beast King. Even these two Beast Kings were forced to take a step back. This enraged them greatly. To be suppressed by a human war king was a disgrace. Just as they were preparing to retaliate, another star fell from the sky, which Chen Xian quickly caught and hurled at them. The air exploded, and the power of the star was clearly greater than before. The two Beast Kings' hearts raced and they were about to dodge. Chen Xian summoned another star. The continuous attacks caused the two Beast Kings' blood to surge. Although they were naturally good at defense, the repeated attacks were still too much for them to bear. The snake-headed Beast King was blasted away, while the leopard-headed Beast King coughed up a mouthful of blood. Without pausing, Chen Xian appeared to everyone as a giant of the starry sky, holding stars and throwing them at the two Beast Kings. The two Beast Kings were smashed and left in a sorry state, tumbling and crawling. Damn it! The two Beast Kings were enraged and were about to retaliate. An extremely powerful surge of energy erupted from Chen Xian's body, its power even more terrifying and violent than before. His bones crackled and popped, and the aura of the great Tao flowed continuously like water. Behind him, a huge phantom, almost as tall as himself, appeared. The undying star body has been perfected? Chen Xian was slightly taken aback, then let out a long roar and pounced on the leopard-headed Beast King. His rapid increase in physical strength allowed him to fearlessly fight the Beast King directly. In that instant, a terrifying aura locked the leopard-headed Beast King firmly in place. The leopard-headed Beast King's expression changed drastically, and his heart pounded wildly. Danger! Run! It immediately sensed the danger and retreated with all its might without hesitation. At the same time, Chen Xian's massive hand blotted out the sky and reached out to grab it, traversing space. The next second, his hand landed on it, and he grabbed the 100-meter-tall behemoth. The violent force tightened around it, almost strangling it to death. The leopard-headed Beast King struggled desperately, but to no avail. It opened its mouth and bit Chen Xian's arm hard, but only burst out streaks of starlight, failing to even tear his skin. No matter how much it struggled, Chen Xian's large hand tightened its grip, and its strength grew stronger. Its body was squeezed thinner and thinner, its bones broke, blood gushed out, and after a shrill roar, it was finally crushed by Chen Xian. Amidst the shocked and incredulous gazes of the crowd, Chen Xian swallowed the essence blood and crystal core of the leopard-headed Beast King in one gulp. Boom! The moment the Beast King's essence blood and crystal core entered his body, they were instantly refined into pure energy. Chen Xian's blood and chi surged, soaring into the sky and transforming into a blood moon, which then slowly descended from his heavenly gate. The body's chi and blood surged like the Yangtze River, with ever-changing winds and thunderous roars, and countless cells within the body began to rapidly boil and evolve. A massive amount of surging, violent energy was being devoured. Subsequently, its surface shone even brighter, radiating a dazzling golden light, and powerful, magnificent forces crashed outwards. Bones, muscles, and internal organs are all undergoing further changes. The boundless golden light contained an inexplicable aura, an aura that was ancient, distant, and extremely terrifying. That was the golden aura emanating from the Starstone. At the same time, his basic combat strength also surged again. 21 million, 23 million, 25 million, 27 million. Their combat power instantly broke through 30 million. This directly boosted Chen Xian's base combat power by 1,000 points, bringing his total combat power to a staggering 1.2 billion. The power of 12 dragons. This is a power that only the 10 Directions war gods can possess. Although he has not yet condensed the immortal golden core and cannot fully exert the power of the war god, Chen Xian has already taken half a step into the war god realm and become a half-step war god. Even so, the beast's energy still surged like a raging torrent. After reaching its peak combat power, the fiery impact continuously tempered Chen Xian's body, causing his body to evolve towards a perfect state. It only gradually came to a stop when it was almost at its peak. Upon seeing this scene, everyone gasped in horror, their hair standing on end, so terrified they could barely breathe. That was an 8th-tier beast, a rare and powerful existence, even more powerful than a human war king, yet it was easily killed and devoured, turning into a precious medicine. He swallowed it whole. Even the fearless beasts below were startled and immediately panicked. In their eyes, that was an invincible powerhouse capable of suppressing thousands of miles of land, a top combat combat force against the human race, yet now it was easily wiped out. This undoubtedly dealt them a heavy blow. This also slowed down their offensive. Without the help of high-level alien beasts, they could not pose much of a threat to the human race on their own. Chen Zhanwang is invincible. Chen Zhanwang is invincible. Charge! Slaughter all these monsters. The next moment, countless human soldiers erupted in thunderous cheers, looking up in worship at the godlike figure in the sky, radiant with golden light and invincible in divine might. They were extremely excited, their faces flushed. It was Qin Xian who gave them hope in one adversity after another. They turned the tide and crushed an 8th-tier beast king, greatly boosting morale. Invincible, an invincible stance. A human war king stared at Chen Xian in shock and sighed slowly. That's right. After this battle, he will definitely be able to step into the realm of the god of war in the future. Or rather, it won't be long. A genius, a true genius. The other war kings also sighed in admiration. Chen Xian's performance today shocked these veteran war kings to the extreme. That's absolutely terrifying. At only 18 years old, he already possesses such cultivation, which can be described as unprecedented. Unprecedented and unparalleled. The serpent-headed beast king, utterly terrified, turned and fled. It had no other thoughts. The idea of attacking humans was completely forgotten. Now, it had only one target. Get far, far away. Escape from the clutches of these terrifying humans. As for the million-strong army of strange beasts, it no longer cared. This is terrifying, absolutely terrifying. How could there be such a treacherous being among the human race? A mere war king can rival a war god, and he's incredibly cruel, actually devouring brother leopard's life essence. The serpent-headed beast king was in a state of utter confusion. He disregarded everything else and fled swiftly into the distance. Now, the only way is for the 9th-tier beast gods to take action and kill it. It stirred up large swaths of clouds and mist, which would disappear in an instant. Trying to run away, Chen Xian whirled around, his eyes flashing with a sharp light that pierced the heavens and earth, instantly locking onto the figure of the serpent-headed beast king. His body suddenly swelled to over 200 feet, and with a single step, he almost traversed space, instantly appearing not far from the serpent-headed beast king, reaching out to grab it. The surrounding space was instantly enveloped, revealing a pitch-black, shattered void. This attack was even more terrifying than when the leopard-headed beast king was killed earlier. The serpent-headed beast king roared in terror, a large amount of black energy surging from its body, quickly condensing into huge, incredibly hard scales. With a flick of its tail, it suddenly increased its speed and fled forward. At the same time, two huge wings suddenly sprouted from its back, and with a gentle flap, it instantly appeared at a great distance. It is a rare species among the winged serpents, said to possess the bloodline of ancient pterosaurs, although it lacks the extraordinary ability of its ancestors to traverse the void with a single flap of their wings. Its escape speed is among the fastest of all high-level beasts. It fled for its life with all its might, and even a 9th-tier beast could hardly catch up with it. Chen Xian snorted coldly and strode away. His 200-foot-tall golden body covered hundreds of meters with each step, and his movements were swift. In just a few breaths, he had covered more than 100 steps and soon caught up with the snake-headed beast king. The beast king in front was terrified, feeling the pressure from behind. He was so frightened that he didn't even dare to turn his head, fearing that if he hesitated even slightly, Chen Xian would tear him apart and leave him with no place to be buried. It was once the king of beasts, high above, controlling the life and death of humans. When did it fall to such a wretched state? At this moment, it had no time for anger. Its only thought was to escape. It would be lucky if it could escape. Although it was extremely fast, Chen Xian was still constantly closing the distance between them. As it drew closer, the surging torrent of blood and qi within Chen Xian nearly suffocated it. The surrounding space also began to collapse. The next second, Chen Xian decisively made his move, his giant hand grabbing towards it. That palm almost blotted out the sky, and the aura of death was overwhelming. The winged serpent beast king was terrified. It flapped its wings wildly and flew rapidly toward the horizon, trying to break free from Chen Xian's control. However, it's not that easy. Chen Xian's palm strike almost completely blocked all spatial passages. The palm landed on its tail. The winged serpent king was filled with shock and rage. Its 100-foot-long body suddenly coiled around Chen Xian. It cowered with its huge black scales raised, sharp as lightning, as if trying to cut Chen Xian. It didn't expect to strangle Chen Xian, it just wanted to make him suffer a little so it could escape. But when the scales touched Chen Xian's body, sparks flew and the sound of metal clashing rang out. Amidst the dazzling golden light, even Chen Xian's skin was not scratched. At this moment, Chen Xian's physical body is far superior to that of the 10 Directions war gods. How could it possibly harm him? In its panic, Chen Xian had already thrown it high into the air and slammed it hard against the mountain peak next to it. A deafening roar shook the heavens, rocks crumbled, and the winged serpent beast king spat out a mouthful of blood. Stop hitting me! Stop hitting me! I'm a woman, and I'm willing to acknowledge you as my master. Seeing Chen Xian swing it up again, the winged serpent beast king hurriedly shouted loudly. The voice was clear and melodious, carrying a hint of pleading. Chen Xian's heart skipped a beat. This was an 8th-tier beast, the king king of beasts, an invincible existence below the god of war. Even among the alien beast races, such powerful individuals are extremely rare. Subduing such a beast king would undoubtedly be a powerful asset to me. As far as I know, among the human race's war gods, only 2 have ever successfully subdued a beast king. Thinking of this, I unconsciously slowed down. As long as you don't kill me, I'm willing to acknowledge you as my master, the snake venomous woman said. This is also my first time on the battlefield, and I have never hurt anyone before. Of course, if you release me, I will repay you. My father is a powerful figure in the Star Clan. Seeing my hesitation, hope flickered in her eyes as she pleaded urgently, hoping this godlike human would take pity on her and spare her life. Even if she were to become a slave, she would have no fear. After all, being spared from death is a stroke of luck. I frowned slightly, but without thinking much, I reached out and grabbed her. Alright, I'll spare your life for now. Hearing this, the snake woman breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't have to die yet, at least she still had a chance to live. She secretly regretted following these strange beasts to the human border, only to end up like this. Looking at the leopard-headed beast king's corpse not far away, she felt a sense of relief. The next moment, I carried the snake woman through space and arrived above Rock City in a few steps. A surge of violent blood energy swept in, causing the heavens and earth to boil instantly, and an immense force pressed down on the army of strange beasts. At that moment, several human kings led their troops, slaying several high-level alien beasts. My appearance completely threw the previously panicked beast army into disarray, and they fled towards the border. With eyes closed, 2 golden beams descended from the sky, like gods and demons judging all living beings, crashing down upon the horde of strange beasts. The earth shattered instantly, dust billowed, mountains and rivers collapsed, as if the end of the world had arrived. Within the pillar of light, countless strange beasts roared and howled, unwillingly devouring any human warriors they caught, their blood-red eyes filled with killing intent. However, in the next second, they instantly dissolved within the pillar of light. The explosive power swept in all directions like a whirlwind, instantly killing or injuring tens of thousands of strange beasts. The beast army was utterly defeated, fleeing leaderless. Kill them, slaughter all these beasts, avenge our fallen comrades. Meanwhile, the morale of the human race soared, and they began to hunt down and eliminate the alien beasts. Although there were many alien beast races and they could not be completely wiped out, at least they were deterred from easily invading the human borders again. Soon, under the leadership of the human war king, the remaining beasts fled back to their territory. King Chen, invincible king. King. Everyone knows that I was the turning point in this battle. First, I killed the half-step 8th tier beast, and then when the 8th tier beast king appeared and the morale of the beast army wavered, I stepped forward, killed the leopard-headed beast king, and captured the snake man beast king. It was this crucial blow that completely turned the tide, gave them confidence, and ultimately led to victory. They looked up at my figure, which resembled a god or demon, and shouted excitedly. At this moment, everyone was fully releasing their joy of victory. To turn the tide of battle single-handedly is an astonishing feat. Moreover, I defeated 2 8th tier beast kings with the strength of a war king, making this legend even more dazzling. This is undoubtedly a glorious achievement that will be recorded in history, and it will be praised for many years, decades, or even a century from now. This almost marks the birth of an invincible king for the human race. Wang Chen, on behalf of the border warriors, I thank you. The last remaining war king of Rock City stepped forward, filled with gratitude. Although the attack by the alien beasts dealt a devastating blow to the border, it was ultimately repelled. If I hadn't turned the tide, the people on the border would have suffered a calamity, and the martial artists from Jiangnan province who came to their aid would have been in grave danger. This is all thanks to everyone. Thank you for your hard work. I was surrounded by golden light, like a high and mighty god, yet I also exuded gentleness. I have deep respect for these warriors who guard the border. They are completely different from the Wu family generals. They are true heroes who protect the human race. We are extremely gratified to hear these words from Chun Zhanwang. The king of Rock City was invigorated and burst into laughter. His gaze fell on the snake man beast king I was holding, and he asked in surprise, Chen Xian, what is this? I'll keep it for a reason, I replied casually. The war king of Rock City nodded, his eyes still filled with shock, as if he were imagining the scene of Chen Xian directly swallowing and refining this beast king. The cruel method of directly consuming the beast king as a precious medicine is chilling and makes one's scalp tingle just by thinking about it. After all, the pressure of a beast king was enough to make them breathless, but in Chen Xian's eyes, they were like poultry waiting to be slaughtered. He will surely become an invincible powerhouse among humans in the future. He sighed silently to himself. Chen Xian looked around, nodded, and the next moment his figure transformed into a streak of light, flying towards Dongling City. With his current strength, which is almost on par with that of a war god, crossing thousands of miles takes very little time, even faster than a combat spaceship. He didn't even have time to inform his sister before heading to the border. She must be extremely worried right now. Moreover, because of him, Chen Yuqing did not live in the dormitory, but in his villa, building number 1. So when he was gone for a long time, his sister would definitely notice and could guess without much thought that he had gone to the front lines. After After all, with this massive invasion of alien beasts, almost all high-level martial artists rushed to the battlefield. Moreover, due to the disruption of signals at the front lines, it was impossible to contact the outside world during this period. Just a few minutes later, Chen Xian returned to building 1 of the villa, and the snake woman returned to her original appearance. "You look really strange right now. Why don't we just kill you?" Chen Xian stared at the snake woman and spoke slowly. "Don't kill me, don't kill me, I can still shapeshift." The snake woman Beast King was startled. Accompanied by a swirling black mist, a small green snake appeared before Chen Xian, cautiously staring at him. "It can even transform?" Chen Xian nodded, thinking that this would be much more convenient. However, the matter was not over yet. Although the snake woman and Beast King were willing to be her slaves and pets, she was, after all, a martial arts expert, and leaving her here rashly would be too dangerous. Apart from himself, it would be difficult for anyone to subdue her if the god of war did not take action. The only solution right now is to sign a mental contract. He had seen this method in books before. It wasn't complicated to operate, since the martial arts mall also sold low-level exotic beasts. The next second, Chen Xian forced out a drop of essence blood, which floated towards the snake woman. Although the snake woman was extremely unwilling, she understood that the consequences of not signing the contract would be severe, so she had no choice but to open her mind and let the drop of blood essence merge into it. From then on, her life was in Chen Xian's hands. A single thought could shatter her mind and cost her life. After finishing all this, Chen Xian glanced at the time. It was exactly the time when Jiang University let out for the holidays. Not long after, there was a knock at the door, and Chen Yuqing walked in from outside. Upon seeing Chen Xian, she exclaimed with delight, "Brother, you're back. Are you all right?" Chen Xian was taken aback. It seemed Yuqing already knew he had gone to the border. Before she could even speak, Chen Yuqing said angrily, "Brother, why didn't you tell me you were going to the front lines beforehand? Luckily, you're all right." Seeing the little green snake on Chen Xian's shoulder, his eyes lit up, and he said with a smile, "What a beautiful little snake. Brother, where did you get it?" As she spoke, she reached out and touched it, showing no fear whatsoever. Chen Yuqing's temper frustrated the snake woman immensely. A single sneeze from her could scare countless people to death, yet now she dared not resist and could only let herself be caressed. "It's just a small snake. If you like it, I'll give it to you." After all, the snake woman is an 8th-tier beast king, and with her by Yuqing's side, her safety is guaranteed. "Forget it. I don't want it." "Brother, do you know you've become a legend in Dongling?" Chen Yuqing said with a smile. Following his sister's words, Chen Xian realized that this battle was related to the safety of Jiangnan province. The fierce fighting on the front line attracted everyone's attention, and the media also forwarded the battle situation in real time. When the half-step 8th-tier alien beast suppressed several human war kings, everyone panicked. At this moment, Chen Xian stepped forward and killed the enemy, causing everyone to cheer and see a glimmer of hope. Just when they thought victory was in sight, the appearance of 2 8th-tier beast kings instantly crushed everyone's hopes into the abyss, leaving them in utter despair. A half-step 8th-tier beast has already suppressed the human king. What do those 2 beast kings symbolize? They represent absolute suppression of the human frontline warriors. Not only can they make the frontline barren, but the beasts can also launch a massive invasion, directly threatening the entire Jiangnan province. At that time, what awaits Jiangnan province will only be a devastating disaster. At this moment, everyone concerned about the front lines was gripped by despair, a profound sense of sorrow filling their hearts, making it impossible for them to muster the energy to work or study. A feeling of panic spread through everyone's mind. Some people even dropped everything and rushed home to reunite with their families, friends, and children, silently waiting for the front lines to crumble and the monstrous invasion of the beasts. Given the brutality of the beasts, Jiangnan province will be reduced to a living hell, with less than 1 in 10 surviving. Even if warriors from other provinces come to support, they may not be able to arrive in time. The most crucial element is the need for top-tier combat power capable of defeating an 8th-tier beast king, and those 10 war gods are almost all stationed in the Abyss secret realm. No matter how you look at it, this situation seems unsolvable and is utterly hopeless. Just then, Chen Xian appeared like a god, forcefully suppressing and subduing the 2 8th-tier beast kings. His invincible divine might was deeply imprinted in everyone's hearts. Invincible king. Divine might is invincible. Chen Zhanwang is truly the savior of Jiangnan province. Those who witnessed this scene were shocked and then excitedly shouted wildly. Some people hugged each other tightly, releasing their inner joy. A king among men, a living Buddha to all families, King Qinzhan has truly shown us immense kindness this time. An elderly man with a cane side. Some people even erected a memorial tablet for Chen Xian in their homes and worshipped it devoutly. It can be said that Chen Xian became famous overnight and almost became a godlike figure in Jiangnan province. It was he who caused the alien beasts' attack to fail and inflict heavy losses on them, rendering them unable to pose a threat to the southern border for a short period of time. I never imagined my reputation would be so high. Chen Xian felt somewhat helpless, thinking that it was really unnecessary to make such a big deal out of killing just a few strange beasts. Brother, don't disbelieve me, listen to what's going on outside. Chen Yuqing blinked and said with a light laugh, "You've become a national idol now. My friends are still asking about you." Meanwhile, the warriors who had gone to support the front lines returned one after another, and the people cheered loudly to welcome these brave warriors back from their battles. The entire Jiangnan province was filled with peace and tranquility. Of course, many people were probably inquiring about Qin Xian, but he disliked showing his face and had no intention of joining in the commotion. "Alright, you like this little green snake, right? Here, take it and play with it." As Qin Xian spoke, he tossed the snake woman to his sister. The snake woman, grabbed by Qin Yuqing, frantically cried for help, but Qin Xian ignored her. After greeting his sister, he went straight back to his cultivation room. His strength had increased too quickly at the border, he needed to stabilize it now. Moreover, he felt that the fifth stage of the divine forging scripture was already in sight and could be preliminarily deduced. Of course, refining immortal cells and condensing an immortal elixir is the most important thing right now. Otherwise, it would be impossible to take that step into becoming a god of war. Inside the cultivation room, Qin Xian sat cross-legged, his blood and qi surging and flowing through his meridians. A large amount of stellar power permeated his body, forming a dazzling, glassy color, with several strands of golden light from his closed eyes radiating extremely terrifying power. Even with Qin Xian's current strength, he couldn't help but secretly marvel at himself. The three golden rays from the starstone alone propelled his strength to an even more terrifying level. If there were more, the benefits would likely be even greater. However, Qin Xian knew that he had already been fortunate enough to refine these three golden lights, and it would probably be difficult to obtain them again so easily. However, right now, obtaining the power of immortality is more crucial than the golden light. He already possesses 60 immortal cells, and only needs to condense another 21 to reach the number 99, at which point he can attempt to condense an immortal golden core. At that time, he will be able to break through to the realm of a martial god. Taking a deep breath, Qin Xian calmed his mind and began to cultivate. The night passed quickly. In the following days, besides taking care of all the housework, Qin Xian kept going to Jiang University's warehouse to check out cultivation techniques and martial arts skills, make up for the theoretical deficiencies, and prepare for the subsequent cultivation technique deduction. Of course, at Principal Lin's instruction, Qin Xian could freely browse various cultivation techniques without consuming any credits. Moreover, with his current eyesight, he made slight modifications to certain techniques, which greatly enhanced their power, much to Principal Lin's delight. Several days passed, and Qin Xian not only thoroughly consolidated his martial arts cultivation, but also subtly prepared for his upcoming breakthrough. Inside the cultivation room, Qin Xian's sea of mental power surged violently, crashing against the starstone time and time again. As a large amount of star power overflowed, a few strands of immortal power also emerged from it. As for the golden light that was as dazzling as the primordial chaos, it never appeared. Qin Xian cultivated quietly, without any hurry. Breakthroughs are no longer easy. We must wait for the right opportunity. Soon, a few days passed, and Director Sun from Jiangda University hurriedly brought a message. The 9 Domains Genius Battle is about to begin, and I've heard it won't be easy this time. Director Sun told him this. It's starting so soon? Qin Xian pondered. If my memory serves me correctly, it should take some more time. It might be earlier than expected. Director Sun said with a smile. He didn't know the specific reason, but it wasn't important. Since the Serious Martial Academy had issued the assessment requirements, he had to participate. With Qin Xian's current strength, it would be difficult for him to fail the test. After all, he had already killed an 8th-tier beast king and was a peak expert among the 8 desolate kings. In Director Sun's opinion, even at the legendary Tianlang Martial Academy, Qin Xian's strength was by no means inferior. There are 6 people from Blue Star participating in the Serious Martial Academy selection this time, but there are 9 inhabited planets in the entire Blue Star system. In addition to the 6 of you, geniuses from the other 8 planets will also participate, so it will be quite difficult. Although we don't have much contact with other planets, we are still in the same star system and know each other to some extent. Blue Star's martial arts level is only in the middle range. In this assessment, we may very well encounter a true genius martial artist. Director Sun said in a deep voice. Qin Xian is the only young martial artist in Jiangnan province qualified to participate in the selection of Tianlang Martial Academy in recent years. Therefore, the entire education department of Jiangnan province attaches great importance to this and has found out about the news in advance. Director Sun is just passing on the message. Jiangnan University, in particular, made the greatest effort to help Qin Xian participate in the genius battle. The minimum requirement to participate in the battle of geniuses is to reach the level of a warrior general before the age of 20. Such requirements are extremely demanding, and many people spend their entire lives only to become novice martial artists. As for the warrior generals, they are already the top combat force among the human race, and one person can guard a city with a population of 10 million. A 20-year-old warrior is undoubtedly a genius among geniuses. What's astonishing is that 6 people on Earth have reached this standard. The total number of participants across the 9 inhabited inhabited planets is certainly no less than 100. Most importantly, Sirius Martial Academy only plans to recruit 9 people from small star systems on Blue Star this time, with an astonishing elimination rate of at least 10 to 1, meaning there is only one spot per inhabited planet on average. It is easy to imagine that the upcoming battle of geniuses will be exceptionally brutal. When will it start? Chen Xian asked after listening to Director Sun's explanation. We'll set off tomorrow morning, and Minister Duan Changtian will accompany you, Director Sun said with a smile. You can say hello to Yuqing first. The competition may take a lot of time. Chen Xian nodded slightly. When Chen Yuqing got home from school, she found that her brother had already prepared dinner. During dinner, Chen Xian casually told her about participating in the genius battle. Although she was reluctant to leave, she understood that this was a rare opportunity. After all, her master had told her that Blue Star was just a small place, and she needed to broaden her horizons. Moreover, my brother just went to compete. He's not coming back. She also made up her mind to cultivate diligently with her master and never let her brother leave her far behind. Brother, don't worry, I can take care of myself, Chen Yuqing said with a smile. This put Chen Xian at ease a little. Yuqing was quite capable in managing her life, and besides, being on the Jiangda campus, she was unlikely to encounter any problems. The next day, just as dawn broke, Chen Xian received a call from Duan Changtian. Shortly afterward, a small combat spaceship appeared in front of Villa Number 1. Look, isn't that Minister Duan Changtian? What's he doing here? His spaceship is parked next to Villa Number 1. Could he be looking for Chen Xian? I never expected Minister Duan to come in person. Upon seeing Minister Duan Changtian appear, all the students passing by looked in this direction in shock. After all, Duan Changtian was a martial arts king with a prominent status. In the eyes of these students, he was a high and mighty figure. Although Minister Duan is powerful and influential, Chen Xian just killed an 8th-tier beast king. I doubt even he could do that. A student standing nearby spoke up. Everyone then realized that although Chen Xian was nominally a student of Jiang University, he was actually different from them. He was a high and mighty martial arts king, and even Minister Duan was not arrogant in front of him. However, this was none of their business. After discussing it for a while, everyone headed towards the classroom. Minister Duan, I didn't expect you to arrive so early. Chen Xian walked out of the villa, went directly to the spaceship, found a seat, and said with a smile. He had thought that Duan Changtian would bring a pilot with him, but to his surprise, he didn't even call for a pilot and took control of the spaceship himself. There's nothing we can do. The people from Tianlang Martial Academy arrived early, and they're probably already waiting. Being late would be really bad, Minister Duan explained with a helpless smile. In the past, some people were disqualified for being late to the selection process for the Sirius Martial Arts Academy, which was heartbreaking. We'll go to Dongling province first to meet up with the other contestants. The Sirius Martial Academy spaceship will pick us up from there and take us to the assessment location, Duan Changtian said. And don't be so formal. You don't need to call me Minister Duan, just call me Brother Duan. Duan Changtian burst into laughter. Chen Xian nodded in response, without any formalities. With his strength, he was in no way inferior to Duan Changtian, and in terms of battle record, he had an overwhelming advantage. In this world of martial arts, the strong are respected, so Minister Duan's attitude is perfectly natural. The combat ship took off and flew southeast. An hour later, they landed on the top of a remote mountain. This is a spacious platform that can accommodate nearly 10,000 people. As soon as the two stepped off the spaceship, they saw several people already waiting there, 3 middle-aged men and 3 young men around 20 years old, who were clearly also talented martial artists participating in this selection. When these people saw Chen Xian, they all looked over. Some remained silent, while others nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Chen Xian responded with a smile. Old Zhao, Old Lin, you two arrived pretty early. Minister Duan was familiar with the 2 middle-aged men and went up to greet them. Old Duan, I heard that the southern border was attacked by strange beasts a few days ago. The defense line was breached, and it was later repelled by a genius martial artist. Is that true? I also heard that they killed an 8th-tier beast king? As the 3 exchanged pleasantries, the other 2 asked curiously. That's nonsense. The beast attack was real, and it was repelled. But do you believe that genius martial artist killed an 8th-tier beast king? Minister Duan asked in a serious tone, with a hint of helplessness in his voice. 2. The 2 nodded, glancing at Chen Xian with a look of relief on their faces. Although they are all warriors from Earth, they are now rivals. Soon after, the other 2 contestants arrived. A man and a woman, both from the same province, Yantian province. Yantian province is a leading martial arts province, so it's normal for them to send 2 people to participate in the competition. Then, a massive spaceship slowly appeared in the sky, casting a huge shadow that made everyone hold their breath. There are no spaceships of this caliber on Earth. With the special markings on the spaceship, everyone knew that the people from the Sirius Martial Academy had arrived. The spaceship hovered steadily in the air when suddenly a hatch opened, and a figure appeared, shouting loudly, "Students participating in the genius battle, please step forward. Brother Chen, you go ahead. I can only take you this far. far, I can't follow you any further. Minister Duan chuckled softly and said, but I believe you will definitely pass the test. I'm waiting for your good news, brother. Meanwhile, teachers from other provinces were also whispering with their students. Don't worry, I'll be going now. Chen Xian smiled and nodded, then took a few steps forward with the others. Then, a guiding beam of light shone down from above, and with the help of this force, Chen Xian and the others instantly soared into the sky and flew into the interior of the spaceship. Boom! With a deafening roar, the spaceship soared into the sky, transforming into a streak of light as it flew into the depths of space. Minister Duan and his entourage vanished in an instant. You are the Blue Star students participating in this genius battle. Welcome. You can rest there for a while and wait for the genius battle to begin. Inside the spaceship, a tall, middle-aged martial artist slowly spoke to Chen Xian and the others. His blood and energy surged powerfully, and although he did not release any aura, he could still shock people with just one glance. This person is actually a war god of the 10 directions. Chen Xian was shocked. Although he himself possessed invincible king-level strength, the only ones who could make him feel wary were war god-level martial artists. The Sirius Martial Academy is indeed a sacred place for martial arts in the millions of star systems. It has a rare war god martial artist on Blue Star. We encountered one as soon as we boarded the spaceship. The other students also showed shock in their eyes. Although they could not see the middle-aged martial artist's true strength, they could feel the terrifying pressure. The group exchanged glances and silently walked to the side to sit down. Dozens of geniuses had already gathered there, clearly martial artists from other planets participating in the genius battle. Upon seeing Chen Xian and his group arrive, they all glanced over a few times before turning back to quietly cultivate. With the great battle imminent, everyone is desperately trying to improve their strength because if they fail, they may never have the chance to enter the Heavenly Wolf Martial Academy again in their lifetime. The middle-aged martial artist gave a few more instructions and then said no more. The spaceship travels at high speed through space, sometimes passing through wormholes and instantly traversing thousands of miles. Of course, this speed is still within the controllable range, otherwise, the spaceship could increase its speed by hundreds of millions of times, and it would only take 3 days to travel from a small star system on Earth to Sirius. This spaceship is extremely expensive to build. Even a small star system might not be able to afford it even if it combined all its resources. After all, it can withstand attacks from war god warriors and is among the top-tier high-level spaceships. However, at this moment, we are only traveling within the Blue Star system to pick up contestants from other planets, so there is no need to drive too fast. Even so, all the candidates boarded the spaceship in about half an hour. The spaceship then flew towards the center of the Blue Star minor star system, clearly heading to the assessment arena for the genius battle. The location of the genius battle assessment is not fixed each time. Sometimes it goes deep into the universe, sometimes it is close to the Blue Star system, and sometimes it is even in the illusion created by the Sirius Martial Academy. A few minutes later, the spaceship landed above a planet. Looking down, the planet was beautiful, with birds singing and flowers blooming, full of life, like a paradise, and its size was comparable to one of the 9 major habitable planets. This is an extremely large planet. The middle-aged martial artist stepped out of the spaceship, looked around, and slowly said, "Everyone, I am Huang Feihong, the proctor of this genius battle. Most of you are probably participating in the competition for the first time, so I will explain the rules to you." Huang Feihong paused briefly before continuing. A total of 103 people participated in this competition, but only 9 will be selected in the end. You are all the most outstanding geniuses in the Blue Galaxy. I hope you will give full play to your strengths and achieve excellent results. We will have real-time monitoring here, and the monsters you kill will be converted into corresponding points. Of course, monsters below the 5th rank will not be counted in the points. What? Beasts below the 5th rank don't count towards the score. Upon hearing this, everyone was immediately in an uproar. Even if each of them is at the level of a warrior general, killing a 5th-tier alien beast is by no means an easy task. Moreover, a mere alien beast planet couldn't possibly harbor many high-level alien beasts. With nearly 100 examinees present, they could easily turn an alien beast planet upside down. It is no exaggeration to say that some small alien planets could be razed to the ground. Perhaps sensing the candidates' thoughts, Huang Feihong smiled and said, "You may not know, but this is planet number 1 of the Blue Star system. Many of the high-level alien beasts on your planet likely originated from here. Currently, the highest-level alien beast here is an 8th-tier beast king. Of course, we cannot rule out the existence of 9th-tier beast gods, but I haven't been able to detect it yet. 8th-tier beast king, 9th-tier beast god." Upon hearing this, everyone felt a surge of tension. What does that mean? If you're unlucky, you might not even last a few minutes. This isn't a competition, it's suicide. They may be geniuses, but they haven't experienced much life or death combat. Why take such a big risk when they're high above on their own planet? In an instant, many people turned pale and even wanted to withdraw from the competition. Huang Feihong looked around and said calmly, "If you're afraid, you can withdraw. There's no requirement. We'll send you back after the competition, but you'll never be able to participate in the selection selection for the Tianlang Martial Academy again. The crowd looked grim, and after weighing their options, more than 30 people chose to withdraw. Feeling ashamed, they slunk into the spaceship. There were still 70 geniuses left, and Chen Xian was surprised to find that only 2 of them had withdrawn from Blue Star. Of course, if someone encounters an insurmountable danger during the competition, they can call for help through their smartwatch, but that would also mean the end of the exam. Huang Feihong continued. Are you ready? The match is about to begin, and the time limit is 4 hours. I hope we can meet again. As soon as he finished speaking, the spaceship hatch slowly opened. The candidates took a deep breath, looked at each other for a few seconds, and then jumped down one after another. Chen Xian jumped off the spaceship without hesitation. However, the geniuses who had just arrived did not leave immediately. People from various planets gathered together, while only Chen Xian and his 3 companions remained on Blue Star. Just as Chen Xian was about to leave, one of the dozen or so people from the opposite group strode over, pointed at them arrogantly, and said, "You 4, come here." "Wu Yong, it's you? How dare you show your face?" Before Chen Xian could speak, a woman from Yantian province stepped forward, her face grim. "Why can't I come? I'm already a mid-level warrior. How about that? I'm stronger than you guys, right? What future can I have staying on Earth?" Wu Yong responded with a cold laugh. The woman glanced at him with disgust, then turned her head away, clearly not wanting to look at him anymore. "Wu Yong, that's Wu Yong? What a despicable scoundrel." Another genius from Blue Star opened his eyes wide and said angrily, "What happened?" Seeing that Lan Xing and the others seemed quite familiar with the other side, the others asked curiously. After all, the other party came from White Star and had little interaction with Blue Star's martial arts. A warrior of the general level wouldn't attract too much attention. This Wu Yong was originally from Blue Star, from the Martial Arts Academy of the invasion of China. Later, he betrayed the country and defected to the top tower country of White Star. He was a dog and enjoyed it, because the moon on other planets was rounder. He was utterly shameless. A genius beside Chen Xian slowly revealed the truth. If he were willing to be a traitor, that would be one thing. Back then, the Blue Star country invested heavily in nurturing him, but after defecting to the White Star, he went around smearing the Blue Star. What's even more infuriating is that, as a genius martial artist, he participated in the compilation of basic martial arts manuals and actually drew many diagrams that misled Chinese children's martial arts training. China used these basic martial arts manuals for a full 10 years. 10 years is such a huge misguidance for those children who are just getting started with martial arts. At this point, the genius from Blue Star was almost burning with rage, his eyes turning red, and he wished he could rush forward and beat him up. But he held back, because he was only a mid-level warrior and might not be able to defeat Wu Yong. Moreover, Bai Xing had more than 10 people on the other side, and once they made a move, he would definitely be crushed. This forced him to be more cautious. Is that so? Chen Xian narrowed his eyes, a murderous intent flashing within them. Although he wasn't entirely a kind person, he would never show mercy to such a traitor. Using Earth's resources and betraying Earth is bad enough, but what's even worse is that they want to disrupt the foundation of Earth's martial arts. Damn it, have you guys thought this through? Follow us, obediently and seriously kill the alien beasts, and maybe you'll have a chance to enter the serious martial academy. Seeing that Chen Xian and the others did not respond, Wu Yong's sneer intensified. Don't be ungrateful. At this moment, Chen Xian said coldly, "What did you say?" Wu Yong's face was gloomy, and the White Star warriors not far behind him also showed unfriendly expressions. "I told you to get lost." Chen Xian waved his hand in acknowledgement. "You're being ungrateful." Wu Yong glanced back at the White Star warriors behind him, and seeing their grim expressions, his heart tightened. After all, he was merely a warrior who had submitted to White Star, of lowly status. Gritting his teeth, he suddenly raised his hand, grinning maliciously as he attacked Chen Xian. "You're asking for it." He could tell that Chen Xian only had the combat strength of a junior general and was no match for him at all. Let's teach him a lesson and show him that the moon is rounder over there. Being a dog on White Star is a better option than staying on Blue Star. He suddenly attacked, and a huge blood-red claw mark slammed down, 10 feet square, with a pungent stench that blotted out the sky and headed straight for Chen Xian. Although it wasn't used at full strength, the terrifying power still caused the air to explode and the weather to change drastically. The genius warriors of Blue Star changed their expressions drastically, realizing that Chen Xian was only at the level of a low-level warrior and would definitely not be able to withstand this attack. A young martial artist from Yantian province stepped forward, ready to attack. He was a high-level warrior. He wasn't worried about Wu Yong's attack. What he feared most was the White Star martial artist behind him. He didn't want to act rashly at this moment, but he also didn't want to watch fellow warriors from Earth get injured. Just then, Chen Xian gently waved his hand, as if swatting a fly. A surge of immense power suddenly erupted, crashing towards Wu Yong like a raging Yangtze River. The crimson hand vanished instantly, but its momentum lingered. Wu Yong stared at Chen Xian in horror. An irresistible force struck, and Wu Yong screamed as he was sent flying backward. He lay on the ground, spat out a mouthful of blood, and then staggered to his feet. You are a high-ranking general." Wu Yong pointed at Chen Xian Xian in horror and shouted. He was originally a mid-level general. To defeat Qin Xian, he would need at least the strength of a high-level general. Of course, he didn't consider Qin Xian to be a war king. That's simply incredible. Unless you're a White Star warrior, Blue Star warriors would never have such talent. Seeing Qin Xian's strength, one of the young men among the White Star warriors opposite him said in a deep voice. After saying that, he turned and walked into the depths of the forest. Wu Yong coughed up blood and staggered after him. You're actually a high-ranking general? I didn't realize. Let's get acquainted. I'm Lu Zhe from Yantian province. The young martial artist who was about to make a move glanced at Chen Xian in surprise and said with a smile. Chen Xian of Jiangnan province. Chen Xian nodded and responded with a smile. Yantian province Lu Shuer. Dezhou province Zhou Tian. The other two exchanged a smile and said. Zhou Tian, Great Zhou province? Chen Xian looked at him in surprise. Do you know Zhou Tai? That's my cousin, brother Chen. Do you know him? Zhou Tian asked curiously. More than just knowing each other. Chen Xian briefly recounted some past events, which made everyone laugh at the same time. Afterwards, Lu Zhe suggested that everyone team up to kill the alien beasts, but Chen Xian refused. With his strength entering the Heavenly Wolf Martial Academy would be no problem. Following them would only make it easier to expose his strength, affecting his performance and killing speed. After bidding farewell to the group, Chen Xian quickly flew into the depths of the forest, where he sensed the aura of a high-level exotic beast. Meanwhile, Shirahoshi and her group of 10 entered the forest. Jason, why didn't you kill that Earth kid just now? In the group, a blonde woman asked with a smile. No rush. Our priority now is to kill the alien beast. If we have the chance later, we can deal with it. Jason, a tall man, spoke expressionlessly. He is the strongest among the White Stars, and is rumored to possess the strength of a beginner-level battle king. Wu Jun, did you hear that? Jason will avenge you. Jenny turned her head and said with a smile. I know. Shirahoshi is the best in the world. A flash of resentment crossed Wu Yong's eyes, but he quickly put on a forced smile. Chen Xian traversed the forest and arrived at a plain. Here, a powerful and chilling aura emanated from the tall wild grass. Here, a powerful and strange beast is hidden. Chen Xian's expression immediately turned serious. After traveling several dozen kilometers further, the dense grass gradually thinned out, and a vast open plain appeared before them. Not far away, a wide lake came into view, beautiful in scenery but unusually quiet, and the intense, explosive aura became increasingly pronounced. This lake hides a great danger. Chen Xian knew that the terrifying beast was likely lurking underwater. Master, the beasts here are extremely powerful, no less than me. The snake woman on his shoulder suddenly looked up, her voice tense and alert. It's no worse than you, it's practically an 8th-tier beast king. Chen Xian was shocked. He hadn't expected to encounter such a powerful alien beast so close by. As expected of the #1 alien beast planet, such a scene was simply unimaginable on Blue Star. However, he wasn't overly concerned. After all, the 8th-tier beast king was no match for him at the moment. Just a few days ago, he had slain one, and he had also subdued the other snake woman. Right now, the only task is to lure out this 8th-tier beast king. Without hesitation, Chen Xuanfei leaped into the air above the lake and threw a punch, a huge fist shadow slamming into the lake's surface. The fist struck the lake, instantly shattering the water and sending up a spray of water that revealed a large, dark hole beneath. The punch had almost pierced through the lake bed. The powerful force caused the entire lake to tremble slightly. After throwing a punch, Chen Xian quickly turned back to the shore. Such a commotion would not be ignored by the strange beast. A few seconds later, the lake water began to boil, and countless bubbles rose to the surface. Immediately afterwards, a huge black shadow emerged from the water. It was a gigantic crocodile that blotted out the sky, its black iron-like body 100 meters long, its cold and bloodthirsty eyes slowly sweeping toward the shore. Humans, it's been over a decade since humans came here again. The crocodile beast sneered. It's been so long since I've tasted human flesh and blood since the humans came here from the border. It's truly something to miss. It laughed heartily, swam out of the lake, and landed steadily on land. The next moment, it transformed into a terrifying being with the body of a crocodile beast. Those cold, greedy eyes were fixed on Chen Xian, and saliva was almost dripping from his mouth. In its eyes, Chen Xian's blood and qi were extremely strong, as hot as the blazing sun, and its surging energy could be felt even from a distance. This is clearly a powerful human. If one can devour it, one will surely gain enormous energy and even quickly heal one's injuries. As for how strong the opponent was, it wasn't worried. As long as it wasn't a warrior at the level of a war god, it had nothing to fear, and killing them was only a matter of time. Master, this is the primordial Emperor Crocodile clan, a powerful race among the alien beasts. The Emperor Crocodile before us should be a 3-star beast king. The snake woman sensed the terrifying aura emanating from the creature, and her pupils contracted slightly as she whispered a reminder. Chen Xian's eyes narrowed, but he didn't take it to heart. A mere 8th-tier beast king was nothing to worry about. Moreover, the other party's essence and crystal core are excellent tonics. Just then, the crocodile beast king moved. Its enormous claws, hundreds of meters long, momentum, slashed down fiercely at Qin Xian's head. Space trembled, and everything in front of us was almost torn apart and pulverized. Although it did not attack with its full strength, it was extremely confident that killing the boy in front of it would be a piece of cake. At this moment, Qin Xian's aura suddenly erupted, and his immense blood and qi transformed into a vast river of blood energy. His undying star battle body was unleashed at full power, his body shimmering with golden light and his bones and blood as clear and translucent as glass. With a thunderous punch, the sky trembled, cracking sounds rang out, the earth split open, and the lake water flowed backward. The crocodile-headed Beast King's expression changed drastically. Before it could react, the giant claw shadow was shattered by a punch. With the momentum still intact, the fist continued to smash into its body. Its massive body was sent flying, spinning several times in the air before crashing heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Even with thick skin and a tough body, he was still left dizzy and disoriented after the fall. The serpent goddess on her shoulder was secretly shocked. It seemed her master's strength had increased again. Just a few days ago, she hadn't been able to handle them so easily. You're actually a martial arts king of the human race, with a fully matured physical body. What exactly are you after here? The crocodile-headed Beast King's expression immediately turned solemn, his heart filled with shock. This was a planet of alien beasts, rarely visited by humans. Unless they were extremely bored, no one would willingly walk into a trap. Even a human war king would find it difficult to escape here easily. The human warrior before them was clearly a top-tier war king, possessing exceptional strength. What's even more shocking is that his blood and energy are so vigorous, it's terrifying. This made the crocodile-headed Beast King covet him, and his murderous intent grew stronger. But it also understood that the martial artist before it was not easy to deal with. His physical body was strong and his strength was terrifying, making him impossible to defeat easily. Killing you would probably be enough. This 8th-tier Beast King's strength is more than enough to earn it a place in the Heavenly Wolf Martial Academy. It should be understood that under normal circumstances, it is impossible to kill an 8th-tier alien beast without the combat power of a war god. It is extremely rare for a martial arts master to be able to kill a 7th-tier beast. In this battle of geniuses, even for a martial artist at the Battle King level, killing a 7th-tier beast is no easy task. Enraged, the crocodile-headed Beast King suddenly attacked, its body swelling to an enormous size, blotting out the sky. Its claws swept down like a torrential rain, causing blood and qi to surge and explode, tearing cracks into the sky. The land within a radius of several miles was instantly reduced to nothingness. This attack was delivered without reservation. Even a human king would not escape annihilation under its ferocious assault. Qin Xian's expression was calm, his eyes were unwavering, but he moved instantly. His body suddenly grew larger, reaching the sky and the earth, transforming into a figure 100 feet tall. He unleashed a powerful punch, his fists raining down in dense energy, forming a golden fist curtain that swept outwards. Unruly and unstoppable, the earth crumbled, the clouds split open, and space itself shattered. Unreasonable, domineering. The raging, ferocious blood energy caused the crocodile-headed Beast King's expression to change drastically. The human warrior before it seemed more like a wild beast than it had ever seen, so brutal that they have no sense of reason. A flurry of fist and claw shadows clashed violently, producing a series of crackling sounds. Qin Xian showed no sign of backing down, continuing to press forward, unleashing his meteor annihilation fist technique, grabbing stars and hurling them at the crocodile-headed Beast King. The crocodile-headed Beast King roared repeatedly. Although its defense was formidable, it still spat out blood, its bones shattered, and its body kept retreating as Qin Xian relentlessly attacked it, causing it to be defeated step by step. Qin Xian roared and unleashed a powerful punch. A piercing sonic boom rang out, and the crocodile-headed Beast King let out a deafening roar as its body flew out, its chest and abdomen almost pierced through by Qin Xian's punch. Give it your all, or you're dead. The thought flashed through the mind of the crocodile-headed Beast King. The crocodile-headed Beast King was shocked, a hint of fear flashing in its eyes. The strength of the young man before it far exceeded its expectations. It had originally thought he was prey delivered to its doorstep, but unexpectedly, the other party was exceptionally powerful, suppressing it in the fight. Although it has not yet recovered to its full strength, it can still feel the terror of the other party. In an instant, the crocodile-headed Beast King had the idea of retreating. My strength hasn't fully recovered, so there's no need to risk my life here. If I were to die here, it would be a huge loss. Thinking of this, the crocodile-headed Beast King's aura suddenly surged, and with a roar, it pounced on Qin Xian again. Unlike before, it now wields a black knife. The blade gleamed coldly, drawing a blinding light as it slashed straight at Qin Xian. A sharp, piercing sound echoed through the air as a blade flashed across the sky, producing a shrill, tearing sound. This black blade was forged from the scales of the crocodile-headed Beast King. Although it is not a true immortal divine weapon, it is extremely close to it and its power is astonishing. If it were an ordinary human war king, he would probably not escape death under this blade. Faced with this fatal blow, Qin Xian remained expressionless and did not even turn around. His blood and qi surged, and his body shone with a brilliant golden light. He threw a punch, which collided violently with the black blade. The black egg blade slashed past Chen Xian's side, making a piercing sound and scattering sparks, but it did not cut his skin in the slightest. The crocodile-headed Beast King was both shocked and furious, unable to believe that the boy's defense was so impenetrable, even more so than that of a beast. Even it would have to retreat in the face of this blade of light, yet the opponent withstood it unscathed. Terrifying, the crocodile-headed Beast King dared not relax for a moment. The black blade in its hand almost transformed into an overwhelming barrage of blade shadows, forming a giant blade wheel with a diameter of 100 meters, which frantically slashed at Chen Xian. Compared to before, this blade formation was much more powerful, instantly crushing the surrounding air, clouds, and earth into powder. However, it still underestimated Chen Xian's terrifying physical body. Even a war god would dread the fully developed star-undying body. While the crocodile Beast King's blade formation was astonishing, it was virtually ineffective against Chen Xian. Chen Xian stretched out his hands, his blood and chi surged, and his arms instantly became as hard as jade. Dragon roars emanated from his body. The figures of 12 giant dragons appeared around him, and the power of 1.2 billion was fully unleashed. The blade array was instantly seized by Chen Xian, making a cracking sound. Despite its desperate twisting and struggling, the terrifying blade energy frantically slashed at Chen Xian's arm, but it had no effect whatsoever. Chen Xian roared in anger, and with a sudden burst of strength he broke free. The massive array of blades was torn apart, and the crocodile Beast King was struck by Chen Xian's fist, sending it flying backward. Blood splattered everywhere. One arm was almost broken. It let out a deafening roar of pain. The power of 12 dragons, you're actually a novice war god. Terrified, the crocodile king turned and fled into the lake without further hesitation. Staying means death. The young man before them was actually a beginner-level war god. This is simply unimaginable. However, it did not realize that if the opponent was truly a human war god, with his immortal golden core sealing off the entire world, it would have no chance to escape. However, it's too late to run now. Master, don't let it escape into the water, the snake woman said urgently. Crocodile beasts are aquatic creatures. Once they return to the water, it becomes their territory, and even powerful opponents find it difficult to defeat them. It can't escape, Chen Xian responded in a deep voice. Its size increased again, and it reached out with both hands to grab the crocodile beast king. The powerful force caused the lake water to explode instantly. The crocodile beast was terrified. Chen Xian's aura had completely locked onto it, and the power of his hands was almost impossible to resist. The golden stripes of the avenue shimmered with light, exerting immense pressure on it. At this moment, the crocodile beast king, trapped in a predicament, finally unleashed its full power. A large amount of blood and chi surged out of its body, transforming into a blood-red, eerie bead that crashed towards Chen Xian. The terrifying pressure shattered the surrounding space, and the air crackled, as if the end of the world had arrived. The snake woman's expression changed drastically. Even with her strength, she could hardly withstand this attack without suffering serious injury. A futile struggle. Chen Xian shook his head slightly, and 10 streams of light flew out from his body, forming a net of blades that covered the blood-red bead. A deafening roar erupted. 10 streaks of light pierced through the blood-red bead and shot toward the crocodile beast. The crocodile king roared and hurriedly dived into the water, but the next moment, it seemed to be locked onto by some terrifying gaze, and its heart almost stopped beating. It screamed in terror as 10 throwing knives instantly pierced its body, its once proud defenses turning to shreds. Before it could even react, its massive head had been blasted away. Chen Xian stretched out his large hand and firmly grasped the head of the crocodile beast. Don't kill me, the crocodile beast king begged for mercy in terror. As an 8th-tier beast, separating its head and body could not completely kill it, but Chen Xian showed no mercy and suddenly exerted force with his golden arm. The crocodile beast king's body was torn apart by him, blood and flesh splattered everywhere, and fell into the lake. Chen Xian swallowed the essence and crystal core inside. This power is enough to further enhance his strength. The snake woman swallowed hard. Although she had already acknowledged Chen Xian as her master, fear still involuntarily showed in her eyes. That's absolutely brutal. She glanced at Chen Xian in horror, about to speak, when she saw the once calm lake surface suddenly ripple, and the floating flesh and blood of the strange beasts were sucked into the water. Immediately afterwards, a figure emerged from the water. It swims lightly on the water, as agile as a swimming dragon. This is pterosaur bloodline. The snake woman trembled all over and screamed in terror. This is a crystal sphere the size of a fist, with a blue pterosaur faintly visible swimming slowly within its transparent shell. Although it was only a very small amount, Chen Xian could still feel the terrifying energy contained within it. With the appearance of this trace of pterosaur bloodline, the entire lake immediately boiled, and powerful auras surged from the water. Immediately afterwards, powerful aquatic beasts emerged from the lake bottom, greedily eyeing the pterosaur bloodline, but due to Chen Xian's formidable strength, they did not immediately swarm forward. They stared intently at the small, transparent ball, and at the first opportunity, they would rush forward to snatch it. Pterosaur bloodline. Seeing the situation before him, Chen Xian immediately understood that the crocodile beast king was guarding this place, clearly for the sake of this trace of pterosaur bloodline. It was just that the time was not right and it had not yet been able to obtain it. On the contrary, after it died, its flesh and blood were absorbed by this pterosaur bloodline, which caused the pterosaur bloodline to manifest. The other aquatic beasts that were originally afraid of the crocodile king appeared one after another after its death, intending to seize this bloodline. However, Chen Xian's bloody killing of the crocodile beast king instilled fear in them, and with him present, these aquatic beasts dared not make any rash moves. The snake woman stared intently at the pterosaur bloodline, her body trembling slightly. To others, this trace of pterosaur bloodline might merely be a treasure to enhance their strength, but to her, it held extraordinary significance. The appearance of this bloodline before her would make her bloodline even purer. After all, she already possessed a trace of ancient pterosaur blood. The winged serpent clan is a collateral branch of the ancient pterosaurs. For them, bloodline evolution is far more important than any other way of increasing their strength. If her bloodline can completely evolve into the ancient pterosaur race, her strength will increase many times over, even dozens of times. After all, the ancient pterosaurs were legendary beings that could rival even the human emperor or stronger. However, she also understood that for other living beings, this trace of pterosaur bloodline was also an invaluable remedy for enhancing their strength. Although there were many aquatic beasts before her, none of them were 8th tier experts, so she didn't take them seriously at all. If it weren't for Chen Xian, she would have already taken action to snatch them. After all, she is now merely Chen Xian's acknowledged servant. Without hesitation, Chen Xian suddenly reached out with his golden hand to grab the pterosaur bloodline. The air vibrated, a deafening roar resounded, and the immense pressure caused the bodies of some of the surrounding alien beasts to explode. The other aquatic beasts' expressions changed drastically, and they all fled into the distance. Although the pterosaur bloodline was good, they simply didn't have the strength to take it. Staying here would most likely result in their deaths. Just as Chen Xian's large hand was about to touch the pterosaur's bloodline, accompanied by a dragon's roar, a tremendous and awe-inspiring power erupted from the bloodline, violently slamming his golden hand away. Chen Xian was amazed. Although he was not going all out at the moment, his terrifying physical strength was almost comparable to any supernatural power. He was also very good at close-range grabbing and was invincible. Unexpectedly, it was repelled by a trace of pterosaur blood. This pterosaur bloodline has no consciousness and acts solely on instinct. Moreover, this is only a small part of the pterosaur bloodline, less than 1% of the full combat power of the original body. It's easy to imagine how powerful a whole pterosaur would be. After being bounced away, the pterosaur bloodline slowly swam on the surface of the water. Interesting, Chen Xian roared, his blood energy bursting forth, his essence soaring into the sky like smoke, a great river of stars appearing above his head, radiant. Light cascading down, his figure gradually growing larger, a giant glass hand tearing through the void once more, reaching for the winged dragon bloodline. With another dragon roar, the pterosaur bloodline transformed into a 100-meter-long azure dragon, its two 10-meter-long wings gently flapping as it attacked Chen Xian. The snake woman's expression was grave as she whispered a reminder. This pterosaur bloodline is exceptionally powerful. Even she would likely find it difficult to capture. However, Chen Xian had already mastered the great perfection of the star body, and his defense had reached an abnormal level. The pterosaur's wings, capable of tearing through the void, swept across his body, sparks flying and the sound of metal clashing echoing, yet they didn't even break his skin. Instead, the 100-meter-long behemoth held Chen Xian firmly in its grasp. As Chen Xuanjin's hand slowly tightened, the pterosaur bloodline let out a deafening roar, struggling incessantly. The sky trembled, the wind howled, and rain poured down. No matter how hard they struggled, it was all in vain. A few minutes later, with a loud bang, the pterosaur's body exploded and reappeared in Chen Xian's hand as a wisp of blood. Is he really a human warrior? The surrounding aquatic creatures were terrified and turned to dive into the water to escape. Those who were slow to run would probably be crushed to death on the spot. Chen Xian glanced at them. The strongest was only a 6th tier, 3-star creature, and he had no desire to attack them. The points earned from killing the crocodile beast king led Wu to decide to admit him into the serious martial academy. The snake woman glanced cautiously at the pterosaur bloodline in Chen Xian's hand, but knowing her own identity, she did not ask Chen Xian for it. Is this the pterosaur bloodline? Chen Xian asked curiously. System, perform a deduction, he said slowly, while playing with the small blue dragon in his hand. A trace of ancient pterosaur bloodline. Consuming it can enhance strength and strengthen the body. Deduction shows that the winged serpent race itself possesses pterosaur bloodline, and after consuming it, they have the opportunity to obtain the complete pterosaur bloodline, thereby achieving pterosaur evolution. Hiss, it's actually a complete pterosaur bloodline. Even Chen Xian, in his current state of mind, couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. He glanced at the snake woman beside him, and a thought began to form in his mind. Could she evolve into an ancient pterosaur? Here you go. Chen Xian handed the pterosaur bloodline to the snake woman without hesitation, and at the same time turned off the monitoring function of the smartwatch. The fact that he killed an 8th tier beast king is enough for people to know. There's no need to reveal all the remaining secrets. After all, you have to keep your trump cards to yourself. As for the snake woman, he had already placed a mental restriction on her, so he wasn't worried that she might have other plans. Even if she did, he would have to break free of the mental control first. Give to me? The snake woman could hardly believe her ears, thinking she had misheard, and looked at Chen Xian in surprise. Okay, here you go. Chen Xian nodded. The snake woman felt a strange sense of emotion. While the pterosaur bloodline was extremely important to her, it was also a rare treasure to others, capable of greatly enhancing their strength. They just gave it to me like that? She took a deep breath, looked at Chen Xian, and swallowed the wisp of pterosaur blood without hesitation. The moment it swallowed, a terrifying aura erupted, and golden light poured down from the depths of the void, enveloping the snake woman. Surrounded by golden light, which tightly enveloped her like silk threads, it eventually formed a golden sphere of light. Inside the sphere of light, the snake woman's aura surged dramatically, and strange patterns began to appear on the surface of the sphere, faintly exuding an inexplicable aura of the great Tao. Chen Xian nodded. It seemed that this trace of azure dragon bloodline was of great help to the snake woman. Even if she couldn't obtain the complete pterodactyl bloodline inheritance, her strength would still increase significantly. Breaking through to the 9th tier beast god realm is not impossible, and with the innate advantages of the beast itself, she will be able to contend with a mid-level war god warrior. For Chen Xian, this was undoubtedly a powerful boost. However, everything depends on the snake woman's own fate. At this moment, the sky suddenly darkened, dark clouds gathered, lightning flashed through the clouds, thunder roared, and terrifying thunderclouds gradually gathered, swirling above Chen Xian and the snake woman. Could it be that I'm about to undergo a tribulation? Chen Xian looked up and muttered to himself. A hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. The fact that even such a calamity had occurred meant that the snake woman had gained a great deal this time. Other creatures on Planet 1 also felt this intense pressure, and lightning clouds enveloped the entire planet. Faced with this power, even some high-level beasts hidden deep within showed expressions of shock. A massive spaceship was parked in the sky above the planet. Signal has been established on the ground. Invigilator Huang Feihong entered the control room and instructed the staff to turn on the surveillance video. Dozens of windows appeared in front of me, displaying images of all the contestants. A conflict broke out as soon as we went down. Aren't these warriors from Blue Star and White Star? In the video, Wu Yong arrogantly shouts something at the 4 people from Blue Star. Lan Xing and the others had grim faces and their eyes were filled with anger. At the very front was a boy of about 18 years old. I remember this kid's combat strength is only at the initial stage of the war general level. He's probably going to suffer from the opponent's provocation. After all, the opponent is an intermediate level war general. Huang Feihong said expressionlessly. He wasn't surprised by this situation. In fact, he felt a sense of encouragement. After all, the Serious Martial Academy recruited only powerful and talented martial artists. Nothing else mattered. He doesn't interfere as long as it's not blatant murder. For a martial artist, any predicament is an inevitable part of the journey. Just as he was about to check on the other examinees, the two sides suddenly attacked. Chen Xian, who thought he was at a disadvantage, easily defeated his opponent, who possessed the strength of a mid-level warrior. To be able to do something so effortlessly, it seems he's been hiding his true strength. He must possess the power of a high-level warrior. Huang Feihong glanced at Chen Xian in surprise, his eyes revealing deep interest. Although martial artists like this are not uncommon in the Serious Martial Academy, they are extremely rare in this small star system. Huang Feihong glanced at them a few times, then shifted his gaze to some martial artists who were forming teams to kill the alien beasts. He shook his head. While forming teams made it easier to kill the beasts, it didn't allow for a perfect display of individual strength. Moreover, the Heavenly Wolf Martial Academy only had 9 places available this time. Teaming up to kill monsters now will inevitably lead to bloodshed sooner or later. However, several of them also caught his attention. For example, Jason from Shirahoshi actually possessed the strength of a beginner-level war king. There was also a white-clad woman from the Crimson Star who wielded her sword alone, slaying 2 7th-tier alien beasts in succession. She escaped unscathed even at the 8th step, 8th tier level, demonstrating the strength of a human king. This time there are a few promising talents. Hopefully, we won't be laughed at by Hui Yuanjia again. Huang Feihong nodded in satisfaction. Then, he prepared to leave. My god, Mr. Huang, look, this man has actually killed an 8th tier beast king. A member of the entourage suddenly exclaimed, his face full of shock. Could he be the god of war of the 10 directions? What? Let me see. Huang Feihong turned his head in surprise and saw a video of Chen Xian killing the crocodile beast king. It really is an 8th tier beast king. Genius, genius, that's fantastic. Huang Feihong's body trembled slightly as he stared intently at Chen Xian, who was in midair, crushing the crocodile beast king into powder with one hand and looking like a god or demon, swallowing the essence blood crystal core of the strange beast in one gulp. Huang Feihong was extremely excited. I initially thought he was only a junior warrior, but then I found out he was a senior warrior. Now it seems he's a war king. Even among war kings, he's an extremely terrifying existence. In a galaxy like this, a genius like this might only appear once every tens of thousands of years. Upon hearing Huang Feihong's words, his entourage was stunned. Huang Feihong made up his mind that he would bring Chen Xian to the Tianlang Martial Academy no matter what. On this desolate planet, geniuses would only be gradually buried. What's going on? What's happening? Suddenly, the entire sky darkened, followed by a fierce wind, lightning, and thunder, as thick lightning clouds pressed down on Planet 1. Inside the spaceship, Huang Feihong frowned slightly, feeling a sense of unease. What worried him was that a strange and inexplicable aura emanated from Planet Number 1. No, I have to go down and see what's going on, Huang Feihong muttered to himself. Somewhere on Planet 1, 3 warriors from Blue Star were about to be stopped by warriors from White Star. At that moment, thunder roared, and an extremely terrifying aura came from afar. The 3 of them were startled, exchanged a glance, and turned to run towards this place. Even if we die, we will slaughter this terrifying being that has just emerged, leaving not a single one alive, the 3 said bitterly. Could it be some rare and precious treasure appearing in the world? Without thinking too much, the White Star warrior hurriedly gave chase. Just as everyone was shocked by the sudden change, the golden halo surrounding the snake woman fluctuated more and more, and mysterious and powerful auras continued to surge out from it, some of which soared into the sky. At the same time, strange rune marks floated and appeared on the halo. The golden halo also began to show signs of gradually breaking. Is it about to come out? Chen Xian thought to himself. At this moment, the thunderclouds above suddenly began to churn violently, the black clouds surged, and the lightning roared even more fiercely. A huge bolt of lightning struck down and landed on the golden sphere of light. A golden orb flashed with a dazzling golden light, bursting into sparks. The lightning then dissipated, but several faint traces of lightning remained on the orb. The land within a few hundred meters was instantly and completely destroyed, creating a huge crater tens of meters deep. Smoke and dust filled the air, and the terrifying shockwave caused trees all around to collapse. This was just the beginning. Perhaps because they saw that the snake woman was unharmed, the lightning in the sky became even more furious, and a series of lightning bolts struck down. The overwhelming lightning seemed to weave a curtain of thunder, completely enveloping the snake woman and the area within 100 meters around her. This terrifying aura has almost turned this place into a forbidden zone of death. Are we really going to escape there? It looks extremely dangerous there too. Zhou Tian, one of the 3 fleeing ahead, said, panting heavily as he sensed the increasingly violent aura and fierce lightning in the distance. There's nothing we can do. We're no match for Bai Xing and his gang. That damned Wu Yon, that shameless scoundrel, not only stole our 7th tier beast, but also made us work as their free henchmen and steal our points. Lu Zhe's face was gloomy. Go there, and maybe we'll still have a glimmer of hope, Lu Shuer said in a deep voice. Zhou Tian nodded. In the chaos, everyone had an equal chance. They felt danger, and the warriors of Bai Xing were not having an easy time either. I wonder how Brother Chen is doing, he muttered to himself, vaguely feeling that Chen Xian's situation should be better than theirs. They're catching up. The 3 men's expressions changed drastically. They quickly exchanged glances, chose a direction, and ran towards the location of the incident at an even faster pace. Beneath the overwhelming lightning, the golden halo crackled and broke repeatedly, but it never shattered. Instead, bolts of lightning dissipated within it after each burst. Chen Xian stared intently at the lightning. If the snake woman couldn't withstand the strike, he wouldn't hesitate to intervene. With his current formidable physique, killing him with lightning would be no easy feat. Fortunately, the lightning gradually subsided after a brief burst, and the thick clouds began to dissipate. During this time, several bolts of lightning struck Chen Xian, but he tore them to pieces. Instead, he used this opportunity to temper his physical body and strengthen himself. This made Chen Xian realize that he currently has no bottleneck in his physical cultivation, and the energy of the Starstone is enough to support him. However, when his cultivation hits a bottleneck, he might try to temper his physical body with lightning. Not far away, the golden halo surrounding the snake woman gradually loosened and thinned, with much of its energy being absorbed by her. At the same time, the snake woman's aura grew increasingly powerful and terrifying. Someone's coming? Just as Chen Xian was about to go forward to check, 3 powerful auras came from afar, their target pointing directly at this place. It seems the commotion here has attracted attention. 1 intermediate level warrior and 2 advanced level warriors. Chen Xian's face showed surprise. Such strength was considered outstanding among this group of genius students. However, it seems like someone is chasing them. He vaguely sensed more than 10 powerful auras following closely behind. One of the auras was particularly powerful, clearly exceeding the level of a warrior general. He was puzzled. Logically speaking, with such a disparity in strength, the people in front should have had no chance of escaping. Just as Chen Xian was deep in thought, 3 figures appeared in front of him. It was Lu Zhe and his 2 companions. As they approached the location, the 3 of them noticeably slowed their pace and cautiously looked around. Upon seeing Chen Xian, they were stunned. Zhou Tian exclaimed, Brother Chen, what are you doing here? Where is that supreme and terrifying being? What terrifying being? Chen Xian hadn't expected to encounter them and responded with a smile. It's the entity that caused the sudden change in the world just now. Chen Xian shook shook his head and laughed. There's nothing terrifying about it. It's just the snake woman evolving. The three men's expressions changed drastically, and they felt uneasy. Lu Zhe said in a deep voice, Brother Chen, let's go quickly. Bai Xing's gang is catching up soon. Go, where to? Before the words were finished, a smug voice rang out. Then, more than 10 figures appeared. They were Bai Xing's martial artists. Jason remained expressionless, while the others wore mocking smiles, especially Wu Yong, whose face was full of smugness and malice. These people are arrogant and look down on them, waiting to see how they die. Otherwise, wouldn't we just have to work for the White Star people? Lu Zhe, Lu Shuer, Zhou Tian, and you, hand over your points and follow our orders. Maybe we'll spare your lives, otherwise you're just waiting to die. Wu Yong stepped forward, his cold gaze fixed on Chen Xian, and said in a chilling voice, Shameless scoundrel. Lu Zhe and the other two looked at him with disgust. The White Star Man was chasing after them relentlessly, clearly indicating that he was the one stirring things up behind the scenes. As for the reason, they probably know it in their hearts. Although Wu Yong is a dog still needs some benefits, otherwise he wouldn't continue to work so devotedly for him. However, you have to slap yourself a few times first until I'm satisfied. You can't stop until I tell you to. Let's begin. Wu Yong stared at Chen Xian and burst into laughter. Do as he says, Jason said slowly. Chen Xian ignored him and slapped Wu Yong across the face. Wu Yong's expression changed drastically. Before he could react, Chen Xian struck him hard across the face again, causing him to scream and fly away. Jason's face immediately darkened. Jenny stepped forward, laughing, and said, You've got guts, but you're in trouble. Have you thought about how you're going to die? She lifted the mountain peak in front of her with both hands. Want to die here in this mountain and have a quick death? Shameless. Lu Shuer spat in annoyance, but she had to admit that the other party was indeed quite formidable. Alright, have you guys made up your minds yet? A White Star warrior stepped forward. If these guys in front of them don't know what's good for them, they won't hesitate to take action. However, at that moment, something shocking happened. The golden sphere of light in the pit suddenly exploded, and a dragon-shaped creature with wings flew out from it. Immediately afterwards, a 100-meter-long pterosaur appeared before everyone. Its entire body was blue, and its wings were filled with terrifying lightning power. The intense pressure made them tremble all over, and they felt as if they would be reduced to ashes in the next moment. The snake woman has evolved. How can a newly born beast be so powerful? Everyone was stunned. The snake woman before them had clearly just hatched, yet she possessed such a powerful aura, which was truly astonishing. Lord Jason, this beast must be of a very high grade. If we can tame it, it could very well become a powerful beast of the 8th or 9th rank in the future. Subduing it now will definitely be of great benefit to you. One of the students next to Jason said in a deep voice. Jason was intrigued. The beast had just been born. It was the perfect time to subdue it. Although the beast in front of us looks difficult to deal with, it also shows that it has unlimited potential. Now might be the perfect time to subdue it. Looking at the snake woman's 100-meter-long body, he could almost imagine its invincible power once it grew up. Kill them. Jason's eyes turned cold. Since those people from Blue Star refused to obey, then let them die. Leaving them alive might hinder the subjugation of the beasts, and if a few of them secretly cause trouble, that would be a real problem. As soon as he finished speaking, the White Star warriors rushed over. Various martial arts techniques, skills, and weapons attacked the group simultaneously, creating an overwhelming sense of pressure that instantly shattered the space and almost completely blocked their escape route. To hell with it, let's fight. Lu Zhe and the other two's expressions changed drastically, their blood surged, and they prepared to make a move. Jason, aren't you afraid the proctor will find out? Don't worry, I've already turned off the smart monitoring, and I have a way to temporarily block your surveillance. Besides, how do you know the proctors don't support me doing this? Jason smiled faintly. Lu Zhe and his two companions grew increasingly desperate. No matter what, they were no match for the dozen or so opponents, and even with Chen Xian's help, it would be useless. Since you voluntarily turned off the smart monitoring, that's wonderful. You're such good people. Chen Xian suddenly laughed. What's the meaning? Jason stared at Chen Xian, a vague unease creeping into his heart. The man before him seemed weaker than himself, yet he exuded a strange instability. What's going on? You'll understand soon enough. A faint smile appeared on Chen Xian's face as he nodded slightly and said, Snake Woman. As his voice fell, a clear dragon roar rang out, her wings flapped slightly, and a terrifying gust of wind and sharp blades suddenly erupted from her body. In an instant, space was torn apart, and then sharp blades slashed towards Bai Xing's many warriors like ferocious beasts. This is the power of the 10 Directions War God. This strange beast before us has actually reached the realm of a 9th order beast god. Upon sensing this oppressive force, the White Star warriors' expressions changed drastically, and their hearts were filled with despair. Thunder roared, and countless fist shadows tore through the sky. Despite their desperate attempts to resist, using various techniques, it was all in vain. The next moment, the whirlwind and sharp blades sliced them into several pieces. Jason narrowly escaped death, but his body was still slashed by the sharp blade. His protective treasure shattered instantly, and he was sent flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Why would it attack attack us. Jason panicked, turning to flee, his mind filled with questions about why this powerful beast would target them. He hurriedly turned on his smartwatch, preparing to call Wang Feiheng for help. Unfortunately, at that moment, the snake woman let out a dragon's roar, spewing out a bolt of lightning that shot straight into the sky and crashed down on Jason. Just a flash of lightning. Although he was fleeing, Jason paid no attention to the lightning bolt. His body suddenly swelled up, and he punched the lightning head-on. The next moment, with a loud bang, Jason's fist shattered, and to his shocked gaze, lightning struck his body. This terrifying power caused Jason to scream and disappear into the lightning. Dead, dead, they're all dead. The horrific scene before them stunned Lu Zhe and his two companions. The beast's power left them utterly hopeless. Its strength was very likely at the level of a 9th-tier beast god. A 9th-tier beast god? What does that mean? It far surpasses the 10th-tier war gods, capable of instantly destroying a city with hundreds of millions of inhabitants, bringing endless disaster to humanity. And now, he has appeared right in front of them, and just now he killed the White Star Warrior. Even Wu Yom, who was hiding in the distance, was cut to pieces by the sharp blade and shattered to pieces. For a moment, the three dared not make a move, standing there frozen, looking at each other with expressions of helplessness and bitterness. Just then, the terrifying beast in the sky suddenly began to change, its body gradually shrinking. When its length shrank to a little over a meter, its form swayed, and a human figure suddenly appeared before them. She was a pretty and well-behaved woman dressed in a blue dress, who looked to be about the same age as them. The beast has actually transformed into human form. Lu Zhe and the others widened their eyes and said in shock. In their understanding, although high-level alien beasts possess some human characteristics, they will never truly transform into human form. At most, they will have fur and horns, and be somewhat human-like. They had never heard of anything that could completely transform into human form. To their even greater surprise, the strange beast obediently walked up to Chen Xian. It actually transformed into human form. Chen Xian was slightly surprised, but quickly regained his composure. Seeing you dressed in green, I'll call you Xiao Cheng from now on. Thank you for your guidance, master. The snake woman smiled mischievously, but my real name is Xiao Cheng, and I also have an older sister named Xiao Bai. Chen Xian stood there, helpless and stunned. The three people next to him didn't hear clearly. Their minds were buzzing. They never expected that Chen Xian was the master of this terrifying beast. This is absolutely unbelievable. Putting everything else aside, just with this beast alone, Chen Xian could sweep everything across this alien beast planet. It's foreseeable that he'll definitely get a spot in the Sky Wolf Martial Academy this time. What are you all standing there for? Since they've dug their own graves, all the points are yours. Although the White Star Warriors are dead, their smartwatches still exist. By extracting their points, one can gain entry into the Serious Martial Academy. There are Battle King level experts there, so the points are naturally plentiful. Brother Chen, don't you need it? The three men had their own thoughts. No need, I've already killed an 8th tier beast king, and I have enough points. An 8th tier, an 8th order beast king. The three glanced at Chen Xian, forcibly suppressing their shock, and divided the points of the White Star Warrior in front of them equally, which caused their points to suddenly soar. Everyone was overjoyed. At the same time, Wang Feiheng also noticed the disappearance of Bai Xingwu and the rapid increase in Lu Zhe and the others' points. However, he didn't think much of it. He was just curious about how Lu Zhe and the others dealt with those White Star Warriors, since the difference in strength between the two sides was huge. But we can only ask that after the assessment is over. At this moment, Chen Xian and his companions were still killing the strange beasts, preparing to finish them off. On the other side of the starry sky, a huge spaceship flew rapidly from afar. There was no mark of the Serious Martial Academy on the spaceship. Soon, the spaceship arrived at Planet 1, but surprisingly, it did not slow down and continued to fly at its original speed. Clearly, this was not their destination. There's another spaceship parked a few hundred miles away from here. It's marked with the Serious Martial Academy's logo. Looks like the Serious Martial Academy is picking out some trash here. Inside the spaceship's cabin, a burly middle-aged man stared at the small red dot on the radar, a slight smile playing on his lips. Under his control, the image of the entire Serious Martial Academy spaceship appeared on the screen. He immediately understood what the appearance of the people from the Serious Martial Academy meant. The blue star system is just an insignificant peripheral star system, almost negligible. In this desolate land, where would any geniuses come from? The middle-aged man shook his head and chuckled. So, what kind of skills can the Serious Martial Academy possibly have in the next grand competition in the Flame Sun star system? How about we give them a surprise? His smile was meaningful. Although they also come from the Sirius system and belong to Sirius, they are from the Tianlang sect, and their relationship with the Tianlang Martial Academy is strained. The two factions are too close and often clash over resources, so when the opportunity arises, they don't mind causing each other some trouble. Moreover, he had the confidence. This time, he brought his disciples out for training. Although they were not high-ranking disciples, their strength was still not to be underestimated. I don't know who's leading this team, but in any case, it's definitely not one of those seniors from the Serious Martial Academy. I'm already a the late stage of the war god realm, so I should be able to handle it. Looks like they're going to suffer a loss today. Thinking of this, the middle-aged man couldn't help but burst into laughter and immediately ordered the spaceship to dive towards Planet 1, the alien beast planet. He himself walked out of the control room and into the spaceship's cabin, where dozens of young martial artists were gathered, each with a powerful aura. The weakest among them possessed the strength of a late-stage war general, while there were more than a dozen martial arts kings, and the rest had 1 foot in the human king realm. This power is enough to easily destroy an ordinary planet. Upon seeing the middle-aged man, everyone bowed respectfully. You've had a tough time in this trial. There are some borderland warriors down there. You can go down and have some fun. The middle-aged man laughed. There should still be some good resources there, but they're all yours now. But Senior Ding, what if those people get hurt? A tall, young martial artist asked. Casualties are inevitable. Besides, they're all useless. What can the Serious Martial Academy do if they die? Ding Shu said nonchalantly. Would the Heavenly Wolf Martial Academy really turn against the Heavenly Dragon sect because of these good-for-nothings? It's simply impossible. In that case, these borderland warriors are nothing more than guinea pigs, used to give the Tianlong sect disciples a chance to exercise and have some fun. That's all the value they have. As the spaceship approached Planet 1, these people jumped off. One can imagine the absolute disaster they were about to inflict on the genius warriors. Although Ding Shu said not to kill intentionally, who knows if the Sky Sect members might casually kill them? The students in the genius battle were unaware of this. Many were still trying to accumulate points, while others had already given up and were preparing to go back as soon as the battle ended. Damn it, what exactly are the people from the Heavenly Dragon sect trying to do? The Tianlong sect spaceship had barely stopped when the Tianlang Martial Academy's spaceship scanned their movements, and Huang Feihong immediately noticed their presence. However, he didn't pay it any mind immediately. It wasn't until the young martial artist on the other ship stepped out that his expression darkened. I hope you don't cause any trouble, or don't blame me for leaving you here. Huang Feihong did not rush down immediately, but kept a close eye on the commotion below. As long as they did not interfere with the assessment, he did not care. If there was any disruption, he would not hesitate to personally suppress it. Even if it's you, don't think you can leave so easily. He stared coldly at the spaceship hundreds of kilometers away and spoke slowly. Although he didn't know who the other team leader was, based on his past experience, he wasn't afraid at all. Just as they were deep in thought, the people of the Heavenly Dragon sect had already quietly arrived at Planet 1, the alien beast planet. However, all the warriors in the Blue Star system were completely unaware of this. Chen Xianzhang, Lu Zhe, and the other two were busy killing strange beasts. Although they did not encounter any high-level beasts, they killed many of the 5th and 6th level beasts. Under their fierce attack, the strange beasts turned into assessment points. At the same time, they also obtained a large amount of beast essence blood in crystal cores. Perhaps they themselves are unaware that their scores are now far ahead, leaving many other trainees far behind. This is so awesome. Zhou Tianle was panting heavily. Although his strength was decent, he was only at the mid-stage of the battle general realm, and even killing a single star 6th-tier alien beast was no easy feat. However, as he followed Chen Xian and Xiao Chang, his points increased rapidly, like grinding through monsters. Chen Xian's throwing knives, in particular, were exceptionally powerful. With a single strike, they formed a terrifying blade array that ordinary beasts simply couldn't withstand. Just now, that flowing light blade array had instantly annihilated a group of 5th-tier beasts. Of course, Chen Xian had his reasons for doing so. These students were all of good character, and compared to students from other planets, he preferred them to go to the Serious Martial Academy. There'll be about half an hour left, but we should have enough points. Lu Shuer glanced at Chen Xian and said with a smile. Lu Zhe nodded excitedly. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, these points should be enough to guarantee their admission to the Serious Martial Academy, and even far surpass those of students from other planets. Let's rest for a while and wait to go back. Chen Xian walked to a flat area, slowly sat down, and swallowed the essence blood of the exotic beast he had just obtained. This essence blood, combined with the 8th-tier exotic beast essence blood he had previously acquired, was almost enough to push his star-undying body to its perfect state. Lu Zhe and the other two nodded and then sat down. After making all the preparations, Chen Xian used his talent at 10,000 times the normal level to push the essence blood of the alien beast and the energy of his realm within his body to explode instantly, forming powerful energy streams that were frantically absorbed by his physical body, and whirlwinds swept around him. Suddenly, the wind and clouds rose, starlight shone on his body, and a huge phantom spread out from above Chen Xian's head. Radiating golden light, her jade-like bones were like crystal. The already formidable physical defenses became even more solid under the influence of this power. There was even a strange Taoist aura circulating endlessly within it. My god, only the 10 Directions war gods possess such a physical body. Lu Zhe said in shock. He could clearly feel that, faced with such a physical body, he was destined to be killed in a single move. All his martial arts skills were like child's tricks in front of Chen Xian, completely useless. Lu Shuer and Zhou Tian couldn't help but swallow swallow hard, their expressions shocked. They didn't know how Chun Xian could endure such rigorous physical training. You see, while physical training is powerful, it is extremely difficult and painful. Even the 10 Directions war gods almost always need the assistance of the immortal golden pill to temper their physical bodies. Before this, it was simply unbelievable that one could cultivate their physical body to this level. But for Chen Xian, none of this mattered. The terrifying energy in the eyes of others was quickly absorbed by his body. His jade-like internal organs were now enveloped in a faint golden light, exuding a strong ancient aura. At the same time, the star stones in the sea of mental power churned violently, and through the cleansing power of mental energy, streams of star power flowed into Chen Xian's body. The great perfection of the undying star body is also gradually evolving towards perfection. More importantly, over a dozen new strands of immortal power have been added to his sea of mental energy, which is the key to condensing immortal cells. He now has 60 immortal cells in his body, and once he breaks through to 81, he can attempt to condense an immortal golden core and challenge the realm of a war god martial artist. At the same time, the people of the Heavenly Dragon sect also arrived on Planet 1, the alien beast planet. A bunch of barbarian natives here for an assessment. How interesting. There are no geniuses here. It's just a small place. Tianlang Martial Academy is wasting its time. Let's go play with them and show them what real geniuses are like. Let's stop them from having unrealistic fantasies. Yes, and they can also take some of their spoils with them, since it would be a waste to keep them anyway. The dozens of Tianlang sect warriors who landed on Planet 1 of the alien beasts looked at each other and smiled. After a brief greeting, they each chose a direction to leave, and some of them traveled together. Brother Qin, where are you planning to go? A man in black asked the man in blue with a smile. This man was named Wang Yu, and he and the man in blue were among the most talented martial artists in this group of disciples. There's nothing good to go here. I plan to find a place to cultivate and wait to go back. Qin Lei responded calmly. As a high-level battle king, he had a certain reputation in the Heavenly Dragon sect. If it weren't for Ding Shu's orders, he would never have come down. Great minds think alike. I had the same idea. Why don't we go together? Wang Yu laughed heartily. As he was speaking, he suddenly exclaimed in surprise. A few steps away, he sensed two extremely powerful energy fluctuations colliding violently. One is a half-step 8th tier exotic beast, and the other is actually a human war king. Clearly, they are not from our Heavenly Dragon sect. Could it be from the Blue Galaxy? He and Qin Lei exchanged a glance, their expressions turning serious. Even among their group, there were quite a few who had only reached the level of a battle general. Let's go take a look. Wang Yu sprinted ahead first, and Qin Lei hesitated for a moment before following closely behind. Boom boom boom. With a series of loud clashing sounds, the two quickly arrived at the scene of the battle. From afar, they saw a woman in white wielding a long sword, locked in fierce combat with an 8-step level beast. Her movements were elusive, her sword energy surging like a tide, tearing through the void. Although she was no match for a half-step 8th level beast, she handled the situation with ease and composure. I didn't expect there to be such an outstanding genius in this desolate place. Even in our Heavenly Dragon sect, it would be extremely rare. Wang Yu and Qin Lei looked at each other, their eyes filled with shock. Why not take her back to the Heavenly Dragon sect? Why leave her with the Heavenly Wolf Martial Academy? Besides, does the young sect leader even have a taste for this? Wang Yu seemed to be deep in thought, and slowly said, although the young sect leader's cultivation level was not high, he was extremely fond of women, especially talented female martial artists, and countless women had been defiled by him. The woman before them was not only exceptionally talented, but also possessed a refined and elegant appearance, making her an unparalleled beauty. As a woman from the remote borderlands, she naturally lacked a powerful backer. Using her to curry favor with the young sect leader is the perfect solution. Qin Lei smiled and thought to himself that perhaps he could use this woman to gain a chance to enter the sect's secret realm. Thinking of this, the two of them attacked simultaneously, rushing towards the battlefield. Meanwhile, in a forest, a man suddenly ran out in a panic, his face filled with terror. However, he hadn't run far when a figure flashed by and a fist pierced through his chest. He made two gurgling sounds, and his eyes instantly dimmed. The Tianlang sect warriors nearby carelessly tossed the corpse aside and casually took the storage ring. Similar scenes of carnage were constantly unfolding in various corners of Planet 1. What happened? How could so many people's information disappear in an instant? By the lake, Zhou Tian glanced at the map on his smartwatch and was shocked to find that the green dots representing the trainees had decreased by more than 10 in an instant. This disappearance occurred almost instantaneously. If the victim were killed by a monster or other trainees, the speed could never be this fast. This is clearly a crushing defeat in terms of strength, and there is even a huge gap in terms of martial arts techniques. Even an 8th tier beast couldn't do that. More importantly, these missing people were scattered over a wide distance. What is going on? Lu Zhe and Lu Shuer also noticed the abnormality, and their expressions immediately turned serious. Although the specific situation was still unclear, it was obvious that a great danger had occurred on Planet 1. Time is almost up. The seniors of Tianlang Martial Academy Academy could not possibly have been unaware of this situation, Lu Zhe said in a deep voice. As experts at the God of War realm, they could sense even the slightest movement, so it was strange that they hadn't received any news. Just then, their wristwatches vibrated, and Huang Feihong's voice came through. Attention all examinees, a genius martial artist from the Heavenly Dragon Sect has appeared at the examination site. Everyone, unite to avoid being killed and proceed to the assembly point to terminate the examination. Warriors of the Heavenly Dragon Sect. They actually want to kill the trainees in this assessment? Lu Zhe and the other two's expressions changed drastically. The fact that the seniors of the Heavenly Wolf Martial Academy could unite them and end the exam meant that these martial artists from the Heavenly Dragon Sect were extremely powerful, far surpassing their own strength and posing a great threat, which was why they had no choice but to end the exam early. Those students who just disappeared are likely dead at their hands. It seems this place is no longer safe. We'll retreat once Brother Chen finishes his cultivation, Lu Zhe said in a deep voice. Lu Shuer and Zhou Tian nodded slowly. At this moment, avoiding a direct confrontation with the Tianlong sect warriors is the most important thing. In the first beast's starry sky, Huang Feihong of the Serious Martial Academy stared at the screen in front of him, his face extremely gloomy. Although the students of the Blue Star system were not crucial to them, the actions of the Heavenly Dragon Sect clearly made him feel extremely embarrassed. Very well, Ding Shu, you dare to lay a hand on me, Huang Feihong. Fine, I don't want to lay a hand on these juniors, but you, Ding Shu, are courting death. The actions of the Tianlong sect enraged Huang Feihong, and his killing intent almost solidified, surging out in waves from his body. Those who know him well know that he is now filled with intense killing intent. As soon as the students returned, he prepared to take action. The other staff members' expressions also changed. In any case, the other party was the leader of the Heavenly Dragon Sect, a war god level expert. If he were suddenly killed, it could very likely cause unnecessary conflict between the two factions. As for those low-level martial artists, to be honest, they weren't even worth considering. Finding true geniuses in the entire Sirius star system is no easy feat. However, given Huang Feihong's personality, they could only sigh helplessly, knowing that their persuasion was futile. At this moment, all the warriors of the Blue Star system received an urgent message and rushed to the assembly point in a panic. The girl in white, who was being chased by Qin Lei and Wang Yu, was fleeing at high speed, with the two of them in hot pursuit. She had tried to fight back, but she hadn't expected that both of them were stronger than her. If it weren't for her skill in lightness techniques, she probably would have been captured long ago. Even so, her situation remains precarious. Ha, where do you think you're going? Just stop right there. Qin Lei sneered. Yes, coming with us to the Heavenly Dragon Sect to serve the young master is a golden opportunity. Don't be ungrateful, Wang Yu mocked. If it weren't for your looks, you'd probably be dead already. Stop. Wang Yu laughed, and the next second a giant hand suddenly appeared in the air, covering a 100-meter radius, and reached out to grab her. The girl in white's expression changed drastically. She had already been seriously injured in their previous exchanges, and now, facing this attack, she swung her sword back, unleashing a sharp sword aura towards her opponent. The two forces collided, but Wang Yu remained unmoved while the girl in white was sent flying and crashed heavily into the distant woods. Who goes there? Lu Zhe and his two companions looked around warily when suddenly a figure flew in, startling them. Just as he was about to make a move, he saw the girl's appearance clearly. Although he recognized her, her stunning beauty was hard to ignore. Run quickly, the people from the Heavenly Dragon Sect are chasing us. The girl in white wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and said calmly, Escape? Where can they escape to? Before Lu Zhe and the other two could finish speaking, Qin Lei and his companion walked in, glanced at them, and said disdainfully, You are warriors from the Heavenly Dragon Sect. Why did you kill our people? Lu Shuer asked angrily. Murder? So you already know, huh? There's no reason. If you really have to find a reason, it's that you're all too weak. Ha ha. Wang Yu burst into laughter. It's already a blessing that you can provide us with some entertainment. Before he finished speaking, his blood surged, and he prepared to finish off Lu Zhe and the others in one fell swoop. Advanced Battle King. The three were immediately shocked by Wang Yu's powerful aura. The three of them were at most advanced warriors, a whole realm below them, making them easy targets for instant kill. You two run. Just then, the white-clad girl suddenly unleashed her aura, her longsword drawing out after images that almost tore through the void, accompanied by a dragon's roar as she slashed towards the two people in front of her. However, her strength was still inferior to that of the two. Their transformed energy blasts instantly dissipated her sword shadows, and she was forced back several steps. If the two hadn't held back, she would have suffered a great loss. At the same time, Shen Xian suddenly opened his eyes, golden light surging within them, causing the void to tremble. Its body suddenly swelled, swallowing wind and clouds, with lightning flying, as if a god had descended to earth. The great Tao imprinted itself on him, mysterious and unpredictable. Just now, his undying star body finally reached its perfect state. My physical strength is much greater than before. Qin Lei and Wang Yu also noticed Shen Xian's change, their eyes filled with disbelief. As War King level experts, they had a deeper understanding of the terrifying terrifying power of Qin Xian's physical body. This is a level of physical strength that no ordinary war king could achieve. The small green snake coiled on his shoulder also looked strangely eerie. The two men changed their minds and prepared to retreat. But it was too late. Qin Xian roared, the sky shattered, and two giant hands, as if descended by gods, grabbed at the two of them. Qin Lei and Wang Yu's expressions changed drastically. They had never expected that such a terrifying existence was hidden here. Its attacks were extremely domineering, and they dared not be careless, so they both used their true abilities. Two fist shadows tore through the void like an inverted Milky Way and slammed into Qin Xian. However, the next second, the fist shadow was shattered by Qin Xian's palm and fell to the ground. As they watched in horror, Qin Xian's large hand crashed down. With two shrill screams, the two men were crushed by Qin Xian, blood splattering everywhere. Only two heads remained, rolling and spinning on the ground. For a moment, everyone was stunned. Two high-level battle kings died just like that. Qin Xian remained calm, casually picked up the two people's storage rings, examined them briefly, and then a look of surprise appeared on his face. "You should go back first," he said in a deep voice. The next moment, he soared into the sky and flew in another direction. Was he also one of our students in this genius competition? Qin Xian had already left, but the girl in white was still in shock and asked. It should be noted that on Red Star, she was a top-tier genius martial artist. With the strength of a mid-level battle king, she was far ahead of her peers and looked down on them. But unexpectedly, an even more monstrous existence appeared before them, instantly killing two high-level battle kings with a single move. If it were the god of war, it would be easy, but clearly the opponent is not. It's truly unbelievable that the war king could achieve this level of strength. The girl in white muttered to herself, her heart filled with turmoil. Yes, his name is Qin Xian, and he is one of our trainees this time. Lu Xuer glanced at her, and seeing her shocked expression, couldn't help but smile as she answered. Although the girl in front of her was a genius, she was still shocked by Qin Xian's abnormal performance. It seems Yi Qingyu, owe him a life. Yi Qingyu finally came to her senses and sighed. Let's go. Lu Xuer and the other two exchanged bitter smiles. They owed Qin Xian more than one life. If it weren't for him, they would have been killed by the White Star warriors long ago. Without hesitation, the group headed straight for the gathering point. As for Qin Xian, they understood that he was most likely going to cause trouble for the Tianlong sect warriors. With his abilities, there's nothing to worry about. Just tell the proctor and he'll handle anything that comes up. On the other side of the forest, dozens of meters above the ground, Qin Xian held the smartwatch he had obtained from Wang Yu. The screen was covered with dozens of small green dots, representing the genius martial artists of the Heavenly Dragon sect. In contrast, in addition to these green dots, there are dozens of red dots, and their numbers are decreasing at an extremely rapid pace. Most noticeably, these red dots are moving rapidly in one direction. Could these little red dots be the students from the genius battle? He knew that the red dot markings on the smartwatches were usually used in assessment trials to mark high-level beasts, but the current situation is not like that. You should know that the number of high-level alien beasts on Planet 1 is definitely far more than these. At that moment, a voice chat started playing on the Tianlongzong smartwatch. Ha, guess how many natives I just killed? These natives are too weak, but I saw a pretty one and was about to take advantage of her when she committed suicide. What bad luck. These people are too weak. Seeing the fear in their eyes, I just gave them a quick death. You're really generous. I just broke all four limbs of a native and threw him to a monster to eat. Watching his terrified face was so exciting. Listening to the conversation between the Tianlong sect warriors, Qin Xian's eyes immediately turned cold. They were clearly relying on their own strength and did not take the Blue Star System's assessment students seriously at all, killing them indiscriminately. Although the martial arts world is inherently a dog-eat-dog world, their behavior is completely without reason. Do you really think you can take us down? Qin Xian's expression was cold. Without hesitation, he stared at the Tianlong sect smartwatch and rushed towards the nearest green dot. In an instant, he vanished, leaving behind afterimages and sonic booms. At the foot of a small hill, a martial artist from the Heavenly Dragon sect tossed a corpse aside, holding a storage ring in his hand. After examining it, he spat out a mouthful of spittle and said disdainfully, "Trash." He had just turned on his smartwatch to continue his rant when a powerful pressure suddenly came from behind, making his hair stand on end and his heart leap into his throat. Just as he was about to turn around, a claw-like shadow suddenly slammed down. With a sharp crack, his head exploded like a watermelon, his body swayed, and he crashed heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. The first one. Qin Xian remained expressionless as he reached out and took the storage ring from the Tianlong sect warrior. They treated the genius battle students as prey, and he saw them in the same way. The benefits of killing these people even surpassed those of killing alien beasts, as they also contain rare and precious cultivation resources that are hard to find on Earth. After glancing at his wristwatch, Qin Xian took to the air again and flew rapidly toward a spot where more than a dozen small green dots had gathered. This indicates that there are at least 10 Tianlong sect warriors there. Such a harvest is quite good. Compared to martial artists acting alone, groups of people are undoubtedly more attractive to Qin Xian. A few minutes later, later, Chen Xian arrived under a large tree and saw more than a dozen Tianlong sect warriors forming a circle. They were staring at the center with a mocking expression. There, a male and a female martial artist were locked in combat with a 6th-tier alien beast. Although they were quite strong, the man had even reached the late stage of the war general level. But at this moment, not only do they have to deal with the strange beasts, but they also have to be wary of the Tianlong sect warriors. The situation makes people feel desperate. He simply didn't believe these people would be kind enough to let them go, especially since one of the students had just died at their hands. "I'll hold them off. You run," the man said in a low voice. He then let out a loud shout, his blood and chi erupted, and the chains in his hands drew black phantoms, sweeping outwards with a booming sound. "I'm not leaving." The woman shook her head and resolutely attacked the Tianlong sect warriors. "Going? Where to? Come play with your brothers." The Tianlong sect warriors burst into laughter. One of them suddenly grew larger, radiating golden light. He grabbed the chain with his large hand, and the chain snapped inch by inch in the next moment. The man spat out blood and was sent flying backward. The woman was terrified and turned to flee, but the overwhelming hand had already fallen. Just as the Tianlong sect warriors revealed their lewd and smug smiles, suddenly, a figure appeared above them. With a wave of his hand, 10 flying knives shot out, tearing through the void and appearing behind them in the blink of an eye. The immense pressure caused the air to explode. An immortal weapon? Seemingly sensing the threat of death, the genius martial artists of the Heavenly Dragon sect turned around abruptly, their expressions changing drastically upon seeing the flying knife. Only those at the level of a 10 Directions war god could forge such an immortal weapon. Even the worst version was far beyond their ability to withstand. Damn it! A native of a desolate planet actually possesses such a treasure. A war king's blood and energy erupted, his hands gleaming with golden light as he lunged at the divine weapon, attempting to seize it by force with his powerful body. But he clearly overestimated his own abilities. God-slaying blade. The telekinetic martial skill pierced straight into his mind. Accompanied by a deafening scream, the flying knife pierced through his brow with a sound. At the same time, the heads of the other Tianlong sect warriors were also pierced by the flying knives. After struggling for a few moments, they all collapsed to the ground. After collecting his spoils, Chen Xian, amidst the astonished gazes of the 2 warriors from the Blue Star system, once again rose from the ground and soared into the sky. Next, he went to several more targets and killed more than 10 Tianlong sect warriors. At this point, the number of Tianlong sect disciples he had killed was approaching 30. Warning! Warning! More than 30 people have died. Should everyone return? A sharp, piercing alarm suddenly sounded inside the Tianlong sect spaceship. What? The death toll exceeds 30? What happened? Ding Shu's expression changed drastically. The spaceship system was connected to his disciple's smartwatch, and the data was absolutely accurate. Recall the smart video recording, he hurriedly ordered. If too many disciples are killed or injured, he will bear the responsibility and will certainly be punished upon returning to the sect. After all, although these disciples are not highly skilled, they are the future backbone of the sect and cannot be easily lost. When the image appeared, Ding Shu was so shocked that his eyes almost widened. These disciples were killed by a single person, almost instantly. Clearly, this person's strength far surpasses that of a genius martial artist from the Heavenly Dragon sect. A mere native planet actually harbors such a genius martial artist, and he's even been recruited by the Serious Martial Academy. Ding Shu's face twisted in anger. After calming down for a moment, he turned to the staff member beside him and grinned maliciously. "Tell Bloodchild that an interesting prey has appeared." The staff member's pupils contracted slightly, but he still walked towards the cabin exit. In a dark corner of the deck, a thin figure could be seen quietly cultivating, his blood-red eyes tightly closed, radiating a chilling, bloodthirsty aura. He is Bloodchild, a top genius from the Pluto star system near Sirius. Although he only possesses the strength of a high-level battle king, his power is formidable. Even if Wang Yu and Qin Lei joined forces, they would not be able to defeat him. However, Bloodchild had little interest in toying with Blue Star System warriors, so after Ding Shu made his decision, he did not go to Planet 1, but chose to cultivate quietly here. "Bloodchild, Mr. Ding asked me to tell you that a martial arts genius has appeared on Planet 1, and has already killed several of our disciples. For your safety, please do not go down there." The staff member cautiously walked to his side and whispered, "Did Mr. Ding say that?" After a moment, Shuitong slowly opened his eyes and stared at the staff member as he asked, "Yes, yes." The staff member broke out in a cold sweat. His words were entirely in accordance with Ding Shu's wishes. Although Shuitong was strong, he was extremely arrogant, and it would be difficult to arouse his interest without saying so. "Okay, I understand." Bloodchild's voice was slightly hoarse. After the staff left, he slowly stood up, his cold aura suddenly erupting, his eyes shooting out a blood-red light as he glanced towards the cabin. "Telling me not to go down is probably a euphemism for telling me to go down," he thought to himself. "A martial arts genius? Then I, Shuitong, would like to see for myself. I hope you won't disappoint me." Shuitong shook his head, a hint of bloodlust appearing on his pale face. He was eager to try, as he was at a critical stage in his cultivation. competition. A duel with a genius might help him break through his bottleneck. This is why he was still willing to take action despite knowing Ding Shu's warning. Bloodchild arrived at the spaceship's hatch, pushed it open, and leaped down, transforming into a streak of crimson light in midair as he sped toward Planet 1, the alien beast planet. Most of the students from the Blue Galaxy who participated in this genius battle have arrived at the assembly point, but the number is almost half less than before. Of the original 70-odd participants, only about 40 remain. In other words, nearly half of the math students disappeared on Planet 1 in a short period of time. Apart from a very few who died in the mouths of strange beasts, most of them were killed by the warriors of the Heavenly Dragon sect. Even now that they have arrived at the Serious Martial Academy's spaceship, the students' faces are still deathly pale. They had thought the genius battle assessment was just a simple selection process, but unexpectedly, other martial artists intervened and launched a brutal massacre against them. Worse still, they were no match at all. Those talented martial artists who were initially slightly disappointed by their withdrawal from the genius battle suddenly felt fortunate, as they had saved their lives despite not being able to participate in the competition. Let them all get on the spaceship. Inside the spaceship, Wang Feihong's face was grim as he spoke in a deep voice. For Serious Martial Academy, whether or not to select this batch of Blue Star System students is not crucial, but Ding Shu's actions are simply a contempt for Serious Martial Academy, and even almost a disregard for Huang Feihong. This infuriated him. By the way, has Chen Xian returned yet? Huang Feihong turned around and asked. No, Chen Xian was not among the students who returned just now. The staff checked and quickly reported it. Huang Feihong flew into a rage, his internal energy surging violently, causing the entire spaceship to tremble slightly. Among this group of trainees, Chen Xian was the one he favored most. Could he also be in danger? Ding Shu, it seems you've gotten too comfortable. Let me teach you a lesson. Huang Feihong took a step out and arrived at the cabin door, preparing to fly towards the Tianlong sect's spaceship. My lord, we know where Chen Xian is. At this moment, Lu Shuer hurriedly stepped forward and said, Oh, tell me about it. Huang Feihong stopped in his tracks. It seems he's gone to cause trouble for those people. Lu Shuer hesitated before speaking. This was her guess. She didn't actually know where Chen Xian had gone. Go and cause trouble for those people? Upon hearing this, the trainees could hardly believe their ears. What a joke. They were already lucky to have avoided those people. To actually go looking for trouble with them was simply overestimating their own abilities. The trainees who had just arrived at the spaceship were very clear about how formidable their opponents were. No matter how powerful Chen Xian is, could he possibly be a match for those people? After all, even the lowest ranking among those people had reached the level of a high-level warrior, while there were very few high-level warriors on this side. Even if Chen Xian were a mid-level or high-level warrior, trespassing into the enemy's territory would only be courting death. Huang Feihong frowned slightly, about to speak, when Lu Shuer quickly added, he just killed 2 of the opponent's war kings in one move, so he should be out of danger. Instantly killed 2 war kings? Lu Shuer's words left everyone in disbelief, and they stared at her as if she were a fool. Retrieve the surveillance footage from that time. Huang Feihong turned around and gave orders to his staff. Sir, Chen Xian has turned off the video surveillance, so we can't view his real-time information, but his character marker is still there. However, we can retrieve the surveillance footage of this student. After a careful inspection, the staff member slowly spoke and then pulled up the surveillance footage of Lu Shuer. His physical body is truly terrifying. He actually killed 2 battle kings with a single move, and they both look to be high-level battle kings. This is terrifying. The Blue Galaxy actually has such a terrifying genius. The trainees watching the surveillance footage were all extremely shocked, as if they had seen a ghost, and they exclaimed in surprise. The staff members also stared wide-eyed. They had participated in many genius battles and had seen many geniuses, but Chen Xian's level of strength was truly rare. In his mind, only a few people could rival him. Huang Feihong nodded in satisfaction, even more approving of Chen Xian's performance, but this also meant that no mistakes could be made. You all stay here and wait for me to come back. After Huang Feihong finished speaking, he stepped out of the cabin and disappeared without a trace. The staff responded quickly and launched the spacecraft into the air. Of course, Chen Xian was completely unaware of all this. He was still searching for the martial artists of the Heavenly Dragon sect. I never imagined these people had such a rich collection. Chen Xian was deeply moved. Among the storage rings he collected, he discovered many precious cultivation treasures, which were extremely valuable in the Blue Star Martial Arts Mall, and some were even priceless. He could only marvel at the wealth of these people, which also fueled his motivation to hunt them down. Little did they know that these people had just returned from a trial in an ancient ruin. They never expected that they would be killed by Chen Xian before they could even make use of these these treasures. Absorb the power of immortality. Chen Xian discovered a peculiar stone inside a ring, which contained nearly 30 strands of immortal power. This immortal power was enough for him to condense 20 immortal cells, laying a solid foundation for condensing the immortal golden elixir. Within the sea of psychic power, the stone rapidly crumbled under the impact of psychic energy, and all the immortal power flowed out and was quickly absorbed into his body. Chen Xian's blood and qi erupted, and his true qi circulated. With the support of his talent, which was increased 10,000 times, his immortal power and cells reorganized and optimized at an astonishing speed. Soon, 20 more immortal cells appeared in his heart area. At this point, he possessed 81 immortal cells. This is the key to condensing the immortal golden elixir. And now, he already possesses the potential to become the god of war of the 10 directions. The 10 directions war god is almost the pinnacle of martial arts on earth, extremely difficult to achieve, and beyond the reach of ordinary people. With a population of over 10 billion on earth, there are only about 30 war gods among the 10 directions. They guard the abyss, appearing and disappearing like dragons, the true guardians of the blue star, each possessing unparalleled power. To become a war god of the 10 directions, besides talent and luck, abundant resources are also a significant factor limiting one's cultivation level. After all, the resources on the desert planet are limited, making it difficult to support the birth of more powerful warriors. If it weren't for the Starstone and this peculiar jade, I think it would have been a long time before I became the god of war of the 10 directions, Chen Xian said slowly. After all, the key to achieving the elixir lies in condensing a certain number of immortal cells on the basis of sufficient combat power. Without special opportunities, it would take a year or even longer to condense an immortal cell. Now, he possesses sufficient immortal cells, making it entirely possible for him to condense an immortal golden core and attempt to break through to the 10 directions war god realm. At that time, his combat power will surge again to an astonishing level. System, deduction, condense the immortal golden elixir. With the conditions met, Chen Xian did not hesitate. His blood and qi surged, and his brain worked at high speed. With a talent multiplied 10,000-fold, the 81 immortal cells began to be analyzed, recombined, and evolved. The sea of mental power immediately boiled, and streams of mental power surged from the mind to the whole body. The immortal cells radiated dazzling golden light, detached from the heart, and flowed into the dantian, lower abdomen, along the meridians. Each immortal cell was like a monstrous wave, its momentum terrifying, and it made a roaring sound as it flowed. Chen Xian's star undying body erupted at its peak, radiating golden light, causing the surrounding void to shatter and strange phenomena to appear frequently. The dantian transformed into a clear blue sky and bright sunshine, a vast and boundless void, resembling a great realm. Golden traces of the great Tao flowed within it, mysterious and unpredictable. Chen Xian suddenly opened his eyes, and 2 beams of light shot straight into his dantian, which roared like thunder, as if it had come back to life. Countless ripples, like ocean waves, rippled in the dantian and surged into the meridians. In an instant, all 81 immortal cells emitted a buzzing sound, and under the operation of their innate abilities, they underwent a change in form, transforming from a solid state to a liquid state. Soon, a golden river containing the Tao rushed into his dantian. At the same time, thunder rumbled in the void, large swaths of dark clouds gathered, a sudden gust of wind arose, and rain poured down. Chen Xian heard the low murmur of the great Tao, the voice of heaven and earth, seemingly coming from the long river of time, filled with a sense of ancient simplicity and vicissitude. Golden flowers faintly appeared in the void. Hiss, is Master really attempting to break through to the 10 directions war god realm? Even immortal venerables probably don't have this kind of momentum. On his shoulder, the previously lazy Xiao Qing suddenly looked up and said in shock, "It's important to understand that with her current bloodline inheritance, the 10 directions war gods are nothing in her eyes. Her background is extremely special. Even the human emperor has personally witnessed her, although their strength far surpasses Chen Xian's. But even they did not possess this inexplicable sense of the great Tao. Little Master is such a freak. Well, that's good. When I meet my father in the future, I won't embarrass him," Xiao Qing said thoughtfully, her face full of smiles. If it were anyone else, with her ancient pterosaur bloodline recognizing a human as her master, her father would probably be so angry that he would vomit blood. Just as Xiao Qing was pondering, Chen Xian encountered trouble. The golden river formed from the immortal cells surged wildly in his dantian, extremely domineering. Instead of condensing into an immortal golden core as he had expected, it wreaked havoc within his body. Even with his extremely strong physical defenses and exceptionally resilient internal organs, he could hardly withstand this terrifying pressure. Cracks appeared in the structure around his dantian, which resembled glass or jade, and a faint cracking sound could be heard. Chen Xian frowned, never expecting that condensing the immortal golden core would be so difficult. At this rate, not only would he fail to condense it, but his martial arts foundation might also be destroyed. Seemingly sensing Chen Xian's power, the sea of mental energy became even more violent, stirring up a raging storm. Streams of mental energy surged out of his mind like a tide, heading straight for his dantian. At the same time, a large amount of stellar power also also surged out, attempting to repair the dantian damaged by the immortal liquid. The two forces collided and intertwined continuously in the dantian. Unfortunately, after a short while, the power of the stars could not withstand the destruction of the immortal liquid on the dantian, and golden light, barely visible to the naked eye, scattered and collided with the surroundings. At this moment, a loud voice rang in Chen Xian's mind. 10,000 times talent activated, 10,000 times talent advanced. Instantly, Chen Xian's mind cleared, and his mental power and star power increased several times over, firmly suppressing the immortal liquid. Relying on his 100,000 times innate talent, the immortal liquid was rapidly analyzed, its flow rate noticeably decreased, and it slowly flowed within his dantian. At this moment, Chen Xian finally saw clearly that the immortal liquid sometimes transformed into auspicious clouds and golden flowers, heavenly dragons and phoenixes, and roaring white tigers, each of which contained the charm of the great Tao and was extremely terrifying. No wonder its destructive power is so immense. Chen Xian's pupils constricted, unable to understand how the immortal golden core could conjure these ancient divine beasts. Although the ancient pterosaurs were strong, compared to them, they were practically slaves. Although they have been temporarily suppressed, it is currently impossible to condense them into an immortal golden core. Could it be that I really can't condense the immortal golden core? Chen Xian became anxious. By the way, this aura is extremely similar to the golden aura in the starstone. They seem to be from the same source. If we use this golden light as a medium, could we successfully condense it? His eyes lit up, and a new idea flashed into his mind. Without hesitation, in an instant, a golden light burst forth from near the starstone and the surging sea of mental energy, majestic as the blazing sun, and traveled along the meridians straight to the dantian. As soon as the golden light appeared, the immortal golden elixir instantly boiled, constantly combining and transforming within its blood and chi, and began to condense. Lightning danced and trembled in the void. After a deafening roar, a supreme golden pearl appeared in his dantian. It possesses a majestic and imposing presence, radiating a power that chills the heart. The immortal golden elixir has finally taken shape, reached the level of the 10 Directions War God. In the blink of an eye, the void shattered, and a trembling sound echoed throughout the world. At this moment, the previously stagnant basic combat strength began to surge dramatically. In just a few breaths, Chen Xian's basic combat strength soared from 30 million to 100 million. The growth rate remained rapid, and it soon exceeded 200 million. The surge in energy continued unabated, eventually settling at a combat power of 300 million. This is the true power of the 10 Directions War God. To Chen Xian's astonishment, the 10 Directions War God's power was far more than just his apparent combat strength. Supernatural powers are the true weapon that allows the 10 Directions War Gods to sweep across the world. Supernatural powers are far from ordinary martial arts techniques. Their power far exceeds that of conventional methods. Compared to ordinary martial arts, supernatural powers possess an absolute overwhelming force, making them incomparable. Of course, Chen Xian also developed his own innate divine power. He glanced at it, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes, but then looked down at the black grime on his body and couldn't help but shake his head. This was the impurities forced out of his body after achieving the immortal golden core. The elimination of these impurities further enhanced his physical condition. Although it doesn't directly enhance overall strength, it undoubtedly broadens and makes the path to physical training in the future much easier. In that instant, he even sensed an aura of an immortal body about to break through to the realm of divinity. Even compared to opponents of the same level, his physical strength has increased by about 30%. After quickly cleaning himself in the lake, Chen Xian dressed and prepared to return. After all, he had already killed quite a few warriors from the Heavenly Dragon sect and gained considerable benefits. There was no need for him to stay any longer. However, at that moment, he noticed a red dot on the other person's smartwatch flying rapidly toward him at an unbelievable speed. What exactly is going on? Chen Xian wondered. He knew that he had already been scanned by the enemy's spaceship when he killed so many Tianlong sect warriors. After that, he deliberately avoided all the green dots except for a very few mindless enemies, clearly indicating that he had been targeted. This was also the main reason he decided to go back. Could they be here to kill me? He wondered to himself. Since they dare to charge head-on, they must be experts. It seems they are very confident in themselves. After pondering for a moment, Chen Xian gradually realized that the only ones who dared to rush straight at him were either fools or powerful figures from the Heavenly Dragon sect. Judging from their speed, they were indeed not to be underestimated. But the other side would never have imagined that his combat power had increased significantly again in such a short period of time. It far exceeds the previous level. With a deafening gust of air tearing through the void, the crimson curtain of light on the horizon suddenly lit up, filled with a strong sense of bloodshed and killing intent. A crimson sun faintly rose and instantly enveloped Chen Xian. You are Chen Xian? I've finally found you. A hoarse voice rang out, and a pale face vaguely appeared in the blood moonlight. The surrounding trees, lake water, and even the air seemed to be cracking and decaying. At this moment, the space was compressed to its limit. A late-stage war king, even reaching the threshold of the 10 Directions War God. This is was indeed a rare genius, probably the strongest among the genius martial artists of the Heavenly Dragon sect. Chen Xian looked up and glanced coldly, using his talent to immediately discern the opponent's strength. Compared to other martial artists of the Heavenly Dragon sect, this person was undoubtedly far superior. Even the two high-level battle kings he had previously killed were no match for him. More importantly, the martial arts techniques he used were quite strange, with elemental attacks, much like a supernatural power. However, to comprehend one's innate divine power, one must reach the level of a 10 Directions war god, otherwise, it is impossible to cultivate. Unless one receives personal instruction from another war god, it is impossible to learn. As for buying it from the martial arts mall, are you kidding me? It's no longer a matter of whether you can afford it or not. Buying it would be a waste, since you can't cultivate with it and you can't even buy it. A hint of disappointment flashed in Bloodchild's bloodthirsty eyes. A genius from the desolate planet, who killed so many Heavenly Dragon sect warriors, unfortunately, he will soon die. In the end, he's just a good-for-nothing from a small place. The next moment, the crimson light curtain pressed down on Chen Xian, and the violent power caused the space to crack and break. He intends to use this power to suppress Chen Xian to death. However, at that moment, he was surprised to see Chen Xian's body radiate golden light and a crystal-clear body soared into the sky, accompanied by thunderous roars and the endless flow of the great Tao imprint, mysterious and unpredictable. The terrifying crimson power had barely touched his forehead when it cracked and was instantly neutralized. Immediately afterward, Chen Xian waved his hand, and the crimson light barrier shattered, dissipating into specks of bloody light. Bloodchild suddenly opened his eyes, revealing a look of shock. This martial art was passed down to him from his elders in the sect, and it contained a few traces of supernatural power. It was invincible in battle, but now it has been broken. Seeing the crimson light barrier shattered, Bloodchild was not surprised but delighted, a smile of excitement spreading across his face. This is getting interesting. Only by killing the strong can his excitement be aroused. Bloodchild strode over from afar, suddenly throwing a punch. The blood-red fist shadow had just appeared when it transformed into a 100-meter-long blood-red monster, opening its blood-red maw to bite Chen Xian. The enormous fangs emitted a strong, pungent stench, and their aura was exceptionally terrifying. This phantom monster possesses the strength of an 8th-tier beast king, demonstrating Bloodchild's formidable power. Although Chen Xian had killed several real 8th-tier beasts, how could a mere phantom be his match? Chen Xian's aura suddenly erupted, his figure soaring into the sky. His giant cyan hand grabbed the monster phantom, and with a gentle squeeze, the monster let out a shrill wail as its body exploded. He stared coldly at the blood-red figure before him, his gaze as icy as a knife. "You're courting death." Chen Xian remained expressionless. Although the person before him was extraordinary, he was nothing in Chen Xian's eyes. In the past, he might have encountered trouble, but now, he could kill him in a matter of minutes. The immortal golden core erupted instantly, unleashing an incomparably powerful force that pierced through the void, transforming into a long golden river that roared and gurgled. As the void shattered, the golden river appeared before Bloodchild. A flicker of astonishment crossed Bloodchild's eyes, clearly unable to ascertain the truth behind this power. He spread his hands, and a blood moon appeared, compressing boundless, terrifying energy within it. One could imagine that once detonated, its power would be absolutely astonishing. He leaped forward, blood surging, and slammed towards Chen Xian. The two forces collided violently, producing a deafening roar. Amidst the billowing dust, Bloodchild suddenly let out a scream. As the crimson light faded, his figure was flung far away. His limbs were broken, and blood was gushing from his mouth. Impossible! Bloodchild stared at Chen Xian in shock, his voice trembling. At this moment, he finally understood that the person before him was the legendary god of war of the 10 Directions, capable of easily killing him. Even though he had always maintained a calm and detached state of mind, he couldn't help but feel fear at this moment. "Run quickly, or you'll surely die." Before he finished speaking, he sprang up and rode the crimson light to escape at lightning speed. He believed that even if the opponent were the god of war of the 10 Directions, it would be difficult for him to catch up, but he overestimated himself. Starlight shimmered around Chen Xian, as if an ancient god or demon were strolling through the starry sky. With a single step, the galaxy swirled, and a giant azure hand tore through space, instantly landing behind Shuetong and piercing his chest. Giggle! The Bloodchild's figure stopped abruptly, and he turned his head with difficulty, making a gurgling sound as blood gushed out. "So, I really shouldn't have come down." A bitter smile appeared on his face, and his pupils suddenly dilated. Dead. Bloodchild is dead. On the Tianlong sect spaceship, everyone who witnessed this scene was utterly shocked. Dingshu stared intently at the screen, his hands trembling, his killing intent erupting. The next second, he stepped out of the spaceship. "Chen Xian, you deserve to die." Hiss! Chen Xian actually killed the opponent. The opponent must have been at least a high-level battle king. I think it's more than that, he should be a half-step war god. On the other side of Planet 1, the alien beast. Inside the Sirius Martial Academy spaceship, everyone watching the screen was stunned. Chen Xian's combat prowess at this moment is simply beyond imagination. Could he really be the god of war War of the 10 Directions? The hearts of the genius martial artists pounded wildly, and Lu Zhe and Lu Shuer, who were familiar with Chen Xian, stared at each other in astonishment. Chen Xian was indeed powerful in the past, but he could never have reached this level. He has improved his strength again. A hint of amazement appeared on Yi Qingyu's cool and beautiful face. With her talent, one has to admire her. This is terrible, absolutely terrible. The spaceship crew members were full of praise. Initially, they were worried when they saw the blood child approaching Chen Xian, but now they were only amazed. It seems that Master Wang Feihun's worries were unnecessary. I wonder what he would think if he saw the scene. The staff couldn't help but chuckle. Huh, what's this? Chen Xian took out a token of peculiar material from Shueton's storage ring. It was neither gold nor stone, only the size of a palm, and its function was unknown. He tried to probe with his own vital energy, but found nothing. Even more strangely, with his current strength, he couldn't leave any mark on the token. Putting everything else aside, the materials used in this brand are truly amazing. Chen Xian examined the token carefully for a while but found no valuable information. Just as he was about to put the token away, Xiao Chang raised her snake head to look at it and whispered, "Master, this token looks like a key." Chen Xian was taken aback. He looked at the token carefully and saw that it was engraved with intricate patterns and did indeed resemble a key. Even if it's a key, it's useless to us now. Chen Xian smiled and put the key away, then looked through the remaining items in the ring. Although the quantity was small, its value was significantly higher compared to those possessed by other talented martial artists of the Heavenly Dragon sect. In particular, several of the items exuded a faint aura of the Great Tao, were quite valuable, and could effectively consolidate his newly broken-through realm. It seems this guy was preparing for his breakthrough to the 10 Directions War God realm. I didn't expect to get the better deal. Chen Xian shook his head. This person's martial arts techniques were unique and his combat ability was extraordinary. If he hadn't encountered him, he probably wouldn't have had any rivals on this alien beast planet. Unfortunately, he was incredibly unlucky. Chen Xian smiled and stepped forward to leave, heading towards the spaceship of the Sky Wolf Martial Academy. With his strength, he could get there in just a few steps. However, at that moment, an inexplicable and immense sense of terror suddenly descended. A golden figure radiating an aura of destruction appeared in the void, its eyes shooting out light that pierced through heaven and earth, and boundless killing intent enveloped it. Chen Xian, you killed a disciple of my Heavenly Dragon sect, a crime deserving of death. However, if you are willing to enter my sect as a slave to atone for your sins, I may spare your life. Ding Shu's body was tens of meters tall, shimmering with golden light as if cast from gold. His terrifying aura distorted the surrounding space and emitted a hissing sound like electricity. Whether it was clouds or various substances in the void, they all shattered and dissipated under his oppressive power. His gaze was fixed on Chen Xian, hundreds of meters away, yet he stared intently at him, ready to launch a fatal attack at any moment. It was easy to imagine that if Chen Xian refused, he would strike without hesitation. Terrifying. Even Chen Xian's expression changed drastically after sensing this power. This power was vast and surging, far exceeding his level. It was simply not in the same league. At this moment, there is absolutely no chance of winning. It's an absolute crushing defeat in terms of combat power. This gap cannot be bridged by martial arts techniques or skills. Could it be a master from the Heavenly Dragon sect? Impossible. The students don't have that kind of strength. Could it be their senior master? Chen Xian's mind raced, just as his breath was about to burst forth, and he was preparing to break free with all his might. Xiaoqing's voice came through, tinged with amusement. Master, don't worry, this person in front of me is no match for me at all. Not your match? Are you really that strong? Chen Xian exclaimed inwardly. Although he knew that Xiao Chang would become stronger after evolving into a pterosaur, he had no idea just how strong she would become. The person before him was undoubtedly extremely powerful, at least until now. Chen Xian had never seen such a strong person. The opponent is just a high-level 10 Directions war god. Even if he is an immortal venerable, I don't take him seriously. Unless you encounter a human emperor right now, then you're really doomed. Xiao Qing shook her head and said softly, This is so powerful. Chen Xian was shocked. Although he didn't understand what an immortal venerable was, Xiao Qing was clearly unimaginably powerful. Recalling how Xiao Qing was just an 8th-tier beast king not long ago, and how he had easily defeated her, it felt like a dream. If he weren't controlled by some entity, Chen Xian had no doubt that Xiao Qing could easily strangle him with one hand. Damn it, did you hear me? Ding Shu was furious when he saw that Chen Xian hadn't reacted for a long time. His aura surged and he said coldly, if the other party hadn't been such a genius, he would have killed him long ago. If Chen Xian is willing to join the Heavenly Dragon sect, it's not that we won't give him a chance. Compared to the dozens of talented martial artists who died, Chen Xian is clearly more important. Blood Child is far inferior to him. It's conceivable that bringing Chen Xian back would not only avoid punishment from the sect but might even bring rewards. After all, a genius is far more important than a bunch of mediocre talents. Ha! For a senior martial artist to attack a junior, how utterly shameless. Chen Xian laughed out loud. The next instant, the violent and domineering mental power power suddenly erupted, tearing open a crack in an attempt to escape. Your mental power is truly impressive, but do you still want to run away? A flicker of surprise crossed Ding Shu's face, followed by a surge of killing intent. Since the other party was so ungrateful, the more talented they were, the more deserving they were to die a horrible death. At this moment, Ding Shu's murderous intent finally ignited. Before he finished speaking, boundless blood and energy surged forth, enveloping the entire sky in his power. Explosions echoed endlessly in the void, as if the end of the world had arrived, with countless volcanoes erupting, seemingly threatening to destroy the entire world. A colossal hand, blotting out the sky, stretched out from afar, its palm lines densely inscribed with the laws of the Great Tao, tearing through the clouds and fiercely grabbing at Chen Xian. Chen Xian's expression remained unchanged, but his blood and qi instantly surged. The river of stars appeared, and his undying star body was pushed to its limit. In the hazy starry sky, a beam of starlight flickered rapidly, almost breaking free from the opponent's control. Ding Shu flipped his hand, preparing to kill Chen Xian. Just then, a deafening dragon roar resounded, and a 100-foot-long dragon appeared in the void. Immediately afterward, a pillar of lightning descended from the sky and struck Ding Shu hard. The terrifying power of lightning instantly tore apart Ding Shu's enormous hand, and the lightning struck his body. Ding Shu cried out in pain, his eyes filled with terror. An ancient beast? Or perhaps a void star clan? This is absolutely unbelievable. The next second, he didn't hesitate and quickly ran away. Ding Shu was, after all, a high-level war god, and his speed was astonishing. With one step, his figure almost disappeared without a trace. Still trying to escape? As soon as Xiaoqing finished speaking, several bolts of lightning suddenly struck down, and space began to distort, attempting to imprison Ding Shu within them. In the next instant, Ding Shufan unleashed a burst of violent mental energy, tearing open a crack in an attempt to escape. Your mental power is truly formidable, but don't think you can just leave like this. A look of surprise flashed across Ding Shu's face, followed by a surge of killing intent. Since the other party was so ungrateful, then the more talented they were, the more they deserved to die. At this moment, the murderous intent in Ding Shu's heart was completely ignited. As soon as he finished speaking, boundless energy erupted instantly, enveloping the entire sky in his power. Explosions resounded in the void, as if the end of the world had arrived, with countless volcanoes erupting, determined to destroy everything. A colossal hand, blotting out the sky, burst forth from the distance, its palm lines intricately etched with the marks of the Great Tao, tearing through the clouds and rushing straight towards Chen Xian. Chen Xian remained calm, his blood and qi surging, the river of stars appearing within him, and his undying star body pushed to its limit. In the hazy starry sky, a beam of starlight flashed rapidly, almost breaking free from the opponent's control. Ding Shu flipped his hand, preparing to kill Chen Xian. Just then, a deafening dragon roar resounded through the void, and a 100-foot-long dragon appeared. Immediately afterward, a pillar of lightning struck down from the void, directly hitting Ding Shu. The terrifying power of lightning instantly tore apart Ding Shu's enormous hand, and the lightning struck him. Ding Shu cried out in pain, his eyes filled with terror. An ancient beast? Or perhaps a void star clan? This is a ghost. The next moment, he fled backwards without hesitation. Ding Shu was, after all, a high-level war god, and his speed was unbelievable. He had only taken one step when his figure almost disappeared. Xiaoqing, are you still trying to escape? Before Xiaoqing could finish speaking, lightning struck again, violently distorting the space and attempting to imprison Ding Shu within it. Ding Shu roared angrily, a flash of pain in his eyes. He pulled out a jade tablet and crushed it with gritted teeth. Instantly, a tremendous power erupted from the jade tablet, tearing through space and transforming into a streak of light that fled into the distance. He obtained this jade pendant in a secret realm. There are only 3 in the world. In a life-or-death situation, it was practically his only means of survival. He had already used up the first 2. He treasured the last piece and was reluctant to use it easily. Unexpectedly, even this remote and desolate planet harbored a life-threatening danger. Not only did the trainees suffer heavy losses, but he himself almost lost his life, leaving him deeply frustrated. However, he was still shocked to find that such powerful beings as ancient beasts had appeared here. Gather all personnel and evacuate this place immediately. Before even boarding the spaceship, Ding Shu hurriedly issued orders to his other disciples, demanding that they return as soon as possible. The other disciples of the Heavenly Dragon sect on Planet 1 had already sensed the danger. After receiving Ding Shu's message, they all rushed back to the spaceship. His face was filled with terror. He thought he was a hunter, but he never expected to be hunted down by a genius on a desert planet. Even Blood Child was killed here. Return! Leave this place immediately. Ding Shu's face was gloomy, and he couldn't help but feel regretful. Why did he stay here so long? He lost so many disciples from the sect, and he would surely be punished when he returned. The staff responded, started the spacecraft, and headed away into the distance. Just then, the spaceship shook violently, and a cracking sound came from its surface. What's going on? Could it be a 9th-tier beast god? Ding Shu's expression turned grim, and he rushed out of the spaceship the next second. Although the 9th-tier alien beast was strong, it was still insignificant in his his eyes. As a disciple of a major sect on Sirius, crushing alien beasts of the same level was a piece of cake. However, a streak of light shot out from afar, accompanied by thunder and an explosion of sound, and arrived in front of him in an instant. Damn it, who is it? Ding Shu's expression changed drastically. He turned around abruptly and threw a punch, the shadow of his fist colliding violently with the incoming fist. A strong wind blew, the sound reverberated for miles, and the huge shockwave caused the spaceship to lose control and move backward. Inside the spaceship, the Tianlong sect warriors all looked terrified. The impact had already left many of them seriously injured. Who dares to attack the Heavenly Dragon sect's spaceship? Are they courting death? Ding Shu wiped the blood from the corner of his lips, his face grim, and roared angrily. He was already injured by Xiaoqing's attacks, and that last blow only made things worse. His anger was barely contained, and he secretly resolved that once he returned to his sect, he would lead a group to kill this guy who had appeared out of nowhere. Ding Shu, what do you mean by that? Weren't you just being very arrogant? A voice rang out, and Huang Feihong's voice slowly drifted over. It's you, Wang Feihong. What were you trying to do just now? Why did you come here to cause trouble for no reason? Did you want to provoke a fight between the two sects? Upon seeing the person in front of him, Ding Shu's eyes instantly turned cold. Without any reason? Weren't you just besieging our selection trainees a moment ago? Wang Feihong responded calmly. His words stunned Ding Shu, who could hardly believe his ears. You didn't come here for those people, did you? They're just a bunch of natives from a remote planet. What right do you have to attack us for their sake? You're just stirring up trouble between the two factions. Borderland natives? And how was that blood child killed? A mocking smile appeared on Huang Feihong's face. I'll spare your life since Chen Xian is alright. No sooner had he finished speaking than Wang Feihong attacked without hesitation. His vital energy transformed into a surging torrent, engulfing Ding Shu. You've gone too far, Wang Feihong. You're no match for me. Ding Shu's pupils suddenly contracted, and his blood and qi suddenly exploded. His body suddenly expanded and soared into the sky. His two huge hands pierced through the clouds and grabbed at Huang Feihong. Under his suppression, Huang Feihong's torrent of qi and blood gradually weakened. Ha, Wang Feihong, that's all you've got. Upon seeing this, Ding Shu burst into laughter. You're getting ahead of yourself. Huang Feihong remained expressionless, raised his hand and gave a slight tremor, causing the torrent of qi and blood to surge again, transforming into terrifying ripples that swept out at a visible speed. Even Ding Shu's martial arts golden body developed cracks under the impact of these ripples. Ding Shu's eyes widened, and he was about to mobilize all his strength, but in the blink of an eye, his golden body shattered. Even his hands began to dissipate under the impact of the torrent of qi and blood. Ding Shu's expression changed drastically. He then realized that he was no match for Huang Feihong. Although both were high-level 10 Directions war gods, Huang Feihong clearly had an absolute advantage in the battle. Enraged, Ding Shu raised his hand to unleash his immortal divine weapon, but Huang Feihong gave him no chance. A leg shadow tore through the void, traversing thousands of meters of space, and landed heavily on him. A piercing sound of bones breaking echoed from Ding Shu's body. His body was thrown out and crashed heavily onto the spaceship not far away, causing damage to the spaceship's hull. Even more absurdly, the spacecraft immediately issued an alarm, indicating that it was damaged and required urgent repairs. This made Ding Shu so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. Huang Feihong glanced at him indifferently, then turned and left. Since Chen Xian and the others were unharmed, he saw no need to take the opportunity to kill them. After all, Ding Shu was a core disciple of the Heavenly Dragon sect, and it was not advisable for him to cause any further trouble. I can't believe he actually ran away. On the other side, Xiaoqing, who had transformed into human form, pouted and said angrily, so what if I ran away? Chen Xian responded with a smile, completely unconcerned. He hadn't suffered any loss. On the contrary, he had gained quite a bit from this operation. Let's go back. Chen Xian glanced at the time. It was already the agreed upon time. If he didn't return in time, the spaceship would be in trouble. Although the 10 Directions war god could traverse the void, its speed was still slower than that of a spaceship. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Xian flew away into the distance. Xiaoqing also transformed back into her snake form. If she remained in human form, she would only attract attention. When Chen Xian returned to the spaceship, the other talented martial artists had already arrived one after another. Upon seeing him, their faces displayed complex and unreadable expressions. Is he Chen Xian? Is he really that powerful? He just killed dozens of genius martial artists from the Heavenly Dragon sect. He's incredibly strong. He probably already possesses the strength of a 10 Directions war god. I don't know, but he's really powerful. I heard that Shirahoshi and the others died at his hands. Hiss, keep it down. The genius martial artists from other planets in the blue galaxy stared at Chen Xian with strange looks. They were shocked, terrified, and filled with a sense of awe. No matter what Chen Xian did, it was something they were incapable of doing. His performance in killing the blood child of the Heavenly Dragon sect, in particular, truly shocked them. Chen Xian, over here. Lu Zhe and the others waved to him with joy on their faces. They were naturally very happy that Chen Xian had returned safe safely. After all, they had shared life and death experiences with Chen Xian. Kid, this aura is much stronger than before. It seems you've already reached the level of a beginner war god. Huang Feihong stepped forward and nodded in satisfaction. Then, he looked around and announced loudly, the battle of geniuses has come to an end. We are now preparing to return to the Blue Star system. The unselected students will be sent back to their original planets. However, more than 30 of you have already perished here. The surviving students who were not admitted will receive a cultivation technique or martial arts skill as a reward, and the families of the deceased students will also receive compensation. As for those who did not participate in the assessment, they will return the way they came. Upon hearing Huang Feihong's words, the students who survived from Planet 1 showed joy on their faces. Even if they weren't selected, the rewards offered by the Serious Martial Academy were by no means ordinary. Those trainees who didn't participate in the assessment had varying expressions. Some showed slight regret, while others remained indifferent. After all, participating in the assessment didn't guarantee a survival. Compared to those fallen genius martial artists, they are already considered much luckier. During the spaceship's flight, the accompanying staff announced the admission list for the Serious Martial Academy. As expected, Chen Xian was among them, his score far exceeding that of the other students, almost dozens of times higher. Following closely behind was Yi Qingyu, as an intermediate-level battle king. Her appearance on the list was not surprising. Even among the trial disciples of the Azure Dragon sect, her strength would rank in the upper-middle range. She was simply unlucky to have encountered Wang Yu and Qin Lei, otherwise, others might not have been her match. The points she earned from hunting exotic beasts were enough to rank her among the top. To everyone's astonishment, Lu Zhe, Zhou Tian, and Lu Shuer were also on the list. Except for 2 who withdrew, all 3 from launching were accepted. In other words, of the 9 people admitted to Serious Martial Academy this time, 4 were from Blue Star, while the other inhabited planets combined only had 5. What's most surprising is that although Lu Zhe and his 2 companions are quite strong, they are not considered top tier among these talented martial artists. Their achievement is truly astonishing. Moreover, among the 7 habitable planets, Blue Star's martial arts strength is not particularly outstanding. Logically speaking, Earth shouldn't have such an outstanding performance. Examiner, is there a mistake? How could everyone from Blue Star be selected? One of the trainees couldn't help but question. That's right. Martial arts are not just about combat strength. Luck is also a key factor. Huang Feihong smiled faintly and glanced at Chen Xian. He knew that Lu Zhe and the other 2's achievements were inseparable from Chen Xian's influence, but he didn't care about it. The questioner's face darkened. He was about to say something more when he suddenly realized that this was probably related to Chen Xian. If he really wanted to help Lu Zhe and the other 2, it wouldn't be difficult for him to enter the Heavenly Wolf Martial Academy. Once the list is finalized, it will not be changed. The few who were accepted were all extremely excited. I never expected that I, Zhou Tian, would be selected. If my father knew, he would be ecstatic, Zhou Tian said with a joyful expression. The spaceship swiftly transported the students back to their respective planets. Those accepted would travel to Serious Martial Academy on the 3rd day to have time to say goodbye to their families. After all, Serious Martial Academy is extremely far from here. Even if the Academy's spaceship flies at full speed, it will take several days to reach Sirius, while ordinary interstellar spaceships will take dozens of days. Some spacecraft even need several months to traverse space. After sending back the talented martial artists from several planets, the spaceship arrived above Crimson Star. As the others departed, Yi Qingyu hesitated slightly, turned back, and softly said to Chen Xian, "Thank you. No need to be polite. We'll be cultivating in the same place from now on." Chen Xian waved his hand, seemingly unconcerned. Yi Qingyu nodded in agreement. Chen Xian was right. She turned and jumped off the spaceship. After dropping off the students on various planets, the spaceship entered the skies above the Blue Star system. "See you in 2 days, Brother Xian." Lu Zhe, Lu Shuer, and Chen Xian came down from above and said with smiles. They were completely impressed by Chen Xian's martial prowess and started calling him Brother Xian. Zhou Tian, in particular, was older than Chen Xian, yet he shamelessly addressed him in that way. Nevertheless, they still felt honored. After all, their opponent was the god of war of the 10 directions, while the 3 of them were just minor warriors at the level of generals. Although they are usually high and mighty and revered by thousands, they are nothing in front of Chen Xian and are no different from ordinary people. Geniuses are as numerous as hairs on a cow, but very few can become war gods of the 10 directions. Many people are stuck at the level of war general for their entire lives, let alone war god, and even war king is difficult to advance to. The god of war is the true guardian of humanity, the pillar of strength. With them, the hope of humanity will never be extinguished. Okay, see you in 2 days. Chen Xian nodded and smiled. After they left, the spaceship restarted, and soon, a gigantic spaceship was parked above Jiangnan University in Dongling City, Jiangnan Province. A huge shadow enveloped almost the entire Jiangnan University. What is this? It's a huge spaceship. I don't think we have this kind of spaceship on our planet, do we? This is an interstellar spaceship capable of traveling traveling at speeds of tens of light years per hour, and even able to traverse wormholes in spacetime. Where did this come from? The appearance of the spaceship attracted everyone's attention, and after a short while, many people were shocked by the level of the spaceship. This is a warship-class spaceship that no planet could possibly possess. The spaceship attracted the attention of Minister Duan and Chairman Liang, and the next second, they appeared in the sky above Jiangda University. As Chen Xian stepped out of the spaceship, they stared in disbelief, exclaiming, "The god of war of the 10 directions. The Chen Xian before us is already a powerhouse at the level of a war god." This shocked them to the extreme, especially Chairman Liang, whose eyes widened. If he remembered correctly, it had only been 2 months since Chen Xian killed the Wu family general. Within those 2 months, he was promoted directly from a general to a war god. That speed is absolutely terrifying. He glanced gratefully at Minister Duan. If Minister Duan hadn't intervened in time, and if he had made an enemy of Chen Xian, things could have gotten really messy. Minister Duan. He nodded to Chairman Liang again. This put his mind at ease. What was the result? Minister Duan asked eagerly. It should be fine. Okay, I knew you could do it. Then you should go back and prepare. Principal Lin and the others are probably getting impatient. I won't bother you any longer. Upon hearing Chen Xian's words, Minister Duan smiled, looked up at the sky, and vanished in a streak of light. Chen Xian's admission to the Tianlang Martial Academy is undoubtedly a joyous occasion for Jiangnan Province, and may even improve Jiangnan Province's ranking among many provinces. Upon hearing the news, Principal Lin and others were even more excited than Minister Duan. Chen Xian had brought tangible benefits to Jiangnan University, and with his influence, Jiangnan University might even have a chance to become the #1 martial arts university in China. Not bad, not bad. Director Sun looked at Chen Xian, his face almost beaming with a smile. Since Chen Xian came to Jiangnan University, his strength has improved rapidly, reaching a level that ordinary people can hardly achieve in a lifetime in just a few months. Now that he has been admitted to Tianlang Martial Arts Academy, he is destined to become a legend of Jiangnan University. You've been accepted into Sirius Martial Academy and will be leaving soon. Sirius is very far from here, so be prepared that you won't be able to come back for a long time. You should also explain this to Yuqing. Director Sun was well aware of the distance between Sirius and Blue Star, which is located on the edge of the Sirius system, with at least tens of thousands of light years separating them. Unless it's a super battleship like the Sirius Martial Academy, a round trip for an ordinary spaceship might take several months. I know. Chen Xian nodded in response. Huang Feihong had already made this very clear. He and his sister depended on each other for survival, so naturally he needed to make sure everything was arranged properly before leaving. Moreover, he was determined that once he could establish himself there, he would bring his sister over. He couldn't bear to leave his sister here. Huang Feihong gave them 2 days to prepare, which, although it seemed like little time, was actually quite ample. After all, martial arts training emphasizes seizing every second, especially in a place like Sirius where competition is exceptionally fierce. The slightest lapse in vigilance could lead to death in an accident, a situation no different from that of the genius martial artists of the Heavenly Dragon sect. After saying goodbye to Director Sun, Chen Xian went straight back to Villa #1 to wait for his younger sister to come home from school. My current basic combat strength has reached the level of 3 dragons, which is equivalent to a beginner-level war god. I don't need to rely on combat power boosts at all. A satisfied smile appeared on Chen Xian's face. True strength comes from not needing to constantly maintain a combat power boost. The divine forging scripture is best saved as a last resort. Moreover, he could also feel that the high-level increase in combat power placed an enormous burden on his physical body. The reason he was able to use it multiple times in the past was due to the powerful regenerative ability of the star undying body and the support of his vast and boundless mental power. In the future, it's best to only use low multiplier combat power amplification, or to use it to defeat opponents at crucial moments, Chen Xian thought to himself. With his current strength, he has almost no rivals of equal strength, unless the difference in strength between the 2 opponents is too great. Afterwards, Chen Xian silently began to cultivate. Time passed slowly, and it was time for Jiangnan University to let out for the day. Chen Yuqing returned home. Brother, I heard you got accepted into the Tianlang Martial Arts Academy. Our classmates are all stunned. Chen Yuqing said with a smile, hanging around Chen Xian's neck. Yes, I'll be leaving in a couple of days, but don't worry, I'll definitely come to pick you up later, Chen Xian said with a smile, patting his sister's hair. I know my brother will never leave me. Compared to before, Chen Yuqing has accepted a lot and believes that her brother will come to pick her up after staying there for a while, and the time won't be too long. I feel more at ease knowing you're here with Principal Lin and the others taking care of you. Yuqing and Grandpa, their cultivation will definitely not fall behind. Chen Xian's eyes flashed slightly. In his memory, his sister's grandfather was very powerful. If he weren't in his soul form, he would be no match for him. Time flew by, and on the 3rd day, the Sirius Martial Academy spaceship arrived on time. After tearfully bidding farewell to his sister, the spaceship soared through the clouds and headed straight for the cosmos amidst the envious and astonished astonished gazes of the crowd. Students, get ready. We are about to enter the dark universe, which will greatly increase flight speed, but may also cause discomfort such as weightlessness. Please be mentally prepared, Huang Feihong said with a smile. The staff had already switched to flight mode and were preparing to enter the dark universe. The dark universe? Chen Xian's eyes flashed, a slight shock in his heart. The dark universe was no less dangerous than a black hole. In that darkness, there was almost no clear concept of time and space. With Earth's technology, entering the dark universe was often a dead end with no return. However, the advantage is that the dark universe belongs to a dimensional space, and as long as there is a positioning node, spatial jumps can be achieved, greatly shortening the travel time. Moreover, there are few celestial bodies there, and almost no dangers such as stellar meteorites. When traveling long distances, entering a dark space is undoubtedly an excellent choice. I'm afraid only a major sect like the Serious Martial Academy would dare to ignore the risks of the dark universe, Chen Xian thought to himself. The other students, their faces also filled with shock, all looked out the window. Through the almost transparent cabin exterior, the dazzling starry sky was clearly visible. However, they knew that things would soon change. As the spaceship's speed suddenly increased to several times its previous speed, the whistling sound of it cutting through the starry sky could even be heard inside the spaceship. Ding! We are about to enter the dark universe. Please prepare. At this moment, an electronic notification came from inside the spaceship. Then, the ship trembled slightly, and the surrounding scenery changed abruptly, turning pitch black outside. If it weren't for the bright lights inside the spaceship, it would definitely be enough to instill fear in anyone. The spaceship was now many times faster than before, yet there was not a single jolt. Alright, what used to be a 3-day journey can now be completed in 1 day. Huang Feihong glanced at everyone and said with a smile. Upon hearing his words, the students immediately became excited. Most of them came from remote planets in the Sirius system and were filled with endless longing for the martial arts Holy Land at the center of the system, eager to embark on a journey to Sirius immediately. Seeing everyone's reaction, Huang Feihong smiled slightly and shook his head. He naturally understood the feelings of these students. After all, he himself had gone through the same process. However, he was also well aware that things wouldn't be as simple as they imagined once they arrived at the Serious Martial Academy. As a major sect, the competition would only be more intense. I hope you can see reality soon. We still have time, so why don't we have a match? Even at the Serious Martial Academy, there will be a match when new students enroll. Huang Feihong looked at everyone and made a suggestion. The trainees exchanged glances, some of them tempted, but when they looked at Chen Xian sitting to the side, they hesitated. This guy is the god of war of the 10 directions. His strength is terrifyingly abnormal. Who can defeat him? If it were at the War King level, it would be fine, but the gap is too huge now. That's not a competition, that's just asking for trouble. I'm not participating. You can do as you please, Chen Xian said with a smile, glancing at the crowd indifferently. Even if these people join forces, they might not be a match for him, so there's no point in fighting. I'm not participating either, Yi Qingyu replied coldly. Although she only possesses the strength of a mid-level battle king, her swordsmanship is extremely fierce, and if she were to unleash her full power, she would be in no way inferior to a high-level battle king. Seeing that Chen Xian and Yi Qingyu were not participating, the other students were eager to try. With a wave of Huang Feihong's hand, a virtual arena appeared in the air, and the students began to form teams to spar. Why aren't you participating? Chen Xian looked at Yi Qingyu in surprise. Then why don't you participate? Yi Qingyu asked in return. Chen Xian paused for a moment, then shook his head helplessly. He couldn't very well say that he was too strong and that participating in the competition was pointless. That would be too pretentious. Alright, I didn't have a chance to thank you on Planet 1 before, Yi Qingyu said. Chen Xian waved his hand, not taking it to heart. In that situation, he would have been in danger even if he hadn't taken action, not to mention that he had also gained a lot of benefits from those talented martial artists of the Heavenly Dragon sect. The materials in those storage rings alone, once taken out, could cause a sensation on Earth, and their value in star coins would be astonishing. Just as the two finished speaking, and Yi Qingyu was about to say something more, the spaceship suddenly began to shake violently, and a piercing alarm sounded throughout the cabin. Warning! The spaceship has been attacked by an unknown powerful entity and is in danger of spatial deviation. Be careful! An attack by an unknown powerful figure? Not only Chen Xian, but everyone else was stunned. This is the dark universe, fraught with danger, yet some martial artists dare to show themselves and attack. Moreover, it's absurd that such a vast dark space could be attacked so coincidentally. Could they be space pirates? Yi Qingyu asked, frowning. I don't know. Chen Xian suddenly stood up and shook his head. At this moment, the spaceship suffered an even more violent attack, far exceeding the previous one, which even made Chen Xian lose his balance. The massive impact caused Yi Qingyu to stagger backward. Chen Xian instinctively reached out to support her. Before Yi Qingyu could react, she was already in Chen Xian's arms. She froze instantly, her cheeks flushed red, and she hurriedly broke free from his embrace, a touch of shyness appearing on her cool and beautiful face. I'm sorry, that was just a subconscious reaction. Chen Xian realized his mistake and quickly apologized. apologized. Yi Qingyu forced herself to remain calm and shook her head, saying she was fine. In truth, she was already in a state of panic. Having been devoted to martial arts since childhood, she had never been in such close contact with a boy before. Who is it? Huang Feihong instantly teleported out of the cabin, his expression solemn, and appeared outside the spaceship the next moment. At this moment, in the dark void outside the spaceship, a pink smoke hood slowly rose, illuminating a space. A stunningly beautiful woman emerged slowly from the smoke, a half-smile playing on her lips, her gaze fixed on the spaceship. 13th Ant. Huang Feihong's face turned ashen, showing utter helplessness. This 13th Ant was no less powerful than him, and she wouldn't let him go, while he couldn't fight back, which inevitably made him very frustrated. 13th Ant, how dare you come over here? Huang Feihong shouted in a deep voice. This is your home, why can't I come here? Ant 13's eyes were alluring, as if 1,000 peach blossoms were blooming at the same time, making everyone's heart sway. Everyone had to admit that this woman was incredibly beautiful. 13th Ant, they are all students and cannot resist the temptation of your seductive skills. Leave quickly, and I will not hold it against you. Huang Feihong frowned, his tone serious. Seductive skills? Then why didn't they seduce you? Ant 13 smiled charmingly, with a hint of provocation. If you don't leave, I'll take action. Huang Feihong didn't want to linger here, his voice steady and resolute. Then come on. The red mist around Ant 13, like a cloud curtain that blotted out the sun, enveloped Huang Feihong and the spaceship. The entire spaceship began to shake violently. Chen Xian frowned and flew out of the spaceship. He could tell that Huang Feihong might not be able to defeat Ant 13. You brat, do you want to fight me too? Huang Feihong, where did you find this greenhorn? Ant 13 giggled when she saw Chen Xian appear. 13th Ant, I'm warning you, leave now and don't even think about messing with my students. You can't afford to mess with the Heavenly Wolf Martial Academy. Huang Feihong's face darkened and his brows furrowed. Oh, young Master Huang is angry, that's rare, Ant 13 said with a smile, but a hint of resentment was in her eyes. Chen Xian, who was watching from the side, chuckled inwardly. He seemed to understand that this exceptionally beautiful woman had a good impression of Huang Feihong, but Huang Feihong was like a block of wood, treating her only as someone who was there to cause trouble, completely wasting his breath. This delay will only postpone our journey to Sirius. It will probably be difficult for Huang Feihong to understand the reasons behind this in a short time. Thinking of this, Chen Xian stepped forward and said with a smile, 13th Ant, although you are beautiful, men don't like women who are too seductive. If you are more dignified, Brother Huan will be attracted to you. Chen Xian, what nonsense are you spouting? Huang Feihong frowned, not understanding what Chen Xian was talking about. This woman's persistent haunting was already giving him a headache. As for anything else, he didn't think much of it. The others on the spaceship, witnessing this, couldn't help but facepalm, thinking that Huang Feihong was incredibly oblivious. Was this how a martial arts master expressed his emotions? To cultivate to this extent was truly frustrating. Ant 13 took it seriously and asked hesitantly, of course, just don't be so bewitching. Chen Xian nodded and smiled. That's right, don't be too seductive. You brat, what are you saying? What do you mean by demon? Ant 13 rolled her eyes at Chen Xian, paused, and then said with a flirtatious smile, what you said makes some sense, but it's all nonsense. I'll teach you a little lesson. As soon as she finished speaking, the pink blindfold beside her suddenly expanded and rushed towards Chen Xian like a tidal wave. Within the dark space, clouds and mist churned for miles around, and a pink giant, 100 meters tall, emerged from it, reaching out to grab Chen Xian. Although fierce and brave, it had no murderous intent. It was clearly only meant to teach Chen Xian a lesson. As a half-step immortal venerable, it was no wonder she was furious at being contradicted like this by a junior. 13th Ant, how dare you? Huang Feihong was shocked and furious. In his panic, he took a step forward, and a black light flew out from his hand, rushing straight at 13th Ant. You heartless bastard, you even used an immortal weapon. Ant 13 was so angry she almost went crazy. Thinking that Huang Feihong was a complete blockhead, she quickly made a hand seal, and the 100-meter-tall smoke giant instantly exploded. Terrifying air currents rippled through the dark universe, and the spaceship shook violently. Then she pointed her finger, and countless flower petals flew out of the smoke. Let me show you that my strength far surpasses yours. The petals spun rapidly, each one formed from condensed energy, easily slaying an ordinary 10 directions war god. Huang Feihong's expression immediately turned serious. Chen Xian, you guys go back to the spaceship first. A sudden storm. He dared not be careless. He reached out and summoned the black immortal weapon back into his hand, which turned out to be a long spear. The next second, phantoms streaked across the sky, densely packed, covering the heavens and earth, tearing apart the firmament, heading straight for the fluttering petals. Gunshots collided violently with pink petals, creating a deafening explosion that sent violent shockwaves spreading in all directions. Chen Xian's expression changed drastically. This energy was far too surging and might affect the safety of the spaceship. He shuddered and instantly transformed into a giant shadow 100 meters tall, with starlight and smoke rising into the air. His body shimmered with golden light, and he firmly blocked the chaotic energy flow. The energy struck him, producing a deafening crash and sending sparks flying. Had his stellar undying body not reached a state of perfection, he probably would have been unable to withstand this power. Even so, his blood and qi were still churning, and he was filled with uncontrollable panic. A faint cracking sound could be heard coming from the surface of the body. That's terrifying, Chen Xian thought to himself in amazement. Chen Xian was merely surprised, while the others were utterly shocked. The students inside the spaceship, in particular, were all visibly shaken. At this moment, they finally truly understood that Chen Xian's strength far exceeded their expectations. The difference was unbelievably vast. A look of surprise flashed across Yiqingyu's usually aloof and cold face. She gritted her teeth and asked, "Is this all the strength you have?" Seeing this, Aunt 13 was slightly taken aback, but she had already made up her mind. She smiled charmingly, and with a flash, she rushed towards Huang Feihong, but the next moment she landed around Chen Xian. 13th Aunt, what are you trying to do?" Huang Feihong exclaimed in surprise. Just then, Aunt 13 flicked her fingers, and a white light flashed from the distance in the darkness, instantly appearing beside Chen Xian. The next second, Chen Xian's figure disappeared. "Spatial node, you bastard." Huang Feihong was furious. This was obviously a spatial jump, and no one knew where Chen Xian had been teleported to. He clenched his fist and threw a dark, fist-sized ball hard at Aunt 13. The moment it was thrown, a chilling aura filled the dark universe. "Huang Feihong, you bastard." Aunt 13 was startled. Even with her strength, she dared not confront the ancient beads that appeared in the ruins, which were extremely powerful. Thick smoke rose from her body, and she turned to run away. But it was too late. The terrifying force of the exploding black sphere tore through her protective shield. Aunt 13 screamed, spitting out blood, and gave Huang Feihong a resentful look before disappearing without a trace. It should be the Carl Galaxy. After Aunt 13 left, Huang Feihong's face darkened as he stepped forward to examine the spatial node. "It's too far there. I can only go back first and use the sex treasures to find him again." He walked back to the spaceship unwillingly, and the next moment, the spaceship sped away again. "Where am I?" Chen Xian felt a sudden darkness before his eyes, and in an instant, he found himself in another place. Huang Feihong and the others were no longer there, and even Aunt 13 had vanished without a trace. "It seems I've arrived elsewhere." He immediately realized that he had likely been teleported to another location via a spatial node, and he secretly rejoiced. After all, the chances of survival while drifting in the vast universe are extremely low. Landing on a planet is already considered lucky. The universe is vast and boundless, harboring countless unknown dangers. Even the 10 Directions war gods cannot guarantee that they will emerge alive. In comparison, the environment on the planet is much safer. However, Chen Xian wasn't sure if he should leave now. Clearly, Huang Feihong and the others might not be able to find him anytime soon, and if he left rashly, he might get separated from them, which would be troublesome. Forget it, never mind. With a change of heart, he looked up and around. He found himself in a dense forest with a beautiful lake in the distance, but there was no sign of any human beings. "Master, something's not right ahead." Little Ching on the shoulder slowly raised her head, gazing at the lake not far away, and softly reminded her. Chen Xian paused slightly, then walked forward. As he approached the lake, he sensed something amiss. The lake water appeared calm, yet it exuded an inexplicable aura that weighed heavily on his heart, creating immense pressure. In stark contrast, the forest was filled with the chirping of birds and animals, yet there was no sign of any creature approaching the lake. "It seems this place is not simple," Chen Xian said in a deep voice, his brows furrowed. "Xiaoqing, do you know where this is?" He suddenly had a thought. He remembered that Xiaoqing had mentioned that her father was a powerful figure in the Star Clan. Perhaps she knew something. "I don't know," Xiaoqing replied, shaking her head. "You were teleported here, but planets with teleportation technology usually show signs of human activity, so there are ways to leave." Chen Xian nodded, but did not leave immediately. Instead, he circled around a few times before finally sitting down. Even if he were to leave, he would have to wait until tomorrow. He wasn't sure if Huang Feihong and his group would come looking for him, and besides, the lake in front of him seemed rather unusual. However, at this moment, the lake within 100 miles appeared normal. Chen Xian sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate slowly. He is currently at the level of a beginner level 10 Directions war god. Although he is still hundreds of millions of battle power away from becoming an intermediate level 10 Directions war god, the Starstone contains a large amount of star power. By refining these stellar powers, one can greatly enhance their combat strength. Compared to other martial artists, Chen Xian's improvement speed was undoubtedly much faster. Just as Chen Xian was cultivating in peace, a sudden, rapid rushing sound rang out, like a waterfall cascading down from a height of tens of meters. He suddenly opened his eyes, a look of surprise on his face. The lake water in front of them began to spin rapidly, its speed increasing until it gradually formed a whirlpool 100 meters high. Water vapor billowed out, and a terrifying aura rose in all directions, the aura of a high-level beast in the lake, which was now frantically fleeing outwards. "Hiss, these beasts are all 6th or 7th rank, and there are even 2 8th rank beasts. What are they afraid of?" Chen Xian was shocked. It should be noted that on Earth, an 8th tier alien beast is capable of instantly destroying a city with hundreds of millions of inhabitants. It is the main force in war and can be described as a god of death. At this moment, they were desperately trying to escape. Just as Chen Xian was shocked, a deafening roar came from the center of the lake, and a 100-meter-high wall of water exploded in all directions, revealing a dark crater. An inexplicable aura of the Great Tao emanated from it, followed by a flash of 7-colored light, and the faint phantom of a city tower could be seen floating above the lake. As soon as the phantom of the city tower appeared, thunder roared across the sky, and lightning snakes danced wildly in the void. A 7th-tier beast escaped from the side, but before it could react, it was struck by lightning and reduced to ashes with a few screams. Chen Xian's expression turned solemn, and he quickly stepped back a few paces. The appearance of the illusory city tower was completely beyond his expectations, and he dared not make any rash moves in the face of the current situation. After all, if any danger were to occur, the consequences would be unimaginable. Master, this is the entrance to the ancient ruins. Xiao Qing's figure appeared, her voice trembling slightly with shock. Ancient ruins are the origin of martial arts for humanity and all races in the universe. Before the rise of martial arts, technological civilization was the mainstream on various planets, but the emergence of martial arts civilization, with the world-destroying power of martial arts masters, made martial arts cultivation surpass technological civilization. The origins of martial arts can be traced back to ancient ruins found on different planets. The power and martial arts system contained within it gradually became the mainstream force that ruled the universe. Taking Earth as an example, if it weren't for the discovery of several ancient ruins, which allowed humanity to develop its own martial arts, it would probably have been completely overrun by alien beasts long ago. Of course, ancient ruins vary in size, and large ruins can significantly boost the martial arts strength of a planet. However, since ancient ruins are mostly hidden very deep, each discovery is a major event. I never expected there to be a ruin here, and I just happened to find it. Chen Xian was overjoyed. With a thought, 10 flying knives flew out, forming a dark barrier to protect himself, and flew towards the phantom of the ruin. Seemingly sensing someone approaching, a strange creature in the illusory city tower let out a deafening roar, and a colossal claw wrapped in lightning swept towards Chen Xian. Chen Xian felt his body violently shake, and his whole body fell rapidly. With his undying body fully unleashed, he raised his hand and shattered the giant claw. The next moment, he fell into the depths of the lake's illusory image. As Chen Xian fell, the remaining phantoms of the alien beasts pounced on him again, but under the full power of the star battle body, they only let out a miserable cry before quickly dissipating. Immediately afterwards, Chen Xian's figure disappeared into the city tower. Where exactly is this place? He felt that he was in a passage, surrounded by darkness, with a faint mist permeating the air. He took a deep breath and felt a slight tremor in his heart. Fortunately, he had a light source in his storage ring. He took out a luminous stone, and under its faint glow, he saw a stone cave. The stone walls on both sides of the cave emitted strange energy fluctuations. After taking a few steps forward, the feeling of energy became even stronger. This energy can actually enhance one's cultivation level. Chen Xian was utterly shocked. Although there are similar energy objects on Earth, they are vastly different from what we see now, and the purity of the energy is incomparable. He walked forward cautiously. Every ancient site presents both opportunities and countless dangers. Each expedition has led to some people soaring to great heights, while others lose their lives and become stepping stones for others. When you're in an unfamiliar place, no one can predict whether you'll encounter danger or seize an opportunity first. It's never too much to be cautious. Master, this ruin is strange and unusual. The energy is too concentrated, almost like the place where a martial arts master passed away. Xiao Qing on the shoulder reminded him softly. Before she could even speak, Chen Xian already sensed something was amiss. The initial faint mist had transformed into droplets of water falling from the sky, each droplet containing extremely pure energy. His expression turned serious. Caution is always necessary, regardless of whether there is danger or not. Since the energy is so pure, it's perfect for consolidating my cultivation, he said, sitting down cross-legged. He had just advanced to the initial stage of the 10 Directions War God. Although his combat power was strong, his realm was not yet stable. This energy was by no means inferior to the Starstone, which was just right for cultivation to stabilize his foundation. Moreover, he clearly felt that after reaching the God of War realm, the amplification effect of the divine forging scripture was not as good as before. Furthermore, it is difficult to deduce more advanced divine forging scripture techniques in a short period of time, so it is especially important to stabilize one's combat strength and cultivation at this time. As the cultivation technique was activated, a fierce wind arose inside the stone cave, and a massive amount of refined energy rushed into his body. His meridians and dantian shone with dazzling golden light as he tried his best to refine it. Originally, the vast void of the dantian evolved into various colorful patterns under the impetus of this energy, with the imprint of the great Tao flowing within it from time to time. This was the understanding of the laws of the War God realm. The newly promoted initial 10 Directions War God realm was slowly pushed forward. After an hour, Chen Xian suddenly opened his eyes flashing with surprise. He was only a hair's breadth away from the intermediate immediate war god realm and could break through at any time. Now, let's see what's hidden here. As the liquid energy dissipated, a curtain of light appeared not far from him, rotating and flowing, as if leading to another world. Chen Xian threw out 10 flying knives, stood protectively by his side, and stepped into the light barrier in a few steps. Although Xiaoqing remained calm, she did not let her guard down and was ready to deal with any unexpected situation at any time. Just as his figure disappeared, several figures flew swiftly over from outside the lake, their bodies surging with true energy, each exuding a majestic aura. They were none other than several war gods of the 10 directions. Several of these ultimate combat forces, extremely rare on Earth and specifically designed to suppress alien beasts, have appeared at the same time. Brother Zhou's calculations were indeed correct. There really are ruins here. Although they don't look like a large secret realm, they are definitely an opportunity for us. A bald man in his 30s said with a loud laugh. That's right, there might even be rare treasures that could be of great help to us. Another man nodded and smiled. One of the men, dressed as a scholar, smiled, seemingly unconcerned, but a hint of pride shone in his eyes. After all, being able to predict the appearance of ruins, even if they were small secret realms, was extremely valuable. This is also thanks to the exquisite techniques of their sect. Let's hurry inside. The appearance of relics is time limited. If you do not enter in time, the next appearance time is unpredictable and does not follow the rules. Wait, look at that strange beast's corpse in the lake. It's actually an 8th tier beast. The residual energy fluctuations indicate that a martial artist has made a move. To be able to slay an 8th tier beast, it seems one has already attained the status of a war god of the 10 directions. Has he already entered the ruins? The group exchanged glances, their faces grim. He then revealed a ruthless look, declaring that whoever had stolen their opportunity would be killed and taken back. The ruins are about to disappear. The group flashed and disappeared into the illusory image of the city wall in the next instant. Perhaps the arrival of other martial artists had made them restless. Of course, they believed that even if the 10 directions war gods entered, they would have no choice but to surrender in the face of them. After all, they are 3 war gods. Indeed, this is the place where a martial arts master passed away. Xiaoqing, you were right. At this moment, in an extremely spacious hall, a skeleton sat cross-legged on a chair 3 zhang high. It was as clear and lustrous as jade, radiating a faint aura of power. Xiaoqing's gaze was fixed on the skeleton, her eyes filled with shock. This is the skeleton of a human emperor, and it's still alive. Xiaoqing felt a chill run down her spine. Just then, 3 more figures appeared, their faces full of surprise, all looking toward the location of the skeleton. An immortal venerable? No, his aura seems even more powerful. At least a high-level venerable. If we were alive, we would only have to run for our lives, but now this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The group was filled with excitement, their eyes fixed on the scroll in the skeleton's hand. Not far away, several extraordinary items were displayed. It's clearly a treasure left behind by the skeleton in front of us. The things left behind by a venerable one must be extremely precious. Even if they are the 10 directions war gods, they would still value them highly. The difference between the 10 directions war god and the immortal venerable is almost a qualitative leap. The gap between them is vast and irreparable. Even the slightest trace left behind by the venerable one can make their strength advance by leaps and bounds. These treasures are all ours. The bald, burly man licked his lips, his eyes fixed on the skeleton with fanaticism, and strode forward. The group completely disregarded Chen Xian, a mere war god. They didn't even glance at him. They'd simply kill him after obtaining the treasure. In an instant, the 3 large hands reached out and grabbed at the skeleton. Master, let's go quickly. As Xiaoqing's voice suddenly rang out, Chen Xian's eyes flashed slightly, and his figure suddenly burst forth, quickly rushing into the depths of the stone cave. Just as the bald giant's hand touched the skeleton shot out a blinding white light, and a powerful life force surged out from its body. The sharp aura made the 3 of them tremble with fear and their hair stand on end. Just as the 3 were wondering, the silent skeleton began to sway slightly, as if it were about to stand up. This is bad, retreat quickly. The bald, burly man reacted quickly, stomping his feet on the ground and retreating rapidly. The remaining 2 men also showed shock in their eyes and hurriedly retreated. But it was too late. Just as they were retreating, the skeleton let out a deep and bloodthirsty roar. Its figure suddenly stood up, black light flashing in its eyes, and violent power almost materialized, bursting out wildly from its center in all directions. Wherever it goes, the air explodes instantly, and a gale howls. It swept towards the 3 of them. Star Chess Luabu, Phantom Demon Body Technique, the Blood Demon's true form. The 3 people's expressions changed drastically. They had no way out in the face of this violent aura, and the entire stone hall was instantly enveloped. Under this force, the 3 of them coughed up blood from their noses and mouths, their bones cracked and popped, and it seemed as if their bodies were about to explode. In their terror, the 3 unleashed their unique skills, and 3 immense forces were unleashed to resist the attack. Unfortunately, the effect was minimal. Apart from one martial artist in Confucian attire who threw out a protective treasure to barely hold on, the other 2 screamed as their bodies shattered into pieces and exploded into a bloody mist. Chen Xian's expression changed drastically. He instantly unleashed his star star battle body to its fullest potential, transforming it into a long river of stars with countless stars floating within it. Star power poured down from above, and his entire body shone with golden light, like a crystal. The power of stars surged forth from his body, meeting the sweeping energy. At the same time, his divine thoughts transformed into a flying knife, swiftly stabbing towards the skeleton. The skeleton had been dead for a long time, with only a wisp of divine consciousness remaining. At this moment, it was struck by Qin Xian's telekinetic flying knife and let out a terrifying, painful roar. A great opportunity. At the same time, a precious metal object fell from the skeleton and landed not far from Qin Xian. A great opportunity. The scholar-robed martial artist's eyes lit up. Ignoring everything else, he flashed forward, lunging at Jin Shi. Just as he grabbed the item, a ruthless glint flashed in his eyes, and he turned to strike Qin Xian with a palm strike. "You're asking for it." Qin Xian narrowed his eyes, his expression calm and fearless. The power of his stellar blood surged forth like a torrent, soaring into the sky and condensing into a vast river of stars. His physical body had transformed into a crystal-clear, azure color, and he unleashed a powerful punch. Immediately afterwards, the two collided violently again, like two towering mountains crashing together, deafeningly loud, as if the air was being torn apart. The scholar-robed martial artist abruptly retreated, spitting out blood, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. He knew this man's physical strength far exceeded his imagination, and in the next moment, he prepared to flee the stone cave. At this moment, he no longer cared about killing Qin Xian. Escaping was his top priority. He didn't think he could be a match for this skeleton at all. Even a wisp of the Venerable One's divine will is beyond his ability to resist. However, it was too late. An even more terrifying attack erupted from the enraged skeleton, instantly turning the stone cave into a bloody mist, and a chilling aura seemed to have traveled from ancient times. A giant skeletal hand descended from the sky and slammed forward, causing the stone cave to explode and everything in its path to crumble. A streak of blood-red light rapidly spread outwards. The air shattered, and cracks appeared in the void. At the same time, a powerful suction force swept in. The air around us suddenly froze, as if we were trapped in a swamp. Qin Xian's expression was solemn. His internal energy circulated rapidly, and every immortal cell was throbbing wildly. Golden energy surged out from his body. At this moment, Shaoqing revealed her true form, displaying venerable-level combat power. Although she couldn't suppress the human emperor's divine sense, escaping was no problem at all. Qin Xian swiftly reached out and grabbed several treasures tightly. He turned and rushed toward the remains of the human emperor, instantly taking the treasures into his hands and fleeing away. In that instant, the power of the human emperor's remains tore through the sky above the secret realm, creating a rift. Qin Xian was determined to escape through this passage. The Confucian-clad martial artist let out a terrified roar and instantly turned into a cloud of blood mist. Qin Xian's figure had already transformed into a streak of light, fleeing into the distance at an extremely fast speed. A massive, blood-red cloud shot into the sky, instantly obscuring the heavens and turning the area above the lake into a blood-red ocean. A colossal skeleton emerged from the blood mist, its empty eyes fixed on the direction Qin Xian had fled. "Die, come." The skeleton let out a chilling, eerie laugh, and in the next instant, a giant arm swept across the void like a whirlwind, heading straight for Qin Xian. A distance of hundreds of miles is nothing more than a short distance to it. The lake shattered and exploded under this force. Many high-level alien beasts from Blue Star, capable of easily destroying a city, turned into blood mist and merged into the sky above the lake before they could even scream. The skeleton's power increased dramatically, and the white jade-like bones faintly revealed a blood-red substance, as if skin covered the bones. Sensing the terrifying killing intent behind him, Qin Xian's expression changed drastically. Since he entered the 10 Directions War God realm, the amplification effect of the third stage of the divine forging scripture has been greatly reduced, and it can no longer significantly improve his combat power, not even reaching 1/3 of what it used to be. Even with the powerful physical body of the star battle body, it would be difficult to withstand 5 breaths under the divine thought of the human emperor. After 5 breaths, one will surely die and perish. Although Shaoqing possesses the combat power of a venerable one, she is safe to escape on her own, but it is extremely difficult for her to take him with her to escape. The human emperor possesses terrifying strength. He is an unparalleled being capable of traversing the void and suppressing an entire galaxy. A single wisp of divine thought is enough to easily kill a high-level immortal venerable, let alone a mere beginner-level 10 Directions War God. Legend has it that the current state of the Blue Star system was created by a human emperor, and that there once existed beings even more powerful than alien beasts here. It was only after the human emperor suppressed them that the situation of human race versus alien beasts was formed, thus preventing the annihilation of human race. The remains of the human emperor before us were once an incomparably powerful being. That wisp of divine thought was even more terrifying. The best option is to escape quickly. However, sensing the approaching danger, Qin Xian knew that escape would be no easy task. Escaping from the clutches of the emperor is no easy feat. "Shaoqing, let's split up and escape," Qin Xian said urgently. "There's no escape." Shaoqing Qing glanced back at the enormous skeleton shrouded in blood mist and saw that the blood on its body was becoming increasingly solidified. She exclaimed in horror, "It's trying to come back to life." Hearing Xiaoqing's words, Chen Xian's heart tightened. This lingering spirit before him was already extremely troublesome. If it could truly be resurrected, even across the endless void, it would be difficult to escape the pursuit of a human emperor. In that case, is it still possible for us to defeat it? Xiaoqing almost thought she had misheard. How could a wisp of the emperor's divine will be so easily destroyed? This is an act of slaying a god. However, she also understood that Chen Xian's current plan was merely a last resort, to completely eliminate the lingering resentment. Before them, it had to be utterly destroyed. Otherwise, as its strength continued to recover, its fate would undoubtedly be certain death. Even if you manage to escape today, you will face endless pursuit. Alright, I'll hold it off. Master, you go first, Xiaoqing said in a deep voice. She deftly pushed Chen Xian away, then rushed towards the human emperor's skeleton. Although she was no match for the human emperor's divine sense, she was confident she could stall for time. This time is enough for Chen Xian to escape even further. Just as she rushed toward the skeleton, starlight flashed in the sky, and a huge star streaked across the void like a meteor, heading straight for the skeleton. Xiaoqing, do it! Chen Xian shouted loudly, turned around, and flew towards the remains of the human emperor, while unleashing a series of punches. A barrage of fist shadows bombarded the air, the force spreading outwards and creating a deafening sound. Although he was only at the level of a war god, his physical body was incredibly strong, and when he exerted his full strength, he unleashed astonishing power. In her true form, Xiaoqing also unleashed a powerful burst of lightning energy, a testament to her innate talent combined with her immortal venerable combat prowess. Dark clouds filled the sky, and lightning, like a raging storm, enveloped the remains of the human emperor, striking them fiercely and producing a deafening roar. The crimson clouds dissipated in large swaths under the impact of lightning. Ah! The skeleton let out a deafening roar. It was no longer the supreme, unparalleled human emperor, and the dissipation of the blood mist filled it with extreme rage. At this moment, it went completely berserk. The already massive skeleton suddenly expanded, transforming into a god or demon within the blood mist. In the next instant, its form pierced through the void and appeared not far from Chen Xian, with a river of blood rushing towards him. Before it even touched Chen Xian, the surrounding void began to collapse, revealing large black cracks that devoured all life. This terrifying scene sent chills down Xiaoqing's spine. She and Chen Xian were tightly bound together, and if Chen Xian were to die, she would also be doomed. The blood river was incredibly fast. Before Xiaoqing could even react, it had already pounced on Chen Xian and was about to engulf him. Once trapped inside, there is no hope of survival. Bang bang bang! Chen Xian's heart pounded violently. He gritted his teeth and prepared to unleash the god-slaying blade. Just then, a huge wave surged in the sea of mental energy in his mind, and a massive rock appeared. That was the treasure he obtained from Minister Duan, containing magical golden energy. It was thanks to the Starstone that his combat power was able to increase so rapidly. Before Chen Xian could react, the Starstone had already appeared in the void before him, crashing head-on into the blood river. With a deafening roar, the river of blood exploded, and the human emperor's skeleton hidden within let out a shrill scream. It had no time to escape, and the blood light around its body quickly dissipated before it exploded with a bang. The violent force sent Chen Xian flying, but in the instant he was thrown back, he grabbed a ball of blood-red light, which was shimmering and mysterious. He froze, an expression of disbelief on his face, his heart filled with shock. It's actually the great Tao enlightenment of the venerable human emperor. Each of the human emperors was extremely powerful, and their understanding of the great Tao and their cultivation experience far surpassed his current level. This crimson orb of light is the crystallization of the insights gained from the life of the skeleton before us. If Chen Xian can comprehend even one or two of these principles, his cultivation will be greatly accelerated, and he will avoid many detours. I see. A look of shock flashed in Chen Xian's eyes. Even with his current talent, far surpassing that of ordinary people, he was still genuinely amazed after gaining a deeper understanding of the information within the ball of light. He had absorbed a vast amount of energy in the ruins cave, nearly reaching the level of a mid-level 10 directions war god, but had failed to break through due to his shallow understanding of realms. Now, under the influence of the human emperor's light orb, he naturally broke through to the mid-stage of the war god realm. According to the normal cultivation progress, even with his talent, it would take him quite a while to break through a small realm, but he didn't even spend a day. More importantly, this breakthrough pointed him in the right direction for his future cultivation. Even though the cultivation methods are different, it still has great reference value. Just based on the insights gained from the human emperor, taking a risk is worthwhile. Chen Xian then took out several precious treasures he had obtained from the ruins. I don't have time to refine it now, I'll do it later. I have no idea which planet I'm on now. He looked around. Although he had just flown hundreds of miles, he was still in a dense forest. This is enough to show that this forest is incredibly large. If you wander off recklessly, you'll likely find it difficult to get out. Just as he hesitated, he heard footsteps in the distance. distance, which sounded like a troop. I really don't understand what happened. Just a moment ago the sky was clear, but in the blink of an eye it was covered with dark clouds and a storm was raging. A young voice, tinged with complaint, came through. Long journeys are difficult enough, but encountering bad weather only makes things worse. We're almost at the edge of the misty rainforest now. We'll be out soon, an older man said with a smile. Unbeknownst to them, the group gradually moved closer to Chen Xian. I didn't expect there would be other people out here. If we follow them, we should be able to get out and find out what's going on here. As Chen Xian pondered, the group approached him. This group of about a dozen people included both old and young people, all dressed in martial arts attire. They were all somewhat stunned when they saw Chen Xian. Clearly, they hadn't expected anyone to appear deep within the misty rainforest, as it was a remote and desolate place that few people dared to venture into. Brother, uncle, hi, look, there's another person here. In the group, a beautiful teenage girl blinked in surprise and said, strange beasts often appear in the misty rainforest, and it is said that high-level beasts exist in the depths, so even martial arts masters dare not venture too far. Chen Xian's appearance naturally attracted everyone's attention. Who are you? How did you get here? The young man who had spoken earlier frowned and asked. I don't know either. I just remember everything going black and then I was here. Chen Xian shook his head in reply. He wasn't lying. It really only took him a moment to get here from the interstellar spaceship, and he still hadn't figured out where he was. The young man looked him over and said, it looks like you're lost. It's dangerous here. Come with us to the nearest city. He didn't sense any martial arts aura from Chen Xian. In his view, he was probably just an ordinary person who had gotten lost. It's dangerous for ordinary people in this place. Since I was going back anyway, I figured I might as well give him a ride. Right? You'll come with us. My name is Lu Yuer. My brother Lu Yen is a high-level martial artist, and Uncle Hai is even a grandmaster. The girl introduced herself with a smile. She looked at Chen Xian with curiosity. The man before me was radiant and composed, which inevitably made me feel good about him. Chen Xian nodded and responded with a smile. He naturally looked down on the Haiba brothers' cultivation level, but he still expressed his gratitude. The group continued onward. Upon first seeing that Chen Xian was an ordinary person, Lu Yuer wanted to give him her only mount, but he politely declined. Even without using force, his physical body is exceptionally strong, making traveling a piece of cake for him. Seeing that Chen Xian was able to keep up, the group became both curious and quickened their pace. 2 hours later, a tall city wall came into view, with the 3 large characters Azure City clearly written on it. Finally home. The group walked into the city, which was bustling with people. Brother, we're heading back now. It's safe here. Farewell. The young man, Lu Yen, nodded to Chen Xian and was about to leave when suddenly several people rushed over from the chaotic crowd ahead. Young master, you're finally back. People from the Zhao family in Jinshui City have arrived. The visitor said breathlessly. Oh, Lanner is back. Lu Yen's face immediately lit up with joy, and he hurriedly rushed into the mansion. Alas, young master, that's not how it is. The men were filled with anxiety and wanted to say something, but Lu Yen had already disappeared. Lu Yuer waved her hand and followed her away. Looks like something big is about to happen. Chen Xian shook his head helplessly. He had originally planned to leave directly, but after thinking it over, he decided to follow them. Lu Yen is a good person. He wouldn't mind lending a hand if necessary. Inside the Lu family's main hall, the hall was spacious and quite a few people were seated there. Seated at the head of the table were a middle-aged man and 2 elders over 60 years old, namely Lu Changtian, the head of the Lu family, and 2 elders of the Lu family. These 2 elders, in terms of both power within the clan and personal strength, are on par with Lu Changtian, and are the very foundation of the Lu family. In the lower left corner of the hall sat 3 strangers, one of whom was a young woman with outstanding looks and a cold expression. She was Lanner, whom Lu Yen had mentioned. The other 2 were elderly men. The group chatted and laughed, occasionally glancing outside. Lanner, seniors, I have already sent someone to inform them that Yenner should be back soon, Lu Changtian said with a smile, his eyes filled with satisfaction as he looked at Lanner. The 2 elderly men smiled and nodded. Just as they were about to speak, a figure suddenly walked in from outside. He paused slightly upon seeing the young woman, but still stepped forward and bowed to Lu Changtian and the 2 elders. Father, greetings to the 2 elders. It was Lu Yen who had rushed over. At this moment, Lu Yuer and the others also walked in. Yes, have a seat. Lu Changtian waved his hand in acknowledgement. He glanced up and saw Chen Xian standing behind him, his brows furrowing slightly. He knew everyone in the family. Where had Yenner brought this person back from? He seemed to have no cultivation whatsoever. However, with guests present, he couldn't ask too many questions. Yenner, go and greet the 2 seniors, and Miss Lanner. Ever since Lu Yan's chance encounter with Zhao Xinlan in Jinshui City 3 years ago, he has been unable to forget. Horror. Lu Changtian had no choice but to inquire about Zhao Xinlan's family situation, and shamelessly went to their door to propose marriage, thus establishing an engagement. 3 years have passed, and today the other party has come. Could it really be to discuss marriage? Thinking of this, Lu Changtian's smile became even brighter. Lu Yan greets the 2 seniors. seniors. Lanner, you've arrived. Lu Yen was filled with excitement, unable to hide his joy. The two elderly men smiled and nodded, but Zhao Xinlan remained expressionless and simply responded with a soft yes. Lu Yen was taken aback, assuming that they hadn't seen each other for many years and were estranged, but he didn't mind and happily sat down to the side. I wonder what brings you two seniors here today? Lu Changtian asked politely. Master Lu, I do have a favor to ask of you, and I hope you will be accommodating. The old man on the left stood up and cupped his hands in greeting. Elder Zhou, please speak freely. There's no need to be so polite. Perhaps we'll all be family in the future, Lu Changtian replied with a smile. A family? Elder Zhou chuckled dryly, then said directly, Patriarch Lu, have you noticed Miss Lanner's cultivation level? Lu Changtian was taken aback. He turned his gaze to Zhao Xinlan, scrutinized her closely, and his expression suddenly changed. An incredulous light flashed in his eyes. Could it be that Lanner is a high-level grandmaster? His heart sank instantly. If the other party was truly a high-level grandmaster, how could she possibly be willing to marry into the Lu family? It should be noted that Lu Yan's cultivation level is only that of a high-level martial artist. The gap between a martial artist and a grandmaster is practically insurmountable, like a chasm. Throughout their lives, a martial artist may find it difficult to break through to the level of martial master, let alone grandmaster. The difference is just too big. Could it be that they've come to annul the engagement? At this thought, Lu Changtian's expression changed, and his hands trembled slightly. If the engagement is broken off, the Lu family will lose face in Kanglan City. Now, he just hopes that the other party never had that thought at all. Elder Zhou hesitated for a moment, then said somewhat awkwardly, Patriarch Lu has excellent judgment, but Lanner is not yet a high-level grandmaster. Oh, could he be a martial arts master? That's a rare genius. Lu Changtian's expression softened slightly, and he glared fiercely at Lu Yen. He secretly vowed that this guy had no ambition in cultivation, and he would definitely urge him to work hard in cultivation after this incident, so that he wouldn't be inferior to even a girl. Lanner is a mid-level grandmaster. Elder Zhou's voice rang out at this moment. Everyone in the hall stared at Zhao Xinlan in shock. In Azure City, reaching the grandmaster realm at the age of 19 is a genius among geniuses, and extremely rare even within 1,000 miles. They all wondered if Zhao Xinlan and her group had really come for the wedding. The Lu family members also began to waver, and even the usually oblivious Lu Yen sensed something was wrong. Patriarch Lu, to be honest, Lanner has already been chosen by an adult from the Heavenly Dragon sect. Soon, a spaceship will be coming to take her back to the Heavenly Dragon sect for cultivation. Therefore, we hope you can agree to dissolve this engagement. After all, the gap between Lanner and my nephew will only widen, and the Heavenly Dragon sect is not one to be trifled with. It is said that the adults of the Heavenly Dragon sect are currently undergoing trials in some ruins. The lowest level of cultivation is at least the strength of a war general, and the leader is even the legendary war god. They will be here soon, Patriarch Lu. This is for your own good, Elder Zhou said in a deep voice. A grandmaster at 19? Chen Xian nodded to himself. On any planet, reaching this level at such a young age would undoubtedly make one a genius. However, in the Heavenly Dragon sect, such cultivation would probably only qualify one as an ordinary disciple. Moreover, those Tianlong sect warriors who came to pick her up might be the same group he killed on Planet 1. If so, things will get interesting. He was no match for Ding Shu back then, but now he is a war god of the 10 directions. If they meet again, they might be able to put up a fight. After hearing Elder Zhou's words, Lu Yen suddenly stood up, his expression complicated, but after a long while, he slumped back down. Grandmasters are already powerful figures who control a region. He is merely a high-level martial artist and is utterly worthless in their presence. It doesn't matter to him that his engagement was broken off, but Lu Changtian, as the head of the Lu family, will inevitably be ridiculed because of it. Thinking of this, he clenched his fist tightly. Chen Xian glanced at him indifferently, thinking that if Lu Yen was truly sincere, he wouldn't mind giving him a few pointers as a way of showing him the way in return. I can agree to dissolve this marriage. Before Lu Changtian could speak, Lu Yen stood up again, staring at Zhao Xinlan and asking in a deep voice, Lanner, are you really planning to call off the engagement? That's right. You heard Elder Zhou's words just now. The gap between us will only widen, and there's already a huge chasm between us. Zhao Xinlan said calmly. If they weren't in this place, Lu Yen's cultivation level would be nothing more than an ant, and he wouldn't bother to say another word to her. Fine, then it's not you announcing the engagement, it's me divorcing you. What is the Heavenly Dragon sect anyway? 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Never underestimate a young man's potential. What a fine saying. Don't underestimate a young man's potential. The Heavenly Dragon sect is nothing special, but do you deserve it? Just as Lu Yen finished speaking, a cold voice came from afar. Suddenly, a huge black shadow swept past, and a massive warship appeared above everyone's heads. Above the spaceship, a cold gaze looked down. A piece of trash among advanced martial artists, as insignificant as an ant, dares to speak ill of the Heavenly Dragon sect. I don't know where he gets his courage. It's utterly laughable. In the Heavenly Dragon sect, you don't even qualify to do menial tasks. You, kill yourself. yourself." The figure in the spaceship glanced at him coldly, not taking the Lu family seriously at all, and directly ordered him to commit suicide. "It's so domineering, it's astonishing." The Heavenly Dragon sect is a major martial arts sect in the Sirius star system, and its reputation is widespread even on Karl star. Such a family could be wiped out by the Heavenly Dragon sect with just a few disciples. The difference in strength is so great that it's like an insurmountable chasm. Lu Changtian and the others were shocked. This is all about taking lives at the slightest disagreement. The Heavenly Dragon sect is far too domineering. Even Zhao Xinlan was surprised. She had only wanted to annul the engagement, but she did not expect that the Tianlong sect would take people's lives so easily. This kind of behavior really made her feel scared. "My lord, my son is young and ignorant, and he spoke without thinking. Please forgive him and do not hold my mistake against him." Lu Changtian stood up and gave a fawning smile. Although he possessed the strength of a junior warrior, he was unable to discern the true strength of the person above him, and was secretly shocked. The figure high in the sky, who appeared to be about the same age as Yenner, actually possessed strength at least at the intermediate level warrior level, which was truly unbelievable. From this, it is clear that the strength of the Heavenly Dragon sect is indeed terrifying. Despite being the head of the family, he could only bow his head and show weakness at this moment. The situation is unfavorable. If we continue to be tough and anger the people of the Heavenly Dragon sect, then we'll be in big trouble. As for making Yenner commit suicide, that's impossible. At most, she can only pay a price. Given the status of the Tianlong sect as a major martial arts sect, how could they possibly stoop to the level of a mere martial artist? Young and ignorant. A voice pierced the sky, and then a figure appeared before everyone's eyes. He was a man of 18 or 19 years old, with extraordinary strength, who coldly surveyed the crowd. At least a high-level warrior, perhaps even a war king. Lu Changtian and the others exchanged glances, utterly shocked. If Zhao Xinlan is a genius, then she is nothing compared to this person. Moreover, there might be other Tianlong sect warriors on the spaceship. If that's the case, the scene will be extremely terrifying. Not to mention the Lu family, even 10 or 8 of them wouldn't be a match for them. "You are Zhao Xinlan." The young man turned to stare at the only woman in front of him, his brows furrowing slightly. Intermediate Grandmaster," he said indifferently. "He can barely manage to do odd jobs or be an outer disciple. I really don't understand what use such talent is to the sect." The man shook his head, looking at Lu Yen with a cold expression. "What, do you want me to do it myself?" Lu Yen was stunned for a moment, unable to believe that he hadn't misheard. Although Zhao Xinlan had come to annul the engagement, he was filled with resentment, but he also knew that the realm of Intermediate Grandmaster was a height he could never reach in his lifetime. On Karlstar, this was already a martial arts expert capable of guarding a region and resisting alien beasts. However, according to this man, Zhao Xinlan could only be an outer disciple at most. What am I in their eyes? An insignificant ant? He was stunned for a moment, completely unaware of what was said next. "Looks like I, Liang Qi, really have to take action myself." The young man shook his head and waved his hand as if to kill Lu Yen. "Please wait, sir. My son's words are arrogant and have offended your sect. I am willing to apologize and beg you to spare his life." Lu Changtian's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly pleaded for mercy. What good stuff could a mere barbaric planet possibly have? Liang Qi said dismissively, raising his hand slightly. "If you are willing to spare him, I am willing to serve you for 3 years. Zhao Xinlan stepped forward and said eagerly. "I've been a servant for 3 years? I've become quite pretty." Liang Qi laughed. "All right, kid, kneel down and kowtow 300 times, shout that you are guilty, and I'll spare you." He laughed loudly, looking up at the spaceship. "Hurry up, I don't have that much free time to play with you guys. Don't force me to change my mind." 300 kowtows? Go to hell. Yenner, don't be impulsive. Lu Changtian shouted anxiously, but Lu Yen threw a punch at Liang Qi. A high-level martial artist actually attacked a general? This is simply outrageous. Enraged, Liang Qi was about to kill Lu Yen. Just then, his hand was blocked by an invisible force, and at the same time, a figure appeared at the edge of his vision. "Who is it?" Liang Qi asked in surprise. You are." He was utterly shocked. "You killed Blood Child," the man shouted. Liang Qi's eyes widened in shock, her face filled with terror, and her whole body trembled. On Planet 1, he witnessed many disciples of the Heavenly Dragon sect being killed by Qin Xian. That was a demon. The next moment, he suddenly leaped up and fled towards the spaceship. He was merely a high-level warrior, yet several war kings had already fallen to Qin Xian's hands, especially Blood Child, a top-tier war king with exceptional martial prowess, who had also been slain by this man. If he were even slightly slower, he would be courting death. Right now, his only option is to escape, and the spaceship is his only target. As for the so-called maintenance of the sect's dignity, let's just throw that aside. At the very least, someone else should step in, like Lord Ding. As long as he can escape back to the spaceship, Lord Ding will definitely kill him once he finds out. Why he came to planet Karl alone is no longer important. His death is imminent. He soared to great heights. The spaceship is a full kilometer away, which a warrior can reach in an instant. Run! Run! What happened? Everyone's gone. Lu Changtian and the others others were completely bewildered, having no idea how the blood child was connected to the other events. They glanced at Qin Xian, and because of his appearance, they thought he was just an ordinary person. When they first saw Qin Xian, they had already secretly investigated him. He had no martial arts foundation and was just an ordinary person. I can't sense the slightest trace of a martial artist's aura at all. This is utterly absurd that it could instill fear in a warrior. Although it's unclear, this is actually a good thing for the Lu family. They just left like that, abandoning their loved ones? As soon as he finished speaking, a giant hand, hundreds of meters long, suddenly appeared 1,000 meters in the air and grabbed at Liang Qi. Before his palm even landed, it shattered the void, and the violent power rushed straight towards Liang Qi. Anyone could see that this general of the Heavenly Dragon sect was on the verge of death. In a single move, a high-ranking general was actually at a disadvantage. How could this be an ordinary person? Void materializes. That's a martial arts deity, the god of war of the 10 directions. Beside Zhao Xinlan, Elder Zhou cried out in alarm. His gaze toward Qin Xian was filled with fear, as if he had seen a ghost. The man in front of me, who was only in his early 20s, was actually a martial arts deity who suppressed the earth. How terrifying is such a being? How could such an important figure appear in the Lu family? Just like on Earth, in the Karl Galaxy, the 10 Directions War God is also the ultimate force for suppressing alien beasts. Shouldn't such a being be imprisoned in the Abyss secret realm? He was completely baffled. At the same time, everyone else looked at Qin Xian with shock after hearing the words 10 Directions War God. The person before me is actually the legendary martial arts god. Lu Yuer covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes wide with shock. The man who kindly helped us in the mysterious rainforest turned out to be a war god. Brother Chen, you, Lu Yan stammered, unable to speak clearly. The reversal of events left him somewhat bewildered. In his eyes, Qin Xian, who was just an ordinary person, was actually the unapproachable god of war of the 10 directions. Is there anything more absurd in the world? And at that moment, this person actually saved his life. Otherwise, even if the entire Lu family joined forces, they might not be able to withstand a high-level warrior. To be precise, he not only saved his own life but also saved the entire Lu family. After all, no one can guarantee that the general won't suddenly strike. Warning, warning, martial artists are attacking the spaceship. Warning, warning, martial artists are attacking the spaceship. Qin Xian's giant hand enveloped Liang Qi, and the terrifying force triggered a series of alarms from the spaceship. At that moment, a figure as bright as the sun appeared from the spaceship. A terrifying surge of blood and qi erupted wildly. Lord Ding, save me! Liang Qi screamed at the top of his lungs. Another god of war from all directions. Lu Changtian and the others were dumbfounded, their minds almost exploding. This is the god of war of the 10 directions, a legendary martial arts master, the ultimate power for the human race to suppress alien beasts. In Jinshui City, the strongest is only a beginner-level war king. Nevertheless, the 10 directions war gods are still an unattainable existence for them. And now, 2 war gods have appeared in succession. If this news gets out, it will surely cause a sensation throughout the entire Karl Galaxy. This is absolutely unprecedented. However, the appearance of 2 war gods at this time may not be a good thing. The scene of Liang Qi's escape was still vivid in my mind, and the young war god in front of me was clearly irreconcilable with the Tianlong sect. The thought that if they started a war, Jinshui City would be reduced to ashes in an instant made them tremble with fear. We can only pray that both sides can have a peaceful dialogue and communicate effectively. As soon as Ding Shugang appeared, a terrifying aura enveloped the entire Jinshui City. The surging power of blood and qi collided continuously, producing deafening sounds. Golden threads flew out from his blood and qi, condensing into a huge golden phantom, like a deity. He gently raised his hand, and a massive fist imprint slammed towards Qin Xian's palm shadow, his expression serious and unwavering. The appearance of a war god in the small Karl Galaxy had taken him by surprise. However, he did not want to be an enemy at this moment, so he did not use his full strength. Therefore, his fist shadow did not stop Qin Xian's huge palm print. With a shrill scream, the senior warrior Liang Qi was instantly reduced to a bloody mist. You're really brave. Ding Shu was furious. It was a disgrace that a disciple of his sect had been killed right in front of him. Even if the other party is the god of war, he will never forgive him easily. In his anger, his gaze shot straight at Qin Xian. It's you? What are you doing here? Where is Wang Fei Hung? And where is the ancient star beast beside you? Ding Shu's pupils contracted slightly, and his giant golden eyes stared at Qin Xian as he asked in a deep voice. Although Qin Xian possessed the strength of a war king and could kill Bloodchild, it wasn't enough in his eyes. What he truly feared was the ancient star beast beside Qin Xian, which could kill him in an instant. That was an existence he couldn't contend with. Otherwise, he wouldn't be afraid even of Wang Fei Hung. Even if he wasn't a match for Wang Fei Hung, as long as he was focused on escaping, the other party couldn't do anything to him. Moreover, no matter how strong the opponent is, they still have to consider the other sections. In the Sirius star system, the Heavenly Dragon sect is also a powerful martial arts sect. Although Huang Feihong is a core disciple of the Tianlang Martial Academy, he probably wouldn't dare to go too far. far. The friction between the two major martial arts sects is something neither side dares to easily provoke. But the ancient star beast beside Chen Xian was different. Any Void Star clan was a giant beast in the universe, and it was something that a major martial arts sect could not afford to provoke. Even the Heavenly Dragon sect wouldn't dare to easily provoke such a powerful enemy, otherwise they risked being wiped out at any time. Therefore, even though he was extremely angry and wanted to attack Chen Xian, he could not ignore the consequences. If you want to fight, then bring it on. Enough with the nonsense. Chen Xian remained expressionless and spoke calmly. A few days ago, he might have been afraid of Ding Shu, but now he is a mid-level 10 Directions war god. Although his strength is not as good as Ding Shu's, it is almost the same. Not to mention Xiao Qing, who transformed into a small green snake on his shoulder. He had absolutely no need to be afraid of Ding Shu. Ding Shu's huge golden eyes slowly turned, staring coldly at Chen Xian, his killing intent undisguised. A mere war king dares to be so arrogant? Today I will surely kill you. Let me make you understand that without anyone to protect you, you're nothing but trash. Faced with absolute power, there is only death. Ding Shu's eyes were fixed on Chen Xian with two golden beams. It looked like a thunderous attack was about to strike at any moment. My god, two war gods are actually clashing simultaneously in Jinshui City. Lu Changtian and the others' hearts nearly stopped beating, their faces filled with terror. The clash of the god of war's powers could raise a city to the ground. Witnessing the duel between war gods was not a blessing for them, but rather an endless terror. Alright, then so be it. Chen Xian had obviously anticipated this. He laughed heartily, his body suddenly rising higher, and with the power of his blood and qi surging within him, he instantly soared to a height of several thousand meters. At the same time, the immortal golden core in his dantian spun wildly, and streams of immortal power flowed rapidly through his meridians. Then, it emanated from his body and transformed into a layer of almost solid star blue armor, shimmering with golden light and radiating brilliance. At this moment, his star battle body has evolved into the star undying body, reaching the perfect realm. He is only one step away from reaching the highest peak, and his defensive power is incomparably strong. Countless golden rays surged from his body, almost on par with Ding Shu, enveloping the entire Jinshui city. At this moment, it was as if two great suns were simultaneously hanging above the city. Hundreds of millions of people in the city looked up at the sky, and almost all the martial artists were going crazy. Two legendary martial arts masters fighting at the same time was undoubtedly a major event that would shake the entire planet. Carl. People were filled with excitement, their eyes fixed on the two terrifying figures in the air. I never expected you to be a war god of the 10 Directions. Ding Shu was dumbfounded, his heart pounding, and his eyes blazing with intense light. He was 100% certain that Chen Xian did indeed possess the strength of a war king when he was on planet number 1, but after only a few days, he had actually advanced to the 10 Directions war god. At that moment, he could hardly believe his eyes. Even a genius couldn't progress so rapidly. The only explanation is that Chen Xian has experienced an extraordinary adventure in the past few days. This extraordinary encounter became the key to his rapid leap in strength. Even though Ding Shu was already a high-level 10 Directions war god, he was still extremely jealous and envious of such an opportunity. Boy, tell me everything that's happened to you these past few days, hand over the opportunity, and I might spare your life. Ding Shu said in a deep voice. His face remained calm, but his heart was pounding. That's right, I do have a chance, but you can't take it away. Chen Xian smiled calmly. His advantage lies in his talent system, otherwise, even the best cultivation techniques wouldn't have allowed him to cultivate so rapidly. As for those secret treasures, they are merely icing on the cake and are not important at all. Even the god of war realm was nothing more than a scene on the path of cultivation in his eyes. Since that's the case, then I'll show you what I'm capable of. Ding Shu laughed loudly. His massive body rushed towards Chen Xian, and in an instant he threw a punch. A burst of true qi transformed into a 100-meter-long tiger, which pounced on Chen Xian. A fierce aura spread out, and even though they were thousands of meters away, everyone in Jinshui City could feel that the surrounding space seemed to freeze, and crackling sounds came from the void. The power of the god of war is truly terrifying. Everyone's expression changed drastically. This was still thousands of meters away. If they got close, this single attack could destroy half of Jinshui City. So this is all. Chen Xian narrowed his eyes, neither dodging nor backing down. He showed no fear in the face of Ding Shu's terrifying attack. Just as the tiger's attack was about to land, he suddenly made his move. He opened his mouth and spat out a beam of white light, which instantly condensed into a long sword about 10 feet long, its cold light chilling. This was neither the god-slaying blade nor any of his 10 throwing knives, but a martial arts method he had comprehended from his mental power techniques. Unlike the god-slaying strike, this move does not attack the divine mind, but rather is a terrifying offensive formed by the condensation of powerful mental energy. The long sword swayed slightly in midair, shimmering with light and emitting a series of whistling sounds, before slashing fiercely at the phantom tiger. The tiger roared deafeningly, spewing out a burst of true energy that rushed straight at Chen Xian, while simultaneously slamming down with both of its claws. The air exploded with a deafening roar, accompanied by the pitter pattering sound of corrosion. The true energy spewed out by that fierce tiger was extremely poisonous. Both attacks were earth-shattering and exceptionally fierce. If it were a martial artist with slightly weaker cultivation, even a high-level battle king, they would not be able to last 3 breaths before they would die. Even an ordinary intermediate-level war god would find it difficult to escape unscathed from Ding Shu's attack. Even the longsword Qin Xian spat out made a hissing sound, and its luster dimmed considerably as it swirled. Truly terrifying. The Heavenly Dragon sect is indeed a renowned martial arts sect in the Sirius star system, with profound foundations. Any one of its war gods can suppress those of the same level. The many martial artists watching the battle in Jinshui City were shocked. Such a fierce offensive might be too much for the young martial arts god to withstand. However, at that moment, 2 golden beams shot out from Chen Xian's eyes and were injected into the longsword. The longsword suddenly shone brightly, its blade energy soaring into the sky, cleaving straight at the fierce tiger. A deafening scream rang out, and the phantom of the tiger exploded. The longsword attack continued unabated, heading straight for Ding Shu. In the blink of an eye, the situation reversed. Today, I will surely suppress you. Ding Shu's eyes were cold and fierce as he roared, his body suddenly growing larger. A terrifying aura instantly spread, the momentum suddenly surged, the wind and clouds changed color, almost like a god descending. At this moment, he seemed to be a martial arts master who controlled the starry sky, and a huge, sky-covering hand pierced through the clouds and pressed down hard on Chen Xian. At this moment, his full power was unleashed. The longsword shattered with a crash 1,000 meters away from Ding Shu. That enormous hand blotted out the sky and crashed down. Wherever it passed, space shattered, giving rise to black voids. Chen Xian's eyes narrowed sharply. No one dared to underestimate the attack of a high-level war god, especially since he was only at the level of a mid-level war god. He dared not slacken in the slightest. His internal energy circulated rapidly, and the immortal golden light shone brightly in his dantian, pushing his strength to almost its peak. The light of the star immortal body flowed, protecting the body like a solid armor. A meteor will destroy the world. In the next instant, Chen Xian turned around and soared straight into the sky. With a single punch, a secret realm of the vast starry sky unfolds. Countless enormous stars floated and sank within it. Compared to the past, the starry sky is now more vast, ethereal, and mysterious. Under his command, the galaxy instantly reversed, and huge stars plummeted from the cosmos towards Ding Shu. Fierce, domineering, and savage, it is full of killing intent. It was as if the Milky Way had been reversed and the mountains had collapsed. Countless stars collided with the giant hand, the surrounding air vibrated, the sky darkened and changed, lightning exploded, and even the earth trembled. That's terrifying. That's terrifying. Is this the power of the god of war? The people of Jinshui City felt the oppressive force that felt like the end of the world, and their hearts trembled. Such terrifying power was beyond their imagination. The once high and mighty Lord of War City, who looked down upon all living beings, now appeared no different from a novice martial artist in the face of this earth-shattering power. At least, in the face of this power, he was no different from an ordinary person. Unbelievable, unbelievable. Yenner, how exactly did you come to know this god of war? Lu Changtian gazed at the godlike figure in midair and murmured to himself. His eyes were filled with surprise and anticipation. Perhaps this is the turning point for the Lu family. Although his own cultivation level is only that of a junior warrior, which is enough to protect the Lu family if something unexpected happens, Lu Yan's strength is simply not enough to support the entire family. At that time, it may become the beginning of the decline of the Lu family. Whether it's a strange beast or a powerful enemy, they could all bring about the crisis of extinction. However, if one can establish a relationship with a martial arts war god, even the city lord of the War King city will have to treat the Lu family with respect. Even learning just a few martial arts techniques from the god of war will be immensely beneficial. However, all of this depends on the relationship between Lu Yan and that god of war. Brother Chen and I, no, Lord War God, we met in the misty rainforest. Lu Yan stammered. The thought of initially treating Chen Xian as an ordinary person who didn't understand martial arts filled him with shame and left him speechless. This is so worrying. Hurry up and tell me, Lu Changtian urged. Father, this is what happened. As Lu Yue recounted what had happened, everyone in the hall was stunned. The mighty god of war of the 10 directions actually got lost, but he happened to run into Lu Yan and his group and was brought back. This is incredibly lucky. This is even more outrageous than finding a high-level martial arts manual on the street. This guy is incredibly lucky. Apart from the Lu family members, Elder Zhou looked at Lu Yan with jealous eyes. Although Zhao Xinlan is a mid-level grandmaster, 10,000 mid-level grandmasters are no match for a martial arts god. The Lu family really made a fortune this time. Elder Zhou sighed, suddenly feeling that this annulment of the engagement seemed a bit hasty. Who would have thought such an accident would happen? Several people sighed inwardly. Even Zhao Xinlan felt somewhat confused about the decision to annul the engagement. No, it's just the 10 directions war god. I believe I can reach that level too. She stared at the towering figure, which hung high like the sun, and said softly, I need a broader stage, such as the Heavenly Dragon sect. Carl planet is too small. impossible. Even if you stay here your whole life, you'll hardly achieve anything great. Thousands of meters in the air. The battle was over. The two giants stood on either side of the void, the surrounding space flickering between light and shadow, the echoes lingering in the air. Uncle Ding stared intently at Chen Xian, his eyes gleaming. It was both shocking and unbelievable. This Chen Xian actually possesses the strength to contend with him. This is the best training room on the ship. On the Tianlong Sect spaceship bound for Sirius, Ding Shu led Chen Xian to a cultivation room, his eyes filled with a hint of helplessness. After realizing he couldn't suppress Chen Xian, Ding Shu finally gave up on this unrealistic idea and just wanted to leave with his disciples as soon as possible. As for the secrets Chen Xian possessed, he had no choice but to let them go. However, at this moment, Chen Xian made a request. I hope to return to Tianlang Martial Academy on the Tianlong Sect spaceship. This left Ding Shu speechless with astonishment. He refused without hesitation. I can't suppress you, but you want to ride on the Heavenly Dragon Sect spaceship? No way. Just as he was about to leave, the appearance of a 100-meter-long dragon almost terrified him. That was the star beast that had been killed by the ancient star race a few days ago. Fear surged into his heart instantly, and he had no choice but to agree. Fortunately, Chen Xian only requested a cultivation room on the spaceship, which put his mind at ease. Now, let alone sending Chen Xian back to Tianlang Martial Academy, even if he calls him dad, Ding Shu would have to grit his teeth and agree. After all, that star beast was far too terrifying. Its strength, at the level of an immortal venerable, was an absolute threat to him. If it gets angry, it could turn the entire spaceship to ashes. Now they are simply asking to return to the Sirius Martial Academy, a request that is not difficult to fulfill. After all, they had to return to Sirius after picking up Zhao Xinlun. At the speed of the spaceship, it wouldn't take long to send Chen Xian back to the Sirius Martial Academy. The people of Jinchue City cast envious glances as the spaceship streaked across the sky. It then entered the dark universe and sped towards Sirius. This piece of gold and stone actually records a technique for enhancing physical combat power. It is mysterious and unfathomable. It truly lives up to its reputation as the technique of the human emperor. Chen Xian sat cross-legged on the bed and took out the treasure he had obtained from the skeleton. Although the other treasures also had their own wonders, the cultivation technique on this piece of gold and stone particularly shocked him. Compared to other martial arts techniques, methods to enhance combat power are rare, but they can still be bought in the martial arts market, and their price is only a fraction of that of ordinary martial arts techniques. Unfortunately, very few people are willing to practice it because this kind of skill is extremely difficult to learn. Therefore, although amplification techniques exist on Earth, most of them are low-level, and few martial arts masters dedicate themselves to them, lacking truly profound amplification methods. The divine forging scripture, which he created by combining numerous cultivation techniques, had its amplification effect greatly weakened after he entered the War God realm, becoming almost negligible. This is precisely because the technique itself is too low-level. Chen Xian estimated that to improve the level of the divine forging scripture, he would need to refer to more advanced martial arts techniques and skills. Unfortunately, the higher the level of the cultivation technique, the more expensive it is, and very few people are willing to sell it. Even when they occasionally leak out, they are quickly snapped up by various universities or powerful organizations. Those guys have more star coins than they can spend. This also left him with no way to improve the divine forging scripture for the time being. The scripture of all things is a method specifically for cultivating physical combat strength. If the stellar battle body can enhance physical defense, then the scripture of all things can further enhance one's existing combat strength. It can even greatly assist in the cultivation of the star battle body to some extent. As its name suggests, it can absorb and extract various energies of heaven and earth to strengthen its own techniques, making it a peerless skill. In comparison, the divine forging scripture pales in comparison. Chen Xian's face lit up with joy, and his 100,000 times innate talent began to operate at high speed as he started cultivating and deducing the scripture of all things. In the blink of an eye, a day and a night had passed, and Chen Xian remained immersed in cultivation. The myriad things are profound and vast. If one had not absorbed the insights of the human emperor from the skeleton, one would have found it difficult to even grasp the path of cultivation. Even so, with the blessing of 100,000 times the talent, the scripture of all things has only just begun to be deduced. Gradually, he felt changes occurring within his body. A surge of powerful energy, like a raging river, flowed rapidly through the meridians, constantly impacting the surroundings. At this moment, strange energies appeared within Chen Xian's body, forming a solid defensive net that blocked all the impact of the blood and qi. However, the shattered blood and qi continued to attack his body. Chen Xian's heart stirred, and with the help of intentional guidance, the two forces collided and rubbed together uncontrollably. The strength of the physical body is also continuously increasing. At the same time, he accelerated the circulation of the myriad things scripture, frantically absorbing all kinds of energy. In an instant, a massive amount of terrifying dark cosmic energy surged into his body, causing violent destruction. Chen Xian's internal organs ruptured instantly, but the powerful life force of the myriad myriad things continuously enhanced his physical strength. They've gone a bit too far. Chen Xian remained expressionless. The destructive power of dark energy far exceeded his expectations. The scripture of all things could absorb energy from the dark universe, a fact he had not considered before. Otherwise, he would never have so easily activated the scripture of all things to absorb this energy. But right now, he has no choice but to fight with all his might. Otherwise, there is a high possibility that one will die and perish. The dark cosmic energy within Chen Xian's body reached its peak and suddenly exploded. His original true energy could no longer suppress it, leaving his internal organs riddled with holes, and even the meridians throughout his body began to crack at a visible speed. The aura of death instantly enveloped his entire body, and his combat strength plummeted. Just then, his sea of mental power suddenly exploded, and a huge stone tablet appeared in it, emitting a dazzling golden light. Golden ripples spread into Chen Xian's body, enveloping all his internal organs. Meridians and internal organs burst one after another under this power, then churned and merged under the influence of golden light. Even the terrifying dark cosmic energy was shattered into tiny fragments, mixing into the flesh and blood. Golden vortexes formed in the heart, liver, kidneys, and other parts of the body, frantically absorbing and pulling the energy between these flesh and blood. At the same time, the basic shapes of the internal organs gradually appeared. This is organ reconstruction. Chen Xian was extremely surprised. At this moment, the damaged meridians and body begin to generate new cells and undergo reorganization. All of this was accomplished in the blink of an eye. After a few breaths, Chen Xian's internal organs reappeared, and his body shone with golden light, shooting straight into the sky. Even the dark universe erupted with a blinding golden light. At the same time, a terrifying energy emanated from the cultivation room where Chen Xian was. His physical body's realm has leaped forward once again. Their combat power also skyrocketed. High-ranking 10 Directions War God. Inside the room, Chen Xian suddenly opened his eyes. I have advanced to the advanced level of the 10 Directions War God, but my realm is not stable enough and I need to continue to refine it, Chen Xian said in a deep voice. Just now, his undying star body also entered the divine transformation stage. He vaguely felt that as long as there was an opportunity, the undying star body would break through and enter a completely new realm. By then, his physical defenses will be incredibly powerful. Even the full force of the 10 Directions War God would likely be unable to cause him the slightest harm, unless one is a martial arts master whose cultivation far surpasses the realm of the God of War and possesses extremely powerful strength. Only they could break through his physical defenses. With that thought in mind, Chen Xian closed his eyes and silently continued his cultivation. In the dark universe, the spaceship sped toward the Sirius system at an extremely high speed. It will only take 2 days and nights to get there. That was a huge island floating in the sea. Within a radius of over 1,000 miles lies the largest martial arts sect in the Sirius star system, the Sirius Martial Academy. The plaza at the foot of the mountain was teeming with hundreds of people, all of whom were martial arts geniuses selected by the Sirius Martial Academy from various planets. Each of them had their blood surging and their aura soaring to the sky. Even the weakest of them possessed the cultivation level of a warrior general. They are all overlords on their respective planets, but at this moment, they are nothing more than insignificant newcomers here. I never expected that the Sirius Martial Academy would select so many talented young people this time. As soon as the spaceship landed, the people of the Blue Star System stared wide-eyed at the rare genius martial artists in front of them. Those martial artists who were not particularly strong in combat and only had the cultivation level of a warrior general were originally extremely proud to be disciples of the Heavenly Wolf Martial Academy. But seeing the scene before them, their faces turned red. Don't move, someone will come to take attendance and assign dorm rooms in a bit. Seeing the shocked expressions on everyone's faces, Huang Feihong smiled slightly and gave the order in a low voice. While they might be considered geniuses on their own planets, they were insignificant in the grand scheme of the Sirius galaxy. It's important to know that there are at least 10 major martial arts sects in this galaxy that can rival the Sirius Martial Academy. The disciples recruited by these major sects are the most outstanding young geniuses from various planets. Ultimately, only a few of these geniuses can grow into martial arts masters and soar to great heights, while the vast majority can only become low-level members of their sects. The law of the jungle, where the strong prey on the weak, is an unchanging ironclad rule in the martial arts world. Even if there is no great danger within the sect, they are still expendable resources to sacrifice themselves for the sect at any time. After giving his instructions, Huang Feihong did not hesitate and headed straight up the mountain. Before long, he entered a mountain peak and then a palace. It's truly rare to find a 17-year-old advanced battle king like this on a desolate planet. But you can't go to him now. The freshman competition is the day after tomorrow. A middle-aged man dressed as a Confucian scholar sat in a tall chair and said with a smile, "But if Chen Xian participates, he might achieve good results." Huang Feihong said urgently, "So what? He's just a war king. Do you think there aren't any war gods among the new students?" The middle-aged man retorted with a smile, "It's also good that he doesn't participate." participate. If he were defeated, his martial arts spirit might be crushed. Besides, the sect competition is not that simple. The middle-aged man waved his hand, seemingly unconcerned. Seeing that his master had made up his mind, Wang Feihong dared not say anything more, and respectfully bowed before leaving. After all, in the eyes of a martial arts master like his master, even the 10 Directions war gods were nothing special, and the war kings were even more insignificant. As an elder of the Serious Martial Academy, he had seen too many outstanding geniuses, and the war king was nothing special. But, Wang Feihong sighed. He genuinely hoped Chen Xian would participate in this freshman competition. For some reason, he had a strong sense of confidence in Chen Xian. Of all the new recruits he has made, Chen Xian is undoubtedly the most outstanding. On Planet 1, he utterly defeated the disciples of the Heavenly Dragon sect, much to Huang Feihong's delight. Otherwise, losing face in front of Ding Shu, whose cultivation level was inferior to his own, would be unacceptable to him, who was always competitive. More importantly, to avoid sectarian conflicts, he couldn't easily take action against those people, but Chen Xian's actions were different. After all, they are all newcomers. Even if he doesn't participate in the freshman competition this time, with his talent, he will definitely stand out in the sex competitions in the future. However, I heard that the dean wants to use this competition to select this year's top disciple, which seems a bit too early. Huang Feihong shook his head, didn't think much of it, and turned back up the mountain. Although he was burning with enthusiasm, he also understood that if Chen Xian were not there, the young geniuses he brought back might not even make it into the top 100, let alone become the top scholar. He still has a lot to deal with during the freshman competition. At the foot of the mountain, a cluster of small buildings rises up. There are quite a few. These are all dormitories for the new students. After all, Serious Martial Academy is a major sect, and even the freshman dormitories are all independent single rooms, although the conditions are average and the area is not large. They were powerful and influential on other planets, but here, they are just newcomers. The Martial Arts Academy has its own rules. Those who achieve good results in the freshman competition can change dormitories and obtain more resources and other benefits. At least, there are many vacant single villas at the foot of the mountain. Lu Zhe and the others from the Blue Galaxy have also had their dormitories arranged. The news about the freshman competition that will begin on the third day has also been announced. This immediately made all the new students feel uneasy and anxious. Is the grand competition of Tianlang Martial Academy really about to begin? Have you heard? The freshman martial arts competition is about to begin. It's a real pity that our strength is probably only good enough to serve as a foil. I never expected that the Serious Martial Academy would attract so many talented young people. I thought I was a genius who would shine at Serious Martial Academy, but now it seems I was really overthinking it. Yes, some of these people's combat power is terrifying to me. How can we even compare? In the dormitory, Zhou Tian and the others whispered among themselves, their faces full of bitterness. Strangely enough, Yi Qingyu was among them. Since the incident on Planet 1, this proud and aloof genius girl has actually grown closer to Earth. Of course, they also knew that Yi Qingyu was probably after Chen Xian, and they were still far from being able to do so. They might be geniuses in the Blue Galaxy, but here they are utterly insignificant. It's all that crazy woman's fault. I don't know where Brother Xian teleported to. If he were here, maybe someone could have stepped in. Lu Shuer couldn't help but complain. It seems there's absolutely no hope now. With their combat strength, it's almost impossible for them to achieve good results here. Moreover, this is, after all, the Serious Martial Academy, not their own planet, and the consequences of being eliminated are uncertain. A competition for freshmen? I don't know if he'll be able to make it back in time to participate. Yi Qingyu touched the longsword in his hand, his eyes filled with heroic spirit and fearlessness. Without Chen Xian, she would undoubtedly be the strongest student in the Blue Star system. Although she is only a mid-level battle king, if she were to unleash her full power, she would be able to contend with a high-level battle king. Beyond that, there's the suppression of a higher realm, which is difficult to overcome with cultivation techniques and treasures. However, it is certain that with her combat strength, she can achieve remarkable results even when facing these talented new students. What a pity! Yi Qingyu felt more regret than worry about Chen Xian's failure to participate in the freshman competition. Time flies. Before we knew it, it was the morning of the third day. As soon as it was light, the square was already packed with people. At 10 o'clock, the freshman competition officially began. Although the competition had not officially started yet, the freshmen arrived early with great excitement. Each of them is a prodigy from their own planet, and this opportunity to compete with geniuses from other planets is a rare one. Although they could choose not to participate, no one backed down. What is that? How can there be seats there? They're so big. Some trainees looked around, seemingly having discovered something, and pointed to the 100-meter-high platform in the distance, exclaiming in surprise. The high platform resembled a small mountain, with 18 huge silver-white stone chairs prominently displayed on its summit. At the top of the mountain are 2 tall stone pedestals that shimmer with light and resemble crystal. Don't you know? Those are the seats for the 18 elders of the Serious Martial Academy. They will most likely be the ones supposed to host this freshman competition? The Serious Martial Academy actually has 18 elders? You don't know, all 18 elders are martial arts masters at the immortal venerable realm. It is said that the first elder and the second elder have already begun to peek into the human emperor realm. A freshman born near Sirius, who was familiar with Serious Martial Academy, explained. His 18 immortal venerables. Many people gasped in shock. No wonder Serious Martial Academy was a major martial arts sect in the Sirius star system. Its strength was terrifying. Then who is the top stone seat for? Someone swallowed hard. The two deans are true human emperor level experts, and even more than that. Of course, they usually don't show up during the freshman competition. The freshman who just explained seemed somewhat uncertain. The crowd looked at his cultivation level. He was only a high-level warrior. Although he might have been good in the past, he was far from being good enough now. His words should probably only be taken as rumors. Nevertheless, no one doubted the strength of the Serious Martial Academy. Just as everyone was discussing this, a cold shout came from behind. Shut up! How dare you speak ill of the seniors of the Martial Academy? The boy who was speaking suddenly felt he had lost face, turned around angrily, his face changed drastically, and he quickly stepped aside. I'm not saying anything more. The competition is about to begin. Who is this person? Seeing this, the others couldn't help but ask curiously. However, many people also sensed a terrifying aura emanating from him, causing them to frown deeply. They are very likely to be a formidable opponent in this competition. Don't you know? His name is Qin Shang, a martial arts god of war, and he is very famous on Sirius. Wow, a young war god? He looks only about 20 years old. That's incredible. Many of the new students looked horrified. On some remote and desolate planets, the 10 Directions war gods are already at the peak of their combat power, holding high positions and authority, looking down upon all living beings. And this person in front of me is just a freshman. The thought that he would have to compete for a ranking in the freshman competition made many people feel strange and apprehensive. Does such a competition still have any meaning? Although most people didn't intend to strive for a high ranking, they couldn't help but feel uneasy facing such formidable opponents. Time flew by, and amidst the whispers of the crowd, 10 o'clock slowly approached. With a crisp ringing sound, 18 auras shot straight into the sky, instantly changing the color of the wind and clouds. 18 figures, like 18 radiant suns, rose from the highest point of the mountain and then landed on 18 stone seats. As the light faded, it revealed the 18 elders of the Heavenly Wolf Martial Academy. This is interesting. I didn't expect all the elders to gather here. Some disciples who had entered the sect early and were watching from halfway up the mountain exclaimed in amazement. In previous years, it was rare to see all the elders present at the new student competition. Especially those elders who rank high are usually busy trying to break through to the human emperor realm. But this time, they all came. Let me introduce myself first. I am Chen Ping'an, the Grand Elder of the Serious Martial Academy. You are all top geniuses from your respective planets. I am very happy that you have chosen the Serious Martial Academy, and I hope that you can strive for excellence here and reach even greater heights. However, before that, you must participate in the freshman competition. Your freshman ranking will affect your accommodation and resource allocation to some extent. Of course, those who perform exceptionally well will also be noticed by the martial arts experts within the academy. This freshman competition will select the top disciple of this year. The elderly man with white hair and beard, who was sitting in the middle, stood up, looked around the audience, and spoke slowly. I never imagined that this ranking would be so important, that it would be linked to resources. Chief disciple, what exactly is this? Does anyone know? The freshmen were confused, but as Chen Ping'an explained, everyone's expression became serious. Becoming the chief disciple of this generation means having a status equivalent to, or even better than, core disciples like Wang Feiheng. Strictly speaking, the chief disciple is the senior disciple of this cohort and has the right to regulate and restrain all students. If Qin Xian were present, he would quickly understand that this position is just like the student council president. Actual rights and status will depend on the specific arrangements made by the martial arts academy. Even so, this position is still incredibly enviable. Senior Uncle Chen is truly skilled. With this approach, the competition among the freshmen will likely become even more intense. Standing beside his master, Wang Feiheng said with a smile, "It's a pity Qin Xian missed this grand competition." However, considering that there were some war gods among the new students, Wang Feiheng calmed down. Although Qin Xian was strong, he was still a step below war god level experts. As a strange object was carried to the center of the square, a white light curtain emanating a misty aura slowly appeared. The space was filled with fluctuations, as if it were connected to another world. That's a secret place. Most secret realms are naturally formed by heaven and earth, or left behind by ancient sects and powerful figures. They may contain rare and precious materials or supreme cultivation techniques and secret skills. More importantly, the appearance of secret realms is highly random and cannot be controlled by humans. This secret realm before us was clearly opened by the Serious Martial Academy. The mere thought of it is breathtaking. At this point, after explaining all the precautions, the Grand Elder officially announced the start of the competition. expression. At the same time, the portal leading to the secret realm began to shine brightly. At the command, all the new students rushed in. Soon, the people in the square disappeared without a trace. The portal will close in half an hour. Have all the new students entered yet? The Grand Elder looked around and asked the core disciples. Those responsible for recruiting new students on the outskirts of the serious system are usually core disciples, and only they know the exact number of new students. Of course, they only confirm the students currently registered at the Martial Arts Academy, and they don't care about those who go missing along the way. The Serious Martial Academy has a large number of students. Unless one is a genius, it is difficult to attract attention. Even if someone suddenly disappears, it will not cause much of a stir. Elder, I have another new student here, but there was an unexpected delay and he won't be able to arrive for a few more days. Seeing that the other core disciples were shaking their heads, Huang Feihong pondered for a moment and then stepped forward and said. He was unsure of himself. The Grand Elder was old-fashioned and had never liked students who didn't follow the rules. Moreover, Chen Xian is still a freshman. If he leaves a bad impression on the elders, he might be kicked out before he even enters the door. But if we don't say it, the period for admitting new students will soon be over. Regardless, even the most talented person needs to be able to get the basics right. Moreover, Chen Xian's accident was also largely due to my own actions. Yes, there's still one day left. The Grand Elder gave a non-committal response. Huang Feihong understood the meaning. Once the freshman admission period is over, even geniuses will be turned away. Tianlang Martial Academy? It's really nothing special. Although helpless, Huang Feihong was only a core disciple and could not say much in rebuttal. If that doesn't work, let him become an apprentice of his own master, he thought to himself. Suddenly, a buzzing sound came from the sky, and a spaceship slowly appeared above the Serious Martial Academy. It's a spaceship from the Heavenly Dragon sect. How dare they come here? The spaceship used by the Heavenly Dragon sect to recruit new members? Could it have flown to the wrong place? Many core disciples frowned as they looked at the scene before them. In any case, they would never think that the other party was here to cause trouble. Unless the human emperor descended, anyone who dared to come here would be smashed to pieces. Even the most daring core disciple of the Heavenly Dragon sect wouldn't dare to act rashly. Just as everyone was wondering, two figures appeared silently, none other than Ding Shu and Chen Xian. Junior Ding Shu of the Tianlang sect pays respects to the elders of the Martial Academy. Ding Shu felt a chill run down his spine. Feeling uneasy, he dared not be negligent and hurriedly bowed. If the other party feels that they have been impolite, a slap will be enough to send them to meet the King of Hell, and the sect will not cause trouble for the Tianlang Martial Academy because of it. What brings you to my Serious Martial Academy? Here's what happened. One of your academy's freshmen was stranded on another planet, and I happened to be passing by, so I took him back. Ding Shu hurriedly explained. Huang Feihong was taken aback, not expecting that Chen Xian had been sent back by the Tianlang sect. Logically speaking, Chen Xian had killed many Tianlang sect students on Planet 1. Ding Shu was already being kind by not killing him, so why would he kindly send him back to the Martial Academy? It's really hard to understand. Is he Chen Xian? The middle-aged scholar He Yushui looked at the young man not far away, a look of shock flashing in his eyes. No wonder Fei Hong called him a genius. It's true, but his cultivation level was underestimated. He's actually a war god of the 10 directions, and he looks no more than 17 or 18 years old. It's unbelievable that such a person could exist on a desolate planet. A warrior of this age, at the level of a war god, would be considered a prodigy even on Sirius, let alone on other planets. They may even become core disciples of the sect and become apprentices of the elders, with a bright future just around the corner. Fei Hong really got a good face this time. However, its potential remains to be seen. He could see it, and the other elders naturally understood it as well. The Grand Elder nodded and said, "In that case, it doesn't count as trespassing. You may leave now." Ding Shu was overjoyed and quickly bowed again before boarding the ship and leaving. Only Chen Xian remained. New student Chen Xian greets all elders. From Ding Shu's conversation, he realized that these people in front of him were the elders of the Tianlang Martial Academy. No wonder he's so powerful. Chen Xian was secretly amazed. The aura emanating from each of the figures was in no way inferior to Shao Qing's, which meant that each of the 18 people in front of them was at least a martial arts expert at the venerable realm. And yet, 18 such masters appeared at once. Elder, he's arrived at just the right time. The freshman competition has just begun, so why don't we let him go in quickly? Huang Feihong suddenly said. The Grand Elder nodded in agreement. The freshman competition is about to begin? Chen Xian's expression changed. After seeing the huge light screen in the center of the square, he immediately understood and led Shao Qing straight to the entrance to enter the secret realm. The energy fluctuations are incredibly strong. The energy contained within is in no way inferior to that of the human emperor's ruins on planet Karl. Amidst a spatial fluctuation, Chen Xian landed safely. Looking up, the mountains rise and fall, the sky is clear and blue, the lake is green, and the whole view is vast and boundless. Clearly, this sight is far larger than any sight I've ever seen before. The rich energy of heaven and earth was almost liquefied liquefied, spreading, and floating in the air. 1 day of cultivation here is absolutely equivalent to a month of cultivation outside. Unless you use a large amount of energy liquid to help you, it's incomparable, Chen Xian exclaimed in amazement. He also understood that most secret realms do not have a fixed opening time. No one can say for sure when they will appear or when they will close. The secret realm before them was actually the assessment venue used by the Serious Martial Academy to hold the freshman competition. Although it was hard to believe, it was reasonable to see that the academy must have paid a huge price. Although it's just a testing ground for the grand competition, it might also hold hidden opportunities. Perhaps only a powerful force like the Heavenly Wolf Martial Academy has the capability to unleash such a grand gesture. The energy in the secret realm is so abundant that even if you gain nothing, it will still be of great benefit to your cultivation. Hunting exotic beasts, the weakest of these are all 6th tier beasts, and the strongest even reaches the 9th tier. Chen Xian's eyes widened in shock. On Earth, 9th tier beast gods have already established dominance, roaming freely and posing a devastating threat to humanity. It is said that only 2 of the few remaining abyssal realms harbor 9th tier beasts. Indeed, 9th tier beasts are also known as beast gods, and their intelligence is in no way inferior to that of humans. Because these beasts are inherently powerful, whenever a beast god appears in a secret realm, it usually requires 3 human war gods to guard it. Once the beast god escapes, he can easily inflict a devastating blow on Blue Star by joining forces with the alien beast army on the border. How dare the Serious Martial Academy open the secret realm like this? Didn't they consider the terror of the 9th tier beasts? Chen Xian thought to himself. This shows that they believe there are powerful individuals among these candidates who can contend with 9th tier alien beasts. In other words, there must be martial artists at the 10 Directions War God realm among these new students. This is the source of Serious Martial Academy's confidence. It certainly makes us look forward to it. Chen Xian didn't take it to heart. His trip to the Serious Martial Academy was not only to improve his own strength but also for other important matters. However, these things cannot be rushed. We must proceed steadily and surely. At least we need to establish a firm foothold at Tianlang Martial Academy before we can bring my sister over. After all, he always felt uneasy leaving his sister alone on Earth. With a thought, Chen Xian transformed into a streak of light and headed straight for the center of the secret realm. He had just seen a 6th tier beast, but it fled immediately upon seeing him, clearly indicating it was on the edge of the secret realm. With his current strength, he could easily start hunting beasts from the 8th tier. Ultimately, the outcome of the competition will depend on the ranking of the beasts. The rules for the beast points were already clear when we entered this secret realm. In the square, a holographic screen projected into the secret realm is divided into hundreds of windows, monitoring all directions simultaneously, making it easy to check the status of each new student at any time. One has to admire the strength of the Serious Martial Academy. Even in the secret realm, they maintain a comprehensive monitoring system. At the signal of the Grand Elder and others, Huang Feihong and other core disciples also boarded the Iron Feather boat and entered the secret realm, hiding in the sky above the secret realm, ready to deal with any emergencies at any time. Compared to combat airships, the Iron Feather boat is much more concealed, and even the 10 Directions War God would have difficulty detecting it if he were not careful. Moreover, these talented students are all quite strong. The academy does not provide them with smartwatches or other auxiliary tools. Finding exotic beasts or avoiding powerful enemies depends entirely on their own luck and strength. At the same time, all the students who entered the secret realm encountered strange beasts, some in groups of 3 or 5, and some alone, and they all engaged in fierce battles. Because the energy within the secret realm is exceptionally abundant, the beasts here are far more powerful than their counterparts of the same level outside, forcing everyone to be on high alert. Many people have started looking for teams, because a character like a warrior would face considerable pressure even when facing a 6th tier beast on his own, and might even be suppressed. Only those high-ranking war kings with formidable combat power dare to act alone. Along the way, Chen Xian encountered many strange beasts, but none of them were very strong. They couldn't last long against him and were all killed by him. This allowed him to easily accumulate over 1,000 points in a short period of time. Many students who follow the rankings were shocked. However, Chen Xian did not care. Unless he encountered a 9th tier beast, even an 8th tier beast would not last long in his hands and would be killed quickly. With the star undying body operating at full power, even an 8th tier alien beast couldn't break through his skin, let alone cause him any real damage. Which beast is so fierce? Are all the strange beasts lining up to deliver themselves to his doorstep? A level 6, 1-star beast earns 1 point, a 2-star beast earns 5 points, a 3-star beast earns 10 points, and the rest earn hundreds or even thousands of points. As for 9th tier beasts, that's a terrifying 100,000 points. This is just theoretical data. The elders simply do not believe that the students have the strength to kill a 9th tier opponent. But now, the top-ranked candidate has nearly 2,000 points. What does this really mean? Even if it's a 6th tier, 3-star alien beast, he would still have to kill more than 200 of them. Even a dozen or so 7th tier beasts would need to be killed. Even a high-level battle king wouldn't be this crazy, having only been in the secret realm for less than an hour. It's unbelievable. Who is this person? Students can only see their points, their names are not displayed. It's only been a short time. If it were a whole day, how many credits could you get? Thousands, tens of thousands, or even more? Could it be those newcomers at the War God realm who made their move? Everyone was filled with speculation. Qin Chang, the martial arts genius of Sirius, stared in shock at the ranking displayed on the ring in his hand, utterly incredulous. He could easily kill 6th and 7th tier beasts, but he struggled against 8th tier beasts of 1 or 2 stars, and he had to flee for his life against 3-star beasts. As for 9th tier beasts, he dared not provoke them at all. But at this moment, he only has a little over 500 points. This was all he accumulated while busy killing 6th and 7th tier alien beasts. Could it be an 8th tier beast? Even the god of war wouldn't have it this easy against an 8th tier beast. In less than an hour, the score is simply overwhelming. Qin Chang's expression shifted between light and dark, his mood grim. His goal in entering the secret realm this time wasn't just to kill the strange beasts, but also to win first place in the freshman competition. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a joke that he, a mighty war god, was crushed by freshmen of the same year? The key point is that although he is not the only war god among the new students, he has already stepped into the intermediate war god realm with 1 foot in. Compared to the others, he is clearly stronger. It seems we have no choice but to challenge an 8th tier beast. We can't afford to delay any longer. He pondered for a moment, then headed straight for the heart of the secret realm without hesitation. At the same time, Chen Xian followed the strong energy fluctuations and stepped into the depths of the secret realm. A colossal centipede-like beast, hundreds of feet long, raised half of its body high, its terrifying aura almost piercing the sky, and the surrounding space flickering between light and darkness. This is a dilapidated ancient city. It was devouring a high-level beast when it suddenly seemed to sense something, and its bloodthirsty and cold eyes swept sharply into the distance. Damn humans, yet another bunch of trial wastes. The giant centipede swallowed the corpse of the strange beast in one gulp, blood dripping down, its eerie green eyes still fixed on the distance. It had already sensed the arrival of the new students from the Wolf Martial Academy in the secret realm, but simply ignored it. With its 9th tier strength, freshmen have never dared to provoke it, and have even avoided this place from afar. Considering the formidable combat power of the elders of the Sirius Martial Academy, it will not easily take action unless the new students provoke it. It is no ordinary beast, it possesses intelligence comparable to that of humans. However, it now sensed the powerful aura of a human warrior approaching. I hope it's not coming for me, otherwise, even if I'm banned for hundreds of years, I won't hesitate to go on a killing spree. As its aura erupted, endless poisonous mist rapidly spread in all directions, quickly sealing off an area of hundreds of miles in radius. This is the power of a 9th tier beast god. If any human warriors insist on getting close, it will have no choice but to take action. Chen Xian's figure transformed into a streak of light, swiftly traversing the secret realm. Soon, he sensed an extremely powerful aura. This power did not belong to the 10 war gods, but rather it subtly surpassed theirs. Master, there is the aura of a 9th tier exotic beast. At this moment, the little green snake on his shoulder lazily reminded him. A 9th tier beast? That's a godlike being among beasts. A glint of light flashed in Chen Xian's eyes. A 9th tier beast is absolutely terrifying. When he first entered the war god realm, he would never provoke them easily, but now that he is a mid-level war god, his powerful physical body, combined with the full rotation of the Myriad Things Sutra, is enough to temporarily increase his combat power by 3 times. Facing a 9th tier beast, victory is not entirely impossible. Moreover, even if there is danger, Shaoqing can easily suppress the opponent, Chen Xian said in a deep voice. Killing a 9th tier alien beast almost guarantees the championship of this freshman competition. Moreover, he also understood that there were other martial arts gods present in this trial. The points of the 9th tier beast are absolutely overwhelmingly in first place. I will step in when needed, Shaoqing said with a grin. In her eyes, a 9th tier beast was nothing more than an ant. Master can try it if he wants, there's no danger involved. The power within can help me cultivate. Thinking of this, Shaoqing leaned on Chen Xian's shoulder again and silently began to cultivate. Having just broken through to the immortal venerable realm, her condition gradually stabilized, and she even showed faint signs of improving her cultivation. In the dilapidated city, the 9th tier centipede beast god was absorbing and releasing energy. Unlike human cultivation, the cultivation of mythical beasts is more inclined to rely on innate instincts. Even the beast god cannot do without the need for blood food. The enclosed space of the secret realm makes the blood and energy of the strange beasts here even more powerful. A human war god actually sensed my presence and dared to come and kill me. Sensing the ever-approaching powerful aura, the centipede beast god was enraged. Due to the military suppression of the Sirius Martial Academy, as the supreme beast god, it usually turns a blind eye to the new students who come for trials, but now, they have become the targets of the hunt. Damn it! The centipede beast god's 100-foot-tall body soared into the sky, as if a god or demon had descended. It wants to see who has such audacity. In an instant, the weather in the secret realm changed drastically, with thunder exploding and gales howling. This is bad. That's the power of a 9th tier beast god. This is a huge problem. Which 9th tier beast god is this? Judging from the energy fluctuations, it seems to be the centipede beast god. Could it be that some newly minted war god has provoked it? Deep within the clouds, a spaceship was parked. Inside the cabin, Huang Feihong and the others' expressions changed drastically. Turn on the surveillance. Without hesitation, the group quickly activated the spaceship's monitoring system. The system detected a figure rushing towards the center of the secret realm at high speed. Its blood and energy surged like a dragon, soaring straight into the sky. Its agile and unwavering movements clearly indicated that it was heading straight for the fluctuations of the 9th tier beast. It is indeed a war god, but we don't know which one it is. Let's go and take a look. The group exchanged glances and steered the iron-feathered boat toward the old city. At the same time, the terrifying energy unleashed by the centipede beast god rapidly spread throughout the entire secret realm. The immense pressure terrified many low-level beasts, causing them to flee in all directions. Even the freshmen who killed the alien beasts were terrified and trembling all over. This is an absolute crushing power. Faced with this power, they were as fragile as ants. This power is far beyond what I can handle. It's at least a 9th tier, 2nd star alien beast, a mid-level beast god. Moreover, given the powerful talents of these alien beasts, even a high-level war god would find it difficult to completely suppress them. In other words, I am no match for it in this secret realm. If I advance rashly, I will most likely perish. Even a human war god would find it hard to escape death if targeted by a mid-level beast god. With equal combat power, a beast can even take on 2 or even 3 opponents at once. It cannot be ruled out that some human warriors possess divine skills and secret techniques, enabling them to kill alien beasts of higher levels. However, this kind of thing is extremely rare. Now he understands that this beast god is not one he can easily provoke. Upon sensing that powerful force, Qin Shang, who had originally intended to take the opportunity to find a 9th tier beast to quickly accumulate points, suddenly changed his expression. Not only him, but another newly promoted war god also kept his distance. He had just entered the war god realm, and his foundation was not yet stable, so naturally he dared not rush forward. With his strength, even if he only kills a 7th tier beast, he can still rank among the top, so there is no need for him to take any risks. Chen Xian has already approached the vicinity of the old city. When they were still 1,000 meters apart, a deafening roar suddenly came, and 2 terrifying emerald green eyes emerged from the pervasive poisonous mist, staring straight at him. Seeing that things had come to this point, the centipede beast god knew that the human war god in front of him was coming for him. Years of pent-up resentment and bitterness finally erupted. Human, you're courting death. At this moment, it only wanted to slaughter all the humans in front of it to quell the rage in its heart. The next second, the bell rang loudly. Tangible and intangible ripples materialized and appeared. Wherever it went, the space shattered with a deafening roar, revealing holes resembling black scratches. Space is distorted and deformed. Even the ground beneath their feet began to crack, splitting open into deep abysses and ravines. A terrifying aura surged in wave after wave, and a blood-red hand instantly parted the clouds and mist, grabbing down fiercely at Chen Xian like an eagle catching a chick. A burst of blood-red light erupted, releasing an extremely terrifying aura. The air instantly shattered, revealing a black spatial rift. Perfect timing. Chen Xian remained calm and composed. Facing the centipede beast god's fierce attack, he took a step forward and met it with a punch. Boundless stellar energy surged forth from his body, soaring into the sky and condensing into a long river of stars. His physical body had already taken on a crystalline, glassy hue, and his star battle body was unleashing its full power. This is a divine-level star immortal body, with astonishingly high defensive power. The human and the beast collided violently, like 2 mountains crashing together, the sound shaking the surrounding area and the air exploding violently. A piercing scraping sound rang out as the giant claws of the centipede beast god grabbed Chen Xian's hand and tore at his skin. Instantly, starlight shone everywhere, and the sound was extremely sharp and piercing. That's incredibly powerful. Chen Xian's expression changed, and cracks began to appear on his star-undying body, an anomaly he had never encountered before in his battles. The next moment, his blood and qi surged, his meridians raced, and golden light burst forth from his body as he threw another punch. In an instant, it was as if the heavens and earth had collapsed, and the Milky Way had reversed. After a loud bang, the centipede beast god was forced to retreat, but the opponent's momentum was so overwhelming that it almost solidified the space, sealing off a whole area. Chen Xian did not relax at all. As his blood and qi surged, his body swelled up to 100 meters tall. His terrifying body emitted thunder and lightning, and the air vibrated violently. Human war god, retreat immediately. The centipede beast god gleamed with a strange light, staring coldly at Chen Xian, and warned him in a deep voice. The human war god before it was far stronger than it had expected. His physical body was exceptionally strong and his blood and energy were abundant. In its view, even a high-level human war god might not have such heaven-defying defensive power. If you can devour the opponent, your strength will increase greatly. However, However, it also knew that forcing Chen Xian to retreat would not be easy. Compared to those veteran war gods, the confidence of these young geniuses always carried a mysterious determination. In its battles against the human race, it has killed many powerful warriors. If it weren't for the Sky Wolf Martial Academy, it would have torn them to shreds long ago. Although Chen Xian is powerful, in the eyes of the centipede beast god, he has not yet reached the peak of threat. "I'll kill you and then I'll leave." Chen Xian completely ignored the centipede beast god's words. The existence of this beast god is enough for him to secure first place in the freshman competition. Continuing to kill low-level beasts would be a waste of time. "You're asking for it." The centipede beast god could no longer bear it and suddenly attacked, its body swelling up to become even larger, blotting out the sky. Its claw shadows swept down like a torrential rain, causing blood and chi to surge and explode, tearing cracks in the sky. The area within a radius of several miles instantly vanished into nothingness. This time, it held nothing back. Even a human war god would be unable to escape annihilation under such an attack, or at the very least, would be severely injured. It has been at war with humans for many years and has an incredibly deep understanding of them. In a battle of equal strength, the human race is simply no match for them. Even if the opponent is a god of war, the same applies. After all, it's a two-star beast god. Chen Xian remained calm, his eyes showing no emotion, and made his move instantly. His body suddenly grew larger, reaching the sky and the earth, transforming into a 100-foot-tall figure. He unleashed a fierce punch, his fist shadows as dense as rain, forming a golden fist curtain that swept towards his opponent. Unruly and unstoppable, the earth cracked, the clouds shattered, and space itself was torn apart. The raging, ferocious energy caused the centipede beast god's expression to change drastically. This human before it was even more like a wild beast than it had ever been. It was so brutal and utterly chaotic. The sky was filled with the sounds of fists and claws colliding, but Chen Xian did not stop and continued to advance, using the meteor annihilation fist technique to grab stars and smash them down on the centipede beast god. Wild, domineering, and incredibly powerful. Even a venerable being like the centipede beast god was forced to retreat several steps by Chen Xian's punches, roaring incessantly. "This newcomer is so amazing? Even we couldn't possibly suppress the centipede beast god so easily. It's not impossible, it's simply unthinkable. His boxing style is too domineering. He only temporarily suppressed the beast god. He did not cause any real damage, but this is already quite remarkable. Brother Huang, did you really bring this back from the desolate planet? You've struck gold." Deep within the clouds, several core disciples watched Chen Xian's battle against the centipede beast god with astonishment in their eyes. Based on their extensive combat experience, they could tell that although Chen Xian's attacks were fierce, they hadn't inflicted much damage on his opponent. But for a freshman, such a performance is already amazing. As soon as he finished speaking, a large amount of green poisonous mist emerged from the centipede beast god's body, and the eerie sound of the bell rang out again. It roared wildly, its whole body shining with light, its 100-meter-long body soaring into the air, each foot of the front half tightly gripping a bell. The bell rang, and boundless green poisonous mist swirled in the air, condensing into green poison pills. These poison pills contain the essence of the centipede beast god's body, a condensation of terrifying blood and energy. Immediately afterwards, 10 bells flew out from under its feet, and green poison pills drilled into the bells, causing a terrifying burst of blood energy. Driven by its frenzied power, the 10 bells emitted a deafening roar, expanded in the wind, and instantly transformed into 10 giant bells, each 100 meters long, which, with terrifying force, smashed towards Chen Xian. Wherever it passed, space shattered with a deafening roar, revealing black cracks, twisted and deformed. Even the ground beneath their feet began to crack, splitting open into deep abysses and ravines. The immortal divine weapon. At this moment, the centipede beast god used its immortal divine weapon. The terrifying power of the divine weapon instantly changed the sky over the secret realm. Thunder and lightning raged, and the roar of thunder echoed for miles. Compared to the divine weapons Chen Xian had seen when he fought against alien beasts on Blue Star, this divine weapon was several times more powerful. It was a true immortal divine weapon, a divine weapon personally activated by the beast god. Chen Xian's celestial river was shattered instantly by the impact of the giant bell. Faced with this immortal divine weapon, his fist techniques could not cause the slightest damage to the centipede beast god. In fact, they were invisibly dissolved before he could even get close to the opponent. The giant bell spun wildly, accompanied by incessant thunder. They locked onto Chen Xian's body, giving him no chance to escape. 10 enormous bells, as big as stars, tore through space, shattered all obstacles, and crashed down. Chen Xian's expression was solemn. Although he also possessed an immortal divine weapon, it was from someone else after all, and he had not reforged it after becoming the god of war. It's simply unrealistic to think that you can contend with the divine weapon of the centipede beast god. His blood and chi erupted, every cell in his body throbbed wildly, the immortal golden core in his dantian vibrated violently, and the star-undying body emitted a dazzling golden light, enveloping him like layers of tangible armor. He planned to withstand the attack of the bell-wielding divine weapon with his own body. This is bad, he's been too careless. Yeah, to take a divine divine weapon head-on with his bare body. Is he courting death? Above the clouds, Huang Feihong and the others' expressions changed drastically. Trying to withstand a divine weapon with your own body, isn't that just courting death? A terrifying force slammed into Chen Xian, sending him flying hundreds of meters away before crashing heavily to the ground. The earth was instantly smashed into a huge crater, and the land within a radius of 1,000 miles collapsed. When Chen Xian struggled to fly out of the pit, the light on his body dimmed, and his almost solid body was covered with cracks. Blood dripped from the wounds, creating deep pits. This was even with his extremely strong physical defense. If it were an ordinary war god, he would probably have been completely annihilated by this terrifying attack. He's still alive. The centipede beast god roared angrily. Now that it had made its move, it held nothing back and commanded the bell to attack Chen Xian once again. Under his control, several precise attacks slammed into Chen Xian, but Chen Xian's physical defense was exceptionally tough. Although the bell's attacks could damage him, they could not completely shatter his body. After all, this is a divine-level star immortal body. The repeated attacks not only failed to shatter Chen Xian's physical body, but instead, under this terrifying onslaught, his body underwent another transformation. The original azure starlight within his body completely transformed into dazzling golden light. Finally, a thunderous sound reverberated in my mind. Then a majestic voice echoed in my mind. 10,000 times talent advancement. Activate 1,000,000 times talent. Chen Xian suddenly felt his mind clear and his heart bewildered. The martial arts that he had previously found difficult to understand suddenly became exceptionally simple. At this moment, the analysis and operation speed of the myriad things scripture technique is unbelievably fast. A large amount of stellar power erupted from Chen Xian's body, condensing as if it were a tangible substance. At the same time, a large amount of immortal power also appeared in the void, which was then absorbed by Chen Xian one by one. Despite it being daytime, the sky was filled with the glow of stars, and streaks of starlight descended from the heavens. Chen Xian's body was like a wildly spinning black hole, absorbing all the energy. Ultimately, his body was strengthened once again. The undying star body advances to the next level, evolving into the chaotic star body. In an instant, an ancient and melodious voice rang out from within him, as if it had traversed the long river of history, carrying an aura of immortality. At that very moment, his physical body finally completed a new evolution. My god, is this kind of physical body really something a war god could achieve? Even the elders probably don't possess such a powerful physical body. At that moment, I even felt my heart racing and my heart pounding with anxiety. Inside the iron feather boat, a core disciple exclaimed in shock, his eyes filled with disbelief. He was no nobody. As a core disciple of the Heavenly Wolf Martial Academy, he too possessed the combat strength of a high-level war god. But at this moment, he was still utterly shocked by the scene before him. Chen Xian's entire body seemed to be cast from metal and glass, exuding an ancient aura, like an ancient god or demon descending to earth. Legend has it that in the ancient times before the great cataclysm on earth, there were powerful warriors who specialized in cultivating their physical bodies. They were able to destroy mountains and shatter the earth, making them extremely terrifying. At first, everyone thought it was just a legend, but now it seems that it is not unfounded. His physical body has reached the level of an immortal venerable, or more precisely, a physical venerable. Another core disciple said in a trembling voice, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. As everyone knows, while martial artists have methods for cultivating their physical bodies, physical cultivation is far more difficult than improving combat power. Among 1,000 venerables, it would be difficult to find even one venerable with a truly robust physical body. What's even more unbelievable to them is that Chen Xian is currently only a mid-level war god, but his physical defense has already reached the level of an immortal venerable. This is not a physical body at the level of a war god, but a physical body at the level of a venerable one. With just this physical body, even a true immortal could not easily suppress him. The centipede beast god is finished. With its physical strength, Chen Xian can suppress it. Although Chen Xian may not be a match for the centipede beast god in terms of combat strength, the physical damage of a venerable level being is enough to wear it down. Not necessarily. His fist techniques are equally fierce. With his domineering fist techniques and powerful physique, the centipede beast god is in danger. What a freak! I wonder how he managed to develop such a physique. The group discussed amongst themselves. Just moments ago they were worried about Chen Xian, but now the situation had suddenly reversed, which they found extremely strange. The centipede beast god, which has lived in this secret realm for hundreds of years, may very well perish here. This is a beast god that even a high-level war god cannot easily shake. The group was excited, their eyes fixed on the battle below. Humans actually possess physical bodies at the level of immortal venerables? How is that possible? The centipede beast god was immediately shocked. The human boy in front of me has actually reached the venerable level of physical body at the war god realm. You actually used my attacks to hone your physical body. What an extremely cunning human! The centipede beast god roared in anger. The cunning of the humans is simply unbelievable. You figured it out? Too bad it's too late. Chen Xian's face was somewhat pale, but he managed a slight smile. His body was shattered and broken, but his aura was rising steadily. Just now, he used his physical fist techniques to withstand the attack of the centipede beast god, precisely to endure the enemy's powerful blow and thus hone his physical body. In the cultivation of the evolution of all things scripture, his physical body has already shown signs of a breakthrough. Therefore, he deliberately endured the attacks of the centipede beast god. He challenged the 9th tier beast god not only for the points in the freshman competition, but also because breaking through his physical body was one of his goals. Unexpectedly, the centipede beast god unleashed an immortal divine weapon, and with his indestructible star body, he withstood the beast god's attack, almost making Chen Xian give up the idea. Before the physical body has even broken through, the body could very well be smashed to pieces. Fortunately, at the crucial moment, his talent advanced and his physical body successfully broke through to a new level. His physical body is now comparable to that of the Venerable One. Of course, he might not be able to win in a battle against a true Venerable One, but it would be no easy task for the Venerable One to kill him. Once he truly enters the Venerable realm, killing martial artists of the same level will be as easy as slicing melons and chopping vegetables. This is what makes physical martial artists so terrifying. By trading blows for blows, you can eventually wear down your opponent. Thanks for your help, so I've decided to kill you. Chen Xian laughed heartily, his aura soaring to the heavens. His golden blood surged like a river, surrounded by the whispers of gods and demons. The golden blood and energy transformed into a dazzling curtain of light that shot straight into the sky for hundreds of miles. Enraged, the centipede beast god attacked again, its body swelling to an enormous size, blotting out the sky. Its claws rained down like a storm, its blood churning and exploding, tearing cracks through the heavens. The sound of a giant bell, hundreds of meters long, rang out repeatedly. This time, it held back and used every trick in the book. As a beast god, it knew all too well the terror of the Venerable One's physical body. After the attack, it immediately turned and fled, completely losing the will to resist. If we don't escape now, we might lose our lives here. Chen Xian grabbed the bell, and the sharp, immortal weapon in his hand was easily controlled by him as if it were a toy. After emitting a few mournful cries, it returned to its original state. The attack that had once frightened him could no longer even budge his skin. Escape? Is there any way to escape? Chen Xian remained expressionless. The next second, he flashed and soared into the sky, chasing after the centipede beast god. His body suddenly grew to 100 feet tall, like an ancient giant, and two beams of divine light shot out from his eyes, locking onto the fleeing centipede beast god. The centipede beast god was terrified and instantly reverted to its original form, its speed suddenly increasing. A giant, golden hand, faintly obscuring the sky, reached out from the clouds and suddenly grabbed its massive, 100-meter-long body. Its prized centipede weapon was useless against Chen Xian. No matter how hard it swung, it couldn't harm Chen Xian in the slightest. Instead, it broke off one by one under the rebound of Chen Xian's powerful body. Its 100-meter-long body twisted and struggled desperately, but it was ultimately unable to break free from Chen Xian's control. It even conjured two venomous fangs, attempting to pierce Chen Xian's body and poison him to death. But Chen Xian crushed it into powder. "No, don't kill me." At this moment, the centipede beast god finally panicked, filled with terror. It had lived in the secret realm for hundreds of years and was already a local overlord. Although it was suppressed by the Heavenly Wolf Martial Academy, it was still free. It never expected that it would one day perish. Even more unexpectedly, he was killed by a martial artist at the 10 Directions War God realm. Who could have predicted that the 10 Directions War God would possess a venerable level physical body? As Chen Xian's power grew stronger, the bones on the centipede beast god cracked and broke instantly, turning into powder. Segment by segment, inch by inch, when Chen Xiansong released his hand, the centipede beast god's body had already turned to ashes and drifted away gently in the wind, disappearing without a trace, as if it had never existed. He swallowed the crystal blood that remained in midair. The essence of blood and chi that the beast god had condensed was undoubtedly a spiritual medicine for him. A beast god has fallen. After killing the centipede beast god, Chen Xian returned to normal, closed his eyes and focused his mind, carefully sensing the tremendous changes within his body. Everyone on the iron feather boat was stunned. They already knew that the centipede beast god might not be a match for the venerable's physical body, but they never expected that Chen Xian would kill it so easily. With their superior physical strength, they crushed them completely. The centipede beast god's attack was utterly laughable in the face of a venerable level physical body. I never expected Chen Xian to actually kill the centipede beast god. It seems we truly underestimated the power of physical martial artists. The physical body of a venerable level being is terrifying. If it weren't for the extreme difficulty of physical cultivation, I would want to specialize in physical cultivation techniques. Brother Huang, you've really struck gold this time. Ninth uncle, do you have any ideas about having Chen Xian become my master's disciple? Ah, don't even think about it. Wang Feiheng burst into laughter, his eyes shining with delight. This kid is practically a war god of all directions. He's been hiding his true strength for far too long. He was unaware that Chen Xian had actually broken through to the god of war realm in just a few days. Otherwise he would have been even more shocked. The outcome of this competition is already decided. That's right, even if someone else has a higher score, we can't let him be second. Points don't fully represent strength. The group chatted amongst themselves, completely unwavering in their belief in the outcome of the competition. 100,000 points, no one can surpass that. No matter how many 7th or 8th tier beasts there are, they can't compare to a 9th tier beast god. At that moment, Chen Xian's points were displayed on the smart ring, and all the freshmen who were paying attention to the points were immediately shocked. They thought they were seeing things, and rubbed their eyes again and again. Despite repeated confirmations, the points remained unchanged. The entire trial realm erupted in chaos. What's going on? Nearly 110,000 points. Is this real or fake? Could the system have miscalculated? There might only be a little over 100 points. Is there a system malfunction? Don't be silly, this is the Serious Martial Academy. I've been keeping an eye on my points, and the highest I've seen is only a few thousand. How could it suddenly jump to over 100,000? It can't be a system error. Immediately afterward, someone realized what was happening, and the chat channel became eerily silent. If I remember correctly, a 9th tier beast god has 100,000 points. Could it be that someone really killed a 9th tier beast god? Everyone was so shocked they couldn't speak. What? A new student killed a 9th tier beast god? How is that possible? On one side of the secret realm, Xin Chang, who was frantically slaughtering alien beasts, was stunned when he saw the message. What does it mean to kill a 9th tier alien beast? Warriors below the venerable level are simply no match for a 9th tier beast god. No one, in Xin Chang's knowledge, had ever encountered such a powerful martial artist. Moreover, among the new students of the Serious Martial Academy this time, there is another martial Dao venerable besides him, but that person has only just broken through to the war god realm. Their cultivation levels are all inferior to his, let alone being able to contend with the beast god. You must have seen it wrong, it's just a rumor. Even the Serious Martial Academy isn't immune to making mistakes. He felt relieved. Aside from the number 1 player with 100,000 points, he was second. The top student position is secured. The 3 hours of the freshman competition passed quickly. You can go out now. Time is running out. The rankings are no longer in doubt. Above the clouds, Huang Feihong and the others circled the secret realm once, and looked at the time on their rings and said, "This batch of freshmen isn't particularly strong overall, but at least a few promising talents have emerged." During their patrol, they rescued dozens of new students who were in danger. Otherwise, your life will be in danger. Their purpose in conducting patrols was precisely to prevent freshmen from encountering life-threatening situations. Of course, after being rescued, the competition among those trainees ended immediately, and they returned to the outside world. The competition ended quickly. All the new students began to leave the secret realm one after another. Xin Shang emerged from the secret realm and looked around, but did not see a single student. He couldn't help but chuckle. His earlier worries had completely vanished. As expected, I am the real number 1 freshman. It seems the points display was wrong. Those people simply didn't want to come out in the end. Strange, why hasn't the points error been fixed yet? Never mind, the rankings will be announced soon. Let that person be happy for a while. A relaxed smile appeared on his face, and then one figure after another emerged from the secret realm. It seems there aren't any particularly amazing figures among this year's freshmen. Even the martial god doesn't dare to break through his own limits and challenge the higher levels. What just happened? There seems to be something wrong with some of the surveillance footage. As soon as the Grand Elder finished speaking, another elder looked puzzled. However, considering that the secret realm itself was full of uncertainties, they didn't pay too much attention to it. As long as the number of casualties among the trainees is not high, there is no need to panic too much. It is common for some individuals to lose their lives during the freshman competition. Humans are not the only race in the universe, but they have earned their current status through blood and flesh. Even during assessments, a slight mistake could cost you your life. Moreover, as a major martial arts sect on a high-level cosmic planet, they know that so-called alien beasts are nothing but ants in the face of truly terrifying races. Those monster calamities mainly occur on remote and weak planets. Have all the new students come out yet? The secret realm is about to close. An elder looked at the core disciples who had returned and said, reporting to the elder, apart from a few freshmen who perished, everyone else has returned. The core disciple who was with Huang Feihong glanced at the ring on his hand, which contained detailed information about all the new students who participated in the assessment. Wait, why didn't Chen Xian come out? Huang Feihong scanned the crowd but did not see Chen Xian, which puzzled him. As a newcomer who killed a 9th tier beast god, his points were already far ahead and he should have been released long ago. Could it be that he hasn't come out yet? Another core disciple said eagerly, the secret realm is about to close, and if we cannot leave in time, the consequences will be unimaginable, even for the powerful Serious Martial Academy. Opening the secret realm is not easy. They almost never use it without permission except for the freshman competition. Why are there still people who haven't come out? The elder stared intently at Huang Feihong and his companions, his brows furrowed slightly. How can today's freshmen have such a poor sense of time? Elder, Chen Xian hasn't returned yet. He just killed the centipede centipede beast god. He should have come out long ago. It was my negligence. What? He killed the centipede beast god? That kid from earlier? The one who rode the heavenly dragon sect spaceship? The elders were shocked. The ninth elder looked at Huang Feihong with curiosity. If I remember correctly, that kid is the god of martial arts. Can he really kill the beast god? It's master. It's him. Huang Feihong responded. Several core disciples nodded in agreement. It seems I was right. The problem with the video just now was most likely caused by the energy fluctuations they released during their battle. An 18-year-old war god of the 10 directions was able to kill a beast god. He is truly a rare genius. Indeed, truly remarkable. The elders praised it repeatedly. The time in the secret realm can be extended a little, but there will be a price to pay. Go and summon him out, the elders said with a smile. Compared to a genius martial artist, the cost of extending the time in the secret realm is negligible. Qin Shang was completely stunned, and not only him, but all the freshmen were dumbfounded. A new student actually killed a 9th-tier beast god. No one would believe it unless confirmed by the elders and core disciples. This isn't just a matter of belief, it's about something that can't be done. Some of the freshmen couldn't help but look at Qin Shang and another martial arts god, who were already the strongest among the freshmen. Unexpectedly, a dark horse emerged. Could there be a martial arts god among the new students, and one with extremely powerful strength? So the points are correct, it's just that the powerful new student hasn't come out of the secret realm yet. No wonder the secret realm suddenly changed dramatically and the energy fluctuations were unusually strong when I was fighting a 7th-tier beast. Are you alright? That beast suddenly went berserk, and I almost fell into a ditch. When the big shots fight, we ordinary people suffer. Their movements are terrifying, the freshmen whispered among themselves. At this moment, their eyes were fixed on the exit of the secret realm, wanting to see what the newcomer who could kill a 9th-tier beast god looked like. Just then, a strange sound suddenly came from the secret realm, making everyone's heart tighten and their hearts tremble with fear. This is bad, the portal to the secret realm has closed. One of the core disciples suddenly cried out in surprise. The once open portal to the secret realm was now showing signs of closing, and a chilling aura was emanating from it. You should know that everyone in the square is a martial arts expert, the weakest of whom is a warrior general. On a small planet, they would be able to dominate a region. But now, they were terrified by this strange aura. This wasn't a suppression of power, but a strange, unfounded sense of fear that sent chills down one's spine. Everyone instinctively retreated, keeping a safe distance from the portal. What exactly is going on? The core disciples who wanted to enter the secret realm also discovered that they could no longer enter. The elders sitting on the stone chairs halfway up the mountain suddenly stood up, as if they had thought of something, and their expressions changed drastically. Senior brother, what do you think of this situation? The 11th elder looked at the first elder with a solemn expression. Could it be? That's very likely. The secret realm does indeed hold secrets, but we'll have to wait and see what they are. Fortunately, we have disciples inside. We can ask them later. Right now, all we need to do is defend the secret realm, the grand elder said in a deep voice. Eldest brother is absolutely right. The other elders responded in unison. What does this mean? The new students were completely bewildered, and even the previous students watching from the sidelines looked equally confused. The elders spoke mysteriously, talking about the opening and closing of the secret realm, their words full of hidden meanings. Seeing the elders' serious expressions, none of them dared to say anything. Even Qin Shang remained silent, still bewildered. Someone had killed a 9th-tier beast god, but no one understood what had happened. Unless a peerless martial arts expert breaks through it with their own strength, even the 10 directions war gods and immortal venerables cannot do anything about it. This is a law of heaven and earth. After several attempts, Wang Feihong had to give up the idea of entering the secret realm. Now, it's truly impossible to enter the secret realm. Not to mention him, even the elders were powerless. This was the rule of this newborn trial realm. The elders had previously gone in to deal with 9th-tier beast gods and scout the situation, but experts surpassing the war god realm simply couldn't get in. Therefore, this secret realm can only be used for new student trials. At first, everyone was worried that the secret realm might hide some dangerous secrets that could have a negative impact on the new students. However, after several trials, they found that apart from the high level of the beasts inside, there were no other abnormalities, and they gradually felt at ease. I never expected such a sudden turn of events. However, they were helpless and could only wait. If things were really as they thought, they would probably have to abandon the secret realm or ask the two deans to forcibly open it. Fortunately, everything is still speculation at the moment, but just in case, the elders used their great magic to isolate the new students from the secret realm. Chen Xian slowly opened his eyes. He had not fully refined the essence and blood of the centipede beast god, but this power had already pushed his blood and chi to their peak, leaving no room for it. It seems that we can only continue to absorb energy after we have already digested it. Before long, he felt that his cultivation level had improved significantly. He estimated that if he could completely refine the essence and blood of the centipede beast god, his cultivation level would probably jump directly to the advanced war god realm. Master, something seems amiss in the secret realm, something's not right. Xiao Cheng on his shoulder looked up, his tone somewhat solemn. As a member of an ancient star beast race, Xiao Cheng possesses extremely keen senses. The current secret realm is completely different from before, permeated with a distant and ancient dark aura. The atmosphere was extremely oppressive, making it hard to breathe. It wanted to persuade Qin Xian to leave. They searched the secret realm but couldn't find the exit. The path to the exit seemed to be blocked by a thick fog. Moreover, apart from them, the secret realm was completely deserted. It seems that the trial has ended during my cultivation period, and what happened next is beyond our comprehension. Fortunately, the secret realm doesn't seem to be closed. We just can't find the exit. Chen Xian quickly understood this. As Chen Xian searched for the exit of the secret realm again, he felt the strangeness of the realm more and more. A lot of eerie mist suddenly filled the air. Many powerful beasts went berserk immediately after coming into contact with the mist. They become bloodthirsty and belligerent, and will not hesitate to rush up and tear apart and kill even when facing opponents stronger than themselves. The strange beasts seem to have lost their minds. All of this indicates that something unusual has indeed appeared in the secret realm. Deep within that dilapidated city, the gray fog grew thicker. A strange altar stood there, seemingly suppressing something. Xiao Cheng, this secret realm is no ordinary place. It seems to be suppressing some kind of being, right? Xiao Qing examined the ancient characters beside the altar, and the memories passed down in her mind gave her a vague impression of those long-lost ancient characters. Could the meaning of these words unlock the mystery of why the order turned out this way? Chen Xian had no clue about these texts that had long been lost in the torrent of history. Compared to the vast universe, Earth's civilization is almost insignificant. After the Great Cataclysm, research into ancient civilizations lagged far behind that of the core galaxy. Aside from the script of Earth, Chen Xian knew nothing about the scripts of other civilizations. But Xiao Qing, as a member of the ancient Void Star clan, was completely different. For many years, passing on traditions has become an instinct for her. These traditions contain the memory of the texts we see before us. Long ago, this place was a stronghold of a sect. Later, a great terror struck, and the sect's elders sacrificed their lives to suppress the evil creature. At that time, they called that creature a demon. A demon? Is that an ancient creature? Although I don't know its strength, the fact that it could wipe out an entire sect and that the sect's elders had to sacrifice their lives to suppress it shows how ferocious it is. It seems that some of these secret realms are very likely the ruins of ancient sects, which, by chance, formed into secret realms. Is this strange situation a sign that the demon is about to break through the seal? Thinking of this, Chen Xian's expression became extremely solemn. A creature capable of destroying an ancient sect was not to be underestimated. When faced with the unknown, even the slightest carelessness can cost you your life. The madness of the strange beasts in the secret realm is very likely related to this suddenly appearing gray mist. As for the clues to the exit of the secret realm, they may also be closely related to this matter. Chen Xian understood that in order to leave the secret realm, he had to figure out the source of the fog. This dilapidated city is the core of the secret realm, yet its area spans 1,000 miles. They are only currently on the edge of the city. The mist, appearing and disappearing intermittently, was slowly drifting out from the center of the city. The centipede beast god was stationed at the edge of the city, perhaps because it had sensed something unusual. The most urgent task right now is to find a way to leave the secret realm. The secret realm is ultimately just a small world with incomplete laws. The laws that martial artists comprehend after staying here for a long time are all fragmented, so it is naturally difficult for them to achieve great success in their cultivation. Not to mention that a mysterious and terrifying thing is hidden here. After figuring out the root of the problem, Chen Xian and Xiao Cheng continued to venture deeper into the city. At this moment, Xiao Qing was no longer in the form of a snake, but had transformed into a human form, accompanying Chen Xian. In any case, her strength far surpasses Chen Xian's, and once Chen Xian falls, she will surely fall as well. At this moment, we must not be careless in the slightest. Following the direction of the fog makes it easy to find the right path. The further you go, the thicker the fog becomes. In the end, the fog almost solidified into a tangible substance. Even stranger, the fog began to affect Chen Xian, causing various hallucinations to appear in his mind. But whenever the fog tried to overwhelm his mind, the stars in his sea of psychic power would vibrate gently, and the strange sensations would immediately dissipate. Minister Duan once said that the starstones originated from an ancient secret realm. It seems that the secret realm is ancient, and the starstones and the mist here should belong to the same era. Otherwise, the starstone could not have so easily offset the negative effects of the fog. Chen Xian and Xiao Chang moved extremely fast. Despite the significant impact of the fog, they arrived at the very center of the city after more than 10 minutes. However, something strange happened. In the center of the city, a grove of towering trees stood, their intertwined vines blocking out the sun, and a cave was vaguely visible, from which thick gray mist billowed out. Xiao Cheng, it seems this fog is the source. The anomalies in the secret realm are definitely related to this place. If we want to get out, we must first find out the origin of this fog, Chen Xian said in a deep voice. let's go down and take a look ourselves. Xiaoqing looked around and nodded firmly. It seems there is no other choice. The two cleared away the weeds on the ground, and soon the entrance appeared before them. When they stepped into the cave, the sight before them was astonishing. This was not the dark cave they had imagined, but rather an underground palace with numerous pavilions and halls. Although it was dilapidated and mottled, one could still vaguely see its former glory. The thick fog spread even further, creating an eerie atmosphere. However strange as it may be, they haven't encountered any danger yet. Just as the two were puzzled, a shrill roar suddenly came from a side hall not far away. Suddenly, the attic exploded, and a group of skeletal monsters sprang out and rushed straight at the two of them. Xiaoqing has 9 skeletal monsters, each possessing the strength of a 9th-tier beast god. Master, leave these to me. Xiaoqing's expression changed drastically, and she stepped forward to block Qin Xian. The 9-headed skeletal monster was no less powerful than the centipede beast god. Even though Qin Xian was a physical body master, he would find it difficult to withstand such a powerful enemy. After all, he is still far from being a true master. Without hesitation, Xiaoqing revealed her true form, a 100-foot-long pterosaur. Amidst the lightning and thunder, the skeleton monsters couldn't even hold on for a breath and instantly turned to ashes. Compared to before, Xiaoqing's strength has reached a new level. The essence and blood of the ancient pterosaur were fused even more thoroughly. Today, it is absolutely no less than any elder of the Serious Martial Academy. After eliminating the monster, a strange object appeared in front of the two. A dark light swirled around it, appearing and disappearing in the void. It was a grayish bead, about the size of a fist, suspended in the pervasive black mist. It looks ordinary, but it makes people feel uneasy and have a chill in their hearts. Be careful, this bead is not simple. Master, don't be careless. Xiaoqing stared at the front with a solemn expression. I understand. Qin Xian nodded. The ancient ruins in the secret realm were definitely not as peaceful as they appeared on the surface. A beam of colorful light shot out from the bead, spun twice in the air, and then stopped, gradually coalescing into a human figure. The illusory figure gradually became clearer, revealing itself to be a Taoist priest. With triangular eyes, a sharp goatee, and dressed in a blood-red Taoist robe, he stared at Qin Xian with a cold gaze as soon as he appeared, emitting eerie, grating laughs. Could it be another remnant soul of a powerful being? Qin Xian frowned. The illusory figure before them did not exude a strong martial arts aura. Instead, it carried an inexplicable eeriness. However, he also knew that anything that could appear in the secret realm was by no means simple. The Taoist is the soul of an ancient cultivator. Xiaoqing's expression changed drastically, as if she had remembered something, and she cried out in surprise. An ancient cultivator? Qin Xian wondered to himself. That's right. It is said that tens of thousands of years ago, or even earlier, there were ancient cultivators who have long been lost in the long river of history of the universe. Xiaoqing's eyes showed disbelief. Although alien beasts are a major force in the universe, and even a martial arts sect like the Serious Martial Academy dares not provoke them easily, they are far inferior to the legendary ancient cultivators. She clearly remembered that the ancient texts described ancient cultivators as extremely powerful, far surpassing the martial arts practitioners of the last few thousand years. Indeed, I have waited for nearly 10,000 years, and I never expected that anyone would still know of my existence. The Taoist phantom glanced at Xiaoqing with surprise, revealing an extremely eerie smile. Since that's the case, I'll give you a chance to become my slave. The Taoist turned and stared intently at Qin Xian, his eyes filled with greed and desire. I'll give you a choice too. Hand over this body to me. I have a magical artifact that can guarantee the safety of your soul and allow you to be reborn in another body in the future. Of course, you can refuse. In that case, I will destroy your soul and then take over your body. What do you say? The Taoist priest wore a half-smile, full of mockery, as if Qin Xian was already his for the taking. He was not impatient at all. Although he had been dead for 10,000 years, his soul was extremely powerful. In addition, with the help of treasures such as the nourishing spirit pearl, his soul was even more resilient than before. Moreover, he had already awakened 1,000 years ago, after the secret realm was discovered by the Serious Martial Academy and became a trial realm for new students. He deliberately hid himself and did not show himself to avoid being noticed by the powerful figures in the academy. Subsequently, he even controlled several powerful mythical beasts, such as the centipede beast god, and deployed them around the city to guard it. No new student who participated in the trial ever entered the center of the secret realm. Even the disciples who infiltrated the core of the martial arts academy using secret techniques failed to discover his whereabouts. In his view, although these students were quite skilled in martial arts, their spiritual cultivation was extremely weak, far inferior to his. However, Qin Xian's appearance shocked him. Qin Xian's powerful killing of the centipede beast god and the strength of his physical body far exceeded his expectations. Even in his era, such a powerful physical body was extremely rare. Therefore, he harbored covetous thoughts. If he could obtain Qin Xian's physical body and combine it with his own powerful spiritual energy, his cultivation path would be like embarking on a highway, soaring upwards far beyond what he had experienced before. war. After Qin Xian killed the centipede beast god, he tried to lure Qin Xian over. One of the two, the Taoist asked with a smile. Qin Xian smiled calmly, his expression unchanged. What if I don't choose any of them? The remnant of the human emperor on Karlstar was exceptionally powerful, but he easily killed it. Don't choose? Then die, the Taoist said coldly. Don't think you can stand against me just because you've killed a few demonic beasts. Surrendering your physical body is your only way out. The Taoist's illusory figure scanned Qin Xian up and down, his eyes flashing with increasingly intense joy, wishing he could immediately possess his body. Seeing that Qin Xian had no intention of handing over his body, the Taoist could no longer restrain himself. He let out a strange, croaking laugh and reached out to grab Qin Xian. A stream of emerald green true energy condensed in the air, transforming into a sharp, piercing ribbon that sliced through the void and slashed horizontally towards Qin Xian. Before they even got close, the surrounding air exploded with a deafening roar, and the dilapidated hall instantly shattered into pieces. Qin Xian's eyes flickered slightly, his heart filled with surprise. Even though the Taoist was in a state of divine sense, he could still use true energy to attack. This is quite similar to his divine forging scripture cultivation method, but completely different from the current mainstream martial arts methods of cultivating the physical body. Even the remnant of the human emperor who fell from the planet Karl back then, although his soul was powerful, after his divine will was shattered, he could only rely on instinct and his physical body for both offense and defense. It was far less agile than the illusory figure before them, almost indistinguishable from a real person. Despite his surprise, Qin Xian faced the attack without hesitation, reaching out with one hand to forcefully grab and shatter the true energy. Interesting, the Taoist's eyes gleamed. At this moment, he had no physical body, and physical attacks were not his forte. Thinking of this, streams of divine thoughts flowed from his body like ripples, and then transformed into surging waves of the Yangtze River. A giant black hand appeared out of thin air, reaching out directly from the void and enveloping Qin Xian's entire body. This giant hand exuded no aura of martial power or true energy. Instead, it radiated an ancient and colorful aura. An extremely strange force surged from the giant hand and crashed into Qin Xian's sea of mental energy. Let's see how you resist, the Taoist laughed wildly. This massive, azure hand was formed from his divine sense and was a technique specifically designed to attack the soul's sea of consciousness. In his time, this was also an extremely superior method of attack. Nowadays, martial artists mostly focus on strengthening their physical bodies with qi and blood, while their spiritual cultivation is generally weak. He believed that although Qin Xian was physically strong and had outstanding martial arts skills, which was rare for someone his age, he was bound to be no match for him in terms of soul martial arts. The battle of the mind is far more dangerous than physical combat. Once the mental strength collapses and the consciousness is obliterated, it is equivalent to death. Under his massive hand, Qin Xian's soul and consciousness would likely be torn apart instantly, turning him into an idiot. At that time, he will inherit Qin Xian's body. With his own spiritual cultivation of 10,000 years, combined with the other party's powerful physical body, he will soon be able to dominate a region, or even go further and become an unparalleled powerhouse. Thinking of this, the Taoist priest was extremely excited. The power of the large hand suddenly increased by 3 points. Before Qin Xian's eyes, all he saw was a ferocious beast that craved humans, its enormous jaws wide open, radiating a terrifying aura as it lunged straight at him. This is a contest of mental power, a situation that has evolved from a fierce collision deep within the sea of consciousness. Qin Xian seemed somewhat dazed for a moment. Seeing this, Qingyang Daoist's face lit up with joy. Clearly, the mental attack had been effective, and the opponent probably wouldn't last long. In this universe, while martial arts are powerful, some formidable martial artists are also highly talented in mental defense, possessing means to resist mental attacks. However, at their level, their mental power cultivation is extremely terrifying. Even the 10 directions martial god would find it difficult to resist, otherwise he would not have been able to use mental power to suppress the centipede beast god. If even the beast god is so powerful, what about those whose cultivation is generally inferior to that of human war gods of the same level? Xingyang Daoist stared intently at Qin Xian, who remained motionless, his face slightly contorted in pain. A smug smile crept onto his lips. This terrifying body is finally mine. In just 100 years, the Daoist Xingyang will be able to reappear in the world. Ha! Overjoyed, he reached out to grab Qin Xian. He planned to completely erase the divine consciousness in Qin Xian's mental sea and then establish his own mental sea within it. Watch out, master! Xiaoqing's expression changed drastically, and she was about to reveal her true form. At that moment, Qin Xian coldly opened his eyes. A large hand, also evolved from spiritual power, firmly grasped him. At the same time, a massive surge of mental energy crashed into the Taoist's illusory figure. You want to kill me? It's not that easy. Qin Xian spoke slowly, his expression calm. How is this possible? Xingyang Daoist was shocked. The opponent was clearly powerless to fight back under his mental attack, so how could he suddenly counterattack? How could it be impossible? You're not the only one who possesses telekinetic martial arts. Although you are powerful, you probably can't completely erase my consciousness. A sudden burst of blue light appeared in Chen Xian's eyes. The sea of psychic power surged with raging waves, and a 3-inch-long psychic flying knife pierced straight into Qingyang Taoist's mind. Previously, when the Taoist's mental attack first invaded Chen Xian's mental energy sea, it began to wreak havoc, but fortunately it was easily suppressed by the Starstone. Otherwise, even if they don't die, they will suffer severe injuries. Chen Xian dared not be careless and instantly unleashed the God-slaying blade. Psychological attack? Qingyang Taoist was stunned for a moment, then his expression relaxed and he breathed a sigh of relief. He even found it laughable, considering himself a soul being with exceptionally strong mental power, and the idea of being defeated in this aspect was simply a pipe dream. This method is simply Before Qingyang Taoist could finish speaking, his mind felt as if it were being torn apart, and the indescribable pain was almost unbearable. It felt as if his entire body had been split in two. His body also began to sway and become unsteady. At the same time, a surge of spiritual energy, like a raging torrent, crashed into his sea of consciousness. Boundless and unstoppable. Damn it! Qingyang Taoist let out a miserable cry, feeling the opponent's continuous spiritual power, and his face flashed with disbelief and terror. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. How could you possess such powerful spiritual energy? Are you also an ancient cultivator? Impossible, absolutely impossible. The cosmic upheaval 10,000 years ago nearly destroyed the entire cultivation system, causing countless powerful beings to perish. If not for the spiritual artifact that allowed him to survive in the secret realm, he would have already perished. Although the opponent was powerful, he was certain that it was not a cultivator from that era. However, this incomparably powerful mental strength filled him with fear. In terms of physical strength, as someone without a physical body, he is no match for Chen Xian. If his mental attacks fail to eliminate the opponent, he is very likely to be killed in return. The moment this thought crossed his mind, Qingyang Taoist panicked. Having survived for many years and with resurrection imminent, how could he be willing to die? However, if this continues, facing the opponent's relentless spiritual power, all efforts will likely be in vain, or even lead to complete annihilation. He couldn't understand how Chen Xian had managed to resist his mental attacks. However, there is no time to think about it now. The opponent's spiritual power was inexhaustible, seemingly boundless, which almost drove him mad. This is unbelievable. Qingyang Taoist's expression changed rapidly, knowing that there was no time to lose. With a roar, the dusty bead that had been hovering in the air spewed out a large amount of gas, which seemed to tangibly wrap around the bead and press down on Chen Xian. The ghostly sounds echoed, and in the next moment, countless dark figures gathered in midair, rushing towards Chen Xian's mind. Once it enters his mind, it can severely damage his spirit. The attack was then easily resolved. These phantoms are best at obliterating souls. It's a stroke of luck that they died under my magic weapon. Your cultivation is quite impressive. Don't worry, after I die, I will ensure that your soul lives forever within my magical artifact at my command. Ha ha! Qingyang Taoist's face was cold and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. The more extraordinary Chen Xian was, the more he longed to completely eliminate him so he could possess his body. My soul was almost damaged this time, so your soul must be used by me forever. Moreover, such powerful mental strength is practically tailor-made for me. Not only is my physical body formidable, but my mental strength is also not to be underestimated. He originally thought that it would take 100 years to recover his peak strength after taking over Chen Xian's body, but now it seems that only half the time is needed. This physical body is extremely rare. Ghost Shadow, kill him quickly. The Taoist priest of Qingyang activated his magic weapon with all his might. Too bad, your methods are ineffective against me. As soon as Chen Xian finished speaking, a huge rock, entirely blue and radiating a hazy golden light, floated in midair. The radiance flows and the Taoist essence is boundless. The moment the starstone appeared, the gray bead suddenly exploded. Qingyang Taoist let out a shrill scream and his body was violently pushed back. His originally solid figure gradually became illusory. An ancient cultivator's magic weapon? The Taoist priest of Qingyang was utterly horrified, unable to comprehend where Chen Xian could possess such a powerful magic weapon. If he didn't escape, he feared he would truly perish. Just as Qingyang Taoist was about to escape, the starstone crashed down hard. He let out a roar of unwilling anger, but his body was mercilessly twisted, then scattered and disappeared without a trace. The moment Qingyang Taoist perished, the gray mist that sealed the exit of the secret realm also dissipated. It seems that the most dangerous thing in this secret realm is this Taoist phantom. Even the centipede beast god might not be his match. Chen Xian reached out and gathered the broken fragments of the bead together. Although shattered, it still radiated a chilling power. Even if used for refining weapons, it must contain unconventional power. At least on Earth, such a treasure is unique, and there is no record of it in the martial arts mall. As the gray mist dissipated, the sealed entrance to the secret realm reopened, and a hazy light emerged. Elder, the exit of the secret realm has been opened. Huang Feihong and the others who had been waiting outside were overjoyed and hurriedly reported to the Grand Elder. Wait a moment, he should be coming out soon. Otherwise, you can go back in and search for him again. Xian. The elder's face relaxed. A disciple capable of killing a 9th-tier beast god was enough to warrant the sect's serious attention. In other words, it would be perfectly reasonable to directly list him as a core disciple of the sect. After all, a war god from a remote planet is exceptionally talented in both cultivation and ability. A martial arts powerhouse like the Serious Martial Academy would never underestimate him. Perhaps 100 years from now, he will become a pillar of the sect's top strength. On the surface, only genius warriors can advance to the level of Immortal Venerable, and Immortal Venerable is the true high-end combat force of the sect. Compared to the 10 Directions War God, the advancement of the Immortal Venerable is even more difficult, truly 1 in 10,000. The Serious Martial Academy only has 18 Immortal Venerables. With such a scale, it is already a top-tier sect. Chen Xian's performance was undoubtedly the most dazzling and showed the most outstanding potential among these new disciples. Moreover, the cause of the anomalies within the secret realm needs to be investigated. A controllable secret realm is equally crucial for the Serious Martial Academy. Disciple understands. Huang Feihong and the others nodded in agreement. At this moment, a light flashed at the entrance of the secret realm, and a figure slowly appeared in front of everyone. Tall and handsome, with a calm and composed face, it was Chen Xian. That's Chen Xian. I never expected him to be so handsome. His good looks are secondary, his combat skills are also so high. I heard he has the highest score among the freshmen. I heard that his cultivation has reached the level of a 10th order war god, and he even killed a 9th order beast god in the secret realm. Wow, really? You're not kidding, are you? That's right. Generally speaking, a human war god can't beat a 9th tier beast god in a one-on-one fight. Xin Shang should be able to testify. As someone with the same war god realm cultivation, he definitely knows. That's right. You all heard the huge noise in the secret realm just now, didn't you? The freshmen were buzzing with discussion, their eyes all turning to Qin Shang, hoping to get an answer from him. Unfortunately, Qin Shang's face was ashen, and he showed no intention of providing any explanation. However, this did not stop the freshmen from gossiping, with the girls looking at Chen Xian with particularly bright eyes. Handsome and powerful, he's simply irresistible. They are both students and martial artists, so it's only natural for them to admire strength. It's Brother Xian. That's great. I knew he was alright. Upon seeing Chen Xian, Zhou Tian and the other two showed joy on their faces. After all, they were all from Blue Star, and Chen Xian was more like their support. In this unfamiliar environment, they naturally hoped that he would be safe and sound. Luckily, he was able to participate in the competition in time. Yi Qingyu, standing in the crowd, also breathed a sigh of relief. Moreover, he seems to be even stronger than before. Being able to kill a 9th tier beast god is an extremely rare feat, even among the 10 Directions war gods. Moreover, the lowest level among the records of the god of war killing the beast god was a high-level god of war, and he is clearly not at that level. I wonder how he did it. Just as she was deep in thought, halfway up the mountain, 18 immortal venerables all turned their gazes toward Chen Xian. Not bad. The combat power of a mid-level war god is enough to kill a 9th level beast god, which is extremely rare. Fei Hong has indeed taken on a good disciple this time. The 9th elder sized up Chen Xian and nodded in satisfaction. While the curriculum was theoretically standardized for each new class, as elders, they had the right to accept disciples independently. Each year, some new students are chosen by powerful figures in the sect to receive individual instruction, but elders rarely favor their disciples. At most, they would only take on apprentices from the higher grades. But Chen Xian in front of him gave him the idea of taking him as a disciple. More importantly, Chen Xian was a new student recruited by Wang Feihong, and as Wang Feihong's master, he had the right to accept disciples at the first opportunity. You're Chen Xian? I'm the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Wolf Martial Academy. You're the one who killed that centipede beast god in the secret realm, aren't you? Elder Chen Ping'an looked at Chen Xian with a smile. The Grand Elder of the Serious Martial Academy? Chen Xian was taken aback. It was just a freshman competition, yet it had attracted the attention of an elder from the Martial Academy. He sensed a hidden yet powerful and terrifying aura emanating from the Grand Elder. This is no ordinary person. Yes, Elder. Chen Xian nodded in response. Not bad, not bad. What exactly happened in the secret realm just now? The Elder asked with a smile. Chen Xian briefly recounted what had happened. After listening, the first Elder's expression changed slightly, and he exchanged glances with the other elders. The newcomers may not understand what this means, but these immortal beings who have lived for hundreds of years know it perfectly well. The soul of an ancient cultivator. The strongmen of that era could not possibly be alive today. Those who could survive would only exist in their divine soul form. Fortunately, it was just the soul, otherwise, it could have become a hidden danger in the future. As for Chen Xian, his ability to kill both the beast god and the soul of an ancient cultivator is astonishing. Without a doubt, he was the most outstanding student among the new students. Let's announce the rankings and rewards now. After speaking, the Grand Elder and the other elders departed in a long rainbow. The rankings were subsequently announced, drawing envy from the new students. Chen Xian unsurprisingly took first place among the freshmen. The The reward is a villa halfway up the mountain and a large amount of cultivation resources. What shocked everyone even more was that the ninth elder intended to take Chen Xian under his wing, a meteoric rise to the top. Everyone was envious and jealous. Serious Martial Academy is different from previous academies, or rather, this is the convention of all major martial arts sects. The Martial Arts Academy teaches martial arts and provides resources, but good resources such as elixirs, treasures, and rare martial arts techniques can only be obtained by completing academy tasks or by exchanging them with corresponding items. The tasks reward you with points, while the physical rewards are real, tangible items. Serious Martial Academy trains martial artists, not delicate flowers in a greenhouse. Being able to become a disciple of an elder of a sect gives one a significant head start over many others. Brother Xian, that's awesome. I knew you could do it. Zhou Tian, Lu Zhe, and others excitedly stepped forward and said. Their rankings were almost all below 100, with the worst even approaching 300. Chen Xian's outstanding performance made them feel proud. Seeing their relationship with Chen Xian, many other freshmen's expressions changed, and they regarded them as someone not to be trifled with. Yi Qingyu also came over and congratulated Chen Xian. You did a good job too. Chen Xian nodded and smiled. Yi Qingyu's performance in this competition was equally stunning. Although she was only a mid-level battle king, the combat power she displayed was in no way inferior to that of a high-level battle king. Clearly, she will become a key figure in the sect's training program. Yi Qingyu nodded, then bid farewell to Chen Xian. She had a reserved personality and wasn't very familiar with Chen Xian and the others, so it was already quite kind of her to offer her congratulations. After a brief chat, they parted ways. After the competition, someone led them to their respective lodgings. Zhou Tian and the others stayed in rooms at the foot of the mountain. Brother Chen, congratulations. No, from now on you'll have to call me senior brother. After Zhou Tian and the others left, Huang Feihong came up, grabbed Chen Xian's wrist and smiled. Come on, I'll take you somewhere. As soon as they finished speaking, a flash of light appeared, and the two of them disappeared from the square at the same time. When it reappeared, it was already halfway up the mountain. Our residences at the Serious Martial Academy are located at the foot of the mountain, on the mountainside, and at the summit. The foot of the mountain is naturally for freshmen or those with extremely poor martial arts aptitude. The mountainside is where the core disciples of our sect reside. Junior brother Chen, although you are not yet a core disciple, your strength is enough for you to live here. Huang Feihong led Chen Xian to a villa. The building blended perfectly with the mountain, surrounded by clouds and mist, and the spiritual energy was abundant. Although it's only halfway up the mountain, the altitude is nearly 3,000 meters. The view is extremely expansive, stretching as far as the eye can see. The surrounding area is an endless expanse of sea, with scenery so beautiful it's breathtaking. And what about the mountaintop? The mountaintop is where the two deans and elders live, as well as some powerful senior brothers. Huang Feihong said with a smile. Can disciples also live on the mountaintop? Junior brother Chen, the Tianlang Martial Academy has been established for 5,000 years, and there are many exceptionally talented individuals among its members. I have heard that some of my senior brothers live on the mountaintop, but I don't know the specifics. Huang Feihong shook his head. The Serious Martial Academy was so large that he couldn't detect them if they wanted to hide their whereabouts. Chen Xian nodded slowly. As expected of a top sect in the Sirius system, its foundation is far beyond that of ordinary planets. Junior brother Chen, I won't disturb your rest any longer. I live not far away, so feel free to contact me anytime if you need anything. By the way, your competition resource rewards are all in the treasure pavilion. You can go there to collect them with your identity token. If you don't have an immortal weapon yet, you can go to the Divine Weapon Pavilion to train for one. Common equipment is provided free of charge. Since the ninth elder intended to take Chen Xian in, Huang Feihong's attitude was noticeably more enthusiastic than before, and he gave him a long lecture before flying away. This serves both as a reminder to him not to forget to collect the resources for the freshman competition and as a suggestion to forge his own divine weapon as soon as possible. In fact, ever since he reached the level of a war god, he discovered that the flying knife weapon obtained by Jiangnan University was very crude. Strictly speaking, it's severely damaged. It could be used as a powerful weapon when my cultivation level wasn't high enough, but now it seems to be losing its effectiveness. It seems I need to find some time to properly reforge the divine weapon. Chen Xian thought for a moment, took out the token of the Heavenly Wolf Martial Academy, tapped it lightly, and entered the villa. The villa has a total interior space of 1,000 square meters, with an antique style and complete rest and meditation areas. The storage room was filled with all sorts of common cultivation resources, and the cabinets were almost overflowing with energy liquid. If this were on Earth, selling just these items would instantly make someone the richest person on Earth. These are all high-grade energy liquids. However, it wouldn't be of much use to Chen Xian at his current cultivation level. It could be given to my younger sister to use. After thinking for a moment, Chen Xian decided not to put the energy liquid into the ring for the time being, since bringing his sister over was the most urgent matter. The villa actually had servants, but Chen Xian didn't like that arrangement. environment. Huang Feihong had mentioned it before, but he hadn't taken it to heart. Besides, if he really wanted servants, the freshmen at the foot of the mountain would probably have already rushed over in droves. Putting aside everything else, the cultivation environment here is enviable enough. Master, the environment here is absolutely wonderful. Little Chang on the shoulder shook her head and said with a grin. Then, she transformed into human form. Aren't you afraid of being discovered? Chen Xian asked. When no one was around, Xiaoqing became even more casual, completely abandoning her servant-like airs. What good is being careful, master? You don't think they didn't notice, do you? Those elders were staring at us several times just now, Xiaoqing retorted, pouting. If the Serious Martial Academy really wanted to deal with her, they probably wouldn't even be able to escape. Since that's the case, she might as well relax. She preferred to appear in human form. Besides, master, you don't have any servants yet, so aren't I your servant? Xiaoqing winked playfully. Chen Xian shook his head helplessly. He took some pills from the storage shelf and swallowed them, then began cultivating. Using the power of the myriad things scripture to absorb all things, he could absorb spiritual energy at an extremely fast pace. However, since reaching the intermediate war god realm, his cultivation had almost stagnated. To improve combat power, one needs a large amount of spiritual energy, and the environment here is perfect for cultivation. 3 hours later, Chen Xian slowly opened his eyes. His recent cultivation had slightly loosened his stagnant cultivation level. The advancement to the god of war level requires an enormous amount of energy, and even at his speed, he can only make a little progress. It's Zhou Tian and the other two looking for me. Chen Xian got up and walked slowly to the door, only to find that it was already dark. The stars twinkled all around, and occasionally a figure would flit by. The wristwatch displayed the messages sent by Zhou Tian and the others. Serious Martial Arts Academy integrates technology and martial arts, and wristwatches make communication between students more convenient. Otherwise, it would not be easy to make contact in such a vast area. I wonder what they want from me. Oh well, I'll go down and see, Chen Xian thought. Zhou Tian and the others, like him, came from Blue Star. Apart from Huang Feihong, they were among the few acquaintances they knew. After sending them a message to wait a moment, Chen Xian told Xiaoqing to stay at home, then stepped out the door and flew directly down the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, people came and went, and a group of new students were curiously playing within the sect. The Serious Martial Academy is ridiculously large, covering an area of over 1,000 kilometers. The student housing area is just one part of it, but it is still incredibly large. After thousands of years of development, this place resembles a city. It has everything: residential areas, entertainment areas, trading markets, and restaurants. Even ordinary people can live a very comfortable life here. Zhou Tian and the others gathered under a big tree, chatting and looking up at the mountain. They are not qualified to enter the mountainside. Perhaps I will never be qualified in this lifetime. Brother Zhou, is it still useful for you to send a message to Brother Xian? Lu Zhe asked hesitantly. He's about to be taken under the wing of the ninth elder, so he probably won't have time to come down, he said tactfully. In other words, they were simply not worthy of associating with Chen Xian. Moreover, Chen Xian's status has risen significantly, and he is now a godlike figure among the freshmen of Tianlang Martial Academy. Brother Xian isn't that kind of person, Lu Shuer retorted, pouting. Brother Xian replied. Just then, Zhou Tian's wristwatch beeped. He looked at the message and said excitedly, I knew Brother Xian would come, Lu Shuer said smugly. As they spoke, they were also somewhat moved. To be honest, they hadn't held out much hope, but Chen Xian really came. Soon, Chen Xian spotted them and, with a thought, appeared right beside them. His sudden appearance also attracted the attention of those around him. Who is this? They actually came down from halfway up the mountain. That's where the core disciples live. You look so familiar. Idiot, that's Chen Xian, the first place winner in this freshman competition. It's him? What's he doing here? Seeing Zhou Tian and the others beside Chen Xian, they immediately understood, glancing at them with envy while simultaneously expressing deep admiration for Chen Xian. Given his current strength and status, his continued consideration for past relationships was truly admirable. They couldn't help but become more vigilant, carefully observing Zhou Tian and his companions for a few moments. With Chen Xian present, they would definitely not dare to provoke him lightly. Brother Xian, congratulations, Lu Shuer said with a smile. By the way, Brother Xian, how did you get here? Lu Zhe asked curiously. They all knew that Chen Xian had been accidentally teleported to another star system, so how come he appeared after just one freshman competition? Chen Xian briefly recounted what had happened, and when everyone heard that the Heavenly Dragon sect had sent him there, they were all so shocked that their mouths dropped open. I couldn't help but chuckle, imagining Ding Shu's ugly expression. Awesome, you're really amazing, boss. Zhou Tian gave a thumbs up. The group chatted as they walked out. After having dinner at a restaurant, Lu Zhe said, it's still early, how about we go check out the market? Lu Shuer and the others also showed expressions of interest. There are also gatherings? Lu Zhe explained with a smile. There are too many people in the Serious Martial Academy. Although the sect provides resources, the progress of cultivation is too slow slow if you rely solely on the sect's resources. So many people choose to trade with each other, exchanging what they don't need for what they do need. In addition, when completing sect missions, you will get some pills and treasures that you don't need. Over time, a special trading area has been formed. I've heard that if you're lucky, you might even come across immortal weapons, rare elixir materials, or venerable martial arts techniques, but the chances of that are extremely low. So that's how it is. After hearing Lu Zhe's words, Chen Xian understood. Then let's go check out the gathering. With nothing else to do, Chen Xian didn't object. Led by Lu Zhe, the group arrived at a high ground surrounded by lush trees. People were constantly coming and going, creating a lively scene. Many people at the Serious Martial Academy are extremely enthusiastic about this gathering, and sometimes even core disciples will show up here to search for rare materials. Brother Xian, this is the gathering. Lu Zhe swallowed hard, speechless with shock at the bustling scene before him. This gathering? It was like a marketplace, with an overwhelming number of people. People who don't know better might think this is a vegetable market. Everyone was shouting at the top of their lungs. This was the first time he had ever seen such a chaotic scene. Of course, some martial artists are quite sophisticated and pay attention to appearances when setting up their stalls, but most people just set up their stalls casually and start trading. Let's go in and take a look. The appearance of Chen Xian and his group attracted the attention of some people, but their attention was quickly diverted. The group walked around, looking around to see what was being sold. Soon, they were shocked. They didn't recognize 70 to 80% of the things sold here. Even the materials, essence blood, and pills they did recognize were extremely rare and hard to find in the Blue Star system, but there were plenty of them right in front of me. As expected, Blue Star is ultimately just a desolate planet. Staying there for a lifetime would only make one a frog in a well. Lu Shuer sighed. Zhou Tian and the other person nodded in agreement. After browsing for a while, Zhou Tian and his two companions bought some trinkets, all of which were inexpensive. It wasn't that they didn't want to buy them, but rather that they genuinely couldn't afford them. On Earth, they were considered wealthy and powerful, but here, they were practically no different from beggars. The other person's disgusted look almost made them want to bury their heads in their crotches. Chen Xian couldn't help but chuckle and shook his head. Keep walking forward. A small stall nearby was enthusiastically hawking its wares. Come and see, brothers, these are all good stuff. Upon seeing Chen Xian and his group, the stall owner hurriedly greeted them. To be honest, the items on these stalls weren't particularly valuable, but compared to Zhou Tian and his family's poverty, they were considered a luxury. Seeing the stall owner enthusiastically calling out to customers, Zhou Tian and his companions blushed, but their eyes remained fixed straight ahead, as if they hadn't heard a thing. I can't afford it. I really can't afford it. Stadium owner, how much is this piece of material? Chen Xian's expression hardened as he walked to the stall. This is a piece of golden soul iron. After being tempered, it can not only increase the hardness of the divine weapon, but more importantly, enhance the soul compatibility of the divine weapon. Simply put, it means that it is easier and more convenient to use telekinesis to activate it. Chen Xian had never seen this metal before, but there were related records in the memories of the human emperor's lingering will. It is extremely rare. How rare are they? Even the fallen human emperor only obtained 3 pieces in his entire life. This metal also has a unique difficulty. It is extremely difficult to refine, and even immortal beings are powerless to do so. Judging from Chen Xian's current strength, he is helpless against it. However, within the lingering remnant of the human emperor, there is a special refining method that can be completed without the strength of a human emperor. As the champion of the freshman competition and also a war god of the 10 directions, according to the sect's rules, he is qualified to refine his own immortal divine weapon. Although the sect provided some materials, it was not difficult to forge ordinary divine weapons, but only ordinary and unremarkable divine weapons could be forged, without any highlights. Huang Feihong had also reminded him of this. To forge a superior divine weapon, certain special materials are required, and different materials directly affect the weapon's attributes. Although the Serious Martial Academy possesses many rare and precious materials, acquiring them requires a large number of points. Many students have to spend several years to accumulate enough points. Therefore, disciples who have just entered the war god realm usually choose to forge an ordinary divine weapon using materials provided by the sect and then try to upgrade it later. However, the power of such a later upgraded divine weapon will never be as great as a divine weapon that is successfully forged in one go. In short, the divine weapon's foundation is too shallow. Take Chen Xian's flying knife weapon as an example. He has no intention of further upgrading it, feeling it's unnecessary. The golden soul iron before us is a rare material for divine weapons. If you want this material, it's not difficult. It costs 20,000 academy points or 5 billion serious coins. The stall owner was a middle-aged man in his 30s. He looked Chen Xian up and down and said with a smile, "This is robbery." Zhou Tian and the other two were immediately startled. 20,000 points is no small amount. It would take an average person several years of hard work to accumulate that many. As for the 5 billion serious coins, they were well aware that this was an astronomical figure. Serious coins themselves were extremely valuable, and their prices were already ridiculously high. Chen Xian frowned slightly. He had nearly 200,000 points, which was enough, but he wasn't one to be fooled. He was certain that the stall owner himself didn't recognize the metal at all. Even an immortal being might not know this. If he actually spends 20,000 points to buy it, he's definitely been ripped off. It's too expensive. To be honest, I have some doubts about this metal. It's not that I absolutely have to buy it, but I'll buy it for 1,000 points. Chen Xian shook his head, making a gesture as if he was about to leave. No, I'll lose out big time if it's 1,000, 2,000 points to make it a deal. The stall owner quickly grabbed Chen Xian. Just as Chen Xian had expected, the stall owner did not know the purpose of the metal. He had obtained it by chance. It was extremely hard, difficult to refine, and had nothing special about it. It's been sitting here for a year and nobody's bought it. 2,000? That's still too expensive. I'll take 500 at most. Chen Xian pondered for a moment and then spoke. Okay, 1,500 it is. Consider it making friends. The stall owner slapped his thigh, took out a points trading device, and handed the metal to Chen Xian. Brother, this is yours. I feel like I've been scammed. Chen Xian felt somewhat uncomfortable watching the stall owner's actions. The group strolled around the market for a while before returning to their lodgings. Chen Xian played with the golden soul iron for a bit before beginning his meditation and cultivation. The next day, just as dawn broke, Chen Xian arrived at the treasure pavilion. Besides the golden soul iron, he needed 2 other materials. This time, the divine weapon he is to forge is a sword called Godslayer. The same method for forging divine weapons is recorded in the lingering regrets of the human emperor. Among them, 3 treasures are extremely precious: the golden soul iron, the spirit stone, and the enlightened sword heart. The spirit stone originates from the sea of burial gods. The clear sword heart is a special metal nurtured by heaven and earth, extremely rare, and a treasure for forging divine swords. To obtain it depends entirely on chance. If you're unlucky, you might never get it in your lifetime. As a major martial arts school, Tianlang Martial Academy has a rich collection, and Chen Xian only hopes to find it here. The new students will have 3 more days before the start of the semester, but they are free to move around now. The doors to the treasure vault slowly opened. Students who were preparing to exchange for treasure materials entered the building, but most of them could only choose items from the first floor. You're the champion of this freshman competition, with the cultivation level of a 10 Directions War God? You may go to the second floor. The teacher at the door looked at Chen Xian in surprise and spoke. The items on the first floor are usually available, but those on the second floor are extremely rare, and require at least 50,000 points to redeem. Any one of these items is enough for an ordinary student to strive for throughout their life. After circling around several times, Chen Xian still couldn't find the materials he needed. Excuse me, what do you need? Seeing that most of the students who had made their exchanges had already left, the warehouse manager smiled and asked Chen Xian, who was still searching, the spirit stone and the enlightened sword heart. I don't know if there is any? Yes, of course, but you might not be able to afford to redeem it. The warehouse manager asked in surprise. These 2 items require at least 200,000 academy points. Do you have them? The warehouse manager paused briefly after glancing at the points displayed on his wristwatch. Teacher, could you please take it out? Chen Xian just barely earned a little over 200,000 points in this competition, and after buying materials, he had very little left. Seeing that Chen Xian had enough points, the warehouse manager didn't say much and went deep into the treasure pavilion. Soon he came out with 2 jade boxes in his hands. These are the spirit stone and the enlightened sword heart. Thank you, teacher. Chen Xian nodded his thanks. With enough materials in hand, he could refine the god-slaying sword. Afterwards, he collected some ordinary materials, which did not require points. This is just a one-time benefit. If you want to refine the divine weapon again, you will have to provide all the materials yourself. After Chen Xian left, the warehouse manager looked surprised and whispered to his wristwatch, reporting to Elder Jiao, the items have been handed over to him. At the summit, the 9th elder slowly descended from his throne and chuckled. Fei Hong, it seems your junior brother is about to forge an extraordinary treasure. That was also due to master's care. Otherwise, with just these 2 materials, he might not have been able to obtain them even by graduation. Wang Fei Hong smiled and agreed. Alright, keep an eye on him and see if he needs any help. The 9th elder waved his hand and said, I still need to go see the dean. On the sex weapon refining platform, the hundreds of refining furnaces are separated to prevent disturbance from others and protect privacy. No one wants to be watched by a crowd while forging weapons. After all, weapons are one's trump card and ultimate weapon. Senior brother, what kind of weapon are you planning to forge? What? You want to refine it yourself? That's fine too. Inside a weapon refining room, the weapon refining master was slightly taken aback when he heard that Chen Xian had refined it himself, but he didn't say anything more. Having refined weapons for many years, he had seen quite a lot. After explaining some precautions, I left. In reality, students' self-made weapons can never compare to those of professionals, but since the other party doesn't mind, it saves him some trouble. He could imagine that the man would be kicking himself later. Chen Xian took out without the materials. The weapon refining master probably didn't expect that the remnant of the human emperor in Chen Xian's mind was not only powerful in martial arts, but also a highly skilled weapon refiner. While Chen Xian's weapon refining skills cannot be said to be outstanding, his strength is definitely far superior to his. According to the book, to refine the god-slaying sword, one must first refine the golden soul iron, then refine other materials, and finally use powerful mental energy to drive the spirit stone and the enlightened sword heart to fuse together. Not only is the timing of the fire important, but strong mental power is also indispensable. The timing of the fire can be controlled, but not everyone has mental power. Without the star stone, even I would not dare to easily refine it. The conditions for forging the Godslayer sword are extremely demanding. Not only are the materials rare and hard to find, but the forger must also possess immense mental power. In today's martial arts world, where emphasis is placed on physical training and the refinement of blood and qi, such conditions are undoubtedly extremely stringent. Let's begin. Chen Xian lit the fire in the stove. As the furnace fire gradually matured, he threw the golden soul stone into it. At the same time, he used a special technique to raise the temperature inside the furnace. As the temperature continued to rise, the hard golden soul stone began to show signs of melting. No, it's still too slow. Chen Xian shook his head, calculating in his mind that at the current melting speed, it would take at least 3 days and 3 nights to completely melt the whole golden soul stone. You cannot be distracted at all during this time. For him, 3 days without food or sleep was nothing. However, the tempering of the golden soul iron was best completed within a day, otherwise its effectiveness would be greatly reduced. Keep raising the temperature. Chen Xian adjusted the furnace fire, raising the temperature again until it reached its maximum limit. He maintained the intense heat entirely through his exquisite technique. The weapon refining master outside the door looked shocked when he saw the change in the furnace fire. Such high temperatures are far beyond his capabilities. Could it be a master weapon refiner inside? The furnace fire continued to rise, and after several hours, the golden soul iron inside the furnace turned into a pool of black liquid, which seemed to be able to suck away people's souls. This is the moment. Without hesitation, Chen Xian threw all the materials except for the spirit stone and the enlightened sword heart into the furnace. Compared to golden soul iron, refining these materials is much simpler. Ordinary furnace fire is sufficient. However, the furnace fire was never weakened in order to maintain the state of the golden soul iron. At the same time, such high temperatures make the materials purer. A day later, the materials inside the furnace had completely fused together. After confirming that everything was correct, Chen Xian placed the spirit stone and the enlightened sword heart into the furnace. The spirit stone and the enlightened sword heart are primarily refined with mental energy, and their materials are not particularly hard, so they can be easily refined with furnace fire. However, to maximize its effectiveness, it requires repeated tempering of mental power. The so-called divine weapon is not made by furnace fire, but by the constant tempering of mental power. The amount of mental energy required is enormous. Even for Qingyang Taoist, who could control the centipede-like beast god, forging a spiritual weapon would be a difficult task. Without the star stone, Chen Xian would have had no chance of doing it. In fact, without the star stone, even with his immense mental power, he wouldn't dare to easily forge the god-slaying sword. Otherwise, not only will all efforts be in vain, but the soul will also suffer a heavy blow, affecting the foundation of martial arts. Without absolute certainty, this is nothing short of a high-stakes gamble. The power of thought surged like a tide, and the star stone in the sea of consciousness also appeared in the room, its ancient radiance flowing, and the imprint of the great Tao fatally appearing. The room was filled with almost tangible psychic power. Inside the furnace, under the tempering of mental power, the spirit stone and the enlightened sword heart began to gradually fuse with other materials. What should have been the most difficult step became easy in Chen Xian's hands. A bluish liquid flowed repeatedly in the furnace fire, as if it were a playful and agile creature with its own consciousness, moving freely and unrestrained. Now is the time. God-slaying sword, forge it. Chen Xian made a hand seal and shouted loudly. His surging mental energy reverberated on the table, making a buzzing sound. The originally flowing liquid rapidly twisted and changed, gradually revealing the outline of a sword. Just then, thunder suddenly roared in the sky, and bolts of lightning echoed continuously on the forging platform. What's going on? Thunder on a perfectly sunny day. Yeah, it wasn't raining at all. Didn't you notice? The lightning has been lingering near the weapon refining platform. What does that mean? Someone has forged a spirit weapon at the weapon forging platform. Everyone was shocked. Although there are many weapon refiners, the occurrence of heavenly lightning has only been heard of in books or in rumors. This is the first time I've seen it in real life. I really don't know which big shot is forging this weapon. Could it be a weapon refining master? Absolutely impossible. I know their skill level. They simply can't reach that level. They stared intently at the forging platform, trying to figure out who was forging the weapon, but with nearly 100 rooms on the platform, finding out which specific person was forging the weapon was impossible. Tempering with lightning and fire? Inside the room, Chen Xian was startled, but then his face lit up with joy. Treasures tempered by lightning and fire reach an even even higher quality. Immediately afterwards, a dark blue-black sword appeared. The void trembled, and the surrounding ground collapsed. The lightning that had been hovering in the air suddenly crashed down. The lightning struck the sword, but it did not damage the blade at all. Instead, a bluish-black light shot into the sky, swirling within the lightning, and in an instant, the thunderclouds vanished without a trace. All the disciples of the Serious Martial Academy who witnessed this scene were stunned. What kind of divine weapon is this? It's so powerful. The lightning tribulation was actually suppressed directly. Inside the room, Chen Xian reached out and the god-slaying sword landed steadily in his palm. He examined it carefully, nodded in satisfaction, put the sword into his ring, and then, as a streak of light, went straight down the mountain. 3 days later, all the new students had been assigned to their respective teaching areas. During these 3 days, Chen Xian had honed his control over the god-slaying sword to perfection. Both its speed and power far surpassed that of ordinary divine weapons. This weapon could enhance his strength by a full 30%. Most of the teachers at the Martial Academy are at the late stage of the 10 Directions War God realm. Although their combat strength may be stronger than yours, there are limits. You can choose your classes freely. I've already spoken to them on your behalf. The day before school started, Huang Feihong appeared at the door of Qin Xian's villa. To be honest, most of the teachers at the Martial Arts Academy are core disciples. Since you have already joined the sect, there is no need for you to attend classes. Of course, the decision is yours, Huang Feihong said with a smile. Okay, senior brother Huang, I understand. Chen Xian nodded in response. After Huang Feihong left, Chen Xian thought about it and finally decided to go to class. After all, it was the first day, and he was still a student. In name only. The ninth elder had not completely excluded him from the class, so it was necessary to give the teachers some face during class. Moreover, his class was among the top few dozen in this freshman competition. If this were on Earth, it would be a class specially set up for top students, with the lowest combat strength being at the late stage of Battle King, and most of them being half-step battle god. The teachers assigned by the academy are mostly core disciples of the late-stage war gods, and some have even stepped into the threshold of Immortal Venerable. Their strength is undeniable. Skipping class on the first day would undoubtedly incur the displeasure of the instructors. Even out of respect for Elder Ninth and Huang Feihong, they would still feel unhappy. I've just arrived in a new environment, and there's no need to create friction with so many fellow students. Even though I might not be able to attend classes later, I should at least be attentive on the first day. Moreover, the first day of instruction usually covers general knowledge, such as the history of Serious Martial Academy, introductions to various sects, and precautions within the Serious Starfield. Although it's not a formal course, this content is extremely important. Much of this information is confidential and difficult for outsiders to know. This is crucial for freshmen who are just entering a new environment. The classroom is located in a large area near the sea, with rows of rooms and a vast martial arts training area, which is surprisingly large. After all, the students are all martial arts experts, and any room can meet their academic needs, but the combat area must be spacious. The surrounding area was also covered with a dense array of defensive formations. The development history of Serious Martial Arts Academy. A list of martial arts sects in the Sirius Star region. One of the dangerous zones in the Sirius Star system, the Chaotic Star Sea. As Qin Xian expected, the lectures were all academic subjects. Although they weren't particularly captivating, they were still quite meaningful for the freshmen to understand the Sirius Star region, and they listened with great interest. It's Qin Xian, he's here too. I heard he comes from a remote, desolate planet, yet his strength is immense. Even some late-stage war gods can't kill a 9th-tier beast god. It's very difficult. Most people at the God of War level simply can't reach that level. First place in the freshman competition, without a doubt. He's so handsome. One of the female freshmen was somewhat moved. She was considered a genius on her own planet, or rather here, but she was still amazed by Qin Xian's strength and demeanor. The fact that the genius of this small planet could surpass the geniuses of the Sirius Star system is a miracle in itself. Even if we include the new students from other sects in the Sirius Star region, Qin Xian's strength is enough to secure a place in the top 5, or even the top 3, and taking first place is by no means impossible. In the corner, a young man in gray clothes stared at the handsome man who walked into the classroom with a complicated expression, his tone carrying an indescribable meaning. He was Qin Chang, the runner-up in this freshman competition, a genius from a planet near the Sirius Star region. That planet was not only rich in resources, but its martial arts development far surpassed that of the Blue Star system. However, in reality, he was suppressed by Qin Xian from a desert planet. The other students who ranked highly in the freshman competition also looked at Chen Xian with meaningful gazes. Chen Xian had just casually found a seat and sat down when he heard someone calling his name. A faint, pleasant fragrance followed. Immediately afterwards, Yi Qingyu, dressed in a white dress, appeared in front of him. A hint of surprise flickered in her beautiful eyes. Ignoring the stares from those around her, she sat down directly next to Chen Xian. She was naturally aloof, and compared to the other students, Chen Xian was already someone she knew. Besides, Chen Xian had once saved her life. For a woman of her caliber, the only ones who could truly impress them were those who were even more talented and powerful than themselves. In terms of both appearance and ability, Chen Xian met their expectations. Yi Qingyu had to admit that she did indeed have a slight liking for Chen Xian. Qingyu, you, her friends behind her exclaimed in surprise. Although they had only known her for 3 days, they understood her personality and were somewhat surprised to see her sit down next to Chen Xian without hesitation. Didn't you know? Qingyu and he are from the same galaxy, another friend explained with a laugh. Maybe they've known each other for a long time. I see, that makes sense. These women were all among the top 50 in this competition, each a martial arts genius on their respective planets. That's why they were able to recognize each other in the Serious Martial Academy, a place teeming with powerful individuals. Even though they were in the same grade, the pride of geniuses made them unwilling to get close to classmates who ranked lower. At this age, one's potential in martial arts is basically set. Most students struggle to break through to the 10 Directions War God realm, but they are guaranteed to do so, and may even have a chance to glimpse the realm of the immortal venerable. Although there is only a sliver of hope, that sliver is enough to determine who will become the overlord of the Sirius star system. Indeed, the immortal venerable is a powerful figure who cannot be easily provoked in any part of the Sirius starfield. As for the human emperor, he was an even greater figure in the Sirius star region, and this freshman champion in front of us has unlimited potential. Are you in this class too? Chen Xian nodded with a smile. Yi Qingyu's cheeks flushed slightly. Looking at Chen Xian's sharply defined, handsome face and his captivatingly clear eyes, her heart couldn't help but flutter. Perhaps she herself did not realize that this admiration for the strong was taking root in her heart. She lowered her head slightly, her cool demeanor tinged with a touch of cuteness, a sight that made many boys involuntarily swallow hard. Even a blind man could see that this beautiful girl clearly had feelings for Chen Xian. Chen Xian and the others dared not provoke him easily. He was a ruthless character capable of fighting a 9th-tier beast god. Who dares to touch his woman? It must be said that the student's imagination is truly amazing. In a short while, the two were forcibly paired up as a CP. After finishing the lesson, the teacher walked straight out of the classroom. Yi Qingyu glanced at Chen Xian and said in a low voice, "We have a mission in a few days. Do you have time to go with us? If so, you can choose the spoils first." Mission? What mission? Chen Xian asked in confusion. As Yi Qingyu explained, he gradually understood. Students of the Serious Martial Academy can accept missions at the academy. The rewards for these missions are random, including points, materials, and treasures, with the specific rewards depending on the difficulty of the mission. Yi Qingyu and her friends accepted a rather tricky task, which was extremely difficult and not easy to complete. Of course, the rewards for success are amazing. Failure means nothing, and what's worse, it could be life-threatening. Serious Martial Academy, a sacred place of martial arts, is by no means a place of charity. Whether it's an adventure or a mission, the risk of death is ever present. This arrangement is also intended to train students to become martial arts masters as quickly as possible. Importantly, this task has only a 5-day deadline. Excluding today, only 3 days remain. If you fail to complete the task, you will lose points. If you don't have enough points, your score will become negative. Unless they leave the Serious Martial Academy, they cannot escape the constraints of points. After much deliberation, Yi Qingyu thought of Chen Xian. As the top freshman in the competition, favored by the 9th elder, Chen Xian's strength is beyond doubt. Many people even believe that his strength is no less than that of some core disciples. In theory, once you reach the 10 Directions War God realm, becoming a core disciple is a natural progression. With his involvement, the difficulty of completing the task was greatly reduced. After considering it for a moment, Chen Xian agreed. The god-slaying sword had just been forged and needed to be tested for its power with the blood-drinking trial. A secret cave by the sea, that sounds intriguing. The two classes ended quickly. The last lesson covered things to keep in mind at the Serious Martial Academy, including sect missions and the general areas where those missions would take place. Strictly speaking, the Serious Martial Academy is an isolated island deep in the sea, surrounded by islands, with the nearest land thousands of miles away. To leave, one must take the sect's airship or use a teleportation array. The deep sea is teeming with monsters and also contains abundant cultivation resources. Serious Martial Academy is powerful and resource-rich in the East China Sea region of Sirius. Today, let's start with some basic common sense. In the future, we will teach you practical combat experience and advanced martial arts. As for practical combat training, it will be different from the freshman competition's secret realm. The surrounding monsters will be your targets. Besides the sea, there is also nearly 10,000 miles of land, which is also a major disaster area for monsters. Perhaps you are not aware that besides us humans, there are other races. They are not inferior beasts, we call them demons, while they call themselves the Void Star race. In the depths of the universe, war between the humans and the star races is everywhere. At this point, the teacher paused and slowly said, "In the battle against the demons, we do not have an absolute advantage. We were even suppressed by the demons at one point, and this is a reality you must face. Even after you leave the academy, academy, you must remain vigilant, as there are many places where humans and demons live together. Of course, those places are also rife with killings. Your current efforts are a responsibility you owe to yourselves. After finishing the academic lesson, the teacher didn't preach any grand principles, but simply talked about the realities we would face in the future. This made everyone's hearts tighten and they felt a shock. You are all outstanding students and exceptional geniuses selected from your respective planets. I hope you will continue to work hard here. Perhaps you are powerful figures who hold sway over your respective planets, but here you are just students. What you need to do is keep getting stronger. The day passed quickly. After class, Chen Xian went straight back to the villa. Before leaving, he made a point of saying goodbye to the teacher. He had his own plans for the afternoon classes. Junior brother Chen Xian, is that right? No problem. Senior brother Huang has already told me. Strictly speaking, with your strength, you really don't need to attend classes anymore. This is what the instructor, Zhang Yu, said with a smile. Clearly, Wang Fei Hung had already given the order. Then thank you, senior brother Zhang. You're welcome. I'll let you know if you're interested in the practical course. You are free to do whatever you want when you have time. Zhang Yu wasn't stupid. Chen Xian's strength was no less than his own. Since he had been accepted as a disciple by the ninth elder, it was only a matter of time before he left the classroom. What they teach is nowhere compared to the personal guidance of an immortal being. Besides, having a powerful expert capable of fighting a ninth-tier beast god sitting in the classroom would put too much pressure on the teachers. It's really not appropriate to teach him. At most, they can impart some combat experience. Zhang Yu had witnessed Chen Xian's performance in the freshman competition. Hearing Chen Xian offer to skip class actually relieved him. After saying goodbye to Zhang Yu, Chen Xian went to the treasure pavilion to collect his reward for winning first place in the freshman competition. To his surprise, this time the reward included a large spatial ring with a storage capacity of over 100 cubic meters. His original ring was only 3 cubic meters, which was not even in the same league. As expected of a major martial arts sect, the rewards are indeed extraordinary. They even have combat spaceships. That's quite a generous gesture. Chen Xian stared at the silver-black combat spaceship, which was about 10 zhan long, and was immediately stunned. This isn't one of those inferior goods from Earth. According to the warehouse manager, this kind of spaceship can traverse the entire star system. It is not much different from the spaceship used by the Martial Academy to recruit new students. The only difference is that it has been shrunk by countless times, but precisely because of this, it is more suitable for small teams to travel or fight. In other words, with this combat spaceship, Chen Xian could travel directly to the blue star system by himself. If you were to use Academy points to redeem this spaceship, it would cost a full 300,000 points. It's unbelievable. This is just a simple freshman competition. How could there be such an extravagant reward? Chen Xian was full of doubt, but the warehouse manager insisted that there was no mistake, so Chen Xian simply flew the spaceship back. With this spaceship, missions have become much easier. That's right, Chen Xian plans to take on a sect mission in the afternoon. You don't get any resources during class. The only rewards are points, materials, and cultivation techniques from sect missions. The Martial Arts Academy itself also encourages students to take on missions in their spare time. In reality, the courses at Serious Martial Academy are not many. After all, the students are all former powerful figures, and training and real combat are the best ways for them to learn. Moreover, Chen Xian also wanted to see for himself what those tasks that were giving I Ching Yu and the others headaches were really like. Senior brother Chen, are you here to receive a mission? The person in charge of issuing the Academy's tasks was a senior from the previous year, but in the martial arts world, strength is respected and no one would put on airs as a senior. As soon as Chen Xian arrived at the place where he received the mission, the student in charge of issuing the mission greeted him with a smile. They then eagerly led him inside, their enthusiasm so great that it made the people around them who had come to receive the mission stare wide-eyed. Wow, who is this person? Who can make senior brother Joe so enthusiastic? When we came to receive the mission, we never saw senior brother Joe like this. Hee, you don't know, that was senior brother Chen Xian just now, the one who won first place in this year's freshman competition and was chosen by the ninth elder to be his disciple. No wonder. Everyone suddenly realized that Chen Xian's strength was already comparable to that of a core disciple, and with his status as a disciple of the ninth elder, he was not to be underestimated even though he had just entered the academy. Therefore, it is not surprising that senior brother Joe reacted this way. Let's go and take on a mission too, see what senior brother Chen has taken on, and see if we can complete it together. What are you thinking? Do you think senior brother Chen would even want our mission rewards? The academy's tasks are divided into levels, and the difficulty and rewards naturally vary depending on the student's cultivation level. What War King finds difficult in the later stages might be a piece of cake for War God in the early stages. However, the god of war usually disdains simple tasks. A stone tablet about 10 feet tall was covered with tiny characters. Each line of text represents a task available for that day. When you encounter a line, the specific requirements of the task will be displayed. Senior brother Zhou, are there any Any quests related to the secret realms and caves in the sea? Chen Xian asked Zhou Lin beside him. Senior brother Chen, as you know, that mission has already been accepted. Then I'll take this mission too. Zhou Lin was slightly surprised, but didn't say much. At the academy, there were no restrictions on accepting tasks. Whoever completed theirs first got to do so. Teamwork is also permitted. After accepting that task, he picked out a few more tasks with good rewards before slowly leaving. Slay the 10 Beast Kings on the outer perimeter. These Beast Kings are nearly as powerful as the 10 Directions War God, or even stronger, and there are 10 of them, making it extremely difficult to defeat them. Of course, the rewards are also generous, totaling 20,000 points. It seems like a lot, but if multiple people team up and split the money, each person will only get a limited amount. Only Qin Xian could accomplish this task. Any ordinary war god of the 10 directions would be unable to do so. Chen Xian was far behind the combat spaceship. Holding the god-slaying sword, he encountered some low to mid-level alien beasts along the way, which he killed casually. Thanks to the rich spiritual energy of Sirius, even ordinary beasts possessed star cores, and he quickly collected over 100 of them. Fortunately, he has now changed his equipment, and the storage ring has an astonishing capacity, easily holding even a large amount of materials. So this is Greymon? It really is a powerful beast. After flying a distance, a group of more than a dozen giant beasts, each about 10 feet tall, appeared before him. Their faces were ferocious, radiating an aura that inspired fear. Most war gods would choose to retreat in their presence. Chen Xian had just obtained the god-slaying sword, but he intended to use it to practice his skills. Moreover, after the sword was forged, he even went to the treasure pavilion to exchange it for several sword techniques. Upon seeing Chen Xian, the Tyrannosaurus Rex roared in unison and pounced on him. The intense aura of blood and chi emanating from Chen Xian drove them into a frenzy. God-slayer sword, slay. Without using his star battle body, he relied solely on the indestructible power of the god-slaying sword to annihilate all the strange beasts. The beasts' proud defenses are nothing but a joke in front of the god-slaying sword. Over the next 2 days, Chen Xian shuttled between the Sirius Martial Academy and the forest, choosing tasks that suited him. In just 3 days, he accumulated 100,000 points, as well as some rare materials and Sirius coins. His performance was so outrageous that even Zhou Lin looked at him with disbelief. No wonder senior brother Chen was the first place winner in the freshman competition and was favored by the 9th elder. He's practically a killing machine. Many of the tasks Chen Xian accepted were extremely difficult for core disciples, but he completed them with astonishing speed and efficiency. Junior brother Chen, I haven't seen you for the past few days. Chen Xian had just returned from the forest and was standing at the villa entrance when he saw Huang Feihong standing beside him with a smile. You've only been at the Martial Academy for a few days and haven't even met your master yet. Come with me today. 9th elder? Chen Xian was taken aback. Alright, senior brother, lead the way. Our Sirius Martial Academy has a total of 18 elders. Our master is ranked 6th and 9th. Upon reaching the mountaintop, Huang Feihong walked ahead, smiling as he said, "You'll have to start calling me master in a bit. Actually, there's something else I wanted to do besides introducing you to our sect." Huang Feihong's tone carried a hint of mystery. Something else? Senior brother, can you tell me? You'll find out soon enough. Huang Feihong kept it a secret. The 9th peak, inside the hall. 9th elder Gu Chensha looked at Chen Xian and smiled. Not bad, you've made even more progress than a few days ago. Master, you flatter me. Chen Xian responded respectfully. The person before me is an immortal venerable, a powerful figure renowned throughout the Sirius star region. I heard from senior brother Huan that master wanted to see me? That's right. You are currently at the mid-stage of the 10 Directions War God realm. I have a way to help you advance to the advanced War God realm in a short time, but you may have to endure some pain. Master, there's no need to rush this matter. With junior brother Chen's cultivation level, reaching the advanced War God realm isn't far off. Could it be? Thinking of this, Huang Feihong paused for a moment, an expression of disbelief on his face. You understand? That's right. The academy has decided to let Chen Xian participate in this 9 schools grand competition, but the opponents in the 9 sects grand competition are all powerful war gods. Do you think Chen Xian's cultivation level is insufficient? He defeated a 9th tier beast god and may even have killed an ancient cultivator. Gu Chensha spoke slowly. You should know how powerful the ancient cultivators were. Huang Feihong's expression changed. He certainly knew how terrifying the ancient cultivators were. 300 years ago, a secret realm was discovered by several major martial arts sects at the same time, resulting in heavy casualties, including a severe injury to an immortal venerable. Later they learned that an ancient cultivator, barely clinging to life and far less powerful than before, was hiding there, but even so, he still managed to kill countless martial arts masters. After that, those who explored the secret realm became even more cautious. But he never expected that the secret realm used by Tianlang Martial Academy to test new students would contain such a terrifying existence. That's right, it's clear from this that junior brother Chen, you are no ordinary person. Gu Chensha glanced at Chen Xian with a hint of approval in his voice. This decision was made by higher authorities. eyes. Chen Xian, is there anything you want to say? I have no problem. Chen Xian nodded firmly. He wasn't stupid. The rewards for the freshman competition were clearly too generous. In addition, he had learned about the value of the Clarity Sword Heart and the Spirit Stone in the past 2 days and knew that they were not things he could easily obtain at present. The college has given so much for a reason. In retrospect, it was all in preparation for participating in the competition among the 9 major sects. Very good. Come with me. Gu Chensha nodded in satisfaction, stood up, and walked outside. Chen Xian followed suit. Gu Chensha grabbed Chen Xian, and with a flash of light, the two vanished without a trace. When they reappeared, they were inside a huge mountain cave, and what came into view was a huge sky blue portal. Gu Chensha waved his hand, and dozens of magic arrays of varying sizes appeared on the entire gate, intertwined and entwined. The terrifying power contained within could be felt even from the surface alone. A few minutes later, the door opened automatically. Gu Chensha stepped inside first, followed closely by Chen Xian. This is an extremely spacious room. What came into view first were the skeletons and blood essence of many ferocious and strange beasts, some of which exuded a power that made Chen Xian feel terrified. It is very likely that some demons are sealed here. That is, the Void Star clan. Looking at the scene before him, Chen Xian thought to himself, many of the skeletons were tens of feet tall, yet their ferocity remained undiminished. No other beast could match their strength. Further in, the skeletons were hundreds of meters tall. Chen Xian was shocked. The aura of danger grew stronger, which showed how many demons the Ninth Elder had killed. Even more bizarrely, walking through the cave felt like being in the boundless universe. Clearly, a spatial magic array or similar array has been set up here. Chen Xian was filled with doubt, but he didn't say anything. The Ninth Elder was the most powerful figure he had ever seen. Of course, the two deans were even more formidable, but they generally kept to themselves. As the visible final force of the major sects, the immortal Venerable was already at the pinnacle. Even stronger beings rarely appear. Perhaps their focus isn't on the Sirius star system at all, and they don't care about these trivial matters. Although he only stayed at the Sirius Martial Academy for a few days, he had heard rumors about the elders. According to the rumors, the Ninth Elder only took 50 years to cultivate to become an immortal Venerable. This speed is astonishing, truly amazing in the Sirius star system. Every action they take is of profound significance. When the time is right, I will speak. Chen Xian followed behind him with a clear conscience. Back then, I once killed an ancient cultivator in a secret realm. Although it was all luck, I managed to kill him at the cost of severe injuries. However, I must admit that in terms of true combat strength, I was far from being his match. Moreover, he had struggled for 10,000 years and was truly at the end of his rope. The victory was somewhat lucky. Gu Chensha stopped in front of a counter and gazed silently at a sealed jade artifact. Strangely, a speck of star-white blood and a shimmering golden bead floated within the jade artifact, their surfaces faintly revealing a human-like shape. According to ancient records, cultivators in that era were divided into golden core and nascent soul stages. That ancient cultivator was a powerful being who had stepped into the nascent soul stage. If he were at his peak, I would definitely be no match for him. What is certain is that this bead is the source and essence of all his power. With the existing methods of refining medicine, forcibly melting the golden elixir would result in a large loss of energy, with at most 30% remaining. Swallowing it directly is the best way. So you mean? Chen Xian seemed to understand something and suddenly looked up at Gu Chensha. That's right. I'm having you take this golden pill. The energy it contains is enough to help you advance further and will greatly benefit you in the future. It also contains the cultivation insights of a powerful expert. Gu Chensha said, this is so precious. Chen Xian was so surprised he could hardly believe it. Undoubtedly, this golden pill is a treasure, but precisely because of this, Chen Xian felt unworthy of it. Don't be too happy yet. Swallowing the golden pill is not an easy task. While it can greatly enhance your strength, it also harbors hidden dangers, since that energy is not easily absorbed. I see. Not only golden pills, but even the essence blood of exotic beasts is extremely risky to consume directly. As an item left behind by a powerful figure who nearly killed the Ninth Elder, it is naturally not simple. Even so, Chen Xian remained undeterred. You can take it here, and I will protect you, Gu Chensha said. With the protection of the Dharma, my sense of security has been greatly enhanced. Without hesitation, Chen Xian took out the jade artifact containing the golden pill from the cabinet. A mist of white vapor billowed around it. Holding it in his hand, Chen Xiankai felt its weight. It must have weighed at least several thousand kilograms. It's definitely a treasure. He tilted his head back, and the golden elixir flowed into his body along with the star-white liquid. Instantly, a surge of powerful energy erupted within him. Even with his considerable cultivation, he couldn't help but show a pained expression. When he stood up, his body swayed as if he were drunk, and he appeared somewhat unsteady. Gu Chensha waved his hand, and a force supported him. How much benefit you can gain depends on your ability to bear it. I know. Chen Xian nodded reluctantly. At this moment, only by circulating qi and energy can the medicine be made to the maximum extent. Gu Chensha Sha was also a little nervous. To be honest, an ancient cultivator only had one golden core, which was extremely precious to him and hard to come by. Even his top disciples had never taken one. You have to hold on, don't waste it, Gu Chensha reminded him. Chen Xian gritted his teeth and endured the excruciating pain, managing to assume a posture for channeling his internal energy. Everything operates at full power. The violent effects of the drug continued to wreak havoc within his body, and despite his physical defenses, blood seeped from every pore of his body. This power is truly domineering. Even a war god would probably die under this impact. Chen Xian knew perfectly well that his physical defenses prevented him from being destroyed, which showed just how powerful he was. Fortunately, the scripture of all things originated from the ancient method left behind by the human emperor, and it can even absorb and refine the energy of the dark space. Therefore, it is not helpless in the face of the energy of the golden core. Gu Chensha's expression grew increasingly tense. I knew I hadn't misjudged you. 15 minutes later, Gu Chensha finally breathed a sigh of relief, his eyes flashing with golden light and a hint of surprise. I didn't expect him to be able to perfectly absorb the energy of the golden core so quickly. At this moment, Chen Xian was no longer in pain. Although his whole body was soaked in sweat, his condition had greatly improved. He continued to absorb power without stopping, and his aura continued to rise. An hour later, Chen Xian finally stopped. I've absorbed about a third of the power. I need to refine it slowly so I can gradually absorb more. He opened his eyes, and a burst of golden light shot out, exploding dozens of meters away. A high-level war god. If one can absorb all the power of the golden core, the god of war realm will reach a perfect level, and may even be able to resist the power that challenges the immortal venerable. Chen Xian's face showed genuine joy. He was amazed by today's harvest. While there are risks involved, the rewards are astonishing. All of this is thanks to Gu Chensha. Thank you, Master, Chen Xian said sincerely. Not bad, you've already reached the advanced war god level. Your absorption speed has exceeded my expectations. Our chances of winning the 9-sex grand competition have increased. In the coming period, feel free to ask me any questions you may have about cultivation, Gu Chensha said with satisfaction. I know. Chen Xian nodded and smiled. There's still a month until the competition. During this time, I'll help you enhance your combat strength and experience. Just tell me what martial arts techniques you need. The environment here is suitable for cultivation. You can stay here for now, and I will come back to pick you up in 3 days. After Gu Chensha finished speaking, he left, leaving Chen Xian alone in the cave. With his keen eyesight, he had already noticed that Chen Xian's condition was still unstable. This is an excellent place for cultivation. The formations and medicinal herbs are all readily available. Chen Xian stood up and rested for a moment before continuing his cultivation. 3 days passed quickly. Ancient dust and sand have returned once again. Compared to a few days ago, your aura is much more stable. You have completely mastered the strength of a high-level war god, and there is even room for improvement. Gu Chensha's statement naturally indicates that he does not believe Chen Xian can break through to the immortal venerable realm. That would be utterly a pipe dream. However, there are differences in strength among the 10 war gods, and powerful war gods can even sense the aura of venerables in advance. Chen Xian undoubtedly possesses such potential. This is extremely advantageous for the 9 schools competition. Let's go back. After returning to Sirius Martial Academy and bidding farewell to his master, Chen Xian then returned to his villa. What exactly is going on? Upon arriving at the villa's entrance, Chen Xian noticed several female warriors at the Battle King level inside. For a moment, he was stunned. Master, while you were away, some people volunteered to come and help out. I saw that no one was doing the work, so I agreed. Xiao Qing ran over and hugged Chen Xian's arm. Upon hearing this, the girls all showed expressions of envy. After hearing this, Chen Xian himself felt a little strange. These people were all war kings, and were overlords of their respective planets, but here, they were the ones with the lowest cultivation levels, which felt quite magical. However, his knowledge was still too shallow. Looking at the universe, this situation is actually very common. Beings like the human emperor, or even more powerful beings, often control an entire star system and are surrounded by a large retinue of servants. The war kings are merely considered to be running errands and doing odd jobs. Alright, you all go about your business. Chen Xian waved his hand, signaling Xiao Cheng and the others to leave. Back in his room, Chen Xian finally relaxed and had a good night's sleep. Of course, not sleeping for several days and nights wouldn't affect him much, but he still felt that he was just a mortal and occasionally wanted to enjoy a carefree sleep. The next morning, Chen Xian slowly opened his eyes. He hadn't been able to get a good night's sleep like this in a long time since he started cultivating. After lunch, with nothing else to do, Chen Xian strolled leisurely toward the classroom, enjoying the beautiful scenery of the campus along the way. Chen Xian, are you alright? I haven't seen you for days. When Yiqingyu saw Chen Xian, her eyes showed both surprise and a hint of resentment. The deadline for their agreed-upon mission was 2 days prior, but Chen Xian was cultivating with his master in a cave filled with isolation formations, making it impossible to contact him. Left with no other choice, Yiqingyu had to go on the mission with a few friends. years. As a result, the mission failed. Fortunately, no one lost their lives, which brought them some relief. Who would have thought that there would be 2 ninth-tier beast gods there? It's outrageous. We're already incredibly lucky to have come back alive. How could we possibly hope to complete the mission? They speculated that it might be a secret realm where strange beasts were suppressed. No wonder the rewards are so generous. Not to mention them, even among the core disciples, not many dared to take on this job. Yes, there are some things I haven't been able to receive. Chen Xian paused for a moment before realizing this, and felt a little embarrassed. Why don't you take on the mission again? He suggested. No need. Yi Qingyu shook her head. It was too dangerous. Just a few days ago they were having academic classes, but these past 2 days they've started teaching combat skills. During the lessons, the instructors responsible for combat training repeatedly asked Chen Xian about his understanding of combat and the combat methods he would use when facing different opponents in different environments. This way of asking questions doesn't seem like a teacher asking a student. It's more like a sparring match between martial artists of the same level. Chen Xian's answer did not disappoint them. Not only were his classmates amazed, but even his teachers were impressed. In reality, Chen Xian's combat experience far surpassed theirs, and moreover, he carried the remnant of the human emperor, whose experience was practically a dimensional reduction attack. Even the 10 Directions War God needed time to digest it. This is only at the theoretical level. As for actual combat, there is no need for him to participate anymore. Otherwise, it would be too unfair. The Radiant Water Pearl, what kind of treasure is that? Since the teachers feel their classes are superfluous. Chen Xian was also happy to have the freedom to move around. Every day, I either take on sect missions or meditate in quiet cultivation. It seems this mission will be in the water. He bought some underwater supplies at the trading street at the foot of the mountain and then headed straight overseas. The mission objective is a 9th-tier early-stage alien beast. The reward is a water radiant pearl, a treasure that can create an independent space in water, similar to a water-repelling pearl, but with a significantly stronger effect. The person who posted the task didn't expect someone to complete it so quickly. Logically speaking, only core disciples can accept this kind of task. But after seeing Chen Xian's strength, they suddenly realized what was going on. This is the absolute strength. And just like that, a month passed quickly. The 9 schools grand competition is getting closer and closer. Chen Xian's combat strength was firmly fixed at the advanced level of the 10 Directions War God, but only he himself knew that he was more than twice as strong as he was a month ago. If he were to encounter that centipede beast god again, he was confident he could kill it within 10 breaths. The power of telekinesis is vast and immense, possessing unparalleled strength. However, no one expected that the day before the competition, someone would come directly to the gate of Tianlang Martial Arts Academy to issue a challenge. Sun Hai of the Tsangyun sect challenges Chen Xian, the winner of the freshman competition of Tianlang Martial Academy. Please come out and accept the challenge. A loud, resonant sound, like the grandest of bells, echoed throughout the Martial Arts Academy. What's going on? Why are the people from the Tsangyun sect challenging senior brother Chen? How would I know? What is the origin of the Tsangyun sect? I do know that the Tsangyun sect is only ranked 10th among the major martial arts sects in the Sirius Star region, far inferior to our Sirius Martial Academy. Then he still dares to challenge me? Listen carefully, he is challenging senior brother Chen. Senior brother Chen has only been a disciple for a little over a month, while Sun Hai has been a disciple for 3 years. Damn, that's incredibly shameless. What does he mean by challenging senior brother Chen? Is he trying to establish his authority? Heh, he wouldn't dare to do that. I bet he's trying to steal a spot in this 9 schools grand competition. The 9 schools grand competition? Some people didn't understand, but after hearing the explanation, they were all amazed. Senior brother Chen is really amazing. He just arrived and is already representing the academy in the competition. But that's not good either. We've been targeted so quickly. As the name suggests, the 9 sects grand competition only has 9 sects participating. However, for the sake of fairness, other sects can send someone to challenge the representative of a qualified sect. The winner will gain qualification. So, Sun Hai thinks senior brother Chen is an easy target. Senior brother Chen is certainly not a pushover, but Sun Hai has only been a disciple for 3 years, and his strength as a high-level war god is definitely not to be underestimated. I still believe in senior brother Chen. Some were astonished, while others had great faith in him. Someone wants to challenge me? Chen Xian was stunned. Although he was in the villa, his shouts were so loud that they could be heard dozens of miles away. Master, should we go and accept the challenge? Of course. Chen Xian smiled faintly. Since everyone else has come to the door to challenge us, there's no reason for us to avoid it. Otherwise, not only will our reputation be ruined, but the Tianlang Martial Academy will also be implicated. Just because I haven't been a beginner for long, do you think I'm easy to bully? The entrance to the Sirius Martial Arts Academy. A man of medium build and with a plain face stood there. His eyes were fixed on the inside, filled with excitement, and his body trembled slightly. Who would have thought that the Sirius Martial Academy would send a freshman to participate in the 9 schools grand competition? Being selected to participate must mean mean that one's strength is extraordinary. But no matter how strong he is, can he really defeat those veteran warriors? In the 9-sex grand competition, the Tsangyun sect ranked 10th, missing the qualification by one spot, putting them in an awkward position. This time, Sun Hai saw hope, and that hope rested on Chen Xian. If you defeat him, you will qualify for the competition. This has always been the rule, and the Serious Martial Academy can do nothing about it. Sun Hai's arms were broken, and he hung awkwardly in midair, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his face ashen. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He had been easily defeated in a single move. We won. Senior Brother Chen has won. Is Senior Brother Chen that strong? Everyone was in an uproar. Senior Brother Chen is already so powerful, and I'm still just a mid-level battle king. I suspect that Senior Brother Chen is using cheat codes. The freshmen who can participate in the 9 schools grand competition are actually this strong? Not only were the new students shocked, but even the senior students who had been enrolled for many years were in an uproar. Martial arts cultivation has always been extremely difficult, with a high chance of death, but these difficulties seem to be non-existent for Chen Xian. His progress was rapid, astonishing, and unbelievable. Chen Xian had no time to pay attention to the students' surprise. He completely disdained a challenge of that level. It's not that the opponent wasn't strong, it's just that they ran into me. Staying here any longer will only be a waste of time. Chen Xian strode outside, and the students who had been watching quickly made way for him. Senior Brother Huang, Junior Brother Chen is getting more and more amazing. I think he's only been at the school for a month, yet he's already reached the level of a high-level war god. This rate of progress is truly unbelievable. On a distant mountaintop, Wang Feihong and another core disciple in blue stood side by side, witnessing Chen Xian easily defeat Sun Hai of the Tsangyun sect, and couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Their faces were filled with shock and disbelief. It should be noted that, as core disciples, their strength is only at the war god level, and some have not even reached the advanced war god level. When Chen Xian first came to Tianlang Martial Academy, he was already at the level of intermediate war god. Now, in just 1 month, he has advanced to advanced war god and even defeated an advanced war god in one move. This means that as long as Chen Xian can defeat Sun Hai, he can also easily defeat them. Is this still a beginner? He was momentarily dazed. A look of amazement flashed in Huang Feihong's eyes as he laughed. Junior Brother Chen's progress is truly astonishing. If this continues, some people will be speechless. Although the 9-sex grand competition was perilous, the rewards were extremely generous, and Chen Xian's selection naturally attracted much skepticism. However, after he easily suppressed Sun Hai, many people probably wouldn't dare to say anything more. Back at his residence, Chen Xian was about to take on some academy assignments when, suddenly, a message came through the wristwatch. They actually planned to take on that mission? 2 9th-tier beast gods. He had originally accepted the mission and planned to go with Yi Qingyu, but he was later taken to a cave by the 9th elder to cultivate and break through, so he had to give it up. Yi Qingyu and the others also failed to complete the mission, but they didn't expect him to want to take it on again now. Never mind, I don't have anything else to do right now, so I'll go with them. Moreover, he knew that there was something interesting in the mission rewards that could be useful to him. More importantly, Yi Qingyu and the others didn't need this thing. Thinking of this, he replied with a message. Where are you? Under the 6th willow tree in the square at the foot of the mountain. Wait for me, I'll be right there. Before long, Chen Xian arrived at the square, where Yi Qingyu and the 2 girls were already waiting. The 3 were of similar age and all had outstanding appearances. They were students in the same year, but from different galaxies. Chen Xian felt they looked familiar, but he couldn't remember their names. After Yi Qingyu introduced them one by one, the group boarded a combat spaceship and flew towards the coast of the East China Sea. Chen Xian, I heard you defeated Sun Hai of the Tsangyun sect in one move? Luo Qingying, the oldest of the 3 women, asked with a smile. Yeah, it wasn't that easy. He's still very strong. You're nowhere near as good as him. Sun Hai is a highly respected core disciple in the Tsangyun sect. You couldn't even withstand a single move from him. Luo Qingying pouted, her bright eyes carrying a seductive charm that captivated all who beheld her. Her gaze toward Chen Xian was filled with admiration. As a martial arts prodigy, she naturally has a strong sense of self-respect, and she appears humble and peaceful in front of stronger peers. With you here, we're sure we can complete this mission. Don't be too optimistic. Let's talk about the mission details first. Our target this time is an underwater cave on the coast of the East China Sea, a kind of secret realm. It's possible that the seal suppressing the strange beasts has loosened. Our mission is to prevent them from escaping and to eliminate them all. Yi Qingyu said. Chen Xian nodded in agreement. Such a task is quite difficult and is obviously used by the sect to hone its disciples. Ordinary students would not easily accept it, as it would be suicide if they were not strong enough. It's already very fortunate that Yi Qingyu and the others were able to return safely. This task is indeed quite difficult for you. We know, but there's something in the reward that's particularly helpful for Qingyu's cultivation technique, so we decided to accept it. With you here, everything should be fine. The combat spaceship sped forward, and in less than 15 minutes, the 3 arrived at a vast sea area with turbulent waves. The mission objective objective is right here. Have you all brought your underwater equipment? We all brought water-repelling beads, you must have one too, Yi Qingyu said with a smile. Okay, let's get in the water now. Chen Xian stowed away the combat spaceship and the group submerged into the sea. The moment they surfaced, they were attacked by 9 high-level alien beasts, which bared their fangs and claws, tearing at them. Chen Xian killed several of them with a single punch, and the remaining beasts scattered and fled for their lives. The group quickly swam into the deep sea. A few minutes later, a girl whispered, "We're here." They came to a patch of seaweed, where a deep, dark opening appeared. A white light flowed at the opening, clearly a seal, but it appeared unusually faint at the moment. With a clear objective, the group passed through the seal, and a vast and expansive space came into view. 1,000 meters away, a magnificent palace stood, surrounded by numerous strange beasts. Besides the 9th-tier beast gods, there are also quite a few 8th-tier beast kings here, someone exclaimed. Strange, how come so many 8th-tier beasts have suddenly appeared? Luo Chengying's face showed fear. Last time, 2 8th-tier beast kings attacked and almost trapped them all. If 2 more come, the 3 of them will have no chance of escape. Just as Chen Xian was about to step forward, his gaze suddenly sharpened, and he quickly pulled the 3 women aside. Several hundred meters away, many figures suddenly appeared. Young Master Yi, all personnel have been deployed. Alright, everything is proceeding according to plan. Let's deal with these beast kings first, then we'll deal with those 2 beast gods. A hazy light enveloped the beast kings, but strangely, they did not make any move. Not far away, a young man holding a paper fan and gently fanning himself was conveying orders with a smug look on his face. Brother Qin, if they are not strong enough, please step in and kill the beast. Don't worry, I will definitely do what I promised. A man dressed in a Xuanwu Taoist robe said calmly. That's good, that's good. The young man with the paper fan laughed heartily. The man in the Xuanwu Taoist robe was a rising star among the younger generation of the Xintian sect. His strength had reached the advanced level of the 10 Directions War God, and he possessed formidable martial prowess, making it easy for him to kill a 9th-tier beast god. With him there, everything is fine. Originally, young Master Yi had no intention of provoking a 9th-tier beast god, but this matter proved to be of great use. Young Master Yi was arrogant, but not stupid. He knew his talent was mediocre, and if he wanted to improve his strength quickly, the only way was to use the essence blood of a powerful beast. The essence blood of a 9th-tier beast god, after special refining, becomes a precious medicine rich in vital energy, which can help his strength rise again. To ensure everything went perfectly, he spared no expense in hiring experts from the Xintian sect to assist him. The 9th-tier beast god is extremely powerful and should not be easily provoked. Even the beast king is enough to make them tread carefully. 20 beast kings have gathered here. Young Master Yi ordered over 100 warriors to set up an array, and a huge white tiger phantom suddenly appeared in the air. Instantly, a fierce killing intent filled the cave. As expected of the white tiger killing formation, it's a pity the price is too high and it can only be used once. Young Master Yi murmured, a look of heartache on his face, but then his spirits lifted. As long as we can kill the 2 beast gods, any price is worth it. Senior brother Chen, what are they doing? Yi Qingyu asked in a low voice as his expression changed drastically in the corner. The appearance of these people gave her a bad feeling. It seems they're also after the 9th-tier beast god, Chen Xian replied softly. Let's wait and see. Activate the formation. Young Master Yi ordered everyone to activate the formation simultaneously. The white tiger formation consumes a large amount of spiritual energy, but once activated, it can operate automatically until it is destroyed. The beast kings roared repeatedly, unleashing tremendous power, but they could not break through the formation. Instead, they were constantly injured in the fierce battle. Young Master Yi was overjoyed. I never expected this formation to be so powerful. Chen Xian was secretly amazed. Logically speaking, although these people are numerous, they are far from enough to fight against 20 beast kings. However, as expected, the beasts were quickly wiped out. Not long after, a strange beast died in the formation. The other beast kings are also teetering on the brink of collapse. Young Master Yi's face was full of joy. The essence blood treasure was within his grasp. Once we kill the beast king, we can focus on dealing with the beast god. Young Master Yi muttered to himself. A deafening roar resounded, like a thunderclap, and then 2 strange beasts, each 100 feet tall, appeared. The 9th-tier beast god has finally shown himself. Young Master Yi closed his paper fan. Brother Qin, we might need your help. Rest assured. The man in the Xuanwu Taoist robe frowned slightly and nodded in response. Is the formation powerful? After observing for a moment, Chen Xian realized that the 9th-tier beast god was indeed powerful, but breaking through this formation in a short time would not be easy. If this goes on for too long, they might actually be able to kill the beast god, and then this mission will truly be over. Chen Xian thought for a moment, then waved his hands, sending dozens of fist shadows soaring into the air and instantly knocking away the people next to the formation. Damn it, someone attacked us. Careful, young Master Yi. Ignore them, kill the beast first. Young Master Yi's face turned ashen. This is the time for you to step in. Brother Qin stepped forward and took out a square object in his hand, which looked like a brick. He threw it into the air, and the object instantly expanded, blotting out the sky, and crashed straight towards the beast god. The secret realm shattered instantly, and seawater poured in. The two beast gods screamed in agony as they were blasted away, their life force greatly diminished. That attack was really powerful. Chen Xian was secretly amazed. Ignoring everything else, he took the lead and flew out with the god-slaying sword in his hand, killing the two beast gods and collecting the crystal cores in the process. Young Master Yi was furious. He roared, "Kill him!" Everyone attacked Chen Xian simultaneously. Chen Xian grabbed Yi Qingyu and the other two, hurriedly boarded the combat spaceship, and flew away from the scene at top speed. Young Master Yi roared repeatedly, but human strength was simply no match for the combat spaceship. After completing his mission, Chen Xian returned to the villa and quietly began his cultivation. A few days later, Chen Xian went to Dangyang Mountain, and the sect competition officially began.